I was just squatting in the bathroom watching a short clip when I suddenly heard a woman's cry for help outside the door. Just as I was pulling up my pants to run out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hunting Women's Hearts system. As long as the host extends a helping hand to women in need, they will receive the affection of women and serve the host for life. Like, follow, and comment 666 to activate. With no side effects, please use it with confidence. At the same time as binding the system, I saw a drunken woman being dragged into the bushes. I immediately shouted, "Let go of that woman. I've already called the police." The man, upon hearing this, ran away. Just as I was about to help the woman up, she said, "Honey, you finally came to save me." I looked at the woman in front of me in surprise, thinking she must be drunk and mistaking me for her husband. To my surprise, while I was pondering this, the woman suddenly hugged me and brought her red lips closer. I feel the soft touch, and my hands unconsciously hold the woman tightly. It took the woman a full 10 minutes to let me go. "Who are you?" the woman asked, her eyes filled with confusion. I awkwardly said, "Beautiful lady, I'm sorry, it was you who took the initiative. I was just cooperating with you. My name is Daju." I originally thought the woman would be angry, but to my surprise, after sizing me up, she said, "It's okay, handsome. Thank you for saving me. Let's go. Sister will treat you to a couple of drinks." Faced with an invitation from such a beautiful woman, I naturally wouldn't refuse. Soon we arrived at a bar. The woman picked up her glass of red wine and said, "Brother, have you ever had alcohol?" Seeing that the woman seemed a bit more sober, I also breathed a sigh of relief. I replied, "I've only had a little bit." The woman said, "How can a man not drink? Come on, let me pour you some." As she spoke, she filled the glass and brought it to me, urging me to drink quickly. I looked at the unknown brand of wine in front of me and gulped it down, immediately coughing violently twice. When the woman saw me like this, she burst into laughter, and her laughter was like silver bells. The woman said, "Brother, you don't drink alcohol, so have you never been in a relationship? Do you have a girlfriend?" Hearing her words, I silently lowered my head. The objects of my affection are all in videos, there isn't a single one in reality. The woman and the girl in front of me are fundamentally different, making me feel like I have opened the door to a new world. The woman said, "You really haven't been in a relationship, have you? I was wondering why your kissing action just now seemed so awkward." She looked at me playfully and continued, "Little brother, would you like your sister to share some experience with you, so you can use it when you have a girlfriend in the future?" Her eyes were somewhat dreamy, and her speech began to become a bit incoherent. She didn't even know what she was saying, just mumbling vaguely. She gently pulled my hand and said softly, "Come, sit next to your sister." After just one drink, I felt like I was in a fog. Everything didn't seem so real. Under the woman's pull, I followed her to the sofa and then sat down beside her. The tavern was dimly lit, with the noisy music rising and falling, and this corner was relatively secluded, so the people around us didn't notice us. Just after I sat down, the woman offered her red lips again. In this dim tavern, we leaned against each other. 3 minutes later, the woman let go of me and smiled, saying, "Little brother, did you remember the way we just did it? Do it like this when you have a girlfriend in the future." Soon, we left the bar. Walking out of the bar, the woman was already a bit unsteady on her feet and fell into my arms, which really startled me. Looking at the woman's stunning face, the effects of the alcohol were continuously eroding my brain. I said, "Sister, wake up. I can't move you. Let's go to a hotel." In this era, the city lacks everything except for budget hotels and hourly rooms, as these are a basic need for people in this time. I opened the hotel door, and I felt the woman on my shoulder was heavier. She seemed to have fallen asleep. I said, "Sister, wake up. We're almost there." After putting the woman down, I turned to look at her beside me. Her skin was so fair, her face so beautiful, with a charm that no young girl could compare to. It was truly captivating. As I admired the scene before me, an unfamiliar feeling rose in my heart. Suddenly, the woman abruptly opened her eyes, her bright red lips kissed me, and she shouted, "Husband!" The drunk woman has completely taken me as her husband, and at this moment, she has completely let herself go. I was originally trying hard to stay rational, but alcohol completely made me lose my sanity at this moment. The next day at noon, I woke up, feeling an unprecedented weakness. I clearly remembered what happened last night. It was not a blackout. The online claim that drunk people can't function is purely nonsense. After several rounds of tossing and turning last night, I felt even more physically drained. The woman beside me was still asleep, although she bore the marks of time. She was full of mature charm. I found her socks, and there were high heels by the pillow. Just then, the system's voice came through. "Ding, congratulations to the host for capturing a rich woman. Rewards include information and a chance to trigger an event. Shin Xingyu, 35 years old, a female boss of several companies, has been single since her husband passed away in a car accident many years ago. I looked at the information in surprise. It turns out this woman is a rich lady. I quickly became worried again, wondering if Shin Xingyu would think that I took advantage of her drunkenness to do something to her when she woke up. 5 minutes later, she opened her eyes, revealing a look of confusion. I hurriedly explained. Sister, last night at Hongfeng Park, I saw you were drunk. Shin Xingyu also remembered going to the park after socializing, pulling me to drink and teaching me how to kiss. And then everything went blank. After I nervously finished explaining, she calmly said, "Got it. What are you doing with my socks?" She took her high heels, looked at her phone, and said, "Go buy me those kind of socks that Yuding wears after, and buy another pair. I want them in black." I thought she would be angry or call the police, but I didn't expect her to be so calm. On the way, I thought about my relationship with her as if it were a dream. After buying everything, I returned to the front of the hotel room and knocked on the door, saying, "I'm back." Hearing the sound of high heels, those long legs appeared in my mind again. Soon, the door opened, and those long beautiful legs made my heart tremble. I said, "Sister Shun, I bought you the medicine, and here are the socks." Thank you," the woman said as she sat on the sofa. Shin Xingyu gently took off her high heels and, without hesitation, put on the socks in front of me. She treated last night's events as if nothing had happened at all. After putting on her high heels, she took some medicine and said, "Don't take what happened last night to heart, it was just an accident. Let's pretend nothing happened." Looking at Shin Xingyu, who was so strong inside, I also felt her aura as a female CEO. She asked again, "By the way, you just graduated. Have you found a job?" I shook my head helplessly and said, "Good jobs are indeed hard to find, there are too many graduates now, and they are not worth much." Shin Xingyu stood up upon hearing this and said, "Sister, I'll leave first. Let's get in touch again tonight and exchange contact information." As soon as she finished speaking, the phone rang, and Shin Xingyu did not answer it immediately. She thought to herself, if it weren't for me last night, she would have been in a terrible situation with that disgusting man. Compared to that outcome, this is much better. In Shin Xingyu's heart, she felt grateful towards me. Shin Xingyu added me as a friend, picked up the phone, and walked out of the room. And then I also left the hotel. Walking on the road, I also figured it out in my heart. Since the system says I have captured a woman's heart, then her person naturally cannot escape, so I will just wait quietly. Think of that intoxicating feeling, truly unforgettable for a lifetime. Around 6 p.m., Shin Xingyu sent a voice message. The image of Shin Xingyu's beauty couldn't help but flash through my mind, making me feel a bit excited. The voice message said, "Last night was really crazy. Are you free tonight? I need to talk to you about something. Let's have dinner together." At that moment, ding! The system issued a new task. Accept Shin Xingyu's invitation. Task rewards include improvements in figure, stamina, and endurance. This reward made Li Jiyan instantly come to life. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Rewards arriving at the speed of light. Staying in shape can be hard, but the system directly took this as a quest reward. Then one is obliged to say yes. Okay, Auntie Shin. Li Jiyan knew that most of these post-80s like to send voice when they used WeChat. That's why he also gave Shin Hongmei's message by voice. Auntie will send you a message during the evening, and we will have dinner together then. Subsequently, Shin Hongmei's side didn't reply after sending a smiley face. Looking at that smiling face, Li Jiyan always felt a sense of being scolded. However, a 42-year-old mature woman posting such an emoji is really simply posting a smile. After Shin Hongmei sent him a message, Li Jiyan wasn't in the mood to play games. By the time 7 o'clock rolled around, he received a video call from Shin Hongmei. At the time Shin Hongmei's pretty face with slight traces of age appeared in the cell phone. Li Jiyan's mind couldn't help but conjure up the madness of last night. At 42, Shin Hongmei really knows everything. She taught herself so much and completely opened the door to a new world for herself. Aunt Shin, Li Jiyan, why don't you come to Spicy Village Hot Pot? Auntie will send you the location. Li Jiyan couldn't figure out Shin Hongmei's thoughts, but he was really hungry, and after sweeping up a green tangerine, he went straight to the Spicy Village. Entering the hot pot restaurant, Li Jiyan saw from afar that Shin Hongmei was sitting there waiting for the Mandarin duck pot to open. At this time, the system's quest rewards were also handed out. Li Jiyan instantly used Body Boost. He obviously felt his body become much more powerful, and touched his stomach and even had abs. This system is really rewarding. After walking over to Shin Hongmei's side, Li Jiyan saw that there was also a drunken-looking drunken mongrel sitting beside her. Maybe it's because of the drunkenness. The pretty face of this somewhat skinny-looking woman was covered in a blush and looked very beautiful, though the height probably looked to be only about 5 feet 6 inches. However, she really is a fine branch bearing fruit and very rare. That standard beautiful young woman's face and Shin Hongmei's imperial sister's face were a little bit not quite the same, but the mature woman's look both made Li Zhiyin's heart tremble very much. Aunt Shin. Saiyan, sit. Let me introduce you. This aunt is called Fei Lai. The family has a dozen houses and specializes in collecting rent. The envy in Li Zhiyin's eyes couldn't be concealed at all. Having a dozen houses in Magic City? This is the real deal. A rich woman. Sure enough, all the friends of rich women are rich women. This is the real Auntie Shanghai. Hello, Li Zhiyin. Your Aunt Shin has specially begged me to introduce you to a job. Besides, I'm your landlady. As she spoke, she picked up her glass and took another sip. Stop drinking, you drunken monstrosity. You get drunk every day. Shin Hongmei's voice was helpless. This bosom friend of hers, too capable of drinking. That's all I'm doing. It's not like you don't know. Can't help it. No man. Husband used to be a loser. Lonely. Saying that, she grabbed Shin Hongmei's hand. Hongmei, be honest. Is this Li Zhiyin your boyfriend? You've got a real appetite now. You're a happy man. Did you feed Li Zhiyin every night? Even if Shin Hongmei had a very strong heart, at this time she also felt a little unable to carry it. Her own this wine mongoloid bosom friend in terms of words, has always been more open. Aunt Lai, what's the feed? For a moment, Li Zhiyin still somewhat didn't hear what it meant. What are you talking about? If your Aunt Shin doesn't mind, how about a trip to the bathroom with Auntie later? You'll know what Auntie is talking about when the time comes. It doesn't matter to Auntie. It's just that I'm afraid you can't hold your liquor and you'll get drunk. Shin Hongmei pulled her back. Tone it down. Lai Fei Fei. It's even if you're usually Thai in front of us. What about in front of the kids? Tell me about the job hunt. Lai Fei Fei stood up and came to sit on Li Zhiyin's side. She still had her glass in her hand. Li Zhiyin could feel it. She really was a 10th grade wine monger, and a flirty wine monger at that. However, this woman drank so much wine, her body is still fragrant. Especially good smell. End of chapter. Chapter 7 Introduction to Work. Lai Fei Fei's body had a very unique fragrance that smelled so good that it made Li Zhiyin feel like his blood was spurting. I know, Rafi muttered, taking another drink. For Fifi Lai who drinks once a month for 30 days, even during her physiological period, wine was her equivalent of plain water. Li Zhiyin, tell the truth, are you screwing your Aunt Shin? With her nature, I've never seen her beg me so earnestly to do this. Be honest and tell me if you went to a room last night. Can your Aunt Shin at the age of 42 tolerate meeting a youngster like you? Li Zhiyin. And at this time, Shin Hongmei looked very vain, obviously being poked to the sore spot. It was really just both of them drunk last night. You don't know anything about it yourself. I'll rip your mouth off if you keep talking nonsense. Looking at Shin Hongmei's kind of fierce to be anxious eyes, it took Fei Lai to collect herself. Which one do you want to rip? I think you could kiss me rotten. Shin Hongmei really had the urge to slap this crazy woman, but she also knew that Lai Fei Fei had always been like this. You two really aren't together? You didn't harbor Li Zhiyin? No. Fei Lai stretched her legs over the fondue table. Only then did Li Zhiyin notice that the woman was wearing a short skirt with black silk, and a pair of sexy red-soled high heels. Although her height was just 160, Lai Fei Fei's body was well proportioned. Those legs were very slender, and the snow-white thighs could be seen at the edge of the black silk. Li Zhiyin subconsciously swallowed. Ever since that incident last night, it was as if he himself had joined the circle of mature women without realizing it. This circle, and the circle of young people, is really quite different. Since you haven't bagged this little hottie then wrap it up for me. Xiao Yan, look at how good Auntie's legs look. Young people these days love black silk legs. Come and touch it. Feel any of Auntie's legs at night if you like. Auntie still has one-piece black silk at home, the easy-to-tear type. So if you like it Auntie will wear it for you. Li Zhiyin, who had an accident last night, had a feeling of uncontrollable excitement in her heart at this time. This woman is really open in her words. However, he was also aware that the black silk legs were indeed very tempting, but if he really got on with it, then she'll definitely not bother herself in the future. Though this wine monger had been molesting himself, he had kept a safe distance from himself. That's why Li Zhiyin could feel that Lai Fei Fei wasn't a casual person like that. Take your feet off, and eat or not. It stinks. Humph. Who said it stinks? I don't know how many people want to lick my feet. Xiao Yan, pour Auntie a glass of wine. Li Zhiyin picked up the red wine on the table and poured another glass for Lai Fei Fei. Aunt Lai, it's not good for you to drink like that. It's okay, your Aunt Lai is like that. She has to drink every night. She can't sleep if she doesn't drink. After Lai Fei Fei picked up her wine glass and took a sip, she gently bit her lip. That look looks very flattering. This aura of beauty is really all over the place. Xiao Yan, what was your major in college? I studied. Before Li Zhiyin could finish her words, Lai Fei Fei interrupted. Forget it, it's useless to learn anything. How many master's degrees are delivered now? Auntie will introduce you to the Changlong group to work. Internship salary of 5,000 with a 3-month probationary period. Li Jian didn't know what this Changlong group was. However, the internship salary of $5,000 made his heart flutter. Despite having the golden touch, you still have to be careful until you have true wealth freedom. Li Jian had suffered in reality, and after stepping into society, he realized that society was really much crueler than he had imagined. What does the prosperity group do? I can't say. There are more departments in this group. There are those who do e-commerce, those who broadcast on the web, and supermarket suppliers and whatnot. All of them. You go and interview for a position in the supply downstream development area. Auntie has already set you up with someone. Li Jian had originally felt that her specialty was not compatible with this, but after thinking about it, after thinking that a master's degree and a Ph.D. and delivery were not a good match, he didn't think about it so much. After all, a job that pays 5,000 a month for an internship can be really hard to find. Okay, thanks Aunt Rai. Ha ha ha, what are you thanking me for? If you want to thank me, thank your Aunt Shen. Thank you Aunt Shen. Li Jian also figured out that Shen Hongmei was returning her favor. If it wasn't for herself last night, she really would have been picked up by that lewd middle-aged man. Right, Aunt Rai. What happened to you saying you were my landlady? You send a message. After Li Jian sent a message to the landlady she had added to her WeChat, Lai Fei Fei opened it. Li Jian had actually found the message she had sent her. Auntie has more houses, and nowadays contracts are signed online. Just so you've signed up for Auntie's house, but we didn't meet. Today when Hong Mei was going to push you on me, I just realized I'm your landlady. What a coincidence. Have you ever read a book that begins with a young man who didn't do so well in high school? And the story of the landlady, Mrs. Hu, Li Jian. In fact, as a person who had been under the influence of countless terrier-playing netizens, Li Jian had always felt that she was a very open-minded person. After meeting his landlady, though, he realizes he's still too conservative. Let's WeChat later. Interviews are wrapped up. After settling things at work, the pot also slowly opened. Shen Hongmei from the side of the dish rack above began to the pot inside the meat slices. Oops, Hongmei, you eat clear soup pot. Otherwise your little boyfriend is going to have to be hot by the end of the night. He's the one who suffers in the beginning, but you're the one who suffers when it comes to the end. You reap what you sow. Shen Hongmei finally couldn't help but pinch Lai Fei Fei's thigh. Get a grip. Wanna be hoof? Okay, I'll tighten up. Hongmei, you two really aren't boyfriend and girlfriend, and you didn't adopt him? Li Jian looked at the embarrassed Shen Hongmei who came out to solve the problem. Aunt Lai, we really have nothing. It's just that last night when Aunt Shen was drunk, someone wanted to pick up the corpse, and I saved Aunt Shen from it. That's right, heroes save the day. Ponies save wagons. Hongmei, do you know the internet buzzword for a small horse and buggy? End of chapter. Chapter 8 My Auntie Lai is the king of wine monkey tart talk koi. Pony? Big cart? What Told you to read less of that weird stuff on the internet. Shen Hongmei's imperial-style pretty face really carried some confusion. As opposed to Fifi Lai who was very open in her speech, she's just obviously much more traditional and conservative. After Lai Fei Fei gave Shen Hongmei an explanation, Shen Hongmei's face reddened a little. This woman was really getting madder and madder. In front of the child really dare to say anything. Li Jian and the seniority above belongs to their real late generation. Lai Fei Fei still always say these uninformed words. And you say. Only after Shen Hongmei really wanted to get angry did Lai Fei Fei converge a bit. She was aware of the temperament of this bosom friend of hers. Soon she will be incarnated as her own mother. Li Jian, pour wine for auntie. The next time, Lai Fei Fei has been drinking. That amount of alcohol to see Li Jian are a burst of chills. This Lai Fei Fei absolutely can be called the Magic City first wine mangzi. Even if you drink so much water on your own, your prostate probably can't handle it. How in the world does this woman's stomach fit? Li Jian felt that Lai Fei Fei's stomach had a very capable and mysterious space inside it, making all of this drunk wine disappear into thin air. In the next few moments, her words were less effusive. Still, it's amazingly scaled. Li Jian listened and felt that this woman was not the reincarnation of the kind of demon inside Liuzhai that specialized in seducing men. After the meal was over, Li Jian planned to pay the bill. No matter what, Shen Hongmei helped herself to introduce a pretty good job. According to what Shen Hongmei and Lai Fei Fei said about Changlong Group, as long as she turns herself, her monthly salary can break 10,000. It's only right to pay your own bills. In such an employment environment can find a monthly salary of tens of thousands of jobs can be said to be very difficult. Such a large company if there is no relationship, it is really not good to enter. At this moment, Li Jian could feel the benefits of a rich woman more and more. If you marry a rich woman, you really don't have any pressure at all financially. It's like a godly day. In fact, Li Jian really doesn't want to go to work even for a day. Sneak up to the front of the cash register. Li Jiyan said somewhat furtively. Table 23 is buying. The guest at table 23 has already paid his bill. Lai Fei didn't even leave for the meal just now. It's obvious that Shen Hongmei paid for it. At this moment, Li Jiyan's mind couldn't help but think of Shen Hongmei's daughter Su Qianxian's condescending manner of making herself pay the bill. The gap between this mother-daughter duo is really too big. Maybe it's because once upon a time there weren't so many licking dogs spoiling women in that era. But now a lot of old fairies are also being poisoned by short videos almost as much as people like Su Qianxian. There are plenty of women in their 40s and 50s who get divorced and then want to realize their worth in life. This scene was all caught in the eyes of Shen Hongmei and Lai Fei. Both of them were human beings and had been observing Li Jiyan. This young man is not bad, he knows how to be grateful. I think it's quite suitable to be your boyfriend. Don't you think about it? Don't be ridiculous. He's just a kid. Stop teasing him. After a few moments of not talking and another drink from the wine mongoose, she was a little confused again. After Li Jiyan returned, Shen Hongmei helped the drunken Lai Fei stand up. Li Jiyan, let's go and send your Aunt Lai back first. After going out, Shen Hongmei unlocked her new Audi A63 0T55 version. After the two of them helped Lai Fei get into the car, Li Jiyan also followed and sat in the back seat. Lai Fei, who was lying there, crossed her black silk legs over Li Jiyan's lap as soon as she could. The soft touch came. It made Li Jiyan feel somewhat unable to gather her spirit. In the beginning, Lai Fei had been careful to keep her distance from Li Jiyan, but now it's fully put up and obviously drunk. Sion, look at how good Auntie's legs look. Touch it. Auntie let you touch it. Tonight Auntie will make you reminisce about your childhood and eat delicious food, Lai Fei said drunkenly. But even after drinking too much this woman's body still smelled good. Such a flavor was very much able to tickle Li Jiyan's hormones in a constant surge. Get up. Don't wave in front of the kids. Li Jiyan, you sit in the front. Shen Hongmei had said so. Li Jiyan turned to sit in the passenger side. Shen Hongmei had patted a pillow for Lai Fei before arriving at the front, and at this time, Lai Fei was already asleep with her eyes closed. Your Aunt Lai is like that. She drinks every day and doesn't listen to anything she says. Just don't take anything she says seriously. Driving away from the parking space, Shen Hongmei continued. However, she really hasn't put her leg on someone else's leg like this before. Maybe she was molesting you because she thought you were a little kid. Li Jiyan's age was definitely that of an adult, though it was completely normal to say that she was a child in front of the 41-year-old Lai Fei. Well, I know. He glanced back at Fei Lai's black silk legs. In his heart, he also felt some marvel. How did this woman's legs get so long? Obviously only 1 meter 6 tall, but with legs this beautiful and a fine branch to go with it in terms of his upper body. It reminded him of a Himeko-sensei. Although her height is only 158, her figure in the middle of the movie and television works is really very perfect. He then glanced at Shen Hongmei's side face. The mind made up its mind that it would have to find a chance to talk to her about being together. If it ended just like that, Li Jiyan's heart was absolutely unwilling. After all, the memories of last night were really soul-crushing. Li Jiyan had never felt so happy in her life, and the drunken Shen Hongmei had really imparted all her life's learning to herself. After 20 minutes or so, the car stopped in front of a small detached house. A villa. How rich, Li Jiyan said in awe, although now the real estate is down a lot. But something like a villa is still not something you can normally think about. Give me a hand. The duo helped Lai Fei walk towards the inside of the villa. Inside your Aunt Lai's house, there used to be a lot of house demolitions. It had to be tens of millions of dollars made up at the time. There were also a number of re-houses, and those have since appreciated in value. Your Aunt Lai is really a lucky person, having played stocks and made tens of millions, started a company, got kicked out by the partners when they were making over $20 million, then that company went out of business. As for the back, she's a drunken monstrosity, Li Jiyan said in admiration. My Auntie Lai is simply the wine monkey koi. That's awesome. At the same time he added in his mind it should be wine monkey tart talk king koi to be correct. Unlock it, Laffy, pinched Fei Lai before Fei Lai was in a daze and unlocked the house with her face. After the duo helped Lai Fei inside the villa, they went up to the second floor. After sending her back to her room and watching her lie down, Shen Hongmei let go of her heart. It's really not a problem to say that. Your Aunt Rai does have all the luck in the world. It's koi. Let's go. I'll take you home. Li Jiyan followed Shen Hongmei's footsteps. Does Aunt Rai live alone? Yeah, it's like she and her husband don't know what's going on. She hasn't talked to me about it. Out the door later, Li Jiyan decided that she would talk to Shen Hongmei about last night and see if there was any possibility of getting together. Auntie Shen. At this time Shen Hongmei because of driving although temporarily wearing sneakers, but still higher than Li Jiyan. That pair of stocking legs, shaking his heart is very hot. Last night. End of chapter. Chapter 9. Auntie can be called if you have difficulties in life. Li Jiyan suddenly talked about last night, making Shen Hongmei's heart feel surprised. Soon the face was a little hotter. Though the memories are indeed very fuzzy and many of them are still broken. But you can tell by the messy room. How crazy was yesterday. Although Shin Hongmei's heart was strong, but after all, she was a woman. And when Li Jian mentioned it again, she also looked a little unnatural. But this touch of unnaturalness was quickly suppressed by Shin Hongmei. Li Jian, what happened last night was an accident. Auntie and you were both drunk and sleeping together was just instinct between a man and a woman. So, you forget. You can call your auntie if you have any difficulties in life in the future. Li Jian didn't back down from this. Aunt Shin, I like you and want to be with you. Shin Hongmei glanced at Li Jian and said after a few minutes of silence, get in the car. After Li Jian got into the car and fastened her seatbelt, Shin Hongmei took Li Jian and drove to a parking space on the side of the road, then gently placed her slender stockinged legs on the dashboard. Sion, what do you like about auntie? The two of us have met but a few times, and the most contact we've had was last night. It's hard enough to get to know even one of your classmates in such a short time, not to mention liking someone? Shin Hongmei has been through a lot of ups and downs, and at one point her career went into a downturn. The worst time was when the house and car were all mortgaged out and almost taken by the bank, so she considered things in a very comprehensive and mature way, and her heart didn't want to get too entangled with Li Jian. After all, surely a mature woman wouldn't want to get emotionally involved with a young man 20 years younger than herself, unless it was a packaged relationship. But Shin Hongmei wasn't that kind of woman. I like my aunt to be pretty, long legs, good temperament, big breasts, fair skin, mature, rationality, all of this makes me love. And auntie taught me 7 last night. Li Jian looked at the long slender legs in front of him that could easily reach the windshield, and his heart felt on fire. As a young man, it is the age when every day is very invigorating. Smelling the fragrance of Shin Hongmei's body inside this closed car made Li Jian really feel a bit apathetic. This time, Shin Hongmei was truly surprised. She really didn't think that there was even such a thing as big breasts and long legs. Li Jian can say it all. That's all you like on the surface? Aunt Shin, we've known each other for a relatively short period of time, so I can only see this kind of superficial stuff. If we're together, I'll be able to go deeper into the depths. I'll try. Shin Hongmei touched Li Jian's head. Xiao Yan, you're still a little kid, too childish. Aunt Shin, I admit it, I'm a childish child in front of you, but my liking for you is real. Li Jian's heart wanted to hold Shin Hongmei in his arms and then kiss her passionately like last night. However, he knew it was unrealistic right now. You like your aunt because of all these good things about her. Big boobs and long legs, those are really pluses. Look at your plump legs. Shin Hongmei's heart also felt very satisfied. The most outstanding thing in her life is 183 height. Some people say that a woman's height is too high is a disadvantage, but Shin Hongmei never thought of it that way. So every day she goes out she wears a pair of 7-centimeter heels. Born is the best. Shin Hongmei does not want to go to force to change anything. But, there's a full 22 years difference between you and your aunt. You must be 20. Li Jian replied. Well, it won't be 21 for a few months. You're 20 now and auntie is 42. If we're together, auntie looks young now. But what if in a few years, or even a decade, at that time, you were in your mid-30s, in the prime of her life, auntie is already an old woman. By that time, all the best of auntie, like big boobs, long legs, or something like that, maybe it still exists. But can you look into a face with crow's feet and still be as willing as you were last night? Your fondness for your aunt is more just the hormones of youth. Impulsiveness. You just want to sleep with your aunt. After this hormone and urge dissipates, all the good will be gone, and you'll be young at that time. And auntie is doomed to a miserable end. Auntie is not the kind of woman who thinks with her sensibilities. If auntie is really with you, it's irresponsible to yourself, and it's irresponsible to you. Auntie can't possibly bet her own limited youth on whether or not you want to play house with auntie or just find a woman to let you vent. Li Jian listened to Shin Hongmei's words. The heart felt even more the maturity of this woman. She thought about the problem really not like the average woman. She thought about the problem very comprehensive and rational. But Li Jian's heart was also determined. Must make Shin Hongmei belong to himself. Not only because she was Su Qianqian's own mother. Taking down Shin Hongmei would be a blow to Su Qianqian, the one who treated herself as a little cutie. The green tea that caused a blitzkrieg. Li Jian's heart also really liked Shin Hongmei. Being with Shin Hongmei made his heart feel very secure. And he liked it. Auntie Shin, I'm not looking for a woman to vent to. I'm willing to do that even if we're together. Shin Hongmei smiled somewhat gently at the moment. Auntie believes this because you are a good boy and not the kind of man who uses women as a tool for lust. But the two of us, it's not just about age. Now skip the age thing for a moment. Let's just pretend the question never existed. Let's talk about something else now. The two of us if we're together. There will be a lot of worldly problems faced. You're a classmate of my daughter's. So if this gets out to my daughter's side, and your classmates who know about it, How will they point fingers? Also, your parents are about my age. If they found out their son found a woman old enough to be his mom, what will be in their minds? Your relatives and friends knowing about this, what will they think? Besides, guys these days are competing to see who has the younger and prettier girlfriend, and you'd be better off if you found a woman who was 22 years older than you. You'll get a lot of backstabbing from people. You'll feel bad yourself, feeling ashamed, and we'll have just as much trouble counting when we go out and play. Everyone else will think of me as your mom. Looking at Li Jiyan, Shin Hongmei felt more and more that Li Jiyan was childish. End of chapter. Chapter 10, Heart-to-Heart Talks. In her heart, Shin Hongmei had always treated Li Jiyan as a child. Although there was the 7 times thing last night, but it didn't do anything to change Li Jiyan's image within Shin Hongmei. He was always just a kid. Auntie Shin, actually, I think it's normal for people to think of you as my mom. After all, we have a 22-year age difference. I don't think it's a big deal. After all, love for each other knows no age. As for those worldly things, Auntie Shin, I've never actually cared what people think, because I've always felt that life is for you, not for others. If everything is lived inside someone else's idea, it's wasting your life living the life that other people want to live. Although she felt that Li Jiyan was childish, but in that case, Shin Hongmei felt that it made sense. It's just that there's really no way for her to do that without caring about what people are looking at. Also, Aunt Shin, you're so good looking, with a good body and good skin. If people knew I had such a girlfriend, they wouldn't point fingers. They'd only feel envious. I really want to be with you. I am willing to suffer the consequences of everything with you. Shin Hongmei couldn't help but smile. Her pair of stocking legs stretched over the windshield kept attracting Li Jiyan's gaze. Li Jiyan, do you have an adoration complex? Shin Hongmei asked softly. Maybe a little bit, but Aunt Shin, I really like you. It's definitely not because of a fetish plot that I want to be with you. I also know that there's no way for your heart to accept being with me. But don't balk at it. Give me a chance. Will you? Even give me a chance and I'll prove to you that I really like you. Looking at Li Jiyan's sincere gaze, at this time Shin Hongmei was tempted to balk, but there was still something in her heart that she couldn't bear to directly hurt Li Jiyan. After all, last night's her had just spent the night as a dewy husband and wife with Li Jiyan. It would be impossible to say that Shin Hongmei didn't have any special feelings for Li Jiyan in her heart. Okay, Li Jiyan. People say that if two people are destined to be together, they are destined to be together. Next, if you and Auntie are destined to meet and Auntie feels you can be relied upon, Auntie will stay with you. Forget about last night. It's not too early, so Auntie will take you home first. Shin Hongmei knew that her business was very busy and she ran a lot of places in Magic City. In this huge Magic City, the probability of two people meeting was similar to finding a needle in a haystack. In the future, he and Li Jiyan basically won't see each other. Okay, I know Auntie Shin. I'm sure we'll be destined for each other. Li Jiyan also heard Shin Hongmei's polite rejection of her own meaning. For the general public must have no interactions with Shin Hongmei, but one has future intelligence. According to speculation, this intelligence was related to the people he had recently contacted, such as Su Chanxian and Lu Jinxin's intelligence was pushed to him. Looking at Li Jiyan's kind of naivety, Shin Hongmei's heart couldn't help but secretly say a child. He also felt that he was destined to meet with himself, and the favor was returned, so it would be better not to meet in the future. That would be quite beneficial to both himself and Li Jiyan. After sitting in Shin Hongmei's Audi A6 and arriving at the rented room, only then did he say goodbye to Shin Hongmei. Auntie Shin, goodbye. Shin Hongmei thought for a moment, but still got down from the car and stood in front of Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan, in Changlong Group to get a good job. After the transfer can be a monthly salary of tens of thousands and 5 insurance and gold. Such a job if not your Aunt Lai, really cannot find. I know Aunt Shin, you must honor your word. Sure, Shin Hongmei promised, knowing that she didn't have much chance of meeting Li Jiyan. Auntie Shin, it's all about parting. Can we have a hug? Looking at the big car Shin Hongmei in front of him, who was taller than himself, Li Jiyan said with reluctance in his heart. Last night's craziness had opened up a world that Li Jiyan had never experienced before. His mind was also becoming more obsessed with mature women. To Shin Hongmei, his heart was really very fond of him. Shin Hongmei had wanted to refuse and cut off Li Jiyan's idea, but after thinking about it, she thought that she and Li Jiyan wouldn't meet after this separation. She nodded. Afterwards, Li Jiyan came forward and directly hugged Shin Hongmei. Auntie Shin, wrapping his arms around Shin Hongmei's waist, he was very hard. It felt as if he wanted to melt together with Shin Hongmei. Greedily sniffing the fragrance of Shin Hongmei's body, Li Jiyan wanted to put his hands on Shin Hongmei's plump stocking legs, but it's clearly not working right now. Shin Hongmei gently patted Li Jiyan's back. She also felt Li Jiyan's burning fondness for her. This kid, he really is the age of the fierce ox. Well, Li Jiyan, Auntie is leaving. After separating, Shin Hongmei however noticed a bit of stocking exposed inside Li Jiyan's pants pocket. Is that my stocking in your pocket? Shin Hongmei's gaze was a little strange. This child, how did he still put up his stockings? What he wants to do. Li Jiyan then noticed that she had overlooked this, but he didn't hide it. The more he hid this kind of thing, the more embarrassing it was. Aunt Shin, in the hotel room at noon today, I saw the stockings you threw. So it's loaded because there are people online who specialize in buying original stockings like this. The waiter will probably take it and sell it. I'll just put this away. Shin Hongmei frowned. There are such perverts now? Yeah, and there are men who specialize in wearing stockings to take out and sell later. Shin Hongmei's brows tightened even more. Alright, remember to throw it away. Li Jiyan, Auntie will leave first. Send Auntie a tweet if you have any difficulties in life. Shin Hongmei decides that although she can help Li Jiyan financially, she can't see her again. What happened last night was just an accidental mistake. Mistakes like this can't be perpetuated. After seeing Shin Hongmei off, Li Jiyan gently took out the flesh-colored stockings that Shin Hongmei had worn. There are still traces of being soaked on it. A faint scent came from it, and Li Jiyan gently sniffed it. The image of those plump, long legs being held by himself again came to mind, making his heart itch. My Aunt Shin is so beautiful. Her legs are so soulful for a meter 83 height. Even the stockings smell so good. Thinking about it, Li Jiyan's heart wanted to hold Shin Hongmei in his arms again. End of chapter. Chapter 11, Shrewd Woman Tearing Li Jiyan by Hand. Previously, Li Jiyan had never experienced men and women. Even the first kiss was ended by Shin Hongmei last night, when the then Shin Hongmei made Li Jiyan sit on her lap. Then he taught Li Jiyan to kiss. Li Jiyan will never be able to forget that scene again. And the madness behind. More let Li Jiyan feel soulful. The Valentino on the edge of the pillow, and torn flesh silk. All let Li Jiyan's heart 10,000 nostalgia, but also swore that in the future must possess 1 meter 83 Shin Hongmei's pair of wearing Valentino and stockings of the super beautiful legs. Collecting his thoughts, Li Jiyan just entered the rented room. The place where he lived was an old neighborhood. It was purely a walk-up house without an elevator. According to Lai Fei, it was a house she bought later to wait for the demolition of the house, but it wasn't planned to be here, so it stayed. But most of the other old neighborhoods that were bought were demolished. And thinking about it, Li Jiyan's heart felt that this wine monkey koi was really living up to its name. This Shanghai auntie has really unbeatable luck. After returning home, inside the kitchen, a middle-aged mature woman wearing a plaid shirt was cooking there. This was Sang Soon Sun's mom, Zhao Shuman, and he never had a good impression in his mind about this pair of mother and son. If Shin Hongmei is a strong and spirited woman, then this Zhao Shuman is a complete shrew. Shin Hongmei is very reasonable. For those disgusting people she likes to use that one old lady is your own mother. However, to their own Aunt Shin is still very gentle. Just now in the car, she stretched her beautiful legs to the top of the windshield, but also said a lot of truth with himself. And this Zhao Shuman is just completely unreasonable and likes to spill her guts. Li Jiyan had seen her arguing with her neighbor, and the neighbor's older woman's clothes were literally ripped open by her, revealing her red underwear. However, it had to be said that Zhao Shuman was as shrewish as she wanted to be though, but the looks are just beautiful and plain. Wearing the old-fashioned plaid shirt also has no way to resist her beauty, belonging to the proper style of the standard beauty of the mature woman. The most striking thing about Zhao Shuman, who is about 165 in height, is her proud F-class top. Shin Hongmei's upper body is in the E-class. My Auntie Lai of the sluttish talking koi, on the other hand, is in the D-class, and at 160, she's already pretty much out of her league. And like Suk Min Cho, a total shrew with an F-rated upper body, it's really a walk in the park. At the same time, her arse was quite round. Li Jiyan could appreciate her figure. However, after thinking about Zhao Shuman's personality that would shout and spill at any time, Li Jiyan's heart wanted to stay away from this woman. She can't be messed with. Thinking of the ferocity of her hand tearing the next door's Amma and also tearing her underwear, Li Jiyan felt a little scared. After returning to his room, Li Jiyan decided to experiment with the system's never forget ability. After searching a news article online, I plan to test my memory. After sweeping a glance, Li Jiyan closed her eyes. He realized that he really remembered everything inside the news clearly. And what the teacher once said in class all came back to me. Exam questions from high school, basketball playing stars, and front row girls tape from middle school. After Li Jiyan opened her eyes, he realized that he seemed to be in possession of an extraordinary ability. In that case, wouldn't I be able to learn quickly? Thinking about what she had once learned, Li Jiyan spiked a bit of English with incomparable ease. If that's the case, then again, I could learn the languages of the countries and go as an interpreter. An interpreter who is fluent in a variety of minor languages is considered a special type of talent. He then opened a website and began to teach himself French. With the added benefit of his superb memory, he was making rapid progress. It was only when it was past 10 in the evening that Li Jian went out with the intention of going to the restroom, but see the bathroom light on. Li Jian just sat on the sofa and waited for a while. I must rent a whole house when I have money. This is so inconvenient, Li Jian thought in her mind. And after a while, Sang Soon Sun's very thin and still somewhat tanned girlfriend walked out. After seeing Li Jian sitting on the sofa, he actually shouted at Li Jian, "Rascal, what are you doing sitting on the couch?" Li Jian, the couch is a common area. Why can't I sit on it? The couch is facing the bathroom. Did you spy on me going to the bathroom? I just don't feel right about you hanging around the house in a pair of shorts all day. Call the police. Are you sick in the head? Damn. Don't even look in the mirror to see what a pussy you look like. Li Jian isn't used to Sang Soon Sun's girlfriend at all. Soon, Shang Shunsheng walked out. Knock it off. He yanked his girlfriend, Lu Yen, behind him. Li Jian. In the future when you're at home don't just come out in shorts and short sleeves. And please knock on the door when you go out. We rented 2 rooms in our house. You only rented 1. Don't blame me for getting my hands dirty if you still make my girlfriend feel offended. Li Jian was also angry and laughed. Long sleeves in 36-degree weather? I pay for my own rent and I have to knock when I come out of the living room? Who the hell are you? Shang Shunsheng was a complete asshole before he came to work in Magic City, and he often fought when he was in school. He was later expelled from school before coming to work in Magic City and finding a dark, skinny girlfriend. "I'll you up." Li Jian's words enraged Shang Shunsheng, and he came up and punched Li Jian. Li Jian wasn't a person who suffered losses. He knew that if he lost this fight today, his life would be especially difficult in the future. Quickly giving Shang Shunsheng 2 punches, Li Jian seized the opportunity and directly embraced Shang Shunsheng's neck, and with a forceful blow, he put Shang Shunsheng down on the ground on the spot. Inside a fight this move naked strangle is absolutely unbeatable as long as you can capitalize on it. After Lu Yen, who was on the side, saw this scene, she immediately had nothing to do with it. Backing up against the back, he shrank back against the wall. At this time, Zhao Shuman, who had come out of the second bedroom, rushed up and hugged Li Jian from behind with incomparable force. "Let go of my son." With a crisp sound, Li Jian's t-shirt was torn open by Zhao Shuman. The shrew, this time should not write too much female lead. Control in the normal number of harem, try to enrich the image, is the old Li's goal. The last book character writing more. The character image is not enough three-dimensional. Have not read the author's old book Point Through Train into the Ha. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Li Jian really didn't expect that there would be a time in her life when her clothes would be torn. He'd always been under the impression that this was exclusive to shrews in fights. For example, the older woman who had been torn apart by Zhao Shuman before. If the quality of the underwear hadn't been good enough, then the onlookers would have really had to watch a big show, constantly being squeezed by Sukmin Cho, who was riding on her back. Li Jian deeply felt how good this woman's waist strength really was. Nimble as a loach, just about anything. Afterwards, Zhao Shuman punched at Li Jian's chest. Her strength was already very strong, and under the pain, Li Jian let go of Shang Shunsheng. Backhandedly, he grabbed Zhao Shuman's hands, threw her off. Shang Shunsheng rushed up again and the mother and son fought with Li Jian together. And Lu Yan had always been a spectator. This kind of dangerous thing wasn't what a fairy like her wanted to do. A neighbor quickly called the police. In less than 10 minutes, the police came. A few police officers also frowned when they saw Li Jian, whose body was torn beyond recognition, and Shang Xuanqing's mother and son, who were beaten black and blue. "Come back to the station with me to investigate." Police station, mediation room. This was Li Jian's first time in the police station, and he had always been a standard good boy since he was a child. Those bad students did things he never did. But today he got into the police station for fighting and was interrogated by the police uncle in the middle of the night. "Tell me what's going on, officer. It's this molesting my daughter-in-law." Zhao Shuman was very angry. At this moment, her chest were swaying slightly. Sometimes too much plumpness in the upper part of the body was a rather cumbersome thing. The officer looked at Li Jian with some danger in his eyes. "Officer, I'm innocent. I want to go to the bathroom. There was someone in the bathroom when I came out, so I sat on the couch and waited. And when she came out she said I was spying on her, and they made me come out in long sleeves and long pants in this weather. For God's sake, officer, there are cameras in the living room. I suggest you pull the surveillance. I don't want to be wronged like this." Li Jian was also filled with righteous indignation at this moment. He realized that women nowadays had really changed. For example, Su Chanxian let herself go to pay the bill without blushing and taking it for granted, because he was sitting on the couch. Lu Yan came out of the bathroom and said he was peeping at her. Where the hell do these women get their confidence from? The police uncle looked at Li Jian with that aggrieved look. He knew that what Li Jian said was basically the truth. "Ma'am, are you sure he peeked at you? The rental house is monitored, so I suggest you be more careful what you say. This is the police station. It was only then that Lu Yen was heartily saying, I think he definitely has that intention of trying to peek at me, and he was wearing shorts and short sleeves when he was in the living room earlier. It was obscene. The police uncle was also angry and laughing at this point. It's 3 volts now. People get heatstroke every day. What's he wearing instead of short sleeves? After learning what happened, the police began mediation. The final solution was for Shang Shunsheng to compensate Li Jian $1,000 to settle the case. After both sides agreed, the police uncle was saying, that's right, neighbors should be at peace with each other. Nowadays this society is all about peace. There's no need to fight over the slightest thing. Li Ziyan felt very comfortable in her heart. If she didn't fight this fight tonight, this odd couple would never be able to collect themselves. As Li Ziyan stood up to leave, the police said, call your elders to come and collect you. I want to have a chat with your elders. Your character is a bit impulsive. You hit him a bit hard, and if it's really serious, you're the one who'll suffer. The police then added, although these guys are indeed very hateful. Uncle, I don't have any elders in Magic City. What about college teachers? I just finished my junior year not long ago. Do something, see if there are any elders. Li Jian sat there in silence. Boy, have you thought about who you want? I do have an elder. Her name is Shin Hongmei. My Aunt Shin is the only thing I can rely on in Magic City now. Saying that, Li Jian felt a little heartbroken. The feeling of being alone in a foreign country is really only understood by those who have experienced it. Give me your cell phone number. The police patted Li Jian's shoulder. Also very heartbroken, this kind of foreigners in the Magic City to make a living, young man. Everyone's life is not easy. At home, Shin Hongmei had just finished applying the mask and was planning to sleep. Just laid down and got a call labeled police station. Hey, officer, it's Shin Hongmei, MS. Shin, isn't it? Yes, officer, what can I do for you? It's like this. There's a young man over here named Li Jian who got into a fight with someone today, and he says you're the only thing he can rely on in Magic City. Look, can you come over and pick up this young man for a moment? The young man is too impulsive and needs to be educated by his elders. Shin Hongmei's heart subconsciously seized up, and that sentence of the only dependence even more touched the soft places of her heart. Officer, is Li Jian okay? A husband and wife for one day, and Li Jian had 700 days of kindness with her. It was impossible to say that her heart didn't care about Li Jian at all. After all, although Shin Hongmei was rational, she wasn't a cold-blooded animal. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Attribute, responsive. People with rich life experiences are more rational, but at the same time the heart is struck by the innocence of those things. For example, the current Shin Hongmei. After hearing that Li Jian was her only dependence in Magic City, her heart softened. Last night she did cross the line 7 times with Li Jian, but after coming to his senses, he's just a kid in front of his own. I'm on my way. Rising hurriedly, Shin Hongmei decided to educate Li Jian properly. Soon, Li Jian met Shin Hongmei, who was wearing Valentino and the flesh-colored stockings he had bought. Inside the police station, the police explained, MS. Shin, teach the child well. If there's anything we should solve it peacefully. It's too easy to get into trouble if he doesn't hit it lightly. So what happens after that? A lot of jobs these days require a clean bill of health. And if you leave a record, you'll suffer greatly. There's no way to take the public exam later. The police were a little older, so they were talking a little bitterly at this point. Okay, officer, I got it. I'll be sure to educate him well. After leading Li Jian out of the police station, Shin Hongmei touched Li Jian's torn shirt and asked seriously, what's going on? Wearing high heels, Shin Hongmei is taller than Li Jian by more than half a head. At this time Li Jian can just see her deep bottomless gully. However, Li Jian's mind was not here right now either. It was torn by a shrew. You got into a fight with a woman? No. Following Shin Hongmei towards her Audi A6, Li Jian gave a rundown of the fight. This caused Shin Hongmei to frown a bit as well. Are young girls so outrageous these days? She also couldn't figure out why Li Jian sitting on the couch across from the bathroom waiting for her to come out became harassment in her mouth. As for wearing shorts and short sleeves is even more outrageous. You're not to blame for this, but you really can't be so impulsive in the future. It's long past the time to use violence, and it's too easy for a person to be counted out if all they do is use violence, and the law isn't playing games with you. Li Jian hummed. I know, Aunt Shin. I couldn't resist today. Li Jian admitted her mistake, so Shin Hongmei didn't continue to say anything. She feels that children have their own self-esteem. If too much is said, it can take a toll on your child's confidence. In Shin Hongmei's eyes, Li Jian was always just a little kid. Hungry? Looking at the still open barbecue restaurant across the street, Shin Hongmei asked. The current her was also a little hungry. It is a bit. Then auntie will take you to dinner and send you back later. Shin Hongmei knew that Li Jian had repaid the favor of saving his life by helping him introduce him to work in a large company. I also came to pick him up today because it was rather pitiful to see him alone and lonely in Magic City. I have children myself, so my heart goes out to Li Jian. However, after sending him home later, there was no need for himself and him to have no contact. That night with Li Ziyan, Shen Hongmei only thought of it as a wonderful mistake. After all, it wasn't only Li Ziyan who was happy, but he himself was also pleasurable. Wait a minute, you can't wear these clothes either. I have a shirt in the trunk, go get it. After taking Shen Hongmei's car keys and coming to the back, he fumbled and opened the trunk. Inside the trunk are Shen Hongmei's 2 pairs of high-heeled shoes, some daily necessities, and a pink t-shirt. Auntie Shen, is this the pink one? You'll wear that one and only that one. Don't a lot of little boys like to wear pink these days? No one will think it strange. Li Ziyan helplessly picked up the t-shirt and put it on. Just after getting on, Li Ziyan smelled a strong milky scent, a smell that Li Ziyan was all too familiar with. It's the one on Shen Hongmei. All of my Aunt Shen's t-shirts smell so good. Li Ziyan's heart felt 18 points of fondness. However, it's the t-shirt that's a size bigger on you than what you're wearing. Originally Shen Hongmei is the kind of rich but not fat pear-shaped body. 183 net height, plus by near people proud of the upper limit. That's why her t-shirt is a little loose on Li Ziyan. After all, one is missing the top to hold this dress up. It's okay, let's go. Shen Hongmei led Li Ziyan towards the barbecue restaurant. It's almost 12 o'clock, but it's such a beautiful day. The barbecue was just about crowded, so the pair picked a corner and sat down. Somewhat hungry, Shen Hongmei ordered some kebabs and a serving of sheep scorpion and handed the menu to Li Ziyan. No, Aunt Shen, this much is enough. Make a jug of fresh squeezed orange juice on ice. Yes sir. After the waiter left, Shen Hongmei looked at Li Ziyan, who was wearing her own t-shirt, and felt some amusement in her heart. Did you throw away my stockings? Aunt Shen, not yet. I think that thing is safer inside my drawer. After all, if you throw it away it might get picked up, doesn't it? Shen Hongmei gently smiled, and did not poke Li Ziyan. Anyway, after today, his own friendship with Li Ziyan was considered to be completely over. Looking at the opposite side of the knitted brows and smile of the heart-stirring Shen Hongmei's mature female flavor, Li Ziyan's heart is still feeling itchy. He couldn't really control his thoughts, especially after knowing what was involved. The scent of Auntie Shen's t-shirt on his body was also making his hormones secrete and surge. The time reaches 12 o'clock. Li Ziyan hurriedly opened the virtual information in front of him with his mind. Future intelligence refreshed. In order to keep her skin fair, Lu Jinxin took estrogen medication again today. Su Chanxian has had 7 boyfriends before, 11 temporary boyfriends, and her heart wants to find an extraordinarily rich boyfriend. Stick with the changeling group for big opportunities down the road. 20 minutes later, Shen Hongmei will come to Aunt and dysmenorrhea. Her dysmenorrhea symptoms are very serious. Pain is not cold hands and feet. Go to the convenience store to buy warm baby stickers. Help Shen Hongmei cover the feet can be relieved. Li Ziyan knew that this was a pretty good opportunity to advance her life goals. The drunken Su Chanxian at night will call to scold you for being stingy and having no pattern. New mission released. Please help Shen Hongmei cover her feet. Pain relief. Quest reward. Attribute, responsive. Reactive. It can enhance your reaction level and have kung fu level fighting power when fighting with others. This mission made Li Ziyan's eyes light up. Who didn't have a kung fu dream? End of chapter. Chapter 14. I'm full of young energy. Li Ziyan's heart made up its mind to do this quest. After all, the attribute of reactive could bring him so much convenience. Help Auntie Shen relieve her pain at the same time. You can also get a reward for yourself. It's like a double whammy. With these attributes, one would definitely be one step closer to the main goal of settle down. Aunt Shen, do you think we're destined for each other? As she waited for the barbecue to come up, Li Ziyan asked with a smile. Shen Hongmei couldn't help but roll her eyes in a somewhat flirtatious manner. Still say it, this is called what fate? If you really beat someone out of the injury, then it will really become a criminal case. Then you will be ruined for life. Want to take the civil service examination or no chance? I couldn't take the test either. Li Ziyan felt that with her current brain, she should still be able to take the public examination, but the life within the system was not suitable for her. Li Ziyan still aspired to that future of wealth, freedom and carefree life. That was the life Li Ziyan dreamed of. Don't be so pessimistic about the future. Although it's not easy for college students these days, but everything is said to be bad. By the way, wasn't Chanxian quite good when she was inside the school? Shen Hongmei, who did not want to continue talking on this cruel topic, changed the subject. The one point of common contact between Shen Hongmei and Li Ziyan was Su Chanxian, and the topic naturally turned to Su Chanxian. She's, pretty good. Having experienced some setbacks, Li Ziyan is not a cutie pie. Of course he could not say Su Chanxian's bad in front of Shen Hongmei. The two people no longer house the biological mother and daughter. One's relationship with Shen Hongmei can be outlandish. Despite the experience of last night's dewy-eyed couple, she just thinks of herself as a child. From the intelligence, after he saw that Su Chanxian had long been a toilet-like woman, His heart felt even more disgusted at the fact that she had once dangled herself as a warped mouth. The two chatted until 20 minutes later. Li Jian noticed Shin Hongmei's brows knit slightly, but having put down her chilled orange juice she still looked like a very calm person. Putting down her chopsticks, Shin Hongmei's hand gently covered her stomach. Li Jian looked at Shin Hongmei's dissimilarity and said, "Aunt Shin, are you here with relatives? How do you know?" For such a topic, Shin Hongmei did not feel embarrassed like a little girl. The inner strength of a mature woman is not comparable to a little girl. I see you've put down the iced orange juice, and the skewers aren't eating. By the looks of it, I think it's menstrual cramps. Well, speaking of menstrual cramps, at this point Shin Hongmei only felt more pain. Aunt Shin, then how about I use our family's local recipe to help you relieve yourself? You can mitigate? Of course, Auntie Shin, let's go to the car and I'll get it for you. Although Shin Hongmei's reasoning made her want to draw a line with Li Jian, but menstrual cramps are really bad. Well, try to see if it works. Aunt Shin, sit down. I'll get the bill. It's my turn to pay this time too. Li Jian saw that Shin Hongmei wanted to go and pay for the bill. She had always treated Li Jian as a child in her heart and didn't want him to spend money. I'll do it. However, Li Jian took the initiative to pay the bill. Two people ate a meal of more than $300. Such prices in the Magic City belongs to the very normal prices. Normally, if Li Jian wanted to order a takeout with meat, it would cost more than $50. After helping Shin Hongmei to the car, Li Jian let her get into the back seat, went to a nearby convenience store and bought a pack of warm babies. When he returned to the car, Shin Hongmei was already curled up in a ball, her face very pale. Li Jian was also shocked. He really never seen a woman with menstrual cramps and pain like this. It doesn't feel like having an aunt, more like being stabbed. Aunt Shin, you go ahead and put the warmer on your stomach. Li Jian got into the car from the other side. Aunt Shin, the menstrual cramps may still be mainly related to the uterine cold. Shin Hongmei unexpectedly looked at Li Jian, not expecting this little beginner boy to know quite a lot. She still had some memories. Li Jian is definitely a very pure man. You can feel it from the first time. If I'm not mistaken, you should have cold hands and feet. Aunt Shin, I'll just cover your hands and feet. The feet in particular are an amazing part of the body, and when they're warm all over. It needs to be covered. Auntie Shin, saying this, Li Jian gently grabbed Shin Hongmei's slender white jade hand. Although she was 183 tall, but her hand was still smaller than Li Jian. This is the difference between men and women. Why are your hands so hot? Feeling the blazing heat of Li Jian's hand, Shin Hongmei had the feeling that her menstrual cramps had been relieved. My hands have been extra hot since I was a kid, so I probably have a lot of yang energy. Aunt Shin, let me help you cover your feet. It's extra warm on me, and it doesn't hurt as much when I'm covered. Li Jian, who was sitting halfway on the seat, said as she looked at Shin Hongmei's stocking jade feet wearing Valentino heels. The feeling of grasping these jade feet with both hands and not letting go really made him feel haunted. Good, okay. Although Shin Hongmei's heart was strong, she really didn't want to suffer from menstrual cramps. Aunt Shin, let me help you take off your heels. End of chapter. Chapter 15, Responsive, The Power of Rewards. Aunt Shin's high heels are like this picture. Auntie Shin loves Valentino and stockings. Start reading the book app to see the picture. Li Jian looked at Shin Hongmei in front of him. Li Jian carefully inquired. Good. In the midst of the pain, Shin Hongmei agreed. At this time she only wanted to relieve that drilling pain. After getting Shin Hongmei's affirmation, Li Jian's heart was also filled with excitement. He didn't expect that so soon he would have the opportunity to help Shin Hongmei take off her high heels again. Afterward, Li Jian let go of Shin Hongmei's jade hand. Gently, she took her stocking feet and held the studded Valentino heels on her right foot in her hands, then gently took off Shin Hongmei's Valentino. These studded shoes are still a bit of a pain to take off. Afterward, Li Jian picked up Shin Hongmei's other foot and continued to take off her high heels. Although it was said that men and women were not close, Shin Hongmei's subconscious mind just didn't resist the intimate behavior with Li Jian, because she and Li Jian were already having something that shouldn't have happened, and it's a one-page issue, so subconsciously in your mind you will feel that such behavior is not crossing the line. After placing the two high-heeled shoes under the seat, a pair of stocking jade feet was completely presented in front of Li Jian. It occurred to me that the stockings were still the ones he had bought for Shin Hongmei at lunchtime yesterday. Li Jian's heart then felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Aunt Shin, your feet are still really cold. Li Jian touched the stocking jade feet, only to feel the incomparably smooth touch coming through. It mesmerized his heart, and he who had experienced the taste of it knew very well what a perfect mature woman Aunt Shin was. My Aunt Shin's jade feet and those super long legs are really killing me. Lifted up his t-shirt wearing Shin Hongmei, Li Jian placed Shin Hongmei's pair of moderately sized and perfect jade feet on her stomach and gently helped her cover them. That cold feeling made Li Jian also shiver. So cold. Afterwards, He once again grabbed Shin Hongmei's jade hand and gently helped her rub it. Such behavior is indeed a bit of a dog licker, but Li Jiyan thinks it's still okay for my Aunt Shun. After all, Auntie Shun was the kind of mature woman with a very positive outlook. Pei will get her gratitude and response. This kind of two-way running true heart, absolutely worth it. If it is Su Chanshan that kind of stinking, Li Jiyan is absolutely will not give a tiny bit of half a point to her. Li Jiyan, don't cover Auntie's feet with that, it'll give you a cold. Having seen Li Jiyan covering her feet with her belly, at this moment, Shin Hongmei was also startled. Her own feet were like ice cubes at this time. How can you put it on your stomach? It's okay, Auntie Shin. I have more firepower. It's okay. Don't you move. Feeling that Shin Hongmei wanted to pull her foot away, Li Jiyan stopped her. Aunt Shin, if you pull your foot away, won't my stomach be iced for nothing? Li Jiyan helped Shin Hongmei rub her hands as she sat there, giving up the struggle. Soon the warm baby and the temperature of Li Jiyan's hand and stomach slowly reached her. That feeling of pain eased a lot, with Shin Hongmei slowly getting hotter. The original feeling of coldness was completely transformed into a slippery and wonderful touch. It made Li Jiyan completely mesmerized into it. This feels like Auntie Shin is stepping on herself. It's really marvelous. After half an hour or so, it was even more completely different. During this period, Li Jiyan noticed the blush on Shin Hongmei's pretty face, and he realized that no matter how strong Aunt Shin's heart was, but she's also a woman and can be shy. There, Sayaka. Auntie doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you really, Auntie will take you home. Shin Hongmei did not expect that Li Jiyan's foot covering and hand rubbing warm baby had such a good effect. Good. Li Jiyan let go of Shin Hongmei's hands and feet and kept bending down to get out of the car. That blush on Shin Hongmei's face came up again. This kid, young people, indeed, are bloodthirsty. After changing into sneakers, Shin Hongmei followed and got out of the car. Her 183 height looked like it gave Li Jiyan's heart a very fulfilling sense of security. The height of 183 was actually somewhat destructive of beauty, but Auntie Shin had an E-rated upper body and a royal face that made Li Jiyan's heart feel stirred at every turn. Let's go, Winnie. After returning to the lower part of the rental house again, Shin Hongmei looked at the time. It was already 1:30 in the morning. Words. Her address to Li Jiyan had drawn much closer without her realizing it. It's already 1:30, so go back to bed early. I know Aunt Shin. In the future, can we still meet? I know that you and I were trying to get me to give up when you said something about seeing each other again sometime, but I really can't let you go. Shin Hongmei looked at Li Jiyan. She realized that this child really wasn't stupid. He knew everything in his heart. Looking at Li Jiyan's pink t-shirt, Shin Hongmei felt as if the top of her jade feet still had the temperature of Li Jiyan covering her feet with her stomach. Such a kind child. One really wants to completely never see him again. Her heart felt a little intolerant. Later, Auntie will be your elder from now on, and you can think of Auntie as your mom. Auntie will come to see you when she is free. Auntie Shin, I don't want you to be my mom. You know, I like you. Shin Hongmei felt as if her rationality was somewhat loosened. However, her heart was always strong, and although she was touched in her heart, it was impossible for her to do impulsive and immature things just because she was touched. In the future we can meet as elders and juniors. It's up to fate if you want to be with your aunt. It's late, go to bed. After touching Li Jiyan's head like a child, Shin Hongmei left. Looking at the Audi A6 taillights, Li Jiyan's heart did not feel disappointed. He knew that Shin Hongmei's heart was in turmoil. In that case one has a chance. Better go back to bed. Aunt Lai and Li Jiyan had said that they would take themselves to the interview at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and told them to call her at 9:30. This is serious business, and it can't be delayed. Before going upstairs, Su Chanshan's phone call came. To this phone call Li Jiyan already knew. Li Jiyan, it's only right to spend money on girls. I can't believe you're going back. Where'd you get that face? Stinking cocksucker. Those who have no pattern have no prospects in life. Su Chanshan's drunken voice rang out. Li Jiyan cursed. ICNM. Cynthia Su, asterisk. I really CDNM. I'm not kidding you. Li Jiyan cursed angrily. Sand dollars. On the side of Lu Jinshin followed the scolding. Li Jiyan lazy, hung up the phone, directly went upstairs to sleep. Returning home and lying down, Li Jiyan hurriedly opened the system to receive the reward. Response sensitive to pick up later. Li Jiyan felt that his body had once again produced a shocking change. The strongest man fighting with himself is no match for him now, because the other guy can't even touch himself. The next day, after Li Jiyan woke up, in her mind, she felt a pang of embarrassment when she thought about the fight yesterday. At that time, he was indeed impulsive. If really criminally liable, then the problem is indeed a bit big. This low head to see, meet in the future will be awkward, especially that F shrew. But at that time, he was forced to that point. It was impossible not to do something. Thinking about it, Li Jiyan's heart felt a great headache. Glancing at the time, Li Jiyan was startled. It's exactly 9:30. Forgot to set the alarm. Li Jian hurriedly called Lai Fei. Hey, Aunt Lai. Soon. Lai Fei's confused voice rang out. Who? It's me, Aunt Rai. Li Jian? Yes, Aunt Lai. Didn't you say that you wanted me to call you at 9:30 today, and that you'd take me to the interview at 10 o'clock? Is it? Lai Fei. The drunken mongrel still sounded a little tipsy. My little Yin Bauer, why don't we go again in the afternoon? Okay, your Auntie Lai can't get up. So sleepy. Fei Lai yawned, visibly fast asleep. Okay. Li Jian's mind was a bit confused. It was the first time he had seen a middle-aged woman who could sleep more than himself. It really deserves to be a wine monkey koi, but this is too cute for my Auntie Lai. Li Jian's heart felt a tickle. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Shen Hongmei's thoughts. The phone hung up and it was obvious that Aunt Rai was going back to sleep. Li Jian realized that she was still too naive and too truthful. How could she believe a drunken monk telling her to go for an interview at 10 in the morning? Aunt Lai's body smells so good. Li Jian thought of the wine mongooses when she crossed her black silk legs on the dining table. The scent of her body. At this time, a fragrance drifted inside Li Jian's nose. Turning his head, he saw that it was Aunt Shen's t-shirt that he had worn last night. Pink and very clean, without a single blackened stain. Obviously Auntie Shen usually pays close attention to hygiene. Looking at the stockings inside the nightstand, Li Jian gently stroked Aunt Shen's pink t-shirt for a good rare moment, and then folded the t-shirt and stockings together inside the drawer of his computer desk, carefully closing the drawer again. Am I being too much of a dog licker by doing this? Never mind. I'm happy to have my Auntie Shen looking so good. It's not exactly dog licking. After all, I'm a real. Thinking of Shen Hongmei's pretty face of a royal sister, Li Jian's heart felt a little warm. Swiping her cell phone, Li Jian looked at it. Lu Jinxin is pretending to be in a group. The face of this Audi A4 is just handsome. I see some stingy toad with no style who will never drive an Audi in his life. Many of the students in the group are very envious of Lu Jinxin's ability to drive an Audi at a young age. The days of the rich kids are awesome. My goal is to work for a year and get a loan to buy a Chang'an Univ next year. BBA is not even dare to think about it. For Lu Jinxin and Su Chanxian, this pair of dogs and girls all day in the group yin and yang themselves. Li Jian's heart only felt funny. Having a free clown show was indeed a pleasant mood every day. Ever since she knew that they were all living on online loans, that advertisement always surfaced in Li Jian's mind. Upgrade. I'll pay for the upgrade. Li Jian's heart is very clear. The harm of online lending in the end. How big? Borrowing $100,000 a year, interest is $25,000, and usury is not any difference at all. A little overdue, and that exorbitant interest rate can keep an average person from turning over a lifetime. Go brush your teeth and use the restroom. Thinking of Shang Shunxing mother and son, Li Jian's heart couldn't help but feel a little awkward. After the fight, or to live under one roof. But at this point, Sang Soon Sun's mother and son should be gone. Shang Shunxing usually do hard labor outside, do some small work on the construction site, and his girlfriend Lu Yan likes to lie at home to brush the phone. Food and clothing all rely on Shang Shunxing. Shrewd woman Zhao Shuman, on the other hand, is helping others in the wholesale clothing market to manage the wholesale clothing. This woman's earning power is very good. Previously, Li Jian had heard that she had saved enough to give his son a down payment to buy a house in the suburbs of Magic City. As for her husband, Li Jian had only heard something roughly, as if he was in Deep City, on the point of being a mother. Li Jian still admired Zhao Shuman as a shrew, a woman with a high school education who went out of her way to save money in Magic City. It's for her son too. It's just that this woman is too much of a shrew. But the thing about her hugging herself from behind and ripping her clothes off, Li Jian's heart truly had no way of forgetting that Aunt Shen was actually already a very exaggeratedly perfect figure. But this shrew was even more exaggerated than Aunt Shen. After coming out with her toothbrush and towel, Li Jian saw Zhao Shuman just coming back from outside. She was trembling uncontrollably as she walked, and Li Jian was worried that her back would break. After meeting, Zhao Shuman didn't bother with Li Jian and went straight to her room. Slightly embarrassed, Li Jian went to the bathroom to wash up, and ordered a takeout, in the meantime waiting to call Lai Fei in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, when he came out, he saw Shang Shunxing and Lu Yan moving the living room sofa against the inside of his room, and this water fountain is nowhere to be found. Where they live is the master bedroom, and cramming this couch in there is a little cramped, but it will barely fit. What are you doing? We rented 2 rooms and you rented a second bedroom. It's only normal that we move this couch back to the room to save you from sitting on the couch and peeking at my girlfriend later. Li Ziyan was nearly laughed at, but he restrained his temper. The police educated him right. Fighting won't solve the problem now. It will only send himself in. What are you doing, son? Put the couch down. We may be from the countryside, but we can't be that unproductive. Zhao Shuman came out to see her son actually moving the sofa, and in her heart, she also felt that it was too much. although she was a shrew, but in her heart, she was still very good and strong to save face. Over the years, Zhao Shumin frugally and secretly saved money to give her son a down payment to buy a house is enough to illustrate this point, but when it came to spilling her guts, she really was a total shrew. Get out, bitch, did my dad not beat you hard enough and your skin is itching again, and you want to take a beating from me? Shang Shunqing didn't dare to bare his teeth with Li Jiyan because he really couldn't beat Li Jiyan yesterday. Even his own mom went up to beat him up and was no match for him herself. And a girlfriend is much more important than one's parents, after all. She's the one who stays with them at night. With nowhere to vent his anger, he showed his hideous side to Zhao Shumin. A flash of fear flashed in Zhao Shumin's eyes. Li Jiyan took a deep breath and went back to her room. In an office building in the suburbs, Shen Hongmei was explaining things at work. I don't want to see you make a mistake like that a second time. And if it happens a second time, just walk away. It's a shame you're still a high school graduate from a prestigious school. How can you be so stupid? In front of her, a tall executive was bowing his head like a schoolboy. Shen Hongmei's character is strong and spirited, and this is something that everyone knows very well. Get out! Throwing the folder in his hand hard at the body of the executive in front of him, he just ran out as if he was relieved. Although the company is small, but the profitability is extremely strong, and there are plans for integration in the future. Like Shen Hongmei, such a capable boss is really too rare. After the office quieted down, Shen Hongmei gently covered her stomach. Although the warm baby was attached, it still hurt a little. It was because of the menstrual cramps that the spirited woman became more grumpy. Her inner mind remembered late last night. Li Jiyan took off her high heels and placed her feet on his stomach. That feeling, it was so warm, and at that time his own temper seemed to be tender. And later in the day, one felt his instinctive reaction. The young man was really on fire. That felt very warm, and in Shen Hongmei's mind, there was an urge to continue to let Li Jiyan help her warm her feet. This kid, it would be nice to be my godson and godmother. That's the best kind of relationship. Shen Hongmei's heart moved to recognize the idea of a godparent. It would be really nice to have such a pure junior. It was true that Shen Hongmei had no way of treating Li Jiyan as a man. However, her rationality was again making her want to completely distance herself from Li Jiyan. After all, that night was a complete mistake. Unless oneself and Li Jiyan are really especially destined. Otherwise, forget it. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Jiyan received a call from Lai Fei. Hello, Li Jiyan. Where are you? Aunt Lai. I'm home. Was it Shen Hongmei and you who sent Auntie last night? Aha. Why don't you come to Auntie's house? She's cleaning up and will take you to your interview later. Remember where Auntie's house is. I know Aunt Rai. I remember. Li Jiyan felt that this wine monkey was now sober. Not at all like last night when he was flirty. Looks like this woman is pretty normal when she's not drinking. Rode a shared motorcycle to the vicinity of the villa. After Li Jiyan returned the car, she looked at Lai Fei's home and felt very envious in her heart. This is a villa. But now he was full of hope for the future. After all, he was the one with the golden finger. Although this golden finger was a bit weak, but it had already given himself countless extraordinary possibilities. After ringing the doorbell, the door quickly opened. Li Jiyan came to the villa's living room and saw Lai Fei, who was wearing a black silk high-heeled short skirt suit. Her face was a little red and she had obviously been drinking again. Aunt Lai, you've been drinking again. Looking at the bottles of wine on the dining table, Li Jiyan sort of knew how Shen Hongmei saying that she drank once in January and 30 days in January was. This wine monger was normal when I called, but I drank again at lunch. Sure enough, one can't expect a woman who says she'll take herself to a job interview at 10 a.m. and ends up not being able to get up on her own to be sane. Yeah, say bot. Hungry or not, anti-flavor ui kinai. The drunken wine monkey was molesting Li Jiyan again. End of chapter. Chapter 17 Attribute, Height Growth? Looking at the beautiful mature woman full of young woman style in front of her, Li Jiyan's heart really had an impulse that I'll be rude then. After all, Auntie Lai is only 160 tall, but she is a fine D-level. The children are definitely not hungry, but when Aunt Lai's children, I guess they inhaled rice that smelled like booze when they were little. However, Li Jiyan could see that Lai Fei was not that kind of casual woman, and last night, although she had been molesting herself, but the limbs kept their distance from themselves. If he really dared to take advantage of it, then he probably wouldn't be able to see Auntie Lai for the rest of his life. According to Shen Hongmei, she was definitely not like this even when she was drunk. Aunt Lai, don't talk nonsense. Let's just go to the interview. Fei Lai took out the keys to the Mercedes. Go, little Yen Bao. Do you dislike Auntie for not having as much capital as your Auntie Shen? Otherwise how come she's only allowed to feed her and not Auntie? Li Jiyan. After coming to the basement, Lai Fei unlocked the Maybach S480 that was just replaced this year, and parked next to it was a high-end version of the Xiaomi SU7. Say bot, can you drive? I don't have a license yet. Then let's take a drop. Li Jiyan. He didn't know exactly what this drunken monk was doing buying a car. There was no babysitter or driver in the house, and the car was not expected to be bought for 10 years with more than 3 digits of kilometers. Well, Aunt Lai, I'm counting on you today. Li Jiyan pulled Lai Feifei out to get a taxi, and on the way he picked up a brand new $100. No way, Aunt Lai, your luck is too good. It's really a koi carp, going out and picking up money. I grew up twice. This is the second time. Li Jiyan found that some people's lives are just good, like that 38-year-old man in Hebei who was lying flat. All his life he just wanted to eat and wait for death, and as a result, he lost $80 million in demolition. The child prodigy Zhang Xin Yang, whose ancestor had smoked 3 times, was doused by his oddball parents all 3 times. And Auntie Lai is clearly one of those koi type of women who does everything well. Your Aunt Lai is just lucky, otherwise would she be a rich woman? How about it? Do you want Auntie to adopt you? You can touch Auntie's legs as much as you want from now on. You can chew on Auntie's mouth all you want. Li Jiyan. After coming to the Changlong Group branch, Lai Feifei and Li Jiyan were introduced. Xiao Yan. This is the corporate branch of the Changlong Group. The headquarters is with its own building. The background of the shareholders of this company is not simple. There are retired bosses of state-owned companies, retired from the system, and some capitalists who were famous in the Magic City long before. The current Prosperity Group has about 20,000 employees across the country, so as long as they are on board, they definitely have something to look forward to in the future. If you hadn't eaten your ancient's patience, could you have gotten this treatment? Li Jiyan's understanding of the Changlong Group deepened a bit. After arriving at the 8th floor, Lai Feifei asked Li Jiyan to wait in the lobby while she took Li Jiyan's ID card and went to the personnel department to look for someone. Li Jiyan stood and loitered in the lobby, looking around at the gilded decorations. He thought about the small companies that he had been allowed to interview with before. All of them were shabby, and there were even companies that were open inside residential buildings. This made Li Jiyan wonder if she had entered a marketing company. Not much later, Lai Feifei walked out with a copy of the entry contract and work permit. That's good. Yeah, there's a relationship you can do whatever you want with. Sabat. Slowly you'll get it. Under the leadership of Lai Feifei, Li Jiyan quickly processed the entry contract and became a member of the sales department of Changlong Group. It was then that Lai Feifei accompanied Li Jiyan through the process. In the back, because of the sobriety, so Lai Feifei's flirty talk stopped, and the whole person became that really rich woman heir. The name for herself also changed from Zhao Yinbao to Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan thought that Aunt Lai was still cuter after drinking. After Fifi Lai left, Li Jiyan familiarized herself with the business under the leadership of team leader Zhang Qiu. The job wasn't sitting around all the time, but traveling around the entire Magic City, developing new downstream customers and becoming a supplier to supermarket owners. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that Li Jiyan left the company, and for the first job in his life, he cherished it very much in his heart. Although there is a golden finger, the future is bound to be very bright. But for the future intelligence of the future in the Changlong Group has a big opportunity thing. His mind was still looking forward to it, so the job still had to be done. In the evening, Li Jiyan ordered a takeout and continued to study foreign languages and all sorts of strange knowledge. It was too easy for him to learn now that he could forget everything. Knowing more is definitely useful no matter what you do later in life. All the way up to the 12 a.m. hour. He couldn't wait to refresh the message again. Lu Jinxin will be joining as your colleague this afternoon because of his mom. After learning that you're his co-worker, he'll spread the word amongst his co-workers that you're his girlfriend's lapdog in an attempt to make you look bad in front of your female co-workers. The first message let Li Jiyan's heart feel very unhappy. Himself and this dead man demon his 3 years of classmates look annoying. Graduated from the work even have to work with him as a colleague? This dead siren is a cheap bastard as usual. But what exactly does Lu Jinxin's mom do? Some curiosity also arose in Li Jiyan's heart. Go to the lottery store and scratch the scratch-off for a $4,000 prize. The $5,000 prize that was refreshed again made Li Jiyan's heart burst with excitement. His favorite thing was this kind of information that could be realized in time. When you order takeout at night, Sang Soon Sung is going to sneak in some curly hair. Lu Jinxin's sister is still breastfeeding at 17, so Lu Jinxin's mother has not weaned her. At 10:30 a.m., a distraught Shin Hongmei would go for a walk in the Bacchus garden, and in the middle of nowhere, a man would follow her. And although he didn't mean any harm, it would make her feel very insecure. The last 3 pieces of news were digested by Li Jiyan. His attention then went to the last one. Anshin is going to the Bacchus garden in the morning. Li Jiyan knew that the 100-grass garden was a wetland park, and the temperature and scenery inside were quite pleasant, making it a pretty good place to go. You can see Auntie Shin again? New mission issued. Please appear at Shin Hongmei's heels when she is afraid. Quest reward. Attribute. Height growth. Height growth can work on any part of the body. After use, the height will continue to grow. Li Jiyan's heart was completely excited. This attribute was the true god-tier attribute, and he was doing a good deed by going to help Auntie Shin, so he was killing two birds with one stone. At 25 minutes past 10, Li Jiyan saw Aunt Shin, who had reached a height of 190 in her high heels, enter the 100 herb garden. Those extra long stocking legs made Li Jiyan's heart feel hot. His heart was really fond of Shin Hongmei, and he especially wanted to hold Aunt Shin in his arms and baby her properly. Isn't this fate with my Auntie Shin? End of chapter. Chapter 18, Get Lost. I'm your own mother. Looking at Shin Hongmei's perfect figure from afar, Li Jiyan's heart couldn't help but recall that night. It really was a memory he could never forget for the rest of his life. His heart was genuinely very fond of Shin Hongmei. After all, Shin Hongmei had taught him a lot of knowledge, allowing him to arrive at the proficient level from a white boy. Now it's basically everything. It's better to avoid Aunt Shin first. Li Jiyan avoided Shin Hongmei and went to hang out somewhere else, intending to go to the location hinted at by the intelligence later. Shin Hongmei's heart was very annoyed, especially with her aunt's torment. Plus something else has been going on in business lately. Shin Hongmei, who already had a rather spirited personality, was a bit sullen. So today, while driving by the Bacchus garden, she improvised and planned to come in for a stroll. After all, it's a nice view, with trees and a lake, so maybe you can relax a bit. After coming in and seeing that there weren't many tourists in the large 100-grass garden, her mood eased a bit, just enough to have a good quiet time. Walking forward, Shin Hongmei had a feeling that she had come to a paradise outside the world, and inside her head again, the scene where Li Jiyan had helped her cover her feet could not help but appear. His own cold feet were placed on Li Jiyan's stomach, and he soon felt warmth. Even the pain was eased a lot. This kid, while softly chanting about Li Jiyan, an unfamiliar phone call came in. Usually Shin Hongmei receives a lot of strange phone calls. Because of the need to do business, there was no way for Shin Hongmei to block these calls. Hey, MS, Shin Hongmei, your daughter was in a car accident. I'm his friend. Asterisk 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 off. I'm your own mother. After Shin Hongmei angrily cursed, she hung up the phone and pulled the opposite party into the blacklist. Scam calls like this are basically a daily occurrence for her. His own daughter in the mouth of the scammers do not know how many times things have happened, and these scammers clearly know their own names. More so Shin Hongmei feel annoyed. At this time, Li Jiyan and Shin Hongmei were separated by a grass wall. Listening to Shin Hongmei's cursing voice, his heart loved it even more. He knew that this was Shin Hongmei's personal style of temperament, very spirited, but to herself she had always been kind of gentle. But Zhao Shumin is pure shrew. Li Jiyan is no way to forget the scene where he was Zhao Shumin lying on his back and tightly levering himself, tearing his t-shirt. This move was Zhao Shumin's usual tactic, and it could inflict a mental attack on the enemy. For example, the last one, the older woman who was torn up and saw red. However, it doesn't matter at all for yourself. Now there were only a few pieces of cloth left in that t-shirt, and this was a revenge he had to take. Do unto others as they do unto you is the best way. When Shin Hongmei was walking towards the front, a youth came over on the road next to him, looking in his 30s. At first, Shin Hongmei thought it was nothing. After all, it was normal to have other tourists in here. But after turning a few ways, the man followed them all. Shin Hongmei's heart panicked a little. There are still a lot of surveillance dead spots in this 100-grass garden, and on such a hot 3-volt day, there are really very few tourists who come out to play during the day. If he wants to do something wrong, although Shin Hongmei was a full 190 in high heels, there is a big difference in strength between men and women. No matter what, Shin Hongmei was no match for this man behind her. Accelerating her pace a bit, Shin Hongmei's heart felt flustered, and the men picked up their pace quite a bit, as Shin Hongmei felt scared. Around the corner, Li Jiyan walked out. Auntie Shun. Li Jiyan put on a look of great surprise. The surprise was fake, but that happiness came from the heart. In this instant, Shin Hongmei felt that her entire body had loosened up, and he wouldn't dare to do anything if Li Jiyan was there. After the youth walked past Shin Hongmei's side, she completely dropped her heart. Perhaps, one is overthinking. Li Jiyan, why are you here? Shin Hongmei looked at the pony Li Jiyan in front of her, and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and uncontrollable delight. Aunt Shin, yesterday Aunt Lai brought me into the sales department of the supply business on the Changlong International side. Today is my first day on the job. Since I was working more freely, I came in for a stroll when I passed by here, and I didn't expect to run into Aunt Shin. What a coincidence. Well, Shin Hongmei's heart could not help but fluctuate a little. How did she collide with this child again? And in a place like this, the only explanation is coincidence because of the reason one is improvising. That's too much of a coincidence. Go sit on that bench over there for a while. After the two sat down on a park bench, Shin Hongmei took out a bottle of mineral water that Li Jiyan had never seen before from inside her LV bag and handed it to him, which was not cheap at first glance. Say, how do you feel on your first day of work? It's quite good, Aunt Shin. This is the first time I've stepped into society to join the workforce, but I still have to thank Aunt Shin for introducing me to the job. Although it was Aunt Lai who helped herself to the job, it was still essentially a favor that Shin Hongmei used. That's good. Auntie was worried you wouldn't be comfortable with this whole thing. Aunt Shin, do you think we're destined for each other? This time Shin Hongmei fell somewhat silent. How is this not considered fate? If it wasn't for Li Ziyan, he would have really scared himself to death. Counting on fate, today is indeed a coincidence. It's a full dozen kilometers from where Auntie lives, and we can meet like this. Li Ziyan took the opportunity to try to ask Shin Hongmei about pursuing her. However, how could Shin Hongmei not understand Li Ziyan's thoughts? Xiao Yan, the two of us do have a mother-son bond. Auntie wants to be your godmother. What do you think? Shin Hongmei knew that Li Ziyan's heart had been thinking of herself, so she wanted to cut off Li Ziyan's thoughts. He was just a child. If she really stayed with him, it would be truly irresponsible for his life. The always rational Shin Hongmei simply couldn't do such a thing, unless Li Ziyan becomes so mature that the two really have a long-term future together. But she felt that when Li Ziyan had that kind of mature thinking, he wouldn't like himself anymore, and it takes at least 3 to 5 years for a person to mature, and by that time he would be 45 years old, and he probably wouldn't be as good looking as he is now. In Shin Hongmei's mind, Li Ziyan's fondness for her was still mainly due to hormones, and what he liked most was actually his own face figure and body. And this kind of thing is not solid, together, not just by appearance. The three views and details of life have to fit together to make it possible to go on, no matter what. It was impossible for himself and Li Ziyan to be together. Saying that, Shin Hongmei pinched Li Ziyan's face as if she was treating a 3-year-old child. Li Ziyan looked at Shin Hongmei's bottomless gully and felt his chi and blood flip a little. Aunt Shin, what makes you think that? Why? Auntie will be your godmother. Is this not good? In the future, Auntie will love you well, and you will be considered to have something to rely on in Magic City. Can I hold your hand after I become a godmother? Could be. Can I cover your feet? Shin Hongmei was silent for a while and said, it's okay, it's filial piety to the elders. So can we kiss? End of chapter. Chapter 19, Hugs. Li Ziyan, don't joke about ethics like that. At this moment, Shin Hongmei also felt some tears and laughter. This child, what are the things in his head? Love can go to the ends of the earth with her. Could go to the ends of the earth with her, but not to the Cape with her. Oh, better not. I don't want to be a godparent to you. Why? Li Ziyan looked at Shin Hongmei's Valentino meat silk thighs in front of him and said seriously, we were like that at night that day. How can I still recognize you as my godmother? Then there's a real ethical problem. Li Ziyan's heart only thought of having a good relationship with Shin Hongmei that spanned 22 years. Do not want to have any ethical problems. After all, this is not allowed by the world. Written in the novel will be sealed book thing, not Xingdu. Besides, he really didn't want to become the godbrother of that stinky Su Chanxian. I went to school 1 year earlier than the other children, so all the classmates are older than myself. Su Chanxian is also 1 year older than myself. Xiao Yan, actually that kind of thing is instinctive between a man and a woman. That day was just an accident. We're both happy. Let bygones be bygones. Don't. Li Ziyan continued to rebuff Shin Hongmei. Okay, you kids, but you can always call your aunt if you back out. Shin Hongmei feels that what Li Ziyan has decided seems to be not so easy to change. This child is also a bit stubborn, which is a bit similar to herself. Aunt Shin, does your stomach still hurt? Li Ziyan was concerned about Shin Hongmei's physical problems, which made Shin Hongmei's mind recall the way Li Ziyan had helped her cover her feet. It's okay today. Shin Hongmei was still trying to chat with Li Ziyan when another call came in. Mr. Shin, you should come to the company soon. An anxious voice rang out, and Li Ziyan knew that Shin Hongmei had to leave again. Although Aunt Shin was a rich woman, she was her own boss, and she definitely had very little time during the week. On the contrary, Aunt Lai, the wine monk, was a completely different story. Her life is all about eating, sleeping and drinking every day. Xiao Yan, Auntie is going back to the office, so work hard. Well, Auntie, after standing up, Li Ziyan stretched out his arms, an action that made Shin Hongmei feel a bit puzzled, but she soon reacted that Li Ziyan wanted to hug himself. Originally wanted to refuse, but Shin Hongmei looked at Li Ziyan's eager eyes, and thought of the unprecedented sense of security in her own heart the moment Li Ziyan appeared just now. Shin Hongmei also opened her arms. Li Ziyan walked up and hugged Shin Hongmei. Because of the problem with the height reason, so Li Zion's chin happened to rest in a rather appropriate position. This caused Shin Hongmei's face to blush slightly as she realized that hugging could be so tight. Himself and Li Ziyan really fit together in every aspect. Auntie will go first. Shin Hongmei felt her mood was much milder at the moment. Looking at Shin Hongmei's back, Li Ziyan's heart was even more determined to be with Aunt Shin. In the evening, after Li Ziyan returned home, she took off her shoes, got into bed and turned on the air conditioner in one go. At this time, The system's attribute reward, height growth, had arrived. Without hesitation, Li Ziyan chose a body part to add on. After the process was done, he ordered a takeout. While waiting for the takeout, a call came in from Fei Lai. Little Yumbo, eating no. Hearing Auntie Lai call herself Little Yan Bao, Li Ziyan knew that this woman was drunk again. When she wasn't drinking, she was calling herself Li Ziyan. Not yet. Thinking of Lai Fei Fei's beautiful and pretty face, Li Ziyan's heart also felt a little itchy. After Shin Hongmei had helped him open the door to a new world, mature women really are more than twice as attractive to him. Come to Aunt Rai if you haven't eaten. Aunt Rai Vini Ikinai. Li Ziyan. He was truly afraid to respond to the words of this wine monk. Aunt Lai, I've ordered takeout. Well, Auntie understands that you only like to make Shin Hongmei Vini. That's right. After all, Shin Hongmei's portions are more than enough to fill you up. Li Ziyan. Aunt Lai, you've been drinking again. I'm not drinking. Little Yumbo, why don't you come and see Auntie in the evening? Auntie will take you to wash your feet. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Treating a Shrew as a Shreward. Li Ziyan had heard from her classmates before that it was great to wash her feet in the past. Not only can you wash your feet, but you can also wash your hair, which is especially comfortable. At first he felt a little puzzled. It's just a hair wash. What's the point? It wasn't until later that Li Ziyan realized that she was still a bit too innocent, and what he didn't expect was that the first person who was going to take him to wash his feet was Aunt Lai, a booze-mongering mature woman who just drinks all day long. Aunt Rai, are you serious? Of course it's serious. We'll go to the foot wash at 9 o'clock. I'll have the boss's wife wash you. We're good friends. Well, Aunt Lai took herself to wash her feet. Li Ziyan had no reason to refuse, and he also wanted to get closer to this coy rich woman. Lai Fei Fei. Well then, Sabat, I'll see you later. After agreeing with Lai Fei Fei to go and wash her feet together in the evening, Li Ziyan clicked on the Meituan order to take a look at the delivery time of the takeout, quietly waiting to take Shang Shunxing this. Today, Shin Hongmei went home earlier. With menstrual cramps she needed a good rest. Every time these 7 days came around, Shin Hongmei's heart had to rest for more time. Having just subsided, Shin Hongmei's mind remembered what happened when she bumped into Li Ziyan over at the 100 Herb Garden today. Is there really such a thing as destiny? In favor of that time, he appeared and brought himself a sense of security that he had never felt before. The bell rang, and when she saw that it was Lai Fei Fei, Shin Hongmei knew that this drunken mongoloid must have drunk too much again to harass herself. But who made herself one of her few BFFs? Hey, drunk again? I'm not drunk. Big beautiful Shun. You honestly tell me if you and Li Ziyan are a couple. You're so nice to him. I don't believe you two don't have something going on. What nonsense. I'm so much older than him. What's wrong with being much bigger? It just so happens that he has unlimited energy. You're just the right age to be like a wolf. Perfect match. Shin Hongmei's heart was helpless. This woman is crazy and flirty when she drinks. Then why don't you match him? I'm not right for him. You're the big wagon and he's the pony. It's a perfect match, and he's not worried about rations with you. After all, you're close by. I just want to see you with him. What a visual combination of pony and big car. Shin Hongmei's face reddened a bit. This crazy woman, talking is getting outrageous. After the takeout call, Li Ziyan knew that Shang Xuanqing's little move was coming soon. Put it on the door window. The house is really a bit old, and after coming up the stairs, you can see a long hallway. This one hallway connects 5 houses. The woman who had been ripped off by Zhou Sukman earlier lived on the right. Okay, please give a 5-star review. After turning on the cell phone's video recording function, Li Ziyan found a suitable place. After putting the phone down, he left the rental house and went to the upper flight of stairs, quietly waiting for Sang Soon Sum to come back. Not much later, Zhao Shuman came back with the vegetables she bought. She was visibly swaying when she walked, which made Li Ziyan feel that this shrew should be really tired in general. But it sure is hard to be a mom, cooking for Shang Shunqing and Lu Yan all day. But Lu Yan didn't want to eat with her. After another 10 minutes or so, Shang Shunqing walked back covered in sweat. Just came over and saw a takeaway sitting in the living room window. Doggone it. And don't you dare order braised pork ribs. Looking at no one inside the living room, Shang Shunqing smoothly took out 2 black curly hairs. After untying the bag of Li Ziyan's takeout and letting the hair in, Shang Xuanqing's heart felt a burst of violent joy. Dog, dare to hit me. Let you taste my little material today. This scene was all clearly recorded by Li Ziyan's cell phone. Li Ziyan saw the evidence arrive, and he then walked out. I didn't think you'd do such a thing. He didn't have the idea of making a move at all. Shin Hongmei was right. Making a move was a very unwise thing to do. Li Ziyan, what proof do you have? After coming to the place where she hid her cell phone, Li Ziyan clicked on save and sent it to her trumpet in the meantime. Shang Shunqing cursed, damn, you counted me. You're guilty of getting my takeout and saying I'm counting on you? Li Ziyan went up and gave Shang Shunqing a kick, and Shang Shunqing, Who knew that he was at a disadvantage and couldn't beat Li Jiyan, didn't dare to resist. His curses startled Zhao Shuman, who was frying vegetables inside the kitchen. What's going on? Looking at the way the two of them were at swords drawn, she planned that if Li Jiyan fought with her own son again, she would tear his pants today to see if he knew how to lose face. Your son added something to my takeout, and tomorrow I'm going to your son's flat to show it to his co-workers and his boss. It's hard to find work these days, and without a unit or company, you're basically going to starve to death on your own. At the same time, Li Jiyan directly called the police. At this time, Shang Xuanxing's face finally changed. Looking at Li Jiyan, who went back to her room, Zhao Shuman anxiously shouted, "What to do? How do I know what to do?" "You go, tell him to delete the video. Quick!" Shang Xuanxing shouted at Zhao Shuman, which made Zhao Shuman's heart feel very aggrieved. But this matter has to be resolved before it can be resolved. Once back in the kitchen, she continued to fry in the summer heat. Soon after, the police came and took the duo back to the police station for investigation. Sang Soon Sung was detained on the spot for 1 day. Back at the house, Li Jiyan was planning to order another takeout when the sound of knocking on the door rang out. "Li, open the door for Auntie." The gentle voice of the shrew made even Li Jiyan a little confused. This is just a bit of a blow-up, and simply belongs in the same category of miracles as Auntie Li's lack of teeness. After thinking about it, he opened the door. Soon the sweaty shrew in a torn t-shirt walked in. Li Jiyan could see that her t-shirt was soaked with sweat, and that proud top was even more obvious. The F grade can really only be described as amazing. And the shrew, though she couldn't wear makeup, dressed old-fashioned, and things like high heels and stockings never had much to do with her, still looked as pretty as ever. "Li, what happened today was my son's ignorance. You don't want to get on his bad side. Look, here's what Auntie fried for you, along with buns and rice porridge. Think of it as Auntie making it up to you. Will you delete the video?" Zhao Shuman is afraid that Li Jiyan will go to her son's company and bring this to light. Looking at the shrew in front of him, Li Jiyan's mind couldn't help but think of that shrewish look when she lay on top of him and hugged him, tearing himself apart. He didn't say anything. "Are you afraid that Auntie will give you something dirty in there? Auntie promises to be absolutely clean. Auntie will eat it for you first. Will you delete the video? My son, he doesn't know any better. He's just a little kid." As she spoke, she picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a few bites. "This bun is all clean, too. Auntie really didn't lie to you," Li Jiyan said with unresolved anger. "Fine. It's okay for me to delete the video." Zhao Shuman's veiled and still incomparably white pretty face brought a touch of surprise. "That's great. Auntie, really thank you. Eat up." The cold wind from the air conditioner blew, making the shrew Zhao Shuman shiver a little at this point. "But, I have one condition. You rip my t-shirt and let me rip yours too." This shrew's brutal and unreasonable behavior still caused Li Jiyan's heart to be filled with deep resentment. What? Zhao Shuman's eyes widened. "If you can't, forget it, get out. Don't. You rip it." Zhao Shuman was a very traditional woman at heart, and there was no way she could accept this. "But for the sake of my son, it's all I can do now." At this moment, the angry Li Jiyan grabbed Zhao Shuman's t-shirt. "You shrew! Unreasonable!" With the thrill of revenge, Li Jiyan pulled with a forceful, piercing sound. Her t-shirt was ripped open by Li Jiyan. It revealed a Snow White, flat belly. End of chapter. Chapter 21, New Attribute Reward, 1,000 drinks. The scene in front of her made Li Jiyan swallow her saliva. He couldn't figure out how this shrew had no flab at all. Most women who have a fuller upper body basically rely on fat accumulation once they lose weight, and it shrinks with it. This kind of woman who relies on the accumulation of fat will have a large amount of flab on her stomach. But Li Jiyan never dreamed that Zhao Shuman, the shrew, would not have any flab at all. However, with the sound of tearing the t-shirt, Li Jiyan's heart calmed down. She was, after all, a woman in her 40s and an elder, so wasn't she going a little too far? After ripping the t-shirt, Li Jiyan's anger subsided a lot. The t-shirt looked to be very worn out and had been washed I don't know how many times. After tearing it open, Li Jiyan even realized that there was a piece of cloth inside, which was used to mend clothes, and this was patched up by Suki Cho's t-shirt. It's amazing that you can't see a single stitch from the outside. The stitching is really amazing. Li Jiyan, who still wanted to tear a little more to get out of anger, took a look at Zhao Shuman's eyes, and his heart was a little bit reluctant to do so. Li Jiyan's heart has always been a flesh and blood kind person. Li Jiyan sat down and picked up his chopsticks. He was indeed a bit hungry now. "Can you delete the video?" "Aha." Hearing Li Jiyan agree, Zhao Shuman's heart was relieved. She had worked so hard to save for so many years to get her son settled. If Shang Shang's job is lost, the impact is just too great. "Then you eat first. Auntie's going to change her clothes." Zhao Shuman picked up the cloth on the floor and looked at the t-shirt that Li Jiyan had thrown inside the trash can that she had torn up yesterday. She picked it up in her hand as well and left the room. After returning to her room, Zhao Shuman placed Li Jiyan's t-shirt in the strips of cloth she tore off last night inside a basket, and then changed into that very corny plaid shirt. This very corny button-down plaid shirt that just didn't do anything to hide how pretty Jo Sukmin was. After 10 or so minutes, Zhao Shuman arrived at Li Jiyan's door and knocked. "Come in." Li Jiyan felt that Zhao Shuman's cooking flavor was really quite good. It was delicious to the point where it was the kind of food that could open a restaurant. "Li Jiyan, can that video be deleted?" "Could be." This matter is something that Li Jiyan doesn't want to continue to dwell on, because even if he calls the police, there's no way to cause any consequences to Shang. But just now, he did see the snow-white scenery and saw Zhao Shuman's amazing body, and this wave was considered blood money. After opening the cell phone album, Li Jiyan deleted that video. Zhao Shuman continued, "Go inside the recycle bin and clear it. And also, can you show Auntie your chat records?" Li Jiyan didn't expect this woman's heart to be so fine. "Don't worry. I'm a man of my word and just sent me a small number." After deleting the records of the 2 QQs and emptying the recycle bin, Zhao Shuman completely put down her heart. "Li Jiyan, Auntie thanks you." After Li Jiyan deleted all the evidence, Zhao Shuman's eyes immediately turned somewhat sharper. At this time, because her upper body was so amazing, when Jo Sukmin bent down to take the dishes that Li Jiyan had eaten, a button flew out because the pressure on her shirt was too great. Li Jiyan saw the horrible gully that was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. Zhao Shuman hurriedly covered her chest with her hand. "What are you looking at? Go home and look at your mom. There are still women's stockings inside the room. What a little sex fiend. Sooner or later they'll be arrested and jailed." Li Jiyan, this shrew. The speed of change is really a little too fast. After Zhao Shuman left the room, Li Jiyan also cursed and said, "What a no-nonsense shrew. It should have been ripped out a few more times to take the heat out of it, but it's really over the top. It's all visibly moving when you walk." With 18 points of respect, Li Jiyan's mind subconsciously recalled. Forcibly collecting his thoughts, Li Jiyan continued to learn knowledge online. Anyway, he had the ability to forget things, so it didn't take much effort to learn more. And in this society, knowing more had some benefits after all. At 8:40, Wine Monkey's call came in. "Hey, Sabat, Aunt Lai." Hearing Lai Fei-Fei's voice, Li Jiyan knew that Lai Fei-Fei was drunk. "Auntie will be waiting for you on this side of Baomaying Road, so sweep a harangue over." "Aunt Lai, you're drunk. Where's the Haj?" "I don't care. It's Hagwang anyway. Get over here." Li Jiyan. When Li Jiyan saw this wine monk again, Fei Lai was sitting on top of the shared trolley waiting for herself. "Sabat, over here." Lai Fei-Fei in black silk heels waved at Li Jiyan to come over. After arriving at Lai Fei-Fei's heel, Li Jiyan couldn't help but say, "Aunt Lai, your family's Maybach and Xiaomi SU7 are really wasted, and it's estimated that putting them there for 10 years won't be necessary to do the first insurance. Then you learn the driver's license, so you'll be a chauffeur for your aunt later." Patting Li Jiyan's shoulder, Lai Fei-Fei asked with a blushing smile, "Xiao Yan, do you want to eat a snack?" "Aunt Vinny I Kenai." Li Jiyan, every time Auntie wants poo you don't say anything. "I didn't see it." "You're still very dedicated to Shin Hongmei, the big car. Let's go. Go wash your feet. Come with Auntie. I'll introduce you to a boss's wife today." Following behind Lai Fei-Fei, Li Jiyan was really worried that she would fall. Luckily, though, Fei Lai looked decidedly used to this, riding or walking very steadily. This woman's liver is too good. She drinks every day and still smells so good. Here it is, the Century Palace just up ahead. Up ahead, a very beautifully decorated foot bath town. Auntie usually likes to come here to wash her feet, so you can accompany Auntie over here later when there's nothing else to do. "Hongmei, we're here." After stopping at the door, Lai Fei-Fei waved her hand at Shin Hongmei, who was sitting on the Audi in front of her. Li Jiyan really didn't expect that Shin Hongmei was also there. "Fifi, why did you bring Li Jiyan too? It's not good enough to bring your little lover." "It's fine. Big deal later when you Vitai stabbed Nai. I'll close my eyes and I'll be fine." "You." Shin Hongmei got out of the car and screwed up at Lai Fei-Fei's waist, but she nimbly dodged it. "Help! Molestation! Molestation! Wrong! Come save me!" At the door, a man who had just come over looked at Shin Hongmei and Lai Fei-Fei couldn't help but gulp a little. The quality of mechanics these days is getting worse by the year. These two women were well into middle age, but their looks and bodies were so perfect. It's worth it even if it's an upcharge. The woman at the entrance of this century's palace is still so beautiful that she must be a mechanic. "What's your number plate, pretty lady? I'll order you on the clock later. ***** off. I'm your mom." Shin Hongmei, who was already suffering from menstrual cramps, really couldn't help it and cursed at the man for a while. "Ha ha." Fei Lai covered her mouth and laughed. "Then I'm your second aunt." Looking at Shin Hongmei, who was angrily staring at herself, who was 1.9 meters in high heels, he also realized that he had made a mistake and hurriedly apologized and walked in. "Not much time. A height of 170 or so painted with heavy makeup looks very tight Cheongsam mature woman walked out. The average person simply can't handle heavy makeup, and only particularly ugly women like to wear heavy makeup, but it's a perfect fit for the enchanting and flirty looking woman. Li Jiyan this is the first time to have a kind of figurative understanding of Long, and her first impression of this woman is to want to. Shin Hongmei looked like the kind of cold, imperial style look. Sakamanko, on the other hand, was of that beautiful young womanly temperament. Shrew is one of those looks that is purely in the style of a mature woman, and this woman was just pure. Seeing her for a second, Li Jiyan felt that she was a. Moreover, the woman's body had a heavy dusty odor, and the corners of her eyes had faint eye lines. However, such eye lines made Li Jiyan's heart have a feeling of uncontrollable fondness. She was born with a pair of peach blossom eyes, without the need to brew feelings. Looking at anyone has a feeling of deep love. And under the Cheongsam the black silk high heels and in Shin Hongmei almost E-level top, it was also very much a poke at Li Jiyan's aesthetic. Fifi, Hongmei, you're here. Why, you brought a handsome little man with you today. Lai Fei took Li Jiyan's hand and introduced. This is Li Jiyan, Hongmei's man. You see if Hongmei is developing again. It's the daily vitamin subni that's why it develops. Shin Hongmei's cold and clear imperial sister's pretty face was a little red. This woman, she was really crazy. Seriously, Hongmei, did you get an IUD? I know a woman doctor who can give you the best one. Li Jiyan was really a bit unable to carry on. The circle of mature women was really completely different from the circle of ordinary young people. Sabat, this is He Yenrong. You can call out to Aunt He, her son, a classmate of yours. Also the third aunt of that sand dollar just now. If you and Shanxian are classmates, then you should know Lu Jinxin. Lu Jinxin and Shanxian are now in love together. As Li Jiyan looked at He Yenrong in front of him, he couldn't help but think of the intelligence about not being weaned in his mind. So it's Jin Xian's classmate. Come on, let's go wash our feet. After coming inside the Century Palace, a technician came out from inside a private room. Mom! A few more technicians called out to He Yenrong's mom. Hongmei, I hear you've been looking for a German interpreter lately, right? Yes, but nowadays there are too few people who know small languages, and what I'm giving is a part-time job. I heard that there is a German technician in your store. Ask her if she is interested. Lai Fei pinched Li Jiyan's face and said, Little Yen Bao, do you like big ocean horses? Looking at the somewhat confused Li Jiyan, Lai Fei added, Auntie will give you a little bit of science. Oceanic horses are foreign breeds of horses that are very difficult to introduce into the country, corresponding to our sweat-blood BMWs and the like. The same goes for going to the equestrian club for horseback practice. For $500 you can rent a local horse to go galloping above the stables. But if you rent a big ocean horse the price can go up several times. But there's no way for a bad horseman to handle a big ocean horse. After all, the great harbor of Yasin is not so easy. Hongmei, have you taken little Yenbo to the equestrian club to practice horsemanship? Curiosity was written all over Wine Monkey's face. Li Jiyan. At this time, the system once again released a new quest. New mission issued. Please succeed in getting a part-time German job at Shin Hongmei's company. Quest reward. Attribute, 1,000 drinks. Thousands of cups of wine was the literal meaning of the word. And this reward made Li Jiyan feel incredibly practical and satisfied. End of chapter. Chapter 22 Anti-Lie never stops. Lai Fei's connotative paragraphs made Li Jiyan feel a bit overwhelmed. He realized that he was still a bit too conservative. And a mature woman was a mature woman after all. The world of a real mature woman is something that the previous Li Jiyan never thought of, such as the speed with which Shru F. Jo Suk Min changed her face. It was an eye-opening experience for Li Jiyan. Not many young people nowadays could do this. However, Li Jiyan felt that this circle was much more healthy and normal than the young girls in her class with their male girl exemptions, men squatting to pee, and so on. I'm really going to rip your mouth off. Fifi Lai, bringing up children. I told you to brush up on your jittery posting, and look at you talking more and more outrageously now. Saying that, He Yenrong brought the three of them to the three sisters' usual exclusive private room. Auntie Rong, why do they all call you mom? Because Auntie is good to them. They are used to calling Auntie mom. After slumping down in the chair, Lai Fei said, you call out to your mom too. That way your Aunt Rong can feed you in name only. Yenong, you're on the left. Hongmei, you're on the right. You can't starve the baby. Ha ha. Li Jiyan. Looking at He Yenrong's Thai face, Li Jiyan felt a rush of blood, an uncontrollable thought. That face can't help but think in a certain direction just by looking at it. Even if Cho Sukmin couldn't make herself feel that way. Don't listen to your Aunt Rai. Sayan-san, lie down. Auntie will have the technician come and wash your feet and relax. After Shin Hongmei lay down, she waited for the technician to come in. Having menstrual cramps, she wanted to warm her feet and relax properly. Yen Rong, come and wash our little Yenbao's feet. It's the only child in our circle of girlfriends. You wash him. In fact, He Yenrong had been the manager of this Century Palace for a long time, but she had never been a technician. She had only been the mother of the technicians. Her heart resisted the idea of washing someone's feet, but looking at Li Ziyan, who was still a bit green in his early 20s, He Yenrong agreed. Okay, I'll wash it for you, Sayaka-san. This is not good. Li Ziyan felt a bit rushed, but his heart was actually very eager for He Yenrong to wash his feet. One was because He Yenrong's looks were very flirty and pretty, and the other was that she was Lu Jinshin's own mother. Lu Jinshin had been calling himself a toad when he was inside the school, and after joining the job and becoming a colleague, he had to continue to discredit himself. To both Lu Jinshin and Su Chanxian, Li Ziyan's heart carried considerable hatred. If only I could get He Yenrong to wash my feet. Definitely a mentally enjoyable thing to do then. It's okay, Sayan-san. You're just a kid. It's okay for auntie to help you wash your feet. After going out and shouting, 3 technicians who only washed feet and not hair walked in. Normally, He Yenrong kept a considerable distance from those hair-washing technicians. After all, if she wasn't careful she might get infected with a disease. Although this is a small probability, one must be careful. And these foot wash technicians and hair wash technicians live in separate places. After 3 pots of hot water were brought in, He Yenrong took one and sat in front of Li Ziyan. Lai Feifei and Shin Hongmei both took off their stockings and high heels and put them aside. The 2 pairs of snow-white legs kept attracting Li Ziyan's afterglow. Turning on the self-scanning, he only felt as if he had arrived in paradise. The inside of this house was filled with tantalizing scenery. Here, Sayan-san, have some oranges first. After Li Ziyan placed her feet inside the basin, He Yenrong sat beside Li Ziyan. Peel an orange for Li Ziyan. After her white jade hand kept helping Li Ziyan peel the orange, she gently removed the veins on it as well before placing the small orange in Li Ziyan's mouth. This incomparably meticulous tenderness made Li Ziyan a little hot-headed. He really didn't expect that this woman who looked so Thai in appearance would be so gentle and meticulous. After peeling a few small oranges for Li Ziyan was a bit unable to sit still. Auntie, it's better if I do it myself. He Yenrong and He Yenrong were still not familiar with each other now after all. See, and shy. Glancing at Li Ziyan's natural reaction, her mood didn't fluctuate much. It was normal for young people to be bloodthirsty. It just means that Li Ziyan is in good health. Inside the wooden basin, He Yenrong gently grabbed Li Ziyan's feet and tenderly rubbed them for him. Each toe seemed being meticulously washed. That gentle feeling made Li Ziyan couldn't help but close her eyes. On the other side, lying down to soak her feet, Lai Feifei again picked up a bottle of cocktail and drank it. The wine monkey's nature as always. Hongmei, I don't think it's going to work out too well if you want that mechanic of mine to give you a part-time job. People nowadays want stability even if they are paid less. Li Ziyan said approvingly. My cousin is at home right now preparing for the civil service exam. Washing Li Ziyan's feet, He Yenrong's soft jade hands kept wrapping around Li Ziyan's toes, mesmerizing him, and He Yenrong's mind didn't take Li Ziyan seriously enough to wash his feet. It was also because of the face of Lai Feifei and Shin Hongmei. Although I don't know why this kid was able to mix into Lai Feifei and Shin Hongmei's circle, and it's obvious that the relationship with them is a very good one, but Li Ziyan was obviously just a brat who was new to society, and if it wasn't because of Lai Feifei and Shin Hongmei, he wouldn't have taken him on himself. He Yenrong, who is used to seeing the coldness and warmth of people, is still very realistic, which is not quite the same as Lai Feifei and Shin Hongmei. Shin Hongmei covered her stomach and said, you let her come over. Let's ask. Okay, but don't get your hopes up. Mia is very busy with her business on our side, and she's probably too lazy to earn the money she's withdrawing every month compared to her part-time job with you. After He Yenrong shouted, a blonde Mia soon walked in from outside. Mom, you asked for me. Mia, this is Shin Hongmei. Boss Shin, your Chinese is also good now. Would you like to go to her part-time? If you are treated well. Shin Hongmei added, part-time, you come to work when needed, and the cost for a day is $1,000. But you have to come the same day when you need it. Li Ziyan did a double take. $1,000. For him, as a new student, this $1,000 a day smelled too good, but this foot washing is too lucrative. $60,000 a month, and that's on commission. If we split it 50-50, wouldn't we be washing 120,000 feet? This ocean horse's earning power is indeed strong. Ms. Shin, my monthly commission is about $60,000. This part-time job, it doesn't mean much to me, so I'm sorry. Mia spoke very good Chinese and had obviously worked hard, because she would love to be in the country for the long haul. She can't make much money in her home, but over here it's transformed into a big ocean horse and doubled in value. Mia was still very clear about the fact that things were more expensive than they were rare. Well, I'll look for it later. If it was 5 years ago, then Shin Hongmei would have been willing to spend more money to find an interpreter. But now the economy is bad and the company's costs have to be kept down in order to survive. But it's too hard to find an on-call interpreter for that $1,000. Those high school students who majored in small languages are also more inclined to get a stable job in those big companies. While Shen Hongmei was feeling a headache, Li Jian followed up with, "Aunt Shen, otherwise, I'll do this part-time job." The gazes of the three of them all turned towards Li Jian. "Xiao Yan, don't joke with Auntie. Your major isn't the right one either. How can you possibly know German?" Shen Hongmei had a headache over this matter, and now that she heard Li Jian come out to make trouble, her mood was a bit irritable. End of chapter. Chapter 23, Auntie Lai who goes around picking fights. At this time, Shen Hongmei felt Li Jian's childishness. Kids are kids, like to behave, but this seems a bit childish. Shen Hongmei thought for a moment and felt that Li Jian should not be childish to that extent. From the fact that he had confessed to himself before, it was clear that Li Jian was a very logical person, and if he really didn't understand German at all, he couldn't possibly be talking like this here. "My little Yumbo, you still know German? That really impresses Auntie about you." Li Jian. Aunt Lai's condition worsened again after she drank some wine, but Li Jian just loved the way Aunt Lai's condition flared up like this. "Sayan-san, you speak German?" "Yeah, I taught myself German for a while. It should be fine if you do a German translation on the side." "Aunt Shen, you can consider me." Now Li Jian sort of understood the benefits of having a strong memory. You can make money much faster than normal if you do part-time work, and if you want to get a translation job full-time yourself, you can definitely call yourself a multifaceted commando with multiple languages, and it's relatively easier to find a job. However, Li Jian was interested in that matter of having opportunities after working days at Changlong International, always remembers it clearly, so he is not going to change jobs. "You really speak German?" The three extremely skilled women inside the room all looked at Li Jian with somewhat different eyes, not specifically chosen as a foreign language major, but yet it would speak German, which does have a bit too much of a mind-boggling twist to it. "I really will, Auntie Shen, but your major isn't German either." "Sayan-san, I'm self-taught. I had nothing to do in college and taught myself German." He Yenrong, who washed Li Jian's feet, couldn't help but have some different opinions about Li Jian in her heart. "The kid seems a little too childish. Then have a conversation with Mia, and if you do know German, if you have a certain level of proficiency, Auntie will let you come in part-time." Mia cleared her throat a bit and communicated with Li Jian in German. "Sprechen Sie Deutsch?" Li Jian, "Well, I will. Accent ist sehr authentisch. Haben Sie jemals einen Lehrer gefunden?" Li Jian, "I'm self-taught." At the time when Li Jian really books out German and was able to communicate with Mia, the eyes of the three mature women were all filled with disbelief. This kid, he actually knows German. Especially Shen Hongmei's pair of cold and clear beautiful eyes have a different light flashing. Nowadays people are very frivolous. Do everything in a hurry? There is no way to be quiet. A talented young man like Li Jian, truly an uncompromisingly rare creature. This kid, as it turns out, is still so talented. After talking to Li Jian for a while, Mia said seriously to Shen Hongmei, "Ms. Shen, this little friend's German is absolutely terrific, and could live on our side of the border on the mainland. If he's willing to be your translator, he's absolutely qualified." Saying that, Mia gave Li Jian a thumbs up. "My little friend, your German is awesome. It reminds me of what it's like to be in my hometown. You can come to my sister later if you want to chat." The eyes of the several women looking at Li Jian were all different up. "Little Yumbo, you're too good. I'm surprised you know German. It really opened my aunt's eyes. Come to Auntie's side. Auntie will give you a good meal." He Yenrong's eyes were filled with curiosity. Nowadays a lot of young people are lying flat, not willing to struggle at all. It's amazing that Li Jian knows German. "Sayan-san, how did you come up with the idea of learning German? I can't believe you're still learning so well. Now you're really going to be able to work part-time at your Aunt Shen's company," Mia said in Chinese with a face full of amazement. "Little friend, your talent is really high. Few people are as smart as you are, using their free time to learn German to such an extent. Even those German majors would never reach your level." After giving Li Jian an evaluation, Mia left the booth. She had been hinting that she could get close to Li Jian, but Li Jian politely declined. Feeling the wonderful touch coming from the toes wrapped in He Yenrong's jade hands, Li Jian turned her head to look at Shen Hongmei on the side and asked with anticipation, "Aunt Shen, can I go to your company part-time now? Usually I'm very free to work, if work requires it. Surely we can make it." "Okay," Shen Hongmei agreed. At this time her heart vaguely felt something bad. It was clear that he wanted to have less contact with Li Jian. But now, the entanglement is deepening. Could it be that he and he really have an unraveling bond before they can do so? Shen Hongmei then looked at Lai Fei with some grudges. This ing winemonger, could Li Jian be her illegitimate son? Treating her so well that he even took her with him when his best friend washed his feet. The system attribute, 1,000 drinks, also arrived quickly. This made Li Ziyan even want to wait to experiment with it. Yenon, do you want a godson or not? I think little Yenbo is fit to be your godson. Lai Feifei's mouth has been unable to stop after drinking too much, so she wanted to flirt with Li Ziyan and her two girlfriends. She felt that after there was more Li Ziyan in her life, it was really a lot more fun. The flirty face of He Yenrong, who had been very calm all along, reddened at once. I'll rip your mouth off with Hong Mei, believe it or not. She really didn't think the drunken monk would even say this to the outside world. End of chapter. Chapter 24 Anti-Lie. How do you honor your punishment? This woman, He Yenrong, is just too Thai looking, even if you don't do anything. As long as Li Ziyan looked at that pretty face and the faint eye lines at the corners of her eyes, there's just a feeling of hormones swimming at an accelerated rate. And the identity of Lu Jinxin's mom, even more so. Li Ziyan's heart felt a special feeling of excitement. At the same time, he sensed that He Yenrong was really in a hurry. He could tell that He Yenrong's temperament was that of a gentle Jiangnan woman type, and she does things very gently and carefully. With that flirty face, it really made Li Ziyan's heart feel stirred. At the same time, Li Ziyan felt heartfelt happiness for being able to work part-time at Shin Hongmei's place. Not only because he could earn an extra share of money, the main thing was that he had more chances to meet with Shin Hongmei. Ever since that kind of thing happened with Shin Hongmei, Li Ziyan's heart was very obsessed with everything inside Shin Hongmei. There are some things that you really don't understand until you've experienced them. Okay, I'll stop. Looking at her two girlfriends who were eyeing her tiger, Lai Feifei decisively conceded. I'll take care of it. After leaving the private room, He Yenrong's heart felt a pang of shame. I've pampered my own daughters too much over the years, that's why she was allowed to be so capricious. But, in fact, why wouldn't one's heart be a little greedy for that kind of feeling? Must have a good talk with my daughter, He Yenrong thought in her mind. Inside the private room, Lai Feifei was lying on the bed, enjoying the female technician's pedicure. That young woman winds up with enjoyment all over her beautiful and pretty face. Yumbo, a cocktail. Forget it, Aunt Lai. I don't want to drink, and I have to work tomorrow. The last time she was poured wine by Shin Hongmei, Li Ziyan really felt that it would be unforgettable for the rest of her life, and the taste of drinking too much could not be pleasant. Disgusted with your Aunt Rai, aren't you? Lai Feifei thought that Li Ziyan might have resented the cocktail being drunk by her. Saying that, Lai Feifei stuck out her tongue and evenly licked around the mouth of the bottle. Don't mind Auntie. Auntie brushes her teeth every day. The inside of her mouth smells good. Don't believe me? Come and taste if Auntie's tongue smells good. Not only does it smell good, it's smooth. After placing the licked cocktail in front of Li Ziyan, Fei Lai urged Li Ziyan to drink. Shin Hongmei's eyes widened. She really didn't understand why Lai Feifei liked Li Ziyan so much. It's not like there aren't men inside the circle normally. After all, everyone is more or less social in a humane society. But Fei Lai was all lovey-dovey with those middle-aged men, and the interactions were all in the normal realm. But after Li Ziyan came into their circle, Lai Feifei seemed to just let herself go all of a sudden and always liked to flirt with Li Ziyan. It looked like she was really treating Li Ziyan as a small child in her heart. Lai Feifei, you crazy woman, restrain yourself. Don't bring down the children. Why, Hong Mei, you're jealous. That's right. As soon as I look at you too, something's wrong. I'm worried about little Yumbo being snatched away from me. You come over here and feed the little talking baby and I'll stay away from him. It's all women here. It's fine. At this time, Shin Hongmei also had a tendency to be furious with this crazy woman who kept talking Thai. Soon, He Yenrong reappeared inside the private room. After sitting down in front of Li Ziyan, using a towel, he tenderly helped Li Jiyon wipe every part of his feet, and then used his smooth, white, tender hands to help Li Jiyon massage them. Although she had changed into a white cheongsam, but Li Ziyan always felt that He Yenrong was so Thai when he looked at that face of hers. This woman was, literally, born to be customized for the word. Luckily, though, he was pretty good at controlling the wall, and had just adjusted his angle when no one was looking. In that case there would be no trace of it. Little Yenbo, drink it. You dislike Auntie, don't you? It's fine if you don't drink. Auntie punishes you by going to your Auntie Rong and letting your Auntie Rong feed you. Li Ziyan swallowed. My dear Auntie Lai, how are you going to cash in on all these penalties? He Yenrong's face was once again made red. Mature women have a lot of insight, so what they want to be right inside is much more powerful. But no one can stop the flirty talk of Fei Lai, the wine monger. Come on, drink up. Drink it, or Auntie will be really sad. Under Lai Feifei's constant urging, Li Ziyan downed the cocktail that Fei Lai had licked. Somehow, Li Ziyan still really had a sweet feeling. I don't know if it's a psychological illusion, but that's eating Auntie Lai's spit yourself, isn't it? While drinking, Li Ziyan's mind also subconsciously brainstormed about herself and Aunt Lai kissing, and then Aunt Rai's constant fantasy of ferrying water to herself. Nope, it's not the right scene, so I'd better collect myself. However, everything about his change was clear to He Yenrong, who was very close to him. This scene was also clearly seen by Shin Hongmei. Her heart felt particularly sour, as if she had eaten a jar of old vinegar. It's because of that thing that happened with Li Ziyan. So Shin Hongmei's heart is very close to Li Ziyan. Seeing Li Ziyan drinking the wine that Lai Fei had drunk, she had the feeling in her mind that she had been robbed of something, but there was nothing obvious on that cold and clear imperial sister's pretty face. Her heart had always been strong enough. It was that sourness that kept bubbling up, completely uncontrollable. Fifi, you're so nice to Mr. Xiao Yan. He's not your illegitimate son, is he? I think it's possible. Oh, He Yenrong, who was attacked by Lai Fei's flirty words, also retaliated at this time. She pressed Li Ziyan's feet while launching a mental attack. How do you know? Yan Ong. He Yenrong had clearly underestimated the extent of Lai Fei's mental defense. For a drunken mongoloid, she was not the least afraid of this kind of verbal molestation. Actually, little Yumbo is my son. I even fed him last night. Little Yumbo, call for mommy. Li Ziyan. The first time Shin Hongmei introduced herself to Aunt Lai, Li Ziyan still felt that Lai Fei was very open in her words. But now that I think about it, I'll tighten up. But, after all, I'm dry now and have no real talent. Yenrong, please feed my baby boy. Okay, you are the real thing that will feed my son. Please. He Yenrong, who was pinching Li Ziyan's feet, gripped Li Ziyan's feet a little harder subconsciously. That just the right amount of force made Li Ziyan couldn't help but let out a light hum. You see, my son is comfortable hearing that. Yenrong. He Yenrong's face began to glow red, and Li Ziyan even felt that He Yenrong's hands were getting hot. End of chapter. Chapter 25. Fei Lai. Quit drinking. Li Ziyan truly felt how strong a drunken Aunt Lai's attacks really were. Even He Yenrong, who was a mom at the Century Palace, couldn't carry it off. Indeed, Auntie Lai's teeness could not be carried by any normal woman. But this made Li Ziyan's heart grow even more fond of Lai Fei. Drunk Auntie Lai is always so cute. Lai Fei, I think you need to stop drinking. You're really too flirty when you drink too much. You might as well feed your son yourself. That will have to be at night. I naturally have to feed during the night. And as his second aunt, I think you should feed my son now. As Li Ziyan listened to the conversation between Lai Fei and He Yenrong, he could only feel his blood racing. At such a close distance, he was able to smell the milky scent of He Yenrong's body. It was a very pure flavor. Only after 10 minutes had passed did He Yenrong lie down and call for a female technician to press her feet. Along the way, Lai Fei remained flirty. Listening to Li Ziyan's heart rate has not been able to come down. Aunt Lai's words are certainly good, but following through is a big problem. Shin Hongmei lay there, the rest of her eyes looking at Li Ziyan. That sour feeling never dissipated. She always felt that Li Ziyan and Lai Fei's relationship was too close. Will they develop a lover's relationship in the future? He could not sit back and watch his favorite latecomer go down the wrong path. After a while, Li Ziyan walked out of the private room after saying that she was going to the bathroom. After arriving at the bathroom door, he was surprised to see a coolly dressed Mia hanging out there. Mia looked at Li Ziyan, who walked out, and couldn't help but observe. At this moment the suppressed Li Ziyan completely fell into her sight. It made her insides spring to life. These guests who came to wash her feet were not really as innocent as this kid, and they made her heart flutter. Willst du wirklich keinen Sex mit deiner Schwester haben? Sex ohne Kondom ist sehr comfortable. Li Ziyan, I'm really not interested. Thank you, sister. Schwester kann sie alle ihr Genitalien skiehen lassen. Mia still felt resentful. Li Ziyan said helplessly, Sister, I have someone I like. He didn't expect this big ocean horse to look at him, but Li Ziyan really had little interest in the mechanic. Okay, das ist Shade. Schwester mag dich wirklich. Looking at Li Ziyan, she said reluctantly, Wenn du in Zukunft Sex haben willst, komm jederzeit zu deiner Schwester. When Li Ziyan came out, she added, Schwester kann jederzeit Sex mit dir haben, aber sie erlaubt dir nur, alien ohne Kondom zu sein. Li Ziyan was a bit overwhelmed by this woman and left directly. Although Li Ziyan was a relatively open-minded person, but he really had little interest in the mechanic, not even interested in messing with him. If it was Auntie Shin, then he would have definitely given in immediately. When it was 10:30, Shin Hongmei looked at the time. Think that's about right. Come on, Sayan, Fifi, I'll take you home. At this moment, Li Ziyan's brain's thoughts were spreading, thinking into Fifi. Shin Hongmei's words brought him back to reality. Okay, Auntie Shin. After getting into the car, Lai Fei collapsed and fell asleep. Just now she drank a few more cocktails, which left Lai Fei without a flirty session, making Li Ziyan feel a bit bored. Aunt Shin, if there's a need for me to translate, you can call me anytime. My work is very convenient. I can go there anytime. Li Ziyan felt more and more that the job that Lai Fei had arranged for him was nothing short of heaven. The work is free, well paid and well treated. The only pressure is to get fired if you don't meet your KPIs unless the connections are hardened to a certain level. Okay, Sion, Auntie will call you anytime. Saying that, Shin Hongmei's mind again thought of the kind of appearance that Li Jian had when he was conversing with Mia and answering questions. Thinking about it was a wave of incredulity in her heart. Li Jian is not even 21 years old, and German is not his major, but it's amazing that he can learn it to that extent. This made Shin Hongmei's mind brainstorm how a child from a poor family like Li Jian would get up early and work hard to study. In his heart, he couldn't help but increase his favorable impression of Li Jian again. After the two of them carried Li Fei Fei to her family's bed as usual, Shin Hongmei sent Li Jian back home. As she was leaving, she was still calling out Seabu Pubi Ikinai. At the downstairs of the rental house, Shin Hongmei once again stood in front of Li Jian. Xiao Yan, this person, your Aunt Lai, is actually not usually like this. Usually she's very disciplined around those middle-aged men. Maybe you're the only one who's a late bloomer within our circle of life, so she's molesting you like a child. Don't take anything she says seriously, just don't talk. I know Aunt Shin. Li Jian's heart saw some hope. Shin Hongmei specifically talking to herself about this. Obviously there is a suspicion of jealousy. Li Jian sensed in this moment the key to staying with Aunt Shin if she wanted to. Maybe it's in Aunt Lai's body. Then Auntie will leave first. Xiao Yan, Auntie still wants to recognize you as her godson. You can talk to Auntie anytime. Shin Hongmei touched Li Jian's head. Her heart had never appreciated a young man so much. Only after a 6 walked away did Li Jian slowly return to her senses and walk towards the upstairs. I seem to have really joined a circle of Shanghai aunts, Shanghai young women. Glancing at the time, Li Jian's heart began to look forward to tomorrow's information refresh. He knew that this was truly his greatest opportunity in life. Back home, looking at the empty living room with only a refrigerator left, Li Jian also felt speechless towards the couple of Shang Shunqing and Lu Yan. If it weren't for the fact that the master bedroom just doesn't have any room left, this refrigerator will probably have to be moved by them. Turning on the computer, Li Jian continued to study the knowledge, intending to stay up until 12 o'clock. At the 12 o'clock hour, the message continued to refresh right on time. The owner of a second private supermarket on Ningnan Road 4 needs to find a new supplier and his base price is as follows. Lu Jinxin lost face in front of his co-workers, so he planned to make you lose your reputation and get fired from the company. CNM. Li Jian came up with a nationalistic remark, but he didn't think he was cursing. Go to this lottery store and buy this scratch-off for a $3,000 prize. This new information made Li Jian couldn't help but smile. With the help of future intelligence and knowing the reserve price, Li Jian easily took the first order and opened up a new customer for the company. You only need to develop 3 new clients per month to fulfill your KPIs. With intelligence available to him on a daily basis, his life goal of settling down in Mordor was furthered. A few days later, his deposit reached 15,000, and this speed of earning money made Li Jian feel good every day. The number of times he has utilized his intelligence has also increased several times. It gave him hope for life. However, every time he arrived at the company after seeing Lu Jinxin, he felt a wave of nausea. He always heard from afar Lu Jinxin and female colleagues in the defeat of their own reputation, and with his set of boys squatting to pee warm man theory, Lu Jinxin in the company has also developed a few girlfriends. Li Jian didn't count on it. She couldn't go and beat him up herself, and after the last time, Li Jian also began to restrain herself. A society based on the rule of law still has to follow the law, and for the past few days, Shang Shunqing and Lu Yan have not said a word when they saw him. Every time shrewd Zhao Shuman encountered Li Jian, that look in her eyes sharpened even more like, Li Jian really had a feeling. Zhou Sukman's desire to rip his own clothes in revenge gave him the feeling that his sympathy was redundant in the first place. Might as well rip hard to get back at the shrew. Su Qianxian, on the other hand, was shading herself in the group every day, and Li Jian clearly felt how much this really despised herself, but he wasn't in a hurry. There would be plenty of opportunities for revenge later. 4 days had passed, and Li Jian was slowly getting used to the social life in Magic City. After having the golden finger, it was then that he really felt that there was hope for the future. At 12 o'clock, Li Jian, who had just finished studying French, opened the intelligence with her mind. The CEO of the group's Pudong branch, Ioma, will be coming to the company in the morning, 9:30 p.m. Shin Hongmei and Li Fei Fei walk, wearing high heels. She will accidentally break her foot. Ice plus massage can be first aid. End of chapter. Chapter 26, Attribute, Empty Hand. White Blade. New mission issued. Please help Shin Hongmei with her broken foot. Quest reward. Attribute, Empty Hands. White Blades. Empty hands can be used 100% barehanded against a weapon-wielding enemy to take his weapon over. This task made Li Jian thoroughly energized. Now that's real kung fu. The next day, after Li Jian arrived at the company, she saw Lu Jinxin as usual. He used to be a very pristine young man when he first entered college. Chinese parenting has always made him capable of holding back his temper. But after these years of experience, he had long since stopped tolerating Lu Jinxin. At the same time, he meets someone who strikes him as a surprise. Lu Chen, the president of the student union when he was in school. Lu Jinxin was smiling all over his face to please him. Li Jian clearly remembered that when she was in school, Lu Jinxin had licked the student council president for a while in order to join the student council. Words. Wang Ye walked over. Wang Ye is in her early 30s, a married young woman with good looks, but compared to a mature woman of Lai Shenrongmin's level, it was not on the same level. Wang Ye, on the other hand, had been more fond of Li Jian from the beginning, giving him as a younger brother and having quite a good feeling towards him. Sister Wang, this damn Lu Jinxin, after coming to our sales department, he went around saying bad things about you, saying that you're his girlfriend's licking dog. I'm sick of hearing about it. Those little girls have become his girlfriends now. Li Jian sat down. I'm used to it, that's how the man is, mouthy and uneducated as humor. Well, Xiao Yan, he doesn't matter. You have to be careful not to offend this Lu Chen. People say his mom is the CEO of our branch. He failed to start a business outside, so he came to the company to develop, and from now on he will be our leader. Li Jian said suspiciously. Isn't the CEO of our branch a big Yangma? Wang Ye was really startled. Don't talk nonsense, you child. You'll be ruined if someone gives you away. This Catherine is a bad one. Looked around, no one was paying attention. Wang Ye pulled Li Jian to sit down. This Catherine is a mib. But the man she married is a rich man on our side and has taken our citizenship. Isn't it hard to get nationality on our side? Difficult doesn't mean it can't. Don't you realize that this Lu Chen looks a bit mixed? Of course, this is a rumor or true. No one has confirmed it. But still don't offend Lu Chen. After Wang Ye reminded her that way, Li Ziyan realized that it was really that way. When he was in school, this student council president who drove a BMW 3 Series when he went to school really had quite a few crushes in school. Su Qianxian, for example, had once pursued Lu Chen. But Lu Chen has endless seafood abalone every day, and has no time to take care of Lu Qianxian. Before the words fell, the sound of high heels rang out, and soon, Li Jian saw a large Yangma walking in. That sexy short skirt with black silk high heels and the t-shirt that showed her navel caught Li Jian's eyes at once. Standing at a full 178, Catherine was over 5'5" in heels. On the height piece, only Auntie Shen could steadily press her, and her upper body is also by close, fully deserving of the word big Yangma, and she looks different from women in the East, but women if they're good looking enough. Aesthetics were always common across the globe, and that face of hers made Li Jian feel that sense of Western beauty. The pretty face of that white Western mature woman made Li Jian have 18 minutes of frothing. In contrast to Mia, Catherine, a pure rice-ripe woman, was really so much prettier. That big ocean horse Li Jian wasn't interested. But this big ocean horse, get up. We have to be very respectful to executives in our company, or our future is lost if we are remembered. Li Jian bent over and stood up, after adjusting the angle without a trace. Watching Catherine together with Wang Ye, he found that it was really different to have a workplace veteran in the company to bring. At least it would allow him to take a lot fewer detours. Hello everyone. Catherine's Chinese had a strong accent from the Miku, but having lived over here for many years, she was also very proficient in the language. After half an hour of explaining to his colleagues in the sales department, he let everyone out to work. It was another touch-and-go day for Li Jian, who ran a little business along with his studies. Of course, he hadn't forgotten what the intel said. At 9:30 p.m., Shen Hongmei would accidentally break her foot. Century Palace. He Yenrong was chatting away with her work partner, Sister Lu. Sister Lu is also part of the management at Century Palace, but the level was so much lower than He Yenrong. That young man Li Jian is particularly good. Mia tested his German and it's exceptionally good. Sister Lu said worriedly, Yenrong, you're not falling for this kid, are you? People are only 20 years old, even though you're long and Thai, but don't do anything stupid. In our line of work, how many technicians have gotten emotionally involved because of their customers? So how many years of hard-earned money have been ripped off? For example, Xiao's son, she went away with a customer for 6 months, and now she's not back again to continue her business. You need to wake up, and you're so possessive. I don't think any man could stand you. He Yenrong's face was slightly heated. What are you babbling about? So much for saying that I'm not the one who got ripped off when you believed a customer. In the words of today's youth, you're a love brain. Li Jian is just a little kid, younger than my son. What are you thinking? Besides, it's not like you and I are peers. I've never been a mechanic. Sister Lu was a little more relieved. Having been hurt, she was afraid that He Yenrong would follow her old path. It's all old now, and she still has to go to the bell if an old man takes a fancy to her. Anyway, just take care of yourself and don't think about things you shouldn't. And to say I'm the love brain, You're the love brain, aren't you? You're possessive all side stage. Seriously though, Yan On, wouldn't you consider becoming a mechanic? You're so Thai looking. I think you'd have to start at $3,000 a massage if you went to work as a technician. Later on, your son can even buy a house downtown. Asterisk 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 Q. End of chapter. Chapter 27, The Gluttonous Lai Fei Fei. Wine can ease the pain of red plums. At night, as Li Jian rode the green tangerine down the road, Li Jian still felt an incomparable heat. He thought the dryness was probably too hot for his own heart. After arriving at the place where Shen Hongmei would accidentally break her foot, Li Jian quietly waited for her to come over. It was a four-way street, and Li Jian quietly waited there. He also didn't know what Shen Hongmei and Lai Fei Fei were going to come from. By 9:30, sure enough, Lai Fei Fei and Shen Hongmei walked over together. Lai Fei Fei in high heels is 168 tall, Shen Hongmei in Valentino is 190 tall, and the height difference between the two is very obvious. Looking at those amazingly long legs, Li Jian's mind again couldn't help but recall that night with Shen Hongmei. It really was a night he'd never be able to forget in his life. In the blink of an eye, Shen Hongmei's Valentino got stuck in the gap of the sewer. With an unsteady center of gravity, Shen Hongmei's foot was viciously wrenched, making a very painful sound. Hongmei, are you okay? Ouch. Shen Hongmei, whose aunt had not yet left, was already feeling uncomfortable, and now that her foot was broken, a lot of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Li Jian also didn't expect Shen Hongmei's broken foot to happen in an instant. He ran at the front. After coming in front of Shen Hongmei, she anxiously asked, Aunt Shen, are you alright? Seeing Li Jian come over, Shen Hongmei and Lai Fei Fei all felt a bit unbelievable. Shen Hongmei thought that it might have been Lai Fei Fei who shouted him, but today's Lai Fei Fei didn't drink and wouldn't have done such a thing, and Lai Fei Fei's heart only felt surprised. Could it be that she and Shen Hongmei and Li Jian were really that destined to be together? First help me to the chair over there. Shen Hongmei endured the pain and calmed down. Aunt Shen, I'll carry you. Well, after Li Jian squatted down, Shen Hongmei lay on Li Jian's back, feeling that feeling of being squeezed. Li Jian also held 18 points of respect. Carrying Shen Hongmei on his back, he walked towards the road. It's a good thing you came, Li Jian. If you hadn't come I wouldn't have been able to carry Hongmei. She's too heavy. Shen Hongmei didn't even have the strength to roll her eyes in pain at this time. If it was in good condition, she would have had to pinch Lai Fei Fei's face and tear it up a bit. This crazy was flirty when she was drunk, and she was mouthy when she wasn't talking drunk. After putting Shen Hongmei down, Li Jian glanced at Lai Fei Fei standing beside her. This wine mongoose is really normal when she doesn't drink too much to make Li Jian feel abnormal. If she drank wine, now she must have started to already soar with flirty words. Aunt Shen, let me check you out. Saying that, Li Jian gently picked up Shen Hongmei's jade foot. Looking at the swollen ankle, his heart also felt heartbroken. There's really no stopping her breaking her foot thing. She just saw her and broke her foot straight away. Some things really are meant to be. It's swollen and needs a massage plus ice. Li Jian gently squatted down in front of Shen Hongmei. Aunt Shen, I'm going to take your shoes off first. Good. Ah. When Li Jian took off her shoes, she gently scraped Shen Hongmei's ankle, which caused her to let out a painful sound. Shen Hongmei's heart was a bit thankful. Luckily, this drunken monk didn't drink, or else the tart words would have come out immediately. Afterward, Li Jian massaged up on her ankle. A sharp pain came, causing Shen Hongmei to clench her teeth. Aunt Shen, this kind of sprain needs to elevate the ankle a bit. In that case it will reduce the flow of blood against the injury. Reduce pain. Li Jian helped Shen Hongmei squeeze and massage, though such a feeling of holding his jade feet reminded him of some memories of the time when Shen Hongmei had imparted her knowledge. But he was also genuinely distressed by Shen Hongmei, and was not in the mood to enjoy himself right now. This made the heart of Lai Fei Fei on the side feel incredible. Li Jian, how come you know so much? You know German and first aid. The normal state of Lai Fei Fei was also very appreciative of Li Jian's talent. Now it was even more of a high opinion of Li Jian. I like to study when I'm not doing anything. Aunt Lai, go to the nearby supermarket and buy some popsicles. If you ice them they won't swell up, and if you don't take care of it, you'll be in trouble. We'll get some more drops later. Good. Lai Fei Fei, who looked very high and mighty, turned around and walked directly towards the supermarket across the street. After coming inside the supermarket, Lai quickly grabbed a pack of popsicles. As she was checking out, she saw the red wine behind the register and couldn't help but swallow. Giving Hongmei some wine should slow down the pain. End of chapter. Chapter 28, Lai Fei Fei's unreasonable demands. After a while, Fei Lai came back. The popsicles are here. Li Jian. After Lai Fei Fei came back, Li Jian took over the popsicle stick and helped Shen Hongmei ice compress it. Popsicle on the feet plus a hard massage from Li Jian. Shen Hongmei felt that feeling of pain gradually dissipate. She gradually returned to normal. Looking at Shen Hongmei, whose face looked much better, Li Jian let out a sigh of relief. A husband and wife for one day. That night he and Shin Hongmei had a 700-day favor, and Shin Hongmei was really good to him. She was the one who introduced herself to the job at the Prosperity Group with a favor, so naturally his heart was very concerned about Shin Hongmei. Aunt Lai, what are you doing buying wine again? I was watching Hongmei in pain, so I wanted to give her some wine to ease the pain. Li Jian. At this point, Li Jian was too embarrassed to poke at Lai Fei. Aunt Shin was still on her great aunt. How could this wine monger not know such a thing? It's obvious that you can't help but see the wine and want to drink it. That's what a wine monger is. Hongmei, you've really gotten much better. Li Jian, you're still great, but how did you end up here? Shin Hongmei, who had gotten a bit better, also looked at Li Jian, and she was also a bit curious. At this moment, her stocking jade feet were being held by Li Jian, which also made her inner self slightly shy. But to Shin Hongmei, who was strong inside, her outward appearance was as calm as ever. Aunt Lai, I like to hang out when I'm not doing anything. I didn't expect to see you guys just passing through. Then we really are meant to be. Hongmei, you're not in pain anymore. Shin Hongmei let out a hum. It did hurt at first, but as Li Jian's strong pressure gradually got used to the feeling, it didn't hurt anymore. After Lai Fei saw that Shin Hongmei was really fine, she casually took out the corkscrew of the red wine and opened the wine later, drank from the bottle. At first, Lai Fei was still normal, quietly drinking wine and watching Li Jian massage Shin Hongmei's jade feet, but gradually her face reddened a little. Little Yumbo. After hearing this familiar title, Li Jian's heart then gave a cry of bad news. There was no doubt that Wine Monkey had gone back to drinking again. You said that every time your Aunt Shin is unlucky she meets you. Are you your Aunt Shin's broomstick? Li Jian. Shin Hongmei looked at Li Jian, who was constantly massaging her ankles and wrists in front of her, and had a particularly magical feeling in her heart. In the past she had literally never believed in such bull as fate. However, it wasn't the first time that he and Li Jian had met by chance. The probability of two people continuously meeting by chance inside a city was simply smaller than winning the lottery. But it just so happened that he and Li Jian met. The more I want to completely distance myself from Li Jian, the more I can't. Inside she felt a little sigh. Aunt Shin, your feet are cold. Let me cover you up. Saying that, Li Jian took Shin Hongmei's stocking jade foot and placed it on his stomach. The cold sensation coming from it made Li Jian feel a little uncomfortable, but soon it was transformed into that feeling of enjoyment of holding a soft jade foot. The warmth coming from her feet pulled Shin Hongmei's memory back to the scene where Li Jian helped her cover her feet in the back seat of the car. Shin Hongmei's heart also flooded with a lot of tenderness. Herself and this child really is a bit cut off, and he has always wanted to be with himself. Thinking about it, Shin Hongmei's heart felt a headache. Even once when doing business was at the end of her rope didn't make it that difficult for Shin Hongmei. Shin Hongmei, and you say you have nothing to do with Seabu. While drinking, Lai Fei looked at Shin Hongmei with the gaze of a thief. He even covered your feet. Tell me, is there anything else you did for Li Jian with these feet? Shin Hongmei's heart regretted a little. This wine mongoloid crazy woman. I should have stopped her from drinking myself just now. Once she drank she immediately went off the rails. Flirty remark after flirty remark. Fifi Lai, I'm tearing your mouth off. Still don't admit it. At nighttime you must have Wei Li Jian word nigh. Wasn't it still letting Li Jian pony speculate? Li Jian knew that Shin Hongmei didn't want others to know that he had that kind of thing with her. In Li Jian's heart, she could also understand Shin Hongmei. After all, the reality is that there are really too many problems to face. At this moment, Li Jian explained. Aunt Lai, it's really nothing, don't think too much. Lai Fei stroked Li Jian's head. Little Yan Bao, you've helped Hongmei cover her feet. Auntie Lai wants you to cover her feet too. After Lai Fei took off her high heels, she took the initiative to place her black silk jade feet on Li Jian's chest. Cuddle up. If your Auntie Shin has it, I'll have it too. Li Jian subconsciously and obediently hugged Lai Fei's black silk jade feet. Holding a flesh silk jade foot and a black silk jade foot on his chest gave Li Jian's heart an incomparably fulfilling feeling. This happiness came too suddenly. One would also have to be a drunken mongoloid to do something like voluntarily giving his foot to himself. Looking at Fei Lai's feet that were pressed against his own, Shin Hongmei's heart felt very uncomfortable. Jealousy was a human instinct. Even if you don't like something, you will subconsciously treasure it if someone suddenly comes out to grab it. Not to mention that Li Jian was a big living person that her heart was very fond of. Little Yumbo, do you think my feet are softer or your Aunt Shin's? Whose feet you like? Faced with such a desperate question, Li Jian didn't dare to answer at all. I like them all. Aunt Shin and Aunt Lai have very nice feet. Fei Lai's drink was getting to her head. Little slick, little spoken treasure. Tell Auntie Lai honestly, has Hongmei ever done you any favors with these feet of hers? I see that a lot of people on the internet like jade feet, especially with stockings. Do you like it? Shin Hongmei's face was finally reddening. Without exerting any force, She choked Lai Fei-Fei's neck and said, "Say it again and I'll rip your mouth off." Raphael coughed. "No more, no more. I promise not to talk about you anymore." Only then did Shin Hongmei let go of Lai Fei-Fei. "Little Yumbo, do you like Auntie's feet? Or Auntie's feet for you to eat? Finish eating Auntie's feet, Auntie Venetian." Saying that, Lai Fei-Fei gently clasped Li Ziyan's chest a few times with her toes, and the blazing sensation caused Li Ziyan's blood to swim at an accelerated rate. This wine mongoose really smells good all over. The black silk legs also had a tangy flavor. Hearing this unreasonable request, Li Ziyan disagreed for 18 minutes. End of chapter. Chapter 29. How nice it must be for 3 people to make their day. Aunt Lai, don't joke with me. At this point, Li Ziyan felt a little embarrassed. He had felt that his skin was already thick enough, but in front of a drunken wine-monger, pure and simple a kindergartner himself. At the same time, Li Ziyan's mind was eager to ask Lai Fei-Fei a question. "Auntie Lai, when will you honor these words of yours?" "Auntie knows, because your Auntie Shin is embarrassed at you, right? Wait until your Aunt Shin is not around. Then you can eat Auntie's Giorgio." "Okay." Lai Fei-Fei's big beautiful eyes kept blinking. For the matter of letting Li Ziyan eat her Giorgio, Fei Lai seems to be genuinely interested. "Aunt Lai, I really don't have any interest in eating feet." Holding a black silk jade foot and a flesh silk jade foot in her arms. At this time, Li Ziyan also had a dreamlike feeling. If only I could get Aunt Shin and Aunt Lai to get along with myself. How nice it must be for 3 people to make their day. Listening to the verbal output of the flirty Lai Fei-Fei, Shin Hongmei's heart also felt very irritated. The feeling that something that belonged to her was being attempted to be snatched away by someone else caused the jealousy in her heart to spread. Listening to Fei Lai's teeness, Li Ziyan gently massaged Shin Hongmei's jade feet with her hands, trying to ease the pain of her menstrual cramps. From Shin Hongmei's expression last time, Li Ziyan could feel it. The special date every month is a very difficult thing for Shin Hongmei. "Auntie Shin, do you feel warmer?" "Well, much better," Lai Fei-Fei said with dissatisfaction as she drank. "Little Yan Bao, you've only helped your Aunt Shin rub her feet. You don't even help me rub my feet. You're so biased," said Lai Fei-Fei. Once again moved her toes on Li Ziyan's chest. Li Ziyan had to grab Lai Fei-Fei's black silk jade feet and gently massage them. "Aunt Lai, Aunt Shin is in pain from her aunt. That's why I'm helping her keep warm." Lai Fei-Fei blushed and said, "Humph, I knew you two were up to something. Look, even Auntie's time. Isn't that the only 7 days of rest you have every month?" Li Ziyan, if that was really the case it would be fine. Now Aunt Shin was thinking of recognizing herself as her godson and breaking off her own thoughts yet. "Laffy, you crazy." Shin Hongmei covered her stomach and cursed. "Speaking of your pain red plum, I knew you two were having an affair." Shin Hongmei pinched Lai Fei-Fei's mouth, but Lai Fei-Fei was still tight. "I mustn't let you drink in the future." With the tawdry words constantly surrounding her, Li Ziyan helped Shin Hongmei continuously massage her injuries. Only after the popsicles had melted did Li Ziyan ask, "Aunt Shin, how are you feeling?" Although the feeling of holding the black and white twins in her hands had always made Li Ziyan's heart feel 18 points of excitement, but there was ultimately a time limit for such a scene. If the massage continues, Auntie Shin should feel something is wrong. Shin Hongmei retrieved her foot, and after gently moving it around, she also made sure that her foot was fine. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Sayan, you're amazing." Shin Hongmei realized that Li Ziyan really had a lot of sparkle in her. Perhaps it's a poor man's child who was an early adopter? Shin Hongmei then noticed Lai Fei-Fei, who was still continuously snapping Li Ziyan with her own toes. Her heart couldn't help but feel a little hard. After all, she had a 700-day favor with Li Ziyan, so there was an instinctive possessiveness in her heart towards Li Ziyan. Her feet were on Li Ziyan's chest and she felt nothing, but if it's Fei Lai there's a problem. A jab to the leg lands there for Fei Lai before Fei Lai recovers her footing. "Ouch, that hurts. What are you doing? You're jealous you. I'm not with you to steal the little speech treasure. You like him, you take back only its sub-resistances." Shin Hongmei was really helpless to this wine monkeys. When she doesn't drink, she can still educate herself, but one can't go and reason with a drunken winemonger to go. "Lai Fei-Fei, don't keep molesting children. He's your junior. You have to treat him like a son." "Yeah, I took the little speech treasure, so I wanted to only at Gina. Are you jealous?" After Shin Hongmei pulled Lai Fei-Fei's mouth with both hands, she stood up helplessly. "You crazy. Not with you." Saying that, Shin Hongmei put on Valentino heels. "Sayan, hold me up." Because of the broken heel of her high heels and the fact that her foot was broken to the point where she couldn't put any force on it, Shin Hongmei also had to let Li Ziyan support her to make it easier for her to walk. After Li Ziyan cozily walked up, he held Shin Hongmei and walked toward the parking spot. Lai Fei-Fei, although drunk, but also followed the side to greet. Afraid of Shin Hongmei planted. She and Shin Hongmei and He Yenrong were really the kind of good girlfriends who had been together for many years. The feelings in the heart are very deep. "Hongmei, I envy you for being able to approach people by You need to stop swiping that stuff on the internet. Lai Fei skimmed her lips and continued her output. After coming to the side of the Audi S6, Shin Hongmei gave the key to Li Jiyan. Xiao Yan, why don't you drive? We'll take your Aunt Lai home first. I can't drive. Li Jiyan feels a little embarrassed. The last time Fei Lai let herself drive her Maybach, she herself had sorely missed the opportunity to drive the Triton Starburst because she didn't have a license. Boys, you still need to get a driver's license, otherwise it will be inconvenient in the future. Now that the country is developing the automobile economy, basically all the people have cars. It's not like you can't drive. Li Jiyan thinks this is really a thing too. I'll drive then. Your Aunt Rai hasn't been on the road since she switched cars. Auntie Shin, are you okay? Or let's call for a chauffeur, Li Jiyan said with some concern. Okay, driving on the right foot doesn't hurt. Get in the car. Taking down the sneakers from the passenger side, Shin Hongmei changed them as soon as she sat down on the seat. Looking at the long, slender stocking legs, Li Jiyan also sighed with emotion that long legs are good. This sedan all rides like a supercar. After changing into her sneakers, Shin Hongmei handed Valentino to Li Jiyan. Xiao Yan, throw it away for me. Li Jiyan saw at a glance that this was the same pair that Shin Hongmei had worn on the hotel bed back then. That's no way to throw it away. It's monumental. Aunt Shin, you can't lose such good shoes. I'll take it back. I'll learn those gluing techniques online later. Maybe it can be glued back together. These heels are so expensive. They can't go to waste. Li Jiyan said very seriously. Humph. Sabat, I think you just like jade feet. Honestly, are you going to do strange things with Red Plum's heels? End of chapter. Chapter 30 Attribute, Youthfulness Forever. Shin Hongmei ignored Lai Fei. This drunken monarch's flirty talk is one sentence after another without stopping at all. Xiao Yan wouldn't do something that nasty. Well, Shin Hongmei didn't think about it that much. Li Jiyan received the Valentino. On top of the Valentino there was still Shin Hongmei's faint temperature. The duo then drove an intoxicated Fei Lai home. At first, he was a little rusty about the whole sending Auntie Lai back to her room thing, but it's very familiar now. At this time, Lai Fei was very sleepy, and she always went to bed very early. The mouth never stopped though. Little Yenbo, you're home. Come to Auntie. Aunt Vinny. Hongmei, get out. Don't interrupt me from feeding my little talking baby. Little Yumbo, don't. Let's go. Auntie Vinjanai. While talking, Lai Fei went into dreamland. While on the road, Li Jiyan asked, Aunt Shin, do you think we're destined for each other? There is. Shin Hongmei had no way to deny that it was indeed amazing that she and Li Jiyan kept bumping into each other. We have a mother-son bond. For the rest, it's up to fate. Auntie won't go back on what she promised you if. When speaking here, the very rational Shin Hongmei also had a slight pause. If there's a real possibility of us being together in the future, Auntie will consider it. But what Auntie wants most is to be your godmother. Li Jiyan knew that Shin Hongmei's rationality was always there, but he wasn't in a hurry. After all, one has information about the future. In the future, he and Aunt Shin were bound to have countless destinies. Back downstairs at home, Li Jiyan and Shin Hongmei hugged goodbye. He felt more and more that Aunt Lai was so cultured by virtue of her e-nearness. This driver's license is really something to sign up for. After arriving home, Li Jiyan carried the pair of Valentino in the door. Just as he came in, he and Zhao Shuman, who was coming out of the bathroom, bumped right into each other. Zhao Shuman looked at the high heels in Li Jiyan's hand. Then he couldn't help but remember the stockings and pink t-shirt that he had inadvertently seen in Li Jiyan's room earlier. Her eyes got very unnatural. You misunderstand Auntie. Li Jiyan subconsciously explained that he was still very concerned about his image. Although this person is a shrew and her family still has a grudge against her, but Li Jiyan also did not want to be misunderstood by Zhao Shuman, and there were always some thoughts in his heart. I knew you were a sex fiend. Sidekick, the stockings and the t-shirt inside your room. You stole them from some woman's body, didn't you? You colorful devil. I'd like to beat you to death with a rolling pin. Looking at Zhao Shuman's fierce appearance, Li Jiyan couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. It's a broken high heel. I brought it in to be glued and fixed. Zhao Shuman immediately shouted. Don't tell me those nasty words of yours. Shame on you. Li Jiyan didn't want to explain anything to this shrew. She thought she was a side stage anyway, so it's useless to say anything. Take out the key, open the door, enter, all in one go, and after closing the door, the world immediately quieted down. This shrew. After pulling open the drawer, Li Jiyan looked at Aunt Shin's pink t-shirt and stockings. He took out the toilet paper and wiped Valentino's high heel after. Put these heels in as well. He then continued to learn French online, while he also looked at the prices of nearby driving schools and how to enroll, and plans to enroll for his driver's license tomorrow. After returning to her room, Zhao Shuman's mind thought about what had just happened. ***************************************************** Will he steal Luyan's clothes? Sharing a room with such a sadai, One had to make his future daughter-in-law be careful not to let him steal his clothes or anything. But this damn colorful demon is really a monster. Thinking about something, Zhao Shuman also felt a blush. When she arrived at the room, Li Jian received the attribute, empty hand, white blade. With this attribute skill, he felt an overwhelming sense of inner security, and this time he really wasn't afraid of anything. By 11 o'clock, Li Jian was still immersed in learning a foreign language. Somehow, he remembered the company's CEO, Ioma. How come I have such a bad memory for English, especially American English? I want to learn a foreign language too. At this time, the system released a new quest. A new mission is released and the conflict between Zhao Shuman and Lu Yan is about to explode. Sang Soon Sung wants to beat Jo Suk Min. Please help Jo Suk Min from domestic violence. Mission reward, attribute youth forever. Youth lasts forever, and those with whom you have an intimate relationship will be able to remain current. Li Jian's fists clenched up, although he was an enemy with this shrew. But for something like hitting his own mother, Li Ziyan was very displeased. After putting down the mouse, Li Jian heard the sound of an argument coming from outside. After coming out, Li Jian saw Zhao Shuman who was arguing with Lu Yan. I cook and eat for you all day long and you nitpick every day. Not good here. Not good there. Why don't you do it yourself? Lu Yan hugged Shang Xuanqing's arm. Honey, look at her. Look at her bullying me. Shang Xuanqing was originally a person with only 13 in his head. At this moment, his girlfriend was pampered, and he instantly just stood there with Lu Yan. Apologize to my wife. I'm your mom. Zhao Shumin's heart was also very disappointed in her own son. He yelled at himself. It really wasn't once or twice. Hurry up and apologize, or I'll beat you. Sang Soon Sung walked over to Jo Suk Min and raised his arm. Apologize. He curses angrily and tries to domestically assault Jo Suk Min. Lu Yan chimed in. Apologize, or else let Shun Sheng beat your face up. The neighbors outside were there to see what was going on and no one came up to meddle. No one wants to mind their own business these days. Lu Shuman looked at her son who was raising a slap at her and was saddened to the core. Watching this scene, the anger within him was completely suppressed. He thought of his stern parents, who had given the same amount of effort to him as Zhao Shumin's desperate attempt to give Shang Shunqing a home in the Magic City. Although she was a shrew, she was definitely a good mother. No matter what, Li Jian really felt that there was no way to settle down inside. Put your hands down, you animal. Li Jian came to Shang Shunqing in large strides and stared at him dead in the face. This scene made Zhao Shuman not dare to believe that Li Jian would actually help herself as an enemy. The new book period is very important to catch up, so we try not to raise the book. The end of the month, there is a monthly vote for everyone to give Lao Li to vote. You can improve the ranking in the new book list. Then idle waiting for more brothers can look at the old Li's old book. The opening confession 41-year-old classmate mom have not seen can look at. Has more than 2,400,000 words almost finished. Can be directly slaughtered. The following through train. End of chapter. Chapter 31, $100,000 bonus, intelligence reward. Zhao Shuman felt that she and Li Jian belonged to the enemy, so he was itching to see his own joke. Watch yourself get beat up. However, Zhao Shuman didn't expect that Li Jian, who she found the most unpleasant to look at, would stop in front of her. Shouldn't he want to watch himself get beaten? You're out meddling, Shang Shunsheng yelled, but he subconsciously took a few steps back. The last time he fought with Li Jian, even with the addition of his own mom, he was no match for him. Now that he was looking at Li Jian stopping in front of him, his heart was truly terrified. Bullying has always been his hallmark. You wait. Looking at Li Jian who might make a move at any moment, Sang Soon Sung pulled his girlfriend back to his room. Glancing at Zhao Shuman, whose eyes were moist, Li Jian went back to her room, and the neighbors were all visibly a little disappointed that they didn't get to see the domestic violence scene. I was expecting a fight, but it didn't happen. This is a real disappointment. Li Jian, who had returned to her room, continued to study online for a while. By 12 o'clock, the intelligence was refreshed right on time. Go to the lottery store and scratch the scratch off for $1,000 prize. Another $1,000 in pocket change arrived. It made Li Jian's heart feel even better. Sukmin Cho's heart is very touched by what you did today to stop her from being domestically abused. That's why Jo Sukmin decided to save you, who was on a lost path and didn't want you to end up in jail. Li Jian. He knew that his image of border terrace in Zhao Shumin's mind was really gone. However, inside his own room was Anshin's t-shirt stockings and Valentino. It does seem a bit, but one is a decent person. Tomorrow afternoon, Fei Lai's brother will go to her house to borrow money. He's already borrowed $1 million from Fifi Lai and hasn't paid it back. Fei Lai tried to say no, but her brother would be stalking her. This information made Li Jian also feel Aunt Lai's difficulties, and it was true that every family had its own difficulties. He had to help Auntie Lai in this matter himself, although he hadn't known Lai Fei for a long time, and Aunt Lai was really good to herself. Not to mention the fact that she helped provide a lot of assists in the unseen. If Auntie Lai is in trouble, she can help herself at will. It's natural to help. Most of the co-workers in the sales department have become Lu Jinxin's BFFs, because he's particularly close to Lu Yichen, the student council president. The two decided to workplace bully you. To this Li Ziyan felt no exception. He spends his days spreading the word that men have to sit on toilets to pee and all those dog-licking theories. Most of the company's women like Lu Jinxin, this male best friend, is normal. And the thing about workplace bullying is that if it was before when you had nothing to lose, you could starve to death in Mordor at any time. It's really possible to hold back on your own. But now that you have a golden finger, are you still afraid of this little workplace bully? Without worries, oneself dislikes whoever one sees as disagreeable. Whoever bullies oneself one simply rebels. Therefore, Li Ziyan didn't take this dead demon's words seriously. Su Chanqian is taking out an online loan, and she still has $80,000 left on her online business loan. Shen Hongmei will lose sleep until 1:30, her mind pondering why she is so attached to you, considering whether she wants to develop a male-female relationship with you. This intelligence was nothing substantial, but it gave Li Ziyan a peace of mind. The most rational woman is ultimately emotional deep down. I'm sure I can impress Auntie Shen in the future. After that, Li Ziyan received the system's quest reward. The attribute of youth forever is also actualized up. However, Li Ziyan himself didn't feel any changes, but his heart was as relieved as ever. The biggest obstacle to a relationship with my aunt is sort of solved. Better get some sleep. As he was planning to sleep, the system once again released a new quest. Please impersonate Fei Lai's debtor and drive out Lai Tianming. Mission reward, $100,000 bonus. After completing the mission, the $100,000 bonus will be refreshed in the midst of the intelligence soon. Li Ziyan's eyes were filled with excitement. $100,000. It was an absolutely huge amount of money for him. At 8:30 the next day, the alarm clock set by Li Ziyan went off. It made him rub his eyes. It's another day in the life of a cowhorse, getting ready to report to the office. When he came out after washing up in the bathroom, intending to go downstairs to have a cow and horse breakfast, he saw Zhao Shuman standing at the bathroom door with a rolling pin. Li Ziyan's mind couldn't help but conjure up the phrase, "I'll beat you to death with a rolling pin." This damn shrew. Where did she offend her? But after thinking about the information on the intelligence, he knew that this shrew should not be trying to beat herself up. She wouldn't dare to casually injure someone with a weapon. The last time she hit herself with a rolling pin, it was also because she mistakenly thought she was going to molest her daughter-in-law. After seeing Li Ziyan come out, Zhao Shuman returned to the kitchen. The breakfast prepared for Li Ziyan was brought out. "Xiao Yan, Auntie made breakfast for you. Eat it. Those breakfasts sold outside are unhygienic. It's more convenient to eat at home." Looking at Zhao Shuman with that kind of enthusiasm, Li Ziyan also couldn't help but feel a little gluttonous. This shrewish woman's cooking was indeed much tastier than the outside. Those takeaways out there are basically not much of a cook. It's all about piling on tons of condiments and a serious overload of fumes. But this shrew cooks really well. "Thank you, Auntie." Li Ziyan took the breakfast and decided to reconcile with Zhao Shuman. After all, living under the same roof, it's not like you can move out right away with the 6 months of rent you've paid yourself. Li Ziyan, who had a deposit of more than 10,000, didn't have that condition, and the embarrassment would be much less after she reconciled with Zhao Shuman. After Li Ziyan went back to her room, Zhao Shuman also followed her in. As Li Ziyan sat at the table to eat, Zhao Shuman sat on his bed. "Xiao Yan, why did you help Auntie yesterday? Aunt Minnie even ripped your clothes off earlier. Auntie thinks you should hate Auntie." Zhao Shuman still found it a bit unbelievable. "Aunt Zhou, I do actually don't like you very much," Li Ziyan said sincerely. He really didn't like this shrew, but the heart craves her F. It's just too much of a contradiction. But it would be much more bearable later if the conflict with her could be resolved now. But I don't look down on the kind of people who beat their own parents. And I can feel how good you are to Sang Soon Sung. But he hit you. Didn't you discipline him when he was growing up? Zhao Shuman smiled bitterly. Women have always been the smallest in the family, and his dad used to not even let me eat at the table when he and his dad weren't divorced. Li Ziyan really didn't expect that there were still such people in this era. And indeed, the world is as big as it is. "Xiao Yan, let's be nice when we meet in the future. Auntie is very grateful to you." Good. Li Ziyan ate the meal cooked by Zhao Shuman. At this point he also reached a settlement with Zhou Sukman. Little words. Looking at the actually very kind Li Ziyan in front of her, Zhao Shuman still couldn't help but speak. "Xiao Yan, Auntie knows that young people want to, every day. But you should fantasize less by yourself. It's going to be a weak kidney." Li Ziyan's eyes widened at the shrew. "Aunt Zhou, I really didn't." Turning her head, Li Ziyan however saw Zhao Shuman looking at herself with a loving and tolerant gaze. "Auntie knows all about it. You're embarrassed, but Auntie is older than you. Auntie doesn't know what the stockings in your room are for." End of chapter. Chapter 32 Li Feifei's Shameless Brother. Li Ziyan's heart felt very bitter. Anshan stockings, t-shirt and high heels. He really only took them over because he loved them all, and nothing else. Not being that way myself. And the high heels you brought back yesterday. I think you stole them from someone's doorstep. It's not a good idea to do something like that. Li Ziyan. If someone finds out and calls the police to arrest them, they can be detained. And if one fantasizes too much, later on, if you can't do it after you get married, you'll be disliked by your wife. Li Ziyan, Auntie, actually, don't say it. Auntie understands everything. You eat, just turn around and leave the dishes inside the kitchen. From now on, Auntie will save you one every day when she makes breakfast. Zhao Shuman felt that the child is a child in the end, thin-skinned, and this bad habit of his of stealing other people's clothes, he himself must help him to correct before he can do so. The good kid at heart just got the wrong end of the line, and it's not too late to save it. On the way to the company to clock in, Li Ziyan's heart still couldn't help but feel a pang of shame. I'm a serious person. I've never been interested in stockings, feet, heels or anything like that. But the image of border terrace in Jo Sukman's heart can't be changed. Forget it. Side stage is side stage. Anyway, after helping that shrew myself last night, the shrew's attitude towards herself was already too much of a shift, and she'd even made herself breakfast. Good favor feelings later. She could still turn around her impression of herself. For Zhao Shuman, his heart had always been greedy. After arriving at the company, Li Ziyan met Wang Ya. Sis, good morning, Sayan. The company's clock-in time was at 9:20, and Li Ziyan basically came over at the clock-in time. It's a good habit he's developed since he was in elementary school. When the elevator opened, one by one, the beaters began to squeeze against the inside. At that moment, the high and mighty Catherine the Ocean Horse stepped on her heels and black silk to the side. But instead of taking the elevator that beat up the workers, she swiped her card and entered the VIP elevator that only executives of the various companies in this building could enter. Management, it's just not the same, Li Ziyan said enviously. Of course, rich people are privileged in this world. After the duo exited the elevator, they saw Catherine training the front desk of the company. Employees passing by were respectfully bending and bowing to Catherine. Hello, President. Hello, President. Wang Ya whispered. This woman is especially facetious. Always bend down and bow to her when encountering her alone. It's easy to lose your job if you don't. Followed by Wang Ya as she passed by Catherine's side. Looking at the white woman's long black silk legs, Li Ziyan's inner self exclaimed, I want to learn a foreign language too. Hello, President. After both of them bowed, Catherine just looked at the two of them before continuing to reprimand the receptionist. What a rack! Li Ziyan felt that this class was really a loser and had to bow when she saw Catherine. Today Catherine dares herself to bow. Tomorrow Catherine dares herself to lick her feet. That's how dignity is lost a little bit. That's the way this woman is. Arriving in front of the punching machine, Wang Ya followed suit and spat. But who makes people's background awesome? And in her heart of hearts she feels that the white man is the superior man. Looking down on us yellow people. We're just ordinary laborers. There's no need to care so much. Such good company benefits are hard to find now. You see nowadays, the listed groups and even the big internet companies are all frantically laying off employees. That is, we, Changlong International, are rich and powerful, and our background is deep and still peaceful. While persuading Li Ziyan, Zhang Ya was also persuading herself. In the morning time, Li Ziyan went to take out the winnings from the lottery store's scratch-offs, took another trip to the driving school to sign up. After 3 o'clock, he rode a green orange to the entrance of Li Feifei's villa. Looking at the Mercedes he parked in front of the door, he thought it might belong to that brother of Aunt Li. Li Ziyan rang the doorbell. Inside the villa's living room, Li Feifei's younger brother, Li Tianming, was cheekily begging Li Feifei to continue lending her money. Sis, I swear, I'll make money on this investment. You lend me $500,000. When I make some money, I'll pay you back all the money I owe you along with the million I owed you before. Fei Li rebuffed. No way. What is it now? And you're thinking of investing? My business isn't so good either. There's a lot of money owed, and there's no money in hand right now. Sis, how am I supposed to go out and meet people without a Mercedes? That's a man's suit. I don't believe you don't have any money. Sis, you have to lend me this $500,000 no matter what. Otherwise my wife is going to divorce me. It's not easy for me to marry a wife. Do you want me to be separated from my wife? At a time when Li Feifei was in a difficult position, the doorbell rang, and Fei Li stood up and walked towards the inside of the courtyard. Li Tianming stalked him, not wanting to give up, and followed him. Sis, don't fool me. I know you're rich as hell. You got the lion's share when you and my brother-in-law divorced, and you have so many houses. If you can't, just sell a house. The words of Li Tianming, who had chased after him, were clearly heard by Li Ziyan, until Fei Li called out her name. Li Ziyan said respectfully, Ms. Li, I'm from the Changlong group. President Catherine asked me to come visit at her door to talk about a contract payment you owe our company. Li Jian's respectful look made Lai Fei get into the act. This kid, how come he's so good at it? To come out and help himself so perfectly out of the way when he needed it most. End of chapter. Chapter 33, Anti-Lai after drinking. At this point in time, Fei Lai is not drinking. However, the way she looked at Li Jian from within her beautiful eyes was still very much in love. This kid, he's really too good at it. And Li Jian is simply a little too smart. How did he know that he was having a huge headache right now on how to say no to Lai Tianming? Perhaps it's telepathy? Then, Li Jian continued to add, MS, Lai, take a look at this as my work permit. I'm not a liar. Li Jian pointed to the Changlong Group's work on his chest, which still had the Changlong Group's official seal on it. This official seal proves one thing. Li Jian is not a liar. After all, forging an official seal is against the law. You're making this difficult for me. At this time, Lai Tianming received a call from a friend. Hey, Mr. Lai, come out and play mahjong. 3 short of 1, as she called out to Mr. Lai Tianming Lai from across the room. Li Jian saw the obvious great enjoyment in his expression. He reveled in the feeling of being called general by others like that. What, Mr. Lai, how poor I am. Ha ha, Mr. Lai is modest. 24 models of E300. People say that those who drive a Mercedes E300 are already in reality human beings. Mr. Lai, come and play mahjong. Although Lai Tianming was modest with his mouth, the expression of uncontrollable smugness also completely betrayed Lai Tianming. This is going. Hearing his friends call him to play mahjong, and looking at the situation in front of him today, Lai Tianming knows that borrowing money today is estimated to be hopeless. Sis, I'll leave you to deal with the matter at hand then. You have that $500,000 for now. Watching this plague leave, Lai Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jian, thanks to you today. How did you come up with this move? Li Jian followed Lai Fei towards the villa's living room, and he felt that Aunt Lai, who hadn't drunk too much, was really a bit high-strung. Auntie Lai, who was really a completely different person from the drunken one who called herself Little Yenbo, was really a completely different person. I heard what he said and that's why I think he's not a good person to act for you. Aunt Lai, who is he? Although she knew it in her heart, Li Jian still had to ask Lai Fei. He's my brother, named Lai Tianming. I used to contribute a lot when I was married, but then it came back to me to borrow money to start a business. Owed me $1 million, and now it wants to ask me for more money, and I've been kind to him. Li Jian felt more agreeable to Lai Fei's approach. It's normal to have some feelings between relatives. It's necessary to help if you can, and Auntie Lai's money is all earned by her, but to help in a bottomless way would be pure Voldemort. Aunt Lai, why don't you just reject him? Li Jian, you're still a little kid. There are some things you don't understand. Both parents are still alive. It's not good to make some things too ugly, and although he's abominable, a mother of one can't just say it's completely broken. Li Jian pondered. He was still slightly more one-sided in his consideration of issues than compared to adults, and if it was according to his temperament, his approach would definitely not be so gentle. I really thank you for today, Li Jian. It's about time, so accompany Auntie out for a meal. Yes, Li Jian's heart was a bit expectant. He loved the feeling of staying with Aunt Lai, and today was kind of a chance to do so. Why don't you go wait for Auntie in the garage? She'll be here later, soon. At the entrance of the garage, Li Jian saw Lai Fei, who was wearing a short black silk skirt, walking towards this side. In her hand she was also carrying a pair of high heels, which was somewhat similar to Aunt Shen. Beautiful women really are so in love with beauty at all times. Soon, Lai Fei came out of the underground garage in a Maybach S480. Get in the car. After Li Jian sat on the passenger side, she complimented, Aunt Lai, this interior is really nice. Well, say, you can drive a Maybach in the future even if you work hard. Aunt Lai, I'm not as powerful as you. Born with a koi saint body, just arrived on the road. Some pedestrians are very enviously looking at this Maybach. More than $1 million of luxury cars, is most of the ordinary people in their lives cannot touch, even dare not even think about it. That's not necessarily true. Xiao Yan, although the current era's dividend has passed, there are still quite a few ordinary people who have turned over a new leaf. Aunt Lai, I've seen some social rock dancers flipping out, and that halogen egg, Jiao all day long, and recently picked up a BMW 7 Series. Normal people are afraid they won't have a chance to roll over. Lai Fei also couldn't help but smile, although her heart appreciated Li Jian. But also do not think that in this era of big data so advanced, Li Jian can turn over. Ha ha, indeed. In the past, it was the highly educated who came out on top. But nowadays, 10 netizens can't come up with a secondary school diploma. After arriving at a Western restaurant, Lai Fei parked the car. Take Li Jian to find a seat by the window. Looking at the pedestrians outside the window and the streetlights that had been lit up, Li Jian had a feeling that he was in the magic city for the first time, and before he always felt that he was in hell. Sirloin steak. 2. This. Another bottle of red wine. Afterward, Lai Fei handed Li Jian the menu. Hearing that Lai Fei is going to drink, Li Jian's heart is both nervous and expectant. This wine Moncler outlet store drink a bottle of drink 10 bottles are almost the same. The upper limit is ridiculously high, but the lower limit is that drinking goes to your head. After the red wine came up, Li Jian clearly saw longing in Lai Fei's gorgeous eyes. That longing was like his own longing for black silk. After a glass of wine, within a few minutes, Lai Fei's face turned a little red. Little Yumbo, I really thank you for what happened today. Otherwise I really don't know how to drive away that scoundrel Lai Tianming. Auntie wants to reward you. Here's some of Auntie's Jiojio for you. With that, she placed her black silk legs on the dining table. Li Jian had the feeling of wanting to find a crack in the ground. End of chapter. Chapter 34. Auntie Lai steps in to clean up Shang Shang. Li Jian was really a bit unable to carry it. Every time this wine-monger gets drunk, he says something irrelevant. Look at the black silk legs in front of you. Li Jian felt that she wasn't interested in eating Jiojio at all. As a decent man, he couldn't do such a thing himself. The key is, it's in a restaurant. It's not like that. Look how scared you are. Auntie is joking with you, little Yenbo. How could Auntie reward you for eating Jiojio? Aunt Vintage nay. Although your Aunt Lai is no match for your Aunt Shen, she can certainly keep you from starving. Li Jian felt that the wine mongrel in front of her was the Aunt Lai she knew. Aunt Lai, someone's coming. It was only then that Lai Fei put her black silk legs down, her heart too fond of molesting Li Jian, the only one of her juniors inside her circle of life. Little Yenbo, recently you had a conflict with Zhao Shumin's mother and son, right? Lai Fei continued to drink her red wine as she poured a glass for Li Jian as well. Li Jian didn't expect that Lai Fei knew about this. Aunt Lai, how did you know? Auntie noticed the living room had been emptied when she looked at the surveillance today. Just checked the previous footage and found that you fought with them. What's going on? Talk to Auntie, Lai Fei inquired. And Li Jian also gave a rundown of what happened. After hearing this, Lai Fei also felt rather angry. Little Yumbo, you should have talked to your aunt when this happened. You have this temper. Aren't you a little bit of a victim? But it's right. When you and your Aunt Shen had that, Xiao Ma, wasn't she a little sufferer? Surely you'll do whatever your Aunt Shen tells you to do. Li Jian. Lai Fei felt that Li Jian was still too young to bother others. Actually, that Zhao Shumin has been renting here at Auntie's for a long time. She's kind of a nice person, just too much of a shrewish personality, but her son is just awful. After dinner Auntie will go and help you out. Aunt Lai, you're a woman. Lai Fei couldn't help but stand up and pinch Li Jian's face. Yo, little Yenbo, Auntie really likes you to death. So heartfelt Auntie, but don't forget, this is a society of law and order, and although Auntie is a woman, she's not on the same level as them. It's not easy to help you out. With Auntie helping you out, they definitely won't dare to bully you in the future. Li Jian then remembered that the Lai Fei in front of her was a proper Shanghai aunt. It's really not on the same level as a beatnik like yourself. Among Aunt Shen, Aunt Lai and Aunt Rong, Li Jian felt that the one with the most mysterious family background and the most established connections was still Aunt Lai. After all, it was Auntie Lai who helped arrange the matter of entering the Chanlong group. The next meal, Lai Fei is still flirty, always shouting to reward Li Jian, Pooh and so on. Luckily, there weren't many customers in the neighborhood. Otherwise Li Jian wouldn't have been able to top it. After leaving the door, Lai Fei asked, Xiao Yan Bao, have you registered for your driver's license yet? Signed up. Subject 1 is booked. Okay. Auntie called for a valet. Wearing high heels, Lai Fei called for a chauffeur and went straight to Li Jian's house. When Li Jian and Aunt Lai entered the house, he clearly felt that Aunt Lai's aura had changed. At this time, Aunt Lai was one of those real Shanghai aunts, and Li Jian realized that it was not that Aunt Lai did not have an aura. She was just treating herself as a pure junior. Zhao Shumin, bring your asshole son and his girlfriend out here. Soon, Zhao Shumin and Shang Shunshang Luyan all walked out of the room. At this moment, some cold sweat broke out on Shang Shunshang's forehead. He had always been afraid of these people who were too rich, and he had always heard that $2 million for a life had some people willing to do it. He didn't know if it was true or not, but he didn't dare to bet if it was. So for a rich woman like Lai Fei, his heart was scared. Who told you to move all the living room furniture inside your house? Move out now. Lai Fei's stern and strong look makes Li Jian wonder if she's sober. It wasn't too menacing by the tone of voice, but it just felt oppressive. I'm moving. Shan Shunsheng and Luyan panicked and went to move things, while Li Jian went back to her room and moved a stool for Aunt Lai to sit down. After Shang Shunqing and Lu Yan were tired and sweating to restore the room, Lai Fei looked at Zhao Shuman, who was standing very uneasily in front of her, and said, "You and your son move out from my place. You are not welcome in my house and I will give you a refund." Li Jian's heart felt a warm current surge through her. My Aunt Lai is really helping herself out. Landlady, please don't throw us mother and father out. This is the most convenient place to go to work. The nearby houses are basically full. It is more difficult to rent a house. And most importantly, Lai Fei belongs to the kind of landlord who does not raise the rent for many years. Her house is cheaper than the average house. And for a laborer, it saves a lot of money a year. Jo Sukman has always been saving money for her son to earn money. A little more money would have hurt her. So at this moment, Zhao Shuman was already begging Lai Fei with teary eyes. Shang Shunqing really didn't expect that Li Jian and Lai Fei had such a relationship, and his face was quite pale. This Li Jian, why do you know this rich landlady? Lai Fei looked at Zhao Shuman, who was about to cry, and felt a bit unbearable in her heart. After a moment's thought, she made some concessions. Well, you can stay, but your son and his girlfriend are morally corrupt, so move out now, Lai Fei said, while on the app to cancel the contract of Shang Shunqing. Dry, without a trace of procrastination. Both Shang Shunqing and Lu Yan stood there a bit at a loss for words. They obviously didn't want to move out. With good amenities and low rent, Fei Lai's house is in the meat and potatoes category. It's not easy to find an apartment quickly when people are coming over to rent it in minutes, now that they've been swept off their feet. Looking at the motionless two, Lai Fei said with a very oppressive feeling, "If you don't move out, I'll find someone to help you move out." Shang Shunqing and Lu Yan were both a little scared and went in the door to move things. Not much time. The master bedroom is empty. Zhao Shuman also went out with Shang Shunqing and Lu Yan to find a place for them to live. Aunt Lai, you're so bossy. Little Yumbo, you're too good-tempered. You can't be polite to people like that. Li Jian couldn't deny that his temper was indeed good, and his hostility wasn't that heavy, perhaps because of the family education environment from childhood. Come on, show auntie your room. Saying that, Lai Fei pulled Li Jian towards his room. After coming in and looking at the messy bed, Lai Fei didn't mind at all and sat down. It's all the flavor of the little talking treasure. Li Jian. He always felt that this little speech treasure was a bit of a double entendre. Little Yenbo, today you helped Auntie fool away Lai Tianming. Auntie is going to give you a reward. Fei Lai pulled at the edge of the black silk, then faded it against the bottom. It's December, and I'm begging for votes. Brothers who cast monthly votes can choose one original stocking of their choice from Fei Lai, Shen Hongmei, or He Yenrong. End of chapter. Chapter 35. Auntie Lai's gift. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lai Fei took off her black silk. Li Ziyan couldn't help but gulp a bit as well. Auntie Lai was originally a beautiful and fine-looking young woman. It could be said that it completely grew on his aesthetics, and every time he smelled Auntie Lai's scent, he would subconsciously have a feeling of blood spurting out of his veins. Aunt Lai is going to reward herself for something. Little Yumbo, you gagged. Lai Fei's beautiful and pretty face seemed to be very satisfied if she molested Li Ziyan, but Li Ziyan didn't react at all. That's no fun. After taking off the black silk and throwing it onto Li Ziyan's bed, Lai Fei went to take off another one. Little Yenbo, Auntie reward you for eating Auntie's Jiojio, okay? She pulled Li Ziyan to sit down and placed her jade feet on Li Ziyan's legs. Looking at those snow-white, slippery jade feet with red manicures on them, Li Ziyan didn't dare to say anything at all. He wasn't a little cutie. If he really listened to Lai Fei, in the future, Aunt Lai would probably have nothing to do with him. Aunt Lai, it's not late, don't joke with me. Lai Fei stroked Li Ziyan's head. Little Yumbo, actually Auntie is testing if you are a colorful demon. You passed your aunt's test. Handing the two black silks to Li Ziyan, Lai Fei said drunkenly, these two stockings will be Auntie's reward to you, when you're alone. There are two black silks and some more eroticism, so Auntie will put them for you. In the drawer. Lai Fei walked forward and tried to pull the drawer, and Li Ziyan's face changed rapidly. Aunt Lai don't. After the drawer was pulled open, Lai Fei saw Li Ziyan's collection of Shen Hongmei's stockings, Valentino and t-shirts. Isn't this Shen Hongmei's? Little Yenbo, you two really do have a thing. Tell Aunt Lai, did Shen Hongmei teach you a lot of poise? Li Ziyan, never mind. Auntie's stockings are not to be put with her. You don't want to use them together in the future. After placing the black silk on Li Ziyan's bedside, Lai Fei took out her cell phone and looked at the time. It's about time. Sabat, Auntie has to go home first. I'll give you a ride. Counting that you still have a bit of a conscience. You haven't been completely mesmerized by Shen Hongmei Z, and you still know to care about Auntie. Somehow, Li Ziyan heard some sour feelings from Lai Fei's tone. It's true that jealousy is a woman's instinct. When they arrived downstairs, Lai Fei handed Li Ziyan the keys to the Maybach. Sabat, this car and will be put over here for now. There are cameras everywhere. It's safer. Aunt Lai, why don't you drive back? Just leave it here for now. Auntie doesn't drive it much anyway. Save Lai Tianming the trouble of turning around and finding a new car. Just keep an eye on it for Auntie. Just start it up when you're not doing anything and don't lose power. I'll take you back. It's still Xiaoyan Bao who cares for your Aunt Lai. Come, let Aunt give you a kiss. Although she said this on her lips, Lai Feifei clearly had no intention of moving her mouth, which made Li Jian certain that this woman was indeed flirting with herself. The tawdriness was constant and never materialized. Aunt Shen had never molested herself, but she was really giving it. After dropping off Fei Lai at her doorstep, Lai Feifei took Li Jian's hand and explained, Little Yan Bao, if you encounter someone bullying you inside the company, you directly fight back. Auntie is really afraid of you being bullied. While Auntie can't get you a promotion or a raise or anything like that, she won't make you suffer either. No matter who bullies you, you dislike them without being mean, and Auntie makes sure you have your job all the time. A touching feeling rose, and under Lai Feifei's stunned gaze, Li Ziyan hugged her a little. Looking at Li Jian's back as she left, Lai Feifei smiled gently. This kid is adorable. In her heart, she always treated Li Jian as a child. After tossing back, Li Jian touched the Maybach key in his hand as if he was dreaming, came to the parking space and touched the three-forked starburst logo. He felt that the previously unattainable dream, after having a golden finger, maybe it's not out of reach. Go back and continue your studies first. Wait for the intel to refresh. After receiving the reward for the mission, Li Jian's mind was also thinking about whether or not he would be able to refresh the information about the 100,000 yuan bonus tomorrow. At 12 o'clock, the intelligence was once again refreshed right on time. Tomorrow Lu Jinxin and Lu Yichen will be planning their first workplace bullying session against you. This news was known to Li Jian before, so she didn't find it strange. Going to this lottery store and buying this stack of scratchers could result in a total profit of $1,880. He'd gotten used to the information about the lottery store a long time ago. It was by far his biggest source of income, bar none, and that's how he got his $10,000 plus deposit. He Yenrong is in the same president's class as you at the same driving school. Li Jian felt surprised, thinking of Lu Jinxin's mom's Thai-looking pretty face and those foxy eyes. He then felt a little hot. If there is a picture, he is afraid that he cannot control himself, especially the Cheongsam black silk and high heel. Really is a perfect match. She's been studying for her driver's license lately, too. Shen Hongmei's heart misses you a little, but she doesn't dare to think about it in detail. Shang Shuncheng and Lu Yan were recorded on camera in their hotel room. Li Jian, only after digesting the information did he lay down, intending to sleep. Looking at the black silk that Lai Feifei had left for herself on the bed, Li Jian's heart had a very helpless feeling. You're obviously a great and good boy yourself. How did Auntie Lai make it seem like she was a side stage? This crazy woman. At the time he was going to sleep. No cilantro. Wine Monkey tweeted Li Jian again. Little Yumbo, look at this image, it doesn't look like Auntie is holding you. Hey you, Li Jian, this crazy woman, how is not sleep? To Aunt Lai back a sentence early to sleep after. Li Jian fell back to sleep. The next day, Li Jian felt a storm of emotions as she washed up in the bathroom. It was also Aunt Lai who had to help herself out, and Shang Xuanxing's problem was solved directly from the root. In the future, even if he wanted to make a mess, it wouldn't be so convenient. But after coming out, he saw Zhao Shuman with a rolling pin standing in front of the kitchen waiting for him, which startled him. What is this shrew trying to do? Don't be afraid, Xiaoyan. Auntie is rolling out the noodles. Wait a minute. Zhao Shuman quickly walked out with her breakfast and headed towards Li Jian's room. The weather was too hot right now. Eating in the living room was indeed difficult. After Li Jian followed him over, he looked at Zhou Sukmin, who had put her breakfast down, and he really felt surprised. After Zhao Shuman turned her head, she looked at Li Jian's gaze and asked, Xiaoyan, why are you looking at Auntie with this gaze? Don't worry, Auntie doesn't hate you, although Auntie's temper is a bit worse. Listening to Zhao Shuman speak, Li Jian sat down to eat, and he did get a little hungry, but Auntie still knows right from wrong, and those things before were not your fault, and Lu Yan and I have actually always been very at odds, so it might not be a bad thing if we separate. And, my son, has gone too far. Li Jian really did not expect Zhao Shuman this shrew actually has such a reasonable side. No wonder Aunt Lai will let her stay. Aunt Lai's vision of people is still accurate. Well, but, Auntie Zhao, you're too lenient with Shang Shunsheng. Right, he's going to beat you up, and you can tolerate it? Hitting a parent like this is something that I, an outsider, can't stand to see. What if I don't put up with it? Women have no place in the family, and besides, he apologized to me, and my goal now is to get my son a house and a wife. The price of the house has been falling now, so Auntie is going to wait and see. It's just that the bride price Lu Yan wants is too high, so it might be a bit of a struggle. Then, Zhao Shuman noticed the black silk on Li Jiyan's bed. Xiao Yan, Auntie still has to say something about you. Young people should not walk on the path of illegal and criminal behavior. This is going to be a big problem. And where did you steal the black silk from? The picture is at the starting point of the book reading. Come to the starting point to read books. Search Li Jiman. Look for old Li chatting. End of chapter. Chapter 36, Lai Feifei's Kiss. Li Jiyan, who was still chatting with Zhao Shuman, suddenly fell into embarrassment. He had forgotten that the black silk Aunt Lai had drunkenly given himself yesterday was on his bed and he had forgotten to put it away. Now that this shrew had seen it, this time it really was impossible to jump into the Yellow River. You obviously didn't do anything yourself. Aunt Zhou, this is actually a misunderstanding. I don't have a fetish for that. Nowadays, Li Jiyan was busy studying to improve herself every day, so how could she go to a Taoist temple? Xiao Yan, don't explain all this to Auntie. In fact, Auntie knows it all. Young and bloody. It's normal for a person to like to fantasize some. But you can't go stealing people's stockings. They'll call the police. Zhao Shuman looked at Li Jiyan with some love in her eyes, and some helplessness. She didn't know what it would take to get this child out of the way. If this is discovered later, the police will surely notify your parents. What does your family think when they find out? What do your classmates think when they find out? Auntie Chiu, think about it. Leave the bowl in the kitchen later, and you'll still be a good boy if you change your ways. Riding an electric bike on the way to work, Li Jiyan's heart felt a great headache. Her mind was filled with Zhao Shuman's words. This F-shrew was actually quite kind at heart. After she had helped her before, she treated herself as a junior and even made herself breakfast. He had also reconciled with her, but it seemed that he could not change that image of the side stage in her mind. It was only when he reached the office that he retrieved his thoughts. After he clocked out and arrived at the sales department, he saw his co-workers busy preparing for the day's goals. At this point it's like a huge barn with cows and horses everywhere. After Li Jiyan sat down, she also looked up the customer information of the supermarket that she planned to talk to today, because of a KPI, so Li Jiyan didn't panic. Some anxious employees are now even going out of town to develop clients. Li Jiyan, the half-breed Lu Yichen walked over and knocked on Li Jiyan's desk very hard. Lu Jinxin, on the other hand, stood behind him like a dog's leg. The company's mineral water barrels are out of water, so go to the utility room and bring one over. The nearby co-workers were all looking at Li Jiyan. This Lu Yichen is the branch's president Catherine's own son. This is something everyone knows. Whoever he tells to work, who dares not? Lu Jinxin originally had a not-so-small grudge against Li Jiyan, and at this time, looking at Li Jiyan's kind of motionless appearance, he couldn't help but say in a conspiratorial manner, "The president letting you work is giving you the opportunity to sharpen your skills. Why don't you move a muscle when you're going to be promoted later?" Li Jiyan had Lai Feifei's backing, and yesterday Lai Feifei had specifically said that she wouldn't have to harbor any anger in the company. How could he put up with such things? Doesn't the company have a special worker uncle in charge of this piece? Lu Jinxin felt that he had caught his chance. How could this Li Jiyan be worthy of being a colleague with him in such a listed group? One must sideline him to do so, in which case wait until the next class reunion. Himself is the one who mixes it up the best. Li Jiyan, you still won't admit it when I say you have a low IQ. You were stupid when you were in school. You can't even grasp the opportunity that the president gave you to get a promotion and a raise. You don't give the president any face at all. You're pitifully low in emotional intelligence. For this self-professed humor, Li Jiyan has also long been accustomed to it. I don't want this promotion. You go ahead and get it. Handsome Lu Yichen face is a little less than good. Since childhood is a rich second generation and is a hybrid. From elementary school to high school has been the class president, the university as the president of the student union. Whenever he was the man of the hour on campus, he took $2 million to start a business directly after graduation, and although it failed, it had no effect on his life. All along Lu Yichen has been that kind of egotistical character, and Lu Jinxin relationship is very good. After listening to Lu Jinxin to clean up Li Jiyan, on the spot decided that in the future in the company everyday military training Li Jiyan exhausted him, and then dismissed him. But I didn't think that he would dare to disobey him. This made him slap Li Jiyan's desk hard. I told you to change the water. You hear me? Wang Ye hurriedly came up and said with a compensatory smile, Lu Yichen, don't bother with Xiao Yan. He's just stepped out of campus. Xiao Yan, sister will go with you to carry the water. Sis, you go back. I'm not moving. Whoever you want. What are you? My leader? You order me around? Get out of the way. Li Jiyan followed suit and slapped the table. When he was angry, he was also very intimidating. Lu Yichen couldn't help but get out of the way. After Li Jiyan left, he viciously kicked over Li Jiyan's table. Wang Ye, on the other hand, silently helped him clean up, and she felt that Li Jiyan was probably going to lose his job. Catherine is the company's hand, offending her son. can Li Jiyan still do his job? A sigh escaped her at the thought. Young people, they still do things too impulsively. Lu Jinxin, on the other hand, revealed a smile. This kid, this time is to be completely unemployed. The last time Su Chanxian shouted at him to buy a single he did not go and insulted himself. But he remembers clearly. This poor bastard from a small county had better go home and farm. After redeeming the scratchers, Li Jiyan's mood only got better. Lu Yichen, I see propose M. Thinking of Lu Yichen's kind of lofty appearance, he just cursed in his heart. But the bastard's a real good-looking guy. Just like his mom's male model. Li Jiyan remembered that when he was in school, he often changed girls to go to the hotel room, although they all knew that he was not a good thing. But still there were still a lot of girls who came forward. In this day and age, it seems as if girls have changed and only want to find handsome ones to sleep with. As for the rest of the stuff, it's completely out of their realm of consideration. If an average-looking man possesses good qualities such as kindness, hard work, and talent, it still doesn't help much, and he has to go to the Taoist temple himself. At the same time, he was also deeply impressed by the importance of the background. No ant-lie cover themselves, although suffocating, but they cannot help it. The company's son of a hand. Small employees which offend. Those who have to support their families. Even if Lu Yichen let kneel-down estimates have to do. At noon, Li Jiyan ordered a cassoulet and just poured a spoonful of soup intending to dazzle a bite. Got a call from Fei Lai. Little Yenbo, come to Auntie's house. Something's happened. Li Jiyan's heart sank as Lai Fei Fei's tone was obviously drunk, but still gruff. So she must have encountered something terrible. Woo! In the next second, Lai Fei Fei was actually directly crying out. Aunt Lai, don't cry. I'm coming. Li Jiyan felt a heart-wrenching pain. In this city, he was like an orphan with no one to care for him. Lai Fei Fei and Shen Hongmei were the ones who really gave him a lot of warmth. Especially when Lai Fei Fei came out to cover him to drive Shang Shun Sheng away. Although his mouth didn't say anything, but his heart was moved to hug Aunt Lai's black silk and eat her Jiojio. When the express drop stopped after the villa, Li Jiyan rang the doorbell and soon the door opened and he ran towards the living room. Aunt Lai, what's wrong with you? Looking at Lai Fei Fei's eyes swollen from crying, Li Jiyan's heart completely sank, and she even sent herself pictures last night. Crying like this today. What the hell is going on? After the haggard-looking Lai Fei Fei saw Li Jiyan come over, she seemed to have found a way to rely on her and pounced on her. Aunt Lai hugged Li Jiyan tightly, but he didn't have any mind to feel it. He just felt his heart ache and hurt so bad. Oh, say, Auntie's going to die. Saying that, Lai Fei Fei cupped Li Jiyan's face and kissed up at him. Li Jiyan was a bit confused at the moment. In the next second, Lai Fei Fei said while dropping her tears, Xiao Yan Bao, before you die Auntie is going to pass on a little kissing experience so you won't be looked down upon by girls in the future. Li Jiyan felt the taste of Lai Fei Fei's tears. Salty. In another next second, Aunt Lai's deft tender pink tongue kissed in. End of chapter. Chapter 37, Teaching by Example. Li Jiyan felt as if he was dreaming. He knew that Lai Fei Fei did enjoy molesting him very much, but it's always been just a flirtation. That's all. She didn't do anything substantial. But I didn't expect that Aunt Lai would actually kiss herself. That flexible touch made Li Jiyan feel as if she was dreaming. Now, he was kissing the gorgeous, fine-boned, fruitful Shanghai aunt in front of him? It really isn't a dream. However, Li Jiyan wasn't in much of a mood to enjoy Lai Fei Fei's kiss. His mind was filled with countless questions. Fei Lai, what's going on? After a while, Li Jiyan gently pushed Lai Fei Fei out. Aunt Rai, what's wrong with you? Looking at Lai Fei Fei's tears, Li Jiyan gently wiped them away as he sensed that something was unusual. Something must have happened to Lai Fei Fei in this state. Otherwise she would never have been able to look like this, or even initiate a kiss with herself. This is incredible. Saiyan, did you learn anything from the kissing just now? Lai Fei Fei didn't speak, but said to herself, no. Then Auntie will teach you to be more detailed. Hooking your tongue like that can make a girl happier. Saying that, Lai Fei Fei kissed again. She was very devoted. Aunt Rai, what's wrong? Li Jiyan stammered and quickly lost her words. Aunt Lai's kisses were indeed too easy to get into and indulge in. It was only after a long time that the two of them separated. Lai Fei Fei gently wiped away Li Jiyan's saliva, and the loss was still written all over that gorgeous pretty face. Aunt Rai, this time you can tell me what's going on. My heart is scared. Although Li Jiyan was a man, his age was indeed a real small child compared to Lai Fei Fei. He was also just Lai Fei Fei's junior, and with Lai Fei Fei in this state, how could Li Jiyan not panic? Words. Lai Fei Fei, who seemed to have calmed down, picked up a red wine glass and said after pouring another glass of wine, Auntie has a terminal illness. A sentence like a bolt from the blue. It made Li Jiyan's heart feel incredulous. Terminally ill. This word had always been something that Li Jiyan felt quite fearful of. Once you had a terminal illness, then you could only wait for death. A quick death without treatment and a chronic death in agonizing pain with treatment is depressing and desperate to hear. Aunt Rai, what's going on here? Some kind of terminal illness, Fei Lai said softly, stomach cancer, or intestinal cancer. In fact, a doctor friend of Auntie's told Auntie a couple of years ago that her eldest uncle got stomach cancer plus bowel cancer from excessive drinking when he was checked out. It didn't take long for people to go. By that reckoning, Auntie's days should be numbered. Saying that, Lai Fei once again hugged Li Jiyan and cried. Even though she was drunk, she didn't have the heart to continue kissing Li Jiyan. Hugging Lai Fei, Li Jiyan's tears were somewhat uncontrollable. The fact that someone who cares is about to leave him or her tickles Li Jiyan's sadness. He really hadn't felt much warmth in this city. Fei Lai was very important to him, but she hadn't known him long enough for Aunt Lai to die. Two people hugging each other. Lai Fei said while crying, Little Yan Bao, that Maybach will be left to you by Auntie in the future. If you ever get a date, take someone out on a date in that car. It's good. Woohoo. When you kiss someone else in the future, remember the way Auntie taught you to kiss. Never say you've never been in love. People will look down on you. You just refer to your aunt as your ex-girlfriend. Say Auntie younger and prettier, and make sure you say F. Lai Fei cried as she spoke. She hugged Li Jiyan very hard and every word was very sad. After a full 10 minutes, Li Jiyan asked, Aunt Lai, have you been diagnosed with this cancer? His voice was very heavy. Not yet. I searched online. Li Jiyan, Aunt Lai, I think you might be overthinking this. Online visits are cancer start. Let's just go to the hospital and decide after that. Lai Fei said in despair. I called with that doctor's big sister and asked. When I went to the bathroom today, it was all blood. And the pain is unbearable. It's basically cancer. There's not much else it could be. Lai Fei's tears fell once again. Li Jiyan's heart was heavy. He knew that what Lai Fei said should be true. It's unlikely that anyone else would get a cancer like this. But this winemonger getting cancer seems likely. People who drink heavily all year round become prone to liver, stomach and bowel cancers. Aunt Lai, let's go to the hospital quickly. I don't want to go. Just spend the last part of my life at home. I don't want to go. Woo-hoo-hoo. Aunt Lai. Let's go. Okay, wait for me. I'll put on some makeup. Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan realized that Lai Fei was really the kind of woman who wanted to be beautiful even when she died. At this point, he was not in the mood to reminisce about how he felt when he kissed Auntie Lai. After half an hour, Lai Fei, who was wearing black silk high heels and light makeup, came downstairs. Still, the tears in his eyes simply couldn't be stopped. While Li Jiyan felt that Lai Fei was adorable, his heart felt very distressed. Was Lai Fei really going to leave this world? Aunt Lai, let's take a cab. Wait. Lai poured himself another glass of red wine. Li Jiyan stopped. Aunt Lai, you're like this, so don't drink anymore. Don't stop Auntie. Auntie doesn't even have a few days left to live, so let her have a good drink. Always remember the way Auntie taught you to kiss, and don't be embarrassed later. Li Jiyan thought that it was also true that if it was really that kind of disease, then just be happy for one day. He also knew why Lai Fei had kissed himself today. After drinking it down, he followed Li Jiyan out the door. When they arrived at the hospital, a woman who looked to be in her 50s wearing a white lab coat with a badge that said chief physician walked out. Rai, this is my nephew, Lai Fei said casually. Well, handsome boy, you wait here for your aunt. I'll go ahead and take her for a checkup. Xin Hui pulled Lai Fei towards the inside of the hospital, and Li Jiyan felt more and more that having a human pulse really did make everything so convenient. But Auntie Lai, is it true that she has cancer? Sitting back in his chair, his heart was very heavy. End of chapter. Chapter 38, Auntie Lai's Last Wish. Aunt Lai, don't you dare have anything happen to you. Li Jiyan kept praying in her heart, hoping that nothing would happen to Lai Fei. Did your stomach hurt when you found the blood? Lai Fei cried. Well, my stomach hurts like a knife, and there was tons of blood. The whole toilet was red, not like it was on fire at all. Xin Hui's heart was incredibly heavy. Instead of continuing to talk, she took her to be examined. Director Shin's silence made Lai Fei's heart even heavier. She knew that she was basically going to be diagnosed with bowel cancer or something. After more than half an hour, Lai walked back, looking at Lai Fei's face full of heaviness with tears in her eyes. Li Jiyan walked up and asked apprehensively, Aunt Lai, how's it going? Behind them, Xin Hui followed. Young man, keep your aunt company. Don't let her get carried away. Come by later for the results. From Director Shin's grave expression, Li Jiyan's heart also felt that something was very wrong. Aunt Lai's situation this time is only really serious. I know Director Shin. After holding Lai Fei's hand and walking out of the hospital, Li Jiyan felt that Lai Fei's entire essence seemed to be lax. Her eyes were filled with despair, and Li Jiyan knew it was normal. Something like cancer was so desperate. Aunt Lai, let's find a place to sit for a while. Well, take Auntie to a bellhop. The summer heat wave came in bursts, But Lai Fei-Fei's heart only felt a burst of incomparable cold. Her life is going to end like this. Right, get Aunt another bottle of red wine. Remember to buy a corkscrew, and you buy a bottle, too, and drink with your aunt. This time Li Jian did not reject Lai Fei-Fei. Judging from that stony look on Director Shun's face, it was basically cancer. Now what Fei Lai said basically amounted to a last wish, so Li Jian thought that she would do whatever she said herself. After buying 2 bottles of red wine and coming back again, he took Lai Fei-Fei to a nearby hotel, got a bell room. The first thing he did was turn on the air conditioning, and Fei Lai sat down on the couch, breathlessly stomping off her heels, opened the red wine and drank it. Xiao Yan, Auntie really didn't think that Auntie was going to die of cancer before she got old. As she said that, she felt as if her stomach was hurting a little. Aunt Lai, you shouldn't be so pessimistic and desperate either. Isn't it fully diagnosed yet? Not to mention that even if it is diagnosed, isn't it possible to treat cancer nowadays with such advanced technology? I thought I remembered the internet saying there was some kind of targeted drug or something. Li Jian probably understood some of it, and it seemed like that thing could only be used in the early stages. Aunt Lai is afraid it's too late for this symptom. Don't comfort Auntie. Auntie's tummy hurts. Come and rub Auntie's tummy. Lai Fei-Fei has gotten to this point. It was also impossible for Li Jian to refuse Lai Fei-Fei's request. After he put his hand on Lai's stomach, Lai said, put it inside the t-shirt and press it. With that, she lifted up her t-shirt. Pulling Li Jian put her hand on her stomach. Despite drinking a lot of wine, Aunt Lai's stomach was still very flat. That warm and slippery feeling caused Li Jian to have an instinctive reaction all of a sudden as well. His hands also helped Lai Fei-Fei with a good massage. Time passed quickly, and Li Jian felt that her arms were getting a little sore. Better no Aunt Rai. He realized that people with good figures had flatter stomachs, but F. Zhao Shuman, indeed, was more amazing. That's better. Winnie, your hands are so hot. Can you come and massage Auntie as often as you like during the time she's still alive? Lai Fei-Fei's tone was pitiful, and she shed tears as she spoke. Li Jian's tears couldn't help but follow suit. Auntie, don't worry. I'll massage your tummy every day from now on. Well, Lai Fei-Fei kept wiping her tears and took another big gulp of red wine. Auntie Lai, want to drink quite a bit. Xiao Yan, leave Auntie alone. Auntie is dying. Let Auntie drink enough. After pinching Li Jian's face, the alcohol slowly came to her head, and Lai Fei-Fei's face became even redder. Xiao Yan, did you often help Shen Hongmei press her feet in the past? Not often enough, I guess. Auntie Shen and I haven't known each other long. Li Jian massaged Lai Fei-Fei's little tummy, raising the temperature of her stomach a bit. It seemed to me like you were enjoying pressing her feet. Words, do you prefer your Aunt Shen or me? I prefer you. Aunt Rai. Helping Lai Fei-Fei cover his stomach, Li Jian said seriously. In fact, his heart is no way to choose this problem. It's just that he knows how to speak to people when he sees them, and Fei Lai was dying, so she coaxed her to be happy herself. Just make her feel happy these last days. Well, Lai Fei-Fei's tears kept falling. Xiao Yan, Auntie's feet are also cold, so help Auntie cover them. I want you to help Auntie like you covered Shen Hongmei's feet. Li Jian realized that women's jealousy is really something that can't be put down even when they are dead, and when Aunt Lai was close to herself before, Aunt Shen was obviously a bit upset, even if she didn't want to be with herself. Picking up Lai Fei-Fei's pair of black silk jade feet, Li Jian gently placed them on his stomach and helped Lai Fei-Fei cover her feet. Perhaps because of the disease, Li Jian felt that Lai Fei-Fei's stomach was indeed very cold. Lai Fei-Fei's toes kept snapping on Li Jian's stomach. Lai Fei-Fei said, Xiao Yan, can you eat Auntie's Jiao? Auntie hasn't experienced anything like this yet. Tearful Lai Fei-Fei's request was really excessive, but Li Jian couldn't agree to it for a while. It is indeed too embarrassing. Aunt Lai, Lai Fei-Fei put her black silk legs back and then hugged Li Jian, pinned him down on the couch and kissed him on the lips. Auntie will test whether you've learned your kissing first. Woo! Li Jian also didn't realize that she was always passive in these experiences. As he and Lai Fei-Fei kept kissing each other, his hormones were spiking at an extreme rate. After the two separated, Li Jian looked at the blushing Lai Fei-Fei and said, Aunt Lai, little Yenbo, can you eat Auntie's Jiao? Auntie is dying. Can't you even fulfill this wish of your aunt? Saying that, Lai Fei-Fei's tears fell on Li Jian's face. End of chapter. Chapter 39, A Shallow Taste. Li Jian swore that he was definitely not someone who was interested in jade feet. For such behavior, his heart also felt very contemptuous. But Auntie Lai has cancer. In her grief, Li Jian felt that she should make a sacrifice. Xiao Yan, can it work? So, is it okay to wear black silk? Well, Li Jian lowered his head and gently kissed Lai Fei-Fei's black silk jade feet. And Lai Fei-Fei seemed to be exhausted to the limit at this point as well. A deep sleep, holding Lai Fei-Fei's jade feet with both hands. Li Jian's heart also felt a pang of heartache. Did Fei Lai really just become terminally ill? By the time it was past 4 in the afternoon, Fei Lai's cell phone ringing woke her up. Hey, Director Shen, Lai Fei, who was still a little confused, picked up the phone and said to Shen Hui, why don't you come to my office? Director Shen, is my illness serious? It's serious. The voice on the other end was very serious, which caused Lai Fei's body to soften. It was fortunate that the current her was sleeping on the sofa, otherwise she would definitely fall on the spot. I'm on my way. After hanging up the phone, Lai Fei's tears couldn't help but fall again. When Auntie leaves, that Maybach will be yours. With that, she pulled Li Jian towards the outside. Don't be ridiculous, Auntie, you're a koi, and with all the diseases that can be cured nowadays, you'll be absolutely fine. On the way, Lai Fei's tears didn't stop and her eyes were red from crying. After coming to Shen Hui's office, Li Jian asked worriedly, Director Shen, is my aunt's illness really serious? Can it be cured? Science is so advanced nowadays, it should be curable. Shen Hui tapped the table and said, indeed there is a disease. Rai, I should hook you up with a psychiatrist. It's over, and something is wrong with me mentally. Sitting paralyzed in her chair, Lai Fei cried even harder. Her heart really felt very desperate. Spiritual convenience? What's wrong with Aunt Rai? Li Jian realized something was wrong. Young man, your aunt is not sick at all. Her heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, all the indicators are very normal and there are no shadows. Nothing is wrong. But didn't they say the toilet was full of blood? Too much dragon fruit. Li Jian. Behind her, Lai Fei stopped crying, and her face flushed red as far as the eye could see. Even when she kissed Li Jian, she wasn't that red. But didn't Aunt Rai still say that her stomach hurt like hell? Scared, Lai Fei stood up, covered her face and said, I still have some things to do at home. Director Shen, Xiao Yan, I'll leave first. Lai Fei ran away in a sorry state. She felt that she had really lost her face to 2025 this time. When Li Jian came out of the hospital, it still felt like a dream. This is how Auntie Lai taught herself to kiss today. And all because Aunt Lai had too much dragon fruit. This wine mongoose. At this moment, Li Jian's heart had a feeling of 18 minutes of excitement. Aunt Lai was really cute, but it felt really good to hold Aunt Rai's feet in her hands. And the experience that Lai Fei had imparted to Li Jian brought back memories of Aunt Lai and Aunt Shen somewhat not so similar ways. But basically they were all pretty much the same. All of them making Li Jian's heart very mesmerized. It's more important than anything else for three people to make their day. The next few days of the day were very quiet, but Lai Fei hadn't been tweeting and chatting with him for the past few days. He could also sense Lai Fei's embarrassment. Originally she was just treating herself as a little kid molesting herself. But Dragon Fruit Time loved you. She was really doing a lot of out-of-character things and even let herself eat a bit of her black silk Giorgio, which was really embarrassing. It's actually kind of nice to calm down for a while, because time washes away all embarrassment. And these past few days, Zhao Shuman had also been making breakfast for Li Jian, and as they spent time together, it had brought the two of them closer together in an invisible way. In the afternoon, Li Jian finished clocking out of work at the company and instantly went to the restroom. On the way around the corner, instead, he heard the voices of Lu Jinxin and Lui Chen. Mom, that Li Jian didn't take me seriously at all. He wouldn't even change the bucket of water when I asked him to. You must help me clean him up. The big ocean horse Catherine was wearing high heels, and a trace of anger flashed across the pretty face of that European and American mature woman. That's right, President, this Li Jian is not a good thing. You must take care of him. Good. Tomorrow Mom will have him specialize in cleaning the sales department and changing the water. Listening to this mother and son as well as Lu Jinxin, Li Jian clenched his fists and left in a roundabout way. He wouldn't have done such a job anyway. And this Catherine is such an indiscriminate foreign. In the evening, after Li Jian returned home, her mood slowly calmed down. One's mouth could agree, but one certainly wouldn't take the heat. After all, with Auntie Lai backing him up, one didn't have to be too afraid of anything. After arriving home, Li Jian, who had just planned to order a takeout, saw Zhao Shuman frying vegetables, bumping the spoon. Sukmin Cho was swaying dramatically as she stir-fried the food. With that kind of look, looking at Li Jian, she was a bit unable to avert her eyes. Xiao Yan is back. Let's eat dinner together. I got off work earlier today. After these few days, the relationship between the two had warmed up a lot, and in Zhao Shumin's heart she was also very fond of Li Jian. Compared to his own son, he is really kind and polite. But there is one thing, that aspect of this child's psyche is not very healthy. Think about Zhao Shumin's heart is very headache. What is it going to take to correct this child's twisted psyche? Stealing isn't a good habit to get into. Okay, Auntie. Li Jian also felt a little hungry. After he went to the bathroom to wash his face, but he saw a very fierce-looking tattooed man standing at the door. This startled Li Jian, and he had to say that this brother did look like one of those triads. However, Li Jian's heart was not at all abashed. Zhao Shuman, who had just come out, was also startled, and she picked up the rolling pin and came to shield Li Jiyan. Although Li Jiyan was a man, he was just a small child in Zhao Shumin's heart. That's the downside of having a social circle full of ants and always being treated like children. The muscular man in front of her did not look like a good person at all, and Zhao Shumin's body was shaking. Who are you? Get out! Li Jiyan clearly felt the tattooed man's eyes on Zhao Shumin's upper body, but quickly covered it up. Big sister, little brother, my name is Zhao Hai. Don't get me wrong, I'm the tenant of the master bedroom. Here's my contract. My girlfriend will be here later. I'm not a bad person. After taking out his cell phone and showing the contract to the two of them, a misunderstanding was temporarily resolved. When she arrived at Li Jiyan's house, Zhao Shumin whispered, "This person is too scary looking." At this time, Zhao Shumin was still a bit distraught. A woman's voice soon sounded outside. It should be Zhao Hai's girlfriend arriving. As she ate her meal, Zhao Shumin decided to talk to Li Jiyan about his stealing. Little words. Have you been stealing other people's clothes, heel stockings and such lately? Li Jiyan looked embarrassed. Aunt Zhao, I swear to you, I really didn't steal anything from anyone. And lie to your aunt, who will not despise you, for she knows you are a kind child. Auntie really wants you to be good. You should get a girlfriend instead of fantasizing all day. While Zhao Shumin was talking, Zhao Hai's girlfriend's voice came from next door. For the first time, Li Jiyan felt how bad the soundproofing in this old neighborhood really was. Zhao Shumin's face quickly turned red. End of chapter. Chapter 40, Xiaoyan, why are you here? Li Jiyan really didn't expect that this Zhao Hai and his girlfriend would be so impatient. It's just been lived in. Little words. Zhao Shumin felt her face go very, very red. Auntie's going to go brush the dishes first. After leaving with the dishes, Zhao Shumin left Li Jiyan's room. As Li Jiyan listened to the sounds from next door, he couldn't help but recall that night with Aunt Shin in his mind. It's better to keep studying. Li Jiyan continues to enrich herself by learning knowledge online. While in the kitchen to brush the dishes, Zhao Shumin at this time but has been distracted. Her brain inside the thought of all is just now the picture. She really didn't expect that newly moved Zhao Hai to be so shameless. I'm having dinner with the kids myself. As a result, it suddenly came out of nowhere, and it really caught Zhao Shumin off guard. I was going to educate Li Jiyan so that he wouldn't continue to do nasty things like that. Thinking about it, Zhao Shumin's heart only felt more embarrassed. What would it take to get Sion to stop doing nasty things like that? Zhao Shumin, as an elder, began to think hard within herself, and after returning to her room, thought of the previous contact with Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan's scary place. Her inner loneliness at this time seemed like it was suddenly and completely lured out. It made her face start to get redder and redder. Oh my god, how could I think such a thing? Xiaoyan is just my junior, a child. Zhao Shumin's face was already starting to turn red hot. Lying down, Zhao Shumin turned on the fan and covered her face to try to calm herself down. Just relax for a while. Just this once. At night, Li Jiyan studied until 12 o'clock and opened the message. It was becoming a habit for him. Go to this lottery store and buy this stack of scratch-offs for a profit of $1. 220. Scratchers were Li Jiyan's very main source of income these days, and now his savings had almost exceeded $20,000. He also cut his teeth on the saying that a man's confidence comes from money, and he couldn't even begin to think about how confident he'd have to be if he had $1 million in savings. Fei Lai has been trying to reach out to you, but has been embarrassed about letting you eat her Jiogio and kissing you. Li Jiyan. Lu Jinxin is denigrating you inside his sales department's girlfriends group and telling everyone to stay away from you or else their future won't be secure. For this dead human demon's bad. Li Jiyan has long been accustomed to it, and his heart feels that it doesn't matter at all. Anyway, he and Lu Jinxin Luichen have long been torn apart. If you have any moves, just follow them yourself. In tomorrow's Subject 1 test, you will meet Lu Jinxin's mom, He Yenrong, who leaks breast milk. This information made Li Jiyan think about the fact that He Yenrong was still breastfeeding, which was indeed embarrassing. 5 days later, Shen Hongmei's company will come to a German client. She was eager to take the order, but the client decided to go with another company after the inspection. This client loves German history. Li Jiyan's heart had an uncontrollable feeling of excitement in it. He and Aunt Shen were finally going to meet again. Go to the supermarket and you can take a new customer with the following bottom price in the other party's mind. This message was about work, and Li Jiyan had memorized it, because of his unforgettable eyes, so he remembered everything clearly. At 1:30, Zhao Shumin, who was called back to work overtime, will walk back, and on the way, she will meet the man who got horny and tailed her. Li Jiyan knew that the place where Zhao Shumin worked was not far from here. In order to save money, she walked to and from work most of the time, and Li Jiyan knew that Zhao Shumin usually didn't even bother to turn on the electric fan. It's too normal. Looks like it's going to be a late night. At 1 o'clock in the evening, Li Jiyan went out. The weather was very dry and hot. Even late at night outside it was still too hot to carry. and just after coming out not too long ago, Li Jiyan had the feeling of being vaporized by the air. It's hot. Li Jiyan felt like his body was about to sweat, and he could appreciate Zhao Shumin's lack of ease even more. Unfortunately, she had a very ungrateful son, Shang Shuncheng, who had even tried to hit Zhao Shumin before. Thinking about it, Li Jiyan's heart felt how disgusting this person really was. However, for Zhao Shumin's family's counting things, Li Jiyan didn't know much about it. He only felt that Zhao Shumin's days were actually very bitter. After he arrived at the place where Zhao Shumin worked, he quietly waited for Zhao Shumin to come down. Not much later, Zhao Shumin walked out from the company. Li Jiyan could tell from her pace that Zhou Sukmin should look extremely tired. Because of the transcendence, it was very obvious that she was moving when she walked. On the side of the road, a young man who was smoking a cigarette widened his eyes after seeing this scene. Thoughts that shouldn't have crossed his mind as well. Although he didn't have the guts, he wanted to follow Zhao Shumin to enjoy this rare beauty. Li Jiyan quietly followed from the other side. At first, Zhou Shumin hadn't noticed anything, but not much later, her heart felt something was wrong. Why did this person keep following her, continuously fumbling in her bag? Soon, Zhao Shumin touched a bottle of her own homemade chili water, and the fear in her heart continued to deepen and spread. While the young man in the back was still engrossed in admiring the exaggerated figure of the mature woman in front of him, Zhao Shumin walked fast. He was following along faster, and at this moment, Zhou Sukmin was sure she was being tailed. She started to jog. Now that there were no more pedestrians on the road, she wanted to find a place with a camera to call the police. Don't run, auntie. Add a WeChat. The young man was also a little on top of things. At this time he had the idea in his mind that he wanted to develop this ant in front of him into his firestorm friend, and after his heart fell into the why it was out of control. He wanted to go up and pull Zhou Sukmin to add the Weibo. Seeing this scene, Li Jiyan quickly ran in front of Zhao Shumin from the other side, and Zhao Shumin was caught off guard. It crashed directly into Li Jiyan's arms. Zhao Shumin's nostrils kept hitting his neck, making Li Jiyan feel hot. At this moment, Li Jiyan deeply experienced the feeling of being squeezed. Auntie Zhou is really too good to be true. His reaction was natural and made Zhou Sukmin's face, which was already very red from running, burn. At the same time, her heart felt appalled. Xiao Yan is simply a monster. Saiyan, why are you here? As soon as Li Jiyan wrapped Zhao Shumin tightly in his arms, at this time, the embrace could be said to be very tight. Hands were placed on her waist, and the soft embrace made Li Jiyan feel intoxicated. Cursing at the young man following behind, he said, "Get out." End of chapter. Chapter 41, Zhao Shumin's gift. The young man who tailed Zhao Shumin was originally a very timid person. Just now he was also tickled by Zhao Shumin's figure. Wanted to come up and see if there was any chance of development with this ant. If it works, then every night in Mordor from now on will be a true paradise. At this moment, he heard Li Jiyan yell at him to roll. Scared, her legs went weak, her face reddened and she turned her head and ran. In this day and age, the cost of breaking the law and committing crimes is too high, so he doesn't dare to really mess around. Even if Li Jiyan didn't come over, he would at most dare to pester Zhao Shumin for a bit. After the trailing young man left, Zhao Shumin's heart was still thumping. There was no way to calm it down, and she associated it with the rolling pin she used to roll out the dough. Although she was a little reluctant to let go of Zhao Shumin, Li Jiyan also knew that it wouldn't be appropriate if this continued. Now that he and the shrew were on pretty good terms, the old days were behind him, and it's still a neighbor who shares a room together, so you still have to run a good relationship with Aunt Zhou. Zhao Shumin patted her chest, obviously still a bit distraught. At any given time, a woman in such a situation would feel very frightened. When Zhao Shumin took a shot, that kind of look also looked at Li Jiyan, who couldn't move her eyes at all. "Are you okay, Auntie?" "Well, it's okay." Scared Auntie to death, he tried to be a hooligan, putting the chili water back into the bag, which was already peeling. Zhao Shumin's heart slowly calmed down. "Auntie, let's go home first." "Good." The two of them walked together, and at this time, Zhao Shumin's heart still felt a pang of fear. "It's a good thing I have you, Sayaka. It's a good thing I have you." Even though she was a shrew, fighting was still essentially a woman, and was very powerless in the face of such a situation. "That's right, Winnie, how did you get here?" Zhao Shumin's heart felt a bit magical. She didn't know why Li Ziyan had appeared in this place. "Auntie, I saw you out working overtime today. I've run into Auntie Zhao before over here when you came to work, so thinking you weren't safe, I came to see where you work. I didn't expect to run into this." Zhao Shumin couldn't help but feel a warm feeling inside. This kid, he was really too good to himself, knowing that he was working overtime and still thinking of himself. This friendship was really very sincere. Thinking about it, Zhao Shumin felt a little guilty over the matter of tearing Li Jiyan's clothes earlier. "Xiao Yan, thank you really. If it wasn't for you, Auntie would really be in danger this time. Auntie really shouldn't have treated you like that before." Li Jiyan smiled and said, Aunt Zhao, you didn't know what was going on before, so you can't be blamed. Li Jiyan still remembered the time when Zhao Shuman had torn the next door's great aunt to see red, but it really wasn't Aunt Zhou's fault for that incident. The great aunt's character was indeed a bit poor. No matter what, Li Jiyan knew that the essence of Zhao Shumin's heart was actually still very kind. Well, Sayan, let's go home first. While on the road, Zhao Shumin's mind kept thinking about the way Li Jiyan saved herself just now. For so many years, Zhao Shuman had never had any status in the family. And back then his parents had even tried to abort her more than once when they realized she was a girl. Growing up she had lived with dislike and insults, and the days after the marriage were not much better. Zhao Shuman has always been the object of domestic violence, and then her husband had an extramarital affair, looking for a very ugly mistress, and she divorced. Later, she brought up Shang Shunsheng all by herself. A lot of guys try to harass her because she's so pretty and has big boobs, trying to take advantage of her. A widow, if not shrewder, sooner or later, she would be bullied to death by others, and over time, Zhao Shuman had developed her current downright shrewish personality. It didn't change the fact that she was a good woman at heart though. Aunt Zhou, you're actually quite gentle when you're quiet, Li Jiyan said with a smile as he looked at the very skillful Zhao Shuman who was walking with him. The contrast between the current Zhao Shuman and the shrew who rode on top of her body and tore up her t-shirt was really a bit big. Actually, Auntie wasn't like that before. She was bullied a lot. I'm sure Auntie won't do that to you in the future. Sayan, you're a very good boy, said Zhao Shumin's mind remembered Li Jiyan's problem of stealing other people's things. She didn't realize that she had misunderstood Li Jiyan. It only felt that sooner or later, Li Jiyan would go to jail for such a habit. After all, the behavior of stealing someone's stockings and also high heels is certainly very dangerous and will be sanctioned by the law. Well, Auntie, I'm sure. In fact, you're a very gentle woman. After returning home, after Li Jiyan and Zhao Shuman parted ways, he went back to his own room, intending to sleep first. Looking at the table before drinking the tresor, he found that this yogurt did not know when it fell into the drawer. But the very sleepy Li Jiyan just wanted to rest before saying anything. After all, the hitman still had to go to the company to open tomorrow. There was not that much time to delay. A few moments after lying down, there was a knock on the door. Sayan, open the door. Hearing that it was Zhao Shuman, Li Jiyan went up and opened the door to the room. At this time, Zhao Shuman had already changed into a set of black pajamas, which she had obviously worn for many years, and her hair was wet, so it was obvious that she had just taken a shower. The scent of the shower gel on her body made Li Jiyan feel a little parched, and Aunt Zhou was clearly in a state of complete letdown at this point after taking a shower with the intention of going to bed. Aunt Zhou, why? Something's wrong. Li Jiyan swallowed, feeling as if he was dreaming. Could it be that the plots on those short stories you like to read are coming true? Xiao Yan, Auntie was trying to talk to you about this matter of you liking to take other people's clothes. This time, the voice from next door sounded again. Zhao Shumin's face reddened a bit. Auntie knows that young people have boundless energy every day, so it's actually pretty normal if you have some ideas. But there are some things we mustn't do. Sayan, from behind his back, he took out one of his clothes. Zhao Shuman said softly, Xiao Yan, this is Auntie's t-shirt. If you like clothes, this one of Auntie's is for you. Don't you ever go out and steal someone else's clothes again. You can really go to jail if you get caught, if you fantasize later. Actually, Auntie doesn't mind if she can help you. End of chapter. Chapter 42 Leakage. Embarrassing surprises. Li Jiyan fell into embarrassment as he realized that there was really no way to change the image of the one he had in Zhao Shumin's mind. While he was trying to speak, Zhao Shuman had already left his room. There was some noise next door, but Li Jiyan knew it was only for a little while. Sure enough, it was just as he expected. Picking up the clothes that Zhao Shuman had given herself and taking a look, it was a t-shirt with a relatively soft fabric. What's going on in Aunt Zhou's mind? Soon Li Jiyan fell asleep. Li Jiyan fell asleep quickly, but Zhao Shuman was just a completely different story. Lying inside her room she tossed and turned with the fan blowing. The saying 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger is always true. Looking at her fingers, Zhao Shumin's mind wondered if she could get Li Jiyan to restrain herself this time. From within the feeling of the previous hug, Zhao Shuman was able to clearly feel it. Li Jiyan clearly thought of herself as a woman. If one could help Li Jiyan a bit in such a way that Li Jiyan would stop going out and stealing, then it would be a good thing to do. Just relax one more time. One last time to relax. The next day, after waking up, Li Jiyan went to wash up in a daze. Zhao Shuman, on the other hand, took the opportunity to carry her breakfast to Li Jiyan's room. She smoothly grabbed her shirt and looked at it. Why is it so clean? Could it be that Xiao Yan doesn't like this dress of mine? Is Sayaka thinking I'm not ecstatic enough? After pulling open the drawer and looking at the traces inside, Zhao Shumin's face reddened a little. This child, it still looked like she didn't like her clothes. and Zhou Shuman knew that her clothes usually looked very old-fashioned. It's really not feminine at all compared to what those city women wear. It's only natural that he doesn't like it. What should he do with himself? This kid is on such a wrong path. He can't just sit back and do nothing. After Li Jian came in, he saw Zhao Shuman being dazed there and couldn't help but ask, "Aunt Zhao, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Shuman said somewhat sheepishly, "It's fine, Xiao Yan, hurry up and eat." Li Jian didn't think so much about it, and smelling the aroma of Zhao Shuman's cooking, Li Jian was indeed hungry. After breakfast, when Li Jian was on her way to the office, got a call from Fei Lai. This was the first time Aunt Lai had initiated contact with herself in days. "Aunt Lai, Li Jian. Today, Li Jian heard that Lai Fei Fei didn't drink at the first listen, and the Lai Fei Fei who didn't drink was obviously still very normal. Lai Fei Fei, who was eating breakfast at home, blushed a little. Before she liked to molest Li Jian just because she thought of him as a child. But to do something like that after you've mistakenly thought you had cancer. It's still unbelievable to think about Lai Fei Fei's now, and it looks like you really can't drink more in the future. Someone inside the company bullied you, didn't they, and gave you a cleaning job. For Lai Fei Fei to know this matter, Li Jian didn't feel strange. After all, Aunt Lai's connections, Li Jian's heart was still very clear. It can be said to be quite strong. Otherwise it would not have been possible to casually place himself inside a listed group like the Chanlong group. Aunt Rai, you are determined not to do such a thing. Auntie can make sure you don't get fired. Auntie will find someone to arrange it, and you won't be allowed to do such a job. Just work in peace and leave the rest to your Aunt Lai. Listening to Lai Fei Fei's very confident words, Li Jian couldn't help but feel a sense of security within her heart. Aunt Lai was really so trustworthy at all times. Even when she was drunk, she was kind to herself. Now he and Aunt Lai are sort of getting along, and after a light taste of Aunt Lai's black silk, Li Jian's heart always felt that the relationship with Aunt Lai had become a bit delicate. After arriving at the office, Li Jian also felt that everyone was looking at him a bit strangely, and some of the people who were usually closer to him were deliberately distancing themselves from him at this time. Who dares to get close to the person the company's president named to clean up? However, Li Jian didn't take it seriously and clocked out and left the company after cleaning up a bit. "Anyway, I have Auntie Lai to back me up." After redeeming the scratch and collecting the day's earnings, Li Jian cursed, "Damn big ocean horse, still really bottomless, directly cleaning up after me for his own son. For this to be the president of the company, this is proper workplace bullying. It's a good thing I have Aunt Rai." Li Jian could imagine if she was really just an ordinary person without a golden finger and without Aunt Lai's cover. The amount of bullying you can get in a company, workplace bullying, really has always been there. Subsequently, Li Jian went to get the business done, and only in the afternoon time did he go to the DMV to take the Subject 1 test. While waiting in line in the lobby, Li Jian saw He Yenrong and a Chongsam. After thinking about the fact that the originator of his being arranged to sweep the floor was actually Lu Jin Xin, Li Jian looked at the mature woman in front of him who raised her hands and threw her feet with an S. In his mind, he thought of a quote from melee mage Lu Haizhu. Then there's the time Tian Wenjing was cursed. Sooner or later, he himself would have to make this matter a reality, so that it would be the best revenge for this deserving dead demon. Auntie Rong. Li Jian walked forward, pretending to be very surprised, and greeted He Yenrong, who obviously didn't quite dare to believe that she had met Li Jian here. "Words, what are you doing here? You can tell when Auntie is wearing sunglasses." He Yenrong's heart was very surprised. After the last time she met Li Jian, her heart had quite a favorable impression of the young man's heart who was proficient in German, especially since he was also his own son's classmate. This couldn't help but make He Yenrong's heart like Li Jian even more. "I didn't expect to run into it here this time." "Yes, Auntie Rong, you're so pretty, with such a great temperament and figure. I recognized you right away, especially with your Chongsam and black silk. It's so obvious. I didn't expect to meet you here either. Aunt Lai said I didn't have a driver's license and told me to hurry up and learn how to drive. So I thought the same thing and signed up." "Really? What driving school are you in?" He Yenrong, who was wearing sunglasses, took them off and drew heavy makeup. Her that face appeared in Li Jian's line of sight when Li Jian then felt a feeling that her hormone secretion was completely out of control and messed up, as if there was really no way to control herself. "Auntie Rong, I'm at the Minqing driving school." "Really? I'm at Minqing driving school too." He Yenrong's heart also felt that she and Li Jian were really very much destined for each other, and this time, she suddenly felt his own chest was a little itchy, and it wasn't because of anything else. It's just because she's still nursing. It would be easier to deal with if it was at the place of work, but you're about to take an exam yourself. What to do? Her insides were starting to get anxious. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Foxtrot. Regarding the abnormality in He Yenrong's expression, Li Jian knew it by heart. Breastfeeding is just prone to such accidents. He didn't poke at it, though. After the person taking the test has placed his or her ID and other belongings under the supervision of the DMV staff, they are placed under surveillance. Together, the two went to the line in front of the exam room. Li Jian and He Yenrong stood together in line, and at this time, He Yenrong was always a bit standoffish. This made Li Jian feel the same kind of embarrassment that He Yenrong felt, all the way to sitting down in the exam room. Li Jian's mind was still constantly thinking about He Yenrong's flirtatious pretty face. Every time he saw He Yenrong's pretty face, Li Jian had a drugged feeling. Exam first. After reciting this in his mind, Li Jian began to do the test questions for subject 1. If it is the average person usually must be often brush the questions, at least to prepare for a week to pass the subject 1 test, but for Li Jian, this difficulty is low already cannot be lower. All the topics he could read from his mind at any time. At this time, He Yenrong felt more and more uncomfortable. The feeling of Ruchi's unexpected leak was very unnatural indeed. At this time, a thought also rose in her mind that she should wean her own daughter. All along, she had let her be too reckless and capricious. Own life is really very inconvenient at times. Forcing herself to take back her mind, He Yenrong began to answer the questions in earnest. For this subject 1 exam she had already been brushing back and forth for a month. You have to pass the test this time no matter what. Not much later, Li Jian left the exam room after casually making a score of 100. He waited quietly for He Yenrong to come out. Soon, he saw a man with a sad face going to make up the test, which made his heart also feel a little curious. Subject 1, such a simple test, what cannot pass? 10 minutes later, He Yenrong walked out. By now her t-shirt was a mass of water stains, the color noticeably different. He Yenrong was so embarrassed that she even wanted to find a crack in the ground to burrow into, and later she had to go back to the hall to get her own bag. How embarrassing was that? In front, a few people who were queuing up also raised their heads at this moment, about to see He Yenrong. While He Yenrong was feeling awkward, Li Jian came forward and hugged He Yenrong in his arms. Auntie Rong, let's come this way. Li Jian pulled He Yenrong towards the corner of the stairs, and at this moment, Li Jian's instincts were also simply uncontrollable. Every time he saw this sultry and alluring-looking woman, his hormones would get a feeling of rapid chaos. This enchanting feeling among the wind and dust is something that the other ants don't give. And at this moment, Li Jian also felt how great Auntie Rong's body really was close. After quickly wrapping his arms around He Yenrong and heading towards the corner of the stairs, Li Jian quickly took off his t-shirt and gave it to He Yenrong. Auntie Rong, you can wear it first. He Yenrong's face was a bit blushing, but Li Jian had really helped her out. Well, thank you Sayaka-san. Afterwards, Li Jian went with He Yenrong to get her things and ID card with her bare upper body. It's a little embarrassing, but after the days of poverty, Li Jian felt that there was no longer anything more embarrassing than poverty. When he arrived outside the DMV, Li Jian's t-shirt was already changing colors as well. Li Jian could clearly smell the odor from He Yenrong's body. Li Jian also felt a little hungry, and his mind thought of anti-dragon fruit S line eat Auntie S. Is Auntie S cub? I want to be Auntie Rong's cub so badly, but I'm actually just a 200-month-old baby myself. Words. Auntie is not very convenient today. Let's add a WeChat. Gotta get back first. I didn't even add your WeChat last time, so you can look for Auntie to chat with when you're not doing anything in the future. Originally, He Yenrong thought that her communication with Li Jian wouldn't be too deep, but I didn't expect the two of them to be in the same driving school. Plus today Li Jian really saved her from embarrassment. In He Yenrong's heart, her favorable impression of Li Jian was also involuntarily raised a lot. During the last time Li Jian and Mia communicated in German, He Yenrong's heart then felt very appreciative of this classmate of her own son. I just didn't expect that I and Li Jian would be so destined to bump into each other when they came to take a subject 1 test. Good. After adding WeChat, He Yenrong returned Li Jian's t-shirt to him, got into an Audi S6 that was waiting for her outside, which looked a little old. Li Jian saw that the one driving the car was an old woman in her 50s, and even though it was just a glance, Li Jian knew that she must be working as a mechanic. That aura is really so obvious that it's immediately obvious what she does for a living. This time it's kind of like adding Aunt Rong's WeChat. In the afternoon, Li Jian found an internet cafe to play a game to touch the fish and waited for the intelligence to be refreshed in the evening. But the milky scent on the t-shirt always made Li Jian feel a little distracted. His mind was always thinking about the time he hugged He Yenrong, and He Yenrong's pretty face with heavy makeup. People with bad bone structure wearing heavy makeup are really especially ugly, just like a demon. But the way He Yenrong wears heavy makeup, but it made Li Jian's hormones soar uncontrollably, and his mind was all about He Yenrong's enchanting pretty face. On the old A6, Luli looked at the awkward situation of He Yenrong sitting on the passenger side. Snidely, he asked, "What's with the mess? You're not feeding that kid, are you?" Nonsense. He Yenrong, who was already a bit embarrassed, was really a bit red in the face at this moment. "Xiao He, you just spoil your daughter too much. She's almost an adult and she's still constant. However, you and this kid have an unusual relationship, so sis still has to advise you. In our line of work, you can't get emotionally involved with a man, or you'll end up getting cheated badly, especially this broke college kid. The blush on Yenrong's enchanting pretty face was spreading, but she didn't say anything next. After leaving work in the afternoon, Li Ziyan returned home, and he planned to brush up on German history. Shin Hongmei's company's German clients, who love German history. So if he could chat freely with Shin Hongmei's customers and help Aunt Shin by casually learning a little, Li Ziyan's heart was very willing to do it. When it was after 10 o'clock in the school year, Li Ziyan's mind could no longer focus. The t-shirts all had that all-natural scent. What made Li Ziyan's heart go ape ***** was that this was a truly natural and harmless scent. Just relax. Li Ziyan laid down and flipped through Yenrong's circle of friends, but her circle of friends showed that it was only visible for half a year, and she hadn't posted any new content in those 6 months, but the avatar was her own. And after Li Ziyan clicked on the avatar, she sighed continuously in her heart. How could this Lu Jinxin's mom be born so enchanting and good-looking? This is a proper vixen. Fox charming. As he was getting ready and planning to relax, the door opened, and at that moment, Zhao Shuman was holding 2 pieces of watermelon, obviously intending to come to Li Ziyan to share, but after entering the door, Zhao Shuman's eyes were a little dull, and the watermelon in her hand fell to the ground. End of chapter. Chapter 44 100, 000 bonus intel coming in, and Zhao Shuman closed the door and exited the room. After returning to his room, he turned on the fan, but there was still no way to cool it down, and she still felt very shaken inside. Zhao Shuman tried to force herself to fall asleep, but the air seemed to be carrying flames in this scorching summer heat, making it difficult for Zhao to sleep. Li Ziyan's heart wasn't calm either. How embarrassing. Being disturbed by Zhao Shuman, Li Ziyan also studied German history online, and in the next few days, Zhao Shuman and Li Ziyan's words were significantly less. But still, she made breakfast for Li Ziyan every day, and if she came back early for dinner, she would also help Li Ziyan make one. This made Li Ziyan's heart feel good about this Auntie F who was a shrew but was actually kind at heart. Intelligence has refreshed a few more scratch-offs in the last few days. Li Ziyan watched as WeChat's balance successfully broke through to $20,000. By the time it was past 11 p.m., Li Ziyon's heart was already rising with great anticipation. Take another look at German history. In the past few days, Li Ziyan had not only read all the information on German history, but also read a lot of analysis of German history. He has now become a true expert on German history. At the same time his heart repented. Sorry, Auntie Rong, you're just too good-looking. By 12 o'clock, the intelligence was once again refreshed right on time, and this time the first piece of information made Li Ziyan's heart beat faster. Go to the lottery store and buy the 2 stacks of scratch-offs for a full $100, 000 in after-tax income. Li Ziyan's heart couldn't control his excitement. The 100,000 intelligence rewarded by the system had finally arrived. Scratcher's single win if it's over $10, 000. The portion over $10, 000 is subject to a 20% incidental income tax, because of the reason of often bad knowledge on the internet. So now Li Ziyan is considered more versatile, and he still remembers this kind of knowledge. It's Jo Sukman's birthday, but she's the only one who remembers. After the age of 10 her mother died and she hasn't had a birthday since. Li Ziyan also froze for a moment. He didn't expect the original Zhao Shuman to be so pitiful. At this point he also seems to be understanding. Why is Zhao Shuman so shrewish anymore? Maybe it has something to do with her life encounters. Today, prepare a birthday gift for Auntie Jo, Li Ziyan thought in his mind. In the afternoon, Lu Jinxin and Lu Yichen intend to make things difficult, forcing you to clean. At this Li Ziyan did not take it seriously. Now he is also considered to be emboldened, not at all subject to this anger. There is Anti-Fire Dragon Fruit Cover himself. He has nothing to worry about. Although she didn't know just how strong Lai Fei-Fei's connections were, Li Ziyan could sense that Aunt Lai's connections were much more terrifying than she had imagined. Every time she thought about it, Li Ziyan's mind just easily thought about Fifi, because Lai Tianming called and harassed Lai Fei-Fei to borrow money again. So the moody Lai Fei-Fei would drink too much half an hour later at Rue Dream Bar, will be accosted by strangers. After Fei Lai, who refused to accost her, insulted her opponent, the latter risked striking him. Seeing this news, Li Ziyan was instantly not sleepy. Wouldn't that mean that Aunt Lai was in danger? New mission issued. Please save Fei Lai. Quest reward. Attribute, Massage Master. Master Massage Therapist. Your massage techniques can be incredibly comforting. This time, the reward was a bit chickenish, but Li Ziyan would go to save Auntie Lai no matter what, so this was an added bonus. Quickly dressing and heading out the door, Li Ziyan swept up a clementine and set off. The Rue Dream Bar was quite far from where Li Ziyan lived. At the time when Li Ziyan arrived, the time was just right. After coming inside the rooming bar, Li Jiyan breathed a sigh of relief. The music inside was very loud, playing mind-numbing DJs mixed with tons of bad smells. And for this place, Li Jiyan was really very disgusted. And the number of spirit guys and spirit girls inside made Li Jiyan pull his guard up even more. Soon, he saw Lai Fei Fei, who was there drinking away her sorrows. And there were obviously a few too many bottles of wine in front of her today. But although she had drunk a little too much, Lai Fei Fei's mind had been relatively clear, as she always was. One glass and she was drunk, and the alcohol went to her head particularly quickly. But drinking 10 cups is basically almost no different. Beauty, add a WeChat. I'm exceptionally good at my job, and every one of my ex-girlfriends is dead and alive. A yellow hair with earrings and heavy makeup sat across from Lai Fei Fei and tried to add her contact information. Lai Fei Fei gave him a look and didn't say anything, which made yellow hair more confident. It looks like this young woman has her heart set on it. Sister, the house I rented is in this neighborhood. Let's go home first and I promise to give you the experience your husband could never give you. Do you want to touch it? If Shin Hongmei were here, she would have said, get lost, I'm your own mother. However, Lai Fei Fei's character is not as bad as Shin Hongmei's spicy temper. Kid, don't come out here and make a fool of yourself. Go talk to a little girl with all that dirty talk of yours. Stay away from me. Lai Fei Fei's refusal didn't make yellow hair flinch, but instead felt that there was something in it. Sister, as soon as I saw that you don't have a boyfriend, you must be married and living unharmoniously with your husband. Sister, middle-aged men are all the same. They don't give a damn. It's impossible to please you. Do you know what a male dog's waist is? Come home with me and I'll show you. Definitely makes you horny. Yellow hair's continuous foul language made Lai Fei Fei unable to endure it either. She followed Shin Hongmei's example and scolded, get lost. Old me is your mom. But she didn't have Shin Hongmei's kind of imperial sister temperament, and there was always a feeling of lack of momentum when she shouted. Even with her loud voice, no one noticed this side of the deck because it was so noisy inside the bar, doing everything. There were even people on the spot. Sister, it's okay if you're my mom. As long as you come home with me, you're my real mom. At this time, Li Jiyan sat down in front of Lai Fei Fei. Get lost or I'll call the police. Li Jiyan clenched his fists. His body had changed, and he felt that his reactions were much faster lately. Even his own length increased to 19. Right now, if he was still dueling with Shang Xuansheng's mother and son, he could definitely hang them and easily tear Zhao Shuman apart. Little Yumbo. After Lai Fei Fei saw Li Jiyan come over, her inner taut string was completely loosened. With Li Jiyan there, she was not afraid of any problems with her safety. Who are you, buddy? Lai Fei Fei gently wrapped her arms around Li Jiyan's neck. This is my baby, my great nephew, my husband, my little speech treasure, my cubs. Saying that, Lai Fei Fei, who was already drunk and crazy, kissed Li Jiyan on the lips. Li Jiyan's mind was also a bit blank at this moment. How much did Auntie Lai drink? She kissed herself forcibly again. End of chapter. Chapter 45. Of course you are my cub. Li Jiyan really didn't expect that Lai Fei Fei would forcefully kiss him again. The last time Fei Lai thought she was going to die, she did something like this. But today, is Auntie Lai addicted to kissing? But after thinking about the fact that Lai Fei Fei was harassed by Lai Tianming to borrow money, he felt that Lai Fei Fei might really be drunk today. After kissing Li Jiyan, at this time, Lai Fei Fei had also slightly sobered up. She had always been one of those drunken monkeys who would get drunk no matter how much she drank, but not really completely drunk to the point of breaking. The yellow hair on the other side of the room didn't believe that the two men knew each other at all. He only felt that Li Jiyan had come to steal the young woman from himself. Such a beautiful young woman he aspires to be. I never thought that halfway to kill out a Qingbian. This kid, obviously come in their own women. How can this be tolerated? Soon, he saw the young woman whose blood was boiling beyond his own kissing Li Jiyan. For a moment, he was irritated. What are you doing? You, I'm looking for you unwillingly, and when I catch one, I kiss it. He was originally one of those junior high school dropout punks with extremely poor qualities. Plus he had been drinking, and the scene in front of him made him very annoyed. After Lai Fei Fei kissed Li Jiyan, she kissed his face again, buried his head in his chest and rubbed it. Giddy said, Pups, Aunt Rai likes you best. Li Jiyan clenched his fists and looked at the punk across the street and cursed. UMLGCB. Speak clean to me. In fact, Li Jiyan is a rather meek character. Under the traditional Chinese parenting, Li Jiyan has always been a gentle and gentleman, not sharing the same fate as gambling and drugs. But this punk in front of him cursing Auntie Lai, he really couldn't stand it at all. Yellow hair was not a person who could take anger at all, and he punched at Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan, who had her arms around Lai Fei Fei, subconsciously punched at his wrist. Now his reflexes are much faster than they used to be. This one hit yellow hair's wrist with precision. A sharp pain hit him, and yellow hair grimaced. He threw another punch, but once again, Li Ziyan hit his wrist, hearing the sound of that collision. At that moment, Lai Fei also sobered up a bit. Xiao Yan, watch out! The yellow hair on the opposite side was completely enraged at this time. He stood up and charged at Li Ziyan, but Li Ziyan didn't dodge and quickly rushed up and kicked yellow hair in the stomach. Yellow hair fell to the ground covering his stomach. His heart was very much in the right place, continuing to rush up and fight with Li Ziyan. Quite a few people nearby were finally attracted by the commotion over here. After taking several rounds in a row, yellow hair finally convinced, he turned his head and ran. He is very clear. Today is his own initiative to do it. The bar is full of cameras. They want to plant the evidence is useless. So even if the police cannot be good, only after yellow hair left did the crowd of onlookers slowly disperse. Aunt Lai, let's get out of here. It all smells like smoke. Sober some of Lai Fei heart also feel some fear. If that yellow hair with a knife how to do, and this situation he may not bring people back to retaliate. These hobos are capable of anything. Right now it's better to get out of here for personal safety. It was only after the two of them had walked a few blocks that Lai Fei completely put her heart down, and at this time, her face was a little red. I don't know if it was because I had just taken the initiative to kiss Li Ziyan, or because I was walking too fast. Aunt Lai, how can you go to a chaotic place like a bar anymore? There are all sorts of people in here. A mix of fish and dragons. Li Ziyan's voice carried a lot of worry and complaining within it. If I hadn't happened to be walking by there, that punk might have done something. Lai Fei took Li Ziyan's hand, a little dazed. She really didn't expect that she, being in her 40s, would be lectured by a 20-year-old, but today is indeed too dangerous. Cubby, don't blame Auntie. Auntie is also annoyed by Lai Tianming's bad mood, okay? Looking at Lai Fei who is shaking her arm, Li Ziyan's heart felt like it was going to melt. A young woman tugging on her arm begging for forgiveness kind of look. It made Li Ziyan's heart really like it. Aunt Lai wasn't just flirty when she drank too much, but she was especially cute. He didn't think Aunt Lai's WeChat name should be No Cilantro. It should be renamed Auntie Lai Can't Sleep. Aunt Lai. Anyway, in the future you shouldn't come to places like this to drink. If you want to drink you can ask Aunt Shenrong to accompany you, or just drink it yourself at home. This winemonger drinks wine once a month for 30 days, so it was impossible to get her to stop drinking. And Li Ziyan had always felt in her heart that a person who didn't have a hobby they indulged in their whole life, that living is like walking dead. It's good that Aunt Lai drinks to make her happy. You just can't drink in a dangerous place like this. Got it, cub. Aunt Lai will change it later. Li Ziyan, Aunt Lai, why are you calling me cub again? In the past, Lai Fei always called herself Xia Yanbao when she was drunk, although she felt embarrassed in her heart, but Li Ziyan felt okay. I didn't realize that this crazy woman was now directly calling herself a cub. Last time Aunt Vingina. Of course you are Aunt's cub. Let Auntie cuddle. Saying that, Lai Fei came up and hugged Li Ziyan. Although Aunt Lai is not like Shen Hongmei who is so close to people by virtue of but the fine branches are no joke. Aunt Lai, when did I become your cub? That time it clearly ate. Li Ziyan swore that she really felt like Lai Fei was dying that time. That's why her last wishes were followed. Lai Fei's face turned even redder, even when she was drunk. The last dragon fruit incident made Lai Fei's heart feel ashamed every time she thought about it. He had forgotten that he had eaten dragon fruit, and as a result, he had kissed Sayaka passionately a few times, and passed on some of his experience. It means pretty much the same thing. Xiao Yan, you are Auntie's cub. Saying that, Lai Fei touched Li Ziyan's face, and the motherly glow in her eyes made Li Ziyan feel a little embarrassed. He always felt that Aunt Lai really thought of himself as a son. Afterwards, Lai Fei said drunkenly with eyes full of tenderness, "Pup, good pup, call out to mommy. Mom's got that Maybach for you." End of chapter. Chapter 46, Lai's octopus wrapped in a hug. Listening to Fei Lai make herself call out to her mom, Li Ziyan also felt how much the woman had really drunk. Aunt Lai, let me take you home. Humph. Sabat, I take you for a pup. You won't even call me mom. Saying that, Lai Fei staggered and almost just fell. Li Ziyan hurriedly hugged Lai Fei, who was now quick on the eyes. There's absolutely no way that Lai Fei is going to want to plant it. After being hugged by Li Ziyan, Lai Fei was still a little shaky, and the blush on her pretty face looked very beautiful, with some cuteness. After what happened earlier, Li Ziyan's heart really had a layer of filters on this gorgeous and flirty Auntie Shanghai, and no matter what she did, she felt that she was a bit cute and adorable. Pup, did you memorize all the points you were given last time? How the tongue works, remember. Don't disgrace your aunt by falling in love in the future. Li Ziyan thought that Lai Fei had really drunk too much. Aunt Lai, we'd better go home first. Okay, cub, you hold Auntie. Saying that, Lai Fei jumped into Li Ziyan's arms, and wearing a short black silk skirt, she coiled around Li Ziyan's body like an octopus. Li Ziyan held onto Lai Fei's legs to prevent her from falling. Today's Lai Fei obviously drank a little too much, lying on Li Jian's neck just shouting cubs. For this wine Mengzi Li Jian's heart also felt quite helpless. There's really nothing you can do about Auntie Lai. After waving his hand and hailing a cab, Li Jian carried Lai Fei into the car in this weird position. The cab driver didn't find it strange either. There are too many people like that now, who like to pick up corpses outside bars and bring them inside hotels. Some of the unsophisticated ones just find a curb, and these two should be obvious acquaintances. Pup, take your leg over. Let's have you take it over. Cubs, disobedient. Lai Fei really drank a little too much today, so compared to the usual. While on the road, Lai Fei kept moving Li Jian's legs, trying to get him out of the way, but Li Jian couldn't do anything about it. The space in this car was indeed too narrow. It was only after arriving at the entrance of Lai Fei's villa that Li Jian let out a sigh of relief. $18.08. After Li Jian scanned on the QR code placed at the back, carrying Lai Fei, who seemed to have grown on him, to the front of the villa. Aunt Lai, it's unlocked, shouted to wake up Lai Fei. At this point, Lai Fei only obediently stood in the doorway to identify the unlock. Aunt Lai, I'll help you upstairs. Cub, you're ungrateful. Li Jian, I want you to carry me upstairs. Saying that, Lai Fei directly jumped onto Li Jian's body, coiled around him like she did just now, and hugged him tightly. She seemed to be enjoying this feeling very much. After closing the door, Li Jian just hugged Lai Fei and walked towards the upstairs. Although the soft jade was in his arms, Li Jian did not have any thoughts of enjoying it, because it's just too hot right now. In the summer vacation days, even if you do nothing outside, you can be as hot as a hobgoblin, not to mention Auntie Lai, such a living young woman hanging on. Cubs are so good, so filial. Patting Li Jian's back, Lai Fei was completely relieved after knowing that she had arrived home. For the matter of sending Lai Fei back to her room, Li Jian is definitely considered quite experienced. He knew that Auntie Shen had basically been the one doing this job in the past. It's a more stable thing than up the system, because it's impossible for this alcoholic monstrosity not to drink. When she reached her room, she turned on the air conditioner and the cool breeze blew on her face before Li Jian felt better. However, the place where she was holding Lai Fei was still very hot and simply airtight, making Li Jian feel quite uncomfortable. But Auntie Lai smells so good. Li Jian closed the door and called out to Lai Fei after putting her on the bed. Aunt Lai, it's here. Li Jian tried to get Lai Fei to let go of him, not just because of the weight, but also because of the weather right now. It was really too hot. Hugging Lai Fei was like enjoying hugging a fireball. Fei Lai still refused to let go of him. This caused Li Jian to lie directly on top of Lai Fei. Aunt Lai, home, you can let go, Li Jian said softly, looking at Lai Fei's gorgeous young woman's face as well as the snow-white gully she saw from her own perspective. At this moment, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Ever since she discovered that her aesthetics were on mature women, Li Jian had an uncontrollable feeling about mature women's faces. Of course, the thing that made Li Jian feel most unable to control herself was He Yenron. That sultry and pretty face with heavy makeup and enchanting eyes with faint eyelines made Li Jian unable to control herself when looking at her pictures. Cubby, don't go away. Auntie is scared. You sleep with Auntie at night. Saying that, Lai Fei's snort kept hitting Li Jian's neck. She wrapped her arms around Li Jian and just wouldn't let her go. Li Jian also felt out that Aunt Lai did drink too much wine today. Come to think of it, anyone who had such a brother would be very fretful in their heart. Aunt Lai, it's late. I have to work tomorrow. Don't, cub. Stay well with your aunt. Lai Fei hugged Li Jian a little harder, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Li Jian knew that Lai Fei was starting to talk nonsense now, and he felt like he couldn't run away. After gently getting hold of Lai Fei's high heels, Li Jian also stomped her board shorts under the bed. Since there's no way to block this crazy will, then commit yourself. Picking up Lai Fei's hair and smelling it, a very special hair fragrance made Li Jian's heart very intoxicated. Aunt Lai really smells so good everywhere. Aunt Lai. Looking at Lai Fei's snow-white pretty face, an idea suddenly rose in Li Jian's heart. Sneaking a kiss to Auntie Lai shouldn't be discovered. Anyway, Aunt Lai had kissed Aunt Lai before, so a kiss on the face wasn't really anything. He was just doing it out of love for Auntie Lai. That's all. Holding Lai Fei. He looked at Lai Fei's beautiful young woman's pretty face. Li Jian gently moved up to the front and then kissed Auntie Lai. The moment he touched Lai Fei's pretty face, Li Jian felt his heart beating especially fast. Lai Fei's attraction to him was really special. Cubs, you misbehaved and stole a kiss from Auntie. At this time, Lai Fei suddenly spoke. End of chapter. Chapter 47. Are you hungry? Go and fry 2 dishes for Auntie. Li Jian's heart thumped. He was caught stealing a kiss from Auntie Lai himself. How embarrassing is that? His face was also burning rapidly, but he was a little reluctant to let go of Aunt Lai. Auntie Lai's face is also so white and fragrant. Let yourself be so mesmerized. However, Fei Lai was clearly not sober. She hugged Li Jiyan a little harder. Pup, you've kissed your aunt. Have a good evening with your aunt. No one is allowed to go away. Auntie is afraid at night. Li Jiyan sensed that Lai Fei Fei seemed to be genuinely a bit scared. Probably because of today's events. I'm not leaving Aunt Lai. I'll keep you company. Afterward, Li Jiyan backhanded Lai Fei Fei, who was wrapped around himself like an octopus. The temperature inside the room was also slowly coming down, and Li Jiyan felt that she was also a child who liked warmth. Good pups, Aunt Vintage Nay. With that said, Fei Lai fell asleep. Li Jiyan, who was holding Lai Fei Fei, was tossing and turning a bit at this moment. Auntie Lai smells so good. She has a great body. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness came over her, and Li Jiyan slowly fell asleep. It's just that he's always in high spirits. When it was midnight, Lai Fei Fei got up to go to the bathroom, while Li Jiyan instinctively laid down. It wasn't long before Lai re-entered, casually ripping off her t-shirt. Lying on her back, listening to Li Jiyan's powerful heartbeat, she fell into a deep sleep. The next day, at home, Zhao Shuman finished cooking breakfast, waiting for Li Jiyan to come out and wash up, but Li Jiyan never came out. Instead, the tattooed guy and his tattooed girlfriend walked out. This made Zhao Shuman's heart feel a little strange. Where's little voice? Carrying her breakfast, Zhao Shuman arrived at the door of Li Jiyan's room. Sayaka, get up. You're going to be late. After what happened last night, in Zhao Shuman's heart, she was the one who had completely taken a liking to Li Jiyan and loved him as her junior. Her mind was also determined. No matter what, we have to help Li Jiyan get rid of her stealing problem. One can't watch Xiaoyan go astray. After calling out to Li Jiyan several times in a row, Zhao Shuman tried to open the door. After seeing that Li Jiyan wasn't there, many possibilities instantly surfaced inside her head. Did Xiaoyan go out to those massage parlors? It doesn't seem like it's out of the realm of possibility. He's bloodthirsty. Or did Xiaoyan go out and steal someone else's clothes? That's not good. Zhao Shumin's heart got very tangled up. She really felt very worried about what Li Ziyan was doing. Today, it's my birthday now, so I'll treat Xiaoyan to noodles during the evening. Although no one had given Jo Sukmin a birthday since she was 10, but Jo Sukmin's heart actually always remembers her birthday, and she's trying hard to learn to love herself. But the thing that is on her mind the most is still saving money to buy a house for her son. Shang Shunsheng. After Lai woke up, she heard the sound of a heartbeat. Her insides jolted. Could it be? She was being picked up. Before the feeling of despair could spread, Fei Lai remembered exactly what happened last night. He himself was feeling moody because of Lai Tianming's matter, so go out drinking. But then someone came to accost him or her, or someone with a dirty mouth, and then Sion saved himself by fighting with that person. It's Li Jiyan. I'm glad it's Li Jiyan. After opening his eyes, he was surrounded by the familiarity of his own bedroom. This caused Lai Fei Fei's heart to let out a sigh of relief. Li Jiyan wasn't the kind of kid who took advantage of people. Her heart still had quite a lot of trust in Li Jiyan's character, how good looking she was and how good her body was. In Lai Fei Fei's heart it was very clear that Li Jiyan was the kind of child who was educated in a proper Chinese family and knew how to restrain his desires. He had also always been very respectful of himself as an elder. After touching her skirt and black silk, Lai Fei Fei was sure she was intact. This made her completely relieved. If Li Jiyan really did something to take advantage of the situation, then the friendship between the two would be considered to be at an end. Li Jiyan was the only little boy inside the circle of these Shanghai aunts of theirs, so her heart loved Li Jiyan, treating him as a junior. But this is based on the fact that Li Jiyan is not a morally corrupt person. Looking down, sure enough, Li Jiyan was still asleep, but his eyes quickly opened as well. This caused Lai Fei Fei to subconsciously try to back up, but it didn't work and she was stuck. Aunt Lai. After both of them came to their senses, there was some embarrassment in Li Jiyan's heart. Sion, I dragged you to stay here last night. Lai Fei Fei at the moment resumed that somewhat high-flying original face. However, her high coldness in Shen Hongmei still fell short of the meaning. Well, Aunt Rai, you held me and wouldn't let me go. After getting up, Lai Fei Fei didn't move to put on her t-shirt. Xiao Yan, why don't you go to the next bathroom and take a shower? And Auntie will also take a shower. The toothbrush and toothpaste guest rooms all have new ones, too. Li Jiyan's heart couldn't help but think of Lai Fei Fei shouting at her cubs as well as the way she coiled on her body and didn't want to get off. This wine-monger is still cuter when she's drunk. But right now, she's pretty cute too. Li Jiyan looked at Lai Fei Fei's eyes with some favor and left. But of course, he left bent over. Lai Fei Fei's heart couldn't help but have a strange feeling. This kid, why is he looking at himself like he's a child? He's the one who should be looking at him that way. Still can't go to a bar and drink in the future. Although Lai Fei Fei knew that she wouldn't dare to sleep if Li Jiyan didn't go over, it was still a bit dangerous to be a woman by herself after all. She remembered what Li Jiyan had told her during last night. all he felt was a rush of heat in his heart. It's better to drink at home from now on, or with red plum yen rong. After Li Jian took a shower, he felt refreshed as a whole. After arriving downstairs in the living room, he saw Fei Lai, who had changed into a cool new outfit, sitting on the sofa. The snow-white legs looked itchy in Li Jian's heart. It was at this time that he snapped to attention that it was 9:30. Aunt Lai. I'm late. Lai Fei stretched very languidly. It's okay, Auntie gave you leave. Li Jian. Aunt Lai, if you were my mom, I'd probably die of happiness if I went to school as a kid. Hungry. Fei Lai picked up her apron and watched as Auntie Lai was about to take on the role of cook. Li Jian's heart also felt that she was really hungry. After all, it was 9:30 now, long past breakfast time. However, this time it was just the right time to try Aunt Lai's handiwork. Hungry. Li Jian's tone held some anticipation. He really hadn't tasted Lai Fei's handiwork yet. Can you cook? I guess it kind of will. Li Jian thought about it for a while and thought that she would be able to do it. Her parents used to specifically train herself at home at the end of the college entrance exams, to save some money later. But one hasn't cooked for oneself in Mordor. Then go and fry me up a couple of dishes. Saying that, Lai Fei threw the apron into Li Jian's hand. Li Jian. End of chapter. Chapter 48. New attribute reward arrives. Li Jian felt that she was still too naive. One should never have had any illusions about this drunken mongoloid. Letting her fry the food. That's just not possible. It's not like she can fry with those delicate fingers. Well, Aunt Rai, is there any more food in the house? There's more. I think there's some in the fridge. Li Jian tied on her apron, then went to the kitchen for a moment. There was also some celery and pork inside the fridge. There is also an elephant muscle and abalone that puts the elephant muscle and abalone together. Li Jian decided to fry a mess together. He only had some rough knowledge in this aspect of cooking, but if he really wanted to cook well, it was obviously somewhat impossible. So it's still going to take a big effort for a miracle to happen. After 10 o'clock, Li Jian came to the dining room with dishes and steamed rice. The system's reward, Massage Master, had also arrived. However, Li Jian didn't care much about this attribute. Auntie Lai, it's time to eat. Lai Fei wearing slippers lazily walked over. The height of 160, she did not wear high heels, look small and delicate. But the fine branch fruit is really very eye-catching. It makes you feel like you can't take your eyes off of it. Li Jian, you can do it. After sitting down, Lai Fei complimented. Afterwards, she went inside the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of red wine. Li Jian felt that Aunt Lai really couldn't do without wine. But now that she was in good health, the last time she checked her indexes and internal organs, there was no problem at all. Drink all you want, my lovely Auntie Lai. Aunt Lai, taste it. After Lai Fei picked up her chopsticks and took a taste, she gave Li Jian a thumbs up. Awesome. Speech. In the future, if you don't want to go to work, come to Auntie's house and cook for Auntie, and Auntie will pay your salary. For a while, Li Jian was a little confused as to whether Aunt Lai was joking or had really never eaten any good pork. However, if I could stay with Auntie Lai every day, I would feel happy just thinking about it. Li Jian really loved the feeling of staying with Lai Fei. It made you want to get into Fei's every time. After breakfast, Lafferty yawned. Little Yenbo, Auntie is going to rest first. Li Jian knew that this was Lai Fei's alcohol getting the better of her, so it was time to call out again. But she should go herself. After all, the embarrassment of last night hadn't gone away. Then Aunt Lai, I'll go to work first. After Li Jian left, Lai Fei looked at the departing Li Jian from inside the window and felt a pang of shyness for what she did last night as well. Even made a pass at him himself in the cab. He ended up dragging him to sleep with him again. Not doing anything, but after all, men and women are different. He himself slept through the night listening to his heartbeat. Fifi Lai, what have you done? That time it was because I thought I was dying. And again last night, when she thought about how terrifying Li Jian was, she couldn't help but feel a throbbing sensation in her heart. Never drink again. Saying that, Lai Fei drank the red wine in her glass in one go. Then he found nail clippers in the nightstand and trimmed his middle finger. Li Jian, who had no intention of going to work in the morning, went straight to the lottery store. You're going to have a full $100,000 profit today yourself. This lottery store had won a $2,000 prize once before by Li Jian, so the owner had a deep impression of Li Jian. Young man, buy a scratch-off or a lotto. Scratchers, of course. Lottery tickets, I don't believe in that one. Scratchers and such things. Li Jian did see someone who had seen them, but lottery tickets he had only seen on the internet someone, so he could not believe a little. I'll take this stack of scratchers. The boss smiled and handed 2 stacks of scratchers to Li Jian. Such a little cutie. It was really too little, and the return rate of the scratch-offs was just around 50%. He just got lucky last time. He really thinks he's the god of gambling. Maybe he'll pop a few thousand gold coins out for himself today. A lot of betting dogs start with a win. After paying the money and taking the scratchers, Li Jian began to scratch, and while he was scratching the scratchers, he saw Su Qianqian walk in with a man. Qianqian, bye, I'll pay the bill. Li Jian's heart cursed a licking dog. He just continued to scrape the scratching music. Now for Su Qianqian, this little fairy, his heart is really not interested in saying one more word. How could such an excellent mother as Anshan give birth to such a shameless woman like Su Qianqian? Li Jian? Li Jian had no intention of ignoring Su Qianqian, but Su Qianqian was really fixated on Li Jian. She didn't expect to run into Li Jian here. Then she revealed a somewhat disdainful smile. Such poor hangers-on really like to have these unrealistic dreams. Want to make money buying scratch-offs? Well, Zhang Hailong, you're much better than Li Jian. When I called out to him to pay for dinner, he not only didn't pay, but even asked for the money he used to spend for me at the supermarket back. What an oddball. Zhang Hailong seemed to be scoffing at Li Jian's behavior, but Li Jian didn't bother with these two people. He continued to scratch the scratchers, and soon, Su Qianqian sat on the opposite side of the table and joined Zhang Hailong in scratching the scratchers, her elbow touching her new pet from time to time without realizing it. Each touch gave Zhang Hailong a feeling of great enjoyment in his heart. Although Su Qianqian has a boyfriend, Zhang Hailong, through the recent contact with Su Qianqian, he felt he had the strength to pry Su Qianqian over. In that case, he would not have to be so depressing at night. It is so difficult to find a girlfriend now. If he can bring Su Qianqian back home for the new year, how dignified that must be. Li Ziyan didn't poke him. Boiling goat was not a good end, this he knew more than well. Su Qianqian is able to live a lavish life. One is by online loans, while the other main source of financial resources is the boiling goats. After a while, Li Jian scratched a $10,000 scratch card. The total profit for himself and the intelligence is $100,000. And if a single scratch card exceeds $10,000, the portion exceeding $10,000 is subject to a 20% tax. The tax paid on a single sheet is $18,000, which means that the rest of the scratch-offs will bring Li Jian $18,000 in profit. This 10K bonus makes sense. Called the boss over. Boss, 1 for 10,000. Redeem it for me first. The boss came over and picked up the scratchers and stared in disbelief. Is this kid a god in charge of scratchers? Last time, he just won 2,000 once, and this time he won 10,000. Boy, you're too good a character. I'm going to cash you in. I can cash you in directly for the smaller ones, but you'll have to go to the lottery management center for the ones over 10,000. I'm going to shoot a jitterbug first. Looking at Li Jian, who won 10,000 yuan, Su Qianqian's heart couldn't control the hard to get up. Her heart's most hope is to see Li Jian's poor and desperate look. It's best to be unemployed and out on the streets, and get the hell back to her home county, in which case she'll be comfortable in her own mind. At the same time, feelings of jealousy welled up. After Su Qianqian owed 100,000 yuan of online loans, because of Shen Hongmei's strict tutelage, so she did not dare to talk to Shen Hongmei everywhere to find ways to get money, and Li Jian unexpectedly won $10,000 at a time when Su Qianqian's heart was hard. Li Jian continued, boss, send this one along, another 5,001. At this point, the owner wiped his eyes and felt like he was dreaming. It's really 5,000. End of chapter. Chapter 49, deposits of 120,000. More progress towards the mainline 100 million cash goal. Boy, God, in all the years I've been running this lottery, I've never seen 2 jackpots inside a stack of scratch-offs. After the boss finished filming the jitterbug, he first cashed in the 2 grand prizes for Li Jian. While Su Qianqian couldn't look at Li Jian well in her heart, she also sped up her speed, wanting to scratch the 10,000 grand prize. If you can shave 10,000, then you're pretty much settled for this month's payment. But after the stack was all scraped, Su Qianqian didn't even scrape a decent reward. Boss, another pile. Li Jian quietly scratched the scratchers, and he put the winning scratchers all together, all the way down to the last one. He didn't hit the $100,000 jackpot. This made Li Jian's heart also couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. There wouldn't be none. But after the last scratch card was scratched, the figure of 100,000 appeared in his sight. It was only then that Li Jian completely let go of her heart. The boss, who had been staring at Li Jian, also noticed the scene. 100,000. Young man, your character is unbelievable. At this time, the opposite side of the Su Qianqian just finished scratching the second pile of scratchers, nothing, but heard Li Jian won 100,000. Her face twisted up a bit. Boy, I'll have to put up a banner for you. I'm going to shoot a jitterbug first. As a lottery store owner is very keen on customers winning the jackpot. It's like a living advertisement. Every time someone wins the lottery, it drives business for a period of time. And the information about the scratch-off winning $50,000 on his doorstep is 2 years old. So this time it's finally time to keep publicizing it. Amidst Su Chanxian's very uncomfortable gaze, Li Jian left the lottery store. After Li Jian left, her entire body was shaking violently because of her anger. In her heart, she despised Li Jian the most and couldn't see Li Jian as good. Cynthia, are you okay? I'll buy you another stack. We might hit the jackpot too. Ah Boyle looked at his WeChat balance and decided to go ahead and buy the goddess a stack of scratchers to cheer her up. Going to the lottery center to cash in the prize went very well too. At noon, inside Shaxian Snacks, Li Jian ordered an order of noodles with scallion oil, a steamed dumpling and a pork rib soup. Look at the balance inside WeChat. Just feel very secure and grounded inside. Looks like a man still has to have money. Li Jian thought of a line from a drama. A man without a woman is still a man. But if a man doesn't have money, he's like a mollusk with his spine jerked out, never able to straighten his back for the rest of his life. Having money is really more important than anything else. That's 120,000. So you can think about buying a car after you get your license. It was still far away from the main quest's 100 million in cash and a villa, but Li Jian's heart was already very much looking forward to it. He was even thinking about what he was going to give his parents as a gift the next time he came home. And the most refreshing for him, or the hard look Su Chanxian gave him when she watched him win the lottery. The person he hated the most to show such an expression was a kind of spiritual enjoyment for himself. Although his golden finger was not that heavenly, but Li Jian's heart was also full of confidence and longing for the future. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuman was also sitting inside a snack bar eating one of the cheapest lunches. She has been working hard and saving money in order to get her son, Shang Shang, a wife. When the company needed to work overtime, she never had any complaints and was there on the spot. Today was Zhao Shumin's birthday, so Zhao Shumin's heart wanted to spend a birthday with her son and Lu Yan. Although Lu Yan and her had always been at odds, but her heart had always treated Lu Yan as a member of her own family. Call your son. My son would have gotten me a cake. Zhao Shuman thought of the gift her son had given her a few days ago when her own co-worker celebrated her birthday. A large 19-inch cake, and a pair of $2,000 heels. An extravagant gift like that is something Zhou Sukman can't dare to imagine. Even if Shang Shang gave it to her, she would definitely only let Shang Shang take it and return it. But her heart still wanted a birthday cake, because no one had said a happy birthday to her since her mom died at age 10. After dialing Shang Xuanqing's phone, at this time, Shang Shunsheng was obviously a little impatient. What for? Son, what's going on? At dinner. What else, if anything? At Shang Xuanqing's tone, Zhao Shuman couldn't help but feel a sense of loss in her heart. From a young age, Sang Soon's son was a very rebellious child who had always treated her badly, and I didn't realize that he was still like this when he grew up, especially after finding Lu Yan as his girlfriend. That's right, it's mommy's birthday today, so at nighttime mommy will come to your place and make you a good meal. As she spoke, Zhao Shumin's heart carried some anticipation. I'm sure my son and future daughter-in-law will have a cake for themselves. After all, it's their birthday. How old are you for a birthday? Shame on you. Lu Yan and I are busy. Don't come. What a birthday really. With that, Shang Shunsheng hung up the phone. At this time, Zhao Shuman also fell into silence. She really did not expect that her own son would say such words. The matter of him spending a month's salary on a bracelet for Lu Yan's birthday some time ago was clearly remembered in Zhao Shumin's mind. But now, he's saying he's having some kind of birthday. Look at the call that has hung up. Zhao Shumin's heart felt very sad, and a feeling of loss surged through her heart. It turns out that his own son really doesn't care about his birthday at all. At this moment, Zhao Shumin's entire body looked completely lost. In the afternoon, after returning to the office, the boss walked into the office. Keep working late until 12 o'clock tonight. All of you do a good job. As you know, most companies are laying off workers now, so I hope you all treasure your jobs. His words are all about revealing that there is no overtime pay. Yet no one dared to have the slightest word of disagreement, because it's just so hard to get a job these days. After the boss gave Zhao Shumin's a lustful look, he turned around and left the office. Sitting down, at this moment, Zhao Shuman wanted to cry. His own birthday and his own son didn't want to give it to him at all. Or in the case of telling her herself, even today, she had to work overtime until 12 o'clock. An unprecedented feeling of sadness and loss spread inside Zhao Shuman, making her especially want to cry. In this world, no one actually cares about themselves at all, right? End of chapter. Chapter 50 New Reward, a small supermarket. Zhao Shumin's heart was sad to the core. She then went into a numbing routine. At this point, Zhao Shuman knew that today's birthday was destined to be spent alone and alone. After leaving the snack bar, a well-fed and well-drunk Li Jian went to a cake store. Make a cake, 19 inches. I'll pick it up tonight. After knowing that today was Zhao Shumin's birthday, Li Jian naturally had to prepare for it. This woman is a total shrew though. But after the relationship got better later on, Li Jian realized that the shrew was actually a very kind woman. Make yourself breakfast every morning. and she held a rolling pin in front of her face to protect herself when the tattooed tenant came through the door. Though she's not as rich and well-connected as Auntie Lai, but it's also really good for you, and getting her a cake is still well worth it. One more thing, Li Jian's heart really craved F. Li Jian punched the card after arriving at the office. Lai gave him the morning off. After clocking out, Li Jian came to the sales department, and after sitting down, he clearly felt that his co-workers were somewhat distant from him. However, Wang Ye still came to his side. Words, now the sales department has assigned you to clean up. You're almost done with your KPIs for this month, so you can definitely turn around later. So bear with me if you can. This job is hard to come by. Wang Ye had experienced the poisonous beatings of society, so she advised Li Jian to speak from the perspective of a person who had been there before. In Wang Ye's heart, she especially hoped that Li Jian could get well. I know sis. After Li Jian made a perfunctory statement, she made preparations. Not much time. Louis Chen and Lu Jin Xin, two people came. Two people discussed today to bully Li Jian. Louis Chen felt very upset about the last time Li Jian didn't listen to him. Li Jian, what's wrong with you? You don't clean the sales department all day if you're told to, and you don't change the water if you're told to. Go clean up after me now, and I'll leave you with the bathroom in our sales department. Louis Chen said to Li Jian in a flaunting manner. It felt as if Li Jian was his lackey. No, get away from me. Li Jian cursed. Lu Jinxin's heart a burst of ecstasy. This stupid, and the branch of the hand of the son of a hard steel. This is not purely a brain disease. It looks like he's going to be fired soon. Li Jian, your emotional intelligence is really low. IUM dead siren. I see proposed M. Li Jian said from the bottom of his heart. His tone was really very sincere. Asterisk 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 off. Li Jian shouted, sending two people who were trying to workplace bully Li Jian out of the way. After Li Jian left, Louis Chen entered the CEO's office without a word. At this moment, Catherine was standing by the window of her office looking out, and the slender black silk legs of this big ocean horse looked very eye-catching. Mom, that Li Jian, I asked him to clean and he wouldn't do it. You fire him quickly. Catherine's face was also a little less natural. Son, the matter of firing Li Jian. Mom may not be able to do that for a while. There's a lot of pressure within the company. Louis Chen clenched his fists. From the beginning of his life it was smooth sailing. Rich and powerful dad. Beautiful supermodel mom. When I was in college, I was also calling the shots inside the school, and the principal gave himself face. Can't get enough abalone, but cleaning up a Li Jian is repeatedly frustrated. How can that be? Li Jian has this background. It's okay, son. Catherine's blue eyes were filled with confidence. Keep him in the company. There will be more chances to clean him up later. Don't worry. Mom will make sure you are satisfied. Only then did Louis Chen not continue to ask. After exiting the office, Lu Jinxin, who greeted him, asked, President, has Li Jian been expelled? The kid's got a bit of a hard background and my mom can't be bothered to fire him. But staying with the company we have more opportunities to clean him up. Lu Jinxin was a bit stunned. This stinky hangman still had such a background? In the afternoon, Li Jian was also learning knowledge while touching fish. The system also released a new quest. New mission issued. There will be a conflict between Sukmin Cho and her colleagues in the company. Please pick her up downstairs from the office. Mission reward, a systematically and automatically operated mini-mart. Profits will be settled each month based on each month. Remarks, minimum profit is $1. A supermarket that doesn't lose money. This mission made Li Jian's heart feel like a dream. You're going to be a small business owner yourself? And the kind of small business owner who doesn't have to worry about himself. In the evening, after taking the cake she was going to give to Zhao Shumin back home, Li Jian set off to Zhao Shumin's company. At 11:30, an argument broke out inside Zhou Sukmin's company. A young girl in her 20s and Zhou Sukmin had a fight over some conflict at work. Zhao Shumin's heart felt very aggrieved because she really wasn't to blame for the contradiction. And Sukmin Cho doesn't dare to tear people's clothes in the company. If you go too far, you will be caught by your boss and docked. And she knew the old pervert had hinted at her more than once. You're a pain in the ass. No wonder you're unwanted and unloved. One sentence made Zhao Shumin's eyes blur completely. She turned her head back to her work and didn't continue to argue with the girl, until the end of the day, after all the rest of the people have left. It was only with red eyes that Zhao Shumin was the last to leave the company. The weather was hot, but the heart of Zhao Shumin, who had walked out of the company building, felt cold. His own son wouldn't even give himself a birthday once. The words of her colleague just now even made her heart feel cold to the core. It is true that there is no one left in this world who loves himself. As the tears were welling up inside her eyes again, Li Jian's voice rang out. Aunt Zhou, just about to leave. Zhao Shumin turned around later, but then he saw Li Jian standing behind him. Aunt Zhou, wait for me. After Li Jian walked up, she came to Zhao Shumin's side. Aunt Zhou, why are you crying? If Li Jiyan didn't say anything, Zhao Shumin could definitely hold back. But after Li Jiyan said such a sentence, Zhao Shumin's tears completely broke down. She had no control over her emotions. End of chapter. Chapter 51, Impulsiveness. No, it's okay, Zhao Shumin said while shedding tears. Li Jiyan's heart couldn't help but feel some heartache. After reaching out and wiping away Zhao Shumin's tears, the tears were still coming out in a steady stream. Auntie's eyes are sick today, so there's some discomfort. Words. What brings you here? Li Jiyan and Zhao Shumin walked together towards the front and said, Auntie, I saw that you didn't come back and thought that you might have worked overtime. For fear of what happened last time. Afraid of that boy's revenge, I came. While chatting with Zhao Shumin, Li Jiyan scanned today's intelligence. Perhaps because of yesterday's jackpot win. So there's nothing of value in today's intel. After sweeping a glance, Li Jiyan didn't look at it. Such days of nothing have come before. Xiao Yan, you're so kind to Auntie. A warm feeling spread in her heart. And at this moment, Zhao Shumin realized that the person who was good to her was actually an outsider. Being alone on your own birthday, he actually came to pick himself up. Auntie Zhao, you make me breakfast every day. It's only right for me to be nice to you. He realized more and more that the payment must be divided into people. Give Zhao Shumin very much care. She will also return very much care. But give Su Chanshan very much care. She will only feel great. Himself did all this because of her charm. Something she deserved to get. Xiao Yan, go to bed early from now on. You don't have to come pick up Auntie. Now that there are cameras all over the road, it's actually still safe. I have nothing to do either. Plus can't sleep. It's not unusual to come and see your aunt. After the two chatted, they soon arrived at the house. A sweaty Zhao Shumin touched Li Jiyan's head and said, Xiao Yan, go rest. Auntie took a bath first and went to bed too. It's late now. Auntie will also make you breakfast for tomorrow morning. No birthdays though. But Zhao Shumin's heart wasn't as hard to bear. Li Jiyan did make Zhao Shumin feel that warmth. A touch of warmth that was rare in the middle of this bustling city. Auntie, come to my room later. I have something to tell you. After saying that, Li Jiyan went back to her room. Looking at Li Jiyan's secretive appearance, Zhao Shumin's heart also felt a little strange. This kid, trying to do something. Of course, Zhao Shumin didn't think much about it. She thought that Li Jiyan and herself were the relationship between elders and juniors. He approached himself maybe to borrow money or something. After taking her pajamas to the bathroom and taking a shower, Zhao Shumin's mind thought about Li Jiyan staying out all night last night. Did he go looking for a mechanic? Or went off to steal someone's clothes? Both of which are serious problems. And, the last time I brought him a watermelon myself, accidentally bumped into. This kid really does have boundless energy. It's really too much. This kind child. One must talk to her. After taking a shower, Zhao Shumin wiped her hair and wore her pajamas to Li Jiyan's room. Xiao Yan, can Auntie come in? Auntie, come in. After Zhao Shumin pushed open the door, she wanted to hear if Li Jiyan wanted to borrow money from herself. She felt that she could help Li Jiyan if it was tens of thousands of dollars. But if there were more, it wouldn't work. She still had to marry her son. And no matter how much Shang Shunsheng broke her heart, it was still her own son. This point is the essential difference between blood relations and outsiders. If Shang Shunsheng does not do out what sinful things, the son in the end is still more than outsiders pro. Li Jiyan couldn't help but gulp a little as he looked at Zhao Shumin in her pajamas. It's really too much for a body like Aunt Zhou's to be so silky and not sagging in the slightest. Auntie Zhou, look at the birthday cake I bought you. Li Jiyan pointed to the birthday cake on top of the table, then came to the door and closed it. This scene made Zhao Shumin feel a little dreamy. A large, three-tiered cake was sitting on the table with Happy Birthday Aunt Zhou written on it. She even wondered if she was hallucinating because she wanted a birthday cake so badly. The birthday cake that her own son didn't give her. Li Jiyan gave it to herself? Sayan, how did you know that today is Auntie's birthday? Zhao Shumin's voice trembled a little. She really couldn't figure out why Li Jiyan would have given herself a cake at this time. When I first rented the apartment I saw my aunt's ID on the living room table and inadvertently wrote it down. My aunt has been very nice to me lately, so I thought I'd get her a birthday cake. Aunt Zhou, do you like it? Zhao Shumin's heart was surprisingly a little speechless for a moment because of her happiness. Tears continued to flow down her face and she wiped them away, trying to keep herself calm. At this moment, Li Jiyan's position within her heart was already completely and utterly different from before. Like, Xiao Yan, Auntie doesn't even know how to thank you. Li Jiyan took Zhao Shumin's hand and made her sit down in front of the table. At this moment, Li Jiyan saw the deep, snow-white gully, but more than anything else, his heart ached for Zhao Shumin. No one even sends a cake on birthdays, despite their own lack of love. But at home your parents also celebrate your birthday, and those few housemates at school never fall off the wagon. Auntie, I'll light the candles for you and sing you a song. Li Jiyan inserted the candles and after lighting them, she began to sing a birthday song to Zhao Shumin. Looking at the way Li Jiyan sang in front of her, Zhao Shumin's eyes were also a little blurry as she looked at him. Auntie, hurry up and make a wish. Make a wish with your eyes closed. Aha! Zhao Shumin hummed, then closed her eyes, thinking in her mind about what she was going to wish for. At this time, the voice from next door sounded again. The tattooed man is obviously very uncaring, and the tattooed woman has never wanted to tighten up, because the soundproofing is so bad. That's why Zhao Shumin's white, pretty face turned red to the naked eye. That flirtatious look was full of mature womanhood, and Auntie Zhao's skin was obviously much lighter than that of an average woman. Definitely Snow White and Snow White. As Li Jian looked at Zhao Shumin in front of him, he was also mesmerized by her naturally beautiful face and snow white gully, and his breathing became a little faster. Looking at Zhao Shumin's pretty face, Li Jian couldn't help but place a kiss on Zhao Shumin's face. Zhao Shumin, who was making a wish at that moment, suddenly felt a hot sensation coming from her cheeks. What was Sayan doing? Was she touching her face with her hands? No, I think he kissed his face. I'm out for now. I'll make up for 10 shifts during the day tomorrow, and at night it depends on the status. End of chapter. Chapter 52 Zhao Shumin's acquiescence. At first, Zhao Shumin's mind was skeptical. Did Li Jian touch her face with her hand? But after that warm feeling came, how could Zhao Shumin still not feel it? Li Jian had really kissed herself, accompanied by the voice from next door. At this moment, Zhao Shumin's face began to burn. After making a wish, Zhao Shumin blew out the candles. Little words. Did you just kiss Auntie? Zhao Shumin's voice trembled slightly. Well, Auntie, I was just looking at you so beautiful that I didn't hold back. You're such a kid. You like your aunt so much. Zhao Shumin was a little afraid to face Li Jian's eyes, so in between words were leading towards Li Jian being a child. She felt that Li Jian was her junior. It's actually quite normal for a latecomer to give himself, the elder, a kiss. Yes, Aunt Zhou, you're my favorite. Eat cake. Li Jian picked up a plastic knife and started to cut the cake for Zhou Suk-min as Zhou Suk-min's insights recalled the events of the day. Still feeling lost, his own birthday, his own son doesn't come over at all, but Li Jian inadvertently notes his birthday. Just bought herself a birthday cake. This was the first time in her life that someone other than her own mother had given her a birthday, although the sound next door was very embarrassing. At this time, Zhao Shumin was not in a good position to leave Li Jian's room. Auntie, here's your cake. Eating the cake handed over by Li Jian, Zhao Shumin's heart always felt bad, but in her heart, Li Jian's position was already completely different from before. Before, Li Jian was a latecomer to her, but now it's getting closer to the importance of loved ones. It's delicious. Xiao Yan, this is the first time Auntie has had a birthday cake in so many years. Li Jian was a bit surprised. No way, Aunt Zhou. It's really true. Auntie was always brought up by her mother when she was a child. At this time, Zhao Shumin and Li Jian also chatted about their family, while the voices from next door became the background sound for the two to talk about their family. When my aunt was little, and the family didn't have that, every time she had a birthday, my mom would make my aunt a bowl of longevity noodles and buy her a rag doll. Auntie's days as a child were also bad, but I still felt happy in my heart at that time. At the age of 10, my aunt's mom died. Li Jian fell silent as he stopped eating the cake. Zhao Shumin's life is really pitiful. Maybe you young people don't understand, but in Auntie's day, the family was patriarchal. My dad is like that. I'm the oldest in my family, and I have 2 younger brothers below me, and my dad used to like to beat me, and my mom to protect me. But after my mom died, I basically just spent my life getting beat up. Every time he drank too much he beat me. Then he married his stepmother and the two of them beat me together. Inside the home, a little bit of family status. Speaking of sadness, Zhao Shumin's eyes were a little moist again. When it came down to it, my dad married me off to a man who was average looking but whose family ran a business in order to get my brother a wife. He also has a habit of domestic abuse. Auntie was beaten for years, and every time she tried to get a divorce, he'd get me out with my dad. It wasn't until later that he got a mistress that Auntie was sort of relieved. Shoyan, you probably think Auntie is a shrew. Li Jian didn't say anything. His heart did feel that way. Zhao Shumin was originally an unapologetic shrew. Otherwise she wouldn't have torn the big mom next door to see red or even almost black. But actually Auntie didn't used to be like that. She was just afraid of people bullying her. If you're meaner, people won't think Auntie is a bully. Li Jian let out a hum. His heart was understandable to Zhao Shumin, a woman who grew up unappreciated and has always lived in a quagmire of domestic abuse, whether by her father or her own husband. She was forced to become that shrew. And Zhao Shumin looks really very good looking. The main thing that is proud of the upper part of the body. Too easy to cause men's coveting. Working outside, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of trouble. And if she didn't shrew some, she really didn't know how much more trouble she was going to be in. After all, no matter what kind of person would have scruples in their heart when faced with a shrew who was ready to spill her guts and wouldn't go against the grain. Auntie Chiu, Is that Junior pretty? I don't understand why anyone would divorce you. Li Jiyan really couldn't figure it out. If he can marry a wife like Zhao Shuman, then even if he dies, he will die in F. It's not pretty, but everything that woman wears is tear. Zhao Shuman glanced at Li Jiyan, and her eyes were also a bit complicated. Sure enough, men like stockings and heels and little skirts and stuff. Li Jiyan just wasn't interested in her clothes at all. It's because my own clothes are so old-fashioned and not feminine at all. Auntie, I really didn't realize you had such a tragic life experience. I can understand you. I'll be good to you from now on. Little words. Zhao Shuman gently held Li Jiyan's hand. Being grabbed by Zhao Shuman's soft and tender jade hand, Li Jiyan's reaction was very natural, and all of him was found out by Cho Sukmin. Under the background sound, Zhao Shuman's face reddened a little. Little words. Will you promise your aunt from now on that you won't go stealing? There are really serious consequences if you get caught. Why don't you use auntie's clothes? The impression of Li Jiyan in Zhao Shuman's mind was very stereotypical, and she was eager to correct Li Jiyan's behavior. If Li Jiyan only used her own clothes, it didn't seem like a no-no. He was just his junior, just a kid in front of him. Aunt, me. Li Jiyan was a bit stumped at this point. Listening to the background voice, Zhao Shuman said softly, Xiao Yan, can you not let auntie worry about you? Auntie's heart really loves you as a child. Will you promise auntie you won't go back to things like that? With that, she gently pulled open Li Jiyan's drawer. Looking at Li Jiyan's collection, she also felt a great headache in her heart. Xiao Yan, in the future, auntie's clothes can be lent to you. Okay, Li Jiyan said softly. Aunt Zhao, can I kiss your hand? At this time, Zhao Shuman's heart also thoroughly realized that. In fact, Li Jiyan's heart had feelings for herself and treated herself as a woman. Kiss my hand. That's not nice. Aunt Zhou, just a minute. Li Jiyan continued. Zhao Shuman's heart was also in a struggle, but after a glance at Li Jiyan's cake, Zhou Sukmin nodded softly and hummed. Li Jiyan's heart thumped. Looks like this birthday cake really did the trick today. Gently picked up Zhao Shuman's delicate hand. Aunt Zhou, you have beautiful hands, so white and tender. Li Jiyan complimented. Auntie basically did needlework at home when she was a child. Didn't do any farm work. Speaking of this matter, Zhao Shuman's heart couldn't help but feel a bit grateful. I hadn't done any farm work myself, otherwise my hands couldn't have been maintained so white. Those women who do farm work or heavy labor have calloused hands, and his own hands were white. Li Jiyan kissed the back of her hand. Little words. Murmuring softly, Zhao Shuman felt that hot and wet sensation, and her inner hormones were racing. Okay, Li Jiyan hummed. Auntie, you have beautiful hands. Saying that, he gently bit the tip of Zhao Shuman's ring finger, gently tasted the white fingers. Little words. Zhao Shuman felt her loneliness tickled. End of chapter. Chapter 53, going to be the owner of 3 stores. Xiao Yan, don't do this. Zhao Shuman never dreamed that Li Jiyan would taste her finger. That feeling of your tongue touching your fingertips, it made Zhao Shuman couldn't help but close her eyes tightly. For so many years, as a divorced middle-aged woman, Zhao Shuman's heart is actually very lonely, which is a woman's instinct. Compared to the young girl, Zhao Shuman's heart was much more depressing. Li Jiyan kissed the feel of her fingertips. It made her voice go all very unnatural. However, Li Jiyan didn't stop there. He then kissed 2 of Zhou Sukmin's fingers. Aunt, Zhao Shuman gently hugged Li Jiyan's head. Okay, kid, it's time to rest. At this moment, Li Jiyan had a feeling like suffocation, and he also realized that he was a bit impulsive. After Zhao Shuman left, the natural scent seemed to still linger at the tip of Li Jiyan's nose, causing Li Jiyan to constantly recall the flavor of Zhao Shuman's fingertips. His mind was again involuntarily thinking of Zhao Shuman's extremely feminine gully. Aunt Zhou is actually really good looking. It would be nice to dress up a little more feminine. At this moment, Li Jiyan thought in his mind as a wave of sleepiness hit him. He too drifted off to sleep. Li Jiyan went to sleep quickly, but Zhao Shuman was just a completely different story. It was already quite difficult for her to fall asleep compared to young people, and everything that happened today was like a dream, bringing great psychological fluctuations to Zhao Shuman, and that itch from the depths of the soul just now. Even more so, Zhao Shuman felt a pang of sleeplessness. Sion is treating me like a real woman, I guess. I'm obviously over 20 years older than him, old enough to be his mom. Zhao Shuman's heart felt a wave of incredulity, and at the same time, there was also a feeling of stolen joy. As long as a woman wants someone to love her, it's a biological instinct. Zhao Shuman was naturally the same, and after a long time and much hesitation, Zhao Shuman decided to relax. The rest of the day was very quiet. Zhao Shuman was still cooking for Li Jiyan as before, and this had already become a habit between the two. Maybe it's because of the $100,000 jackpot win the other day. Li Jiyan didn't continue refreshing to the scraping information, but with $120,000 000 deposits. He can now say that he is not the slightest bit panicked. Men with money are still so powerful. The reward from the system has also arrived. Li Jiyan went to look at her small supermarket, which was indeed a very small one. There was only one salesman. The way she called out to her boss made Li Jiyan's heart feel very intoxicated. In the blink of an eye, the time came to the day when Shin Hongmei's company came to German customers. The intel was refreshed right on time in the wee hours of the morning. Catherine, the president of the company, wants to put you, a disobedient employee, underfoot with high heels. Li Jiyan, at 10 o'clock this evening. The boss of Jo Sukmin's company will excuse himself and leave her behind to work overtime, and then persuade her to stay with him, that she can get a divorce for Jo Sukmin's sake, and that he intends to make a move on her. Cynthia Su will buy a $12,000 bag today with an online loan. Today both Fei Lai and He Yenron will be at Shin Hongmei's company. New mission issued. Please help Shin Hongmei take down the German client. Mission reward. Second mini-mart. Another mini-mart. Li Jiyan felt a million times more excited when the system's new quest came again. New mission issued. Please save Cho Sukmin. Mission reward, a $2 store. Remarks, minimum profit of $1 per month. Seeing this reward, Li Jiyan's heart was already all excited. You're going to be the owner of 3 stores yourself. After washing up and returning to the room, Zhao Shumin was already in the room waiting for him to eat. After the last birthday of Jo Sukmin, Li Jiyan and Zhao Shumin's relationship had really heated up a lot. The relationship between the two was now like one of those true elders and juniors. Auntie Chiu, that smells good. Li Jiyan's words made Zhao Shumin's heart beat a little faster. Ever since the last time Li Jiyan took her finger in her mouth, after gently kissing her fingertips, Zhao Shumin's heart always felt that Li Jiyan's words seemed to imply something, and as his elder, he himself had to pull him back from the wrong path before he could do so. Well, Sayaka, eat more. The two sat down to eat together. Zhao Shumin's heart had an inexplicable feeling of loss. His own t-shirt had been placed there well. There's no change in what that means. Li Jiyan was really feeling that she wasn't dressed sexy enough. If this goes on, Li Jiyan will definitely do something. That kind of consequences. Think about Zhao Shumin's heart feel a little afraid. Cannot let Xiao Yan become like this. Xiao Yan, do you think Auntie's dress is not sexy enough? Li Jiyan also felt a bit strange as well. He didn't expect Zhao Shumin to suddenly talk about dressing up. It is a bit. Aunt Zhou, your style of dress is a bit last century. Like a big, beautiful girl like you, I really think it's a bit of a shame. Li Jiyan thought for a moment. If Zhao Shumin changed into a black silk short skirt high heel and also a deep V dress, what kind of scene would that be? Thinking about it made his heart feel a rush of heat. So, do you think that Auntie should get a new dress? I think it's okay to try. Hearing that Zhao Shumin wanted to try a change in her dressing style, Li Jiyan's heart couldn't help but have a feeling of great anticipation. So what should Auntie change? I think we can try heels and stockings first. Those two things are the most feminine of all. Zhao Shumin's eyes couldn't help but look towards Li Jiyan's drawer. She knew that inside the drawer there was Li Jiyan's collection. In reality, Li Jiyan really wasn't such a person, and he brought Shin Hongmei's black silk heels back mainly because both of these attack speed outfits had a commemorative meaning. It was the first experience of his life, or with Auntie Shin, who 183 had plump legs. As for the black silk, it was the one that Lai Fei Fei, that dragon fruit ripe girl, had to stuff herself when she had drunk too much, and Li Jiyan didn't have a fetish for collecting these things. That's not how he is. High heels, stockings, that Junior loves to wear that kind of stuff. Zhao Shumin remembered that Junior was very fond of wearing such things. Her mind subconsciously felt resistant. Aunt Zhou, don't be resistant. That ex-husband of yours wasn't a good thing at all, was he? Just because that woman wore it doesn't mean you can't wear it. All things considered, I think you'd look very pretty in stocking heels. Zhao Shumin let out a hum. Looking at Li Jiyan's eyes, she said firmly, Xiao Yan, you're right. Auntie shouldn't be thinking about the past. Should live in the now. Auntie's going to buy a pair of stockings to try today. Just after saying that, Zhao Shumin's fair and pretty face got a little hot. Is that kind of stuff really appropriate to wear by yourself? If I wear it myself and then give the stockings to Sion, he shouldn't go out and steal anything. After breakfast, the duo made their way down to the neighborhood. As Zhao Shumin was planning to go to work, Li Jiyan said, Aunt Zhao, give me a hug, will you? I'm going to miss you when I don't see you for a day. Looking at Zhao Shumin's snow-white skin, Li Jiyan felt a surge of qi and blood. Good. Okay. End of chapter. Chapter 54, a couple of chats as it hits the shelves in the wee hours of the morning. First explain that the shelves of, the title of the chapter, which represents a chapter with a key plot point. Here's the shelf talk. Today, the editor informed me that it's on the shelves in the early morning. One of the things you can't get around is subscriptions. The mature woman genre is a difficult and very niche genre to write about, and it's very difficult to write. The opening confession 41-year-old classmate mom is considered to be Lao Li's first mature female works. This book was previously called Rebirth of Not Chasing the School Flower. I chased the school flower, mom. In the internet there are also a lot of trolling sound. This, sort of, is the second book, and the first one did have a lot of flaws, because the author is still kind of a newbie and hasn't written that long. The author wrote a total of 200,000 words in the first book. The second book kind of went into fine form, but only 570,000, and the third book 190,000 words. Schoolgirl is the fourth book in the author's life, currently 251 million words. There are still 500,000 words of creative content. The first time in life to write so long will inevitably be unable to control, but the author has also realized a lot, and I hope that the new book will improve and give you a good mature woman urban. It's basically impossible to find competent authors writing mature women's genre books at starting point, because niche titles can seriously affect the ceiling of a work, and none of those gods would choose to be banned from the ceiling. And write this kind of book will also be easy to be part of the readers look down on, with a sense of superiority to despise the mature female subjects. Think read mature female subjects are hangers-on. The road to writing this kind of subject matter can also be exceptionally difficult, as subscriptions are generally not very good, but Lowly has always persevered, and hopes to write out more mature women's works for you in the future. Mature women post-apocalyptic, mature women metaphysical, these are the old Lee's dream, if it can be realized in the future. Far from it. This type of book is really not easy. Selling miserable on the sale, because it really did not. Last year's New Year's Eve is still in the rental room word so miserable. Just beg everyone can come to the starting point of the book subscription book. Support Lee Jiman. Today night, that is, Saturday morning will be on the shelves. The author does not know how much can break out. No savings, because the old book is still in the double open. So the pressure to update is quite big. But on the shelves certainly cannot be updated so slowly. The first day of the minimum 7 more. More depends on how much can write it. Life is not easy. I hope that brothers who truly love the subject matter of mature women can subscribe to support the old Lee. The author really need to subscribe. Would like to make this subject matter of the work results can be on the top of the pull. I'm begging on my knees. If you don't have any money, please give me a down payment. It's very important. Better grades can support the author's writing longer. The last is the VIP group. Wait for a period of time on the shelves and then get it. The group built the last book. Made a lot of trouble. This time will not get it. End of chapter. Chapter 55. Wine monkey playing as usual. Looking at Li Jiyan with expectant eyes. Zhao Shuman didn't reject Li Jiyan either. Soon after, Li Jiyan gave Zhao Shuman a 19% warm hug. At this moment, Zhao Shuman's face rolled up a bit, and her heart was beating fast. But her heartbeat Li Jiyan was destined not to hear it, because the soundproofing was indeed too good. And, smelling the scent of Zhao Shuman's body, Li Jiyan wanted to just keep hugging Zhao Shuman like this. Ever since he got on good terms with this shrew, Zhao Shuman had always been very gentle with Li Jiyan. Okay, Winnie, hot, separat. It was only after touching Li Jiyan's head that Li Jiyan was separated from her. Looking at Li Jiyan's back as he left, Zhao Shuman's breathing was also a little fast. This child's heart must have given himself as a woman. Are we really going to try stocking heels today? The thought of wearing high heels, Zhao Shuman's heart had a feeling of trepidation. That kind of shoes if you wear them walking is difficult. Right. Might as well start by trying the stockings. Clocked in to work as usual. Lu Jinxin and Lu Yichen both looked at Li Jiyan with great displeasure, but they couldn't do anything about him. Li Jiyan just doesn't buy it from anyone and tries to workplace bully him. He simply doesn't care and just dislikes him. This made the duo very upset and they could only wait for President Catherine the Ocean Horse to clean up Li Jiyan. There must be a lot of ways for her to clean up Li Jiyan. In the morning, Li Jiyan found an internet cafe to feel the fish, and he waited for Shin Hongmei's call. Sure enough, it was after 10 o'clock when Shin Hongmei called. Words. Sitting inside the office, Shin Hongmei is lying on the sofa, wearing a burgundy dress with stockings. She is feminine. Aunt Shin. Hearing Li Jiyan call herself Aunt Shun, Shin Hongmei couldn't control the feeling of wanting to be close to Li Jiyan in her heart. There was a time when Shin Hongmei wanted to cut ties with Li Jiyan after that night, but because of all the things that happened later, the entanglement between the two is getting deeper and deeper, and now there is no way to cut it completely. I'm going to have to ask Li Jiyan to help me out again today. There's a German client in the afternoon hours today. Why don't you come and help Auntie as an interpreter? When she said this matter, Shin Hongmei's heart couldn't help but feel a great appreciation for Li Jiyan. The kid's German was certified by Mia, the mechanic, and the native Germans all complimented Li Jiyan on his good German. Then Li Jiyan's German is obviously perfectly adequate to serve as an interpreter. Okay, Auntie, send me the location of your company. The thought of meeting 3 aunts from the Shanghai Auntie Circle at the same time in the afternoon, Li Jiyan's heart couldn't help but look forward to it. Okay, Sayan, take care to buy a bottle of water on the way. Don't get heatstroke. Shin Hongmei explained Li Jiyan as if she was explaining her son. I know, Aunt Shin. Putting down the cell phone, Li Jiyan's mind thought of Mia again. Technicians still make money, especially a blonde foreigner like Mia. The value of the body must be quite a bit more than that. $1,000 a day for a part-time job is not even on her radar. Go practice a little. Looking at the fact that there was still some time left, Li Jiyan went to the driving school, and these days he was similarly busy with Subject 2. Although the time spent touching the car in a day in the ordinary class was about as short as his first time, he couldn't help Li Jiyan's unforgettable memory and manual dexterity. Men are born with the gift of driving cars. In the past few days, Li Jiyan had already thoroughly memorized all the knowledge points of Subject 2, but there were too many people making appointments for Subject 2, and he was still standing in line. I don't know when I'll be able to get an appointment. In the afternoon, Li Jiyan came to Shin Hongmei's company. Shin Hongmei's company was inside an older office building, 10th floor. In the parking space under the company, Li Jiyan saw Shin Hongmei's Audi S6 parked here. Once inside the building, Li Jiyan's heart felt a little desolate. Such an office building should have been overcrowded 10 years ago, but now it looks a little cold and quiet. After arriving at the 10th floor, walking in the corridor, he even saw a lot of office buildings are vacant, empty inside, and some of them are still hanging sublet notices. It wasn't until she reached the door of Shin Hongmei's company that Li Jiyan felt lively. Although this company was relatively small with only 50 or so people, everyone's face seemed to be full of energy. Mr. Li, right. After the receptionist with glasses recognized Li Jiyan, she led him towards the company. Our Mr. Shin is waiting for you in the chairman's office. After arriving at the office, Li Jiyan pushed open the door. What came into view was Shin Hongmei and He Yenrong, who were sitting on the sofa and chatting, as well as Lai Fei Fei, who was lying on the other sofa and drinking. This wine-monger really can't go a day without a drink. Sayan, you're here. Seeing Li Jiyan again, Shin Hongmei's mind couldn't help but conjure up some past events, making her hormones swim uncontrollably. Pup, the one who was most excited was still Lai Fei Fei, who had been drinking and was really kissing Li Jiyan. Fifi, why are you calling Li Jiyan a cub again? Didn't we always call him Sabat before? He Yenrong's face was slightly hot. The last leakage incident. If it wasn't for Li Jiyan helping to alleviate her embarrassment, then she would have really lost a lot of face. Luckily there was him. I like to call out cubs, and saying is my cub. Lai Fei Fei blushed, stood up and came to Li Jiyan, pulling her on the sofa and wrapping her arms around her neck. Cubby, take a sip. Lai Fei Fei disliked the bottle of wine into Li Jiyan's mouth without a second thought. Li Jiyan could only passively drink a few sips of red wine. How did Sayan-san become your cub? Are you really his mother and is he your illegitimate son? He Yenrong's flirtatious pretty face was filled with curiosity. Every time Li Jiyan saw this various face he couldn't control his hormones. Some people were born to be foxy, born for hormones, and there was an air of windiness about He Yenrong, an air that matched her looks. It brought her teeness to a peak. Fifi, there's still business to be done later, and you're still pouring wine on Xiaoyan. Shin Hongmei frowned, looking at the intimacy between the two. This crazy woman, always not maintaining a sense of boundaries with Sayaka. But what was wrong with himself? Was he jealous? It's fine. Sayan is a good drinker. Hongmei, what do you care if I feed my cubs alcohol? This is my cub. I fed him. If you eat a vajunai, you are a vajunai cub. He Yenrong's face was full of gossip. If it was someone else, she didn't believe it. But if it's this crazy, it's still a real possibility. Really fake? He Yenrong asked. Shin Hongmei's heart cannot help but hair blocked up. In her heart there was an instinctive possessiveness towards Li Jiyan, because everything had happened between the two. Her instinct was to not want Li Jiyan to come into contact with another woman. Really, but the cubs eat my Giorgio. Saying that, Lai Fei Fei took off her high heels and placed her black silk legs on Li Jiyan's lap. Cubby, Auntie's Giorgio is so cold. Quickly put it on your chest to cover Auntie. Tomorrow continue to explode. 6 or more. As long as not stuck in the plot, Lali will try his best to explode all the time. Recently we'll focus on prioritizing Zhao Shumin's drama. End of chapter. Chapter 56 Opening of the temporary all-subscription group. You can join by clicking on the group number in the introduction or chapter. Statement. Groups, open or not on the author's income does not affect. There is no difference. But not all the group always feel a little less. We also have to talk. This is already a fine book. The book group is actually only 200 people only. The all-set group is a place for readers who genuinely like the book to connect, purely incidentally. Don't go all set specifically to get in the group and then have a bunch of requests. Come on, authors are under a lot of pressure. For those of you who don't think it's worth it, don't order it all. Just pick and choose chapters. The key chapters you want to read are labeled. Paid readers are Lowly's bread and butter. All the big brothers think the writing is good, worth the full order on the order. Not worth the full order on the 5-star chapters. Want to see the key plot are in the. Remind again, never to enter the group to set their own not interested in the chapter. Unnecessary, do not get out of the unpleasant things, this kind of thing lowly really afraid of the. We'll open up the permanent group when we're over 500. 000 words in. End of chapter. Chapter 57 Anshin, Revisiting Old Dreams. Second store reward. 4. 5-star certification assuredly set. Not title D. And you understand the same. Lai Fei-Fei's voice was very happy. She genuinely enjoyed the feeling of molesting Li Jian like this. Feeling Lai Fei-Fei's black silk jade feet on her legs, Li Jian's mind couldn't help but think about Asamushi. At that time, for the sake of Aunt Lai's last wish in Wanchang, I really gave up my life at that time. Aunt Lai, cubby, hurry up and cover my feet. Saying that, Lai Fei-Fei stuffed her black silk jade feet into Li Jian's arms. Not a care in the world at all. Shen Hongmei's face involuntarily produced some changes. However, she controlled it well. It wasn't like he was going to develop towards that with Li Jian. So anything Lai Fei-Fei did with Li Jian had nothing to do with herself. And she shouldn't be so possessive of Li Jian. He Yenrong's mind, on the other hand, was thinking that if she had such a boyfriend, she would never let her and Lai Fei-Fei be so close without a sense of boundaries. While several people were talking, Su Chanqian pushed open the door and walked in. Today Su Chanqian wants to ask Shen Hongmei for some pocket money. But what she didn't expect in any way was to run into Li Ziyan here. Li Ziyan. Su Chanqian didn't quite dare to believe what she saw. Li Ziyan was actually in her mom's office. Also, how mom's best friend's feet are on his stomach. Su Chanqian's mind was a million times confused as to what had happened. Why are you in my mom's office? Get the hell out. Su Chanqian scolded. Her heart really despised and hated Li Ziyan. Qianqian, don't talk to your classmates like that. Shen Hongmei reprimanded. For Su Chanqian's tutelage her requirements have always been very strict. Such impolite things she cannot tolerate. Su Chanqian this is to realize that they are still in front of the mother. If the mother angry, then they want money things fizzle out. I was wrong mom. Li Jian never thought. Has always been incomparable green tea Su Chanqian there is such a good side. But he is also very clear. This is only Su Chanqian's disguise. Not her true colors. Aha. He Yenrong snickered. Hongmei, you shouldn't be so mean to my future daughter-in-law either. Young people are just a little more straightforward in their speech. At this time, the secretary outside the door shouted, Mr. Shin, Lucas has arrived. Lucas was Shin Hongmei's client, and soon Lucas walked in through the door. After greeting each other, Shin Hongmei gestured for Li Jian to translate for her. With business at hand, Lai Fei-Fei was also very self-conscious and went to the other side with He Yenrong. Hello, Mr. Lucas. Shin Hongmei spoke while Li Jian instantly translated on the side, which allowed the two to communicate without any obstacles. As Li Jian began to translate from the sidelines, Lai Fei-Fei complimented. See, my cubs are just that good. He Yenrong's beautiful eyes couldn't help but be filled with admiration as well. This young man is, indeed, very good. Yes, Xiao Yin student is indeed very outstanding. Fifi, you called him cub, he can't really be your son. I really doubt that possibility anymore. Yeah, didn't I tell you? He's my cub, and I'll V him tonight. On the side, Su Chanqian pinched her arm. The heart was really as hard as it could be. And Li Jian was even speaking German. And it's translating for mom. How is that possible? In Su Chanqian's heart Li Jian has always been a good-for-nothing ordinary people. Everything in front of me is really incredible. Li Jian kept translating for Shin Hongmei. In the end, it's the same information as in the intelligence. Lucas isn't too happy about what's going on with Shin Hongmei's company. Li Jian translated from the side and said, Aunt Shin, Lucas wasn't very happy with our company's terms, so he kind of politely declined to work with our company. After Li Jian translated it, Shin Hongmei's cold and clear beautiful eyes also carried some disappointment. Her heart was actually eager to get the opportunity to work together, because the economy was particularly bad right now, and it would be nice to have one more business partner. The risk of future bankruptcy is correspondingly much lower. Now Shin Hongmei's layout in business can be said to be cautious. She is very clear that she must be careful in order to go farther. Well, Sion, thank him for me. We'll work together again sometime in the future. At this time, Shin Hongmei's speech was obviously a little less natural. Aunt Shin, I think I can help you take this client. I see that the graphic on the top of his t-shirt is some historical allusion to Germanic-era Germany. Saying that, Li Jian began to chat with Lucas about German history. To help Auntie Shin this time, Li Jian did make a lot of preparations. The history of Germany in the textbooks is only a few strokes, and he is already in the last few days to turn himself into an expert in German history. Lucas had uncontrollable excitement in his eyes after hearing Li Jian ask him about the pattern on his t-shirt. He is a very experienced German history buff. It's just that no one seems to pay attention to that stuff anymore. This made Lucas' heart feel very lost, and after being dispatched to work over here, he had even less people to talk to about these things. But what he didn't expect was the young man in front of him to know the illusions on his t-shirt. "What's your name, young man?" "Li Jiyan." Lucas pulled Li Jiyan to sit on the couch on the spot and the two chatted. At first Lucas thought that Li Jiyan was not trying to curry favor, but what he didn't expect was that Li Jiyan's knowledge of German history was much more proficient than that of him. A German. Many of these ideas were even more refreshing to him. Two people sitting there talking. Yenron's beautiful eyes were filled with awe. This kid, he actually knows German history, and looking at the way he's chatting so happily with Lucas, it's obvious that he's really well versed. Instead of that kind of half-understanding, in Yenron's heart for Li Jiyan's appreciation and love is more than a step up. "This classmate of my son's is really outstanding, a little too much." Yenron was eager to talk to Li Jiyan, for why Li Jiyan is so good. Her heart really felt very curious. "Look, Yenron, how excellent my cubs are. The cubs I gave birth to are just awesome. And no German history, we're all uneducated compared to the cubs." Pouring another mouthful of red wine, Li Fei's look of conviction. It was as if Li Ziyan was really her cub. Yenron had long since gotten used to this wine monk's way of speaking, and she looked at Li Jiyan from afar. In the midst of the enchanting eyes, all of them were appreciating Li Jiyan. Since Sayan-san is able to throw her weight around, then maybe she can really help Red Plum take this business. This $1,000 a day for part-time work for Hongmei is not wasted. On the side, Su Chanxian was trembling slightly. She realized that she seemed to have seriously underestimated this licking dog in her own eyes. She never realized that Li Jiyan knew German and was so proficient in it, which was not at all in line with their majors at all. And he was able to talk to Lucas about German history in German. Even those German graduates couldn't do that. How is this possible? Thinking about Su Chanxian's heart felt unacceptable. They looked down on Li Jiyan. Why suddenly so dazzling? Plus, he gets to take his mom's $1,000 a day for part-time work. Mom's only giving herself $5,000 a month. Such a blow. It made Su Chanxian's heart feel unacceptable. If it wasn't for the fact that her mother and Auntie Lai and Auntie Rong were all here, Su Chanxian's heart all thought that Li Jiyan had found someone to act to deceive herself. Shen Hongmei stood there watching the two chatting. Her jade hand held it gently. It's not a finalized collaboration yet, but based on her knack for reading people, it's obvious that Lucas is chatting up a storm with that look on his face. To meet such an appetizing person in a foreign country, if you think about it differently, you would definitely work with such a person yourself. Originally in Lucas this cooperation, Shen Hongmei did not do the intention of success. She just wanted to take a chance. After all, the opposite company is a multinational company. If you can take it, the future gains are very stable. If not, that made sense, but she really hadn't dreamed of it. It's amazing that this matter was settled by a part-time college student. The two people chatted like this for half an hour later. Lucas said excitedly, "Mr. Li, let's find a hotel and chat while drinking. I'm going to have a nice chat with you about German history." "Mr. Lucas, can you pick my boss for this partnership?" "Good point, drink first." Since arriving in the East, Lucas has fallen in love with the whole white wine thing. For the now-defunct table culture over here, his heart also liked it very much. And Li Jiyan realized that he had to drink today. He wasn't a wimp, though, and the changes in his body made him feel like he'd gotten a very scary boost in his drinking. Every time Aunt Lai poured wine on him, he felt nothing. So today was the perfect day to try out his liquor drinking skills. "Xiao Yan, what did he say?" Shen Hongmei's voice even seemed a little apprehensive at this point. For the matter of cooperation now her heart was really filled with hope completely. She believed that Li Ziyan was perfectly capable of doing this. Lucas said to arrange a drinking party. "And if you're happy, you can sign the contract." "Great, Sayan, I'll make the arrangements." Shen Hongmei's iceberg-like, high-cooled pretty face was also filled with smiles at this time. "Xiao Zhang, arrange for a car and a restaurant. Book a private room in Maotai." Such a small overhead is nothing compared to the proceeds of signing the contract. Shen Hongmei can be said to be very painful. Soon, Li Jiyan and Lucas walked side by side towards the outside. The trio of Shanghai ants also followed, leaving behind the pale Su Chanxian in place. It was as hard as it was going to get in her mind. The feeling was really incomparably disgusting. But of course, this refreshing scene was not in the mood to care right now. Li Jiyan. The two Audi S6s came to the entrance of the ancient moon building successively. After the boss came out to greet the few people inside the private room, a cool feeling came over them. "Mr. Li, have a seat." At the moment Lucas was already completely ignoring the trio of Shanghai ants, but Shen Hongmei didn't care at all. After the waiter came in, Shen Hongmei asked the waiter to give the menu to Lucas. After all, drinking wine would be no fun at all if there were no downside dishes. Lucas wasn't polite and chatted with Li Jiyan while doing so. While ordering, after seeing Shen Hongmei come in with a few bottles of Maotai, he felt even more satisfied. Mr. Lee, you tell Boss Shen that the partnership is her company. It's settled. Let's have a good drink. I'll sign when I'm happy with my drink. After Li Jian translated Lucas' words, Shen Hongmei was relieved. It looks like it really did manage to take the program today. And the reason for all this was because he had hired Li Jian as an interpreter. This Xiao Yan was also too talented. She then waved her hand and signaled her secretary aside to go to the office to draw up a contract. Watching the chat is what fixed Lucas Li Jian. Rafi said, "Look how good my pups are. It's the genetics I gave the cub, she's so smart." Hongmei, do you want to be my daughter-in-law? I don't think you're looking at my cubs right. Shen Hongmei knew that this crazy-ass alcohol was back. Your cub and you let him cover your feet. Shameless. My cub is the one who has to have his feet covered. It's his way of honoring his old mother. Shen Hongmei couldn't help but pinch Lai Fei Fei's waist. Don't get drunk crazy. Lucas is still here. Fei Lai is full of it. Look at him like that. The cubs are his favorite. We're like air. Say what doesn't matter at all dash. Shen Hongmei couldn't help but take a look. And it was really true. Lucas was immersed in chatting with Li Jian. No one even looked at them. And it's not like he knows Chinese. It's not like he can understand what we're saying. Look at him like that. Like a 2-bit cutie. Same. Li Jian. My Auntie Lai sure is cute at all times. Soon after the food came up, Lucas couldn't help but open the mutai. After Li Jian poured a cup for Lucas, Lucas said very enthusiastically, "Mr. Li, you drink too. I'll pour for you." After meeting Li Jian, Lucas had a feeling of finding his soulmate. After pouring a glass of wine for Li Jian, he poured a glass of wine for Shen Hongmei as well as Lai Fei Fei and He Yanrong. After standing up and raising their glasses, everyone followed suit and then took a sip of white wine. For the rest of the day, Lucas kept pouring wine for Li Jian. Of course he didn't drink less himself, and as the white wine went down, Li Jian realized that his body had indeed mutated. This white wine is just a little bit of a sensation for myself. According to this amount of alcohol then, one could be completely at the level of the god of wine. It was fine for Li Jian to drink so much, but Shen Hongmei was a bit uptight. The way the high and mighty imperial sister's pretty face blushed made Li Jian's heart feel a tickling sensation, especially after something happened with Shen Hongmei. Li Jian's mind was even less able to control her thoughts. It was because Auntie Shen drank too much last time that something like that happened. Alcohol, on the other hand, didn't have as much of an effect on Lai Fei Fei and He Yanrong. He Yanrong is the biggest drinker. For her part, Fei Lai was this crazy who drank as much or as little as she could. As long as she didn't want to go to sleep, she could always keep a sliver of clarity to make sure she didn't get picked up or anything. But the level of Lai's tartness increased with the number of glasses she drank. Lai Fei Fei's flirty words in the back Li Jian felt a bit unpleasant to the ears. It went on drinking until a little after 3 in the afternoon. Li Jian felt Lucas was dying and looked at his excited look as she talked to him about the Führer. He struck while the iron was hot. "Mr. Lucas, let's just get the contract signed. I really need your help right now." Chatting happily and drinking happily, Lucas did not have any reason to refuse, and signed a contract with Shen Hongmei on the spot. It also took out the official seal from inside the briefcase and stamped it. After all the dust settled, Shen Hongmei's heart completely relaxed. Xiao Yan had truly performed an impossible miracle. At this time Shen Hongmei really have a kind of do not know how to thank Li Jian. This time this child to help their own favor is also too big. Although Li Jian was already 20, in front of these 3 Shanghai ants, and really kids too. After successfully taking the contract, Li Jian continued to talk to Lucas about German history as the two chatted and drank. It was until 5 p.m. when Lucas got into his Audi with the driver's assistance because he had to go back to the office. Li Jian and Shen Hongmei clearly saw Lucas unconscious just after getting into the car. And this time, the system's quest reward, second supermarket, also arrived. Becoming the owner of the second store, Li Jian's entire body felt very relieved inside. "Xiao Yan, are you alright? You drank so much," Shen Hongmei asked with concern. She clearly remembered that Li Jian hadn't even drank before, and that night wouldn't have been like that if he hadn't been drunk as well. Although Li Jian seemed to be very stable now, Shen Hongmei knew that it was probably too much to drink. He's going to be unconscious later. Li Jian glanced at Shen Hongmei's quick fall and said worriedly, "Aunt Shen, I'm fine, but I think something might be wrong with you. This Lucas really can't hold his liquor." In the middle, he didn't toast Shen Hongmei much, and he drank Shen Hongmei into this state. One hugged Shen Hongmei's plump but flatless waist. Li Jian was really afraid that she would fall. Lai Fei Fei, who staggered over behind her, pointed at Li Jian and said, "Wow, Hongmei, let go of my cub, you big car, trying to do something to my cub. Cubby, Auntie is about to fall too, so come and help Auntie." Among the 3 ants in Shanghai, the most stable one was still He Yanrong, but Li Jian also felt as if He Yanrong's alcohol had gone to her head as well. She needs sleep badly. "Aunt Shen, let's go to the hotel and get a room to rest." "Good." Shin Hongmei was also really tired now, and now she didn't want to go back to the company. After discussing the situation, the four of them walked towards the City House Hotel across the street. Get a room. Li Jian points out his web certificate. Open a couple. One room. The beautiful and pretty face Scarlet Li Fei stretched out a finger. I'm going to serve cub one with Yenrong and Hongmei. The great quilt. Yenrong hurriedly covered the mouth of this wine mongrel, and from what she said, she really heard it. The crazy was really drunk, and the alcohol content of white wine wasn't comparable to the red wine she usually liked to drink. 2 rooms. Both need king rooms. After opening the room, the four of them entered the elevator with their room cards. While Li Jian was thinking about clocking out from work, Li Fei hugged Li Jian's waist and said, "Cubby, Mommy's finished giving you a leave of absence. Come on, thank Mom." Aunt Li, you're really drunk. Cubby, Auntie's not drunk. Li Jian was surrounded by 3 mature women, and at this point, he could be described as cautious. He was afraid that his aunts might fall at any moment. It was only after sending all 3 aunts to their rooms that Li Jian let out a sigh of relief. Total relief for the time being. After returning to her room, Li Jian also went to take a shower, intending to rest for a while. At nighttime Aunt Zhao's that boss tried to molest her. One can never let that go. At this point, Li Jian's heart was very firm. I had just finished my shower when there was a knock on the door. Words. Hearing that it was Shin Hongmei's voice, Li Jian immediately opened the door. After entering the door, Li Jian smoothly closed the door of the room. After all, the air conditioning costs electricity. He is an environmentalist. Sayan, are you okay? Auntie is worried about you. Drinking so much. If you're not feeling well, we'll just go to the hospital. Looking at Shin Hongmei, who was already thoroughly confused, Li Jian's heart also felt very touched. Auntie Shin is like this, still thinking of herself in her heart. Aunt Shin really couldn't say anything about herself. Aunt Shin, I'm really fine. Looking at Shin Hongmei who was about to collapse, Li Jian assisted her to the sofa. Just after sitting down, Shin Hongmei placed that slender stocking leg on his lap. That perfect touch made Li Jian 19% more energized. Aunt Shin's legs weren't just very long, they were also plump and fleshy, and the touch was really unrivaled. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine, Aunt Shin. Put your leg all over your lap. You don't even touch it and you say it's fine. I think you're drunk. Saying that, she took Li Jian's hand and placed it on her stockinged legs. The slippery touch came, and Li Jian fell into a daze. It looks like Aunt Shin is really drunk today, and it's almost as bad as the other day. One can't help but follow the women's volunteers. After all, there's a crime called going against a woman's will. Then Li Jian's hand was just groping back and forth on top of Pup Shin Hongmei's flesh silk. He felt his heart beating fast and his hormones were pumping way faster than usual. Auntie Shin, Xiao Yan, does Auntie's leg feel good when you touch it? Li Jian replied truthfully. Aunt Shin, my favorite thing is such plump legs. Aunties actually have some meat on their legs. For example, so is Zhao Shuman, and so is Yenrong, who likes to wear Chong Sams. That is, Auntie Li's legs are a bit thinner, but they are also very substantial, and they are not at all the same thing as those chopstick legs of those spiritual little sisters. That kind of chopstick leg Li Jian looked very appetizing. Well, it's good that you like it. I really thank you for today. Originally, Auntie was going to give up. You wait. Saying that, Shin Hongmei took out her cell phone and transferred $30,000 to Li Jian. She was already a person who didn't begrudge her employees rewards for their merits, and Li Jian had done her such a great favor. It was naturally impossible for her to give Li Jian only $1,000 for her part-time job. Aunt Shin, this is too much. Li Jian pushed back, but Shin Hongmei didn't give him any chance to excuse himself. Taking Li Jian's finger directly, he unlocked his phone and tapped on WeChat. Without realizing it, she clicked on the chat between Li Jian and No Cilantro. The records are full of sassy emoticons and other chats, and these messages are basically sent in the middle of the night. This prodigal hoof. All day long she just harasses her juniors. Li Jian didn't say anything. His heart was very fond of and respected Aunt Li. Aunt Li really loves herself. One of the few warmth in Magic City is from Aunt Li. To this wine monkey, Li Jian's heart was really fond and precious. Don't fall for it. She's all about teasing you like you're a puppy. And if you do return her flirtations, she's done with you. After tapping on his message and accepting the transfer into his account, Shin Hongmei locked Li Jian's cell phone. Xiao Yan, giving you $30,000 is the right thing to do. You've really helped Auntie this time, she said, her face reddening even more, the alcohol clearly going to her head. That kind of appearance to see Li Jian's heart her cannot help but be very worried. Aunt Shin, she is really alright. Xiao Yan, you're so smart. You even know German history. Auntie really admires you. If it weren't for the fact that Sinclair is seeing someone, Auntie will make sure she marries you. Auntie, don't be gracious. Chatting away, Shin Hongmei suddenly just turned around and sat squarely on Li Jian's lap. Look at Li Jian's face. With 4 eyes facing each other, Li Jian could feel the blazing heat and desire in Shen Hongmei's cold and clear beautiful eyes. He knew that Anshin was drunk and her inner nature was being released. 30 like a wolf and 40 like a tiger is a saying that he had a very real feeling last time. That night was never to be forgotten for Li Jian. Xiao Yan, do you remember the last time Auntie taught you how to kiss? Remember. Of course Li Jian couldn't possibly remember that Shen Hongmei pulled herself to sit on her lap. Then teach yourself about kissing. A real show was put on. And of course, it was those specifics imparted later that Li Jian was truly utilized. Li Jian is now considered quite proficient. Then Auntie will have to test your learning. Shen Hongmei commanded Li Jian. For Li Jian, who could not go against a woman's wishes, naturally knew very well what should be done. After he did as Shen Hongmei asked, Shen Hongmei directly kissed up. At this moment, Li Jian had the feeling of a long drought. Ever since the night I saved Auntie Shen, Li Jian had indeed been repressed for too long. Feeling Shen Hongmei's incomparably passionate and prolonged kiss at the moment, he felt like he was dreaming. His hands were not idle on top of his stockings either, reveling in the pleasure of the moment. After a long time, Shen Hongmei leaned on Li Jian's ear and said, Xiao Yan, pick up Auntie. Auntie wants to lie down and sleep. Li Jian obediently carried Shen Hongmei up to the bed later, but she was pressed up by Shen Hongmei's lead, smelling the fragrance of Anshin's body. Li Jian's breath was very greedy. Xiao Yan, you've learned well what Auntie taught you. Remember to keep it up in the future. It's a good match. We two are really in sync. Saying that, Shen Hongmei said somewhat strangely, but Auntie always felt that you know other ways. Did that prodigal hoof teach you that? Li Jian, his heart felt a little weak. Anshin was indeed drunk now, but what she said was indeed true. Who can't have a weak heart? Sion, Auntie is going to check the rest of what she taught you. Auntie wants you. Shen Hongmei hugged Li Jian very hard, and her entire body was wrapped around Li Jian. It seemed as if she was trying to make Li Jian melt with her. The scent of a mature woman constantly caused Li Jian's hormones to secrete at an accelerated rate, and his remaining sanity was soon completely destroyed. Looking at the showy Shen Hongmei's plump by virtue of a near human body and long and incomparable legs, Li Jian could no longer hold back. Kissed up, and the drunken Shen Hongmei was incomparably cooperative. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Jian was lying there holding the drunken Shen Hongmei. The mind still feels so inauthentic. Anshin was so forthcoming when she was drunk and so distant when sober when it came to men and women. Could it be that Anshin's heart actually wanted to be with herself? Li Jian felt that it should be like this. That Anshin's heart actually liked herself very much, but because of worldly reasons and her lack of maturity, that's why Anshin didn't think of herself as a man, and that's why she didn't want to develop that aspect with herself towards. While Li Jian was looking at Shen Hongmei's deep, bottomless gully thinking about getting into Fifi, Shen Hongmei woke up by rubbing her sleepy eyes. After seeing the scene in front of him, everything around was very messy. His own stockings were torn just like the last time. She was a little broken inside. She knew that Li Jian wasn't the type to take advantage of people's danger, and that this child's heart was very kind. And as far as I can remember, it was myself who took the initiative to come to Li Jian's room to look for him, and even let him touch her legs. Xiao Yan, go buy medicine for Auntie. Regarding the first few chapters, which were met with some trolling, the author may not have thought it through very well. Not to whet the appetite, it's just that the plot really isn't there yet. End of chapter. Chapter 58, Caught by Auntie Lai. Seeing that Shen Hongmei wasn't angry, this was exactly what Li Jian thought. Just now, it was Anshin's stocking legs that took the initiative to wrap around her, and one is merely going with the flow. Shen Hongmei looked at Li Jian, who was still frothing, and covered her chest, saying, hurry up Xiao Yan, go buy birth control pills. Only then did Li Jian get up, and after she packed up, she planned to go out. Right, get another stocking over here, this one's torn. Shen Hongmei's words carried some rancor between them. This child saw the stockings just seemed to be unable to control his emotions. She could sense it clearly. How obsessed is Li Jian with things like stockings? It was simply a natural favorite. I know Anshin, don't worry about it. Looking at Li Jian's back, Shen Hongmei's heart was very complicated. Drinking is wrong, drinking is wrong. That's really too much of a delay. If he hadn't been drinking, how could he have had that incident with the boy again? What if I get pregnant? Thinking about Shen Hongmei's heart felt a great headache. Originally wanted to cut with Li Jian is not so easy. Now there's even less of a way to split it up. What a headache. After arriving outside the hotel, Li Jian was still constantly reminiscing about the feeling she had just experienced. In fact, on the night that Su Chanxian asked Li Jian to pay the bill, Li Jian is indeed a bit under the influence of alcohol. Perception wasn't really very clear, but not this time. Li Jian, who possessed a very frightening amount of alcohol, stayed completely sober. All is so clear, and Shen Hongmei was indeed a very qualified teacher. she reviewed all the knowledge that she had previously taught to Li Jiyan in a very complete manner. 200 more days of favor with Aunt Shen. Thinking about Shen Hongmei's long and plump stocking legs, Li Jiyan's heart felt very satisfied. It's really so pleasant to have a day like this. Arriving at the pharmacy. This time, Li Jiyan was kind of light on her feet. Birth control pills, the morning after kind. The first time, Li Jiyan was still a bit coy and embarrassed. This time it's just justified. You can't get Auntie Shen pregnant. The pharmacy has been doing well. That's why the drug seller didn't find anything strange about it. Soon, Li Jiyan stuffed the medicine into his pocket, went to another grocery store and picked out a pair of stockings. When the payment was made, looking at her balance of $150,000, Li Jiyan's heart also felt a sense of security. He remembered the way Shen Hongmei had just taken his fingerprint-unlocked phone to receive the $30,000 over. He sensed that Aunt Shen's pattern could really work, and it would be nice for a stingy boss to give himself a $1,000 reward instead. Only after this was done did he walk towards the hotel. At this moment, Li Jiyan's mind also remembered the matter of Zhao Shuman being harassed by her boss late at night today. One has to get ready to leave from the 3 ants here in Shanghai. Just after arriving at the door, Li Jiyan saw Lai Feifei and He Yenrong standing by the window at the end of the corridor talking. Obviously just woke up not long ago. Before Li Jiyan could reach his door, Lai Feifei saw a somewhat sneaky Li Jiyan. Cub, come here. Li Jiyan had wanted to sneak back to her room, delivering the stockings and contraceptive pills to Shen Hongmei. I didn't expect to be stopped by Lai Feifei before I even entered the door. Aunt Lai. In front of her eyes, Lai Feifei's face was red, and the beautiful young woman looked very cute. On the other hand, He Yenrong, who was also blushing, made Li Jiyan's heart have 19 points of respect. The woman's looks are really hormonal. The faint eye lines by her enchanting eyes were even more inexplicably lethal to Li Jiyan. Plus she was Lu Jinxin's mother. Li Jiyan's heart just couldn't help but feel more favorable towards He Yenrong. Wrong, please, feed my cubs. My cubs must be hungry. It's all time for dinner now. You've got so much left over here. It's a waste if you don't eat it all. Even if she had been drinking, at this moment, He Yenrong felt unable to resist. This crazy, she's getting crazier and crazier. What nonsense. Why don't you feed your cubs? I don't have the real thing. It's no use just thundering and not raining. This piece is still up to you. Saying that, Lai Feifei pulled He Yenrong just to pay the practice, which made Li Jiyan's heart very touched. My Aunt Lai will always be my Aunt Lai. What she did was so heartwarming. My own aunt can't even compare to Aunt Lai. It's just a little hard to redeem. Let go of me, you crazy prodigal. The two of them were playing around, and soon, Lai Feifei noticed that Li Jiyan's pants pockets were bulging inside. The stocking was unopened, so it was inevitably a little bulgy inside the pocket. It was something that caught Lai Feifei's attention as well. Pop, what are you hiding here? Come on, show mommy. Saying that, Lai Feifei reached out and took the stockings out of Li Jiyan's pocket. Stockings, it's still shredded meat. Yan On, isn't it yours? Saying that, Lai Feifei touched the beautiful legs under He Yenrong's cheongsam. Your black silk is fine, so it's only red plums. Yeah, cub, I knew it. You and Hongmei are having an affair. Honestly, did you just have a big ride with Red Plum Pony? Li Jiyan's heart felt even more guilty. The first time she met Aunt Lai, she was just babbling some nonsense about ponies and carts and such. And the thing that made Li Jiyan feel the most guilty was that what Lai Feifei said was completely true. Who can carry this? Aunt Lai. It was Aunt Shen who fell asleep in my room, and then she asked me to go and buy her stockings. It was naturally impossible for Li Jiyan to tell Shen Hongmei that she had drunk too much and took the initiative to revisit old dreams with herself. He actually had the idea in his mind that it would be good for everyone to be together. You've come at the right time. These words had always been a dream in Li Jiyan's heart. If he was exposed, then he would have no hope at all. If it was without the ability to see through the intelligence, Li Jiyan would not dare to have such thoughts. But now, he did see some hope. After all, although his own gold finger is very weak, but it is also a real superpower. So short time his own hands already have 150,000 deposits, can also be said to be the future is promising. This wavy hoof, big car, must be trying to seduce you. Cubby, talk to mommy. Did you just sleep with her? Li Jiyan could sense that Lai Feifei did drink a little too much. Now she's even starting to call herself a mom. But that's really Fifi Lai's personal style too. Go, I'll ask Shen Hongmei myself. Lai Feifei pulled Li Jiyan and He Yenrong to the door of Li Jiyan's room, then skillfully pulled out the rune card from inside her pocket. Li Jiyan was a little glad that the medicine she bought was hidden in her back pocket. If it was pulled out, then there would really be no hope for her and Aunt Lai. After the door opens, Lai Feifei ran towards the inside of the room, looking like she was going to catch an adulterer. Hongmei, I knew you were having an affair with my cub. Let me see if there's a set. As she said that, Lai Feifei went to rummage through the trash can. End of chapter. Chapter 59, Gentle Eyes. At this moment, Li Jian thoroughly understood what it meant to be a winemonger. Auntie Lai is never normal as long as she drinks. Fei Lai rummaged inside the trash can trying to see if there was a set. Shen Hongmei, on the other hand, pulled the quilt to subconsciously cover her chest. She had originally waited for Li Jian, but she didn't expect to bring this wine monkey. And going through trash cans, but Lai Fei didn't turn up anything other than some toilet paper. Well, I was wrong about you. He Yenrong came forward and said, how come your stockings are torn like this? Her pair of fox-charming eyes were filled with curiosity and gossip. Could it be that this Shen Hongmei and Li Jian really had that side of things? That's unlikely. There's a full 22 years of age difference between those two. Can you really be mother and son with that kind of age difference and still have that kind of thing? She didn't think Shen Hongmei would do such a thing. I'm drunk and ripped. Lai Fei looked at Shen Hongmei's figure and said, I think you're just trying to seduce my cub. You evil big wagon. Trying to seduce my pony cubs. Cubby, let's go and get away from this evil anti-big wheeler. Saying that, she pulled Li Jian towards the outside, and He Yenrong also walked out, giving Shen Hongmei time to change her clothes. After the room was locked again, Shen Hongmei's drunkenness was also completely dissipated, and she was also considered completely sober. This crazy, does she really know something? Rubbing her temples, Shen Hongmei felt a headache. When she checked out of the room, Li Jian put away the stockings inside the trash can by hand. He didn't have anything else in mind, mainly because he was worried about the waiter taking it out and selling it. In the evening, the four of them went to a hot pot restaurant to eat hot pot. Pup, yell for mommy. Lai Fei took the initiative to sit with Li Jian and kept asking Li Jian to call out to her mom. Shen Hongmei's heart always felt a little uncomfortable. That feeling of jealousy was spreading. Fifi, do you want to recognize little Yensan as your son? He Yenrong said with a snicker. What do you mean recognize? The cub was originally my son. I gave birth, didn't I cub? But godchildren and godmothers do make the best kindred spirits, Lai Fei muttered, causing Li Jian to be a bit overwhelmed. And in her heart, she only felt that Aunt Lai was really cute when she was drunk. After exchanging a look with Shen Hongmei, Li Jian handed Shen Hongmei the medicine from under the table. After receiving the pills with juice sent to eat, Shen Hongmei's heart also feel at ease a lot. The root of the accident happened again or their own drink too much. This is the most important reason. But you can't get pregnant. You're your age. You're in the proper senior category. The risks of getting pregnant are too great, despite well-maintained health. Cubby, what are you doing with your hands under the table? Isn't he making any small moves with Shen Hongmei? I've seen episodes like this in books. As Lai Fei wanted to go into detail, Shen Hongmei covered her mouth. Shut up, wench, you prodigal hoof. There are so many people in the neighborhood. Now the night is the time when there are many people eating hot pot. If others hear it then they will definitely look at them in a particularly strange way. Oh, I'll stop. It was only then that Lai Fei collected herself. Cubby, Auntie feeds you watermelon. Picking up a piece of watermelon and stuffing it inside Li Jian's mouth, Lai Fei looked at Li Jian with doting eyes. Ever since Shen Hongmei brought Li Jian to join their circle of life, because of all the things that had happened, Lai Fei's heart's favor towards Li Jian was increasing. He is also now truly considered one of our own. Waiter, get me a bottle of wine. Let's just forget about it, Aunt Lai. I've already drunk so much white wine today. It's better to continue tomorrow. Well, since the cubs are talking, mommy will have to do as she's told. He Yenrong said in incomparable amazement. Fifi, I've never seen you listen to anyone and drink less. Of course, after all, the cubs are my big babies. Listen to the pup. Don't let him get hurt, said Lai Fei, and sang, Li Jian. His heart was already dying with the cuteness of this gorgeous young woman. But, Yan On, I won't let you feed my pups today. You've had so much to drink. Feeding my cubs is sure to get them drunk. He Yenrong's face flushed red as she scolded. I think your child is the one who grew up drinking. You drunkard. A dinner, though Aunt Lai has tightened up a lot, but it was also a continuous and steady output, and Li Jian was used to Aunt Lai's flirty talk. Aunt Lai's flirty talk never stopped, but it never materialized either, except for the dragon fruit one, where she thought she was going to die, so she passed on some kissing lessons. Thinking about it made Li Jian's heart very nostalgic. During dinner, Li Jian secretly went to settle the bill. Last time, Aunt Shen helped herself to find a job and even secretly settled the bill. Li Jian felt that it was time for her to do the same. It's well worth it to spend a little money on your aunts because they are very much in their hearts. After coming out, Shen Hongmei said with some complaints, Xiao Yan, you're a kid eating with your elders to pay for something. Don't pay in the future, okay? Just eat honestly when you're with your aunts and don't worry about the rest. He Yenrong also said, well, in the future, you can't pay for dinner out with auntie. It's not easy for you to be alone in Shanghai. That's right, cub. Mommy has money, how can she make you pay for it? From now on, Mom's Maybach villa will be yours to inherit. Come home with mommy and mommy will feed you at night. As Li Jian listened to Auntie Fire Dragon Fruit's words, she always felt a little itch in her heart, an itch that came from deep within her soul. But Auntie Lai is so good at painting a picture. She has her own son. How can she give the inheritance to herself? It is better to listen to the words on the line. Aunt Lai said to feed yourself so many times, but has never honored it. And the fact that the three rich aunts cared made Li Jian's heart feel warm to the core. His heart really loved this. Shen Hongmei called her secretary to come over and drive. After the secretary came over, she looked at Li Jian with eyes that were visibly drawn. This is an age of faces, but there are also people who look at talent. Talent is not enough in general. After all college students have a little knowledge of astronomy and geography. It's long since been uncommon to know these things, but like Li Jian's who not only knew German, but could talk that crowd into that, so well versed in German history, it's just so dazzling. That's why her heart couldn't help but have some reveries about Li Jian. Of course, Li Jian was not at all interested in her. After knowing what it was like to be Shen Hongmei, plus the fact that she now had a golden finger, Li Jian was naturally completely unwilling to return to her former life path. After sending He Yenrong back to the entrance of the Century Palace, Lu Li welcomed in from inside and took He Yenrong in, hanging out with that kid again. While on the road, Lu Li snickered. What's all this nonsense about mixing? Xiao Yan is just a child. Don't talk nonsense. Who says he's a kid anymore? Any more than a kid, he's 20 and knows everything. He Yenrong couldn't help but bring up the matter of Li Jian helping to sign the contract today. That's true. Sion-san can do everything. You know what? Today Shen Hongmei's company has a German client. Let Sion be the interpreter. In the beginning, it was very uneventful, but he and the German guy talked about German history. It turned out to be hard to get him to sign the contract. I was dumbfounded. If only my son was that good. He Yenrong's voice was filled with envy. She didn't know what kind of parents could raise a child as outstanding as Li Jian. He was also able to study so hard inside the university, even learning German and German history to such an exaggerated extent. It's really hard not to admire. You like this man? What a man. It's a child. I could be his mother. That's something. It's 2024 now. Love is free. What's wrong with a little age gap? It's not like there's anything morally or otherwise wrong with you being with him. It's definitely your freedom. This foxy face of yours. It's Suda. I reckon that boy gets hot and bothered every time he looks at you. He Yenrong's heart was beating a little fast. Don't be ridiculous, Sister Lu. He's just a kid. People aren't going to be interested in a mom-san level person like me. That's not necessarily true. Lu Li sized up He Yenrong and said, you're so pretty. Even 18-year-olds can't carry you ah. Wasn't there a lot of 18-year-old guests who wanted you to go on the clock before? But you're right to think so. Keep your distance from the boy. He's too good. I think you're going to be drawn to him sooner or later. In our line of work, it's better not to get attached to men. I'm not doing a line with you. He Yenrong's mind recalled the scene where she hugged Li Jian at the DMV. She clearly remembered how she felt at that moment. Li Jian was really a monster. It was as if his own hormones were all completely ignited. After arriving in front of Fifi Lai's villa, Li Jian looked at Shen Hongmei who was also a bit shaky and said, Aunt Shen, I'll see Aunt Lai off alone. It'll be quick. Shen Hongmei's alcohol once again went to her head, and she gave a soft After helping Lai Fei Fei out of the car, Li Jian pinched Lai Fei Fei's beautiful young woman face. Aunt Lai, open the door. Although Lai Fei Fei was already tipsy, she would still do something like this. After Li Jian called out to her, Lai Fei Fei opened the door of the villa. Then she jumped onto Li Jian's body and wrapped herself around him like an octopus. And Li Jian smoothly hugged Lai Fei Fei's black silk thighs, carrying her against the inside of the villa. The drunkenly hazy-eyed Shen Hongmei also clearly saw this scene, and she couldn't control the acidity surging out of her heart. She regretted letting Li Jian send Lai Fei Fei alone. Through the observation of the last few meetings, Shen Hongmei's heart felt that Lai Fei Fei had thoughts about Li Jian in terms of men and women, because Lai Fei Fei was acting too intimate with Li Jian. The Lai Fei Fei had never acted like this before. Thinking about it, Shen Hongmei felt a headache. She did not want Li Jian to embark on a crosstalk across the 20-year age gap in love. If Lai Fei Fei really moved to seduce Li Jian, she was so good looking that Sion would definitely be unable to resist in the end. What man in this world can carry off the seduction of a beautiful woman? Some people are driven by hormones. They cannot even carry off the seduction of an ugly woman. Lai Fei Fei is a real first-class beauty. A lot of men also like her, this kind of birdie and fine fruit type. And she also had a gorgeous young woman's face that Sion would fall into sooner or later. They should do something. The heart of the thoughts. Shen Hongmei is again sober so much. Carrying Lai Fei Fei to the upstairs, he very skillfully turned on the air conditioner. Li Jian was lying on the bed with Aunt Lai holding her neck. Pup, don't go away at night. Sleep with your aunt. Saying that, she hugged Li Jian a little harder. In fact, Li Jian kinda liked sleeping with Aunt Lai, hugging her fragrant body during the night. even though he couldn't do anything. But it's really much more comfortable than sleeping by yourself. Auntie Lai not only smelled exceptionally good, and sleeps exceptionally quietly, really a fragrant young woman. When she hugged Aunt Lai, Li Jian felt very secure. Lai Fei drank a little too much white wine today, so staying is actually fine. However, Shen Hongmei was still outside, and it was definitely not possible for him not to leave. Aunt Lai, Aunt Shen is still waiting down there to take me home. Humph, all day long it's just Auntie Shen. Isn't she just the one with longer legs than me and bigger breasts than me? Am I your mom or is she your mom? Li Jian. Aunt Lai was talking nonsense again. He felt that Fei Lai really wanted to be his mom. This was somewhat similar to Shen Hongmei, but there was no way Li Jian would agree. With a godson, there is no godmother. It's better not to recognize a godparent. Tell me, do you love her or me? Cubby, say it. Lai Fei asked as she grabbed Li Jian's ears. Love you, Auntie Shen. That's more like it. Cubby, why don't you go home and go to bed early? After letting go of Li Jian, Lai Fei laid there, completely falling into a state of sleep. Li Jian picked up the quilt and covered Lai Fei afterward. I also felt some regret in my heart. Auntie Lai was really cute. Of course, it was only limited to Auntie Lai when she was drunk. Wine Monkey was really quite a high-strung young woman if she didn't drink. On the road, because it was the secretary who drove, so Shen Hongmei didn't say anything, and after parking the car on the side of the road, Shen Hongmei and Li Jian got out of the car together. Auntie, go back if you're sleepy. Li Jian knew that Shen Hongmei, who had drunk a lot of wine and had also been tossed around by herself for a long time, was really tired. Auntie will give you a ride. Good. How did Fei Lai's Maybach get to you? After seeing the Maybach, Shen Hongmei felt a little strange. This Maybach was one that she and He Yenrong accompanied Lai Fei to pick up, and they all went over when the color change was posted. The license plate number and all that was all too familiar to her. Aunt Lai has a brother who is always trying to borrow money from her, so Aunt Lai left her car with me, pretending to be poor. That brother of hers is indeed unlikable. And Li Jian walked towards the rented room. Shen Hongmei said softly, Xiao Yan, you and Lai Fei should still pay attention to the distance between men and women. Li Jian stopped and looked up at Shen Hongmei's cold and clear eyes. The aura of this high and cold imperial sister really gave people a feeling of deterrence. Looking at her will naturally have a feeling of dewy-eyed. Not like He Yenrong who was full of dusty and enchanting atmosphere. Seeing the photos would make Li Jian unable to control herself. The temperament of these two are really two extremes. Aunt Shen, are you jealous? Li Jian knew that this was something obvious, and he knew that Shen Hongmei was jealous from all the previous information. Jealousy is a woman's instinct, even if Shen Hongmei's heart has too many realistic scruples. And the reaction of Shen Hongmei after getting drunk, Li Jian's mind also remembered it very clearly. It was true that she had more consideration in her mind. After all, a rational mature woman would never do things without thinking like a little girl. Who's jealous? Shen Hongmei's face actually flashed with some panic. The hands were a little unsure of how to place them, and that flash of panic made Li Jian feel as if he was seeing an illusion of a little girl in Shen Hongmei's body. This really made Li Jian's heart feel quite rare. Aunt Shen, in fact, the two of us can really be together. You think I'm a child and unreliable, but I'm actually confident that I can make a future for us. I hope you think about it, okay? And don't go back so hard. The scene of Li Jian dealing with that German surfaced in her mind, and Shen Hongmei's heart still felt very odd. She knew that Li Jian was right. Li Jian is really a very talented kid. His intelligence was really far beyond the average person, and the boy's future was definitely bright. Originally, Shen Hongmei wanted to continue to rebuff Li Jian, but after seeing Li Jian's eyes with expectation, in the end, Shen Hongmei still sighed softly, then agreed. Well, Auntie will consider it. If there's a possibility of us developing something in the future, Auntie will be with you. Li Jian breathed a sigh of relief. It was still trying to deny himself between the words, but it was much more hopeful now at least. I'll go first. When Shen Hongmei was about to leave, Li Jian looked at the plump flesh-soaked legs and said, Aunt Shen, it's all about to go. Can you fulfill a small wish of mine? Shen Hongmei stopped in her tracks. What a wish! I want to kiss Auntie Shen. Shen Hongmei surveyed the surroundings. Fortunately the weather is really hot now, so there are no people nearby, eliminating a lot of embarrassment. Xiao Yan, it's inconvenient for us, isn't it? Just for today. We've all been like that today. It was just an accident. Shen Hongmei's inner defenses were also breached, and her pretty face began to glow red. I know it was an accident, but it's all been done anyway, so it's okay to kiss. Forget it. Li Jian looked at the cold and clear eyes. Or some retreat. He did not want to destroy the male and female aspects of the relationship established with Shen Hongmei because of some small greed. Well, Auntie lets you kiss. Shen Hongmei agreed, and under the illumination of the streetlight, those beautiful legs that were longer than Li Jian's life looked very soulful. Really? Of course, Auntie's a man of her word. Li Jian didn't know if it was because Shin Hongmei had drunk too much, but such good news made his heart feel excited. After going up and holding Shin Hongmei's waist, Li Jian wanted to kiss Shin Hongmei. However, Shin Hongmei was wearing high heels, 190, and it was really inconvenient for him to kiss Shin Hongmei. Facing embarrassment, Li Jian said, "Aunt Shin, I can't reach you a little bit when you're bending down low." Shin Hongmei also couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly, with a feeling of melting icebergs. "You kids." After lowering her head, Shin Hongmei gently printed on Li Jian's lips and then kissed her. "Okay, one kiss at a time." Li Jian tasted the flavor of the lipstick and felt some disappointment in her heart. "Oh, you're a kid. You're really too real." Both men went quiet and looked into each other's eyes, with 4 eyes facing each other. At this moment, Shin Hongmei's cold and clear beautiful eyes took on some deep love and womanly gentleness. This gaze was extremely gentle, and it seemed to have a pool of spring water hidden within it. It was a woman's liking for a man, a look that contained some other complexities. There was no doubt in Shin Hongmei's mind that she was fond of Li Jian. After all, there is a place that is a gateway to a woman's heart. Lonely for many years, Shin Hongmei and Li Jian had a 900-day favor, plus Li Jian's difference. How could her heart not have any ripples at all? It was only now that the rationality was swallowed up by the alcohol that Shin Hongmei's eyes had an inner light inside. Such a gaze caused Li Jian's soul to feel a slight trembling sensation. Looking at Shin Hongmei's failure to stand up straight, Li Jian stared at Shin Hongmei's red lips. He directly hugged Shin Hongmei and breathed quickly and kissed up against her red lips. But after kissing for a while, Shin Hongmei didn't even cooperate and just snickered there. She was still drunk, and reason wasn't in charge of her brain. So at this moment, he was indulging in the pleasure of molesting Li Jian like this. "Aunt, open mouth." Only then did Shin Hongmei open her mouth and cooperate with Li Jian. Silly kids, bean poking. Woo. After Li Jian kissed in, the next thing that followed was an incomparably passionate kiss, with Li Jian holding Shin Hongmei's red gown in a death grip. Thoroughly mesmerized, only after 10 minutes or so, feeling that Shin Hongmei could barely stand, did Li Jian separate from her. At the moment, Shin Hongmei's jade feet hurt. After all, Shin Hongmei was wearing high heels, and also drank wine, so it was even more unsteady. "Xiao Yan, Auntie is going back." Helping Li Jian wipe the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Shin Hongmei said gently, "I'll give you a ride." "It's okay, Auntie is still awake." Although Shin Hongmei said so, Li Jian still watched Shin Hongmei get into the car. It was only then that his heart was completely relieved. Touching the stockings in his pocket, his mind again thought of Shin Hongmei's deep and tender eyes. In the future, in a coherent plot without the need for transition, the author will try to merge the chapter, so that a breath to read some comfortable and will not break the chapter, or the system of the text rough. Do not feel like writing the system to be a lot more over the length of the chapter. The next episode will have the shrew get drunk and, also in the future, if the chapters are exciting and critical, they will be marked with 5, and less critical ones will be marked according to the plot. Outbursts will not disappoint as long as they are not stuck in the text. Any comments you can mention, as long as they do not personally attack, can be discussed. Today deleted a few posts. Anyway, is to insult the mature women class readers. Look down on read mature women's books. Say read mature women's books or living in the sewer rats. The heart is quite not a taste. Like mature women, really easy to be insulted by other people attacked. End of chapter. Chapter 60, Drunken Shrew Mistakes Dreams for Dreams. 5-star certification without title. Booked with confidence, complete with a paragraph. The stockings in the pocket were broken, and Li Jian caressed Shin Hongmei's stockings. In his mind, he thought about the incident with Shin Hongmei in the afternoon, and the 10 minutes of passionate kiss just now. It would be nice if Auntie Shin was always this drunk, Li Jian thought in his mind. Glancing at the Maybach S480 parked on the side of the road, Li Jian went back to the rental house and gave the car a fire after taking out the keys. Fei Lai has said that the furthest her car has run is the few dozen kilometers it took to drive home from the 4S store, so the battery is a bit of a power loss compared to a car that runs every day. Unlocked the car and sat inside the Maybach. Looking at the incomparable luxurious ambient lights around, Li Jian sat on the main driver and had the illusion that she was even the owner of this Maybach. Living in a villa and driving a Maybach. Such a life is the real magic city, right? And the lives of ordinary people are pure sweatshops. After looking at her savings of 150,000, Li Jian's heart was very relieved. Subsequently, Li Jian continued to refresh her knowledge on the internet. He sort of understood what it meant to say that knowledge was power. That $30,000 today is because it took a bad dose of German history and a lot of articles critiquing German history to get that crowd to take the contract. Of course, he also knew that the root cause was still his own golden finger. Because of this golden finger that could see the future intelligence, the possibilities for your own future are endless. Looking at the 3-forked starburst standing mark in front of her, Li Jian's heart was full of confidence in her future. and a passing psycho chick asked him for a wee-wee. It was even more so that Li Jian felt a little bit of tears and laughter. Driving this car would really be mistaken by others as a rich second generation. After Shin Hongmei returned home, she went straight to take a shower. It's really too hot right now. Since her husband's death, Su Chanxian is basically not at home, and when she is on vacation, she plays at her girlfriend's. Shin Hongmei had always felt that her daughter was an exceptionally well-behaved and good child, so it has also been ignoring Su Chanxian. While taking a shower, Shin Hongmei slowly woke up. Her heart felt very regretful that she hadn't controlled herself after drinking. She knew very well that it was she who had been lonely for too many years, and that she had been alone all those years. That feeling of loneliness from the bottom of your heart is really something that there is absolutely no way to get rid of. And later and Li Jian separate when the things that happened is let Shin Hongmei's heart has a kind of groundless feeling. This time their own and Li Jian's relationship is really more cut and dried. Among the three aunts in Shanghai, Shin Hongmei's heart was very confused, and He Yenrong, who was lying inside the office blowing the air conditioning, is likewise not able to calm down. As she looks at German history on the internet, the thoughts in his mind were all about the way Li Jian talked about German history in German today, and even his ability to drink so much. This kid, he really is an all-rounder. Hibiscus, are you lonely? After all these years, your heart must be lonely as hell. I think you just have feelings for that Li Jian. Don't be ridiculous. He Yenrong's enchanting pretty face was a little embarrassed. I think you'll definitely be able to take down Li Jian if you take the initiative. A man chasing a woman is like a mountain, but a woman chasing a man is like a thin layer of gauze. If you make a move, that boy will definitely obediently fall under your pomegranate skirt. Don't be ridiculous. He Yenrong was a bit angry. She really didn't have such an idea. Seeing that He Yenrong was about to get angry, Luli was the one who changed the topic. In contrast, the most calm is still the alcoholic monk, Fifi Lai. She was lying under the covers with the air conditioner blowing, her whole body in a big pose. There was a steady stream of sleepy talk coming out of his mouth. Cubby, I really am your real mom. If you don't believe me, I'll ask Director Shin to prove it to you. She was the one who delivered you in the first place, and mom had a hard time giving birth to you. The time soon came to a little after 9 o'clock. Li Jian left to go to Zhao Shumin's company. On the way, Li Jian's mind also thought a lot. He found that most of the intelligence was people with whom he had a bond, and the information all came out when the ants were in danger. Perhaps the appearance of this intelligence has something to do with what's going on inside me. Li Jian also didn't dwell too much on this matter. Inside Zhao Shumin's company, her colleagues were off work, and the young woman who had quarreled with Zhao Shuming yesterday was apologizing to her today. It's not easy for everyone living in this day and age to work in a company. Everyone is not good to make the relationship too bad. After all, low head to sea, still have a lot of scruples. Zhao Shumin also understood this very well, and she also reconciled with her female colleague. Li Jian's cake last night really soothed her heart. As she prepared to leave work carrying her own canvas bag that had been stitched inside, the owner, Lu Chongsheng, walked out. Cho, you stay and work late. Lu Chongsheng is 45 years old, older than Zhao Shumin, so he usually used to call Zhao Shumin as Xiao Zhao. Zhao Shumin wanted to leave, but there was no way to disobey her own boss's orders, and she was well aware that every place was laying off workers now. A lot of people can't pay their mortgages, while prices in the suburbs are falling right now. There is a bottom line, and for the average person, a down payment is a no-brainer. One must value this job. In Zhao Shumin's mind has always been thinking about helping her son buy a house for her to get married. Nowadays, if young people don't have a date and don't get married, they will really be treated like monkeys when they go back to their hometowns and get pointed at. Zhao Shumin hummed and stayed. Although there was no one else in the company, there was a camera inside the office, and this point made Zhao Shumin's heart feel a lot more secure as well. With the cameras around, Lu Chongsheng shouldn't dare to do anything. Looking at Zhou Sukman, who stayed behind, Lu Chongsheng's heart felt a burst of excitement. This woman finally stayed. Tonight say whatever you have to take her down to do. However, because of the fear that some other employees would go and return, Lu Chongsheng went back to his office first and waited for his chance. This woman is really over the top F. With that, he did a little fly rubbing. His mind fantasized about something, and he realized that the difference between women and women was really special. Also in her 40s, her own wife is now a complete yellow face, using so much makeup and still a yellow face. Looking at my wife every day with her makeup on, his heart just felt very sick. Zhao Shumin, on the other hand, was a completely different story. Her skin was still hydrated and delicate and white, and she was much whiter than her own wife without using any cosmetics, and the waist is so thin under such an amazing top. His heart had really been salivating for a long time. By this time, Li Jian had already entered the company building. 3rd floor, the building was really old. It didn't even have an elevator, and there were quite a few cracks in the floor. looking at the big staircase in the center. Li Jian's heart was also disgusted toward the stairs, and by now he was sweating quite a bit. The weather on a 3-volt day is really just a pure steamer. No one can carry such heat. After coming to the 3rd floor, Li Jian walked straight to the right into Zhao Shumin's company, touching the camera on his chest. He wanted to save the evidence of Lu Changsheng. Soon, he saw the erect bald Lu Changsheng walking towards the public office, and Li Jian didn't hit the hay, after hiding it for a bit, then followed it in. At this moment, Lu Changsheng was already lustful, so he didn't even notice Li Jian. When he came to Zhao Shumin, he coughed. Zhao Shumin's heart was instinctively very alert. After turning his head, he saw Li Jian standing there not far away. Li Jian hurriedly made a silent gesture to Zhao Shumin, and the understanding Zhao Shumin did not make a sound, as if Li Jian did not exist at all. Boss, what are you doing here? You should be home by this time. Hey, what's the rush? Lu Changsheng came to rub his hands together with a fly, not realizing that all of his actions had been recorded in full by Li Jian. That yellow face of mine is out hiking. It's going to be days before I get back. It doesn't matter if I don't go back at night. As soon as the opening scene, Lu Changsheng felt that his words were incomparably brilliant, and believed that Zhao Shumin should have heard out his subconscious words. I think the boss's wife is still very pretty. Xiao Zhao, don't compliment her, she's just a yellow face. Sitting down, looking at Zhao Shumin, who had the interest to chat with himself, Lu Changsheng once again came to a fly, rubbing his hands, feeling that tonight, proper, compared to you, she's really far from looking like a manchild with wrinkles all over her face. Unlike you, your whole face is white, as good as it's going to look, and your body is, in internet terms, big thunder. Nope, it's big Ray, haha. Smiling with what he thought was humor, he felt sure that Zhao Shumin appreciated himself as well. Boss, go home, I'm working late. Zhao Shumin frowned, feeling very uncomfortable in her heart. The boss really did have a purpose for leaving himself alone to work overtime, but after looking at Li Jian behind her, her heart felt indifferent. He couldn't do much with Sayan protecting him. Go back to what home? Cho, don't you have any feelings for me at all? I really like you. I dream of you every night. I want to be with you. Zhao Shumin's pink fists clenched. I'm going to call someone if you keep this up. What a man to call. You might as well save some of your strength for the night. After all, you're under a heavy load, and the physical exertion must be great. While saying that, the boss wanted to go forward to move his hands, and with a defense, Zhao Shumin picked up a stool and stopped herself. This made Lu Changsheng's heart not very scornful as well. He was very clear that the woman in front of him was a complete shrew, and if he pushed her to the edge, the bench would really smash himself into the hospital. This put paid to his idea of hugging Zhao Shumin and having a passionate kiss first. Even if he wanted to forcibly molest Zhao Shumin, he himself would have to trick the bench out of her hand before he could do so. Just put the stool down and I won't come near you, okay? I'll call the police if you keep this up. There are cameras all over the place. Don't you break the law. Lu Changsheng lit a cigarette. Over the lungs spit a smoke ring. The camera has actually been turned off by him. Even if he molested Zhao Shumin, it will not leave any evidence. Cho, you're actually short of money, aren't you? After the molestation failed, Lu Changsheng changed his strategy. Your son is not married now in his 20s, so I guess he can't afford a house. This has nothing to do with you. It certainly has something to do with me. Look, you're a divorced woman who spends her days saving money on a dead wage. Although it's true that prices are falling in most parts of the country right now, and the same goes for the suburbs of Shanghai, but it's still a huge number for you. So be it. You stay with me, be my lover, and you'll get nothing but your basic salary from now on. How about I give you an extra $6,000 a month? From now on you'll not only have money to spend, you'll have a big Ben to ride in. I'll also give you LV bags and designer cosmetics to make sure you live the life of a rich Shanghai wife. You'll have to get a ring on it though. I don't like wearing tees. At this point, the shrew could no longer control her emotions. Roll. Although it was true that she was an ordinary person who could only save money on a dead wage, there was no doubt that Zhao Shumin was a traditional woman to the core. Something like being adopted might as well just kill her. Zhao Shumin is so good looking and has AF. There are naturally many people who have coveted and pursued her over the years, but Zhao Shumin, who has been domestically abused since childhood, is subconsciously terrified of men, and she has never considered remarrying or anything else. She was even offered 20,000 a month before and she didn't say yes. And how could she agree to Lu Changsheng? Even if Lu Changsheng gave $100,000 a month, she absolutely could not have the slightest consideration. Stinking. You don't sit in the Big Ben. Give it a face. After throwing out his king bomb, Zhao Shumin did not have any reaction. Lu Changsheng also could not control himself. Fiercely flung the cigarette on the ground. He rushed up to Zhao Shumin, wanting to move his hand to have a passionate kiss with Zhao Shumin first. If kissing is coupled with physical contact, It sure to tickle Joe Sukmin's fancy. He just couldn't believe that a woman in her 40s who had been single for so many years could control her inner repression. As he was getting closer to Zhao Shumin, Li Jiyan rushed up, pop up and throw a leg kick that lands squarely on Lu Changqing's waist. A sharp pain came. At this time, Lu Changqing even pain with fear to the back crawling. He had thought that there were only two people inside the company, she and Zhao Shumin. I didn't expect a young man to come out halfway and kick him in the loins. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. You might as well talk to the police. While talking, Li Jiyan dialed the police. His heart a burst of dark pleasure. This kind of righteousness to beat up the bad guys feel really good but how did this flying kick work so well on its own? As if it had been kicked many times. Soon the police came and took all three back to the police station. Inside the mediation room, the police saw Li Jiyan and Zhao Shumin feel very familiar. Did you two fight the other day? At the time I even told you to get someone to take you back. Li Jiyan replied. Yes, officer, it's me. Tell me what's going on. Why are we fighting again? Lu Changqing is trying to bite back. Officer, I was talking to my employee and this man stormed into the office and assaulted me. And my back still hurts. Is that what happened? When Zhao Shumin wanted to speak, Li Jiyan grabbed the lead and said, Officer, it's not like that at all. It was this man who tried to molest my Aunt Jo. The officer's mind also found it strange that this kid had fought with this woman before and his t-shirt was torn. That look is nothing short of a lifelong enemy. But then in the blink of an eye, the two are so good again that it's baffling. I have proof. Video evidence. The officer came over, while Li Jiyan played the video he had just recorded, and his heart was glad that he was prepared by knowing the news in advance. If it's really a temporary bump, go up and kick his ass. It's not really easy to explain when there are no cameras inside someone's business. After watching the video evidence, the police officer's expression became serious. Good for you. To do something like molesting and molesting women. Detained. Law enforcement is about evidence, and after Li Jiyan produced the evidence, Lu Changqing was taken away on the spot. He never dreamed that Li Jiyan would videotape it. When the police came back again, they sat down to calm down Zhao Shumin. Ma'am, don't be afraid. He's been in custody for 7 days. Boy, you did a great job. Seeing justice. A word of praise. Here's the bear the institute gave you. The police officer took a police bear and handed it to Li Jiyan. The fact that the two became friends after the last mediation surprised his mind. At 11:30 p.m., Li Jiyan and Zhao Shumin left the police station. Words. What brings you to the office? Looking at Li Jiyan's shadow, Zhao Shumin, who was walking back and forth with ups and downs, asked. Her mind really felt very marvelous. Everything was like a dream. When he himself was in great fear, Li Jiyan came over. Auntie Zhao, I saw that you didn't get off work and wondered if you were working overtime. Yes, originally 10 o'clock is overtime. I did not expect overtime off when he left me to work overtime again. Thinking about what had just happened, Zhao Shumin's heart still felt very angry. This damn Lu Changming, trying to make a move on himself today. If Xiao Yan wasn't there, he might really suffer. Today I thought to go up and take a look, but I didn't expect to accidentally hear Lu Changming chanting about wanting to molest you, so I recorded it. I've been carrying this camera around a lot after the last time your daughter-in-law to be tried to set me up. Speaking of this matter, Zhao Shumin's heart also felt embarrassed. Saying is really a special person. But he himself really didn't make any sense at all when he indiscriminately ripped his clothes off last time. Every time she remembered the truth of the matter, Zhao Shumin's heart especially hated what she had done. Although she was making breakfast for Li Jiyan, she had always felt a bit indebted to Li Jiyan in her heart. Auntie is sorry. It's okay, Auntie. It's all in the past. We're on such good terms now, aren't we? And you're even cooking for me. Auntie Jo, I love you the most. And you didn't know the truth of the matter at that time. I'm sure I'd help my loved ones too if it were me. Aha. Zhao Shumin's heart still felt sorry for Li Jiyan. I'll just follow it, and you'll see what happens afterward. At this point the duo passed a barbecue restaurant. Xiao Yan, you're hungry. Let's go to the barbecue store to have a snack. Although usually Zhao Shumin is frugal, but invited Li Jiyan to eat. She is not stingy at all. And today if it is not Li Jiyan, one could really just be molested. Good. After coming to the barbecue restaurant and sitting down, Li Jiyan ordered some barbecue, and asked for a few bottles of beer. Drinking a bottle of ice-cold beer in the summertime is really special to relieve the heat. Auntie, I don't think you'll be able to keep your job after this one. Chatting about it, Sukmin Shohund, the boss has been detained. This job is definitely off the table. His heart must hate me. Auntie Zhao, don't worry about that. He deserved to be detained. Auntie hadn't wanted to do it either. And although it was hard to find a job, he was always verbally harassing her. Not this time exactly. Xiao Yan, I really thank you for tonight. This meal is Auntie's treat. Consider it a thank you. Auntie owes you a big favor. Li Jiyan asked with some concern. Auntie, then have you ever thought about it? What do you do in the future? It's not easy to find a job these days. Some of my relatives at home are idle. Li Jian had heard online about how easy it really was to find a job in 13 or 14. It's a casual $7,000 or $8,000 paycheck. And I have been submitting my own resume for so long with no response, not even an interview notice. In the end, it was only with Shin Hongmei's help that she found a job that was not even remotely close to her specialty, and only then did she become a bitter laborer. Zhao Shumin's eyes also carried some confusion in them. Auntie actually has some ideas. That is to open your own clothing store. Clothing upstream of the supplier if people ain't know a lot. It could be taken at a low price, but that's just an idea. It's better to get a job if you can or as much as you can. Zhao Shumin's heart is very conservative. Doing business like this she really does not dare, because the risk is too great. Well, Auntie, basically everyone who is motivated owes hundreds of thousands of dollars now. Let's just play it safe. If we really can't find a job, reconsider opening a store. Saying that, Li Jian saw a package revealed in Zhao Shumin's bag. He saw what it was at a glance, and it was obvious that what Zhao Shumin's bag contained was stockings. Flesh silk. Auntie Zhao had actually bought stockings. Li Jian's heart felt incredulous. This woman's clothes can always be very old-fashioned and conservative. Like stockings, skirts, high heels and such feminine things, she never touched. Casually pulling the stocking out, Zhao Shumin was already making a red face. This kind of thing for Zhao Shumin represents vulgarity. She has always felt that only flirtatious women like to wear such things. If she was seen, her mind would feel very embarrassed. Xiao Yan, put it away. Zhao Shumin bobbed up and down a bit, trying to put her stockings away. It's okay, Auntie Zhao. You're too sensitive. It's actually nothing at all. What era is it now? Don't believe me. Look around. Zhao Shumin glanced around, and sure enough, everyone was immersed inside their own little circle, and no one was paying attention to her. This made Zhao Shumin just breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Yan, Auntie is embarrassed to wear stockings like this. Just thought you'd like it. That's why I wanted to wear it and give it to you. Auntie doesn't want you to steal it. Auntie Zhao, I actually really haven't stolen anything. Li Jian knew that she really couldn't explain it clearly. And lie to your aunt. Isn't that stocking showing in your pocket? Li Jian, oh come on. This is a next life explanation. I'm not like that at all. For fear of Li Jian's embarrassment, Zhao Shumin didn't continue to talk about this matter. Soon the barbecue and beer were up. Li Jian opened a bottle and handed it to Zhao Shumin. But Zhao Shumin was a bit rushed. Auntie hasn't been drinking. Seriously? Really? My dad used to say that wine was for men and that I didn't deserve it. Then you'll have to taste it today. Aunt Joe, it won't be drunk. It's okay, Aunt Joe. Beer is so low in alcohol content that it's almost like drinking a beverage. When Li Jian said this, Zhao Shumin was quite relieved. Maybe one really doesn't have to worry about so many things. Okay, then Auntie will drink with you. After picking up the beer and taking a few sips, Zhao Shumin felt that the flavor was quite good. Auntie, is it good? It's pretty good. The flavor is pretty good. It's just that Auntie feels a little weird. It's normal. That's what beer tastes like. Picking up the roasted leeks, Li Jian was really hungry too, and it was time for a real snack. Saiyan, is your work going well? It's good. Nothing bad. Not too tiring. And the pay is good. That's good. Xiao Yan, college students who have gone to college are good. They don't have to put in any effort. Auntie doesn't even know if she'll get a job this time she's unemployed. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol she had drunk. Zhao Shumin's words were obviously a bit annoyed. It's okay, Aunt Joe. Everything will be fine. And you're so good at tailoring. Even if you can't find a job, you can open a store for customized women's clothing in the future, and have your clothes made to measure. Li Jian's words made Zhao Shumin's eyes light up. If that's the case, it seems like the cost is really much lower. Can it work? I think it's okay, but let's find a job first. The two chatted and their relationship was heating up. The more Zhao Shumin looked at Li Jian, the more she felt fond of him. This child is sincere, kind and emotionally stable. Unlike his own son, who even tried to commit domestic violence for Luli last time. This is really exactly the same as his real father. How happy would Li Jian be if he was his own son? That feeling Zhao Shumin's heart didn't even dare to think about. And Li Jian is likewise getting to know the real Zhao Shumin better. Before Aunt Lai said that Zhao Shumin's nature is kind. And it is indeed so. She's just a nice woman who's been domestically abused too much and that's why she's a shrew. It was only right that he should be more kind to Auntie Joe in the future. And by this time, the reward for the quest arrived. Li Jian once again owns a $2 store. Counting the two small supermarkets before, Li Jian already had 3 stores, although how much profit was still unknown. But inside he just felt so empowered. That confidence that was uniquely manly also swelled quite a bit. By the time 12 o'clock rolled around, the intel was refreshed right on time as well. Going to a lottery store and buying this stack of scratchers can make a profit of 1,000. The first news made Li Jian's heart feel a wave of relief. Catherine the ocean horse has departed to return to Rice to visit her family. In the afternoon, He Yanron will be practicing subject to at Minxing driving school. Lu Chongqing's wife knew about Lu Chongqing's detention and rushed back overnight to tear him apart. A 1000 wild scratch was refreshed today, and the rest of the intel wasn't of much significance, but Li Jian's heart is already very contented. $1,000 is really a lot of income. A little bit of adding down their own savings from 200,000 will not be far away. When they get a driver's license to buy a Mini to drive first, commuting to work or something a lot more convenient. Riding a shared electric bike is quite comfortable, but it is too hot after all. Being able to commute with the air conditioning blowing is comforting. Although Aunt Lai's Maybach was parked here, Li Jian had never thought of driving her Maybach, and his heart was still very forced. Aunt Lai, despite her daily flirtations, had always kept a distance between men and women inside, and she just felt like a child. Molesting yourself is just a pleasure in the midst of life. You can't drive Aunt Lai's car unless you and she are actually together. Even if Shin Hongmei and He Yanron were on such good terms with Aunt Lai, they wouldn't drive her car unless they had to. After all, the car means so much to its owner. At 12:30, the two of them left the barbecue restaurant, and Li Jian didn't know when Zhao Shuman had already secretly paid the money. After coming out, Li Jian clearly felt that Zhao Shuman had drunk too much. Zhou Sukmin, who hadn't touched alcohol, walked unsteadily. The shaking made Li Jian unable to move her eyes. Aunt Zhou, are you okay? Auntie is fine. When Auntie gets home, I'll put your stockings on you and see if you like them. Auntie really doesn't want you to become a thief. Li Jian. He truly felt that Zhao Shumin's heart was for his good. He knew very well how traditional Splash F's heart was, but for herself she was willing to wear stockings, and Li Jian sensed it. Perhaps she would never have worn stockings in her life if she hadn't mistakenly thought she was like that. Looking at the snow-white, bottomless gully, Li Jian swallowed his saliva. What a scene Auntie Zhou would be in if she wore stockings with a short skirt and high heels. Thinking about it, Li Jian felt some blood spurting. Good. After Li Jian helped Zhao Shuman to his home, Zhao Shuman directly followed Li Jian to his room. Words. You wait while Auntie puts on your stockings. Closing the door to her room, Li Jian realized a problem. Zhao Shuman was drunk. Auntie Zhou would never be so forthcoming if she didn't drink. After entering the house, Li Jian saw Zhao Shuman gently sitting down and trying to change her stockings. She was already tired though. A day of overtime combined with a late night made her want to lie down and rest. Lay there and just kind of get up. Auntie, don't wear it. Rest. I'll sleep on top of the pillow with you in my arms. Li Jian looked at Zhao Shuman, who was still very much splashing Fs while lying there. He felt his hormones spiking. Splash F was really worthy of being Splash F. Gently picking up Zhao Shuman, Li Jian moved her head to her pillow. The stockings in his arms were then placed inside the drawer. Another piece to his collection. After turning on the air conditioner, he looked over at Zhao Shuman, who seemed to be asleep in her own bed, and he knew. I have to sleep with Zhao Shuman tonight. Can I sleep by myself with such high calories? Li Jian's mind was also a bit skeptical. After going to the bathroom to take a shower, Li Jian re-entered her bed, lay down with Zhao Shuman, looking at Zhao Shuman, who was breathing very evenly, and through the weak light coming in through the window, Li Jian also admired Zhao Shuman's fair and pretty face and snow-white gully. Aunt Zhou is so pretty. Li Jian felt that in terms of face, Zhao Shuman was definitely on par with the three Shanghai aunts, and each of these four mature women had their own characteristics. But Auntie Zhou wasn't as good a dresser as they were, and looked very earthy, but Nei really was a natural beauty. Moreover, the scent on Zhao Shumin's body gave Li Jian the feeling that it was a body fragrance. The pillow was half occupied by Aunt Zhao, so Li Jian had to lie down with Aunt Zhao and hug the fragrant Aunt Zhao in the process. In fact, his mind really didn't want this. It's just that the pillow restricts his posture. He did it out of necessity, holding Zhao Shuman. Slowly, Li Jian also fell asleep. At around 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, the voice next door rang out, and Li Jian was instantly woken up. Damn, what a lack of public decency. In the middle of the night, Li Jian couldn't help but curse. Zhao Shuman was also woken up by the sound from next door. 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger. And it's true, Zhao Shumin's instincts were tickled, and sleepily she felt that she was being held by Li Jian. Little words. Zhao Shuman, who hadn't been drinking, felt light and airy. She thinks she's dreaming, and in reality she can't do anything about it. Realistically, I should be sleeping in my room with a fan blowing, otherwise how could I be so hot? In the dream, doing something with Sayaka is actually nothing at all, right? After determining that she was actually dreaming, Zhao Shuman began to be reckless. After so many years of repression, she didn't want to hold back any longer. Li Jian heard Zhao Shuman call his name and thought that Zhao Shuman wanted him to do something, but he didn't expect Zhao Shuman to kiss him in the next second. Aunt Zhou, Li Jian couldn't get his words out as he realized that he had been forcibly kissed. Then Zhao Shumen pressed him. Xiao Yan, Auntie misses you. Auntie misses you so much. In the dream, Auntie can hurt you properly. Don't be afraid to be known. Zhao Shumen, who felt that she was dreaming, was very reckless, and Li Jian didn't expect that in just one day. She had encountered such a thing twice. Subconsciously, he hugged Zhao Shumen, and the two kept kissing. Li Jian was also completely unable to restrain herself. Instinct took over his consciousness. Zhao Shumen was the same. The loneliness that had been suppressed for more than 10 years had completely merged with the hormones at this time. Everything that followed was very natural. The next day, after Li Jian woke up, the events of last night came to her mind like a tidal wave. He really didn't expect that he and Zhao Shumen would have a 300-day favor. The root of it all is still alcohol. Zhao Shumen was drunk and thought she was dreaming, so she was completely reckless. This splash FF. Feeling that Zhao Shumen was still lying in her arms, Li Jian didn't dare to wake Zhao Shumen up at the moment. He didn't dare to imagine what Zhao Shumen's scene would be like after waking up and realizing that she wasn't actually dreaming and everything was incredibly real. However, Zhao Shumen definitely remembered what happened last night. Drinking beer shouldn't get to that point of breaking. Not much later, Zhao Shumen slowly woke up, feeling the cool indoor temperature. Something in her mind wondered how the fan was blowing so comfortably. She then felt as if she was lying inside a warm embrace. Last night Lu Changsheng left himself behind to work overtime, then tried to molest himself, and Xiao Yan showed up to save him and went to the police station. All the memories were all incredibly clear at this time. After opening his eyes, he saw Li Jian. Seeing her emperor's new clothes again, her insides recalled bits and pieces of last night. One thinks one is dreaming, turns out kissing with saying and then, God, how is one going to behave? He really did do that kind of thing with Xiao Yan, and it was his very own initiative. If this matter was known by others, they would definitely call themselves shameless and a shameless. That kind of consequence, Zhao Shumen did not even dare to think about it. In the face of Li Jian, her heart has always been very inferior. She felt that her age is too big, no culture and so on. She had always treated Li Jian as a junior. But yesterday, Zhao Shumen's face turned red with the naked eye, and she hurriedly got up to separate from Li Jian. Little words. Zhao Shumen felt that as an adult, she should have a good talk with Li Jian, but she couldn't say a word, and completely lost her shrewish look. At this point she was more like a girl in distress. Not everyone has Shen Hongmei's aura and calmness. Zhao Shumen is just an ordinary woman. After quickly dressing up, Zhao Shumen ran out of Li Jian's room. This made it too late for Li Jian, who wanted to talk to Zhao Shumen. This is troublesome. I must have a good talk with Auntie Zhou before I can do that. Can't be pregnant. Li Jian's heart was very worried. The thing is that there are still plots to promote. After the words will arrange the house only protagonist and shrew. The recent plot will write more Zhao Shumen, because her line and the rest of the heroine is not associated with the same as Catherine, belongs to the easy mode. Shanghai 3 Ants plot is a big challenge, because they are living together. There is bound to be a cultivation field. Have never written a harem cultivation field, belongs to the first time to try. The author also has to be well designed to do so. Do not like to see the author of the plot on the want to see some ambiguous jump to see it, but not write is impossible. In fact, most of the readers still like to see the plot. There is no plot. Have seen the role of the characters to forget that right there is appointed. The old Li cannot write the kind of. Also, I can't really go into detail here, so I understand. End of chapter. Chapter 61. Hard to know. Li Jian's heart was very worried that Zhao Shumen would get pregnant. Last night, he really didn't expect that Zhao Shumen would think he was dreaming. Take the initiative and break the boundaries with yourself. Li Jian swore that scene impacted his heart so much that it gave him a feeling of trembling in his soul. After getting up and briefly washing up, Li Jian came to the door of Zhao Shumen's room and knocked. Aunt Zhou. His mind was still floating with images of yesterday's F. Xiao Yan, you go to work first. Auntie needs to get some rest. Saiyan, you go first. Auntie is tired. Zhao Shumen's face was incomparably hot as she said to Li Jian. Her voice was very shaky as she spoke, and for the incredibly traditional splash F at heart, there was something very shameful about wearing a stocking, let alone crossing the line with a 20-year-old. Okay, Auntie, get some rest. That, by some medicine to take. After Li Jian finished speaking, she left the house. He knew that there was a lot of trouble if he got pregnant. Even if he wanted to be with Zhao Shumen, there was no way she would agree to it now. Pregnancy would bring endless trouble. The issues involved are just a little too complicated. Li Jian walked away. Zhao Shumen, who was inside the room, was blowing on the fan and felt that the feeling of this wind was indeed completely different from the air-conditioned wind. Lying inside Li Jian's room, covered with a blanket, that felt really comfortable. It's the feeling of being different, coupled with the lightness of the drink. It was myself who thought I was dreaming and did something like that. It's even incredibly proactive. Zhao Shumin's heart couldn't help but think of that time when Lu Yan's matter helped massage Li Ziyan. It really was repeating itself again. But Li Ziyan welcomed a reversal. What can be done about it? How am I going to deal with this child from now on? He's just a kid and I'm old enough to be his mom and this happened. Zhao Shumin, who was burning up, kept confessing that she felt she had ruined Li Ziyan's innocence. I'm sorry about Li Ziyan. He's still a college student. After a long time. It was only when her mind suddenly remembered what Li Ziyan had said about letting herself go buy medicine that she woke up as if in a dream. Indeed, she had to hurry up and go buy medicine to take. If he was pregnant with Li Ziyan's child, he would be even more unable to meet people. He was just a college student, wearing good clothes. Zhao Shumin before going to the bathroom to wash up. After cleaning up, the face has always been very red. Zhao Shumin to the drugstore outside the neighborhood. But after thinking about it, she went on a long walk. Only after arriving at another pharmacy did Zhao Shumin carefully walk in. That, and get me a box of birth control pills. Zhao Shumin's heart felt very ashamed. She'd always thought that kind of making out was for young people, and that middle-aged women like her shouldn't be doing that kind of thing. After all, he was so old that it was inappropriate to do such a thing. Luckily, though, the physician didn't find it odd. It's a time when the sexes are free and even a little over the top, and it's perfectly normal for a woman in her 40s to be on the pill. Eat before or after. What? Zhao Shumin had never taken drugs before. After giving birth to Shang Shunsheng, his ex-husband hadn't touched her since, but had beaten her quite a few times. Until the mistress was pregnant, the two of them divorced. At that time, Zhao Shumin was afraid that after the divorce, she would be criticized by people, and she did not want to get divorced yet. It took several more beatings before the divorce was finalized. When did you and your husband set up the do? The physician looked at Zhao Shumin and felt as if this woman didn't belong to this era, not understanding such simple common sense. Last night. That's what you eat afterward. Take a slice. $32. After giving Zhao Shumin the medicine, she pointed to the collection code, and after Zhao Shumin paid, her face burned and she left the place. Along the way, Zhao Shumin had the feeling of being a thief, but other than some men paying attention to not really paying attention to what she was doing. Back at the house, though already hungry, but Zhao Shumin still went back to her room first and poured a cup of warm water from the thermos that had been used for more than 10 years. After Zhao Shumin took a pill down, it was only then that her mind dropped, and the rest of the medicine was placed inside the box where she did her needlework. That way you won't get pregnant. With that said, she covered her face and flopped down on the bed, still not able to accept it in her mind. He was so old that he had taken away Xiaoyan's innocence just like that, and he was really sorry for him. Zhao Shumin's mind was thinking about how to compensate Li Ziyan while at the same time feeling in her heart that there was no way to face Li Ziyan. The next few days remained very quiet, except for the blazing heat of the summer which did not change at all. Li Ziyan also managed to complete the first month's KPI with the intelligence, which meant that he could feel the fish to his heart's content in the following days. As for next month's KPIs, you have to sign the contract next month. And his mind had been racing for the past few days with the thought that Aunt Zhou's back was indeed too good to be true. In the past few days, Lai Fei often sent him the emoticon of the woman holding the child before on WeChat, often calling herself Li Ziyan's mom. Li Ziyan didn't care about the words of this drunken mongoloid. After all, if a drunken mongoloid who drank all day was normal, that would be abnormal. Shen Hongmei was still busy as usual, and he often ran into Yi Yanrong when he was learning to drive, and the two got much closer without realizing it. Li Ziyan could sense that Yi Yanrong appreciated him, and the thing that caused him the most headache was still Zhao Shumin. Originally, he thought that after that kind of accident, he and Zhao Shumin might be able to develop, but in the past few days, Zhao Shumin didn't even want to talk to him. Every time she saw him, she would rush away, but she would still bring herself breakfast, and from here, Li Ziyan felt out how much poor F cared about herself, just still silent every time. His heart is very headache. No, Zhao Shumin, this is some can't face degree. There are times when the woman inside is confined to hard words, is not a good thing. He couldn't get started every time he wanted to talk to Zhou Sukmin. It was another early morning, and Li Ziyan waited on time for the intelligence to refresh. Kathleen Ioma has returned to the company. This news made Li Ziyan think of Mia inside the Century Palace. That woman was actually okay looking, but after eating super fine chaff, Li Ziyan really couldn't eat any coarse food at all, and the mechanic he really couldn't muster much interest in. Buses should be operated at bus stops. Li Ziyan thought it would be best to buy a few private cars of his own to drive around. Old Bentley, old A8, old Maybach, old Rolls-Royce, whatever. Going to this lottery store and buying this pile of scratchers will yield 500. The remaining two pieces of information are irrelevant. This morning, Lu Changqing's wife will bring her brother to the door to find out about Zhao Shumin and humiliate and embarrass her. The last piece of news also startled Li Ziyan's heart. This Lu Changqing's wife even has a face door. It was clearly his husband who tried to molest Auntie Zhou. Sure enough, Shameless people are all in the same family, but this might be a chance to break the ice between himself and Aunt Jo. Just after lying down and covering the quilt, Li Jian's mind was again thinking of the things that happened when she was learning to drive before. The first and second time he learned to drive he had an instructor though. He drove a manual and thought it was great. But when I was practicing the other day, I went to try out the car with the automatic gearbox for the C2 license test by myself, and I felt that I really found it easier to learn how to drive. Do not have to do upshift and downshift. Just step on the brake and gas pedal. Look at the headlights mark the position of the direction on the line. Whether it is reversing into the garage or the side into the garage are a lot easier than a manual gearbox. The first time if you report the C2 estimate is even more simple. However, Li Jian is also clear that he paid all the registration fees in the Minxing driving school. Learning C1, the DMV also has a file. It's too late to change C2 obviously. C1 is C1, and the advantage of C1 is that you can drive both C1 and C2. Although cars are basically automatics nowadays, you can't drive a manual if you only know how to drive an automatic. Thinking about her driver's license, Li Jian looked forward to the fact that she could pass her subject too soon. Gradually, he slowly fell asleep as well. In his sleep, he was practicing at the driving school. He was so eager for his license. The next morning, Li Jian was still in a haze. There was the sound of a violent slamming at the door. Stinking, Dinai, open the door, seducing my husband and destroying my family. Heir, more than 10,000 yuan of prizes to the lottery center to cash. Thanks to the science and technology, has been changed. The main previous scratch a few times have lost money. Did not win the jackpot. End of chapter. Chapter 62. Shrewd woman angrily tears up boss's wife. Li Jian opened his eyes, his heart a little irritated. Although he was a very good-tempered person, it was really the first time that Li Jian had seen someone who was shameless to this extent. The evidence of what happened to Lu Changsheng is overwhelming. The police side took him into custody. Normal people in this situation would discipline their husbands and feel ashamed of themselves, but this boss's wife even brought her brother to find trouble with Zhao Shumen. Thinking about it made Li Jian angry. At this time, the tattooed man next door cursed and came out to open the door. Who is it? Die. You. What a knock in the morning. After opening the door, he saw the boss's wife, Lu Guifan, and her brother, Lu Guilong, and immediately wimped out. Lu Guilong long big and thick, with sunglasses and shaved head. That kind of look is a social big brother look. Although he had a tattoo, it was a real aggravation for the tattoo to follow him. You're Zhou Sukmin. No, not yet. CNM. Lu Guilong cursed. Originally his family is the rich second generation. Even his brother-in-law was borrowing his family's money in the beginning to become rich. That's why he's always been very tough in his dealings, beating up anyone he comes across who doesn't get his way, and eventually paying for it. The feeling of confidence in his bones made the tattooed man shrink back into his room, not daring to continue to care about what was going on outside. Now he was really scared already. Zhao Shumen, get out here, get out. Saying that, Lu Guilong kicked at Li Jian's door, a kick that completely brought out Li Jian's fire. In reality, Li Jian didn't know these two people at all, but he came up and kicked in the door of his room. After pulling it open, he looked at Lu Guilong across the room, intending to clean him up. Although Li Jian's strength was untrained, after his body was mutated, Li Jian's reaction was very fast. Packing up Lu Guilong is definitely a breeze. You're the son of Zhou Sukmin's mom? I'm your father. Li Jian did not politely dislike directly back. Now have money in hand. Li Jian's heart is no longer like the previous so coy and no bottom. How could he possibly tolerate someone else swearing at him with profanity? Little brat, I think you're looking for death. At this time, Zhao Shumen, who was wearing pajamas, pushed the door and walked out, and it was obvious that she had just woken up. The boss's wife, Lu Guifan, sized up Zhao Shumen, her heart filled with jealousy. When she first went to the company in the past, she noticed Zhao Shumen and at that time, her heart was jealous to the extreme. How can there be such a perfect thing in this world? I have spent a lot of money to do my body, and all of them are far from Zhao Shumen, and this woman's face is so white without makeup. In Lu Guifan's heart, her jealousy towards Zhao Shumen was also to the extreme at this moment. This ing, seducing her husband to do something like that. You stinking, being such a flirt at work all day, seducing my husband. Isn't it a dream to have my husband see you? Just you, a bumpkin from the countryside, want to get my husband's money. At this moment, Lu Guilong's fist had already smashed up against Li Jian. This scene made Zhao Shumen's heart lift. Xiao Yan won't be beaten. Right, this boss lady's brother is so fierce. Li Jian easily dodged Lu Guilong's punches, and then fought him straight into a real-life boxing match. With a camera in the living room, there are also cameras on your own body, so you don't even need to wimp out. Seeing that Li Jian had the upper hand, Zhao Shumen's heart couldn't help but relax quite a bit. You're the one who's a stinking, and an old, ugly-looking one at that. Zhao Shuman opened her mouth to curse. As Li Jiyan listened to the passionate voice, he realized that lately Zhao Shuman was still too gentle with him, making him almost forget what kind of shrew Zhao Shuman was originally. Look at your yellow face. So much makeup was used. It's still yellow as hell. And you say you're 50. It looks like 60. The boss is old enough to have that shoehorn face, and you old look just like his mom. In the past, Zhao Shuman was jealous of her job because she was jealous of her job. Got along with everyone else in the company. Encountered the boss lady very respectful, after all, and other people's rice bowl attitude is still there. But now that you're unemployed, why should you care so much? So for this boss lady, she had no mercy at all. Li Jiyan constantly fought against the boss's brother, but the whole time he was the one beating Lu Guilong, who couldn't even get hit by Li Jiyan. He could only be beaten passively, which made his heart very irritated. You stinking! Lu Guifan was a little short of words. She didn't expect this Zhao Shumin's mouth to be so poisonous, and she was scolded as a complete no-match. You old, ugly and a dead fat pig. Don't stay in the slaughterhouse to come to me and spill your guts. You indiscriminate and shameless fool. No wonder your husband thinks about bread and buttering mistresses outside all day long. I also feel disgusted when I see an old and ugly woman like you who still paints and sings like an opera. I seduced your husband without looking at that Mediterranean look of your husband. It's a perfect match for a dead fat pig like you. It's only ES like you who think a rotten man like your husband is a treasure anymore. Lu Guifan, who was completely no match for Zhao Shuman above oral sex, completely controlled herself. He had wanted his brother to come over and watch Zhao Shuman, then insult Zhao Shuman himself and give her a few slaps. But I didn't expect my brother to be beaten by a young man, and he himself was given a hard time by Zhao Shuman. Lu Guifan, who couldn't keep her face up, decided to use violence. I'll kill you, Stinky Jr., charging up at Cho Sukmin. She tried to assault her, but it had always been Cho Sukmin's specialty when it came to the tearing up part. She also greeted her and directly tore into Lu Guifan. That fierce look at Li Jiyan also restored her knowledge of Zhao Shuman. What is a shrew and what is a shrew? That's a real shrew. It's because Auntie Chiyu is a shrew that her waist is so flexible and versatile yet powerful. Obviously tearing out with women. These women and Auntie Zhao fighting and tearing clothes. Obviously not on the same level. Easily hanged by Auntie Zhao. This time, he finally had a chance to break the ice with Aunt Zhao. At this time, Li Jiyan's heart was somewhat grateful for the arrival of the boss's wife, a rather ugly shrew. Lu Guifan tried to grab Zhao Shumin's hair, but Zhao Shuman didn't give her any chance at all and took the lead in pulling Lu Guifan's hair. A huge pain came, and the boss's wife ouched and screamed. With the help of her own flexible and powerful waist strength, Zhao Shuman placed the boss's wife on the ground, and the two women fighting was just too energetic. While Li Jiyan was punching Lu Guilong, his eyes never left Zhao Shumin's sight. You shrew, let go of me. Get off me. She threw a punch at Cho Sukmin, who was somewhat pained and lashed out, directly grabbed Lu Guifan's clothes. Stab! The familiar voice rang out as she tore right through the boss's wife to see purple. Li Jiyan thought of a lyric. My sister says purple rhymes. Of course, there was no trace of charm in the boss's wife's case, and her figure was really a far cry from Auntie Chiyu's. The double F rating really isn't a blowout, and Aunt Zhou's waist is still very slim and flexible. Outside, a lot of the neighbors came together. Before, Zhao Shuman had torn a fight with the next door's Amma. That time in the corridor tore her to see red. Everyone is very clear about this shrew's power. The commotion earlier had caused the nearby neighbors to run over to see what the commotion was all about. Bang! With another flying kick, Li Jiyan directly kicked Lu Guilong to the doorway and fell to the ground screaming continuously. The 5 big and 3 thick-looking incomparably ferocious man was already without any ability to fight back at this point, his eyes filled with fear. Zhao Shuman kept tearing at Lu Guifan, and after Lu Guifan punched her a few times, she would slap Lu Guifan twice in the face. Soon, Lu Guifan's obese face was more than a lot of marks, and she was afraid of being beaten, and she was quickly torn into a purple mood by Zhao Shuman. After finding an opportunity, Lu Guifan climbed up and ran away with Lu Guilong in an incomparable mess. It was only when they saw that there was no more fun to be had that the many neighbors dispersed. That big mom who had once been torn by Zhao Shuman to see red was also carrying disappointment in her eyes at the moment. Originally she had thought that there was a hilarious scene to see, but I didn't expect this Zhao Shuman to be so capable of tearing. The crowd dispersed before Zhao Shuman came to Li Jiyan with great concern, started groping around Li Jiyan's body. Are you alright, Sion? Go back to your room and let Auntie see if you're hurt. Zhao Shuman pushed Li Jiyan towards his room. Auntie, you're finally talking to me. The panting Zhao Shuman's mind went back to the events of that night. However, what her heart was more concerned about at the moment was Li Jiyan's physical health. This was much more important than the rest. Let's not talk about that yet. Come on, t-shirt off. Auntie, let's see if you're hurt. That guy was so mean. End of chapter. Chapter 63, discussing the second $2 store reward with Zhao Shuman. 5-star certification. Non-titled D assured booking. Zhao Shuman went straight to undress Li Ziyan. Her mind didn't want so much right now. She only wanted to check if Li Ziyan was injured. After Li Ziyan's t-shirt came off, examining every part of Li Ziyan's body in detail, Zhao Shuman's heart had a very burning feeling. The memories of the other night were also starting to keep coming back to Zhao Shuman's mind. Why did he feel like he was dreaming, and initiated it to that point? Li Ziyan didn't even do anything. Auntie, don't worry, I'm really not hurt, Li Ziyan and Zhao Shuman said seriously as he tried to put Zhao Shuman at ease. It's okay. Scared Auntie to death. It's fine for Auntie to suffer a bit herself, but I can't let you get beaten up. Originally, Zhao Shuman's heart loved Li Ziyan. After some unintentional changes in the relationship between the two, Zhao Shuman became even more fond of Li Ziyan. It was just that she hadn't been able to face the previous events in her heart. Let's call the police first. They broke into our home like that. We have to call the police to teach them some lessons. Zhao Shuman hummed. She also knew that the feud between the boss man and his brother and herself was well and truly over. How could she not hold a grudge against herself after being torn into that state? After the call to the police, there was silence in the middle of the room. Only the sound of the air conditioner whirring was constantly ringing, and Li Ziyan was also talking to Zhao Shuman about that night. Auntie, the other night. Zhao Shuman's face reddened and burned up. She was a shrew, but she also knew shame very well. Xiao Yan, that night was Aunt sorry for you. You a clean college student, and you ended up being Aunt. Listening to Zhao Shuman's stuttering voice, Li Ziyan's heart also knew why Zhao Shuman was avoiding. Her heart probably felt sorry for herself, but in fact, they really do not care at all. In adolescence, Li Ziyan is often fantasizing that there is a mature woman. However, at that time it was just a fantasy, but that night it became a direct reality. It's okay, Aunt Joe, we're both adults, we're both happy, there's nothing to it. Well, Auntie knows, and it's good to pretend this never happened. Looking at Zhao Shuman's snow-white gully, after a while, Li Ziyan said, Auntie Zhao, let's the two of us be together. Zhao Shuman, who was still calm a moment ago, hurriedly waved her hand after hearing Li Ziyan's words. No, 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 absolutely no. Aunt Joe, why not? Auntie is over 20 years older than you, old enough to be your mom. Li Ziyan realized that aunts had such concerns in their hearts, and in fact, most of the people who liked mature women likewise had such concerns in their hearts. Most people can accept it if they are secretly together, but when it's announced, many people still can't resist the world's gaze. Auntie Zhao, it's nothing, it's a new era now. Free love, age is not an issue at all. We can do what we want. Auntie doesn't deserve you. Zhao Shuman became even more flustered. You're a college student and Auntie dropped out of school in 5th grade. Zhao Shuman remembered when she was forced to drop out of school when she was a child, and when she tried to go to school after her mom died, and was given a severe beating by her own father. From then on, they had to stay at home and do needlework, and all the money they earned was taken away by their own father, leaving not a penny behind. Some dim past events, thinking about them made Zhao Shuman's heart feel broken. So what? College students are actually pretty worthless in this day and age. Auntie is too old to be with you. You're about the same age as your aunt's son. Auntie wouldn't be able to be a human being if someone found out. Aunt Joe, Li Ziyan took Zhao Shuman's hand. I really like you, a lot. Looking at Li Ziyan's somewhat blazing eyes, Zhao Shuman's heart also started to get incomparably hot. Aunt Joe, think about it. Think about it, okay? Even if you're going to reject me too, think about it for a while, okay? Li Ziyan knew that forcing Zhao Shuman obviously wouldn't work, but he had to leave himself a good step before he could do so, and he still had a great chance next. Well, Auntie, think about it. Zhao Shuman's heart still felt a little unable to face Li Ziyan's feelings for herself, but in Zhao Shuman's heart was a little unable to control her own part of the blaze. How could her heart not want to relive what happened before with Li Ziyan? Soon the police came. After arriving at the police station, Li Ziyan took out the video she had taken, and what Lu Guifan, the sibling pair, had done was in full view. The police also frowned. I didn't realize there were people like that breaking into people's homes and beating them up these days. With the evidence, Lu Guifan's siblings were quickly detained. Pity Auntie, it would be nice to convict them. Li Ziyan thought it would be best if they could be sentenced, but the law was the law, and they hadn't caused too serious a consequence, so detention was already the maximum punishment. Well, but it's better to listen to the police about these things. At least they won't bother us for the next few days. Auntie, how's your job search going these days? Li Ziyan also didn't continue to chat with Zhao Shuman about being together for the time being. He felt it was better not to push her too hard. Otherwise it could be counterproductive. It didn't go too well. Walking on the road with Li Ziyan, chatting about this matter, Zhao Shuman's heart also felt a headache. The reason why she didn't tear her face off with her boss in the past is because she heard that a decent job is particularly difficult to find now. After losing her job, Zhao Shuman truly realized what it means to have a hard time finding a job, and even ordinary positions are overcrowded. It's okay, take your time finding it, there's no rush auntie, I'll go to work first. After looking at the time, Li Jian also said goodbye to Zhao Shuman. Fortunately, the boss's siblings came very early today, and Li Jian still had time to clock in at work. Not long after she had just clocked out, Catherine, the big ocean horse, came into the office on her high heels. Hello President. Hello President. Everyone was bending down to greet Catherine, and as they passed by Li Jian's side, Catherine gave Li Jian a look. From this look, Li Jian felt that warning meaning. Obviously this woman wanted to clean up Li Jian. Li Jian knows that this is all because of her son Louis Chen, but Li Jian's heart is not a wimp. There is Auntie Lai to support herself. She does not need to be afraid of being expelled. Thinking about what the intelligence said inside the Changlong group, that if she persisted in her work, there would be great opportunities in the future. Li Jian's heart was quite determined. One must wait for this great opportunity. After leaving the company, Li Jian went to a lottery store and bought the scratch-offs. Now he also goes around to buy scratchers. 300 and 500 profit he does not mind at all, as much as he can earn. Finding an internet cafe outside, Li Jian cozily blew the air conditioner while learning knowledge online to recharge her batteries. Now he is no longer as learned as he once was. Li Jian felt that if he was given enough time, he could completely become a walking encyclopedia. But of course, the thing he focused on most was still foreign language learning. He intended to learn all the languages of the globe, but it was indeed a time-consuming project, as all the grammatical pronunciations had to be heard a little by themselves. At home, Cho Sukman blows on a fan. In his heart, he thought about the fight that Li Jian had fought for himself today. If it wasn't for him, he would have been really miserable. After all, the boss lady's brother looked like a tough character who couldn't be messed with, and Zhao Shuman knew that there were specialties in the arts. The best thing she could do was fight with women, tearing their clothes off, and the men certainly couldn't fight on their own. Xiao Yan was really good to herself. Thinking about all the things that had happened recently, Zhao Shuman's heart also felt warm. However, after that night, Xiao Yan's appetite won't be even more frantic to steal from others. Just thinking about it alone made Zhao Shuman's heart feel a little scared. Better give my stockings to Sayaka. Zhao Shuman's heart was slowly firming up. After making the preparations, Zhao Shuman looked at her snow-white legs and gently pulled open the stocking package. Looking at the shredded meat, Zhao Shuman's heart had a very shameful feeling. This kind of thing Zhao Shuman had really never thought of wearing it on her legs before. But the fact that Xiao Yan wasn't interested in her clothes at all meant that she wasn't feminine in Xiao Yan's heart. So it's still necessary to wear stockings to be able to give them to him when I've worn them myself for a few days. Wearing stockings for the first time, Zhao Shuman clearly looked very clumsy. But women are inherently talented at things like wearing stockings. The process was a bit convoluted, but it was relatively smooth. Let's hope Yan will like it. Looking at her new outfit, that feeling of shame just spread even more inside Zhao Shuman. In the afternoon, after arriving at the driving school, the queue started. Li Jian did not report the small class before, because the difference between the two was more than $5,000, and Li Jian, who had experienced the days of no money, was still very distressed about spending money. Save some money when you can without it. He's also brushing up on his Korean while he waits for practice. The next thing he planned to learn was Japanese. When he used to watch island movies, Li Jian will always see some infantry works without subtitles but with good quality. But without subtitles, Li Jian, who didn't know the exact plot, always felt that some sense of agency was missing. But when you finish studying Japanese on your own, everything is just unobstructed. Thinking about it, Li Jian's heart couldn't control a burst of anticipation. Not much time. Wearing sunglasses with an umbrella, He Yenrong came over, because it was very sunny outside, so she did not wear a cheongsam. Instead, they were wearing a sunsuit that wrapped them up tightly. Li Jian walked up to greet He Yenrong. Auntie Rong. Li Jian and He Yenrong's relationship was the lightest among the three aunts in Shanghai, because he hadn't been in direct contact with He Yenrong before, but because they are learning to drive at the same driving school, the two have been running into each other a lot lately, and their relationship has heated up quite a bit. Xiao Yan. You can still recognize it's me when I'm wrapped so tightly, Li Jian complimented. Auntie Rong, you have such a good figure. Of course I recognized you right away. Not to mention anything else, just the steps that He Yenrong twisted her waist when she walked. That was definitely not something that an ordinary woman could twist out. And that kind of windy and enchanting temperament is very unique. And one look at it makes people feel that their hormones are swimming at an accelerated pace. Especially for a mature woman lover like Li Jian, there was an absolutely irreplaceable attraction. Xiao Yan, it's still your sweet mouth. He Yenrong pinched Li Jian's face, and in her heart, she also treated Li Jian as a child. How many more are ahead of you? there's about 20 more to go. While waiting for the coach, Li Jian's mind thought of Mia. High-end, small group coaches will have fewer people enrolling because they are expensive. Relatively quite a bit cheaper. But the queue for the lower-end coaches is much longer. After all, it's cheap, and you can practice your car skills for the least amount of money. The number of people driving a coach in a day can be very exaggerated. Then accompany Auntie to talk. Good. Idle as she was, Li Jian locked her cell phone. Xiao Yan, what were you talking about so intently just now? Chatting with your girlfriend? I'm learning Korean. He Yenrong's heart appreciated Li Jian even more. The last time Li Jian and Liquus talked about German history helping Shin Hongmei to get a big client still left her heart in awe. Every time I think about it, I think Li Jian is so good. But she didn't realize that the boy was now teaching himself Korean. Sayan-san, you're excellent. Your girlfriend is from a cold country. Auntie Rong, don't joke with me, I don't have any girlfriend. Xiao Yan, you're so good that you still don't have any girls chasing after you. It's probably because I don't like girls. He Yenrong covered her mouth and smiled gently, although she couldn't see her eyes and could only see the faint outline of her face through the veil. But that enchanting temperament still made Li Jian's heart feel 19 points of fondness. Do you like boys? No, I like Auntie. He Yenrong was slightly stunned. I like older women. He Yenrong was surprised and said, Auntie, how old do you like your aunts? 30 years old? Sibling love ah. I like 40-year-olds. And in the future I want to find a 40-year-old aunt to be my girlfriend. He chatted casually. And of course Li Jian didn't have the idea of molesting He Yenrong. After all, the relationship between the two hadn't arrived. She might cut herself off later if she molested her. The three aunts in Shanghai would meet every other day. And messing up the relationship with He Yenrong might affect his own relationship with Aunt Shin and Aunt Lai. Li Jian's honesty also made He Yenrong a little confused at 40. Previously, He Yenrong hadn't thought about this aspect. But now that she thought about it, Li Jian had mixed into the circle of life of Shin Hongmei and Lai Feifei. Two rich women. Could it be that Mr. Xiaoyan like Shin Hongmei or Lai Feifei? What's so great about a 40-year-old woman? So old. I think being older is feminine. And being with an older woman makes my heart feel safe. Li Jian and He Yenrong chatted and spoke from their hearts. Since experiencing Su Chanxian and some young girls in reality who were brainwashed by poisonous chicken soup, Li Jian was no longer interested in young girls. Of course, there are plenty of mature girls who are brainwashed, and plenty of young girls who are good, but Li Jian thoroughly recognized her preferences. He is, at heart, a complete lover of mature women, so it's best to be straight with yourself. Really? So do you like your Aunt Shin or your Aunt Lai? Like it all? You're kinda greedy. He Yenrong only thought that Li Jian was joking. However, she felt that what Li Jian said might be true. At this time, a greasy-looking man came in front of He Yenrong. Xiao He, hello again, let's go to dinner together tonight. I'll buy you fondue. The greasy man looked at He Yenrong with very salivating eyes, and such a gaze made Li Jian feel very sick. Sorry, I'm not interested. He Yenrong was very cold. She knew that such a person, if she gave him a little bit of a good face, then it will surely get an inch next. Ho, don't be so shy. Give yourself a chance. Looking at the man, Li Jian pulled up He Yenrong's hand as she looked at the man and said, I'll beat you up if you molest my mom again. Is this your son? The greasy man's heart is a little afraid. Now some young people do things recklessly. Said to do it, maybe this kid is such a rash. Having a family is his biggest fear, of going into the police station and having his family notified, which would be a big problem. Yeah, what's up? He Yenrong took the initiative to hold Li Jian's hand. After the man gave a resentful look, he turned around and left, not daring to continue harassing He Yenrong. After the man walked away, He Yenrong said with great gratitude, Xiao Yan, this time you really did Auntie a big favor. He's Coach Lu's student, but he harasses me all day. Faceless. It's okay, Auntie Rong. People like him have wives and children at a glance, and I'm afraid I'll make a big deal out of it by punching him. I'm sure he won't dare to harass you in the future. He Yenrong's eyes grew more and more appreciative as she looked at Li Jian. Xiao Yan, someday Auntie must treat you to dinner. Okay, Auntie Rong. The two chatted and their feelings remained in a constant state of warmth. He Yenrong was originally a great admirer of Li Jian, and this time, Li Jian had done her another favor, which made He Yenrong treat Li Jian even more like her true junior. In the afternoon when we parted at the entrance of the driving school, He Yenrong said reluctantly, Xiao Yan, go to Auntie's place to wash her feet when you're not doing anything. Auntie will wash you herself. Li Jian couldn't help but think of the first time he met He Yenrong, the way Aunt Lai let He Yenrong wash her feet. It really was the feeling of a lifetime. Okay, I know Aunt Rong. Luli's old as 6 soon arrived, and after picking up He Yenrong, she once again urged, in our line of work, you can't get emotionally involved with men, especially a brat like that. He can't give you a future. All he can give you is 20 years of stock. If you do get with him, I guarantee you'll regret it later. Tell me more and I'll rip your mouth off. After clocking out and returning home, Li Jiyan returned to her room beautifully ready to continue studying. Sitting in front of her computer, Li Jiyan looked at her savings. It was now over 151,000, the bulk of which was won from the proceeds of cashing in at the Lottery Administration Center, and the other was the transfer of the 30,000 that Anshin had given herself that time, waiting quietly for the 12 o'clock message to refresh. At 9 o'clock or so, Zhao Shuman hadn't come back yet. This made Li Jiyan's heart feel a little worried. Then he called Zhao Shuman. Aunt Zhou, you're in the middle of something. Why aren't you back yet? It's at my son's place making a midnight snack for him and Luyan. Go back later. As she spoke, Zhao Shuman was still a little worried that Li Ziyan would be very offended, but Li Ziyan didn't care. However, listening to the sound of stir-frying in the kitchen, Li Ziyan felt that it didn't matter at all. One doesn't meet with them anyway. Okay, Auntie, I'm relieved that you're safe. I've got a call coming in here. I'll hang up now. Li Ziyan glanced at it. It was Lai Fei calling. Hey, Aunt Rai, Cubby, those two didn't come to continue harassing you, did they? Listening to Lai Fei's tone of voice was obviously a little drunk. This wine mongrel had drunk too much again. Which two? Aunt Rai. The same two that came and broke down the door the other day. They're still in custody. That's good. If anything happens, make sure you call your aunt and she'll help you out. Cubby, but you weren't good. Oh, you slept with that big-breasted aunt all night. Li Jiyan then remembered that the living room was monitored, and Aunt Lai's side could see the surveillance of the house in her name. The night Jo Sukmin stayed in her room, she was also seen by her. Auntie, she was the one who drank too much that day. It's all right, Cub. Auntie still doesn't know what a pure person you are. You'll have to be more careful in the future. Ha, listen to your mommy, okay? Li Jiyan, this woman, she really did think of her as her own mother. But of course, that thought was only when she was drunk. When she's not drinking, my Auntie Lai is still very much a normal, high-strung young woman. Cubby, mommy's sleepy and going to bed. Before she could finish, the other end fell asleep, and Li Jiyan could only hang up the phone helplessly. It looks like this surveillance still tends to expose privacy. But luckily lately when Aunt Zhou comes to my place she comes from a dead end. Zhao Shuman also pays more attention to this issue now, which will save a lot of trouble later. At 10 o'clock or so, Zhao Shuman came back. The heat was unbearable and the first thing she did was go to the shower. She thought about when she was done. Giving her stockings to Li Jiyan might save her from the bad habit of stealing things. Regarding Li Jiyan's physical and mental health, Zhao Shuman did indeed care about it. However, after taking a shower, Zhao Shuman always felt that she had no way to go and talk to Li Jiyan about this. After putting on her stockings, she quietly blew on the fan inside the house, all the while struggling with it. At 12 o'clock, the message was refreshed on time. In the morning, Catherine decided to change the KPIs of the 3 downstream clients who developed to Louis Chen's name. One piece of news made Li Jiyan nearly explode with anger. This damned ocean horse is so shameless that he can only call Auntie Lai tomorrow. Li Jiyan knew that he was just a small employee and did not have Aunt Lai's connections and energy, and he also felt even more the importance of Aunt Lai to him. If it wasn't for Aunt Lai's words herself, a child of an ordinary family, she would have been bullied by the workplace long ago. If there is no golden finger, their own fluke into the Changlong group was bullied for the sake of the rent estimates that they can only tolerate. He really had nothing to offer Auntie Lai, so he could only eat Auntie Lai's black silk Giorgio to repay her. Going to this lottery store and buying this pile of scratch-offs could result in a profit of $500. Jo Sukmin will be in your room in 5 minutes. In the evening, Lai Fei will invite you to go with Shen Hongmei to get He Yenrong's feet washed. A college student at the Century Palace washes his feet obsessed with He Yenrong, wants to recognize He Yenrong as his godmother, and develops an illicit relationship so that He Yenrong does not get tired of it. And the college student's school class-specific information is as follows. The few remaining pieces of information are irrelevant, and He Yenrong's message was what made Li Jiyan start thinking about entering Fifi. Of course, he didn't have time to think about it. 5 minutes went by in a flash. New quests are also posted. New mission issued. Please help He Yenrong get rid of the college students. Mission reward, second $2 store. Another reward from a $2 store made Li Jiyan feel one step closer to his goal of $100 million. Helping He Yenrong get rid of her harassers was a good thing. There was a soft knock on the door. Sayaka, did you sleep? Aunt Zhou, come in. After the door opened, Li Jiyan saw the flesh-colored stockings underneath Zhao Shuman's shorts. This was the first time he saw Zhao Shuman wearing stockings, and he felt surprised in his heart. Stockings and shrew. Those two words seem to be hard to relate to each other. Auntie Zhou is actually wearing stockings. Sayaka, does it look good? Under the illumination of the faint light from the window, Zhao Shuman looked very unconfident. However, Li Jiyan was looking straight in the eyes. Good looking. Aunt Zhou, you look really good in stockings. That's good. After sitting down, Zhao Shuman gently took off her flesh-colored stockings, revealing 2 bare, snow-white legs. This scene made Li Jiyan's eyes completely unable to move away. His heart felt like a dream. Aunt Zhou, Sayan, Auntie doesn't think that's a very good problem for you to have. Like to steal Auntie's stockings for you. Just don't go back to those things in the future. Okay. Zhao Shuman felt that Li Jiyan was a veteran stocking enthusiast, but no one else would surely give him the stockings he had worn. Then there's only one possibility. Li Jiyan's stockings were stolen by him, and Li Jiyan knew that he couldn't explain it clearly, that it was a misunderstanding, and he didn't bother to explain it. It's a bit of a pain in the ass not to explain, and even more of a pain in the ass to explain clearly. Auntie, I promise, but I really don't have much interest in stockings. Looking at Zhao Shuman's bottomless gully, Li Jiyan's breathing was a little short. Auntie, shall we be together tonight? No, really. Hearing that Li Jiyan was going to be with her tonight, Zhao Shuman's heart panicked a little. Originally, she wanted to give the stockings to Li Jiyan, but she hadn't thought that Li Jiyan wouldn't buy it at all, and he wanted to be with himself tonight. How can this be? Xiao Yan, we've already made a mistake. If others find out, they'll laugh at you and look down on you. We can't afford to make another mistake. Aunt, you want to keep me from making a mistake. Just promise to do it tonight. Just tonight, that's all, and I'll never ask for anything like that again. Li Jiyan took Zhao Shuman's hand and said very sincerely, No, Winnie, I have to go. Zhao Shuman placed the stockings by Li Jiyan's side and turned around to leave. But how could Li Jiyan do what she wanted? Gently hugging Zhao Shuman, the two of them's body heat as they passed each other. It was as if Zhao Shuman had been cast under a spell of immobilization. Auntie is going to rest. It's really just for tonight, and I'll listen to my aunt from now on. Auntie has a job interview tomorrow. I'll listen to my aunt from now on. Feeling Li Jiyan's breath hitting the side of his face, Zhao Shuman fell silent after a long time. It was only then that she was saying, Word to the wise. Aha, Auntie, I'll keep my word. I'm all ears for you later. Zhao Shuman turned around and touched Li Jiyan's head. Xiao Yan, it's right to listen to Auntie. Auntie is doing this for your own good and doesn't want you to go astray. But you also have to promise Auntie that it's really just for tonight, and that at 1 o'clock Auntie will go back to bed. Listen to your aunt and everything from now on. Okay, I know Auntie. I'll do anything you say. You go get one of those. Zhao Shuman didn't say it very clearly, but Li Jiyan knew what was going on. Okay, Auntie, wait here for me then. Li Jiyan quickly left. Zhao Shuman gently lifted the quilt and blew on the air conditioner. She felt that blowing on the air conditioner was indeed much more comfortable than blowing on a fan. It's easy to get a headache and a cold from blowing on the fan, and smelling the unique smell belonging to Li Jiyan on the quilt. Zhao Shuman said softly, I'm doing it to make Xiao Yan listen to me, not the other way around. Walking outside was hot, but Li Jiyan was motivated. After he arrived at a 24-hour convenience store, he wandered around the store for a bit, and after buying a few things, he grabbed another box of gum, mixing in a box of teas along the way. Buying something like tea is really the first time Li Jiyan has done it, and what he didn't realize even more was that the first time he bought such a thing was for the humongous woman he shared a room with. But this shrew was being really gentle with herself now. That's $55. 40. I'll sweep you. WeChat or Alipay. Weebly it is. After buying the stuff, Li Jiyan hoofed it back home, and after entering the door, Li Jiyan unlocked the door. As he tried to turn on the light, Zhao Shuman called out to him, Say, don't turn on the light, come over here. Li Jiyan didn't make things difficult for Zhao Shuman. Since she didn't like turning on the lights, then forget it. Xiao Yan, Auntie is doing this for your own good. From now on you will listen to your aunt. Okay, Auntie, I know you're hurting me. Did you get the stuff? But, well, after that, Zhao Shuman was speechless, and Li Jiyan walked up and hugged Zhao Shuman in her arms, then kissed her. Aunt Zhou, you really love me. Listen to your aunt from now on. At 1 o'clock, Zhao Shuman left Li Jiyan's room on time. Lying there, Li Jiyan unlocked her phone and looked at the time. It was exactly 1 o'clock. Aunt Zhou is really good at telling time, but Aunt Zhou really didn't say a word. End of chapter. Chapter 64. Auntie Zhao's breakfast. Li Jiyan is a little sleepy. The warmth with Zhao Shuman just now made him feel very soulful. Aunt Zhou was as mesmerizing as ever. Subsequently, Li Jiyan's mind thought of the recently hot BYD Rangoon U9. The face of the U9 is really exceptionally beautiful, especially the exclusive F-patented laser headlights are very exaggerated. The suspension is so beautiful that it jumps in place, dances fully automatic, and reaches a staggering 300 plus km/h. But the only drawback is that there is no sound outboard, and there is always less of a feeling with loud traditional supercars like the Ferrari Lamborghini. It would be nice to add an acoustic outboard, but BYD should have designed it for fear of disturbing the public. It looks like we'll have to make the environment more private in the future. At the moment, the relaxed Li Ziyan quickly fell asleep. Li Ziyan slept especially fast, but Zhao Shuman was just completely tossing and turning. A subsequent emotion spread through Zhao Shuman's heart. When he begged himself, he should have actually refused him. After all, he was his elder, an adult. It's normal for him to be irrational because he's 20 years old and a college student. But how could one do such a thing? Although such a feeling makes himself feel more relaxed than ever, he really did something wrong. But, if Sayaka said she'd listen to me, surely she'd listen to my words, right? Zhao Shuman knew that Li Ziyan had always been a relatively kind child, and she felt that Li Ziyan should be able to keep her word. As long as Xiao Yan could listen to herself, then this compromise of her own would be worth it. Xiao Yan, I hope you can understand Auntie's good intentions. Be good from now on. At the same time, her mind was thinking that Xiao Yan was really a monster. The next day, Li Ziyan woke up with 3 legs. He was in a rather jovial mood. His own life seemed to have become very interesting all of a sudden since graduation. Compared to the boring life before, everything now made Li Ziyan feel very happy, especially what happened last night. Counting now, he and Auntie Zhou had been in favor for 300 days. After coming out and washing up, Zhao Shuman was already carrying breakfast over to this side. Xiao Yan, eat. I steamed an egg custard for you today. Looking at the egg custard with a golden color, Li Ziyan also swallowed her saliva. There were also 2 large steamed buns and milk that had just been steamed, which also made Li Ziyan feel very hungry. Aunt Zhou, starving me. After entering the door, Li Ziyan closed the door of the room. The air conditioner whirred a burst of sending wind. Energy loss. Li Ziyan even felt a little cold. Xiao Yan, eat up, don't be late for work. Zhao Shuman handed Li Ziyan a pair of chopsticks, looking very meticulous and gentle. That kind of look gave Li Ziyan the feeling that Zhao Shuman was really her elder. Good, Auntie Zhao, your cooking is really good. Eating the egg custard made by Zhao Shuman, Li Ziyan's heart carried a touching feeling. He did have quite a few unpleasant experiences with this shrew in the beginning, but when it came down to it, Zhao Shuman was also really quite nice to him. This shrew who had torn the boss's wife and the neighbor's aunt to see red, gave all her warmth to herself, and this was something that really made Li Ziyan's heart very fond of her. Eat as much as you like. It's not easy for you to run a business out there all day. Those of us who come from small places and live in big cities are tired. We have to treat ourselves well. Our bodies are the most important thing. If she was at the age of 15 or 16 and faced with such nagging, Li Ziyan's heart might have felt very annoyed. However, after experiencing the cruelty of society, Li Ziyan only felt a warmth in her heart. Aunt Zhou, I know, Auntie will always cook for you from now on. Zhao Shuman stroked Li Ziyan's head as if she was treating a child. At this moment, her heart suddenly realized that she seemed to be very used to having Li Ziyan's presence. The atmosphere of a morning meal always carries warmth. After breakfast, Li Ziyan came to the kitchen and watched Zhao Shuman brush the dishes. The tattooed man and tattooed woman who lived in the master bedroom never cooked. They ate instant noodles and ham and sausage most of the time. Li Ziyan thought that they weren't unconditional, but they just like eating instant noodles and ham sausages. Auntie, let me help you. The kitchen in the old place was undoubtedly a bit cramped. Inside a small space, Zhao Shuman had the illusion that she could feel Li Ziyan's body heat. It made her mind feel a little panicked. This silly boy, he's not having second thoughts, is he? That's not good. Sayan, you won't be late for work. It won't be, Aunt Zhou, unless the motorcycles are all swept. There's still quite a bit of time left. Thinking about the fact that today Catherine, the big ocean horse, wanted to transfer her KPIs to her son, Li Ziyan thought about when to call Aunt Lai. Auntie Lai would still be sleeping now, I think, and this drunken mongrel basically gets up at noon or in the afternoon. Aha, Auntie, you look great in stockings. Li Ziyan chatted about Zhao Shuman wearing stockings yesterday. This made Zhao Shuman's pretty face couldn't help but blush. Say, what are you talking about? Inside the traditional shame of Zhao Shuman, somewhat unable to face such a topic. For Zhao Shuman, this is really a somewhat embarrassing topic. I'm telling the truth, Aunt Zhou. Originally, Zhao Shuman did not want to talk to Li Ziyan about this matter, but after thinking about some of his bad habits of stealing, just the right opportunity to correct it. You can have all of Auntie's stockings from now on if you like, and you have to promise Auntie no more stealing. Okay, I'll do whatever you want, Auntie. Li Ziyan's very obedient appearance made Zhao Shuman a bit surprised that she agreed so painfully. He used to be all sophomoric. If only Sayan could change his ways and be a good person in the future as his junior, then it was worth it to pay for yourself yesterday. Maybe, Li Ziyan has really changed his ways. Xiao Yan, it's good that you can correct yourself. Auntie is really afraid of you going to the police station. Li Ziyan looked at the tightly dressed Zhao Shuman and said, Aunt Zhao, I think you're missing something if you're wearing stockings alone. What's missing? Zhao Shuman asked with some curiosity. Missing a kilt. Auntie, your clothes are all vintage too old. And the stockings I think look better with a short skirt. You have such nice legs. Actually, it should be revealed. I like my aunt's legs the best. Glancing at Zhao Shuman, who was wrapped up rather tightly, Li Jian added, of course, like boobs too. Still, the stockings have to go with the short skirt, Auntie Zhou. End of chapter. Chapter 65. Catherine Workplace Bullying. Short skirts. While Li Jian was talking about stocking skirts, Zhao Shumin's entire voice was a little shaky and unnatural. A short skirt is something that reveals most of your legs, and it was very cool, and when she wore shorts she thought it was okay. After all, it was very safe not to get naked, but if she wore a short skirt, thinking about it made Zhao Shumin's heart feel very embarrassed. Yes, Aunt Zhou, I think you should wear a short skirt, but wouldn't stockings be enough? Chatting away, Zhao Shuman felt that the atmosphere in the middle of the kitchen was heating up a bit, a feeling that made Zhao Shuman feel embarrassed. Stockings are great, but they're actually a little weird if you pair them with shorts. Auntie, just get a short skirt, will you? But, Aunt Zhou, don't you want me to right my wrongs? I think I need the skirt. Only then did Zhao Shuman agree. Xiao Yan was so good to herself. Moreover, he had repeatedly helped himself out of trouble, so he really should thank Xiao Yan properly. Well, Sayaka, Auntie will see about that while she's out today. Though, you have to correct your mistakes, and you can't do anything excessive with your aunt in the future. You remember all about last night's agreement. I remember it all very well. Don't worry, Auntie Zhou. Li Jian wasn't in a hurry. He knew that there were some things that were only the difference between once and countless times. Although Aunt Zhao was very determined now, but Li Jian knew better than anyone that the current Zhao Shuman was in a sage state. The words of the sage state don't count. In the future, if you soften yourself up, you won't believe that Auntie Zhao won't be moved. The fact that Li Jian was so understanding made Zhao Shumin's heart feel a lot more at ease. The boy, still very much in the know, at least didn't go back on his word. If he continued to pester himself, he didn't even know what he should do. After arriving at the company and punching his card, Lu Jinxin was already waiting for him at his workstation. The president wants you to come to her office. At this time, Lu Jinxian's heart felt very comfortable and pleased. It didn't matter if he didn't give himself face, but if he dared to start a conflict with Lui Chen, he was asking for his own death. Although she knew that Li Jian had some connections, Catherine was after all a proper branch hand. Going against the president of the company in any place, that would definitely not go far. He had already seen Li Jian's future. There was only the possibility of being fired. Nothing else. Li Jian ignored Lu Jinxin and walked towards Catherine's office. When she reached the door, Li Jian knocked on the door. She still had to maintain some politeness towards the CEO of the company. Come in. Catherine's proud voice rang out, and Li Jian always felt that Catherine, a big ocean horse, had a kind of pride in her bones. He had heard before that Catherine was very proud of her white identity and looked down on the yellow race, so she was always high and mighty no matter what she did. After coming in, Catherine gestured for Li Jian to sit on the sofa. Li Jian, Catherine's Chinese, though very proficient now, just spoke with a Los Angeles accent that was a little odd. Li Jian also knows that each region has the accent of each region. For example, the domestics say like Catherine, like the rice people will say, yes, Iases, you've been doing very well lately. You've done a month's worth of performance in such a short period of time. Li Jian knew that this big ocean horse didn't have any good intentions. From the intelligence, Li Jian already knows what Catherine wants to do. This big ocean horse is really very spoiled to her son Louis Chen. It's just luck. My son has just joined the company as well. Li Jian, transfer your performance to my son's name. Help him KPI. You're so good at it. It should be easy to open up a few more channels. Catherine looked at Li Jian's eyes with contempt. A yellow man is just a yellow man. She, a noble white man, has personally set out, but not to clean up his obedience. No. Looking at Catherine's long black silk high-heeled legs, Li Jian rejected Catherine on the spot. I'm your biggest boss. Saying that, Catherine gently raised her black silk legs and stepped her high heels on the sofa beside Li Jian, looked at him condescendingly. From here, it was more convenient for Li Jian to appreciate Catherine's black silk legs. The white man's legs were indeed a bit whiter, and the big ocean horse's blue eyes gave Li Jian a feeling she hadn't had before. This woman was actually stepping next to herself with her high heels. That's even proper workplace bullying. I know you have some connections, but your connections don't give you unlimited access to do whatever you want within the company. Lowlife, if you don't listen to me, I have ways to clean you up. This is my company. Listening to Catherine's bullying words, Li Jian could feel that she despised herself from the bottom of her heart. Gently holding Catherine's black silk jade feet, Li Jian took her feet over. I know, it's your company, but I won't agree to it. I've got some business to run, so I'll go first. It wasn't until after Li Jian left that Catherine came back to her senses, and her face turned a little ironic. How dare this lowly yellow man touch my feet? Catherine clenched her fists. Her heart despised the yellow race the most. Li Jian even touched her feet, making her anger rise. Lowlife, I'll make you regret this. I'm going to make you get down on your knees and lick my heels to make it up to me. After coming out, Li Jian thought about the black silk legs just now. It is true that the legs of white people are not quite the same as those of their aunts, and Catherine's character is supposed to be one of those very wild and proud damsels in distress. This damn ocean horse is really looking down on me, Li Jian cursed. Meanwhile, Jo Suk-min, who has just failed a job interview, passes by a women's clothing store. Sion just loves black silk and short skirts together. Then actually, I should have tried it, I guess, Zhao Shuman thought in her mind. She felt that trying a stocking skirt would be worth it if it could make Li Jian come out of the wrong path and not make the same mistakes as before. After arriving at the store, Zhao Shuman stood in front of a black pleated skirt and scrutinized it. Boss lady, show me this dress. Okay, the fitting room is over there. There are mirrors inside. Zhao Shuman also felt less embarrassed when she heard that there was a mirror inside the fitting room. When she got to the fitting room, she changed into the emperor's new clothes first, and she slipped the short skirt on slowly. End of chapter. Chapter 66. Impulsive Li Jian, who owns 4 stores. After the short skirt was put on, Zhao Shuman looked inside the mirror. Looking at her own 2 snow-white legs inside the mirror, her face was already burning. It was the first time she had seen herself inside a mirror in a short skirt. She even felt like a shameless woman. No wonder Xiaoyan said that stockings should be paired with short skirts. This set would definitely look especially good with short skirts, Zhao Shuman murmured, but her heart did feel embarrassed about such a costume. But in the end, in order to be able to lead Li Jian astray, she bought the kilt anyway. Are you going to give both the short skirt and the stockings to Li Jian together? There were strange thoughts in Zhao Shuman's mind, because of the reason that her physiological period was approaching. She always felt that her heart was a bit parched. The thoughts in his mind were strange. In the morning, Li Jian was in a much better mood after she had withdrawn her wild income of $500 from the lottery store. That damned big ocean horse really made today's workplace bullying hard for him to forget. Dared to step next to herself with her heels today, and shall not allow herself to lick her heels tomorrow. It can't be tolerated. It can't be tolerated. When he was eating in Shaxian at noon, Li Jian called Lai Fei. Thinking that Aunt Lai would let herself go to wash her feet at night, Li Jian's heart was overwhelmed with anticipation. I haven't seen my Auntie Lai in the past few days, and I always miss her in my heart. And he could also see Aunt Shin. Thinking of Aunt Shin's 1.83 meter tall long legs, Li Jian's heart was a little itchy. It's a shame there aren't any 2 good opportunities to get close to Auntie Shin these days. Li Jian, why, Aunt Lai, you haven't had a drink yet? Yeah, just got up. Listening to Lai Fei's high and cold voice, Li Jian also felt very much in love. Although he and Lai Fei hadn't known each other for a long time, Lai Fei had always been very caring towards him, and Li Jian's heart had always cared for Lai Fei. Aunt Rai, Catherine asked me to come to her office today. She said she was going to put all my KPIs on her son's head. Li Jian and Lai Fei tattled like a child looking for his mother when he did something wrong, and now when Li Jian encountered something he didn't have a solution for, subconsciously, he would think of Lai Fei, and he would want to talk to Aunt Lai when he had grievances. Shen Hongmei will also help him though, but Li Jian would always think of Shen Hongmei's rational and high-strung appearance and subconsciously wanted to communicate with Aunt Lai. This dead woman. Well, Auntie knows. Sion, talk to your aunt if you have any grievances in the company. Auntie will never let you be bullied. Just go to work. Auntie called for someone. Okay, thanks Aunt Lai. Aunt Lai is so nice. Li Jian remembered the emoticon that Lai Fei often liked to send him and felt warm in his heart. In the afternoon, Li Jian came to the driving school to learn how to drive without any surprises. He met the foxy He Yenrong again. Words. As she passed by Li Jian, He Yenrong waved her hand and greeted Li Jian. Auntie Rong. After Li Jian walked over, He Yenrong took off her sunglasses. This woman had a pair of foxy peach blossom eyes, and every time Li Jian was gazing into these eyes, he always felt that she was looking at himself with great affection. The eyes were all filled with a woman's love for a man, but Li Jian knew that it was an illusion of his own. One of the qualities of peach blossom eyes like these foxy ones is that no matter who they look at, they give the other person a feeling of gazing deeply into their eyes. Li Jian knew that He Yenrong's heart was treating him as an uncompromising child. Auntie Rong. When they arrived at the shady spot, Li Jian inquired about the greasy man that He Yenrong had previously liked to harass her about. It's true that once a woman is too pretty, she can easily be harassed. There was no way to avoid the fact that a foxy girl like He Yenrong was really in a lot of trouble everywhere. That man didn't continue to harass you, did he? Well, no, Sion-san, I have to thank you for this. If it wasn't for you, Auntie would still have a real headache. Auntie Rong, in your line of work aren't you often harassed by customers? He Yenrong couldn't help but roll her eyes. Peach blossom eyes were similarly very enchanting and flirtatious when they rolled their white eyes, watching Li Jian's chi and blood roll over for a while. What do you mean our line of work? It's not like Auntie was ever a mechanic. But you're right, technicians are actually quite susceptible to harassment from customers. Some of the technicians in our store have even been proposed to by customers, and some old bachelors who can't find a date can easily get emotionally attached to a technician. But they all end up with empty pockets. Li Ziyan laughed. The person who was emotionally attached to the mechanic did have some brain problems. Chatting with He Yenrong, after practicing for a while in the afternoon, Li Ziyan went back to the office and clocked in, and everything went very smoothly. And Catherine hadn't laid any discipline on Li Ziyan, so obviously Aunt Lai had set the matter in motion. In the evening, Li Ziyan was studying Korean and some strange knowledge when she received a call from Lai Fei. Ever since Li Ziyan could see intelligence from the future or the recent past, there hadn't been any mistakes in that intelligence. It's the same thing today. Pup. Listening to Lai Fei's voice that seemed to be a little crazy, Li Ziyan knew that Aunt Lai had clearly come to the part of drinking too much. Li Ziyan's favorite is still Auntie Lai at this time of the year. Come to Auntie. Auntie will take you for a massage, to your Auntie Roan, and your Auntie Shin. I'm on my way. After riding a shared motorcycle to the Century Palace door, Lai Fei was already there waiting for him, and Lai Fei stood together with Shin Hongmei. Cubby, come here. In the past, Lai Fei used to call Li Jian Xiaoyanbao when she drank too much, but now the name Xiaoyanbao had obviously been abandoned by Lai Fei. Her title was already a habitual pup. Moreover, he often said that he was Li Jian's own mother. And Li Jian had long since gotten used to this wine monkey's outrageous behavior. Aunt Lai, Aunt Shin. After Shin Hongmei greeted Li Jian, her heart couldn't help but recall that day when she took the business in Li Jian. After the repressed loneliness inside my drunken self at the time exploded, did something very impulsive, which made her heart regret it. And then she had promised herself to consider the two together, and thinking about it gave her heart a headache. Cubby, you're going to have to eat Auntie's Giorgio later. Auntie wants you to eat Giorgio, and is wearing black silk exclusively today. Lai Fei's face was red, but that was because of the alcohol she had drunk. It was obviously unrealistic to think that this wine monkey would be shy, especially if Auntie Lai was drinking. The thickness of that cheek was definitely about as thick as a city wall. Thinking of the dragon fruit incident, Li Jian's heart was also a little hard. He himself had a really shallow taste of Auntie Lai's black silk. Shen Hongmei pinched Lai Fei. Just bull asterisk all day. Only then did Lai Fei pull Li Jian towards the inside of the Century Palace. Cubby, let's go find your Aunt Roan. I'll let your Aunt Roan feed you. I reckon she's wasted a lot of her stock. Waste is also waste. When they arrived inside the private room, Lai Fei went up and gave He Yenrong a hug. Hi, Rong, missed me. Your breasts are so big. I'm so envious. Just after meeting, Lai Fei made He Yenrong's face a little red. How much have you been drinking again? You crazy. You're not afraid of getting sick from drinking all day. Sayan-san, Auntie has prepared fruits for you in your place. He Yenrong had always had a rather favorable impression of Li Jian, and now she had joined their circle of 3 aunts in Shanghai by default. Thank you, Auntie. After lying down, outside the specialized foot washing of the 4 AMA technicians also walked in. To the 4 people washed their feet intended to have a foot massage. The boy, so polite. You like cubs? Then you do not even bother to feed my cubs a meal. You so much every day just give your daughter to eat all wasted. Lai Fei. When are you going to tighten up? Shin Hongmei couldn't help but say as she lay there. You're jealous, aren't you? You want to feed the pups. Just take the pups to the car. It's nice to have privacy in the car. My cubs must be lonely at heart in their youth. Li Jian. Aunt Rai really does play consistently at all times. Humph. They all say they like my pups. They don't even talk when they hear they have to feed him. I'll do it if you guys don't. Cubby, come home with Auntie at night and Auntie will let you eat your fill. Li Jian didn't dare to talk. Aunt Lai's big cakes were really drawn one after another. She was even better at drawing cakes than those unscrupulous company bosses. He Yenrong changed the subject. I really have to thank Sayan for the driving school. There's a man who's not in my driver's ed class who comes over all day to hit on me and harass me. Little Word stepped in and helped me out in a couple of words. Lai Fei's beautiful eyes widened. Cubby, how did you fix that? I just thought he might be married and was afraid of making a big deal out of it. So I said I'd beat him up if he bothered my Aunt Rong again. And he hasn't been around since. Li Jian knew that He Yenrong was not wanting Lai Fei to continue driving. Also replied cooperatively. Not bad for a mama's boy. Cub, you're great. Shin Hongmei's high and cold imperial beauty eyes were also filled with appreciation. This child's mind was indeed very meticulous. Not just smart, but insightful. And taking that Lucas program says a lot. By the way, Rong, wasn't there a college student harassing you recently? What's going on? The Shanghai 3 Aunties have a small group called Shanghai 3 Aunties. in which they often talk about some private topics in daily life. The three are so good they're basically like sisters. Well, there was a guy who harassed me, the college kid who came to our place to wash his feet. Say you like me when you see me in the bathroom and order my clock. I explained to him that I'm not a mechanic, and then he's been chasing me, sending me flowers and stuff every day, giving me a headache. Yenrong was a bit worried because of the pretty, and she had encountered a very large number of similar problems over the years. If it was a normal pretty woman, she might not have so much trouble, but her enchanting and flirtatious pretty face and peach blossom eyes, indeed it is too easy to think about. It's not that you're so Thai looking, especially with those eyes of yours. One look at a man and a man has to stand up. Every time you look at me I think you're hitting on me. I pinch you. Yenrong was also helpless, born with seductive eyes. There was nothing she could do. As several people shuffled their feet, the door was pushed open. A college student with pimples walks in, holding a bouquet consisting of 99 roses. Sister, please, go on a date with me tonight. After entering the door, he saw three stunning mature women and couldn't help but gulp a little, fantasizing in his mind if he took them all. Yenrong's heart hates this name of sister. Obviously more than 20 years of age difference is still so oily. This kind of person is generally the most unreliable, or Xiaoyan students are the most real. Get out. I'm not interested, and I'll really call the police if you bother me again. Sister, please, I really like you. Looking at the man about his own size who was still pestering him, Li Jian sat up. Dude, get out and talk. Who are you? For Li Jian, who was about the same age as himself, there was an instinctive hostility in his heart. Who do you think I am when you send flowers to my mom? It was the second time that Li Jian had said that. This gave Yenrong's heart a magical feeling. This kid, did he want to be his godson? If that's the case, it doesn't seem like a no-no. Zhang Lei went to the door and waited with some weakness. He was really afraid that Li Ziyan would hit him. It's not unusual to get beaten up for harassing someone's mom. Sayan-san, don't go out. Yenrong was a little worried that Li Ziyan would make a move. After all, young people are bloodthirsty and it's normal for them to be easily impulsive. Don't worry, Auntie Rong. I won't be impulsive. Only when she heard Li Jian say this did Yenrong let out a sigh of relief. After coming to the door, looking at Zhang Lei in front of him, Li Jian said, "Brothers, don't harass my mom in the future. That's impossible. I really like her." Zhang Lei made a guarded movement, worried that Li Ziyan would beat him up. "I know where your school is, and I know what department you're in." Li Jian took a picture of his school. "If you ever bother my mom again, I'll post it on your school's posting board and make you famous." Zhang Lei's face became very ugly. He was only greedy for Yenrong's body, but he wanted to save face even more. If he let it be known that he was pursuing a 40-something century palace momsan, where to put your own face? Don't do this. After promising Li Jian that he would never come to this place again, he turned around and left, feeling incredibly embarrassed inside. Li Jian also profoundly realized at this moment just how great the difficulties posed by a 20-year age gap really were. Worldly eyes are a particularly big obstacle. After re-entering inside the private room, Lai Fei asked curiously, "Cubby, you didn't beat him up, did you?" "No, Auntie Rong, don't worry, he won't bother you anymore." "So amazing." Yenrong's heart felt a bit incredulous. "I just told him that if he keeps this up I'll go to his school and advertise to him that he's after Auntie Rong, and he got scared off." "In that case, Sayan-san, you're so smart. Auntie owes you another favor." Yenrong's peach blossom eyes looked at Li Jian with even more appreciation, and feeling that gaze, Li Jian could always experience an illusion of deep love. Foxy girls are really born to seduce men's souls. Wrong, don't look at my cubs with such a gaze. My cubs will be heartbroken. You don't feed him. What are you doing seducing him all day? Asterisk. Q. Shen Hongmei didn't say a word and didn't know what she was thinking. In the evening, after sending Lai Fei home as before, Li Jian asked in the car, "Aunt Shen, have you been thinking about being with me lately?" "Well, there is." Shen Hongmei drove the car and chatted with Li Jian. "But you saw how scared that college kid got today when he heard you were going to tell the people at his school that he was chasing someone who could be up. The world really isn't that easy to break through. Give Auntie some time to think, okay?" Shen Hongmei wanted to stall for time. Perhaps after a while Xiaoyan's mind would not be so obsessed with being with herself. However, Shen Hongmei's heart was always worried that Lai Fei, that drunken mongrel, would seduce Li Jian, and Yenrong, that vixen, seems to admire him. What if Xiaoyan really got together with one of them? Wouldn't he be watching him go astray? Shen Hongmei hoped that Li Jian could be well, then go find a girl who is similar to him, fall in love, get married and have children, which is the right and perfect path in life. Li Jian knew that Shen Hongmei wanted to go cold turkey. Of course he didn't go and tighten Shen Hongmei. He didn't want to be counterproductive. Anyway, he has special ability, and now he is still working part-time in Aunt Shen's company. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. When he got back to the house, he had just entered the living room when a dry heat came over him, making him want to go back to the air conditioning quickly. Inside, though, he was gorgeous, because now he has 2 mini markets and 2 $2 stores. At that moment, Zhao Xumin's door opened. Xiao Yan is back. Li Jiyan hadn't returned by 10 o'clock today, causing Zhao Xumin's mind to worry if Li Jiyan had gone to find a mechanic to spend the night. She was a mature woman and knew that once a young person opens the door to a new world after, it's actually hard to control yourself. So Zhao Xumin's heart couldn't help but be a little worried that Li Jiyan would do something bad. Auntie, you're still up. Did you have a good day looking for a job? Why don't you go take a shower and talk later? Li Jiyan did feel a little hot too. Okay, Auntie, why don't you come to my house for some air conditioning? That fan tends to give you a headache if you blow on it too much. For Zhao Xumin's thriftiness, Li Jiyan has also seen it. And this woman's heart just wants to buy a house for Shang Shunqing to get married. Yeah. Li Jiyan went to the bathroom to take a shower, while Zhao Xumin went inside Li Jiyan's room with the short skirt she bought today. Some memories came flooding back, and Zhao Xumin regretted very much that she had been drinking that day, mistaking herself for a dream. After pulling open the drawer, what was inside made Zhao Xumin blush a little, especially that black silk. Let Zhao Xumin think that this would not be a serious woman to wear. The village's women who wear this thing have a lot of men. A big sister in the village even has dozens of concubines. Basically all the men in the village have had that thing with her. Let's hope I can get Saya to quit her bad habit of going to steal other people's things. Men don't shower for more than 10 minutes, and most of that time is also wasted on washing their hair. Naturally, Li Jiyan was no exception at all. After taking the towel and wiping his head to the inside of the room, after Li Jiyan looked at Zhao Xumin's proud body, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Summer does seem to be a little too dry and hot. Li Jiyan's reaction made Zhao Xumin's heart subconsciously panic a little. This child, what is he thinking? It was the last time before it was all said and done. Xiao Yan, when you said you'd listen to Auntie before, does it count? It counts. Well, Auntie bought a skirt today, so I can wear it for you. And if you want stockings and a skirt in the future you can ask Auntie for them, but don't get it anywhere else. Li Jiyan didn't bother to explain this matter to Zhao Xumin. Aunt Zhao could think whatever she liked. I know Aunt Zhou, you wear it for me. After unlocking the door, Li Jiyan stared at Zhao Xumin, wanting to see Zhao Xumin wearing a short skirt and stockings. This shrew has always dressed so old-fashioned. It's definitely very contrasting and visually striking if you wear stocking skirts. Li Jiyan's heart was quite expectant. Thinking about it, her heart was taken over by a primal heat. Okay, Winnie, why don't you turn off the lights? Zhao Xumin whispered. In this aspect, she really wasn't the same person at all as the Zhao Xumin who angrily tore into the boss's wife and the next door's aunt. In fact, she was a very traditional and shy woman, and with the lights on, she would feel especially embarrassed in her mind. It's hard to see with the lights off. Auntie Zhou, I want to see your beautiful legs. Say, there's some light coming through outside the window. Li Jiyan knew that Zhao Xumin was shy, so it didn't make things difficult for Zhao Xumin. Okay, I got it Auntie. After Li Jiyan turned off the lights, he watched Zhao Xumin change into a short skirt and stockings. Seeing Zhao Xumin's short skirt and stockings for the first time, Li Jiyan only felt his heart blaze even more. The lighting was very dim and somewhat hazy though. However, Li Jiyan could still see how seductive Zhao Xumin's slightly plump stocking legs really were. Even though Auntie Zhou was a shrew, the face and body were really nothing to write home about at all. Xiao Yan, does Auntie look good in a short skirt and stockings? Zhao Xumin's heart was a little apprehensive. In fact, she herself thought that she looked good in this stuff, but she bought this short skirt and stockings essentially to help Li Jiyan change her bad behavior. It would be bad if Li Jiyan didn't think it looked good. It's nice as hell. Auntie, I really didn't think that one day you would dress like this. If you had worn another pair of heels, it would have killed me. Li Jiyan exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. A shrew is a shrew. This body and legs and that naturally beautiful face are really fantastic. Zhao Xumin said somewhat shyly. Auntie doesn't want your life. Xiao Yan, Auntie just wants you to be at peace with yourself. Just don't go back to the bad stuff. You can have all of Auntie's stockings from now on. In the dimness, Zhao Xumin felt less embarrassed. Introverts and shy people prefer the dark mostly for this reason. I know Auntie. Saying that, Li Jiyan sat down next to Zhao Xumin and took her hand. The touch of Zhao Xumin's jade hand made Li Jiyan obsessed with the feeling of taking her hand. Auntie, you're so nice. You really hurt me, and wore a short skirt and stockings just for me. Zhao Xumin let out a hum, and the warmth coming from Li Jiyan's hand made Zhao Xumin's heart feel very embarrassed. Sayan, as long as you don't go and do those things. Auntie, can you stay with me for a while? I miss you. Auntie is your elder. I know Aunt Zhou. I remember everything we said. Okay, Auntie knows. but you can't have any extra thoughts. Auntie wears short skirts and stockings in order to correct your mistakes and keep you from going back to the mistakes you made before. You want clothes, Auntie can give them to you. Looking at Li Jiyan's drawer, Zhao Shuman said very seriously, Auntie, your hands are so soft, can I have a kiss? Xiao Yan, it's not good to be like this. Auntie is your elder. Aunt Zhou, it's just a kiss on the hand. We've all, before, no talking about what happened before, it's all in the past, okay? Auntie will just give me a kiss, I promise. Aha. Zhao Shuman raised her hand, and Li Jiyan gently kissed it. The warm feeling with a slight wetness came from her hand, which made the dryness in Zhao Shuman's heart seem like it was being slowly opened. Auntie Zhou, your hands are so white and smell so good. Leaning on Zhao Shuman's shoulder, Li Jiyan admired the scenery in front of him. Zhao Shuman subconsciously wanted to push Li Jiyan away, but after thinking that the boy hadn't done anything excessive, she let Li Jiyan have her way, the latecomer leaning on the elder's shoulder. In fact, it is quite normal. This child is not easy to live alone in Shanghai. Sometimes want to find a shoulder to lean on is actually nothing. This is normal, Zhao Shuman said inwardly. Li Jiyan gently sniffed Zhao Shuman's hair. His heart especially loved the fact that his aunt's hair all smelled really good and was so lush. The same goes for Sukmin Cho, who has thick hair. Xiao Yan, you're pressing on Auntie's hair. Ouch, Auntie, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. After getting up from Zhao Shuman's shoulder, Li Jiyan continued, Auntie, can I touch your legs? No, just a touch. Auntie, I haven't felt stockings since you wore them. I've actually never felt a woman's stockings on my legs before. Will you just let me feel it? Li Jiyan's words made Zhao Shuman feel a bit sorry for Li Jiyan. It's precisely because this kid hasn't had a girlfriend that he goes out and does those things, I guess, and it's pretty pathetic to hear. Xiao Yan, tell Auntie honestly, have you been out looking for a mechanic? No, Auntie, I swear I didn't go to the mechanic. To the technician, Li Jiyan was really not interested. Mia had taken the initiative to become that way. Li Jiyan didn't even have any interest in it. It was a psychological rejection. That's good. Sion, Auntie explained that you must stay away from those technicians. All those women probably have viruses in them, and if you go and get close to those people too often, you might get sick. There are some diseases once you catch them, that's following for life. I know, Auntie. I'll do whatever you say. Auntie loves me the most and treats me the best. Li Jiyan's words coaxed Zhao Shuman to be very happy. Aunt, can I touch your legs now? I want to touch stockinged legs so bad. Just once. Well, you said, for once, to listen to your aunt. After Li Jiyan got Zhao Shuman's permission, gently, he placed his hand on Zhao Shuman's stockinged leg. The touch of the stockings made Li Jiyan close his eyes, and at the moment he felt like heaven. Sure enough, once a woman puts on black silk, femininity is instantly multiplied. Sion, is it done yet? After 10 minutes or so, Zhao Shuman felt that she should be able to go back. Auntie will leave the stockings for you. When Zhao Shuman wanted to get up, she was pulled back by Li Jiyan. Aunt, I want to kiss you, okay? No, this is too much. You said you'd listen to your aunt, but you can't go overboard again. Aunt, I'll help you arrange a good matchmaking object. Is Aunt's mother's family cousin niece? The little girl is particularly honest. Later to you as a daughter-in-law certainly can let you live a particularly happy. Li Jiyan didn't expect that Zhao Shuman would even open up a blind date for him. Auntie, I don't want a blind date. Pulling Zhao Shuman's hand, Li Jiyan hugged Zhao Shuman, which made Zhao Shuman's tone of voice soften a little. Xiao Yan, Auntie has to go back to rest. This stocking is for you. Auntie, you might as well wear these stockings. Auntie has to get back. Woo. The next second, Zhao Shuman was being kissed by Li Jiyan. Hugging Zhao Shuman, Li Jiyan and Zhao Shuman's hug seemed to fit perfectly. After letting Zhao Shuman lie down on the pillow, the four eyes of the two of them were facing each other. Zhao Shuman was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. She felt around in her hand and touched what was left over from what Li Jiyan had used, and Li Jiyan had bought a whole box of it. Trying to run out of the obvious didn't work out so fast. The sight inside the room was very dim, but Li Jiyan was able to see some less clear views after all. After a long time, Li Jiyan looked at the angry Zhao Shuman. He felt a little impulsive. Retaking Zhao Shuman's hand, Li Jiyan said, I'm sorry, Auntie, I didn't mean it. You said you'd listen to Auntie before, and then you didn't. Auntie, I'm sorry, you're the one who looks so pretty, and so feminine in a stocking skirt. That's why I didn't hold back. It's all my fault. Auntie, I'm sorry, you mustn't be angry. I promise I'll never do it again. Pulling Zhao Shuman's jade hand, Li Jiyan felt that she was really angry. End of chapter. Chapter 67 High Heels, a new quest rewarding a pool hall. Zhao Shuman's heart did feel a little hard. I didn't expect that it would happen again with Li Jiyan. The point is, Xiao Yan is young and didn't hold back even though he had even half-heartedly agreed, and was even very cooperative. which made Zhao Shumin's heart feel ashamed, and felt that her elder's face was a bit untenable. Looking at the non-speaking Zhao Shumin, Li Ziyan gently hugged her from behind. Zhao Shumin gently removed Li Ziyan's hand and said, "Xiao Yan, you can't do that again. It's the last time, okay? If you're still like this, Auntie is really angry with you," Li Ziyan immediately assured. "I know, Auntie, just don't worry. Something like this will never happen again." After receiving Li Ziyan's assurance, it was only then that Jo Sukmin let out a soft hum. Afterwards, she took off her stockings, a scene that made Li Ziyan look at her with some fascination. The only regret was that the lighting was rather dim right now, so Li Ziyan couldn't appreciate Aunt Zhao's snow-white legs, but now that he and Aunt Zhao's relationship had come to this point, so nothing matters. "Okay, this is from Auntie." After putting the stockings down, Zhao Shumin left Li Ziyan's room. At this time her heart was really ashamed to the extreme. How did things turn out like this again? After returning to the room from the dead end of the surveillance, Zhao Shumin, who had turned on the fan, tried to cool down her face, but that feeling of being hot inside and out, so that Zhao Shumin was never able to calm down. This should never happen again. Looking at her beautiful legs under her short skirt, that shy feeling also continued to spread, making Zhao Shumin toss and turn. In the early hours of the morning, the intelligence information was also refreshed on time. Go to this lottery store and buy this stack of scratch-offs for a profit of $330. Li Ziyan didn't mind it at all. Even if he could only earn 100 he would still run over there. Anyway, now his job is to touch the fish. 100 is enough for 2 days of food. Jo Sukmin's period is here. Jo Sukmin's ex-husband will come to her door this afternoon to ask Jo Sukmin to remarry. The third message made Li Ziyan completely freeze. How did Zhao Shumin's ex-husband know that Zhao Shumin was here? Hadn't the two been divorced for many years? And he felt that this matter might have something to do with Zhao Shumin. The shrew. Catherine the Ocean Horse is going to call you into her office to personally embarrass you because of the unsuccessful performance deductions. What if Fei Lai's random positions in a stock has risen so much in recent days that she's made $700,000? Li Ziyan swallowed his saliva. 700,000. A face of ordinary people stealing Mercedes-Benz is only $500,000. And Lai this casual position in a stock has earned 700,000. This wine mongoose really lives up to the koi. New mission released. Please protect Jo Sukmin. Mission reward, a billiard hall operated automatically by the system. Remarks, minimum income of $1 per month. I've got 5 stores if you count this one. I don't know how much it will be when we settle up at the end of the month. For this, Li Ziyan's heart was beyond expectation. Go to sleep first. Obviously I'll have to stay with Aunt Jo for the afternoon. Li Ziyan knew how unfortunate Zhao Shumin's childhood and youth had been, basically being domestically abused. It was the fear of being bullied that forced her to become such a complete shrew, and her boss is scheming against her, even trying to force something. More than anything, it shows that something is right with Splash. Her body do not know how many people secretly salivating. Not true, some really will be others give hands to take advantage. And through the tender moments with Jo Sukmin, Li Ziyan also saw Jo Sukmin's true colors. She really is a very gentle woman. After getting on better terms with myself, and with myself all the time. Of course, to outsiders Aunt Jo was still the same real shrew. It hadn't changed at all. And if anyone tried to plot against Auntie Jo, they would definitely be torn apart by her. The next day, Li Ziyan, who got up, saw the stockings placed on her bed, and was somewhat helpless in her heart. One seems to have quite a few stockings in one's house now. There's Aunt Shin's Valentino, 2 pairs of flesh-colored stockings. There was also the black silk that Aunt Lai had said she'd rewarded herself with when she'd gotten drunk that time. And now there were even more stockings from Zhao Shumin, who'd never worn stockings before. How do you make it sound like you're one of those people, when you don't even have the slightest thing to do with such a person? When she came out of the bathroom, Li Ziyan saw Zhao Shumin carrying the meal into her room. Words, dinner. Following Zhao Shumin into the house, Li Ziyan noticed that Zhao Shumin was indeed a bit different from usual. He knew that it was because Zhao Shumin's relatives had come. Xiao Yan, eat more, you can't be tired at work. After sitting down, Zhao Shumin couldn't help but look at the stockings on the bed. After her face slightly started to burn, Zhao Shumin forced herself to be calm. But the events of last night still kept coming back from Zhao Shumin's mind. Auntie made you eggplant with minced meat today. Try it. Auntie Jo, you cook and make everything delicious. You're a sweet talker, kid. Zhao Shumin touched Li Ziyan's head. Shoyan, what happened yesterday? We all agreed that it can never happen again. From now on, you should listen to your aunt well. I've left the stockings for you too, so you can't go out and steal anything. And you can't do that with Auntie anymore. She's really pissed off about yesterday. Don't worry, Auntie, I know. Li Ziyan knew that some things could not be rushed. As long as there was an opportunity, Zhao Shumin would still be unable to hold herself. And these last few days have been really nourishing on their own. Good. Xiao Yan, you have to listen to Auntie well. Auntie really does it all for your own good. Auntie is old enough to be your mother. Don't ever waste your time with her again. Zhao Shuman educated Li Jiyan, and Li Jiyan was all in agreement. After a while, Li Jiyan said tentatively, Aunt Zhao, have you ever thought about wearing high heels? Actually, I'd like to see you in heels. Zhao Shumin's face once again became a little hot. Didn't Auntie say not to put any thought into Auntie? Aunt Zhou, but don't you still have to give me clothes? Zhao Shuman felt that Li Ziyan was right, and that she did have to help Li Jiyan correct his bad habits. Auntie isn't all wearing stockings. The dress is for you too. At this moment, Zhao Shumin's mind remembered the pair of high heels inside Li Jiyan's drawer. He seemed to be very fond of this pair of high heels. Auntie, I think wearing high heels is feminine. Pair stockings with heels to maximize glamour. You could do a better job of helping me right my wrongs if you wore heels. Auntie, when the time comes, I'll take a picture of you and store it inside my cell phone. End of chapter. Chapter 68, The Humiliation of Workplace Bullies. Hearing Li Jiyan's words, Zhao Shumin's face turned even redder. Ever since something happened with Li Jiyan, Zhao Shumin felt that she and Li Jiyan could not go back to the simple elder and junior relationship that they used to have. What are you taking pictures for? Useful. Aunt Zhou, if you want to help me right my wrongs, I think this is the best way to do it. Well, Auntie went out today to see if there were any nice heels, but Auntie can only wear it to take a picture of you. If it was to wear it at home to show Li Jiyan, then it was still acceptable. Good, Auntie, thank you, you really hurt me. Well, don't get any ideas in the future. After Li Jiyan left for breakfast, Zhao Shuman was in the kitchen scrubbing the dishes, feeling a headache in her heart about Li Jiyan's problem. And the thing that caused her the most headache was still every time she stayed with Li Jiyan. There was a feeling of uncontrollable dryness inside all of them. Being in her 40s, was she such a prodigal woman at heart? But can I really wear something like high heels? Zhao Shuman thought inwardly. After arriving at the company and punching in, Li Jiyan went to her workstation as usual to get ready for the day. He has no intention of continuing to run his business these days. Just find a place to touch the fish after you cash in at the lottery later. Fellow colleague Wang Ye didn't move and sat beside Li Jiyan. Xiao Yan, you're still really good. Originally, Sis thought you were going to pack up and leave. Wang Ye's voice was also a little marveled. Offending the son of the great ocean horse and still being able to be safe and sound inside the company. This was indeed a little powerful. Still, you have to be careful. This Catherine is notoriously careful. No one in the entire company dares to offend her. And again, she's very spoiled with her son. I think Catherine is likely to come after you next. Don't worry, Sister Wang. It's fine. As the two chatted, Lu Jinxin walked over. President Catherine wants you in her office. His voice was filled with gloating. This damned Li Jiyan, who didn't know the heights of heaven, offended Catherine to death in the company and still wanted to be good? Li Jiyan didn't take it seriously and walked into Catherine's office. Today Catherine was wearing a blue shirt with a very impressive top. The ocean horse can say it deserves it. Underneath was a wraparound skirt with black stockings and a pair of black, red-soled high heels. Ever since she had fallen in love with mature women, Li Jiyan had no way of resisting such professional attire. Li Jiyan, sit. Catherine greeted Li Jiyan and sat down. Li Jiyan knew that Catherine was trying to make things difficult for him, so at this moment, he was also careful, worrying about catching Catherine's way. This woman is really trying to clean up her act. Li Jiyan, press my feet. After leisurely sitting beside Li Jiyan, Catherine intended to humiliate Li Jiyan. No one had ever dared to be so disrespectful in the company before. Catherine felt like letting Li Jiyan, a man, press her feet. It was an utter humiliation for him. Doing this on your own can deal a blow to Li Jiyan's spirit. Li Jiyan had thought that Catherine would make herself do something to embarrass herself, but she didn't realize that she was asking her to help her press her feet. Thinking about it, Li Jiyan's heart couldn't help but feel a little magical. This woman, however, is a great insult to herself. One is not interested, but one's life is so troubled. In order to survive in the company and not lose the job, he had to sacrifice himself and go and help Catherine with her foot presses. What? You don't want to? Seeing Li Jiyan resisting, Catherine's heart felt comfortable. It looked like she had touched Li Jiyan's self-esteem. Wasn't this exactly the effect he wanted? To ruthlessly humiliate Li Jiyan's self-esteem. If you want to lose this job then you leave now, Ioma said chestily. Okay. Li Jiyan gently picked up one of Catherine's high heels. Then after gently removing the high heels, it revealed Catherine's black silk feet. The white man's in charge is not quite the same as the aunt's, and has a different texture. And Catherine was a very delicate woman. Her beautiful legs smelled of incense, and Li Jiyan could see the pink nails that Catherine had done. Not bad, Li Jiyan. If you want to be obedient in my company, give me a good massage and listen to me. Otherwise I'll be sure to fire you even if someone helps you. Not being able to fire Li Jiyan before made Catherine's heart a bit upset. and looking at Li Jian holding his feet, Catherine's heart was finally balanced. Li Jian helped Catherine massage her black silk jade feet, and in his mind, he thought of the time when he gave Aunt Shan a massage. I have to say, the color of Ioma's skin just isn't quite the same as that of her aunt's. The flavor of the blonde, blue-eyed ocean horse in front of her was two styles completely different from that of an oriental woman. All the same, though, Catherine's black silk feet were incredibly soft and made for a lingering sensation. After a while, he looked at Li Jian who was constantly helping to massage himself. Catherine didn't think this humiliation was enough. She decides to do some real workplace bullying on Li Jian. After bringing her other foot up as well, Catherine stomped on Li Jian's leg with her red-soled high-heeled shoe, degrading him. However, Catherine always felt as if Li Jian was enjoying herself. He's not even mad at himself for insulting him so much, but after thinking about it, Catherine felt that Li Jian should just be holding back for her job. Li Jian, I want you to press my feet often from now on, and polish my heels. If you don't do a good job, you won't be able to work for this company in the future. Catherine continued to be a workplace bully to Li Jian who didn't say a word, just helped Catherine with her massage look. On the other hand, it was so satisfying to Catherine that she decided that she would often bully Li Jian in the office in the future and make him rub his hands on her high heels. He himself was going to keep letting Li Jian be a wimp in front of him, only able to hold his feet and live a life of endless humiliation. In the afternoon, Li Jian looked at about the same time to go back home. Forget about it, Jo Sukmin's ex-husband should be here too. Li Jian knows that he should help Aunt Zhao. Absolutely can't let Aunt Zhao be bullied by this person. While riding on the road, Li Jian thought of the movie and television productions she had seen before. End of chapter. Chapter 69. Auntie Zhao's rolling pin chases aggressive ex-husband away. Catherine shouldn't have much hair, he thought. With strange things on her mind, Li Jian returned home. Soon Zhao Shumen's ex-husband will come, so he must help Aunt Zhao himself to be able to do so. After returning home, Li Jian came to Zhao Shumen's door to look and found that Zhao Shumen was not at home and should have gone out to look for a job. He didn't rush either, and quietly waited for Zhao Shumen to come home. When he got to the house and turned on the air conditioning, Li Jian remembered what Catherine had just asked him to massage. This woman, who was really humiliating her character, even thought of letting herself massage her black silk jade feet all day, and tried to step on herself with her high heels. At the rate this trend was going, wouldn't Catherine have to just let herself lick her feet in the future? That's not the way you are yourself. This big Yankee horse wouldn't have done it herself if she had actually asked herself to lick her feet. As he waited in silence, the outer door was opened. Li Jian knew that it was Zhao Shumen who had come back. The tattooed male couple basically didn't come back until midnight, went out at noon, and basically weren't at home during the day. What they were doing Li Jian didn't know. Aunt Zhao, opening the door to her room, Li Jian called out to Aunt Zhao. This gave Zhao Shumen a warm feeling in her heart. In this city, it wasn't just her who gave Li Jian warmth. Li Jian was likewise making Zhao Shumen feel a lot of warmth. Xiao Yan, why did you come back at this time? At this moment, Zhao Shumen's heart inexplicably had a feeling of panic. What was Xiao Yan trying to do by looking for herself? It couldn't be that he couldn't help himself, but he had to be very firm about it. No matter what, we can't let Xiao Yan go further down the wrong path. Thinking about it, Zhao Shumen's heart was firm. There wasn't much work during the afternoon today, and I'm done with my KPIs for the month, so I'm going home to stay. Blow on the air conditioning. Aunt Zhou, come to my house too. Aha. Zhao Shumen went directly inside Li Jian's room. After sitting down, looking at the fine sweat on Zhao Shumen's face, Li Jian's heart's feelings towards Zhao Shumen became even more complicated. This woman is really quite difficult. Although she is a shrew, she is actually a person who listens to reason. Otherwise Aunt Lai wouldn't have let Zhao Shumen stay in the first place. Aunt Zhou, have some yogurt. Li Jian took a bottle of Tresor and handed it to Zhao Shumen. Sitting with Li Jian, Zhao Shumen's heart had a feeling of uncontrollable nervousness. She always had a feeling as if Li Jian would rush up and hug herself at any moment, and then make excessive demands on themselves as it were. Aunt Zhou, you smell so good. After sitting with Zhao Shumen and smelling the fragrance of Zhao Shumen's body, Li Jian said from the bottom of his heart. His heart really liked the feeling of being alone inside the room with Zhao Shumen. Xiao Yan, if you keep this up Auntie will leave. Zhao Shumen's heart was really a bit worried that Li Ziyan would not be able to control his impulses again, so he instantly drank to Li Ziyan, trying to make him quiet down. Auntie, don't go. I'm just complimenting you from the bottom of my heart, nothing else. Taking Zhao Shumen's hand, Li Ziyan said softly, by the way, Auntie, did you buy the heels? And say, Auntie, isn't this business? I'm still waiting for you to take pictures after you put on your high-heeled stockings. Zhao Shumen's face turned a little red and wanted to say that Li Jian was immodest, but thinking about it seems like the right thing to do. Since he had decided to help Xiao Yan change his habits, he was going to help to the end. The fact that Sion let himself wear high heels shows that he still sees himself as a woman in his heart. Auntie forgot about it while she was out today. I'll be sure to buy it back for you in the next couple of days to wear for your pictures. But Xiao Yan, you have to keep your word. Well, Auntie, don't worry. I'm sure I'll keep my word. The two of them sat and chatted together, and Li Jiyan didn't continue Zhao Shuman, who had so many things piled up on her body lately, and Li Jiyan knew that he definitely had a chance. After half an hour or so, there was a knock at the door, and it continued. Zhao Shuman did not think that much, thinking that it might be her son who had returned. When Shang Shunqing and Lu Yan were evicted last time, the key was also taken away, but after going out of the house, Jo Sukmin sees the presence of her nightmare. Her own ex-husband is looking out of the window at the inside, with four eyes facing each other. The memories of being beaten came flooding back, and Zhao Shuman instinctively began to tremble. After running towards her room, she unlocked the door. Jo Sukmin, open the door. I see you. Shan Yunsheng cursed loudly. At the moment his voice was filled with excitement inside. Sure enough, what his son said was true. Now Jo Sukmin lives in this place. He could come after her himself. He could have this beautiful over-the-top wife again. And it gave him a rush of excitement to think that he could continue to indulge every night. At one time Shang Yunqing's family was also very rich, which is why he was able to marry Zhao Shuman, a beauty billet. After telling Zhao Shuman to marry home, he often beat Zhao Shuman, which has become a habit. Later on, after meeting a mistress who likes to wear stockings and heels and makeup, his soul was seduced by the mistress. Over the years Shang Yunsheng has lived a life of profligacy every day, spending more than $30,000 every month. Although it's nothing to the really rich, but his family wasn't much thicker in the first place, plus the current economic situation is bad. The family store kept closing down as well. Eventually, he went broke and the mistress left him instantly to be with a 30-year-old gigolo, and his son, surprisingly, is not his own. Shang Yunsheng, who came to the door, was also beaten up, and the other party was an outlaw. Shang Yunsheng was originally a bully. Naturally he did not dare to entangle with the other side, and finally could only leave in disgrace. After that, he's back on Jo Sukmin's case. Over the years, he also slowly came back to his senses. He looked for the junior is actually ugly, but is dressed in a Thai way, and spend a lot of work. It was myself who was so obsessed with Junior in the first place. Now that I think about it I am simply blinded by pork. My own wife has an F-top and I domestic abuse her all day long. Instead, they're loving on an ugly-looking mistress? After associating it with the appearance of Zhao Shuman that he had just seen, his heart even more regret. At the same time Shang Yunsheng also have a kind of hormone explosion feeling. His own wife is beautiful to such a point. Later open the door, he must have a good discharge of fire before. Open the door. Honey, I miss you. I know it's wrong, and I realize now that you are the best woman in the world. Shang Yunsheng shouted, his voice making Zhao Shuman inside the room feel terrified. Shang Yunsheng's mind made plans for the next step. After Zhao Shuman opens the door, she goes to her room to have a good vent afterward, and then asks her to remarry with herself and give all the money to herself for safekeeping. The $200,000 of online loans he owed would be paid back, and the repayment date was not far away, so he had to take it as soon as possible. Through Shang Xuanqing's chat, Shang Yunsheng knew that Zhao Shuman now probably had more than 500,000 or even 700,000 or 800,000 in savings, which all belonged to him as well. Honey, let's remarry. I'm here to live with you. Open the door quickly. Zhao Shuman shouted. Hurry up and leave. I don't want to see you again. We divorced a long time ago and have nothing to do with each other. Pain spread in Zhao Shumin's heart. Her heart really hated Shang Yunsheng in particular. The painful memories of her childhood and youth kept coming, making Zhao Shuman feel very tired. Who says we don't have a relationship anymore? Open the door. Back then I gave your father a $200,000 dowry to buy you home. Open the door. I have my account book with me. Let's go remarry. Li Jiyan came into the living room. He couldn't help it at the moment. Li Jiyan knew clearly that Auntie Zhao was very helpless right now. One had to help her in order to do so. What Auntie Zhou needed at this time was security and confidence, and at times like this one definitely had to stand up for herself. Otherwise, he didn't know how much fear he would bring to Aunt Zhou. Li Jiyan looked at Zhao Shuman and scolded. Old thing, what are you barking at? My Auntie Chiu said she doesn't want to see you. Get lost. This scolding, Shang Yunsheng was a bit confused. He had felt that he could do whatever he wanted to do when he came here. In his mind, Zhao Shuman was just a woman who could be taken at will. Unexpectedly, a young man suddenly killed out to scold him. You come out here. What the are you? Daring to meddle in my business. Li Jiyan directly opened the door to the room. Ever since his body had appeared with supernatural abilities, Li Jiyan's reaction was getting faster and faster, and when he fought with others, he had the feeling of a cat watching a mouse. Everyone else's movements were slow in his eyes, and he didn't wimp out even with a weapon. To put it simply, Li Ziyan is very capable of fighting. After the door opened, Shan Yunsheng fell into embarrassment. When he was young, he did like to fight every day, and at that time, he usually lost money. But the demand for mistresses has been so high over the years that it's been gutting him. Plus it was also true that he was getting older, and the aspect of fighting, and young people against each other was obviously no longer able to do so. Most of all, it used to be because of the money. That's why there are always some fox friends around Shan Yunsheng. When it comes to fighting there is usually a group strategy. After running out of money, he was left alone, and he gradually began to wimp out. After hearing Li Ziyan open the door, Zhao Shuman rushed out and went to the kitchen to get the rolling pin. She stopped in front of Li Ziyan. "Get out, or I'll beat you to death with a rolling pin." Zhao Shuman stared at Shan Yunsheng somewhat fiercely. For this man, Zhao Shuman's heart really hated him to the extreme. Although she was afraid of him in her heart, Zhao Shuman still stopped in front of Li Ziyan. "I don't want Li Ziyan to get hurt." Zhao Shuman's kind of holding the rolling pin touched Li Ziyan's heart. This woman is a shrew, but after getting on good terms with her, every time she stops herself to protect herself, it's like protecting your children. This scene, in Shan Yunsheng looks a little ridiculous. In his heart, subconsciously Zhao Shuman is his slave. She can beat herself up as much as she wants, and she has to do whatever she's told to do. But now, she had the audacity to hold a rolling pin against herself? If he didn't dare to fight this young man, did he still not dare to beat Zhao Shuman? "Honey, you're still as beautiful and sexy as you were over 10 years ago. Those boobs are bigger and shapelier than ever. I'm serious about wanting to remarry you, so take the account book. Let's go remarry, and I promise I'll never hit you again. Get out." Zhao Shuman shouted somewhat hysterically, her voice literally filled with anger. To Shan Yunsheng, the hatred in her heart was really deep. Asterisk 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 in. "Gave you face didn't I? CNMs haven't forgotten what a position they're in. Get out." Li Ziyan pointed at Shan Yunsheng and cursed. "This is our family business. What are you doing meddling with it here, dog? I'll kill you." Shan Yunsheng slapped at Zhao Shuman's face, but Zhao Shuman is no longer the young woman who was once raped from childhood to adulthood, and she viciously smashed a rolling pin against Shan Yunsheng's hand. "Roll. Get out." Shan Yunsheng, who had originally felt that he could beat Zhao Shuman into submission, also felt a sharp pain in his heart at this moment. Zhao Shuman's rolling pin is solid and kills when it swung. Shan Yunsheng's arms were turning blue. Zhao Shuman smashed up at Shan Yunsheng's body without relenting. "For your face, you stinking." Angry Shan Yunsheng wanted to beat Zhao Shuman, but the rolling pin constantly hit his body, so that he could not bear the pain to turn and run away. And even the most capable person facing the rolling pin could not carry the bludgeoning damage. Not to mention that Shan Yunsheng was just an ordinary person. He also never expected that Zhao Shuman, who used to be contrary and would only shed tears, would now become so powerful. It's better to hit yourself so hard with a rolling pin that you run away first. "Bitch, you wait. I'll haunt you. I'll always haunt you. If you don't remarry me, I'll leave you without a job and I'll make it impossible for you to rent an apartment. I'm gonna keep haunting you." While cursing angrily, Shan Yunsheng ran towards the downstairs. His heart was also afraid of Li Ziyan joining the melee of the group beating. After driving Shan Yunsheng away, Zhao Shuman slowly returned to her room. After throwing his rolling pin on the floor, he cried out in pain. "Who is he to bully me? We were divorced a long time ago. Why should we remarry?" While saying that, Zhao Shuman's aggravation came up, and her tears kept on falling down towards. Li Ziyan sat down next to Zhao Shuman. "Auntie Zhao, it's okay, I'm here with you, don't be afraid, he won't dare to do anything." Listening to Li Ziyan's comforting words, Zhao Shuman took the initiative to hug Li Ziyan. Amidst the blazing temperature, Li Ziyan also backhanded Zhao Shuman, and the two of them pressed tightly together. Gradually, Zhao Shuman's face reddened a bit. "Auntie Zhao, it's okay, don't be sad, I'm here with you." Looking at Zhao Shuman's red lips, Li Ziyan gently moved over. Zhao Shuman had the feeling that she would kiss Li Ziyan as soon as she spoke. This made Zhao Shuman's heart very embarrassed. "Well, Aunt Zhou." At this moment, Li Ziyan's voice trembled a bit as he spoke, and then he couldn't control himself to kiss up to Zhao Shuman's lips. "Auntie Zhou, your mouth smells so good." End of chapter. Chapter 70, the feeling of being at home with Auntie Zhao. Li Ziyan, who owns 5 stores. Zhao Shuman was originally sad in her heart. All she wanted to do was cuddle with Li Ziyan, but what she didn't expect was this. Li Ziyan kissed directly, with the blazing heat now, and the fact that there wasn't even a fan on in the house. There was a fine sweat on both of them. This made Zhao Shuman feel even more of a rush of heat. It was a feeling that was utterly and completely blazing from the inside out. "Xiao Yan, we can't do this." No, but Li Ziyan had kissed Zhao Shuman, so how could he let go of such an opportunity to make out with Zhao Shuman properly? Although Zhao Shuman had never been worthy of peace, Li Ziyan was still very insistent. Eventually, Zhao Shumin's heart defense also collapsed. Forget it. It's just a kiss. It's really nothing. After wrapping her arms around Li Ziyan's waist, the two of them hugged each other tightly in the blazing summer heat and kissed constantly. After a long time, when Li Ziyan had other thoughts, but she was pushed away by Zhao Shuman. In fact, Zhao Shumin's rationality still had a tendency to collapse, but nay, she did have an extra relative on her now. It wasn't convenient at all, and Zhao Shumin's heart had always felt that her affair with Li Ziyan was a mistake. One should have stopped this from going forward. Xiao Yan, calm down a bit. Auntie can't let you keep making mistakes. Afterwards, Zhao Shuman touched Li Ziyan's head. That look was exactly like an elder teaching a child. Zhou Sukman had that loving look in her eyes. It made Li Ziyan's desire dissipate in a lot without him realizing it. It was as if she really did think of herself as a child in her mind. And it was also true that the current Zhao Shuman was inconvenient, so he should tighten up a bit. With Shang Yunxing this in the picture, he has plenty of opportunities for himself. I know Aunt Zhou. Zhao Shuman was so relieved that she gently wrapped Li Ziyan in her arms. That's Auntie's good boy. For her part, Li Ziyan gently buried her head in Zhao Shumin's chest, feeling the cozy moments of the moment. Auntie, it's better to go to my room. My room is cooler. It's too hot in here. Well, in Li Ziyan's room, he was learning knowledge online while chatting with Zhao Shuman. At this moment, Li Ziyan, who had received the system mission and owned 5 stores, was full of confidence in the future. It's a very small store, but it's all guaranteed to be profitable. 5 stores is definitely a very good income. Looking at Li Ziyan, who studied seriously and was so motivated, Zhao Shumin's heart couldn't help but feel some emotion and envy. If only Li Ziyan was his own son. The kid, really, is good at everything, except for the overly hormonal thing, but it's still flawed. If I had such a good son, I don't know how happy I would be in this life. Xiao Yan, Auntie's days will definitely not be peaceful for the rest of her life. In the future, Auntie may live in a different city. There was some fear in Zhao Shumin's tone. With regard to Shang Yunsheng, Zhao Shuman already had a considerable shadow in her heart. When Li Ziyan heard Zhao Shuman say that, a very strong feeling of reluctance rose in her heart. He really didn't want Zhao Shuman to go at all. Aunt Zhou, don't go. I'll miss you if you go. People in middle age just get sentimental. And Li Ziyan's words caused Zhao Shumin's eyes to glaze over a bit again. Don't worry, isn't there a phone in WeChat now? It's easy to contact. It's not like you won't see your aunt for the rest of your life. Aunt Zhou, take it easy. It's the rule of law now, and there are cameras everywhere. That Shang Yunxing wouldn't dare to do just anything. Didn't you beat him away today as well? If you have to go, wait until you have to. Actually, things don't have to be as bad as we think they are, right? Zhao Shuman hummed. Okay, Auntie is all yours. Auntie, don't you find it strange that Shang Yunxing came here this time? Li Ziyan reminded up Zhao Shuman. It was only then that Zhao Shuman remembered that she and Shang Yunxing had long since broken off contact and hadn't seen each other for many years. No relatives or friends know where they live in Shanghai. After all, he and his father and his brother are enemies who do not share the same fate. How on earth did Shang Yunxing know his address? Could it be his own son? Thinking of this, Zhao Shumin's heart became very heavy. Li Ziyan also did not continue to say. He knows that Shang Shunxing this has betrayed Zhao Shuman. In the end, this mother and son duo must be to go to a path of rupture. And this path was Li Ziyan's favorite. After a while, Zhao Shuman went back to her room and brought over a needle and thread and did needlework. Li Ziyan studied there, and the room felt like home. The next time as usual, Li Ziyan arrived at the company and clocked out. Zhao Shuman also prepared a nice dinner for him today. At night, Li Ziyan lay in the bedroom looking at the latex paint painted on the bed waiting for the midnight intelligence refresh. And in his heart, he thought a little into Fifi. Soon, midnight came and went, and the new intel was refreshed right on time. Go to this lottery store and buy this stack of scratchers for a profit of $1,000. Today's wild scratchers had a reward of 1,000, which also made Li Ziyan somewhat happy. Shen Hongmei drank some wine today and missed you in her heart. This news made Li Ziyan's heart feel a burst of joy. Deep down Anshan still had feelings for herself. Otherwise Anshan wouldn't have taken the initiative to become that way last time. Today He Yanrong will talk to her daughter about weaning. Both Lu Changsheng and his wife Lu Guifan have ended their detention. Lu Guifan thinks it was Zhao Shuman who seduced his wife, so she's planning to pull banners outside the neighborhood and get someone to use a loudspeaker to shout that Zhao Shuman is a mistress and shameless. This news makes Li Ziyan some fire is very big. It seems that Aunt Zhao last time to tear the boss's wife or tear too light off, should be on the boss's wife to tear to see the black is. But it was also obvious to her that times had changed. Relying on such low-level tactics as door-to-door beatings, the only thing that will greet her is to be sent to the police station. And if the matter becomes serious, or if she injures someone, she will also be sentenced to jail. That's why Lu Guifan changed her strategy. It's quite a headache to think about though. The boss's wife has adopted a gigolo who works as a trainer at the gym. Tomorrow at noon, the two men will communicate in the field at the following address. Li Jiyan. New mission issued. Please take a video of the boss's wife in the wild and show it to Lu Changsheng. Mission reward, a small formal foot spa. Remarks, profit of at least $1 per month. At this time his heart is not panicked at all. This Lu Guifanon handle even dare to come out to jump. This time he can pack her well. And Li Jiyan, who is about to become the owner of the 6th store, is even more excited. After lying down, Li Jiyan felt a bit parched. He always felt that he should go and do something. Otherwise it seemed like there was a feeling that something was missing. Thinking of this, Li Jiyan gently opened the door and got up to Zhao Shumin's door. "Aunt." His voice was a whisper, but it made Zhao Shumin's heart beat faster. Inside this house, after all, it was not only her and Li Jiyan who were sharing a room. There were other people, and how embarrassing it would be to be discovered that Xiao Yan was knocking on her door in the middle of the night. "What's wrong, Winnie? Is there anything you want to see your aunt about at this late hour?" "Auntie, I can't sleep alone. During the nighttime I want to sleep with you, okay?" "What?" Zhao Shumin's breath got a little hot, not expecting Li Jiyan to make such a request. "Xiao Yan, how old are you and you still want to sleep with your aunt?" End of chapter. Chapter 71 Needlework. When she thought that Li Jiyan was going to sleep with her, Zhao Shumin's insides felt a burning sensation. It was as if the blood was a little hotter. This kid, he's almost 21 and he's still making such demands. "Auntie Zhao, I can't sleep. I want to sleep with you, okay? I promise, I won't do anything excessive." Zhao Shumin's face was getting hotter and hotter. "No, Xiao Yan, you promised Auntie before that you would listen to her and everything, and you can't do anything excessive anymore. We can't keep making mistakes. Aunt Zhou, I really just want to sleep with you. Nothing else. I can't sleep." Zhou Sukman was afraid that the tattooed couple would hear. After struggling for a while, she still opened the door to the room and let Li Jiyan in. "Well, Sayan, you can sleep with Auntie, but it has to be honest. No more thinking about extra things, okay?" "I know, Aunt Zhou," Li Jiyan assured him and then sat down on Zhao Shumin's bed. There was only a thin sheet on Zhao Shumin's bed, because she didn't bother to turn on the air conditioner, so Zhao Shumin couldn't use something like a quilt in the summer. "Wait a moment while Auntie makes her bed. You have to be honest and listen to your aunt, or else she really won't be with you anymore." Zhao Shumin turned on the air conditioner. This action made Li Jiyan feel surprised and at the same time somewhat touched. Aunt Zhao was indeed very stingy and frugal, but after she came over, Auntie Zhao still took the initiative to turn on the air conditioner, fearing that she would not be able to sleep comfortably. "Xiao Yan, did you turn off the air conditioner in your room? If not, go and turn it off. It's easy to earn money now. I'm going to turn it off." Li Jiyan wasn't the kind of person who was wasteful. At least, this was the case when there was enough money. If there was enough money in the future, Li Jiyan would definitely live a somewhat more enjoyable life as well. After coming back, Zhao Shumin had already made the beds, and the two red quilts looked very bright. "Come to bed, Xiao Yan. Sleep as well as you can. Honestly, you know," Zhao Shumin admonished. She was afraid that Li Jiyan would not be honest. Li Jiyan agreed, and after getting on the bed, she came to the side against the wall. In fact, he had always slept in the middle of the bed, but when he slept with Zhao Shumin, Li Jiyan always had the feeling that he was a child. As a child, of course you should lie in it. After lying down, Zhao Shumin turned off the light. But a night in Shanghai nowadays is never like the countryside a decade or so ago. Once the lights go out at night it's completely dark. With a hazy light still coming through the windows, Li Jiyan could see Zhao Shumin's snow-white skin. Gently gulping, he thought that Zhao Shumin was really a natural beauty. Whether it's the three aunties of Shanghai or Catherine the Ocean Horse, they're both really rich women. Perhaps it was just that He Yenrong's family background was a little worse, but Li Jiyan knew that He Yenrong certainly wasn't any worse. Money is the most nurturing thing and they all have money to take care of themselves. But Zhao Shumin never went to the beauty salon, and even did not use cosmetics, did not apply lipstick. But even so, it is still fair and tight skin. People too. Li Jiyan really could never forget the night Zhao Shumin got drunk. It's so passionate like fire. Some women really are naturally beautiful and still look so good even as they get older. Looking at the upper part of the quilt where Zhao Shumin was lying quite a bit higher up, Li Jiyan gently placed her hand on Zhao Shumin's. "Xiao Yan, what do you want to do? It's time to go to bed. Auntie still has to look for a job tomorrow, and you still have to go to work." Zhao Shumin's heart was a little flustered. After all, the two were just a little too close. "Aunt Zhou, I want to hold your hand. I thought we agreed to keep our distance. Auntie is a woman and you are a man. Xiao Yan, if you don't listen to Auntie, Auntie really won't be with you anymore. Auntie, don't not be nice to me. I like Auntie Zhou the best. It's just that, pulling Auntie Zhou's hand, this is nothing, right? You're my elder, and don't elders always hold hands when they take their kids out?" Zhao Shuman thought about it for a moment and felt that what Li Ziyan said seemed reasonable, although he himself was trying to prevent Li Ziyan from going astray. But it couldn't be overkill. If it made it so that Sion couldn't do this or that, or even have normal interactions with herself, then he might continue to make mistakes. Okay, you pull it. After getting Zhao Shumin's tacit approval, Li Ziyan gently pulled Zhao Shumin's jade hand. Aunt Zhou, your hands are so soft and fragrant. Taking Zhao Shumin's hand and placing it on the tip of his nose to smell it, Li Ziyan's hands held Zhao Shumin's jade hand and wrapped her tender little hand around it. Zhao Shumin's heart instinctively wanted to resist a little, but after thinking that she had promised Li Ziyan, she still restrained herself. This was all for Xiaoyan's own good. Auntie is a needleworker, and needlework requires a lot of handwork. Auntie has always been careful to protect her hands. Auntie buys most of her clothes and sews them herself. Speaking of doing needlework, this thing, Zhao Shumin's heart cannot help but be a little proud. Needlework, handwork, this craft now will really not many people. When she mended clothes, she could make the slightest stitch on the outside unnoticeable. That's something that ordinary people just can't compete with. Auntie, you're really good. Or else you should try posting your work on short videos first. Maybe someone will ask you to customize your clothes. You can open an online store. And if you sew clothes by hand, I think there are still a lot of people who like it. Sewing. Zhao Shuman fell into a deep thought. Opening an online store does seem to cost nothing. Maybe try it. Looking at the handmade t-shirt for Li Ziyan, she was really moved to do so too. After all, brick-and-mortar stores were too expensive and it was too hard to find a job. I'll try later, Auntie. But Auntie doesn't know how to send short videos either. Auntie, when it's time for you to make the dress, I'll take a video and post it for you to see. Constantly rubbing Zhao Shumin's jade hand. Well, Winnie, go to bed first. It's after 12. Okay, Auntie. Li Ziyan laid down flat, but at this time, his hand was still pulling Zhao Shumin's right hand, interlocking his fingers. The temperature coming from Li Ziyan's hands always made Zhao Shumin feel like her heartbeat couldn't slow down. After a while, Li Ziyan lifted the covers off herself. What's the matter, Winnie? Zhao Shumin asked with some strangeness. Aunt Zhou, I feel so uncomfortable under this quilt. I want to be under the same blanket as you. Okay. What? End of chapter. Chapter 72, the boss lady comes to the door again. Wonderful battle of the shrews. Zhao Shuman didn't expect that Li Ziyan would not only want to sleep with herself, now they even have to sleep under the same blanket. That's not good. After all, it's summer and both of them are dressed very thinly. If Li Ziyan slept inside a comforter with herself, it did seem to be a bit less than decent. Xiaoyan, this is not good. Men and women are different. Auntie let you sleep with Auntie. It's actually been a very excessive thing. Xiaoyan, don't make things difficult for Auntie anymore. Okay, Auntie, I really can't sleep comfortably under my own comforter. Will you let me share a comforter with you? Although Zhao Shuman had been refusing, after Li Ziyan insisted for a while, Zhao Shuman was somewhat unable to carry on. She was originally a person with a soft heart, plus she already had a rather deep affection for Li Ziyan. So at this time, she also decided to let Li Ziyan go overboard. It doesn't really matter if you're just sleeping with yourself anyway, and there's nothing else going on. After receiving Zhao Shumin's permission, Li Ziyan's heart couldn't help but get excited. Li Ziyan then burrowed inside Zhao Shumin's comforter. At this moment, he only felt very happy. After coming to Zhao Shumin's comforter, Li Ziyan felt that the air was fragrant. Aunt Zhou, you smell so good and warm. Being plastered by Li Ziyan, Zhao Shuman said somewhat nervously, you give me an honest little speech. You must listen to your aunt. Being able to sleep under the same blanket as Zhao Shuman, Li Ziyan already felt pretty good, so he didn't give an inch. Soon the two fell asleep together. The next day, after Zhao Shuman woke up, she felt a person holding herself in a death grip, leaning into her arms, and she seemed to be hugging him. After a moment of panic, Zhao Shuman remembered that it was Xiaoyan who slept with herself yesterday. After thinking about how very honest Li Ziyan was last night, Zhao Shumin's heart felt a sense of relief. The boy has grown up a bit after all. Now you know to listen to yourself. Zhao Shuman felt that Li Ziyan could definitely change for the better in the future like this. This kid really is just completely perfect after he got rid of his only bad habit. As for Li Ziyan's bad habits, Zhao Shumin's heart is also very itchy and understandable. After all, Li Ziyan is still a college student, young and vigorous. Do out some things actually also very itchy normal. Zhou Sumin, who wanted to separate from Li Ziyan, realized that Li Ziyan was hugging herself so tightly that she looked like a pure child pestering her mother. And Zhao Shuman's face became more and more red, and finally she woke up Li Ziyan. Words, get up, Auntie's going to cook for you. Li Ziyan opened his eyes, smelling the scent of Zhao Shumin's body. He used to be used to sleeping alone before, and last night he had been sleeping with Aunt Zhou in his arms. That's a really good feeling. It's better to have someone to cuddle and sleep comfortably at night. After letting go of Zhao Shumen, Li Jian clearly felt Zhao Shumen's face was hot and burning. Sure enough, middle-aged women are very lonely. How can there be no thoughts at all in their minds? After Zhao Shumen got out of bed, Li Jian pulled over the quilt and squinted for a while. Inside the quilt was Zhao Shumen's fragrance, which made Li Jian's heart like this feeling. Auntie Zhou really smells good. After sleeping for another half an hour or so, Li Jian got up and washed up. And after Li Jian finished washing up, Zhao Shumen was already waiting for Li Jian at the kitchen door with breakfast. Xiao Yan, come inside Auntie's room for breakfast. Li Jian came to Zhao Shumen's room and sat down. At this time, he was also really hungry. Auntie Zhao, your cooking smells so good. Li Jian felt that she was Auntie Zhao's true scent monster. No matter what Auntie Zhao's was, it smelled good. If it smells good, you'll eat more of it. The two sat down to eat their meal together, and Li Jian asked, Auntie Zhao, can I sleep with you at night later? Li Jian put forward his idea that he wanted to sleep with Zhao Shumen at night from now on. You're almost 21, Scion, and you're still sleeping with Auntie, and no shame. After a pause, Zhao Shumen continued, Xiao Yan, you might as well sleep by yourself. Although Auntie is your elder, she is also a woman, and there is a difference between men and women. Auntie actually indulged you during last night. Can't sleep together like that anymore. Okay, Li Jian hummed. Auntie Zhou, so can we both kiss in the future? You child, why are you getting more and more outrageous? Kissing is something that can only be done between a man and a woman. How can Auntie kiss you? Don't be ridiculous, Scion. The requests were continuously rejected, and Li Jian wasn't in a hurry. The matter of Lu Guifan coming to pull the banner today is actually an opportunity. Auntie, I don't think kissing is really a big deal. It's not like it's really crossing the line. It just means we're on good terms. It gets more and more outrageous. Okay, Auntie, then you remembered about the heels. At the mention of high heels, Zhao Shumen didn't resist and gave a soft After breakfast, Li Jian went to work, and Zhao Shumen finished scrubbing the dishes. Instead, she put a pair of scissors in her bag and went out to look for a job. Although yesterday's appearance of Shang Yunsheng made it seem as if her life was suddenly shrouded by a nightmare, but Zhao Shumen's heart was clear. Life goes on, and one can't just leave the city. However, she was gradually waking up to the fact that it was now a society governed by the rule of law. He didn't need to be afraid of Shang Yunsheng at all. The big deal was that he would fight him himself. Having lived in Shanghai for so many years, Zhao Shumen has made this place her home. She didn't want to leave here at all, came to the office and clocked in, and as usual went to my workstation and pretended to do my prep work for the day. Lu Yichen came to Li Jian's workstation. Li Jian, President Catherine wants you in her office. At this moment, Lu Yichen is a little bit complacent. Since childhood, who dares not give him face? Last time Li Jian made him lose face, his heart felt very upset. Now mom cleans him up herself every day. He had to be shown the ropes. Got it. Li Jian knew that Catherine was trying to let herself go to massage his black silk jade feet. Originally such an insult to the character of the thing himself, so upright people certainly will not do. But who let himself be a child of an ordinary family from a poor background? And in order to live, he had to sacrifice his own personality. Top it off with being insulted by Catherine to massage her black silk feet. When will these days ever end? Li Jian's submissive behavior made Lu Yichen satisfied. It looked like this kid had already been tamed by his mom. After Li Jian left, Lu Jinxin also walked over, and both of them were equally very pleased in their hearts. After arriving at Catherine's office, Li Jian knocked on the door. President, come in. Catherine stood up and made her way over to the couch. Today Catherine was wearing high heels and black stockings as usual. Aunt Lai also liked to wear black silk, but Li Jian knew that Aunt Lai's legs were the kind of beautiful legs in the style of a gorgeous young woman. Catherine, however, belonged to the purely oceanic horse category of legs, belonging to the Western food, and the style of the three aunts in Shanghai could be said to be completely different. My heels are a little unclean. Wipe me off and then massage my feet. Catherine actually wanted to use violence to workplace bully Li Jian, but after thinking about it she felt that young people like Li Jian cared most about dignity, especially before Li Jian dared to hard steal his own son. At this point she could feel that Li Jian was a person who couldn't take a loss and had a lot of self-respect. In Catherine's understanding, in the weight of Eastern culture for men, to press a woman's feet is a shameful thing. To trample on his dignity himself and make him grovel to himself and press his feet was the greatest humiliation to Li Jian. Okay, for the sake of life, Li Jian picked up a tissue and helped Catherine wipe up the change of heels, then removed the heels to pick up Catherine's black silk jade feet. Putting it in her hands, she started to massage it, which made Catherine very satisfied, and in the future, she would have to intensify her humiliation of Li Jian. In the morning, after leaving the company, Li Jian went straight to the lottery store. Now that the lottery store often refreshes out wild scratch-offs that can be profitable, Li Jiyan has gotten used to taking money from the lottery store. After collecting today's wild rewards, Li Jiyan found an internet cafe to feel the fish, intending to go and shoot evidence of Lu Guifen's cheating at noon. Not long after sitting down at the internet cafe, Lai Feifei's phone call came in. Words. Hearing this address, Li Jiyan guessed that the current Aunt Lai was the version of the high-strung young woman who hadn't been drinking. When she wasn't drunk, Lai Feifei addressed herself usually as Xiao Yan or her name, but the wine monkey version of that would be Little Spoken Treasure or Cub. Every time Aunt Lai drank too much, she was adamant that she was her own mother, causing Li Jiyan to be somewhat helpless. Aunt Lai, no one inside the company has bullied you in the past few days, right? That Catherine woman is indeed a bit annoying, but she's really not to be messed with either. Her family's background is not simple. Li Jiyan thought for a moment that Catherine's workplace bullying wasn't strong enough. It would be real workplace bullying if she forced herself to warm her bed or be a slave star or something. No, it's all been fine lately. She was going to give Lu Yichen my KPI before, and the idea failed. That's good then, Xiao Yan. If there's anything, you tell Auntie right away. Well, I know Aunt Rai. Li Jiyan thought about how much Aunt Lai had cared about herself during this time. The drinking and non-drinking Lai Feifei were certainly two completely unused personalities, but Aunt Lai really can't say enough about herself, and has taken care of herself from the first time they met. Perhaps it was because Aunt Lai thought of herself as a child. Li Jiyan thought in his mind. The Lai Feifei who hadn't drunk too much was still very high-strung and didn't talk so much. It was still Auntie Lai who was a bit more adorable when she was drunk. Li Jiyan, who had finished eating at noon, arrived at the field location marked by the intelligence, quietly took out his cell phone and hid it, waiting for Lu Guifen to appear. Sure enough, exactly as the intelligence hinted, Lu Guifen and a muscular man walked towards this grove. Dead beat. Missed me. Sister Lu, I miss you too. Why haven't you given me my pocket money to spend this month? What's the rush? Something came up at home. I'll transfer you tomorrow. The two kissed directly after arriving at a secluded place, not noticing Li Jiyan's presence at all. Li Jiyan filmed this scene and felt a storm of joy in his heart. All people have the desire to pry into other people's privacy, and Li Jiyan was no exception. With the intelligence system, he really knew a lot of things that he normally wouldn't even know. You're still such a monkey. Sister Lu, it's not that you're too pretty. Li Jiyan silently gave a thumbs up to the muscular man. I have to say that this brother is still very dedicated. After all, eating this bowl of rice, love and dedication, professional attitude is commendable. In the afternoon, after returning home, Li Jiyan prepared to deal with Lu Guifen and Lu Chongsheng at night. The process of cheating Li Jiyan has been completely recorded. His heart does not believe that Lu Chongsheng see this video cannot, and his wife flipped. It'll be a good show when it happens. Aunt Zhou. After entering the door and coming to the kitchen, Li Jiyan came to Zhao Shumin's side. Xiao Yan, you can't sleep with Auntie tonight. Auntie won't agree to your feeble demands. Zhao Shumin said seriously. She was really a little afraid that Li Jiyan was going to pester her to sleep with her. I know, Auntie. Li Jiyan's obedience made Zhao Shumin breathe a sigh of relief. Go back to your room and rest, Xiao Yan. Later on Auntie will bring the food to your room and we will have dinner together. There's no hurry, Auntie. I'll talk to you for a while. Did you have a good day looking for a job? It didn't go too well. When the matter of work was brought up, Zhao Shumin's mind was in a headache. Xiao Yan, Auntie ran a few more companies today, but people aren't even hiring anymore. Most of the hiring is for waitresses and such. The environments are all exceptionally poor. When you're free, you can help Auntie make a jitterbug. Auntie wants to try posting a video of sewing clothes for anyone to watch. Well, Auntie, there's sure to be a market for it if you're so good at your craft. After dinner, Li Jiyan lay down on her bed to study. Zhao Shumin, on the other hand, came with a needlework basket to do needlework. Aunt Zhou, what are you sewing? It feels like a piece of cloth put together with various scraps. This is a t-shirt for you from Auntie. Who is going to hand sew you a t-shirt with lots of colors? Said Zhao Shumin's heart, a little worried that Li Jiyan will not like the rags he made for him. In the past, Zhao Shumin had also sewn such handmade clothes for Shang Shunsheng, but Shang Shunsheng could be said to dislike them as much as he wanted. Tossed the t-shirt directly inside the trash can. For that matter, Zhao Shumin was still sad for a while, but obviously Li Jiyan is not Sang Soon Sung. He doesn't have such a bad habit. Really, Auntie Chiu, I think the clothes you make will look great. Let me help you with a jitterbug. Okay, don't slap Auntie's face. Zhao Shumin handed her cell phone to Li Jiyan. She used to swipe Shakeology, but she hadn't filmed Shakeology yet. Aunt Zhou, your cell phone has a password. The password is 6 zeros. Zhao Shumin had no defenses against Li Jiyan, and her heart was very trusting of Li Jiyan because she decided that Li Jiyan was a very good child. After helping Zhao Shumin take a video of doing handmade needlework, Li Jiyan returned the phone to Zhao Shumin. Auntie, the shot is done. Turn around and see if anyone gives you credit. After 10 minutes have passed, Zhao Shumin's cell phone is quiet. Ordinary people are like this. Send a video broadcast dozens of hundreds of tops. It looks like it's not that easy to post a video on the internet and have someone watch it. Auntie heard that someone who was on fire for one night got to live in a big villa. Li Jian knows a lot of things like this. As long as there is a flow of traffic a night to earn a few million tens of millions of dollars is not a dream at all. It's also the one doorway where the average person is most likely to cross the class line. But the odds of being able to be a Netflix star are really slim. It's alright, Auntie. There's no hurry with this. I'm sure someone will read it. As long as it attracts some of the fans. Just try to open a store. There's no cost for this kind of thing. And if it's done, Auntie will have a comfortable life afterward. Zhao Shumin hummed. But of course, she didn't have much hope in her mind. She wasn't the type to daydream in the first place. As the two chatted, the sound of a loudspeaker came from the main street outside the neighborhood. Zhou Sukmin. You, stinking mistress, seducing my husband, get off. Zhao Shumin came to Li Jian's window and looked over at the road. On the side of the road, there was a picture of her at work, but it was magnified many times. Lu Guifan was standing on the side of the road with her waist crossed, looking like a river lion roaring. Lu Guilong took a loudspeaker and placed it in front of her to facilitate Lu Guifan's screaming and cursing. Lu Changsheng stood on the sidelines and Lu Guifan looked like they were on the same page. For the last time Zhao Shumin rejected his adoption. Lu Changsheng's heart felt very upset. A woman from the countryside, who had taken a liking to her and wanted to adopt her herself. This is to give her face. As a result, she dared to reject himself, just today to see his wife properly clean up her, to give himself a good outlet. In the back, one might even have a chance to take down Zhao Shumin. If one could be served by Zhao Shumin, that day would be no different from being a god. Zhao Shumin is truly a stunningly beautiful mature woman and is naturally beautiful. One's black and ugly wife is really disgusting to look at more than once, let alone make out at night. But let him be thankful. Lu Guifan really doesn't look for him to make out much. Honey, it was really her who seduced me. I can't be blamed for this. Don't worry, I'll take it out on you. Bitch, get your ass down here. At the moment, there are many pedestrians on the road, and some of the residents in the neighborhood have been attracted to open their windows to eat melons. Looking at the dozens of windows that opened instantly, Li Jian was sure that it was an instinct. This, Zhao Shumin clenched her fists and ran at the outside of the cell. There was really no way for her to tolerate such a thing in her heart. If she was allowed to shout it down, would she still want to be a human being in the future? Auntie Zhao, calm down, don't do anything. I'm sure she was just thinking about letting you make the first move. I know. Zhao Shumin staggered towards the outside of the neighborhood, her heart angry to the extreme. Can any woman care less about fame? But this boss and his wife just started a rumor outside their own neighborhood. After living there for a long time, there are some neighbors who know Zhao Shumin. If the trumped-up charge of being a mistress is really being publicized all the time, Zhao Shumin felt like she would be drowned in spittle. After all, a mistress is completely morally indefensible. Auntie Zhao, don't be in a hurry. You can scold her, but don't do anything. I have a way to clean them up. Zhao Shumin hummed. Soon, the two arrived outside the neighborhood. Lu Guifan, what the hell do you want? You, what the hell do you want? You blackened, dead mountain pig. Through spending time with Zhao Shumin, if Zhao Shumin didn't curse, Li Jian really had forgotten the shrew's original face. This was Aunt Zhao's true nature, and for Aunt Zhao's ability to tear down or fight with her mouth, Li Jian was quite recognized, able to hit and curse. This is a real shrew. You shameless mistress, seducing my husband. Being scolded by Zhao Shumin for being a dead mountain pig, Lu Guifan's anger also came up completely. However, her attack power and Zhao Shumin's then were completely on a different level above. Calling me a stinking? My old lady smells so good, there's not a single odor. Unlike you, who looked at it from a distance and felt a pang of stench. Li Jian's heart was really completely in awe of Aunt Zhao's attack power. This boss's wife is also an unlucky child, who is not good to mess with anyone but to mess with Auntie Zhao, who is pulling her weight in combat. If she dared to make a move, she herself would definitely stop her husband and brother and let Auntie Zhao tear her a sea-black. You black of all places black. With Zhao Shumin's constant insults, the boss's wife and the boss's family all suffered and were all humiliated by Zhao Shumin. You green turtle, you still want to adopt my old lady? Look at your weak kidneys. It's not that I look down on you. Take Viagra, can you do it you? This female mountain pig at home. A big pork chop isn't enough for you to breed out and harass the old lady. Lu Guifan's face was all visibly blackened, but she was still able to confront Aunt Zhao by relying on the amplifying effect of the loudspeaker in her hand. Lu Guilong wanted to make a move, but looked at Li Jian with some trepidation. The last time he fought with Li Jian, he was really hung up the whole time, so there is a deep shadow in his heart, and he does not dare to make the first move for fear of being detained again. Cussing is at best getting an education, but getting physical really isn't of the same nature. times have really changed. You stinking. I'll come and scold you every day from now on. I'll see if you want to be shameless from now on. Li Jian gently pulled Zhao Shumin's jade hand and pulled her back. Stop. After Li Jian spoke, Lu Guifan scolded. It's you Yakuza. You come out here and play the big tail. Li Jian laughed and gave a somewhat meaningful smile. Lu Chongsheng, may I ask if you care about wearing a cuckold? A sentence while Lu Chongsheng asked a little confused. He cuckold? With his own ugly, old wife, he can still be a cuckold? He couldn't believe that anyone would be so heavy-handed as to put this cuckold on himself. Of course, as a man no matter how ugly his wife is impossible for someone to hope that the head green, because it is about the dignity of men in face. With a cuckold on your head, you're really going to get dirty looks when you go out with your friends socially or something like that. What do you mean by that? Lu Guifan was inwardly shocked. Does this kid know something? But think about the fact that the matter of his own adoption of a white boy is top secret. Each time the place chosen was in the car or a secluded area. Opening a room is also a person who registered himself to sneak in. How can this kid know anything? And back up 1,000 words. Catching a thief to catch the stolen goods. What evidence does he have? Little Yakuza. Hurry up and get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here, or else I'll have plenty of ways to clean you up. Li Jian clicked on the video and then placed it in front of Lu Chongsheng. This is your wife, isn't it? After tapping the fast-forward button, Lu Chongsheng's face turned green. In a trance, Li Jian really had the feeling of seeing a green light. You, how dare you cuckold me? Lu Chongsheng rushed forward and slapped his wife. Things like cuckolding he really couldn't tolerate because it was just too humiliating. Lu Chongsheng, you dare to hit my sister. Lu Guilong's heart has always looked down on this brother-in-law of his, and at this moment saw Lu Chongsheng dare to slap his sister. He couldn't help himself and just rolled up his sleeves ready to do it. She cuckolded me, and that's the I'm beating. I'm going to NM. Lu Guilong went up and gave Lu Chongsheng a punch. Previously Lu Chongsheng had always been afraid of this brother-in-law of his, but now the cuckold is angry. Don't say it's your own brother-in-law. Even your own old man will beat you up. IUN. Without any hesitation, Lu Chongsheng directly returned Lu Guilong's punch. Lu Guilong and Lu Chongsheng fought together. Lu Guifan is not a vegetarian. The three people mixed together, and the loudspeaker was quickly broken. Li Jian, on the other hand, tore down the enlarged photo of Zhao Shumin. Watching the three people fight together, Zhao Shumin couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh heartily. She hated these three people so much. She didn't realize that in the blink of an eye they were in a dog-eat-dog mess. The three men fought until after they attracted the police. Li Jian before Zhao Shumin returned home. All the way to Li Jian's room, Zhao Shumin was still very happy. She really didn't expect that Li Jian really cleaned up these three people so easily. Xiao Yan, how on earth did you do that? They were suddenly fighting. Auntie, I overheard the boss's wife going to the Grove with a white boy at lunchtime today. I just went and snuck a clip on my cell phone, and I didn't think it would actually work. And the family picked up a fight. What a coincidence that this could happen to you. Well, it really is a coincidence, Aunt Joe. I guess they're going to have a good fight for a while. Most men are sure to have a myriad of conflicts after they realize they have become greenhorns. Of course, a small group of special people who liked to wear cuckolds were excluded, and Li Jian hated these types of people the most. That's good. Otherwise I'd really have a headache if this shrew harassed me like this. Li Jian felt that Aunt Zhao was the real shrew, and although the boss's wife was also a shrew, she was still a few realms away from Aunt Zhao's shrew. But Aunt Zhao was really gentle with herself. The two of them chatted, and Zhao Shumin's depressing mood improved quite a bit. Auntie Zhao, will you sleep with me during tonight's time? Xiao Yan, why are you saying that again? Didn't Auntie say that we can't sleep together? Aunt Zhao, it's warm and cozy to sleep under the covers with you. I want to sleep with you. Two people sleep better and it saves electricity. Zhao Shumin still wanted to refuse, but she thought of how secure she felt today with Li Jian standing in front of her to help her out with things. She ghosted and agreed. Okay, just for tonight. From now on Auntie can't sleep with you. You're so old. Last night, Li Jian was very honest, which made Zhao Shumin's heart feel that sleeping for a night was actually nothing. Auntie, you really love me. Saying that, Li Jian turned off the light and climbed inside the quilt. This made Zhao Shumin cry a little. You slept so early. Yes, Auntie Zhao. Don't do the needlework. Let's go to bed early. I want Auntie to hold me. Zhao Shumin felt that Li Jian was really a child at heart. After lying down, she and Li Jian slept together. Aunt Zhou, you smell so good. You're such a little kid. Xiao Yan, it's really only tonight. In the future, Auntie won't spoil you so much and cuddle you to sleep. I know Auntie, don't worry. After placing his leg on Zhao Shumin's leg, Li Jian watched Zhao Shumin's face redden as he tightly held Zhao Shumin's hand. After a long time, Zhao Shumin went to take a shower. The heart felt very regretful. I was obviously trying to keep my cool, but in the end, I didn't hold my ground. In that case, in the future, How are you going to take out the dignity of being an elder in front of Xiao Yan? After taking a shower, Zhao Shuman returned to Li Jiyan's room, and Li Jiyan went to take a shower. And after lying under the covers in her pajamas, Li Jiyan sensed that Zhao Shuman was a person who kept her word. If you say you'll sleep with yourself, you won't back out. After hugging Zhao Shuman, Li Jiyan held Zhao Shuman's jade hand and helped her massage her wrist to relieve the soreness. Aunt Zhou, your hands are so fragrant and soft. The time of 12 o'clock also arrived at this time. Looking at the 6 stores of his own that were operating on the system, Li Jiyan's heart felt a storm of joy. He now owns a foot spa, a pool hall, 2 $2 stores, and 2 mini-marts. Although you can't see the exact profit, wait until a month later and the system will settle the earnings for yourself. This feeling of the unknown made him look forward to it. The intel then refreshed right on time. Tonight, Shan Yunsheng will ambush outside the neighborhood, intending to drag Zhao Shuman inside the corner to force her to remarry. New mission, drive away Shan Yunsheng. Mission reward, time control. Time control. When focusing on doing something, you can control the time you spend doing it at will. End of chapter. Chapter 73. Auntie Zhao's video is on fire. She's going to be a rich woman? The release of the new quest made Li Jiyan's heart firm that she must complete this quest. Saving Aunt Zhou herself was something she should have done. Holding the soft and fragrant Zhao Shuman, Li Jiyan cursed Shan Yunsheng in his heart, still trying to force Auntie Zhou to remarry, which is clearly impossible. Aunt Zhou, you smell so good. Gently smelling Zhao Shuman's hair, it made Zhao Shuman feel another rush of heat. You can be honest, you still have so much spirit. Zhao Shuman's heart exclaimed how nice it was to be young, as if she really didn't know what it was to be tired. Aunt Zhou, I have plenty of spirit with you. You won't get tired even if you stay with Aunt Zhou all night. Zhao Shuman gently turned around and touched Li Jiyan's face with some favor. Okay, Sayaka, it's almost time, go to bed. Li Jiyan smelled the scent of Zhou Sukmin's body and continued to read the information. Go to this lottery store and buy this scratch-off for an $80 profit. Although the amount was relatively small, Li Jiyan didn't mind it at all. After all this money is for nothing, and $10 is blood money. To get back at Lu Changxing for beating her up today, so Lu Guifan ordered 3 male models for the night. Li Jiyan. Yanron's negotiations with her daughter failed and she had to continue to extend her breastfeeding. Thinking of that foxy child with peach blossom eyes, Li Jiyan's heart also felt a rush of heat. Yanron really seems like she was born for hormones. Just the sight of her sultry S-face and heavy makeup made hormones flutter uncontrollably. The rest of the information, too, was basically useless, so Li Jiyan could and did not think too much about it. Sayan, don't lean on Auntie's chest, it's crushingly breathless. It was only after Zhao Shuman on the side reminded Li Jiyan that Li Jiyan put his head down and hugged Zhao Shuman as he slowly fell asleep. He knew that Zhao Shuman had relatives on him recently, so there was no rush, but it's really cozy to cuddle up to Auntie Zhou at night. The next day, Zhao Shuman made breakfast for Li Jiyan as usual. Li Jiyan was woken up by the beep of Zhao Shuman's cell phone, because she was the one who hugged Li Jiyan like she was coaxing a child to sleep with him. Zhou Sukmin's cell phone was also here. Why so many messages? Could it be that Shan Yunsheng that sends threatening text messages? Li Jiyan's heart felt a little strange. He didn't know what was going on. He then unlocked Zhao Shuman's cell phone with her 6-0 password. Found it all on Shake Shack. Zhao Shuman's video was surprisingly popular, with hundreds of comments and still refreshing. Clicked on it and it was all big thunder and such. Li Jiyan really didn't expect that this could also be on the hit list. He just simply took a video of Aunt Zhao doing needlework. Didn't even show his face, and he turned out to be so hot. Vaguely, Li Jiyan seemed to see that Zhao Shuman had already touched the pieces of Cullinan. Is Auntie Chiu going to be a rich woman too? It seems that some things really are meant to be. In the beginning, Li Jiyan had tried the path of making videos, but she really wasn't as liberal as her tomboy roommate. After a few attempts, he gave up completely. Li Jiyan realized that the meal of the internet is really not for everyone. But now look at the daily video for Aunt Zhou if it's definitely better than her going to work. After washing up, the two of them were eating in Li Jiyan's room. Zhao Shuman also noticed that her cell phone had been ringing. Xiao Yan, is Auntie's cell phone broken? Why does it keep ringing? No, Auntie, your video is trending. So many people are commenting on it now. Li Jiyan opened Zhao Shuman's cell phone and looked at it, and the likes had now reached more than 10,000. Really? Zhao Shuman looked at the comments, only to realize that the comments were all complimenting her big boobs, and there were many others who were sending private chats about getting to know each other, and some of the slurs were unpleasant. Xiao Yan, you delete the video. Auntie, isn't it good to have traffic? Why did you delete it? You've got Auntie's boobs in the video, and the video is all about how big Auntie's boobs are. Delete it quickly. At Zhao Shuman's request, Li Jiyan had no choice but to remove the work. The phone went quiet, but there was still a steady stream of private messages. Li Jiyan also felt how tempting F was in this world. Auntie, why don't you find something to wrap it around and watch it get smaller and I'll reshoot it? Well, let's talk about it tonight. Zhao Shumin's heart still wants to open an online store to make customized clothes, but we have to make the finished product of Li Jian's clothes first. Auntie, your hands are so soft and fragrant. Yesterday, Li Jian wanted to talk about what happened yesterday, causing Zhao Shumin to blush a little. Xiao Yan, stop it. Yesterday's matter should not be mentioned again. There is no future. In the future, you have to listen to your aunt well. Aha. Li Jian was clear that Zhao Shumin and herself had done something out of the ordinary. It's mainly because something has happened to Zhou Sukmin. It made her heart fluctuate with strong emotions, which is why she agreed to her request. And based on the recent situation with Sukmin Cho, Li Jian knew that Sukmin Zhao's situation definitely happened a lot and frequently. He had too many opportunities to take advantage of the situation, so Li Jian was in no hurry at all. Auntie, actually we don't have much, do we? It's not like it really crossed the line. I've always listened to my aunt. Zhao Shumin's heart felt that there was some truth in what Li Jian said, but it seemed to be crooked. Anyway, you can't make excessive demands on your aunt in the future. Well, after breakfast, Zhao Shumin went to the kitchen to brush the dishes while Li Jian followed. Looking at Li Jian not going to work yet, Zhao Shumin's heart couldn't help but feel a little strange. Saiyan, why don't you go to work yet? Aunt Zhou, I want to kiss you. Nonsense. No, men and women are different. Zhao Shumin's heart was also determined, and could not indulge Li Jian's misbehavior any longer. There are some faults that have to be corrected for him to get it right. Okay Aunt Zhou, just a kiss, okay? Just a kiss, otherwise I'll miss you at the office. Then I wouldn't be able to do my job properly. Zhao Shumin looked at Li Jian helplessly. After a moment's tussle, he said, okay, just a kiss. After getting Zhao Shumin's permission, Li Jian kissed at her lips, while trying to push Li Jian away, only to find that Li Jian had already kissed her way in. Sayaka, it was promised to be just a kiss. Woohoo, I'm out for the night, so get up tomorrow and get on with it. It's going to be a good outburst. End of chapter. Chapter 74, it's just a good relationship between the elders and the juniors. Feeling the kisses of Li Jian's tongue, Zhao Shumin realized that she had been fooled. How could Li Jian just kiss it? After kissing with Zhao Shumin, he hugged Zhao Shumin's waist and didn't want to let go. This caused Zhao Shumin's heart to panic, but that hot, dry feeling also came to the forefront. Zhao Shumin couldn't help but embrace Li Jian in a kiss. After a while, Zhao Shumin pushed Li Jian away. Okay, Winnie, it's time to go to work. At this time, Zhao Shumin really began to regret in her heart. How could she be so indisputable? Xiao Yan kissed herself. She should have refused but this time, she indulged Li Jian again. She really shouldn't have done this. Well, Aunt Zhou, I'm going to work first. You can't do things like that with Auntie in the future, you know. Auntie really isn't going to be with you anymore. Aunt Zhou, actually, we're both just kissing. We're not doing anything else, so that's okay, right? Xiao Yan, you're talking nonsense again. There were times when Li Jian's sophistry really made Zhao Shumin's mind find it hard to accept. This child just likes to talk nonsense. Aunt Zhou, don't you kiss those kinds of kids when you meet them? You're not a child. Am I not a child in your presence? You're all grown up and I was just born. I'm just a baby in front of you. You're so old. You're still a baby. Aunt Zhou, am I not just a baby to you? It's just that the timing is off right now. It's really nothing if we just kiss and don't do anything else. It's just a simple way to enhance our relationship. Li Jian's magical statement made Zhao Shumin's heart feel helpless as well. The boy's mind is always so wild. If you keep talking nonsense, Auntie is ignoring you. Go to work. Good. Auntie, one more hug. I miss you. You miss your aunt before you even leave. Although Zhao Shumin wanted to correct Li Jian's mistake, there was no way she would flip out with Li Jian just for a kiss. Helplessly opening his arms, Li Jian embraced and buried his head in Zhao Shumin's chest. Aunt Zhou, you smell so good. Hurry up and go to school. Touching Li Jian's head. Somehow, Zhao Shumin really had the illusion that Li Jian was a baby in front of her. But one thing was indeed true. Li Jian was indeed just a child in front of herself. Okay, Aunt Zhou, cuddle again. You're so like a child. It's too comfortable to hold Auntie. Well, the helpless Zhao Shumin watched Li Jian bury her head in her chest one more time before seeing Li Jian out the door. What a sinful relationship. Zhao Shumin sighed. She never thought that she would have such a thing with a 20-year-old young man, but she was fully more than 20 years older than him. But the heels are going to have to go out and look. The boy is young and impetuous after all, and letting him take a picture will do wonders for his imagination, and hopefully he'll never steal anything again. After going to the office and punching in, Louis Chen was again calling out to Li Jian to go to Catherine's office. Looking at Louis Chen's kind of smug look, Li Jian then cursed a cerebral palsy in her heart. In his mind, he felt like he was being subjected to workplace bullying. but the reality was that he had gone to the office to play with Catherine's black silk feet. After arriving inside the office, Catherine was already lying lazily on the couch. Li Jian looked at this big oceanic horse and had a 19-minute feeling of excitement in her heart. Li Jian, go get me a glass of water. Catherine's voice was filled with commands to Li Jian within her voice. She was determined to train Li Jian to be her obedient slave and humiliate Li Jian's personality to her heart's content. Make him pay for offending his own son. Li Jian also has no temper. This big ocean horse is after all the CEO of his own company. Pour a cup of water. Li Jian still have to do. After bringing Catherine a glass of water, Catherine continued, come over here and press my feet. Li Jian obediently sat down and picked up Catherine's high heels. After taking it off gently, it went back on as it was. Soon, the two black silk legs were held in Li Jian's hands. Looking at Catherine's very delicate red nails, Li Jian's heart was also a bit distracted. Such a performance pleased Catherine. She then gave an inch and stuck her right foot inside Li Jian's t-shirt, wanting to see Li Jian's furious look, but it was as if Li Jian didn't react. This made her heart even more satisfied. Sure enough, this kid wouldn't dare to resist in front of herself. Li Jian was also a bit depressed at the moment. Do women like to put their feet on their stomachs? The first time he did this was for Aunt Shin to cover her feet. And now, Aunt Lai likes to put her feet on her stomach when she's drunk. Now, this big ocean horse even comes to this trick. Soon, Catherine sensed a change in Li Jian. She couldn't help but feel a surge of horror in her heart. Why is this damn Li Jian so scary? Didn't you say that everyone over here is mediocre? For a moment, Catherine's mind felt utter disbelief. Her eyes were a little dull. In the morning, claimed his lottery store wild prize. Li Jian can't help but think a little about the future. Having more than $150,000 in savings in such a short period of time. How much money will he have a year from now? The rest of the day was very quiet. After clocking out of work, Li Jian made plans for the evening's events. Better get a steel pipe. Li Jian can see that Shang Yunxing is the kind of rogue who has stepped on the wind of the times once had some money. This kind of person, although the goat, but if pushed they might do something extreme. While he himself could fight and was fine with his empty hands, with the gauntlet he wouldn't have any angle to hurt himself. There's only one life, and what was 100% safe is now 1,000% safe. One had to keep Aunt Zhou safe to do so. At this time Zhao Shumin ran hither and thither to find a job. Bouncing back and forth on the bus really made Zhao Shumin's heart feel a little tired. It occurred to her as she passed a women's clothing store. He promised himself to Li Jian about wearing high heels, in order to change Li Jian's bad behavior, so there are some things that have to be done. After having 300 days of favor with Li Jian, Zhao Shumin's heart was always completely different towards Li Jian. The theory that Xiao Yan said, although it's a bit sophomoric, it seems to be a bit reasonable. If you only kiss, it can also be a sign of a good relationship between elders and juniors, right? After this thought rose in Zhao Shumin's mind, her face soon began to redden. You really are a shameless woman yourself. How can you have such strange thoughts? But strange thoughts have no control after they appear. After coming to the women's clothing store, Zhao Shumin looked up high heels. The female shopkeeper looked at her eyes with envy and some jealousy. This woman's breasts are also too big. I'm afraid there's no man who doesn't like this one. After all, such a superb body is simply a gift from heaven. It is so rare. Ma'am, would you like to buy clothes? I'll look at the heels. It's for your daughter, right? I recommend this one for you. It looks a little younger, more suitable for college students to wear. The shopgirl's voice was very enthusiastic. She felt that Zhao Shumin was dressed too old-fashioned. Not a single skirt or stocking. It should be for your own daughter. Something that looks mature. Something that's kind of black with a red background. I'll wear it myself. Zhao Shumin's face burned a little when she said those words. It was clear in her mind that Li Jian's favorite kind of high heels with black and red soles. Li Jian had told herself during the chat that the black and red background was some kind of offensive speedsuit. She also scrutinized the pair of high heels inside Li Jian's drawer, and also felt very fond of them, but she still preferred the more traditional type of high heels. Then I recommend this pair. Zhou Sukman took a seat on the shoebox. Sliding the heels the waitress handed her slowly on. She had never felt her feet were so ornamental. The only thing missing is the pair of black socks, which look very mismatched. Ma'am, should I get you a pair of stockings to go with them? Heels still look best in stockings or bare feet. Zhao Shumin imagined stockings with high heels, and Zhao Shumin understood what Li Jian said about femininity. If you wear a short skirt, stockings and high heels yourself, let's say take a picture and store it in your cell phone. Then in the future, Xiao Yan won't go overboard, right? How much are these heels? This pair is $330. Zhao Shumin tried to haggle a bit, and finally talked about the price to $270. Although it was cheaper, but she was still very painful. It was a lot of money for her, but thinking of Li Jian, Zhao Shumin still bought it. After leaving the clothing store, the extremely hungry Zhao Shumin found a snack bar to settle her dinner. she called Li Jiyan. Words. Aunt Zhou. Li Jiyan, who was waiting in the rented house to save Aunt Zhou at night, felt some warmth in her heart as she listened to Zhao Shumin's voice. Tonight he had to continue to sleep holding Auntie Zhao. She was soft and fragrant, and the feeling of sleeping alone was really completely different. The experience is so much worse. Xiao Yan, Auntie has bought high heels. Really? Well, go back tonight and Auntie will wear it for you. Promise Auntie something and you'll have to do it before you do it. Li Jiyan felt her body getting a little hot. End of chapter. Chapter 75. Violently beating Shang Yunsheng. A tribute. Time control. The three aunts in Shanghai had stockings and heels as standard, and Catherine the Ocean Horse's black silk, high-heeled wraparound skirt never left her legs. However, a woman as old-fashioned and conservative as Auntie Chiu's dress would be if she wore stockings and high heels. Thinking about what it would feel like, Li Jiyan's heart felt a little hot. Aunt Zhou, I'm waiting for you to wear it for me. Aha. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Shumin's face got a little hot. Carrying the bag with the high heels, Zhao Shumin's heart beat a little fast. This kind of attempt was something she had never done before. This made Zhao Shumin's heart feel like a thief. Inside, there was also a pang of shame that he had to wear something like this. Practice walking first. Later on the boy might make me wear high heels when he's in his room. Zhou Sukmin, who has no foundation in heels, puts on her shoes. After putting the sneakers inside the bag, he started practicing walking in heels. Just at the beginning, Zhao Shumin suffered. She realized that wearing high heels wasn't at all as easy as walking like one of those fashionable women. She felt as if she were on stilts. However, Zhao Shumin was still practicing hard. High heels were bought. It can't be wasted. Jitterbugs still have messages popping up. Are those men's harassment messages? To which Zhao Shumin did not bother to look at. Those unpleasant words really make her heart feel very disgusting. In the middle of a large downtown bungalow, the nanny brought up a delicious meal prepared by the chef. Catherine, who was wearing slippers, glanced at her black silk jade feet, and at this moment, she was actually a little nostalgic for Li Jiyan's massage. The lowly yellow man had been receptive in the face of his own insults, visibly afraid of himself. Glancing at Lu Yichen across the table, Catherine always felt that her son was a bit sullen. This made Catherine's mind wonder. What happened? Son, what's wrong? I'm bored working at the office and I want to go out on my own and start my own business. Thinking of all the money her son had lost, Catherine also felt a headache. This one of her own hadn't inherited her brains at all. The first time I did business, I lost a few $1 million. Although my family is rich, it's not such a waste. You stick around for a while longer and get some good experience at the grassroots level. Wait until next year starts and mom will give you another $5 million to start your own business. Okay, thanks mom. By the way, mom, you're cleaning up Li Jiyan every day, right? When it came to this matter, Lu Yichen was finally in the spirit. Li Jiyan had made him lose face earlier and directly steeled himself against him, making his heart want to get Li Jiyan killed. Don't worry, he's obedient as a dog now. You hit him? More humiliating than beating him. Don't worry, mommy will raise him to be mommy's most obedient dog. Lu Yichen's heart burst with dark pleasure, humiliating him more than beating him. How brutal must mom be? Thinking about it made his heart go pitter-patter. Sure enough, it's up to mom to clean up after people like that. At night, Li Jiyan was lying inside her bedroom, her fingertips snapping continuously on the smooth latex paint on the wall. He called Sukmin Zhou again. Aunt Zhou, what are you doing? Zhao Shumin's voice was a little embarrassed as she said. Auntie is practicing walking in high heels. What's wrong? Xiao Yan, is there something wrong? It's nothing Aunt Zhou, I just miss you. Well, Auntie will be back later. Are you still hungry? Auntie will make you some snacks to eat. Li Jiyan's words made Zhao Shumin's heart very warm. She loved this feeling. Li Jiyan said that he liked her thinking about her a lot, and such feelings were the easiest to perceive. So Zhao Shumin's heart was really heavy with favor towards Li Jiyan. I'm not hungry Auntie, I've already eaten. Go out for a stroll. Okay, be safe. After talking again, Zhao Shumin felt that she could go back as well. This kid, so likable, except for that one bad fault. Zhao Shumin thought in her mind and continued to walk towards the front. At this moment, Zhao Shumin had also initially mastered some walking skills. Women have always had a talent of their own in this area, and Zhao Shumin was no exception. Another 20 minutes or so passed before Zhao Shumin made her way towards the house. It's not too late in the day though, but because it's so hot, there are basically no pedestrians outside except for the delivery guys, and people still like lying at home in the air conditioning the most. It's on a road close to the home neighborhood. Shang Yunsheng had already ambushed and waited for Zhao Shumin to come out. After being beaten away by Zhao Shumin, he thought about it for a long time, more and more feeling that there is something wrong with his brain. That junior is obviously so ugly. How could he have lost his family fortune and been cuckolded for her? If he had been living a good life with Zhao Shumin, then what a godly life he was living every day now. It was definitely a Fitzjoya. Although his ex-wife was dressed in a rather old-fashioned way, he could tone her down. Let her wear short skirts and stockings and high heels. Not much better looking than that mistress. His heart still felt a pang of chagrin at the thought, but it's not too late. He can completely take Zhao Shuman and remarry her, in which case her money and people are his. Li Ziyan, on the other hand, was watching Shang Yunqing from the shadows, and he thought of the idiom, the praying mantis catches the cicada and the yellow sparrow is at the back. This future intelligence of his own was really awesome, with all the key information, and he was becoming more and more certain that the ants were in danger or difficult situations such as a major event. 100% of yourself can receive intelligence. Not much time. Zhao Shuman walked over. She was wearing high heels, walking a little twisted. Li Ziyan's heart a burst of moving. Auntie Zhao's heart really loved herself, and although she kept saying that she told herself not to do excessive things, she didn't blame herself for kissing her. There were times when the line was crossed, and she didn't really have a problem with herself. And now, to get on the right track, I've even bought high heels. Of course, Zhao Shuman wearing high heels in the eyes of Shang Yunqing only left the excitement. She's wearing high heels. Is she wearing them because she's back? It looks like she's only resisting herself on the surface, but she's already stupid inside. Walking out, Shang Yunqing stopped in front of Zhao Shuman. Honey, it's been a long time. Zhao Shuman, who was still very relaxed in her heart, saw Shang Yunqing appear in front of her, and her face turned very unnatural. The eyes were also filled with hatred. The road was kind of remote and there were no cameras nearby. She knew that people like Shang Yunqing could really do anything. Q. Don't call me wife. I feel sick. Shang Yunqing stroked his beard and sized up Zhao Shuman as he kept swallowing his saliva. At this age, he realized that his ex-wife was such a superb human beauty, and his previous self was really blind. Honey, I haven't seen you in so many years. You've gotten mean, but that's the kind of character I like. It's really endearing. Honey, don't be so mean. I came here to see you to get remarried. You know, I'm a man who certainly won't rest if I can't do what I want to do myself. If you don't remarry me, then the end I think you know. I'll keep pestering you to death. And that little guy who helped you the other day, I'll get him. Your son, I'll keep him from getting a wife for the rest of his life. As he spoke, he closed in on Zhao Shuman. That's why I advise you to remarry me and make the old man happy every night from now on. Otherwise, you'll never have a good life, and I'll beat you up every time I see you. Or worse, get detained. Zhao Shuman's eyes filled with fear as she listened. She couldn't stop backing up, her hand already groping at the bag. But I also know, wife, that you want to remarry me, don't you? You're all dressed up in high heels. Isn't that just to seduce me? You look so tight in your heels. Just a pure. But that's what I like about S. Saves me from having to tune you out after the remarriage. Saying that, Shang Shunshang rushed up at Zhao Shuman with longing in his eyes, intending to force Zhao Shuman into a passionate kiss first. Zhao Shuman pulled out the scissors from her bag, her eyes filled with ferocity. I'll stab you to death if you come any closer. Bitch, scaring me. Come stab me. I'll see if you want to go to jail and if you want your son to be unable to get a wife in his life. Shang Yunqing pressed step by step. His heart did not take Zhao Shuman moving scissors as a thing. He felt that Zhao Shuman is just in pure bluff. Auntie Chiu, calm down. Li Ziyan hurriedly ran out. He was really afraid that Aunt Zhao would get Shang Yunqing killed. Murder pays for life in a society governed by the rule of law, and it's definitely not worth it to let Auntie Zhao, who's like a flower, go to jail whether she pays for her life or goes to jail for a scumbag like this. After seeing Li Ziyan appear, Zhao Shuman also slowly calmed down. After arriving in front of Zhao Shuman, Li Ziyan gently held Zhao Shuman back. Stinking sand dollars, get out. You again. Shang Yunqing clenched his fists as he charged straight at Li Ziyan, wanting to assault him. For holding a youngster like Li Ziyan, Shang Yunqing was still very sure of himself, but a sharp pain sensation soon came from his face. Li Ziyan's fist had smashed into his face. For a person like Shang Yunqing, Li Ziyan really didn't have any hands left at all. Punched in the face, Shang Yunqing covered his eyes and stepped back. Then once again, he charged at Li Ziyan. A flying kick from Li Ziyan directly knocked Shang Yunqing to the ground, screaming miserably, and Li Ziyan knew that the steel pipe he had hidden was useless. This Shang Yunqing is a battle scum and has no weapon on him. Feel free to take it as far as you like. Little, you wait for me. I will kill you. Kill your whole family. Shang Yunqing turned around and ran, knowing that he was incapable of defeating him now, so he can only think of other ways. Now stay here is just a loss. His heart at this time only hate his lack of money. If those friends from the past are by their side, everyone will swarm together, and it is not easy to clean up a small IUMDCB. Li Ziyan chased after him while cursing, and Shang Yunqing didn't dare to turn back even though he had lost one of his shoes. Xiao Yan, stop chasing, come back, Zhao Shuman shouted, her mind worried that Shang Yunqing's body had a knife or something. She could fight him to the death, even if she was sentenced to death. but Xiao Yan was too young. He had a bright future ahead of him, and no matter what, no accidents could happen. Li Jiyan hadn't planned to really chase after them. After all, if he really injured him, he would have to be held criminally liable. After all, he had already escaped, which was beyond the scope of self-defense. Coming, Aunt Zhou. After returning to Zhao Shumin's side, Li Jiyan picked up the scissors in Zhao Shumin's hand and put them back into Zhao Shumin's bag. Aunt Zhou, it's better not to just take this out in the future. The look in your eyes just now scared me to death. If you go in for such a scum, I won't be able to sleep with my aunt in my arms from now on. Li Jiyan realized that she didn't actually come out today to save Auntie Zhao. Instead, he saved the life of Shang Yunsheng. Just now from Aunt Zhou's eyes Li Jiyan could see that Aunt Zhou really dared to stab this person to death. Zhao Shumin's eyes soured and tears almost fell. She knew that Li Jiyan really liked herself as an elder, and from spending time with him, Zhao Shumin clearly sensed Li Jiyan's fondness for herself. Xiao Yan, not hurt, groping around Li Jiyan's body. Zhao Shumin was still as worried about Li Jiyan getting hurt as she was last time. I'm fine, Aunt Zhou. Zhao Shumin checked around before making sure that Li Jiyan was fine, and only then did she let go of her heart. Xiao Yan, let's go home. Looking around, Zhao Shumin was worried that Shang Yunsheng might go and return. Aha! Walking down the road, Zhao Shumin asked, Xiao Yan, how did you know that auntie was here? There are still plenty of ways to get home, and this old neighborhood can be all over the place. There was also some curiosity in Zhao Shumin's heart as to why Li Jiyan had saved herself. Aunt Zhou, I wanted to wait for you to make me a snack for dinner. I didn't realize you needed some more time, so I went out for a stroll and didn't expect to run into it. Auntie Zhao, it's a good thing I bumped into it, otherwise I was really worried about what would happen. Li Jiyan also had some heart palpitations. Well, Zhao Shumin had a very unique feeling. Could this be fate? To bump into each other like this? After returning home and closing the door behind her, Zhao Shumin completely put her heart down. Sayan, what do you want to eat? There are still some things at home. Aunt Zhou, I want scrambled eggs. Go back to your room and wait in the air conditioning. Soon Auntie will make it for you. I'm going to take a shower first then Auntie. After taking a shower and returning to her room to blow on the air conditioner, Li Jiyan felt incredibly comfortable. It wasn't long before the sweaty Aunt Zhou walked in, now wearing high heels. Xiao Yan, you eat first. Auntie also goes to take a bath. It's too hot. Eating the scrambled eggs made by Zhao Shumin, Li Jiyan's heart sighed. This woman is a great cook, really exceptional. In this magic city, it was estimated that he would only be able to eat the food that Auntie Zhao cooked for him. Auntie Shen is so busy, it's unlikely that she'll cook. Auntie Roan looks like the kind of person who doesn't dip her fingers in the water. As for Aunt Lai, she still had to let herself go and fry 2 dishes for her before she could do so. After dinner, Zhao Shumin, who was wearing pajamas, walked in from outside. Words, Auntie, you're so pretty. Li Jiyan's compliments made Zhao Shumin feel her face burn a little. Auntie, where are your heels? It's in Auntie's room. Want to wear it now? Auntie, we agreed to take pictures. Then Auntie go get it. Zhao Shumin also went to the dead corner of the surveillance when she went back. She was too embarrassed to let the landlady see that she always went inside Li Jiyan's room. It's just weird to be in a relationship where 2 people who are over 20 years apart are so closely and obviously not compatible. He came to Li Jiyan's room and gently unlocked the door. Zhao Shumin asked, Xiao Yan, will you wear it now? Wait a minute Auntie, I'll go brush my teeth first. Aha! While Li Jiyan was brushing her teeth, Zhao Shumin kept surveying her high heels, feeling very uneasy in her heart and feeling unnatural in everything she did. After putting them on several times, the heels were taken off again. Not much later, Li Jiyan returned, and he once again unlocked the door to his room. The sound of that locking sound seemed like a special switch, causing Zhao Shumin's hormones to soar rapidly. The whole thing got very hot. Xiao Yan, Auntie will wear high heels for you now. After putting the high heels on, Li Jiyan looked at Zhao Shumin's jade feet, but he always had the feeling that something was missing. How's that Sayan? Does it look good? Li Jiyan hummed. Auntie, lie down on the bed in your heels. Nonsense, how can you get into bed in heels? This mustn't stay in the sheets. Li Jiyan said seriously. Aunt Zhao, you don't understand this. High heels still look best when worn on this. Besides, wouldn't it be nice if I cleaned the soles of your shoes for you? Li Jiyan took the wet wipes and helped Zhao Shumin wipe the soles of her high heels. Originally, the contact area between the high heels and the ground was very small, plus Zhao Shumin's pair of high heels was just bought today. He quickly helped Zhao Shumin clean the soles of her high heels. Looking at such a meticulous Li Jiyan, Zhao Shumin's heart felt even warmer. This child really didn't mind himself at all, casually throwing the wipes onto the floor. Unintentionally with bad aim Li Jiyan threw them onto the latex floor, bending down to pick them up once before the wipes returned to the trash can where they belonged. Auntie Zhou, that's right, these high heels are supposed to look best on top right. Zhao Shumin hummed. Xiao Yan, don't you want to take pictures? Take pictures. Auntie Chiu, there's still something missing. High heels may look good, but it's a lot less flavorful without stockings and heels. Aunt Joe, the stockings are right next to you. Although Zhao Shuman felt her face burning, she also knew that she was going to do Li Jiyan a favor, and that she couldn't give up halfway after having come this far. As long as Li Jiyan could be as reformed as he had imagined, then everything he had done would all be worth it. Not much later, Zhao Shuman, wearing a short skirt, came back. After coming up, Zhao Shuman picked up the stockings and put them on a little bit in front of Li Jiyan. Auntie Zhao's legs were snow white, but after putting on stockings, they had a different kind of flavor. This made Li Jiyan completely unable to avert her eyes. Aunt Joe, let me help you with your heels. This is not good. It's just wearing heels. It's not like there's anything else going on. Zhao Shuman thought about it for a while and felt that what Li Jiyan said made sense. It was just wearing high heels. Okay. After Li Jiyan picked up the high heels, he gently held Auntie Zhao's stocking jade feet and then put the high heels on. After both feet were dressed, Zhao Shuman asked, Xiao Yan, can we take pictures now? Okay, I'll take a picture. After recording this beautiful moment, Zhao Shuman breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like it's finally possible to help Sion. After getting up and sitting on top of the chair, Zhao Shuman picked up the needle and thread basket and continued to help Li Jiyan sew the handmade t-shirt. Aunt Joe, let me take another jitterbug for you. This time just the hand there. Good. Zhao Shuman handed her cell phone to Li Jiyan without any wariness, and the password was 6 zeros for the phone, so Li Jiyan could unlock it at will. After filming a jitterbug and adding the hand-sewn closed copy, Li Jiyan also scrutinized the t-shirt that Zhao Shuman had made for him. The main part of this t-shirt is basically finished, although it was some pieces of cloth divided together. Aunt Zhou was very handsome in making clothes both in needlework and design. Li Jiyan could be sure that Aunt Zhou did have a talent for this. It might actually work out to open an online store in the future. Aunt Zhou, you're so handy. Li Jiyan boasted about the handiness, and Zhao Shuman always felt that he was hinting at something. Xiao Yan, in the future, you have to be honest and listen to Auntie, and Auntie will often give you stockings. Hearing Zhao Shuman's words, Li Jiyan immediately took a stand. Good, no matter how it's done, but the attitude still had to be there. That was the reasoning that Fei Lai had handed over to herself. If Catherine asked herself to do something really over the top, she would just verbally agree to it, but not do anything. And verbally promising Auntie Zhou can make her happy and let her guard down. Li Jiyan felt that this was very important. Looking at such an obedient Li Jiyan, Zhao Shuman also let go of her heart. This kid, he's really getting better and better. It's good that you listen to Auntie. Tonight Auntie will work overtime and try to make the t-shirt for you in the next few days. Today's Jo Sukman wanted to catch up on the t-shirt she gave to Li Jiyan, so without realizing it, it was getting late. Li Jiyan was studying while looking at Aunt Zhao's stocking and high-heeled legs, and in her heart, she liked the atmosphere, the feeling of home. Similarly, Zhao Shuman was also watching Li Jiyan study from time to time. She had the feeling that she had raised a very obedient and wonderful son. Without realizing it, the time came to 12 o'clock, and Li Jiyan, who was waiting for the refreshed information, also felt how good time control really was. Intelligence refreshed right on time. Go to this lottery store and buy this pile of tickets for a profit of $1,000. The wild bonus session was Li Jiyan's favorite. The feeling of picking up money was just too obsessive. Shen Hongmei's business partner Wang Yunjian will be organizing a business drinking game at the Huaxing Hotel this evening, intending to take turns getting Shen Hongmei drunk, and He Yenrong and Fei Lai will also be present. Remarks: the intelligence will be refreshed 100% when Zhao Shuman, Shen Hongmei, He Yenrong, Fei Lai, and Catherine are in danger. Before, Li Jiyan was guessing, but this time, there were clear hints in the intelligence, and Li Jiyan completely put his heart down. That way, he or she wouldn't be afraid of people like Shang Yunxing or the boss's wife. However, the name Wang Yunjian was really familiar, and Li Jiyan quickly recalled it before realizing that it was one of the big bosses that Aunt Shin had cursed earlier. Auntie Shin and this person have quite a lot of business cooperation, plus he is a big boss, so he has always been scheming against Auntie Shin. One could never let this person get away with it. The next message did refresh half a dozen times, but nothing useful. The last item made Li Jiyan a bit dazed. Catherine is going to make you scrub the toilet in the company bathroom tomorrow, and she's going to make you lick her heels clean with your mouth in the future. Li Jiyan, this damned Ioma, really trying to raise herself to be a slave with absolutely no character whatsoever. What a disgusting woman. Why don't you insult yourself by making yourself massage your black silk jade feet? New mission issued. Please help Shen Hongmei block the wine and save her. Mission reward, second small pool hall. Another new task made Li Jiyan's heart even more energized. She was going to be the owner of the 7th store. Xiao Yan, Auntie will go back to sleep first. Zhao Shuman was also a bit sleepy, so she wanted to go. Auntie Zhao, will you sleep with me? Auntie can't indulge you anymore. Zhao Shumin's voice was a little firm. Auntie Zhao, please, Shan Yunqing scared me today. I can't sleep well alone. Zhao Shumin remembered the time when Li Ziyan had called out to her today. The Li Ziyan of that time had really given her a sense of security that she had never felt before. It's like a ray of light on a long night. Okay, it's just for tonight, Winnie, but you have to be honest. Definitely Aunt Zhou. After Zhao Shumin turned off the light, she came to lie down next to Li Ziyan. After covering Auntie Zhao with the quilt, he smelled the fragrant odor of Auntie Zhao's body. That feeling of happiness also comes from the heart. Auntie Zhao, you smell so good. It's really nice to sleep with you in my arms. Sayaka, take your hand off Auntie's leg. Aunt Zhou, it's in stockings. I'm touching the stockings, not your legs. Strong words. Zhao Shumin felt that she really couldn't do anything about Li Ziyan, and she didn't bother to remove Li Ziyan's hand. Auntie Zhou, will you face me in bed? Auntie can't sleep lying down. I want to see my aunt's face. Zhao Shumin gently turned her body and came face to face with Li Ziyan, and with her four eyes facing each other, Zhao Shumin could only feel the hot sensation coming on again, and Li Ziyan was really exceptionally close to her own lips. Aunt Zhou, when Li Ziyan spoke, Zhao Shumin could feel Li Ziyan's nostrils. Alright Sayaka, Auntie is going to lie down. No, Aunt Zhou, I want to hold you. Putting his hand on Zhao Shumin's back, Li Ziyan hugged Zhao Shumin, and Zhao Shumin helplessly extended her arm around Li Ziyan. You're almost 21 and you're still acting like a child. Aunt, am I not a baby in your presence? Feeling the sensation of hugging Auntie Zhao, Li Ziyan's heart had 19 points of excitement. Feeling the touch of the stockings with his legs, finally, Li Ziyan couldn't help but kiss at Zhao Shumin. At this moment, Zhao Shumin's heart was completely flustered. Xiao Yan, we agreed to be honest. You don't listen to your aunt. Aunt Zhou, kissing is just a reflection of our good relationship. You're over 20 years older than me. Kissing doesn't mean anything. Strong words again. I'd like to open your head and see what's in it. My head is full of ants. Thinking all the same about Auntie. Aunt Zhou, just let me kiss for once. No, it really is the end. Well, after getting Zhao Shumin's permission, Li Ziyan's heart kissed it with great fondness, and Zhao Shumin likewise began to respond. The feeling of responding and not responding is completely different. Li Ziyan quickly became intoxicated. After a long time, Li Ziyan asked softly, Aunt Zhao, do me a favor. Came close to Zhao Shumin's ear. Li Ziyan spoke whispering, don't go too far Sayan, that worked before. Please Auntie, I really like you. Well, in the future, you have to listen to Auntie. Otherwise, in the future, Auntie really hates you and won't follow you anymore. And in the future, Auntie definitely won't indulge you. Inside Zhao Shumin's head was all about the way Li Ziyan had defied the odds to protect herself. Whether Shang Yunqing had a knife on him or not was anyone's guess, but Xiao Yan protected herself without a moment's hesitation. Such a good latecomer. Who would one be good to if not to him? Zhao Shumin, whose brain was controlled by her sensibility, had forgotten all about her previous inner bottom line. All the thoughts, all the determination were all in vain at this moment. The next day, after Li Ziyan woke up, Zhao Shumin had already left, and Li Ziyan knew that she had gone to cook for herself. Looked at the paint on the walls and floor. Li Ziyan stretched very comfortably and then went to wash up. While brushing his teeth, he was still studying and recharging his batteries. Li Ziyan, who had the ability to forget everything, didn't want to waste it. It was always beneficial to learn more. It's just a mountain. After memorizing the ancient poem, Li Ziyan studied Korean, for which he was also basically proficient. Specialize in Japanese next. It's too bad those wonderful infantry movies don't have subtitles. Once you read it, you can watch the movie to your heart's content without interruption. After coming out of the bathroom, Zhao Shumin had already carried the meal to his room. Just after entering the room, Li Ziyan hugged Zhao Shumin from behind. Aunt Zhou, feeling Li Ziyan's wakefulness, Zhao Shumin's heart was shy and at the same time felt very chagrined. How did you not hold your ground yourself? Every time Xiao Yan begged himself, he couldn't help but indulge him. End of chapter. Chapter 76, it doesn't seem impossible. Let go of me Sayan, Auntie is angry. Who did you learn all that weird stuff from? Last night, Sukmin Cho really understood the F-role. Her heart regretted why she had clearly made up her mind to help Li Ziyan correct her mistakes. But every time I can't hold myself back. And then last night it happened like that with Li Ziyan. In the future, one could never do such a thing. Aunt Zhou, Li Ziyan also did not continue to pester Zhao Shumin. His heart was really a little afraid to make Aunt Zhou really angry. Even though Auntie Zhou spoiled herself, she couldn't get ahead of herself. Some things are untaught. You're the smart one, Zhao Shumin said somewhat angrily. Well, hurry up and eat. You still have to work. Okay, Aunt Zhou. Sitting down, Li Ziyan ate his meal while admiring Zhao Shumin's deep, snow-white gully. his heart was really flowing. Today, Sukmin Cho's jitterbug still has some news, but it's nothing compared to yesterday's heat. Aunt Jo, let me see your jitterbug. Clicking on it, Zhao Shumin's jitterbug fans already have more than 2,000. And the comments under the video are all comments that tell Sukmin Cho to shoot dare. These people have no interest in hand-sewn clothes. Just think about letting your aunt clap her boobs and shake. The tone of her voice was filled with disgust. Zhao Shumin was really not in a position to make a rubbing video like that. Li Jian felt more and more how exaggerated Aunt Zhao's figure was. With beauty filters all over the place like Shakeology, it still attracts so much attention, and very perfect FS are so rare. Well, Aunt Jo, we'll just take our time posting videos of making handmade clothes. I'm sure I can open an online store later. Good. And Auntie continues to go out looking for work today. After breakfast, Zhao Shumin picked up the t-shirt that had been almost sewn and handed it to Li Jian. The skeleton of this t-shirt is basically complete. The only thing missing is 2 sleeves. Xiao Yan, put on the t-shirt that Auntie made for you to see if it looks good. Aunt Jo, wasn't last night a lot worse? Auntie woke up a little early this morning, so I sat next to you and sewed for a while, and I didn't have any free time to spare while I made breakfast. Let's see how the sewing goes. If it fits, and this is the first time Auntie has worked on the style of the dress. Looking at the many colors spliced into a but very artistic t-shirt, Li Jian couldn't wait to pick it up and put it on her body. This scene reminded Zhao Shumin of the kind of way her own son had disliked the clothes she had made, and she really couldn't forget it for the rest of her life. But now that Li Jian seems to like the clothes she made so much, the contrast makes her even more disappointed in her son. Shang Shunsheng. And the matter of who had betrayed her address was something that Zhao Shumin's heart had never dared to think about in detail. After putting it on, Li Jian looked at herself in the dressing mirror and also froze a bit. He then praised from the bottom of his heart, "Auntie, you really are too good. It's a really nice dress, much nicer than anything I've ever bought online. If you open an online store you can definitely make money." The delight on Zhao Shumin's pretty face couldn't be hidden at all. "Good, Winnie, take it off, and Auntie will finish sewing up your sleeves later." Having Li Jian like the clothes she made really made Zhao Shumin unable to control the feeling of joy she felt inside. "If you like it, Auntie will make your clothes for you from now on." Zhao Shumin touched Li Jian's face, and her eyes were filled with that kind of motherly light. At this moment, how she wished that Li Jian was her own son. If that's the case, one really has a lot less to worry about. But Zhao Shumin also knew, some things can only be fantasies. "Aunt Jo, you're beautiful." Talking nonsense again. Zhao Shumin's face reddened a bit. "Get to work." Zhao Shumin's heart was really afraid that Li Jian would have any excessive demands. Every time Xiao Yan came up with some excessive demands, he himself was all softened up and had no way to refuse. Thinking about it made Zhao Shumin feel a great headache. "Well, Aunt Jo, let me cuddle before you go to work." "Aha!" Zhao Shumin opened her arms, and Li Jian naturally went up and wrapped her arms around Zhao Shumin's waist. "Aunt Jo, hugging you every day is the happiest thing in the world." Poor little bad boy again. "Well, it's time to go to work, isn't it?" Smelling Zhao Shumin's scent, Li Jian looked at her red lips and kissed at her. But this time, Zhao Shumin was very determined inside. He couldn't just let Li Jian do whatever he wanted. If he continued like this, he really didn't know how things would turn out. He himself had to correct Li Jian's mistake in time. "No, Sayan, Auntie said you can't kiss Auntie anymore. You must correct this bad habit of yours today. Aunt Jo, please, let me kiss you. One last time." "You say it's the last time every time, but never keep your word. Auntie can't listen to you this time." "Aunt Jo, I think about your lips all day if I don't kiss you." "Auntie Zhao, from now on we won't do anything else. Can we just kiss? It's just kissing, it's not like you're crossing the line. It's just an expression of a good relationship between elders and juniors. That's all." "Auntie Zhao, don't think too much." Before Zhao Shumin nodded her head, Li Jian didn't do anything excessive. He just discussed with Zhao Shumin. This caused Zhao Shumin to fall silent, and in her heart, she also felt very embarrassed. This kid, it's actually good that he can stop doing things on his own that cross the line. If he doesn't let him do anything, then will he go back to his old ways? Thinking about it, Zhao Shumin's heart couldn't help but feel extremely worried that she had to save Li Jian before she could do so. Well, after a while, Zhao Shumin was the one who agreed. "In the future, Auntie promises you that you can be allowed to kiss Auntie, but just once a day. You can't kiss your aunt for more than 10 seconds at a time. Otherwise Auntie can't promise." "Sayan, can you do it?" "Auntie will let you stick your tongue out if you can." Kissing Auntie. Zhou Sukmin felt that if the kiss was only 10 seconds long, it wouldn't be so hard to accept. As long as Li Jian agreed, it didn't seem impossible. However, this was his own bottom line, and he definitely couldn't let Li Jian continue to gain an inch. End of chapter. Chapter 77, Catherine's New Bully. Zhao Shumin's face burned thoroughly. "What the hell are you even talking about? Once a day. No more than 10 seconds of kissing at a time. Is that what you say? Is his own brain broken? Xiao Yan is only 20 years old. Jo Sukmin promised that she could kiss for no more than 10 seconds at a time. It made Li Jiyan's heart start to get uncontrollably excited, and it looked like her efforts were really bearing fruit. Auntie, I promise. I'll go to work first. Li Jiyan wasn't in a hurry to use up the one chance he had today. He planned to use it again in the evening, but the exact time, wasn't he in control? Li Jiyan's heart didn't panic at all. Watching Li Jiyan leave, Zhao Shuman also felt surprised. The boy, surprisingly, managed to hold back from kissing himself. That's a little weird. Might as well wrap up the t-shirt for Sayaka first. Zhao Shuman sat down on Li Jiyan's bed and continued to sew his clothes. While riding her bike on the way to work, Li Jiyan thought about the way Zhao Shuman had sewn clothes for herself. In my heart, I can't help but think of an old poem. A loving mother holds the thread in her hands, and a wandering son wears the clothes on his back. However, Aunt Jo is not her own mother. It's just that she's old enough to be her own mom. UF surround me and guard perfection. While riding her bike, Li Jiyan listened to a song and soon arrived at the company. After clocking in as usual, Louis Chen comes over and tells Li Jiyan to go to Catherine's office. The smugness in his eyes grew a bit more, and when he thought of the punishment that his mom said would be even more brutal than beating Li Jiyan, his heart just felt a lot more balanced. If he doesn't give himself face, mom has a way of cleaning him up. Got it. Li Jiyan walked towards Catherine's office, his mind surprisingly feeling some anticipation, albeit of workplace bullying, but in reality it was himself who came to play with Catherine's black silk feet, which felt really, really good. But how come the more I think about the attributes of this, the more wrong it seems? Li Jiyan thought in his mind. At this time he also felt something strange. Summer vacation is almost over now, but it's still a dry day. As usual, Catherine wore a matching wraparound skirt with black silk heels, and this professional black silk outfit was really Li Jiyan's favorite outfit. The unusually fair skin of the big ocean horse also made Li Jiyan's heart feel very moved. After all, it was a white person, and aunties have a different kind of flavor. Li Jiyan, come here, polish my heels. After sitting on the sofa, Catherine stretched her slender legs out straight. She waited for Li Jiyan to shine her shoes. In fact, she wanted Li Jiyan to lick her heels, but after thinking about it, this game of turning someone into a slave still has to be done slowly to be interesting later. Taking hold of Catherine's heels, Li Jiyan used the wet wipes to wipe down her already very clean heels. After a while, Catherine wasn't satisfied with that. Press my feet. In fact, Catherine's heart loved this feeling of being massaged by Li Jiyan's black silk jade feet. She'd been lonely for years, and deep down she craved physical contact with the opposite sex. She herself didn't know if she was insulting Li Jiyan or if deep down she wished to let Li Jiyan massage her jade feet, to ease the loneliness deep inside myself. Thinking about it, Catherine was a bit confused, but she quickly came to her senses. Li Jiyan dared to disgrace her son, then one must clean him up and show him what he's made of before he can do it. Removing Catherine's high heels, Li Jiyan scrutinized Catherine's jade feet that had red nails done. The three aunts in Shanghai seemed to be in the habit of having their feet manicured, with the exception of Auntie Chiu, who doesn't wear any powder. Apart from Debeo, Auntie Jo really doesn't have any other cosmetics, but that still doesn't affect Auntie Jo's face and skin condition, which can really only be described as natural beauty. Massaging Catherine's jade foot. After a while, Catherine, dissatisfied with this, brought her left foot to Li Jiyan's stomach, and she began to stomp on it, humiliate Li Jiyan. Her heart also felt a little surprised that this damned Li Jiyan was so gifted. It was truly a little amazing. Looks like he's one of those 1 in a million guys. Li Jiyan, later you go and scrub the toilet in the sales department's restroom. Feeling Catherine's jade feet on his chest, Li Jiyan didn't refuse. Anyway, this is something he won't do. Just let Lu Jinxin do it directly later. With Auntie Lai to protect her, she wasn't afraid of being expelled herself. Well, I know Ms. Catherine. Very pleased with Li Jiyan's obedience, Catherine put her other foot on Li Jiyan's stomach as well. The insults continued to be hurled at Li Jiyan. After Li Jiyan came out of Catherine's office, Lu Jinxin was standing not far away waiting for him, and he looked very comfortable. He was very much at odds with Li Jiyan when he was in school, and after graduation Su Chanshan asked Li Jiyan to pay the bill. More than that, he completely tore his face, and now he likes to see Li Jiyan being bullied in the workplace. But soon, Lu Jinxin couldn't laugh anymore. Catherine wants you to go clean all the toilets in the sales department. What are you babbling about? The president said this is to give you a chance to promote you in the future. Words I brought. You don't want to do it, then forget it. Or you can ask the president yourself. Li Jiyan returned to the top of her workstation and left with her bag. At this point everyone is very busy. Lu Yichen also went out to run business under the leadership of the company's veteran employees. No one pays attention to two people, while Li Jiyan blandly left. Lu Jinxin's mind began to be confused. Could it be that Catherine was really trying to give herself a promotion? It seems that there is no such possibility. After all, they have Lu each in this layer of relations. Catherine wants to promote themselves. This matter should not be a big problem. Wanted to go to the office and ask, but Lu Jinxin didn't have the guts. After all, Catherine was the president of the company and had always been very intimidating to her subordinates, and there was still some fear in his heart. Forget it, go scrub toilets. As long as you get a promotion, you'll have a chance at everything in the future. If you can be a small leader or something, then in the future, if there is a reunion, you can completely pretend in front of the classmates. After all, Changlong Group is a listed group. During the day, Li Jian collected his wild bonus as usual. While groping for fish, he also began to learn Japanese. Odozo. Mom, yeah no, I know this one. After shallowly learning a part of it, Li Jian incidentally, he watched a segment of an island movie. Although there were no subtitles, he still clearly understood the meaning of the movie. I'm the Odozo of your classmates. But ma'am, your son's academic performance wants to improve. Must I come to help him with his tuition? You don't want your son's learning to remain unimproved. But, please, ma'am. As soon as the male lead bowed, Li Jian's heart burst with joy. In that case it would really be much more convenient for him to watch movies in the future. When I couldn't read the lines before, I really felt like I was spacing out. In the afternoon, he also took a look at Zhao Shimin's jittery voice in passing. Aunt Zhou still gets the most likes when she shoots to the boobs, which is average. A lot of the comments are still people who were attracted to the last video asking Aunt Zhou to show her boobs. Li Jian, who reads Spring and Autumn, is really ashamed to be in the company of these people. In the afternoon, after clocking out, Li Jian was just about to leave when she was stopped by Catherine. Li Jian, come with me to the office. This afternoon, Catherine was also a little tired from walking, so she wanted Li Jian to help her massage her black silk jade feet. After Li Jian came in, Catherine said with satisfaction, the toilet was scrubbed well today. Catherine had someone look in the men's bathroom and it was indeed shiny as new. The cleaner had instructed not to do the work here and it was obvious that Li Jian had done it. This slave of his own was quite obedient. Press my feet, press my leg too. Lying down on the sofa, Catherine was very cozy, and Li Jian sat down. After removing Catherine's high heels, placing the pair of black silk jade feet on her lap, she helped Catherine begin to gently massage them. As far as the eye could see, it was Catherine's slender black silk legs. Catherine was a full 178 and had long black silk legs that looked like the kind of legs that had been pulled on short videos. Only Aunt Shin's leg length could overpower her. While massaging Catherine's jade feet, Li Jian placed his hands on Catherine's calves and began to knead them. Li Jian, are you massaging my legs or touching them? Catherine suddenly realized that Li Jian seemed to be interested in herself. A boy of that age should not be interested in a mature woman in her 40s, but he thought of himself as a woman. Remembering Li Jian's 19% obedience to herself earlier, Catherine realized it only afterward. I should probably stop the workplace bullying of Li Jian and just let him scrub the toilet. Otherwise I'm just letting him take advantage of me. However, the warmth of Li Jian's hands gave Catherine a feeling that the repressed loneliness within her heart was being released. She liked this particular feeling very much. President Catherine. Li Jian knew that the woman liked to be called President Catherine the most. It's our oriental massage technique. I can soothe you if I give you a massage. Well, indeed feeling very comfortable, Catherine lazily laid down on the sofa and allowed Li Jian to help massage herself. Catherine's calves were very well proportioned, and looking at the snow-white part on top of the knee-high black silk of her thighs, Li Jian could imagine it. How white are Catherine's calves? Feel the touch of Catherine's beautiful legs. Li Jian kept massaging Catherine, and his hands moved back and forth on Catherine's jade feet and calves. Catherine was so comfortable that she couldn't help but put both of her feet on Li Jian's stomach. She found the young man's stomach warm and found it very enjoyable every time she put her jade feet on it. If I could get this kid to cuddle up to me at night, it would probably be like cuddling up to a fireplace. It's cozy and comfortable to think about. Want to massage your thighs? Catherine swallowed. This boy, what did he want? Thought Catherine, pulling on her wraparound skirt. End of chapter. Chapter 78. Li Jian holds back the crowd alone at the wine table. Touched Aunt Shin. Hearing Li Jian's request to massage her thighs, Catherine's heart also felt surprised. This kid, he must be trying to take advantage of himself. Never mind, just massage my calves and feet properly. Saying that, Catherine took off her black silk, a process that also made Li Jian stare. Looking at the snow-white legs presented in front of him, Li Jian really couldn't take his eyes off of them either. This big ocean horse is indeed too good-looking. The average woman in the West looks flabby and very aged by the time she reaches her 40s. Catherine is completely different though. She really is exceptionally well-maintained. After removing her stockings, Catherine felt sure that the massage would be very comfortable, even though it was just short of a thin layer of industrial product. but the feeling is worlds apart. What are you looking at? All women wanted their charms to be recognized, and so did Catherine. And Li Jian staring at her beautiful legs gave her a sense of accomplishment in her heart. Of course, in Catherine's heart for the sake of her own race was very superior. She was looking down on Li Jian, a yellow person. President, I haven't seen legs this white, Li Jian said truthfully. In fact, all of the ants' legs were snow white, but there was something not quite the same as Catherine's snow white. It's a difference brought about by the difference in ethnicity, and there's a different kind of beauty to it. Count on you having some sense of aesthetics. My legs are not as white as the yellow women on your side of the world. As she spoke, Catherine's superiority was very evident, as it had always been in the presence of the yellow race. Give me a good massage. Saying that, Catherine stretched her smooth feet onto Li Jian's stomach, and the soft and slippery feeling came from it, making Li Jian sigh at how well maintained this big ocean horse really was. Among white people, she was definitely in the top pretty category, but she also really despises yellow people. Kneading back and forth on Catherine's calf, after a long time, Catherine took back her foot. She felt that Li Jian's massage was really special and comfortable. Li Jian, go back. Keep scrubbing the toilet tomorrow. You hear me? I know, President. After leaving Catherine's office, without taking a few steps, Li Jian saw Lu Jinxin. Lu Jinxin, the President complimented you on your toilet brush. Continue tomorrow. Without talking more nonsense with Lu Jinxin, Li Jian left the office. Lu Jinxin's heart had a feeling of stolen joy. Damn, it looks like the President really appreciates himself. It's still good to have the President as a relationship. Lu Jinxin knows that his own mom He Yenron looking for connections to send himself in is already not easy. It's hard to get promoted, but it's appreciated by Catherine. You're not going to fly right off the handle yourself then. Clenching his fists, Lu Jinxin was filled with energy, and he decided to work harder to brush the toilet. Lazily wearing the black silk on top of her long legs, Catherine's heart felt satisfied. The lowly yellow young man was now like a slave to himself. He pressed his feet when he asked him to, and let him polish his heels. He would polish his high heels, and even a job like scrubbing the toilet he did so meticulously, and in the future, he would be sure to consistently humiliate him to his son's delight. After leaving the company, Li Jian's mind was still thinking about the feeling of Catherine's smooth jade feet coming into contact with her skin just now. It really does make for a memorable experience. I'll make sure this foreign is admitted to the anorectal department later on. Look at the time. Li Jian found a place to casually pat out a few bites, pinpointed the time to go straight to the Huaxing Hotel, intending to go to meet Shin Hongmei by chance. If you cannot meet by chance, you can only go to Shanghai where the three ants in the private room. Not much later, Li Jian saw Lai Feifei's Xiaomi SU7. Today's Aunt Lai didn't look like she had been drinking, and after she got out of the car, He Yenrong stepped down from the passenger side, followed closely by an A6 that stopped. It was Shin Hongmei's. Seeing Aunt Shin's car, Li Jian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was also considered a chance encounter. From afar, he looked at He Yenrong's flirtatious figure. Li Jian's heart was the one that felt a rush of heat. The one that could most remind people of hormonal things was always this woman who was full of wind and dust. However, Li Jian knew that He Yenrong really hadn't been a technician. Perhaps she had been a manager at Century Palace for too long, and that's why she looked like she had that kind of dusty temperament. Look, Fifi, it's you cub. He Yenrong was the first to spot Li Jian and said to Lai Feifei. Lai Feifei always said when she was drunk that Li Jian was her cub and that she gave birth to him. This caused He Yenrong to really have the illusion that Lai Feifei was Li Jian's own mother. Lai Feifei's face was a little red. Every time she was sober and didn't drink, Lai Feifei thought about what she had done to Li Jian, and she felt very embarrassed. She didn't know why she always liked to molest the boy when she was drunk. And all those chats, it's all poo and such. And the name of cub, not having drunk too much, Lai Feifei can't really say it. Words. Shin Hongmei also came forward. Seeing Li Jian again, Shin Hongmei's heart was actually a feeling of panic. After not seeing Li Jian for a few days, her heart was much calmer, and she didn't expect to see Li Jian again, or here. Why was Li Jian here? Shin Hongmei's heart also felt a bit curious. Li Jian, why are you here? After Li Jian stepped forward, Lai Feifei asked in a high-strung manner. This crazy woman is really one of those proper high-strung types of young Shanghai women when she's not drinking. If it wasn't for the fact that every time Aunt Lai drank too much, she kept shouting things like cubs, Vina Jinai, and so on, Li Jian would have almost believed that Aunt Lai was just so high and mighty. Fei Lai without alcohol and with alcohol can't really be treated as the same person. Aunt Lai, I'm in the neighborhood for business, and I'm not getting much today. I didn't expect to run into you guys here. Li Jian looked at Shin Hongmei, and there was some blazing and deep love in his eyes. Such a gaze made Shin Hongmei not dare to look directly at it. She was a little flustered and staggered over. She knew that Li Jian's heart had always wanted to be with her. It was just that in the face of such a child, she just couldn't agree to it. then you and your mom are still very much in love. As befits a cub born of Fifi, every time Lai Fei Fei drank she was flirty, making He Yenrong's face feel hot. Now that it was so hard to find a chance to flirt with Lai Fei Fei in turn, He Yenrong naturally couldn't possibly let go of such an opportunity. Rolling her eyes at He Yenrong, Lai Fei Fei and He Yenrong pinched each other. Annoyed, Li Jian looked at He Yenrong's sultry and pretty face painted with heavy makeup, but her eyes were always drawn to the faint eye lines at the corners of her eyes. These eye lines were very detailed and had the feeling of adding a lot of mature charm to He Yenrong. Alright, stop it, Xiao Yen. Auntie has a drinking party tonight. Why don't you come along too? Shen Hongmei invited after regaining her composure. Okay, Auntie Shen. The four of them headed towards the inside of the hotel. He Yenrong asked, classmate Xiao Yen, why haven't I seen you practicing today? I feel like I can just practice a few times. Right now I'm booking my test for subject 2, but it's so hard to get an appointment. Xiao Yen student, you're really great. Auntie doesn't even have the confidence to take subject 2 yet, and Auntie even enrolled in a small class. That disgusting cadet isn't bothering you anymore. No, thank you Sayan-san, Auntie really appreciates it. Pinching Li Jian's face, He Yenrong just treated Li Jian as a small child as she looked at Li Jian within her eyes. With some doting, she really liked Li Jian, the little boy who suddenly appeared in their circle. The mere fact that he had solved those two harassers who made people feel sick and headache made He Yenrong like him. Moreover, he was a classmate of his own son. Walking towards the inside of the Huaxing Hotel, Li Jian's mind inexplicably remembered the movie she had watched. How nice it would be if he and Auntie Rong could be the hero and heroine. Li Jian didn't dare to imagine how soulful it felt to hold the sultry Aunt Rong. It didn't take long for a backcombed boss to greet him from inside. Mr. Shen, you're finally here. It's been a long time. Wang Jianyun came forward and wanted to shake hands with Shen Hongmei. Mr. Wang, it's been a long time. Mr. Wang knows that I don't have the habit of shaking hands with others. The three Shanghai aunts have this habit, and so do Catherine and Aunt Zhou. Wang Jianyun's heart cursed a false innocence, but his surface was still very enthusiastic. Shen Hongmei and Lai Fei Fei and He Yenrong were all too pretty. Wang Jianyun, who had played with I don't know how many young girls, no matter how he compared them, felt that the face value and body of these three were far beyond those models, and his favorite is still Shen Hongmei. Of course, the drinking game is about to start, and we're going to have a good chat tonight about what's next for the partnership. By the way, is this your son? No, this is Fifi's son. Shen Hongmei also made a joke, which made Lai Fei Fei's face a little red. Several people walked towards the inside. Shen Hongmei and Wang Jianyun chatted about the company's cooperation, and Wang Jianyun chatted casually. In fact, his mind was all over the drinking game tonight. He had already devised how he was going to deal with Shen Hongmei. There were quite a few of Shen Hongmei's partners at night, and it was perfectly possible to get Shen Hongmei drunk and end up with a chance for herself. Xiao Yen, this Wang Jianyun is a cultured rascal. He's always craved your Aunt Shen's body. You have to be careful to help watch tonight. Fei Lai whispered. He Yenrong also chimed in. Right, if she wasn't worried about losing consciousness after drinking too much, Hongmei wouldn't have called us over. After a few people arrived at the private room, the dozen or so people sitting inside the private room also stood up. Most of them had business dealings with Shen Hongmei. She knew there was absolutely no way she was going to get out of this evening without a drink. All of these people have been very helpful to her in her business. Mr. Shen is still as beautiful as before. Most of the people present were men, looking at these three young women from Shanghai with salivation in their eyes. In this world, as long as they were normal men, it would be unlikely that you wouldn't like a beautiful woman, especially one who was beautiful to such an extent. To the right of Shen Hongmei sat a fat woman, to the left was Lai Fei Fei, and to the further left was He Yenrong. The one who followed was Li Jiyan. After sitting down, someone inquired, is this boy Mr. Shen's son? This is Mr. Lai's son. Everyone else thought that Li Jiyan was Lai Fei Fei's son, which made Lai Fei Fei's face turn red and even want to find a crack in the ground. What the hell did he say when he was drunk? The young man looks a lot like your mom. Li Jiyan. After a while, the crowd began to push their glasses. As the alcohol went to his head, the value and ability of the men in the scene's mouth soared geometrically and their connections expanded indefinitely. A burly-looking middle-aged man came over. Let's the two of us add a WeChat. He Yenrong had little interest at all in this man she didn't know, and she didn't like to add other people's WeChat. No, add one to the list, and we'll hang out during the evening. I'm really not interested. He Yenrong shrugged it off, her eyes filled with disgust. This kind of person really made her feel the most annoyed. She had said she wasn't interested and he was still there pestering her. Kids, get over there. Jian Li used a commanding tone to let Li Jiyan go over. Get out. My Aunt Rong has said she won't add you to WeChat. Are you deaf or just sick in the head? The man clenched his fist and hammered it in front of Li Jiyan's desk. Kid, don't make me hit you. Just get out of the way. I want to kiss your aunt. The gazes of the surrounding crowd all moved over to this side, a scene that made He Yenrong's heart feel very frightened. Come. Li Jiyan waited for him to make the first move. If a fight tonight could solve Aunt Shin's crisis of being doused with alcohol, it would be a really good solution. But you can't make the first move yourself, and self-defense is still necessary. Ha ha ha, the lad's got guts. Just kidding you. The man laughed and returned to his place, while the rest of the people laughed and laughed. And such a vulgar meal made Li Jiyan's heart feel a pang of disgust. If a timid person were to actually move out of the way, then this man would definitely keep harassing Auntie Rong. After realizing he wasn't a soft touch, he walked away again under the pretext of joking. The table quickly returned to business as usual, and Wang Jianyun stood up to give Shen Hongmei a toast. Shen Hongmei could only drink alone. After drinking 2 glasses of wine, Lai Fei Fei's face began to turn red and very cute. My cubs are just tough and worthy of their mommy. Wrong. My son has saved you. You must remember my son's goodness. You go to a room with him at night and be my son's daughter-in-law later. Saying that, Lai Fei Fei started to pinch He Yenrong's face. This made He Yenrong feel helpless. This crazy woman had really started. Wrong. Why is your face so hot? Say, are you springing for my cubs? My cubs heroically saved your heart. He Yenrong and Lai Fei Fei pinched each other, and her mind couldn't help but recall the way Li Jiyan had firmly stopped in front of her just now. Her face was getting redder and redder, but luckily she was drinking so she could hide it perfectly. He Yenrong's heart was a little confused as to whether she liked Li Jiyan, but she was more than 20 years older than him. She could have been his mom. How can one have such thoughts? He Yenrong's heart really felt very ashamed. The more she thought about this, the faster He Yenrong's heart beat. There was something about the moment that she couldn't keep straight what was going on inside of her. Xiao Yan, thank you really, Auntie Rong. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you and won't let others bully you. At this moment, Li Jiyan's position in He Yenrong's heart was rapidly rising. She was thoroughly fond of this latecomer. She just didn't know if it was the elder's fondness for the latecomer, or the kind of fondness between a man and a woman. Wrong. Are you an E or an F? Show me tonight, will you? Shut up. He Yenrong really hated to gag this drunken monk, only she didn't have the tools. Otherwise, she must have made her speechless, and every time she drank too much, she really did become completely tongue-tied, giving He Yenrong a headache. After a while, all 3 of the Shanghai ants had drunk a lot of wine, as there were toasts all the time. This scene made Wang Jianyun very satisfied. If he could carry Shen Hongmei away at night, then he would be infinitely blessed with lust. Those long, slender legs, he really hadn't known how long he'd been thinking about them. I didn't have a chance to realize it before, but this time I finally have a chance. Young man, have you been drinking? Come uncle toast you. After Wang Jianyun stood up, Li Jiyan also stood up. At this moment, Wang Jianyun only felt that this young man was troublesome. After all, this was Lai Fei Fei's son, and no one seemed to be able to stop him if he wanted to take all 3 women away. Had to get him drunk first. Haven't had much to drink, but don't you let my Auntie Shin drink. My Auntie Shin's wine. I'll drink for her. Little words. Shen Hongmei's eyes were sour. She really liked this innocent child to death. If she was 20 years old, or if Li Jiyan was in her 40s, then she would really have thrown herself into Li Jiyan's arms without any hesitation. Ha ha, the young man has a temper. Come, uncle toasts you. Wang Jianyun took the Maotai and poured a full glass for Li Jiyan. Don't worry, young man, we'll drink with you, so your Aunt Shin won't have to. After Wang Jianyun drank it all in one go, Li Jiyan also drank it directly. Yes, a wave of uproar and applause rang out, and Jian Li, who had just gotten up earlier, also got up to toast Li Jiyan. He felt that if he got this kid drunk, he might have a chance to take He Yenrong at night. Such a soulful woman. If she could accompany him for one night, he would be willing to live 10 years less. Li Jiyan didn't talk nonsense and just drank. Xiao Yan, don't drink. Shen Hongmei came behind Li Jiyan and snatched Li Jiyan's wine glass, her eyes full of heartache. He's just a kid, yet he's so desperate to protect himself and doesn't want to be wronged. This kid is really nice. Aunt Shin, you've had enough. I can't let you drink. It's okay, I'm a good drinker. Don't worry about me, Aunt Shin. With 4 eyes, Shen Hongmei's eyes became even more sour. Mr. Shin, there's no need to protect the calf at a time like this. Men, how can you be good if you don't know how to drink? How can you achieve great things in the future? Drink more. A good workout. That way you'll get ahead later, haha. Aunt Shin, I'll drink it for you. Trust me, it's fine. Shen Hongmei remembered the last time she accompanied Lucas for a drink. Li Jiyan did seem to have a good capacity for alcohol. After hesitating for a while, Shen Hongmei then repassed the wine cup to Li Jiyan. After Li Jiyan drank, the table was filled with uproarious voices. Not only Wang Jianyun, Most of the rest of the men's hearts also hope that there is a chance that they can pick up at night, as long as they get up the next day and excuse themselves to drink too much. However, everyone had underestimated Li Ziyan's drinking capacity. Ever since the body mutated, Li Ziyan could do more than just have his reflexes become quicker and unforgettable. He drank alcohol that could be completely described as not getting drunk from 1,000 cups, so these people were no match for him even if they took turns. Instead, there was a steady stream of people sprawled out on top of the drinks table, and others just threw up. Wang Jianyun felt very evil. This Lai Fei-Fei's son in the end is a monster. He has seen can drink, but have not seen so can drink. That much wine would pretty much put down even a donkey. But he just kept standing there. Wang Jianyun's temper came up. Good drinking, young man. You're going to do great things in the future. That's right, young man. Come to my company. I'll hire you as my secretary for $20,000 a month. How about just helping me drink? With that, the man plopped down on the table. Come on, lad. Let's get on with it. Wang Jianyun felt that he would soon be victorious and drink Li Ziyan down. Shen Hongmei's long legs must be her own tonight. Another 2 glasses of wine down. Looking at Li Ziyan, who was still in high spirits and even with excitement, Wang Jianyun could not hold on any longer and directly collapsed on the ground. Basically all the people at the scene were all delirious from Li Ziyan's drinking. The 3 ants in Shanghai watched this scene, all feeling incredulous. Shen Hongmei really did not expect that Li Ziyan could drink so much. Looking at the bottle of wine in front of him, Shen Hongmei was touched to the extreme inside. The boy really liked himself, and he really did go above and beyond for himself. Cubby, you're awesome. You've got these old perverts down. Your Aunt Shin and your Aunt Rong. Mom rewarded you for warming your bed tonight. He Yenrong's beautiful eyes were full of color. She really couldn't control the kind of appreciation she felt for Li Ziyan more and more. Aunt Shin, I'm going to the bathroom first. Li Ziyan walked towards the outside. Not that he was drunk. He could only be described as slightly inebriated right now. But after all that drinking, it does seem a bit stifling. It was only after reaching the bathroom that Li Ziyan felt much more comfortable. However, it did take him a bit longer to go to the bathroom this time, because he'd had so much to drink that he was drinking it completely as plain water. Not much later, Shen Hongmei came to the outside of the bathroom. Are you okay, Sion? Didn't hear Li Ziyan's response. Shen Hongmei worried that Li Ziyan had an accident. After all, drinking hard might not be okay at the time, but the subsequent reaction was definitely painful. Aunt Shin, packing up and turning around, Li Ziyan and Shen Hongmei looked at each other, and for a while it was a bit awkward. He had never dreamed that he would meet Aunt Shin in the bathroom. Are you okay, Sion? Shen Hongmei touched Li Ziyan's face and felt that it was a little hot. Although Li Ziyan was fine with drinking, reactions like blushing and burning would still occur. I'm fine, Aunt Shin. It's really okay? Alright. Saying that, Li Ziyan crooked a bit towards the front, and Shen Hongmei hurriedly hugged Li Ziyan to prevent him from falling. Big car Shen Hongmei supported Li Ziyan not to let him fall or easy. After all, the height was placed there. Shen Hongmei was still very strong. Still saying it's fine, just showing off. Heartbroken auntie. Aunt Shin, don't feel sorry for me. I'm fine. Come on, auntie will take you home. I don't want to go home. Auntie, I miss you. Listening to Li Ziyan's drunkenness, Shen Hongmei's tears finally snapped and fell. But because Li Ziyan was drunk, Shen Hongmei did not worry about what Li Ziyan saw. Thinking about what auntie is doing. It's not like auntie can stay with you. In the future you need to get a normal girlfriend so that the days will be better. Auntie Shin, I just love you. Saying that, Li Ziyan kissed up against Shen Hongmei's lips. All that drinking and you're still thinking about kissing. Auntie Shin, I want to kiss you the most. You kids. Not later, just today. In fact, Shen Hongmei's alcohol had also gone to her head, and she had drunk quite a lot just now. Feeling Li Ziyan's constant temptation towards herself, Shen Hongmei also couldn't restrain herself from kissing Li Ziyan, and the two stood there constantly kissing each other, both very devoted. Fifi, why haven't Sion-san and Hongmei come back yet? The red-faced Lai Fei-Fei looked at all the people who got down and said, it goes without saying, it must be to go to the bathroom to reward the pups to go ah. You go over there and take a look. You might even see something exciting. Listening to Lai Fei-Fei's words, He Yenrong's heart somehow felt a little sour. I've known Li Ziyan for a very short time, but what happened between the two really made it hard for He Yenrong to forget. Nonsense again, you crazy woman. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm coming with you. I need to see if you're an E or an F. You crazy. The two men held each other up against the outside. After a long time, Li Ziyan hugged Shen Hongmei tightly and said in her ear, Aunt Shin, okay, Xiao Yan, it's too much. Aunt Shin, holding Shen Hongmei, Li Ziyan kissed again. After a minute of kissing, Li Ziyan wiped Shen Hongmei's saliva and continued to whisper in Shen Hongmei's ear, Aunt Shin, okay, please, no way. Winnie, seeing that Shen Hongmei was still resisting, Li Ziyan continued to kiss her. she knew that the chances of getting Auntie Shin drunk were very few and far between. That's why you have to take advantage of it yourself. And Shin Hongmei finally acquiesced to Li Jian's idea. A long time later, the two of them came out of the bathroom. And at this moment, Shin Hongmei had sobered up a lot. Just coming out, before he could walk out of the corner, Li Jian once again hugged Shin Hongmei's waist. Auntie, you're bending over and I still want to. Shin Hongmei lowered her head. The soreness in her wrist she had ignored, kissing Li Jian's lips. The way the two people's lips and tongues intertwined was all seen by Lai Fei and He Yanrong, who were waiting here. Hongmei, what are you doing with my cub? End of chapter. Chapter 79, Lai Fei's questioning. Looking at Li Jian and Shin Hongmei, who were kissing, He Yanrong and Lai Fei were all wide-eyed. In the past, He Yanrong always felt that Li Jian's entry into their circle was a bit abnormal. Shin Hongmei is a very smart woman and successful businesswoman. Lai Fei, on the other hand, is a drunken monk. Crazy woman. Not drinking is fine. Once drinking, is a flirty talk. How could such two people play so well with Li Jian? Her mind really wondered if Li Jian had some kind of relationship with one of these two women. But upon closer examination she felt that there should be no such possibility. After all, the gap between 20 and 40 years old is really too big. The age difference between the 20-something years old or men and women in this society really go anywhere will attract other people's strange eyes. Not to mention that Shin Hongmei and Lai Fei were both the kind of mature women who were very high and cold in their normal times. Shin Hongmei, in particular, would never be able to do something like being with a young boy 20 years her junior. At this moment, the scene in front of her really overturned He Yanrong's three views. Shin Hongmei, who was usually very high-strung, lowered her head and allowed Li Jian to wrap his arms around her waist and kiss with her. And Shin Hongmei's kind of appearance was also clearly a warm response to Li Jian. The two men's lips were pressed together, obviously still intoxicated. Shin Hongmei, what are you doing with my cub? Lai Fei didn't care so much. Watching Li Jian and Shin Hongmei kissing, her heart felt very uncomfortable. The drunken Lai Fei's feelings towards Li Jian were definitely doubled. Going straight forward, Lai Fei, who was only 165 in heels, stood on her tiptoes and grabbed Li Jian's mouth, pulling his tongue out. Li Jian, who was originally very uptight, really didn't expect that Lai Fei would be so raw. He was also much more awake. It looks like one's guard is still too low. Taking advantage of Aunt Shin's drunkenness had felt that she could have a good time warming up to Aunt Shin, but I didn't expect it to be discovered by Aunt Lai and Aunt Rong. The kiss was physically interrupted, and Shin Hongmei was finally completely awake. Last time, on the day when Li Jiyun came over for a part-time job, he took the initiative to revisit what happened before with Li Jiyun because he was drunk. Every time she thinks about it, Shin Hongmei feels regret. Alcohol is really a harmful thing, and today was fueled by alcohol and strong emotions. Not only did he himself agree to Li Jiyun's rude request, after coming out, and bending down to continue kissing with Li Jiyun. What the hell is wrong with himself? Every time he meets Li Jiyun, it's like his rationality can't take over his brain anymore. And what made Shin Hongmei feel most embarrassed was that she and Li Jiyun kissing was actually caught by He Yanrong and Lai Fei. Lai Fei licked her finger and after eating the traces on it pulled Shin Hongmei and said, "Hongmei, come here." The three women walked off to the side. Li Jiyun's heart also felt a little melancholy. At this moment, he realized that he wanted to play hide-and-seek then secretly with all three aunts in Shanghai. That's simply not possible or realistic. The three of them are inseparable all day long. Basically, the other two know about anything very quickly. And even if they hide it, sooner or later they will find out. It's still easiest with Aunt Zhou, whose life doesn't intersect with that of the three aunts in Shanghai. One doesn't need to have so many scruples. His mind also pondered on how he could realize his dream. After pulling Shin Hongmei's hand to the other side, Lai Fei drunkenly asked, "Shin Hongmei, honestly explain, what's wrong with you? How dare you lay hands on my cub? He could be your son." Fei Lai had a questioning look on her face. "It's nothing. I was drunk and Li Jiyun pestered me to kiss me. I was in a daze and he kissed me." At this moment, Shin Hongmei was surprisingly a little weak. Perhaps it was because Lai Fei always shouted that Li Jiyun was her cub. Shin Hongmei's subconscious really felt that this was the case. "Are you really not having an adulterous affair with my cub? Have you ever lured my cubs to a room? Pony bus? You weird auntie." Lai Fei's scrutinizing eyes made Shin Hongmei's heart feel even more guilty. "What are you babbling about? Xiao Yan and I really have nothing. I'm his elder, the one who treats him like a son. It's probably because Sayan thinks I'm the girl she likes." As He Yanrong listened to the words of the two people, the kind of appearance that Li Jiyun had just blocked in front of her kept surfacing in her mind. That man was so fierce, and Xiao Yan didn't even budge a bit. After associating Shin Hongmei and Li Jiyun to kiss, that jealousy in her heart deepened. This woman and Li Jiyun kissed, is really just the first time by accident, or did they already have a deep breakthrough relationship that broke through everything? Afterwards, Li Feifei dragged He Yanrong and Shen Hongmei back to Li Jian's front. Li Feifei grabbed Li Jian's hand. Pup, how can you kiss your Aunt Shen? Have you been tricked by this big car? Big carts force ponies. Aunt Li. Just drunk. Nothing. Don't think too much. Li Jian looked at Shen Hongmei's eyes as he explained that the current Shen Hongmei was obviously quite sober, unlike Li Feifei and He Yanrong, who were both still in that drunken state. Oh, don't ever do that again, cub. Saying that, Li Feifei hugged Li Jian's waist. Cubby, tell me, do you like your Auntie Shen or Auntie? Love them all. And Auntie Rong. Li Jian didn't know why Wine Monkey suddenly dwelled on this issue. Could it be because she was jealous because she saw Aunt Shen and herself kissing? No, Auntie is going to make you say who your favorite is. Who do you like best? Me or your Aunt Shen? Looking at Li Feifei, who pressed Li Jian, He Yanrong said gently, Fei, you've had too much to drink. Why are you asking the child such a question? We are all Xiaoyan's elders. It's not like the elders are looking for a girlfriend. We all have the same position in Xiaoyan's heart. Li Feifei grunted, her face red and flushed. I just want to hear from Xiaoyan himself who he likes better, me or Hongmei. Aunt Li, Aunt Shen, you're both my elders. There's no way to compare. Li Feifei was obviously not satisfied with this answer. Cubby, you even kissed your Aunt Shen today. Auntie is going to join your game. He wrapped his arms around Li Jian's neck before Li Jian could react. Li Feifei kissed at Li Jian's lips, and then lightning fast, he stuck out his tongue. Seeing this scene, Shen Hongmei only felt her heartbeat steeply accelerate, and her pink fists were tightly clenched. End of chapter. Chapter 80, Li's Octopus. Li Feifei was in front of Shen Hongmei and He Yanrong. Stick your tongue in. At this moment, Li Jian was truly and completely confused. He really never dreamed that Aunt Li would be so wild today. In fact, kissing was something that Aunt Li had done with herself before. That time, Li Jian could be said to be unforgettable for the rest of her life, and gave Aunt Li the nickname Auntie Dragonfruit because of this incident. Last time it was excusable, but this time it was in front of Aunt Shen and Aunt Rong. Is Aunt Li crazy? But facing Fei Li's pursuit, Li Jian could only respond passively. It was an instinct. He couldn't suppress the love in his heart for Aunt Li. He quickly also figured out that it was probably the alcohol combined with the stimulation of jealousy that made Aunt Li so crazy. Seems like alcohol is still a really good thing. Fei Li, you're crazy to do this to a child. Finally, Shen Hongmei could no longer restrain her jealousy and went up to pull Li Feifei away. What's the matter? Big car, you're jealous. Honestly, have you been planning this for a long time? Pony cart. Li Feifei wiped off her drool. Her face was already hot as hell. In fact, she had kept a sliver of clarity inside her. That high-strung young Shanghai woman had always been in her heart. Just drinking. The glimmer of clarity was very faint, but when the two actually kissed together just now, the intense hormonal stimulation was already causing Li Feifei to wake up a bit. After Shen Hongmei went to pull her, she also used the slope to end this public kiss. Crazy. Let's hurry back. The current Shen Hongmei only wanted to go home early. Being bumped into by Li Feifei and He Yanrong while making out with Li Jian really embarrassed her heart to the extreme. The particular one wanted to find a crack in the ground. No, I can't leave yet. There's still one thing left to do. Saying that, Li Feifei hugged He Yanrong and kissed her on the cheek. Wrong. It's not fair that you haven't kissed Sayan yet when we've all kissed her. You have to stick your tongue out to do it. Li Feifei's flirty words made He Yanrong's face burn so hot that she couldn't open her eyes. Alright, you drunken monstrosity, get a move on. At the moment, Shen Hongmei and He Yanrong agreed above this issue, pulling Li Feifei towards the outside. The three extremely ripe women were walking a little wobbly at the moment. Looking at the trio's backs, Li Jian swallowed his saliva and followed. Shen Hongmei paid for the meal and called Wang Jianyun's secretary, and she felt relieved in her heart. This drinking game tonight, it's a good thing that Xiaoyan was there, otherwise he would have had to drink a lot more. Calling for two chauffeurs, Xiaomi SU7 and Audi S6 set off one after the other. Shen Hongmei and He Yanrong sat in the back row of the Audi S6, while Li Jian carried Li Feifei onto her Xiaomi. Just after getting into the car, Li Feifei was already completely drunk. She closed her eyes and laid down on Li Jian's lap, trying to hug Li Jian with Li's octopus wrapping around her. Li Feifei felt that wrapping herself around Li Jian like an octopus would be particularly and especially comfortable in her heart. The feeling of a tight embrace mesmerized her. It was just that there was really no way to exert herself in the car right now, so in the end, she could only lie down on Li Jian's lap. Cubby, your leg is hurting auntie, take it away. Saying that, Li Feifei grabbed Li Jian's leg. Looking at the completely drunken Li Feifei, Li Jian also somewhat helplessly grabbed her hand. Aunt Li, be honest, we'll be home soon, the chauffeur said with emotion. Young man, you are a real college student entrepreneurship you don't have to go to work this day. Li Jian. It was only after being grabbed by Li Jian that Li Feifei was able to subside. Pop, why did you kiss Shen Hongmei today? Did you guys already have that? Was there a condom on? Li Ziyan covered Lai Feifei's mouth. In front of her own face. This wine monkey's words really never scaled small. Aunt Lai. Almost home. Don't cover Auntie's mouth? You say, is it comfortable to kiss with Auntie or with Shen Hongmei? You can get together later if you like. Auntie's favorite thing about you can be sacrificed. Auntie's Maybach is all yours. How much it hurts you. Cub. Along the way, Lai Feifei's flirty talk didn't stop. After getting to the front of Dalai Fifi's villa, Shen Hongmei, who came down from behind, gently pinched Lai Feifei. Every time I drop this crazy woman off at home, I have to wake her up to get her to open the door. This Shen Hongmei was already used to. Crazy. Open the door. We're home. Don't sleep. This process was too familiar to Li Ziyan, and it wasn't long before Lai Feifei opened the door. Just park your car in the garage. Saying that, Lai Feifei jumped onto Li Ziyan's body as soon as she could. This time, Lai's octopus wrap hold finally had room to maneuver. Li Ziyan hurriedly hugged Lai Feifei's arse, so as to make it easier for Auntie Lai to wrap her arms around herself. Although Shen Hongmei was here, Li Ziyan didn't think it was appropriate, but Li Ziyan knew that Aunt Lai really trusted herself, and if she didn't catch her, she probably would have fallen. Sure enough, it was exactly as Li Ziyan had expected. Just after hugging Lai Feifei, Li Ziyan felt Lai Feifei relax except for her arms. If he didn't hold Auntie Lai tightly, she might actually fall. Aunt Lai, be careful, don't fall. Oh, it's still our pups who love me the most. Mwah. She had already kissed Li Ziyan for real today, so Lai Feifei didn't have so many scruples. After she cupped Li Ziyan's face and kissed it, she hugged Li Ziyan again. Cubs, call for mommy. This time, Lai Feifei's legs also wrapped around Li Ziyan, completely wrapped around until the end of time. Cubs, mommy loves you. Li Ziyan. This woman will have such hallucinations every time she drinks too much. She doesn't have any blood or kinship with her. What a crazy. Soon, the valet came out and handed the keys to Li Ziyan. He quietly gave Li Ziyan a thumbs up. Through the words of this rich woman just now, he knew that Li Ziyan even had a Maybach. This is the real struggle, and he himself is nothing but a cowhorse. Also, he seems to have more than one rich woman, and it seems that people who are gifted with great talent are just blessed. Aunt Lai, I'll take you back to your room. Shen Hongmei and He Yanrong both followed. Walking behind the duo, Shen Hongmei only felt the sourness in her heart intensifying and spreading. How come Xiao Yan and this crazy are so close? After arriving at Lai Feifei's room, Li Ziyan could no longer support herself and was carried by Lai Feifei's weight as she collapsed against the bed. Lai's octopus wrap hugged Li Ziyan tightly. Cubby, sleep with your aunt at night, just like last time. Auntie wants you to stay with her all the time and be a warmer for her. Cubs, Lai Feifei didn't open her eyes the entire time, but was adamant that she wanted to keep Li Ziyan down to sleep with her. Thinking about Shen Hongmei and He Yanrong in the back, Li Ziyan felt a little sweaty. He Yanrong widened those peach blossom eyes. Li Ziyan and Lai Feifei slept together. End of chapter. Chapter 81, Shen Hongmei's illusion. Looking at Lai Feifei who was pestering Li Ziyan like an octopus, He Yanrong and Shen Hongmei both heard some information from her words. Li Ziyan and Lai Feifei slept together. What the hell is going on here? He Yanrong's heart felt a slight sourness, but she didn't know how to seize it. It was true that he and Li Ziyan did not have any relationship. It was just a simple elder and junior relationship. Aunt Rai, wake up, I still have to get home. Li Ziyan pinched Lai Feifei's face, trying to make Lai Feifei wake up. It was only at this time that Lai Feifei let go of Li Ziyan. Heartless brat, gave birth to you for nothing. Don't even want to rest with Auntie and let her hold you. Lai Feifei's voice carried some grudges within it. Li Ziyan knew that this crazy said she was her mother every time she got drunk, and that's how she got the name for her cub. He had long since gotten used to Wine Monkey's nonsense. Come on, cub, mommy loves you for nothing. After Li Ziyan turned on the air conditioner, he left Lai Feifei's bedroom with Shen Hongmei and He Yanrong. Sayan-san, you and Fei Lai slept together? Did you guys ever do something like that? He Yanrong couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked. Originally in the Century Palace as a manager, she was relatively open in terms of speaking. After all, spending all day with women who are full of wind and dust is always going to soak in something. Coupled with her drinking, she spoke directly. No, it's that when I went out last night, I saw Auntie Lai sitting inside the bar being harassed by punks, and I came out and saved Aunt Rai, dropped her off at home and she pestered me to sleep with her, and then we just slept through the night. Li Ziyan explained, knowing that now if he was misunderstood, then one's desire to have them all would only be a fantasy. Since having the golden finger, Li Ziyan's ambition was similarly expanding, as everything had a chance for him, and he had to work hard to try it out no matter what before he could do so. So that's what it is, a hero saving the day. He Yanrong remembered again the way Li Ziyan stopped in front of her firmly. That middle-aged boss so burly and fierce looking. If it's the average young man, definitely just moved out of the way to let him sit next to her, not daring to make a move. But I don't know how much verbal harassment there was at that point. The boy, really, is an exceptionally nice young man. Well, let's go back first. Shin Hongmei's heart inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Just now she really thought that Li Jian and Lai Feifei were not something happened. If that happened, wouldn't Xiao Yan be doomed to go down a wrong path? Fei Lai, the crazy woman, is still sane when she's sober, but once you've had a drink, you really might be with Li Jian. With her mind constantly rambling, Shin Hongmei's heartbeat was fast. After sending He Yanrong back to the Century Palace, He Yanrong also said goodbye to Li Jian and Shin Hongmei. Sayan-san, see you some other day. Hongmei, you must send Sayan-san home safely before you do so. Aha! Shin Hongmei's face was sometimes hot, sometimes sober, and the effects of the alcohol were continuing to hit her. Luli picked herself up from inside and walked towards it with He Yanrong. Back with Li Jian again. Are you really in love with Li Jian? Being in our line of work, you can't move your true feelings. When Luli said it before, He Yanrong's behavior had always been very calm, but tonight He Yanrong really had a feeling that her heart was in the right place. She couldn't help but feel a pang of weakness at being told this by Luli. Nonsense. Still talking nonsense? Look at your face is red. I see clearly was said. Do our line of work, cannot be on the little kid feelings asterisk 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 off. I'll rip your mouth off. Ha ha, annoyed. In fact, if you like Li Jian, you have to take the initiative to do so. You look so Thai and have such a good body. There are plenty of opportunities to take Li Jian. If you have any questions, you can just ask me when the time comes. Ahaha. I'll rip both your mouths off. The two of them noisily walked towards the inside, and Yanrong also felt tired and just wanted to go back to her room to rest. But that feeling of dryness was getting heavier and heavier. Back outside Li Jian's neighborhood. At this moment, Li Jian had already collected the quest rewards and owned his 7th store. He now has two $2 stores, 2 mini markets, 2 small billiard parlors and a small foot spa. This made Li Jion's heart begin to look forward to the month-end settlement. Shin Hongmei also walked down, followed Li Jian towards the door of the house. Words. You don't mind if your Aunt Rai looks like that. You've gotten to know her all right after all this time. But in the future, if you get drunk again and she wants to kiss you or something, you're going to have to say no to that. And she's probably regretting it all for what she's done when she's sober. Shin Hongmei was completely right about that. Every time she woke up and was awake, Lai Feifei sometimes looked at her chats with Li Jian and the flirty things she sent to Li Jian. She even wanted to find a crack in the ground, but every time she drank, she turned back into nothing afterward and continued her flirty talk plus kept calling herself Li Jian's own mother. Aunt Shin, is it that you don't like Aunt Lai getting too close to me? Li Jian had wanted to say if Shin Hongmei was jealous, but he spoke more politely. Shin Hongmei said with an unnatural look on her face, it's not like I have any control over what you do with her, but Auntie just wants you to be on the right path. Elderly aunts have the same mindset, trying to guide Li Jian on the right path. Zhao Shuman has already put herself on the line for this. Okay, Aunt Shin, I'll go back first then. Aha. When Shin Hongmei turned to leave, Li Ziyan pulled her hand. Aunt Shin, our kiss was interrupted by Aunt Lai when we were outside the bathroom today. Now let's get on with it. Don't Xiao Yan. Auntie was also acting on impulse. Men and women are different. Let's not do this kind of thing. Shin Hongmei felt that her wrists were still a little sore. Xiao Yan was really a very powerful person, and at this time, she also sobered up. Auntie Shin, let's kiss for the last time then, shall we? For the last time, my heart might just let go. Is it really possible to let go or maybe? That, I can't promise. Maybe, I try. Shin Hongmei also knew Li Jian's language art, but she looked at the expectation in Li Jian's eyes and thought of the way Li Jian had blocked the wine for herself. She still had a soft heart. Well, not later. Shin Hongmei lowered her head so that it would be convenient for Li Jian to kiss her. Li Jian smoothly and very naturally wrapped his arms around Shin Hongmei's waist and kissed her. Feeling Li Jian's blazing kiss, Shin Hongmei also responded. The two were entangled together, and Shin Hongmei only felt that her inner loneliness was constantly being tickled out by Li Jian. She even wanted, but reason restrained her. Suddenly, Shin Hongmei had a very strange feeling. Lai Feifei, that winemonger, also kissed Li Jian. Why do I feel like I have the illusion that I am kissing Lai Feifei right now? However, perhaps because the relationship between the two was so good, Shin Hongmei's heart surprisingly didn't feel much resistance. End of chapter. Chapter 82. The boss lady comes to the door again. Shrews group battle. The two kissed passionately. Shin Hongmei's mind kept surfacing the way Lai Feifei hugged Li Jian just now. It gave her the illusion that she and Fei Lai were kissing. This made Shin Hongmei never able to completely commit to it. A few minutes later, Shin Hongmei touched Li Jian's head. Well, son, Auntie's got to go. That's not going to happen again. Well, Auntie, you can tweet me when you get home. That would be a relief to me. Li Jian looked up at Shen Hongmei's lips with saliva and said, "You're quite attentive, Aunt Shen. I'm concerned about you." "Okay, Auntie knows." Shen Hongmei took the initiative and hugged Li Jian with her head down. After Shen Hongmei left, Li Jian adjusted her angle toward the house. It seems like all of these occurrences are going to be cornerstones in the path of the relationship. Li Jian's heart knew that the difference in difficulty between one and all of them was a world of difference. The cornerstones needed in it would probably require more, but with future intelligence of their own, that was the last thing they needed. "Aunt Zhou should be waiting for me at home." Back at home, Li Jian came to Zhao Shumin's door and knocked on it. "Aunt Zhou." Before Li Jian had come back, Zhao Shumin's heart had been very worried whether Li Jian had gone out to follow his old ways, or maybe they went out to a mechanic. At this age, when the blood is fresh, it seems like a normal thing to do if you go to a mechanic for a massage. This is something that Zhao Shumin is all worried about, and it's a real possibility to get sick if you're not careful. "Xiao Yan, why are you back so late?" "I had a drinking party tonight, so I'm a little late getting back." Zhao Shumin touched Li Jian's forehead. "Xiao Yan, have you had too much to drink? Auntie will go and cook you some sobering soup." In the aspect of cooking, Zhao Shumin has quite a deep attainment. Cooking a sober soup is not a problem at all. "No, Auntie, don't worry about me. I don't drink much." After Zhao Shumin made sure that Li Jian was fine, she was also quite relieved. "That's good. You don't come back and always feel disturbed and scared in her heart." Zhao Shumin didn't know if she was afraid that Shang Yinsheng might come back at any time to look for things, or if she was worried about Li Jian's safety. But no matter what, Li Jian wasn't there. Zhao Shumin wouldn't be able to calm down. "Here, try the t-shirt made for you. The sleeves are done." Li Jian took the t-shirt that was a bit colorful but not cluttered at all, took off the t-shirt he was wearing. The way Li Jian didn't wear a t-shirt instantly evoked a lot of memories in Zhao Shumin's mind. It made her heart beat faster than she could control. Wearing the handmade t-shirt of Suki Zhou on her body, she felt that it fit perfectly, like she was like herself and Aunt Zhou. Every bit of it fits so well. "That's nice," Zhao Shumin complimented. "Auntie, go to my room and take a look." You don't have a dressing mirror inside your room to see clearly. There was only 1.5 large mirrors on Zhao Shumin's shabby dresser, and the countertop was very clean. It has always been that Sukmin Cho and cosmetics have nothing to do with each other. Hearing that she was going to go to Li Jian's room, Zhao Shumin's heart made up her mind that she couldn't continue indulging Li Jian this time no matter what. Once making out with him became normalized, then it would be completely unmanageable later. Right now it's better to correct his bad habits. Then urging him to get a proper girlfriend is the most important thing. "Okay, but, Sayan, you have to be honest." "Don't worry, Auntie, I'll be honest, and it's just as well that this handmade dress is ready for a jitterbug." "Good." Only after receiving Li Jian's promise did Zhao Shumin feel relieved and follow Li Jian to his room. "Aunt Zhou, take a video of me in this dress, and then I'll take a video of you doing the handiwork." Editing is something that Li Jian also knows how to do. He had even asked him to help edit the video when that pseudo-maid from the dormitory made it in the past, so it was no problem at all to get Auntie Zhou a piece of work. After some tossing and turning, Li Jian sent the work out, but the reviews are all about Big Thunder, Thor and the like. Sure enough, Big Thunder is the #1 producer of short video hits. After shooting the video, Zhao Shumin continued to do her sewing and blowing the air conditioning in Li Jian's room. Li Jian, on the other hand, went to take a shower. "Xiao Yan, Auntie will go back to bed first. Auntie, sleep with me at night." Li Jian naturally didn't want Zhao Shumin to leave, even though Zhao Shumin was in a special period right now. But the feeling of hugging Auntie Zhao to sleep was equally unforgettable for Li Jian. He just loved having a heater like that so much. "I wonder if Auntie Lai is the same way." "No, Xiao Yan, Auntie indulged you too much before, so she did something wrong. But this time, Auntie absolutely can't let you make the same mistake again. And don't you pull Auntie softly, Auntie is really going to get angry." When Zhou Sukmin was serious, she was still very determined. "Well, by the way, Auntie, have you found a job yet?" "Not yet." Speaking of this matter, Zhao Shumin also felt despondent. It's really hard to find a job these days. Auntie is anxious to be idle and unpaid like this. "It's okay, Auntie, it's not too late now." While the two of them were chatting, Zhao Shumin's cell phone beeps rang one after another. Obviously someone had commented on her jitterbug. "Auntie, look at the comments." Zhao Shumin sat on the edge of the bed, and Li Jian could vaguely see Zhao Shumin's deep, bottomless gully. Some memories couldn't help but come flooding back. Words. Someone was bragging about the beautifully made dresses and asking how much they were selling for. Li Jian moved over and saw someone asking how much it was. "Auntie, let's stick with the video again and see if we can get it airing later, while you make a dress." "Yes." It was close to 12 o'clock and Zhao Shumin was sleepy. "Xiao Yan, let's call it a day. Auntie will go back to bed first." "Wait, Aunt Zhou." Li Jian called out to Zhao Shumin. Xiao Yan, Auntie told you. You can't do anything excessive anymore. Aunt Joe, it's not something excessive. You're overthinking it. But I have to kiss you. I thought we said we couldn't go overboard. But kissing is something Aunt Joe promised me. Zhao Shuman then remembered the somewhat outrageous request she had promised Li Jian earlier. She felt regret. Loneliness and repression really were a detrimental thing. He himself had agreed to such a thing with Li Jian on impulse, and now it was bad to back out. Auntie Zhao, this matter is something you promised me. You can't go back on it. You're my elder. Zhao Shuman hummed. Auntie knows. Auntie is in her 40s. How could she possibly turn against a child like you? Zhao Shuman always had the frame of an elder. Li Jian has said so. Getting her to backtrack must be a complete impossibility. Then you kiss. Coming to the edge of the bed and sitting down, Zhao Shuman closed her eyes. Li Jian, on the other hand, was enjoying the beauty in front of her, but no more than 10 seconds. That's what you and Auntie agreed. Auntie kept her promise, and you'll have to keep yours to do the same. Okay. Zhao Shuman waited for Li Jian to kiss up, but after waiting for a long time, there was no response. After a moment, she opened her eyes. What are you doing, Scion? Seeing Li Jian staring straight down at herself, Zhao Shuman asked, Auntie, it's not like you can only kiss for 10 seconds at a time. Why? You still can't give it up. Auntie doesn't have so much time to fool around with you, so if you don't kiss, Auntie's going back. Wait, Auntie, don't go back. Taking Zhao Shuman's hand, Li Jian said, wait until 12 o'clock. It's almost 12 o'clock. Waiting for 12 o'clock Auntie can't make you kiss Auntie more. Isn't it 10 seconds a day? I want to wait until the last 10 seconds to kiss. Just kissed is the next day. That's when you get to kiss for 20 seconds. Zhao Shuman, you're the one who has a lot of ideas. The not-so-good Jo Sukman closed her eyes, and it was almost 12 o'clock when Li Jian kissed her. A full minute later, Zhao Shuman pushed Li Jian away. Little bad boy, that's enough kissing. Auntie, don't go away. Sleep with me. Okay. Li Jian hugged Zhao Shuman and didn't want to let go. Loosen up, Auntie. I really can't indulge you anymore today. Listening to the very serious Zhao Shuman, Li Jian then let go of Zhao Shuman. That's Auntie's good boy. Zhao Shuman wiped the corner of Li Jian's mouth. He then walked out of Li Jian's room. Lying down, Li Jian cozied up and read today's intelligence. Go to this lottery store and buy this pile of scratch-offs and make a profit of $1,000. Another $1,000 reward. Li Jian felt a burst of violent joy. The wild bonuses that are now regularly refreshed, along with my own salary and money from my part-time job at Anshin's. Now one's income has come to a fairly high point. Wu Guifan will bring some shrews downstairs at night to scream and curse, insulting Suk Min Cho. What the boss's wife? This thorough doing was completely expected by Li Jian, and he did not feel any surprise. Her character, Li Jian, knew everything about her, and it didn't seem like it was worth being surprised to see her do anything. In that case, you'll have to think of something tough yourself. Fei Lai will call you in 5 minutes. The rest of the intel is basically of little value beyond that. Aunt Lai is going to call Li Jian. It gave Li Jian's heart a very unique feeling to wait quietly as well. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Lai Fei Fei's phone rang. Pup, Lai Fei Fei, who had just gone to the bathroom, was nestled inside the quilt, her eyes closed as she chatted with Li Jian. Aunt Lai. Shout what Aunt Lai? Shout mommy. Mommy worked so hard to give birth to you, and you're so ungrateful. Li Jian. For this matter of Wine Montana calling herself a mom, Li Jian had really gotten used to it. She always spoke so wildly when she drank too much. Cubby, do you like Shin Hongmei? Tell me if the kissing moves you used with her were the ones Auntie taught you. You heartless one. You don't return Auntie for the skills she imparted to you. Go be filial to Shin Hongmei. She's just a big evil car. You ponies are no match for her, know what? Silly cub. In the future, you'll kiss with Auntie, not with Shin Hongmei. Know what, cubs? Speaking, there was no sound on the other end of the phone, and Li Jian knew that this wine monster was asleep again, which was truly in line with her style. Aunt Rai is so cute. After the phone hung up, Li Jian's mind floated back to Lai Fei Fei's high-flying Shanghai young lady look, and without a doubt, Li Jian's favorite is still Wine Monkey's version of Lai Fei Fei. New mission issued. As Li Jian was planning to sleep, the system came with a new quest. Please solve Zhao Shumin's trouble today. Mission reward, 1 small foot spa. The 8th store is coming. Li Jian clenched his fists, his heart a million miles away. The next day, after Li Jian washed up, she had a feeling of 20% excitement. Sure enough, the height growth bonus is just great. Step out of the bathroom. Jo Sukman walked from the kitchen towards his room with his breakfast as usual. Auntie Chiu, that smells good. Eat up and hurry to work later. Don't be late. In the middle of this cold and emotionless city, Zhao Shumin's concern for Li Jian had always made his heart feel very warm. Okay, Aunt Joe, how many fans are you? It's almost 1,000. That was fast. Auntie Joe, why don't we make a revealing video, and if the boobs are too big, we can get cloth to wrap them up, that way there wouldn't be so many weird comments. Auntie, think about it. Zhao Shumin's face blushed. Ever since she and Li Ziyan had that hint of something wrong, Zhao Shumin realized that she really blushed a lot. Auntie, take your time thinking about it then, it's fine. As she ate her meal, Zhao Shumin thought again about Li Ziyan stuck at midnight to kiss. 1 minute, was she indulging him too much? Things went on as usual during the day. Catherine let Li Ziyan polish her high heels again, massaged her black silk jade feet, and put her feet into Li Ziyan's arms. This made Li Ziyan feel helpless. In order to make a living, she had to go and fondle Dayangma's black silk jade feet every day. Of course, his massage business is getting more and more skillful. After all, he had the attribute of massage master. While massaging Catherine, she always closed her eyes cozily, and Li Ziyan admired her slightly plump long black silk legs with impunity. And as Catherine always put her feet on his stomach, Li Ziyan always felt as if Catherine was doing it on purpose. He extracted his wild bonus when he touched the fish in the morning. Li Ziyan had been to this lottery store a few times. The bosses know him. While envying Li Ziyan, the boss also said that he himself had scratched a few stacks of scratchers but ended up losing money. If he had the luck that Li Ziyan had, why would he need to come and open a store? In response, Li Ziyan also said that she might have been a bit lucky, and that the thing called luck was not eternal. In the afternoon after work, he still arranged for Lu Jinxin to clean the bathroom and brush the toilet for him. For such behavior, Lu Jinxin had always been very cooperative. He was even excited, because Lu Jinxin felt that this was a sign that Catherine was going to promote him. Thinking about the image of chatting with He Yenrong at the driving school in the afternoon, Li Ziyan cursed CNM many times in her heart. Riding the green tangerine to the manpower market on the street, Li Ziyan saw a lot of pickers pulling crates waiting there to do their work. Most of the pickers are gray-haired. At one time these pickers were able to make a good living by helping people move or doing hard labor that the owner's family didn't want to do. But now the market, the internet is developed. Want to make money is not as easy as before. Seeing Li Ziyan come over, quite a few pickers gathered around. Boss, want to do a job? There's strength to be had. Cheap, come on over if you have any heavy lifting to do. There were also some women who had trained their arms to be thicker than even Li Ziyan had gathered around. Boss, don't look at me as a woman. I don't do work any worse than a man. Li Ziyan asked, is there one that can curse? A couple of women who just looked like shrews came forward. I can curse too. Boss, it's not good to fight. Li Ziyan said, that's of course not possible. Now it's a society of law and order. How can you fight casually? Li Ziyan clearly remembered the consequences of the fight. Just curse and across the street are a couple of women. Just for tonight, only scolding, not beating, make it 100 each. Upon hearing that they would get $100 for just cursing the fight, a few very tough women scrambled forward, and the mostly honest men left of their own accord. The art is still bested by women. Boss, pick me. I'm the best cusser in our village. I cussed for a month after we lost our family's pumpkin. The rest of the Hummers were showing off their battles. Li Ziyan listened with great satisfaction. After choosing the 4 women, Li Ziyan led them towards the house. While on the road, Li Ziyan bought each of them a bottle of drink and a bottle of mineral water. The women all drank only mineral water, and the drinks were intended to go back to the children at home. Aunts, let me tell you about the woman across the street. Li Ziyan told the boss's wife and the boss's wife what they had done, so that it would be convenient for the great aunts to have a good time. After all, dry cursing can't be as damaging as incorporating the actual situation. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Shumin also went home. Ever since Shang Yunsheng had appeared, Zhao Shumin's heart had been filled with wariness. This dam really can do anything, so one must be careful and alert to be able to do so. She always had a pair of scissors hidden inside her backpack. There is also the chili water she prepared. In Zhao Shumin's heart has long been a determination, even if the fish die, will never let Shang Yunsheng bully himself again. The big deal is to trade one life for another with him. Meanwhile, Lu Guifan was waiting for Zhao Shumin to come back at the entrance of the neighborhood with her 2 sisters who could curse. After the last cheating incident was blown up by Li Ziyan, she and Lu Changsheng fought several times, even to the point of divorce, though not to the point of actually getting divorced. But she did suffer a lot. When has Lu Guifan ever suffered such a loss? She naturally put all the blame on Zhao Shumin's head, and she was pressured into cursing by Zhao Shumin in the last cursing war. This really made Lu Guifan's heart feel particularly and especially upset. So this time, Zhao Shumin brought 2 helpers with her, and both of these women were quite formidable within the circle as well. Cursing at 3 people could definitely suppress Zhao Shumin with ease. Soon, she saw Zhao Shumin staggering over to the side, of the upper part of her heart filled with jealousy. They are filled and Zhao Shumin then is still a small witch. Today she must be properly humiliated and out of breath. Stinking, you stinking, everyone, come and see. This mistress is an employee of my husband's supply company, seducing my husband all day long because she's big. Bitch, you tie. Lu Guifan opened her mouth with a wave of magical attacks. The last sparring session had caused her heart to hold her breath, and this time she finally had a chance to release it. So Lu Guifan was unwilling to let go of such an opportunity and began to frantically abuse Zhao Shuman. Zhao Shuman didn't expect Lu Guifan to suddenly come over. On the point of shrew, Lu Guifan is purely a sister and a sister in front of Zhao Shuman. She was straight up cursing at each other. So it's you stinking black pig, out again to embarrass myself, and if I didn't know better, I'd think the breeding stock of some pig farm's allotment had come out. You don't have the right gender here either, but for the fact that you're still topped with two saggy little, I really didn't recognize you as a woman. No African is as black as you. Aunt Jo was abusive while quickly adding the other person's relatives. The other two women were a little scared in their eyes. This woman was too fierce, but after thinking of the numerical advantage, they both started to spit out their fragrance as well. For women are together in a slanging match. It really makes a lot of passers-by stop and watch. Lu Guifan has always wanted the people in the neighborhood to think that Zhao Shuman is a mistress, but she soon realized that Zhao Shuman had surprisingly held up against three people cursing without losing any ground at all. This scene also dazzled Li Jiyan. Aunt Zhao deserves to be Aunt Zhao. This is too raw, right? It's a real shrew to be cursed by three people on top of one person. However, a person's physical strength was ultimately limited, and Li Jiyan felt that Aunt Zhao was about to fall into a losing battle. Gave each of the four great aunts $100 in advance. Great aunts, get on. Don't worry boss, I'm sure I'll get it done for you. And next time there's something like this find us again. The great aunts were obviously very appreciative of the job opportunity. Four men ran up and joined the melee. Originally with the advantage of the number of people to turn the tide, Lu Guifan three people did not dream that suddenly came out four shrews to them a flurry of curses. For a while, the scene was spittle-flecked and contained an exceptionally pure amount of loved ones. Li Jiyan immersed herself and walked up, pulling Zhao Shuman away. The slurs in the background continued, making Li Jiyan feel very enjoyable. Xiao Yan, what are you doing here? Let's look upstairs first. It's too messy here, isn't it? Aha. When he arrived at Li Jiyan's room, he quickly opened the window, found the best viewing position, and watched with Zhao Shuman. The three of them, Lu Guifan, were still putting up a fight against the siege of the four humongous women, but they had been completely routed. This made Zhao Shuman cover her mouth and laugh. Xiao Yan, did you find these people? Yes, Auntie Zhao. I saw them bullying you, so I got someone to scold them. Zhao Shuman's heart warmed. Xiao Yan, how did you know that Lu Guifan would come over today? Zhao Shuman was full of doubts. Aunt Zhao, I accidentally bumped into this Lu Guifan discussing finding someone to scold you, so I hired someone ahead of time, and I didn't expect to actually use them. A very unique feeling welled up inside Zhao Shuman's heart. Himself and Li Jiyan, it seemed like they were really especially destined for each other. He helped keep himself safe from harassment when he was off work late before. He also arrived while being bullied by his boss. Later, when the boss's wife came to bully him, he even bumped into the boss's wife cheating on him. And this time it was even more helpful to take it out on yourself and not let yourself be aggravated. Is it true that there is a heavenly will in the underworld? For something like fate, Zhao Shuman's heart was still convinced, and for a while, her heart began to tangle. Downstairs, the trio of bosses were soon all gone, turned to their cars and ran away. A good show ended and Zhao Shuman touched Li Jiyan's face. Xiao Yan, wait, Auntie will go make you dinner. For the rest of the time, Zhao Shuman's words were all significantly less. Li Jiyan could sense that Aunt Zhao's inner mood swings were still quite large. He knew it was normal. Everything that had happened lately showed that he and Aunt Zhao were meant for each other. During the evening meal, Zhao Shuman's words were much less. By the time it was past 10 o'clock, Zhao Shuman made the hem of a dress in Li Jiyan's room. Xiao Yan, it's almost time. Auntie has to go back to bed. Auntie, will you sleep with me tonight? Didn't Auntie say you couldn't be indulged? Auntie, I just want to simply sleep with you. Otherwise I'll miss you like crazy. Thinking that Li Jiyan had helped herself once again today, Zhao Shuman was again. Well, it's tonight. Auntie can't promise that in the future. Li Jiyan felt very happy. This really belongs to the unexpected joy. Okay, Auntie, come on. Walking forward and hugging Zhao Shuman said helplessly, you child, so anxious, turn off the light first. I know Auntie. Turning off the lights, Li Jiyan picked Zhao Shuman up in one hand and headed towards the bed. You put Auntie down. Words, Auntie, they all sleep together. Don't I still have to hold you at night? After placing Zhao Shuman on the bed, Li Jiyan gently laid down on Zhao Shuman's body and then covered the quilt. Sayan, what's going on? Sleeping with my aunt. You can't sleep together on top of your aunt. Aunt Zhou, I have to hold you anyway. After lying down, Li Jiyan hugged Zhao Shuman on his side, smelling the fragrance of Zhao Shuman's hair, which he liked the most. It made his heart feel warm. After a while, Zhao Shumen whispered, Xiao Yan, no, I can't kiss Auntie. I've already used up my kisses for today. Auntie, I can't sleep if I don't kiss. Please, let me kiss again. Big deal is not tomorrow. Okay. Originally, Zhao Shumen's heart was very firm, but today's events made her heart start to waver again. Li Jian's appearance was really a great surprise in her own life, and she always felt as if things with Li Jian were destined to happen. Aunt Zhou, if you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Saying that, Li Jian didn't give Zhao Shumen a chance and directly kissed her. You kids, woo. However, Zhao Shumen didn't have a chance to react. After Li Jian kissed her, she was already unbearably hot. The inner clarity is also swallowed up by loneliness, and the phrase 40 is like a tiger is always true. This time, Zhao Shumen was not in such a hurry, because deep down in her heart, she actually wanted to be closer to Li Jian. She liked Li Jian too much as a late bloomer or a shared roommate. Li Jian was all so much to her liking, and there were really too many entanglements between the two as a result of recent events. Zhao Shumen also wanted to alleviate and relax her inner loneliness and depression by kissing Li Jian passionately. It was a full 10 minutes before Li Jian was separated from Zhao Shumen. His heart felt surprised, not realizing that Auntie Zhao hadn't stuck time this time. He was even prepared for Aunt Zhou to back away in 10 seconds. That's enough. I'll let you kids kiss it this time. You're not allowed to kiss your aunt for the next month. This overdraft is a month long. Zhao Shumen joked. Of course, there was no way she was going to do that. There are times when some things can backfire if they are overly repressed. This was clear in Zhao Shumen's mind. She wanted to put this child on the right path. Can't wean him off that idea of kissing Li Jian for 10 seconds a day until he finds someone his own age. It's the right thing to do for yourself. Xiao Yan had been so good to himself. He had to make him well for his own heart to be at peace. No, Aunt Zhou, I want to kiss you every day. It was naturally impossible for Li Jian to oblige, although he knew that Auntie Zhao was joking. But if he really agreed, it was possible to make a mistake. Hey, feeling the change in Li Jian, Zhao Shumen sighed. There were some things that really couldn't be avoided. Xiao Yan, Auntie will do you a favor. Auntie, can you do me another favor? What a favor? Li Jian's finger was placed on Zhao Shumen's lips, and came up to her ear to talk to her. Auntie Zhao, I'll listen to you from now on. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Zhao Shumen was caught in a celestial battle, and she didn't know how long it had been. Eventually she made up her mind. This really is the last time. Drinking mineral water and rinsing her mouth, Zhao Shumen lay down. Li Jian, on the other hand, hugged Zhao Shumen once again. He looked at his store that was running on the system. 2 $2 stores, 2 billiard parlors, 2 foot spas, and 2 mini markets. Although they are all small stores, the 8 stores are definitely making a lot of money. Aunt Zhou, I love you. Zhao Shumen wrapped Li Jian in her arms like she was holding a child and pinched his face. Xiao Yan, from now on you have to listen to whatever Auntie says. Got it. The girl Auntie introduced you to is also in Shanghai now. Someday you'll listen to your aunt and go and meet her. End of chapter. Chapter 83, Auntie, I'm still young. Li Jian's 9th store is going to be. Holding Zhao Shumen in her arms, Li Jian also replicated Wine Monkey's Lies Octopus. The legs wrapped around Zhao Shumen's waist. This caused the dryness within Zhao Shumen's heart to spread as well. Auntie, I don't want a blind date. I'm still young, not out of college yet. Li Jian is now in her senior year of internship and hasn't gotten her college diploma yet. It's perfectly fine to say so. Li Jian's reply made Zhao Shumen's face turn a little red. You're still small. You're not small anymore. When you're pestering Auntie all day long, hugging Auntie and begging Auntie, I don't see you saying you're small. Li Jian didn't say anything, but just hugged Zhao Shumen even harder. Li Jian hugged so hard that Zhao Shumen's heart felt that there was nothing she could do to take Li Jian. This child really looked like a 3-year-old. Don't hold Auntie so tightly. She's having some trouble breathing. Only then did Li Jian relax a bit, but his legs were still wrapped around Zhao Shumen's beautiful legs. It made his heart feel enjoyable. Hugging Auntie Zhao was really much more comfortable than sleeping alone. Anyway, you've got to meet this girl if you don't see her. Auntie won't let you sleep with her anymore. Li Jian heard the rest of Zhao Shumen's meaning. Aunt Zhou, if I go to the meeting, will you still be able to sleep with me in your arms later? If you go to the meeting, Auntie can still cuddle you later. But if you guys talk it out, Auntie won't be able to cuddle you to sleep and you won't be allowed to kiss Auntie anymore. Looking at Zhao Shumen's insistence, Li Jian said softly, then, Auntie Zhao, I'll just meet, and if I don't like what I see, you can't force me. Zhao Shumen let out a hum, feeling a bit of joy in her heart. Her mind was still thinking of letting Li Jian go to the meeting first, so maybe Li Jian would see it. Young girls are so youthful and energetic, not much better than a woman in her 40s. If Li Jian looked at it, then he would definitely be considered to have accomplished something. Aunt Zhou, I still want to kiss you. Nonsense again. Xiao Yan, just now Auntie did you such a great favor. You're still not honest. Auntie, I've agreed to go on a blind date. Can't you just let me have a kiss? Looking at Zhao Shumin's warm red lips, Li Jian tried to make a request with Zhao Shumin. Smelling the good smell of Zhao Shumin's body, Li Jian's heart had a 20% like feeling. Alright, Xiao Yan, Auntie will let you be capricious one more time. Before Zhao Shumin could finish her words, Li Jian directly kissed her. Woo, little bad boy, just loves kissing his aunt. Zhao Shumin vaguely kept responding with Li Jian. The two hugged and embraced. Zhao Shumin's inner depression and loneliness had further uncontrollable feeling. At 12 o'clock, Zhao Shumin was lying there, still feeling a burst of uncontrollable heat all over her body. It made her want to lift the covers and cool off. Her heart prayed so that Ji Yanli could look at that cousin niece of hers with a suitable partner. In the future, he will not have to go stealing, and I do not have to worry about Li Jiyan going astray. Li Jiyon, on the other hand, looked at today's intelligence. For Li Jiyan, this is something she does 100% every day. Go to the following locations in the park at 10 a.m. to pick up $1,000 in cash. Li Jiyan also couldn't help but secretly say a good guy. Before it was still going to the lottery store to buy scratch-offs. Today's refreshed intelligence was even going directly to the park to pick up cash, making $1,000 in blood. Li Jiyan's heart was excited. At nighttime Shang Yunsheng will promise to use $100,000 to invite Shang Shunxing to pester Zhao Shumin to remarry him. Li Jiyan cursed this damn Shang Yunsheng is really tricky, but neither father nor son really are any good. He had to come back in the evening before he could do so, and he couldn't make things difficult for Auntie Zhou no matter what. Besides, it was a good opportunity to get close to Aunt Zhou. Shen Hongmei's heart is so torn, she has trouble sleeping, and your shadow is all in her mind. Li Jian thought of Shen Hongmei's pretty scarlet face, and her warm jade hands, hugging herself, and blazing kisses. The heart also felt an itch. He Yenrong is equally difficult to sleep. All that's on your mind is the way you helped her stop men. Li Jian didn't expect to have any unexpected gains today, and it looked like he had left a deep impression in that enchanting woman's mind as well. For Li Jian, who aspires to have it all, this is definitely exceptionally good news. The rest of the intelligence is basically worthless. It's all some crap about Su Chanxian and Lu Jinxin, and he's too lazy to look at it. Now he himself is basically to see Lu Jinxin every day, but it is just to arrange for him to brush the toilet. As for Su Chanxian, Li Jian knows that he basically can't see her. New mission issued. A new quest from the system has been released. Please drive away Sang Soon Sung, who came to urge remarriage. Mission reward, Ninth Store. A small breakfast place. Remarks, minimum profit of $1 per month. All stores this month will be settled at the same time as the proceeds from the first mini-mart. This mission made Li Jian's heart equally overwhelmed with excitement that her ninth store was coming. Aunt Zhou, I want to keep kissing. Zhao Shumin, who had just lost some of her heat, was sleepy and just about to go to sleep when she heard Li Jian say this. You haven't kissed me enough after all that time just now. Of course not. Auntie Chiu, you're so beautiful. Even if you kissed Auntie Chiu 24 hours a day for 24 hours, it wouldn't be enough. Li Jian said very seriously. No, all kissed, come to bed. Zhao Shumin pinched Li Jian's face, trying to make Li Jian fall asleep quickly. Aunt Zhou, you're a man of your word, aren't you? Of course, Auntie said she wouldn't talk down to a kid like you. Don't you get to kiss for 10 seconds every day? Li Jian said as she took Zhao Shumin's jade hand. But it's been such a long day of kissing. Auntie didn't let you stop for 10 minutes. That was yesterday. It's after 12 o'clock and it's time to kiss again. How do you know it's 12 o'clock? I'm guessing Aunt Zhou. I think it's time for 12 o'clock. Or you can look. Zhou Sukman picked up her cell phone. 12:01. How about it? Aunt Zhou, it's 12 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and use the opportunity today. Zhao Shumin didn't say anything and just closed her eyes, obviously powerless to resist Li Jian. Li Jian glanced at Zhao Shumin's deep, bottomless gully, though it's just a little hazy looking at it by the light from the window. But the Judas feeling, it made Li Jian's insides feel even more tickled. Such a feeling seemed to be even more mesmerizing. Kissed up at Zhao Shumin, who didn't respond in any way. Aunt Zhou, open your mouth. It doesn't count as time if you don't kiss me. Only then did Zhao Shumin passively cooperate, and the two kissed together. 10 seconds later, Zhao Shumin tried to push Li Jian away, but Li Jian held her tightly, clearly not having any intention of complying for 10 seconds, and she could only continue to respond. It was a full 10 minutes before the two of them separated. That's enough. Little. That's too much. Aunt Zhou, do me a favor. Li Jian took Zhao Shumin's hand, and at this point, he wasn't sleepy. You're not sleepy. Auntie Zhao, how can I be sleepy with you? Auntie Zhao, you are too good looking. My heart likes you too much. You must listen to your aunt about the blind date. Definitely. Auntie Zhou, I'll do as you say. Word to the wise. Of course, Auntie Chiu. I'm actually a very trustworthy person just like you. I'll do what you say when I say I'll do what you say. Aunt Joe. Okay. Auntie is just indulging you too much. Turn around and hurry up and go on a blind date for Auntie. Before Zhao Shuman could finish, she was kissed again by Li Jian. Woo. The next day, Li Jian woke up cozily and went to the bathroom to wash up. Because of the reason that I woke up slightly earlier today, there was still the sound of cooking inside the kitchen, and it was obvious that Auntie Zhao was still busy. Aunt Joe, after arriving at the kitchen, looking at Zhao Shumin's proud F-body, Li Ziyan's heart felt a little itchy. Ever since he was surrounded by this kind of superb mature women, this tickling feeling inside Li Ziyan's heart never dissipated. Xiao Yan, you're up so early today, and you don't mind being tired. Zhao Shumin's heart was marveling. Young people are young people, so tossing and turning is also spirited. Not a bit of fatigue. Of course I'm not tired. Aunt Joe, how's the jitterbug going? Take a look for Auntie. Zhao Shuman took out her cell phone from her pocket and handed it to Li Jian. After unlocking the code with 6 zeros, a CCB's SMS alert deduction sent over. Li Jian incomparably marveled at the discovery that Zhao Shumin's deposit was a full 800,000 yuan. Li Jian could imagine just how frugal Zhao Shuman had been in order to save this $800,000. She's just a frugal working girl, and Zhao Shumin's trust in him couldn't help but make Li Jian's heart feel very touched. Tapping on Shakeology, I was surprised to see that I had over 300 likes for that dress. There are already a few people asking for prices. Auntie Zhao, this is kind of a hit. I don't think it's a problem to open an online store in the future. Really? Zhao Shumin's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. These days looking for a job has not been answered let her heart feel very headache. There was even a very confused feeling about the future. And Li Jian's words were like a shot in the arm for her, making her heart full of hope for the future. Well, I think you really have the potential to become an internet star, Auntie Joe. Li Jian felt that if Zhao Shuman was willing to make videos with boobs, she would definitely be able to make a lot of money online. But he was also aware of that. Zhao Shuman would never be able to do such a thing no matter what, because Zhao Shuman was a very traditional woman. Auntie doesn't want to be any kind of internet celebrity. If there are really people who are willing to buy the handmade clothes that Auntie makes, then Auntie will really feel satisfied. Zhao Shumin's heart carried some anticipation. I think it's going to work. Saying that, Li Jian gently hugged Zhao Shuman from behind, and the two of them hugged each other very closely. Such a cozy feeling that made Li Jian very intoxicated. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? Let go of Auntie. Aunt Joe, I just want to hug you. I thought Auntie said I couldn't indulge you. If you keep this up Auntie will get angry. Aunt Zhao, I just want to cuddle for a while. I don't mean anything else. You're the elder. I'm the junior. Isn't it normal for the two of us to cuddle? But there's no such thing as a hug. Aunt Joe, I just simply want to hug you. Otherwise I'm going to be in no shape to go to work today. Holding you so tight. You're making Auntie gasp for air. And you're not too hot. Holding Auntie is the most comfortable thing in the world. So of course it's not too hot. Zhao Shuman was somewhat helpless and could only allow Li Jian to hold herself. You're a silly boy. Okay, Auntie will let you cuddle for a while. Zhao Shuman let Li Jian hold her. And after a few minutes, a hot Zhao Shuman pulled Li Jian's hand. Xiao Yan, you can let go of Auntie now. Aha. The feeling of hugging Auntie Zhao made Li Jian's inner 20 like it. During the breakfast time, Zhao Shuman had been talking to Li Jian about the blind date, and she hoped that she could facilitate Li Jian's good deed and lead him onto the right path. But Li Jian had been distracted. Since fully awakening his love for mature women, for those young girls, Li Jian really couldn't raise his interest at all. He still liked the feeling of excitement that this 20-year age difference gave him. After breakfast, Zhao Shuman urged Li Jian to hurry to work later. She went to the kitchen to do the dishes, but what I didn't expect was that Li Jian followed me. Sayan, don't go to work yet. You're going to be late. It's okay, there's still a while to go. Aunt Joe, Li Jian hugged Zhao Shuman and kissed at her lips, saying, blocked Li Jian's mouth with both hands. Zhao Shuman said somewhat angrily, you're getting too far ahead of yourself. You did a lot of excessive things last night. If you continue to be like this Auntie really won't be with you anymore. Auntie Zhao, I'm all set to go on a blind date. If it works out I won't be able to make out with you for the rest of my life, so just let me have a kiss. Only when she heard Li Jian say this did Zhao Shuman gently remove her hand that was blocking Li Jian. Well, Auntie really did owe you in a previous life. Saying that, Zhao Shuman took the initiative and kissed in at Li Jian. This separate kiss was incomparably hot. Came to the office and clocked in as usual. Lu Jinxin informed Li Jian to go to Catherine's office as usual. There was a smugness in his eyes as he felt he was someone President Catherine looked up to. Now it's all about scrubbing toilets every day, but one's future is infinitely brighter. Aha! Li Jian also didn't have any nonsense. and intended to massage the black silk jade feet of the big ocean horse. After coming inside the office, Catherine, who was sitting on the sofa, waved her hand at Li Jian. "Get him over here, President." "Li Jian, press my feet." Catherine stretched out her long black silk legs. Tomorrow the sales department was going to be closed, so Catherine decided to humiliate Li Jian a little deeper today. End of chapter. Chapter 84. Safety First. 9. Store owner Li Jian. Catherine looked at Li Jian in front of her, and her heart was bursting with a sense of superiority. In front of the yellow people, she always maintains the nobility of being a white person. Her heart despised Li Jian. This Li Jian who doesn't give face to his own son. He will do whatever he tells him to do, whether it was massaging her feet or something else, or even asking him to scrub the toilet. She was very obedient. Li Jian picked up Catherine's black silk jade feet. He had long gotten used to such a humiliating life, and in order to make a living, he had no choice but to take black silk jade feet every day. Life weighs 1,000 pounds, Li Jian thought in his mind. Enjoying Li Jian's massage, Catherine placed her feet on Li Jian's stomach, which was already becoming a habit for her. "Li Jian, you shouldn't have a problem with me asking you to scrub the toilet." "Of course not," Li Jian said indifferently. How this matter could not fall on his head anyway. He's definitely fine with it. "It's good that you don't have a problem with it. I'll tell you what, you can have the toilet on the marketing side as well." "I know, President." Catherine, looking at Li Jian agreeing so readily, Catherine wondered if she had heard it wrong, but this also made Catherine despise Li Jian even more. Picking up a bottle of yogurt and drinking it, Catherine cozied up and enjoyed Li Jian's massage. While she was getting cozy, the yogurt accidentally spilled in her face. This scene made Li Jian somewhat unable to avert his eyes, and he had the feeling that Catherine's dignity had been completely trampled on. Catherine hurriedly scraped the yogurt into her hand. "Go get me some paper." Getting it everywhere. Before the words fell, Catherine changed her mind again. In fact, the loneliness that had been suppressed for a long time inside Catherine was already exploding. It was just that she was deceiving herself to humiliate Li Jian in such a way. Ever since she let Li Jian massage her jade feet, her heart had enjoyed it. And deep down in Catherine's heart she felt that a lowly yellow person like Li Jian had come to massage the feet and calves of a noble white person like herself. It was as if there was an inexplicable thrill to the sensation that this was an alternative encounter between the lowly and the noble. "Help me clean up." Saying that, Catherine stuck her finger in front of Li Jian's face. Looking at the white and smooth fingers, Li Jian gently ate Catherine's fingers. "After you've cleaned the yogurt off the top." Catherine looked at Li Jian before she felt very satisfied. She felt that this subordinate of hers was already very obedient now. After coming out, Li Jian carried 20 points of humiliation. Seeing Lu Jinxin, who was waiting at the door with a superiority complex, Li Jian continued. "President Catherine asked you to brush the toilet on the marketing department side as well. She's going to accept it, and if it's done right, you can be team leader later." Looking at Li Jian's jealous eyes, Lu Jinxin's heart a burst of dark pleasure, and his own at the same time into the Chanlong group. So what? He is going to be promoted, and when he is promoted he will be able to pinch Li Jian at will. After all, the words of the top boss are necessary to be good. Now, he wished that Li Jian wouldn't have left his job so soon. After leaving the company, Li Jian also experienced the joy of picking up money. It's the same $1,000, but the feel of $100 bills in your hand just seems so much more substantial compared to the numbers. It should be pretty heavy too if I take out all $150,000 of my savings. At the moment, Lai Fei was slowly waking up at home. She was already not remembering much of last night's events, but sporadically remembered the time she kissed Li Jian in front of Shen Hongmei. The very sober Lai Fei's face also swished red, touching her rolling face. Her heart also felt a burst of shame. All along, she felt that she belonged to the type of high and cold young woman, iceberg beauty type. But you can't control yourself after drinking. Ever since Shen Hongmei brought Li Jian to their circle that day, she herself couldn't help but molest Li Jian every time she finished drinking. Last time, because of the dragon fruit incident, even had that kind of oops with Li Jian. He also shallowly tasted his black silk. The embarrassment was well and truly over. What had I done last night? No, I absolutely can't keep this up. Quit drinking. But what exactly is the relationship between Li Jian and Shen Hongmei? Thinking about the two of them at the door of the toilet, Shen Hongmei lowered her head and Li Jian kissed passionately. Lai Fei's heart felt even more curious, at the same time that sourness was brewing inside her. Whether she drank or didn't drink, deep down in her heart, she was very fond of Li Jian as a latecomer. In the evening, after Li Jian returned home, Zhao Shuman was cooking inside the kitchen. Today's Zhao Shuman is still having a hard time finding a job. She wanted to find work still related to clothing, and all she could find now were those jobs as a waitress, which were too low paying and exceptionally hard work. So she came back early to cook and eat for Li Jian and Zhou. After arriving in the kitchen, Zhao Shuman looked at Li Ziyan and subconsciously took a few steps back, obviously a little wary. Xiao Yan, be honest. It's so hot inside the kitchen. Hurry back to your room and blow the air conditioner. Zhao Shumin's wariness was also expected by Li Ziyan. After all, she had been thinking of helping herself to a blind date. In a sense, Zhao Shumin was really treating herself as her junior, and she was really worrying about her own lifelong affairs, worrying that she would go astray. In Zhao Shumin's place, Li Ziyan really felt a lot of warmth. Okay, Auntie Zhao, then go over there after you finish cooking. It's too hot here. Li Ziyan felt that if she continued to press Zhao Shumin right now, it might backfire. Zhao Shumin was clearly determined now. He himself could be in no hurry for a while, and in a few days, Zhao Shumin's mind would be wandering. After Li Ziyan went back to her room, Zhao Shumin cooked, and surprisingly, there was a contradictory feeling of loss in her heart. Li Ziyan liked to pester her and would always do out some intimate things, to which Zhao Shumin's heart though felt wrong and wanted to put Li Ziyan on the right path. But Zhao Shumin's heart was still very much looking forward to those intimate things that Li Ziyan did with herself. After all, at the age of 40-something, it was impossible not to be lonely inside. Catherine is like that, and Jo Sukmin is no exception. Physiology is a human instinct that no one can resist. The feeling of loss filled Zhao Shumin's heart after a while. Zhao Shumin inwardly cursed herself for being shameless. Wasn't this exactly the result she wanted? It would be best if Sang could see eye to eye with his own cousin's niece on a blind date. In that case later on when he is on a normal path in life, his own heart will be completely at ease. But why does one feel lost in this kind of thing that one should be happy about? Zhao Shuman no longer dared to think about it in detail. Some of the thoughts made her heart feel very ashamed, feeling that she was a woman who was shameless to the extreme. After making the meal, he came to Li Ziyan's room. Zhao Shuman handed her chopsticks to Li Ziyan, and during the meal, Zhao Shuman had been on guard against whether Li Ziyan would make a surprise attack on her, like hugging her or asking for a kiss or something. But for the duration of the meal, Li Ziyan was honest and was just talking to her about work and about shakeology. Auntie Jo, make this dress quick. When it's done, make a video and maybe it'll be a hit. Okay, Auntie listens to you. If she could sell her hand-sewn clothes online, Sukmin would still be more than willing to do so. After dinner, Zhao Shuman came inside Li Ziyan's room to do her work. Li Ziyan, on the other hand, is learning a foreign language and some other nonsense. It was very disciplined towards Zhao Shuman, which made Zhao Shuman feel very pleased. At the same time inwardly, she was feeling a sense of loss, a mentality that made Zhao Shumin's heart very conflicted. At 9 o'clock or so, Zhao Shuman decided to leave for the day before Li Ziyan had to cuddle herself to sleep again. That feeling of dryness from within really isn't very pleasant. Xiao Yan, Auntie will go back first. I have to continue looking for a job tomorrow. Okay, Auntie Jo, go to bed early. Li Ziyan's calm attitude caused the feeling of loss to intensify in Zhao Shumin's heart. After returning to his room, Zhao Shuman wanted to continue to do needlework but always failed to commit. What was wrong with Xiao Yan? It was as if he was suddenly uninterested in himself. He used to always want to make out with himself, but now it's a different attitude. Does he have someone he likes? This is good, Zhao Shuman murmured, but the ramblings in her mind were completely uncontrollable. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Mom, Lu Yan and I came to see you. Hearing that it was her son and future daughter-in-law, Zhao Shuman thought for a moment and opened the door. Come in. Zhao Shuman was a little afraid that Li Ziyan and her son would meet, because the two had fought and been in the police station before. She was a participant at the time, and she was afraid that the two would fight again or something like that. Now, Li Ziyan's position within Zhao Shuman was already completely different. Son, daughter-in-law, what brings you to mom today? Thinking of the last birthday their own son is not willing to give themselves over. Zhao Shumin's heart still feel a burst of sadness. Son and Lu Yan really let their own special disappointment, but there was nothing else she could do. It was still her son no matter what. Blood ties are something that can't be erased. Her heart still wants Shang Shunshang and Lu Yan to get married. As for what came after, she no longer wanted to care. Auntie, it's like this. Didn't my father-in-law find us? We've come to persuade you to remarry your father-in-law, and it will be good for all of us, if you do. In the future, when I and Shang Shunsheng have a child, multiple grandfathers will also have more strength, won't they? Lu Yan and Shang Shunsheng don't know the real reality of Shang Yunsheng. They both think that Shang Yunsheng is still as rich as before. At least it was much richer than Zhao Shuman. Plus the promised $100,000 given by Shang Yunsheng made both of them stand firmly on Shang Yunsheng's side, trying to set up Zhao Shuman and Shang Yunsheng to remarry. Lu Yan's heart is even more thinking that in the future you can raise the bride price to $500,000. After all, the father-in-law is so rich. If you do not want to point too much, it's too much of a loss. When you get divorced yourself, You'll have to get at least $1 million or more out of this family to do so. Zhao Shumin didn't say a word as she picked up the fabric and continued her needlework. Zhao Shumin's heart was really sad. I had thought that my son and daughter-in-law were coming over to bond with me or to make themselves a midnight snack. No matter which of these two things they did, it would make Zhao Shumin's heart feel very cozy. But what Zhao Shumin didn't expect in any way was for her own son to come over. It is to let himself and Shang Yunqing that remarriage. Mom, why don't you say something? Where's your account book? Hurry up and go find my dad to remarry and give me a complete family. Son, don't you know that likes to beat me? Think of the years of domestic abuse you suffered as a child. Zhao Shumin couldn't help but clench her pink fists. Her heart still felt very painful. Everything that was once there was so hard for her. It's not natural for a man to beat a woman. You're my father's wife and it's all right for him to beat you. And the past is the past. What do you care so much about? And now my dad won't hit anyone. Mom, hurry up and remarry him. And we'll have a good life as a family from now on. Shang Xuanqing's mind only has the reward of $100,000. As to whether Zhao Shumin will be domestically abused and beaten, this matter was completely out of Shang Xuanqing's consideration. No way. You guys go away. I don't want to talk to you today. I have clothes to make. Zhao Shumin turned away, not wanting to bother with these two people. All this was clearly heard by Li Ziyan outside the door. That's when Lu Yan noticed the contraceptive pills inside the needle and thread basket. She picked it up as soon as she could and after looking at it said, "You're actually taking birth control pills?" Sang Soon Sung froze, too. After confirming it he cursed, "I said why don't you remarry my father? So you have someone, 40-something-year-old who doesn't know how to be embarrassed and blind. Where do you want me to put my face?" Shang Shunsheng cursed angrily, and that level of shamelessness caused Li Ziyan's fists to clench as well. And Zhao Shumin's eyes were thoroughly moist. Her own son had again abused himself with such vicious language. As she was disheartened, the door opened. Shang Shunsheng just wanted to curse. Looking at Li Ziyan his heart was a little frightened. Li Ziyan is really good at the fighting part. Himself plus mom are no match for him. And now that it was clear that his own mom wasn't going to help him, it made him back off and bring his own to clean him up someday. Now roll or let me do it, Li Ziyan said coldly. Shang Shunqing didn't dare to say anything and pulled Lu Yan's hand to leave. He was really afraid that Li Ziyan would make a move. After following her to the door and closing it, Li Ziyan re-entered Zhao Shumin's room. After placing the contraceptive pills thrown on the ground inside Zhao Shumin's needle and thread basket, Li Ziyan comforted, "It's okay, Aunt Zhao. Just pretend you don't have this son." This time, Zhao Shumin took the initiative to hug Li Ziyan and cry, feeling Aunt Zhao's embrace hug. Although Li Ziyan felt 20% like it, he still restrained himself. It's better to let Aunt Zhou's heart struggle for a few days. He's my son, so why does he call me names with such vile words every time, and even try to hit me? Zhao Shumin and Li Ziyan confided her grievances. Aunt Zhou, it's called like father, like son, his father that way, he has such bad seed genes inside his genes, just stay away from him from now on. Patting Zhao Shumin's back, Li Ziyan tried to calm Zhao Shumin down. As time passed, Zhao Shumin finally calmed down gradually. Auntie Zhao, I'll go back first, you have an early night. Well, after Li Ziyan left, Zhao Shumin unlocked the door to her room and lay on the bed, becoming unsure in her heart. Does Xiao Yan look down on himself? If he had wanted to kiss himself or ask for a favor just now, he wouldn't have refused. But he's not doing anything by any means. This is really someone he likes, isn't it? Is he in love with his female classmates? Also right, he is in his 40s, more than 20 years older than Li Ziyan. What makes you think that Li Ziyan likes you? Not to mention that you are an elementary school dropout, and Li Ziyan is still a young college student. She is uneducated. She doesn't deserve him at all. Ruminating, Zhao Shumin slowly fell asleep. For the next few days, Li Ziyan was deliberately keeping a distance from Zhao Shumin not to cross the line. And even Zhao Shumin's promise of a 10-second kiss every day didn't materialize. These days, he's been subjected to daily workplace bullying by Catherine. As for the matter of brushing the toilet, Lu Jinxin has been beautifully accomplished very well. Meanwhile, in the case of receiving the wild bonus, Li Ziyan's savings came to 160,000, and the Subject 2 exam was successfully booked. Everything he does is very smooth, and the blazing summer vacation was coming to an end, and Li Ziyan felt like there really wasn't much longer left in the year. Today, Zhou Sukman's relatives went back home. Without the drag of relatives, Zhao Shumin felt like her entire body was refreshed. But when relatives have just left, the hormones are several times stronger than usual. Zhao Shumin only felt an unprecedented dryness inside. After making the meal and arriving at Li Ziyan's room, the two of them ate dinner together. Li Ziyan looked at Zhao Shumin's jitterbug data and said, "Aunt Zhao, your jitterbug followers are not bad. Now they are more than 500 people. I feel that when it comes to 20,000 followers, You can open an online store. Well, Auntie doesn't understand any of this, and Auntie listens to you all the time. By the way, Xiao Yan, that cousin niece of Auntie's is already available, so it's okay for you guys to meet up during tomorrow, whether you look at it or not. Meet me as a friend. Zhou Sukman set up the blind date. Li Jiyan didn't continue to resist. He already was seeing some loneliness in Zhao Shumin's eyes. Okay, Auntie, I'll do whatever you want. That's good. A few days of Li Jiyan and her relationship is as good as before. But the only thing that was missing was the intimacy between the male and female side of the equation, leaving her relaxed and lost at the same time. Auntie told you that this girl is nice. After dinner, Zhao Shumin, who was hot and sweaty in the kitchen, went to take a shower. Dressed in her pajamas, she came to sit in Li Jiyan's room with her needle and thread basket. The dress was almost finished. Li Jiyan had to admit that Zhao Shumin had her own talent for playing with needlework and clothing design. The style of the skirt looking at Li Jiyan felt very much in line with the popular aesthetic. Aunt Zhou, you can wear it tonight when it's done and I'll make a video. Wrap the boobs a little so they don't look so big. Well, Zhao Shumin agreed. In doing short video this piece she listened to Li Jiyan in everything. The several stages of the skirt in the past few days have been shot by Li Jiyan separately. There are some little girls who are now following Suki Zhou waiting to buy handmade dresses. After finishing the skirt, it was already more than 10 o'clock. Zhao Shumin returned to her room to change the skirt after arriving in Li Jiyan's room. Looking at Zhao Shumin, who was wearing a patchwork handmade dress, Li Jiyan's eyes were also filled with amazement. And even though Aunt Zhao's breasts had gone through a wrap, they were still at the D level, which made Li Jiyan feel that it was useless no matter how much he tried to keep a low profile when his capital was too powerful. Xiao Yan, do you think it's okay? Zhao Shumin straightened her skirt, afraid that Li Jiyan would find it unattractive. Ever since something happened with Li Jiyan, no matter how hard she tried, Zhao Shumin was never able to go back to the relationship she once had with her elders and seniors or enemies. She was eager to maintain the image of a beautiful woman in front of Li Jiyan. Beautiful, so beautiful. Aunt Zhou, put your heels on. Good. Zhao Shumin also felt that wearing such a skirt where have to match high heels is the best. After having worn high heels, Zhao Shumin is not so resistant to high heels anymore. After Zhao Shumin had finished wearing it, Li Jiyan's heart also felt amazing. Without applying powder, Aunt Zhao's skin looked as if it had been turned on with a beautiful face. It was really beautiful, but he also restrained his inner itch to do something about it. Took a jitterbug, but didn't show his face, and he knew that Zhao Shumin was embarrassed to show her face. After getting it done, Zhao Shumin also felt sleepy. Xiao Yan, Auntie is going to bed first. Tomorrow we'll talk about the specifics of the blind date. Auntie Zhao, will you sleep with me tonight? A plea from Li Jiyan. It made Zhao Shumin's heart surprisingly feel a sense of elation. Because of the reason why Li Jiyan didn't mention her request to her, her heart had been rambling for several days. Nonsense again. Just changed a few days ago. Talking to Auntie about these things again. Zhao Shumin, who seemed to be serious on the surface and was still a bit angry, was already happy on the inside, and she felt deep down that she was getting back the previous feeling of getting along with Li Jiyan. The boy was thinking of himself as a woman who made his insides feel tingly. Auntie Zhou, I haven't slept with you in days. I want a cuddle. Saying that, Li Jiyan turned off the lights and also unlocked the door, looking as if she was going to forcefully keep Zhao Shumin sleeping here, and lock the door. You want to force your aunt to sleep with you? Aunt Zhou, I'm begging you. Sayan, haven't you been getting used to you sleeping alone for the past few days, and now you're sleeping with your aunt, which isn't a foregone conclusion. Li Jiyan took Zhao Shumin's jade hand. Aunt Zhou, I wanted to try and distance myself from you too, but my heart has missed you every day for the past few days. I want my aunt to hug me, but I'm afraid she'll be angry. Li Jiyan's words made Zhao Shumin's heart feel a pang of heartache. This child, these days it did seem like he was restraining himself very hard. It's really a lot of work for him too. Xiao Yan, hold on a little longer. If you succeed in your blind date tomorrow, in the future, Auntie can rest assured that you guys can live together, do couple things every day, and live a normal life. At that time Auntie cooks for you and takes care of you. Auntie Zhao, just sleep with me tonight, okay? If I succeed in my blind date tomorrow I won't get a chance later. Zhao Shumin was silent for a moment, and after a while she was the one to say, alright, Xiao Yan, this is the last time Auntie will sleep with you, okay, Auntie? Li Jiyan hugged Zhao Shumin, feeling the warm sensation coming from her body. At the moment he felt a little greedy. Aunt Zhou, have your relatives left yet? Not telling you. As soon as he carried Zhao Shumin onto the bed, Li Jiyan's hand was placed on Zhao Shumin's beautiful legs. Don't touch Sayaka. Auntie Zhao, if you sleep with me in your arms at night, I'm sure I can touch you. That's accidental, not the same as intentional. I touched Auntie's leg by accident on purpose. Aunt Zhou, would you put on your stockings? Another stocking for Auntie. Auntie Chiu, I think you look especially beautiful in stockings. Your legs are so beautiful, so pretty. How beautiful if you wear stockings. Slippery. Put it on, will you? I'm not wearing it. Aunt Joe, it's the last night. I'm going on a blind date tomorrow, so just wear it, will you? Struggled a bit. Zhao Shuman still compromised. Tomorrow, if Li Jian's blind date was successful, then it is indeed the last night. Words. Bring it. Good. After Zhao Shuman put on her stockings in front of Li Jian, she pulled up the quilt and got inside. Li Jian followed suit and laid down, coiling Auntie Zhao with Li's octopus. Auntie's not breathing well. Aunt Joe, I just want to hold you like this. Auntie, you have such slippery legs. That's a stocking. Aunt Joe, your legs are almost as good as stockings without them. Then you still let Auntie wear stockings. Auntie Joe, I just love the feel of stockings. I don't think there's any way for a woman's legs to bring their charm to the top if she doesn't wear stockings. Let my cousin's niece dress you tomorrow after the blind date works out. Little girls don't look good in stockings, and it's women like Auntie who look good in stockings. You just had to have Auntie put stockings on you. Well, Aunt Joe, that picture of you in stocking heels is really nice inside my cell phone. I look at it every day. Aunt Joe, can you put your heels on? Zhao Shuman pinched Li Jian's nose. Silly boy. What heels to wear inside the covers? She felt a bit helpless. Some of Li Jian's requests and ideas were really strange, and now they were all lying inside the quilt. I can't believe I have to wear high heels by myself. Auntie Joe, you can wear high heels to bed too, so you can feel good in them, and your feet don't get tired if you don't have to walk. I'm doing this for your sake. That's how much you want your aunt to wear heels. Sure. Keep your hands honest. Don't break the stockings. Auntie doesn't want to wear high heels. They're dirty. Aunt Joe, it's not like you've worn it outside, so just wear it. Li Jian's continuous requests also made Zhao Shuman a bit overwhelmed. Okay, Auntie will wear it for you. Zhao Shuman lifted the covers and brought up her high heels. After putting it on, he asked, Xiao Yan, does it look good? Good looking. Auntie Chiu, stocking heels, really good looking. Auntie, you're going to charm me to death. Taking Zhao Shuman's hand, Li Jian said from the bottom of her heart, net nonsense. You don't even have the lights on and you say it looks good. So you're just trying to make Auntie happy. Auntie Joe, I'm telling the truth. It's really, really pretty. And isn't there a light out here? Can see a little. Watch out for Auntie stepping on you in the middle of the night in her high heels. You won't let Auntie wear high heels. Zhao Shuman joked. Aunt Joe, I'm glad you stepped on me. Saying that, Li Jian pressed down on Zhao Shuman and kissed at her lips. Saiyan, what are you doing? Zhao Shuman was a little flustered. Kissing? Aunt Joe, why are you thinking about this again? You've been so honest the last few days. The last few days of this is what you owe me, Aunt Joe. Which adds up to 40 seconds of kissing. Aunt Joe, open your mouth. Just 40 seconds. No, with interest. Bummer you. Zhao Shuman said so on her lips, but she still cooperated with Li Jian to let Li Jian kiss up. The two kissed very well together. I don't know how long it took before Li Jian separated from Zhao Shuman. With 4 eyes, Zhao Shuman felt that the flames in Li Jian's eyes could set herself on fire. How could she not know what Li Jian was thinking? Restrain your little speech. Aunt Joe, please, it really doesn't work. Auntie Joe, I'm going on a blind date tomorrow. This could be my last chance. Zhao Shuman didn't say a word, and Li Jian kissed again. After a minute, Li Jian continued to ask, is it okay, Auntie Zhao? No. After kissing Zhao Shuman several times in a cycle, it was only then that Zhao Shuman was trembling. Use it well. It must be used. It's impossible for Auntie to indulge you anymore in the future. So you have a good blind date. You know. I know, Aunt Joe. Late at night, Li Jian hugged Zhao Shuman tightly, smelling her scent. Looking at the blush on her pretty face, her heart felt a million times more satisfied and relaxed. Aunt Joe was now quite in tune with herself. Glancing at the stores in his name now, he had become the owner of 2 $2 stores, 2 mini markets, 2 billiard parlors, 2 podiatrists and a breakfast restaurant. The thought of settling the proceeds made him feel a little itchy inside. Aunt Joe kissed Zhao Shuman's face. Li Jian said softly, Aunt Zhao, you really are a perfect woman. Whether it was in the area of face or body or health, Zhao Shuman was impeccable. And what Li Jian said was completely from the heart. Remember everything you promised, Auntie. Aunt Joe, can I not go on a blind date? End of chapter. Chapter 85. Auntie Lai plays as usual. Smelling Auntie Zhao's body and hugging the soft and warm Zhao Shuman, Li Jian whispered. The blush on Zhao Shuman's pretty face had yet to dissipate. I can't believe I'm with Li Jian again. After saying that, Li Jian gently rubbed her face against Zhao Shuman's. No, it has to be a blind date. Auntie can't indulge you. Be honest, you have to work tomorrow. Covering Li Jian's face, Zhao Shuman was really afraid that Li Jian would continue to do something excessive. Okay, Auntie, I know. Li Jiyan also knows that the blind date this is actually no run, but it is just going through the motions. His heart is not panicked at all. After all, look on the look off. All by Li Jiyan's own words. After breaking into the circle of Shanghai ants, Li Jiyan is considered to be completely disinterested in girls of the same age. He still likes his 40-year-old aunt. Sleep, Aunt Joe. You smell so good. Stop being poor. What are you looking at? Go to sleep. Li Jiyan quietly admired the deep gully. In fact, he wanted to continue to try to make out with Aunt Zhao, but he was also afraid of pissing Zhao Shumen off. After all, this woman's nature was how a shrew. Li Jiyan was still very clear. Even the boss's wife saw purple and even almost black from her tearing, and Zhao Shumen really loved him. Aunt Zhou, hold me tight. Good, hold you tight. Silly child. Zhao Shumen wrapped Li Jiyan in her arms and let Li Jiyan rest on her arm. Li Jiyan, on the other hand, felt a little breathless. And you don't mind breathing, Auntie Zhou. I'm happy to suffocate me. Hugging Li Jiyan tightly, Zhao Shumen felt Li Jiyan's body temperature and also felt very at ease. Sion, touching Auntie's stockings again. Auntie, I still have to hold your stockings with my legs. After hugging Zhao Shumen tightly and the intelligence refreshed, after looking at the fact that there was no other valuable intelligence besides the wild bonus, he fell into a deep sleep smelling the scent of Zhao Shumen's body. After sensing that Li Jiyan had fallen asleep, Zhao Shumen gently kissed Li Jiyan's forehead. Baby, sleep well. The next 2 days were very quiet. The girl Jo Sukman introduced me to was because of her job, so the blind date was postponed for 2 days. Li Jiyan commutes to work as usual, and his savings are close to 160,000. This money is already a considerable amount of money for Li Jiyan. Of course, in front of the 3 ants in Shanghai, Li Jiyan is very poor. In front of Auntie Zhao who has $800,000 in savings, Li Jiyan is also very poor. In the past 2 days, Li Jiyan was also trying to get Zhao Shumen to continue sleeping with him, but she refused, and Li Jiyan could sense that Zhao Shumen seemed to be really determined to correct her habits. At night, Li Jiyan laid inside his room and waited to refresh the information. 12 o'clock came and the intelligence was refreshed as usual. Because your body has produced some mutations, the women who make out with you will maintain their current physical state. Zhao Shumen and Shan Hongmei's face and figure have been solidified. The attribute of eternal youth is really useful. Previously, Li Jiyan's heart had always been afraid to face this problem. He didn't dare to think about it in detail, now that ants could still remain youthful and beautiful in their 40s. But if you reach the age of 50, it's obvious that it's simply not possible to continue to look like that. It would be different if you had the ability to do it yourself. However, there is a requirement for this ability. It has to be a real and thorough makeout session to help keep the ants in their current state. Clenching her fists, Li Jiyan's heart resolved to keep her ants youthful. He Yanrong and Lai Fei Fei will touch base with you in the afternoon subject 2 test. Li Jiyan didn't feel strange about this. After studying for subject 1, the instructor had everyone book their subject 2 test in advance because the queue wasn't that easy. It was normal for himself and He Yanrong to have an appointment. The blind date that Zhao Shumen introduced to you will take time out to meet you tomorrow. This piece of information was still considered to be of some value, while the rest were all inconsequential news. And after reading the news, Li Jiyan fell into a deep sleep. After breakfast the next day, Zhao Shumen and Li Jiyan talked about the blind date. Xiao Yan, that cousin niece of Auntie's who was on a blind date, has already set the time. Tomorrow night after you get off work go and meet this cousin niece of mine. Li Jiyan didn't refuse either. I know Auntie. Li Jiyan's dryness makes Zhao Shumen feel unbelievable. This kid, how did not continue to shirk? In the loss, Zhao Shumen felt that this is good. Okay, Sayaka, ride slow on the road. Zhao Shumen took the initiative to hug Li Jiyan, bathing in Aunt Zhao Zef's embrace. Li Jiyan's heart really had 20 points of fondness for the shrew in front of him. During this period of time, Zhao Shumen really couldn't be more gentle with herself. It was natural for Catherine to not let go of bullying Li Jiyan today. Inside the heart of the mature woman Dan Yangma, who had been suppressed and lonely for many years, she was already using the massage given to her by Li Jiyan as an outlet for her to vent her inner loneliness. Laying down on the couch, Catherine slid her leg directly into the lap of Li Jiyan, who was sitting over. Picking up the black silk jade feet of the ocean horse, Li Jiyan gently helped Catherine massage them. Li Jiyan, lick the yogurt clean for me. Today's Catherine put her finger directly on top of the yogurt and then stuck her finger in front of Li Jiyan's face, trying to humiliate him. Li Jiyan didn't say anything and silently took Catherine's finger into her mouth. It wasn't like humiliation, it was more like Catherine was feeding Li Jiyan, and the fingers of this big ocean horse are very white and plain. After watching Li Jiyan eat all the yogurt on her fingertips, Catherine's heart felt very satisfied. It looked like her dog training program was very successful, and now Li Jiyan was very obediently eating her fingers. The yellow man is just lowly, and he has to do whatever he is told to do. Not bad. Li Jiyan, help me press my thighs today. but only press halfway down, not more than the black silk part. Catherine closed her eyes comfortably and sipped her yogurt and fruit, completely treating Li Jian like a cow or a horse. Li Jian thought about what Catherine had asked her to do and secretly memorized it. In the future, I must return the favor in the same way as she did, and let her know how powerful she was before she could do anything about it. However, now in the Changlong group later the big opportunity has not yet come. He or she had better hold back first. In order to live, one had to massage Catherine's slender black silk thighs. The hand gently massaged Catherine's jade foot, then moved slowly against it. Great! Amazing! Li Jian's massage was very well done, and the temperature of his hands was so high that Catherine was so intoxicated that even her mother tongue came out. After a long time, Li Jian's hand was gently placed on Catherine's thigh. With a net height of 178, Catherine's thighs are naturally very plump and fat. The junction of black silk above the knee and white legs look like a very striking visual impact. White skin is different after all. After Li Jian massaged her up, Catherine's inner repression was also ignited at this moment. Honey, you haven't had that with me in over 10 years. Why are you so sexy today? Just after the words were said, Catherine realized that the person in front of her was the lowly Li Jian now. Her face burned with flesh. Li Jian, you go out first. Knocking Li Jian's hand away, Catherine gave her expulsion order. This big ocean horse is so tight. It looks like it's been repressed and lonely for a long time. Li Jian left the company in his mind thinking about just now Catherine kind of full of red face. White people's flavor in Shanghai ants in the end or different. In the afternoon, Li Jian came to the DMV to prepare for the Subject 2 test. He felt the gold content of the job introduced to him by Aunt Lai even more. With generous pay, no overtime, and the ability to touch the fish at will after completing the KPIs. After the probationary period there is a commission, and at that time with the intelligence of their own days will be really good. Just entering the DMV, Li Jian saw the Xiaomi SU7 parked in the parking space and lowered the window. Sayan-san, He Yenrong waved her hand at Li Jian, and on the side Li Jian really saw the winemonger Lai Fei. Cubby, come on up here and blow the air conditioning. It's hot out there. Lai Fei's appearance is obviously drinking, which makes Li Jian a little strange. This wine Montana is obviously over to accompany the examination. She drove over how to still drink. After opening the car door and getting in, He Yenrong, who was wearing a sports outfit today, took the initiative to get out of the way. Li Jian noticed that He Yenrong's top should be between E and F. Whether it was E or F, it was impossible to tell. Get out of the way and let my cub sit in the center. Lai Fei pulled Li Jian and insisted that Li Jian sit in the center. And after coming to the center, Li Jian was surrounded by two mature female ants. The surrounding scent was overflowing, and there was also a faint natural fragrance. This was because He Yenrong was still breastfeeding. Li Jian remembered that it was mentioned in the intelligence. He Yenrong tried to talk to her daughter about weaning, but it didn't work out. Auntie Rong, didn't Auntie Lai drive you here? She wouldn't have come here with a drunk driver. How can that be? I don't let her drive when she drinks. It's a bottle of red wine inside the refrigerator in the back, and just now she was too hot to drink it as mineral water. Li Jian. Lai Fei's pretty face slightly reddened as she hugged Li Jian's arm. The thin branches and Li Jian tightly next to each other. Looking at Aunt Lai, Li Jian's heart couldn't control the 20%. Pop. Aunt, recently the more I think about it, the more I feel wrong. Honestly, Shen Hongmei is not cheating your pony big car. A drunken Fifi Lai is still playing as usual. Saying that, she hugged Li Jian as if she was hugging a child. No, Aunt Lai, don't think too much. Didn't you explain that time? It's far from time for a showdown. And some things are chicken and egg once they're out in the open. In an ideal situation one could at most be with an aunt, which was clearly not what Li Jian wanted. No is good. Cubby, you can't trust Shen Hongmei. That person of hers is evil. By the way, I'll recommend a novel to you. Mrs. Who, the landlady, and a young man who didn't do so well in high school. I'm your landlady, Mrs. Lai, and you're my tenant. Junior words. Aunt Vintage Nay. Saying that, she hugged Li Jian tightly and pressed her face against Li Jian's face and rubbed it gently. He Yenrong was also a little hard to watch. Lai Fei, you prodigal hoof. Can you look so worthless every time you get drunk? Who's worthless? I'm the iceberg young woman type, alright. You won't let me feed my pups. Then you feed it. You're the real deal anyway. Look at my pup starving and skinny. Come on. Saying that, Lai Fei climbed over and went to pick off He Yenrong's clothes, lying on Li Jian's lap and entangling with He Yenrong. The crazy woman was very much in her element. Carelessness also showed some marks on He Yenrong's t-shirt. Pup, son, come on. Mommy's got the goods for you. Come on, eat. Crazy. He Yenrong's heart was mortified. Ever since Li Jian joined their circle, this wine monkey was getting crazier and crazier. The two of them jokingly joked around and He Yenrong accidentally hit Lai Fei on the side of her head. It made Fei Lai shrink back in pain. Are you okay, Fifi? He Yenrong didn't care about her soaked t-shirt and was concerned about Lai Fei. Lai Fei hugged Li Jian in a Lai's octopus wrap hug and sat on his lap. Cubby, mommy hurts. You come a little to the front. Only after Li Jian obediently came some to the front did Lai Fei put her legs through Li Jian's back. Cubby, she bullied your mom. Grab her food and help mommy get revenge. Li Jian. This woman has drunk too much wine, really treats her as her own mother. And even directly shouted her own son. Aunt Lai is really looking cute. You crazy. Ah. Lai Fei cried out and buried her head on Li Jian's right side. Cubby, protect mommy. Saying that, Lai Fei hugged Li Jian even harder. The drunken wine mongoloid version of Lai Fei loved the feeling of being entwined with Li Jian like this with Lai's octopus. Lai Fei pressed herself tightly against Li Jian, causing Li Jian's heart to beat faster and faster. Aunt Lai. With her hands resting on Lai Fei's black silk legs, Li Jian's voice was a little unnatural, and He Yenrong also noticed Li Jian's change. This woman is crazy when she drinks too much and is always so close to Li Jian. Could it be that she really likes Li Jian? Cubby, is Auntie's leg comfortable to touch? End of chapter. Chapter 86 Auntie Chiu's credibility. Keeping promises. The black silk that Fei Lai is wearing today is one of those one-piece ones. That's why Li Jian was resting on her leg, and was also clearly feeling Aunt Lai's black silk touch. Do you want to touch your aunt's belly, cub? Lai Fei, you prodigal hoof. You just molest children all day long. Just like you're still an iceberg young woman. I think you're a prodigal hoof young woman. What's wrong with me molesting my own pups? Come on baby, my pups are willing. Bow your head. Auntie feed you. Saying that, Lai Fei hugged Li Jian's head and kissed his forehead. Li Jian's face also couldn't control some of the heat. He was a bloodthirsty young man, and he couldn't restrain himself a little when he was wrapped up in such a black silk young woman. Aunt Lai, come down. You resent Auntie. Don't, cub. Mommy is going to haunt you. When Lai Fei was drunk, Li Jian, a person who was not related to her, would automatically become her son? And Li Jian was somewhat helpless to get used to it. Why? Isn't it comfortable to stick it to Auntie? Saying that, Lai Fei hugged Li Jian a little harder. Sayan-san, just think of her as a lunatic. You should have gotten used to your Aunt Lai being like this a long time ago. Helplessly and passively hugging Lai Fei. Li Jian hummed. I'm used to it. Auntie Rong, your clothes need to be changed. Li Jian said with concern as he looked at some of the marks on He Yenrong's t-shirt that appeared because of the leakage, and his mind couldn't figure it out. Why is He Yenrong's daughter still such a giant baby when she's almost 18? Well, He Yenrong was a little embarrassed, all because of this crazy woman. I'll switch with you, so that you don't get strange looks from people when you go to the queue inside the examination center. Still, it wasn't you Tai Hoof. If it wasn't for you, I'd need to change. If you hadn't indulged your daughter so much, you could have this problem. I think it's still too good for your food. Li Jian got out of the car consciously. When the car door opened again, the clothes on He Yenrong and also Lai Fei were already switched places. Lai Fei pulled Li Jian into the car as soon as she could, then shoved the t-shirt into Li Jian's mouth. Cub, taste the flavor, but don't waste it. Auntie doesn't have that power to keep you full. I'll strangle you crazy. The two women jostled again, and Li Jian sat down, feeling her mouth being filled with a very unique flavor to her taste buds. It was the first time he had felt such a sensation since he could remember. Weird and a little mesmerizing. No wonder Auntie Rong's negotiations with her daughter failed. I'm so envious of you. Rong, are you an E or an F? I always feel bad saying that. If only I were as good as you. Crazy. Do you want to walk with that little body of yours? I've got a good back. I can carry even an F. As the two women bickered, Li Jian admired the pretty faces of the two right women and felt in a rather pleasant mood. And it was true that where there was a drunken version of Auntie Lai, it was never going to be quiet. After arriving at the exam time, He Yenrong and Li Jian got out of the car together. Cubby, do well on your exams. Mommy loves you. Get 100 points and mommy will make you a nice meal. After Lai Fei got out of the car, she took the initiative to explain, looking like a loving mother. Crazy woman. Those who don't know really think that Li Jian is your cub. You prodigal hoof. Or you're a wave. You look Tai with that face. As the two argued, Li Jian followed He Yenrong into the hall. Everyone now go inside and look at the exam room for 5 minutes. Led by the staff of the DMV, many of the students who took the test walked into the test center of Subject 2. Li Jian quickly glanced at the examination room and determined the reference in her mind. Auntie Rong, look at the cracks in this tree. Hit the directions here when you see the tree crevice later. Li Jian was explaining some precautions to He Yenrong. Sayan, you're so good, and you're so good at driving. Her inner mind remembered the last time Li Jian spoke German. Every time she met with this child, it would always give He Yenrong's inner mind a feeling of surprise. Auntie Rong, I just thought that would work too. Hopefully we'll all get a handful through today. Back in the hall waiting for the exam, He Yenrong and Li Jian sat together and chatted. Xiao Yan, last time you said you like mature women. Were you serious or were you joking with Auntie? Of course it's serious, Auntie Rong. Right now I'm not interested in young girls at all. I prefer still the kind of woman old enough to be my mother. He Yenrong's face burned a bit because she was such a woman in her 40s, and Li Jian saying so always gave her a sense of intent. Xiao Yan, then do you like Aunt Shin or Aunt Lai? The last time you were at the hotel, you kissed both of them in succession. It was just an accident, Auntie Rong. I know it was an accident. He Yenrong felt that Li Jian and these two women had no relationship beyond friendship. That time, it was just a drinking reason, and Lai Fei Fei, the crazy, was simply molesting Li Jian. In her heart she just thought of Li Jian as a 3-year-old, kissing and hugging and all that was just elders and a little kid. Unless we see Lai Fei Fei's stomach get enlarged by Li Jian one day, none of the words would mean anything. But Auntie thinks that since you like mature women then, your Aunt Shen and your Aunt Lai both love you so much, you must have a favorite one. Looking at the silent Li Jian, He Yenrong's enchanting pretty face also flashed a smile. Looks like you're greedy. Don't know how to choose, so that means you like them all. Auntie Rong, Li Jian, who had been read through his mind, was surprisingly unsure of how to answer for a moment, but He Yenrong had still thought things through a bit simpler. Okay, Sayaka-san, there's no need to hide anything from Auntie. It's not like she's going to betray you, but it's not good to be too greedy. Both women, your Aunt Shin and your Aunt Lai, are very kind-hearted, and they're all seriously rich. If you could pick one as a wife, I won't have to worry about the rest of my life, and I'll never have to work again. Your Aunt Rai, in particular, is truly unfathomable. Li Jian followed and asked, Auntie Rong, just how much money does my Auntie Lai have? This, I don't know. Your Aunt Lai actually has some of her own company. It's just that she doesn't go over there much, and a lot of real estate, investing in stock securities and whatnot. If there are exactly how many assets, Auntie doesn't know, but Auntie thinks that a conservative estimate should be more than $200 million, or even more. He Yenrong's words really stunned Li Jian. More than $200 million, and that was still a conservative estimate. Li Jian realized that she still underestimated Aunt Lai too much. My Auntie Lai is rich to such an extent. Frightened. If you like your Aunt Rai, catch up. If you're too greedy, you might really end up with a chicken and egg. I think your Aunt Shin's character is more rational and strong, so it might not suit you very well. The best woman to be with you is still your Aunt Rai. This wine monkey's heart is really kind and affectionate. If you get along with her, she'll love you with her life. Speaking of these, He Yenrong's heart is a little sour again, which reminds her of Lu Li's words. Our line of work cannot be emotionally attached to men. Could it be that he was really moving his feelings? Li Jian was just a small child, so he couldn't have such strange thoughts himself. He Yenrong then took the initiative to change the topic. Li Jian's mind was thinking about the natural flavor of the t-shirt she had just tasted. The subject 2 test is over. When you come out, Lai Fei Fei ran up and asked, how's it going? Fifi, Shayan and I all passed with one hand. Really? Great. Let's go drink and celebrate. Screw you. Don't go to work, or wait until you get your license to celebrate. The two women hugged and were happy. Fei Lai called out for a valet, now that she was quite sober. Sayan-san, I'm really thankful to you this time. Those spots you helped me look at really helped. I really almost hung up when I was sideways. My pups are so smart. Mommy hugs. Lai Fei Fei wrapped another Lai's octopus around Li Jian's body. Cubby, Mommy loves you. After giving Li Jian a kiss on the cheek, He Yenrong peeled her off. Crazy, there are so many people here. Be honest and call for a valet. I know. I think you're just jealous of seeing me in the cub kiss. I won't stop you if you want to kiss my pups, or feed my pups Akuna. You happen to be my daughter-in-law. Slutty hooves. In the afternoon, Li Jian left after clocking out from the company. Of course, he was not forgetting to ask Lu Jinshin to brush the toilet when he left. Lu Jinshin can be said to be happy about this. Riding a shared motorcycle on the road, his heart was still nostalgic for the afternoon exam, and the feeling of being with Aunt Lai was really happy as hell. The natural flavors are very good indeed, Li Jian thought in his heart, not knowing when he would have the chance to really have a full meal. Thinking of that possibility, Li Jian just swallowed his saliva. Auntie Zhao could actually feed herself, but after all, a clever woman can't cook without rice. It still wasn't quite the same as He Yenrong's excitement, and Aunt Zhao was now on the defensive. Her mind was still set on a blind date with her cousin's niece, which if successful would put her on the right path. Upon arriving home, the smell of incense wafted from inside the kitchen. Auntie Chiu, did you find a job today? Li Jian came back to make Zhao Shuman's heart very at ease. Since Shang Yunqing this came to Shanghai, Zhao Shuman's heart has always been very defensive against him. Zhao Shuman was already prepared to fight with Shang Yunqing at any time. Even if he went to prison himself, there was absolutely no way he would let Shang Yunqing bully him again. In the beginning, Zhao Shumin's shrewishness was to protect herself, but as time passed, her character had long since stopped being as weak and incompetent as it used to be. Even if she died, she wouldn't want to be bullied. Not yet. Went to work are not suitable, and today went to a company. The boss even know Lu Chongsheng. Shanghai is big when you say big, but small when you say small. Normal. Auntie Zhao, let me see your jitterbug. It's in my pocket. Help yourself. Zhao Shumin, who was frying the food, was also not very convenient at this time, so she could only let Li Jian take the cell phone out by herself. Okay, Aunt Zhou. After unlocking Aunt Zhao's cell phone with the familiar password of 6 zeros, Li Jian looked at it and saw that Aunt Zhao's followers already had almost 3,000. Auntie Zhao, you really have the potential to be a netizen. What Netflix? Auntie just wants to sell hand-sewn clothes online. If it does sell, Auntie will buy a sewing machine and specialize in that from now on. Must be able to do needlework when you can also open a live broadcast. Can collect some gifts if it is also 3 melon 2 dates. Live can earn money. I have a roommate, a live broadcast at least can earn thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars. That's what he does. This isn't very good. Anyway, it's just a male nympho or something. What a tomboy. Zhao Shumin's beautiful eyes were all puzzled. The concept of male nymphs was still a bit too forward for Zhao Shumin. She had never heard of such a thing before. I can't explain this one. Well, Xiao Yan, let's not envy others. Just live your own life. By the way, are you ready for the blind date? I know, Aunt Zhou. I'll do whatever you say. That's good. After dinner later, go out and take a walk with your aunt. Okay, Aunt Zhou. I'll stay with you all the way. After dinner, Li Jian and Zhao Shumin went outside. Today's weather was as dry and hot as ever, and the place the two chose for their walk was by the river. There are a lot of long creeks in Shanghai, which are quite a nice place for a walk. Sion, when you see a girl tomorrow, be sweet-mouthed. Girls nowadays like men who can talk. Aunt Zhou, times have changed a long time ago. You'll have to work hard for it anyway. After arriving at a bench, Li Jian pulled Zhao Shumin to sit down. Auntie, let's rest for a while. In this weather, there were very few people out for a walk, and after pulling Zhao Shumin to sit down, under the illumination of the distant streetlights, Li Jian complimented. Auntie Zhao, you're so good-looking. Auntie is your elder. Don't get carried away. You'll have a good time with the girl from now on. Auntie, I know you're my elder, but I'm going to kiss you. Shouldn't have said yes in the first place. Zhao Shumin really regretted that she had promised Li Jian that she could kiss herself. This whole thing has become a huge hidden problem. Even though it's 10 seconds a day and that's still real kissing. Auntie Zhou, this is actually a reflection of our good relationship. There's nothing wrong with a little kiss with a child, is there? Well, kiss it, Sayaka, but you can't do anything else. Zhao Shumin closed her eyes, but at the moment, she was squeezing them shut. Aunt Zhou, show a little tongue. What for? I don't want to waste all of those 10 seconds prying your mouth open. Zhao Shumin helplessly stuck out her tongue. This child was really getting more and more skillful. Aunt Zhou, I was honest for the first few days. It's going to take 30 seconds of kissing today, I think. You do that then. Zhao Shumin was also a person who kept her word, and she knew that Li Jian was afraid that this kiss wouldn't be a matter of tens of seconds. What are you touching Auntie's leg for? Auntie, I always feel like I have to do something when I kiss. Otherwise it always feels as if something is missing. Can't really do anything with you. Zhao Shumin's mind thought that Li Jian was probably able to see eye to eye with her own cousin's niece. At that time, he wouldn't have to deal with Li Jian anymore. It's also time to return Sion to a normal life. Auntie, your legs are so soft. It would be perfect if you wore black silk. Are you still kissing? Kiss. Aunt Zhou, you hold me. You don't mind the heat. I certainly don't mind the heat. Aunt Zhou, holding you so comfortably. Even if I die of heat, I'm willing. You're not too hot for Auntie to kiss. Aunt Zhou, hold me. 3-year-olds. Zhao Shumin glanced at the fact that there was no one far away on either side before she was opening her arms. Silly boy. And you have to be hugged to be kissed. Only after hugging Li Jian did Li Jian kiss against Zhao Shumin's lips. By surprise, Li Jian and Zhao Shumin passionately kissed each other. In the beginning, Zhao Shumin was still counting the time, but by the time she got to the later part of the day she was completely immersed in the kiss with Li Jian. It was only after 10 minutes or so that Zhao Shumin heard footsteps and hurriedly pushed Li Jian away, but Li Jian hugged her and wouldn't let go. It left her with her head down as well, waiting for passers-by to pass. You can let go now. Aunt Zhou, I don't want to let go of you. You smell so good. Stop touching Auntie's leg. It's been seen. It's humiliating. Auntie Zhou, with such a big gap between us, people will only think I'm your son. It's fine. Is there a son who pesters his mom like that all day? Aren't sons always children in front of their moms? Li Jian realized that being young had advantages at times, and the identity of a child really couldn't be more useful. Loosen up. After kissing for 10 minutes this time, Li Jian felt that it was almost time and let go of Zhao Shumen. The very rich blush on Zhao Shumen's face made Li Jian's inner 20 like it. Let's go back. Good, auntie. You have such soft legs and a thin waist. No commenting on elders like that. Li Jian pulled up Zhao Shumen's hand, and although Zhao Shumen was a bit resistant, she thought about the fact that she had done all the kissing, so this didn't seem to be anything. In the end, it was Li Jian. Auntie Zhao, it's fine. People won't think anything of it if they see it. Aha. Aunt Zhou, can you wear black silk? Black silk, is it one of those black stockings? Listening to Li Jian's words, Zhao Shumen felt a burst of inner heat. Wearing flesh-colored stockings actually already made Zhao Shumen feel ashamed. As for the kind of black stockings, Zhao Shumen felt afraid to think about it. It was one of the colors of stockings she felt most ashamed of. Aha, Xiao Yan, let's forget about it. Auntie can't wear that, and you and Auntie made a deal to listen to Auntie. Auntie wants you to find a girl your own age to spend a good life together. There's no way Auntie can do anything extra with you again. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Shumen added, today's kiss was too long. In the future, Auntie will help you control the time. Aunt Zhou, actually, it's just a favor for me, right? You lie there in a short high-heeled black silk dress and I'll take a picture. That way my bad habits will be better corrected. When Li Jian said something else, Zhao Shumen was not impressed. But when it came to correcting the problem, Zhao Shumen immediately became incomparably serious. And she also felt out that this was not a small thing. One really can't let Xiao Yan go astray. If wearing black silk can help Xiao Yan correct her bad habits, then it's worth it. That black silk you were talking about, can Auntie wear it? Of course I can wear it, Auntie. Li Jian felt 20 minutes of excitement. Aunt Zhao wears black silk. Such a picture is simply not dare to think. In fact, there is no essential difference between black silk and flesh silk. The process and feeling of wearing them are similar, only the color is different. But black silk is definitely the best looking. For white silk, Li Jian had no feelings. That tomboy roommate of his loved to wear white silk. Neat silk, in Li Jian's heart, was a godlike existence. Black silk, on the other hand, is a god among gods, especially when paired with red-soled heels. Well, you go get it for Auntie later. Zhao Shumen was still embarrassed to go to a women's clothing store with a young man to buy stockings, and she already felt her face start to burn at the thought of being misunderstood. It's just so embarrassing. Then I'll go get it for you. After arriving at the street, Li Jian found a supermarket to buy black silk. The first time he bought stockings was the day he was with Shin Hongmei. At the beginning, he was embarrassed, but now by black silk Li Jian has long been not coy, but justified. After coming out, Li Jian walked over to Zhao Shumen, but saw an older woman standing beside her. In fact, Zhao Shumen was 7 years older than this woman, but she looked much older than Zhao Shumen, and not good looking at all. Purely big mom look. Li Jian was not at all interested in this kind of big mom. He only liked good-looking mature women. Sister Zhao, is this your son? Looking at the stockings in Li Jian's hands, her eyes were a bit strange. Yeah, that's my son, Zhao Shumen prevaricated. This if people knew that she wore black silk for a 20-year-old young man, it would really be a disgrace to the family. Your son really does look like you, looking dutiful and knowing how to buy mom socks. Li Jian, yes, my son is quite dutiful. He makes me wear stockings and says that way I won't get a tan. Zhao Shumen smoothly touched Li Jian's head. Li Jian, he realized that he was really giving his life as a son, and Lai Feifei called himself Cub all day long and claimed to be his mother. Zhou Sukman also COS'd her mom today, but who let his age be a child in the auntie circle, and being a son seems to be justified. After dismissing the older woman, Zhao Shumen's face had burned. What nonsense was she talking about? Buying black silk to honor herself, but luckily she didn't think much of it. Load it up. Don't let anyone see it. Oh, I know, Aunt Zhou. After Li Jian loaded up the black silk, Zhao Shumen breathed a sigh of relief. In the evening, Li Jian and Zhao Shumen took baths one after another. When Li Jian wanted to say something about black silk, Zhao Shumen seemed to react as if she had an early reaction. Did the needle work? Sion, you study too. Li Jian wasn't in a hurry. This was like waiting in line for a shot at the hospital. You can get the needle later if you avoid it, but you'll still end up with it. Studying Japanese, Li Jian's goal of mastering a global language continues, and lately, Li Jian's knowledge of the rare and bizarre has been increasing, and he has become a little mobile encyclopedia. Anything, but anything is basically half-assed. After all, there are some real skills that you can't learn online. By the time it was 11 o'clock, Zhao Shumen stretched and wanted to go back to her room, although she had promised Li Jian to wear black silk, but it was time to move on to the real thing. Zhao Shumen still felt scared. She thought about muddling through tonight, and tomorrow it was quite possible that Xiao Yan might see eye to eye with the girl she was dating. Aunt Zhou, don't go away. Not in black silk yet. Li Jian went up and locked the door, stopping Zhao Shumen. Sion, can you wear black silk again tomorrow? No, Aunt Joe. It's all the things I was promised, and it's just a picture. It's not like there's anything else. Zhao Shuman felt that as Li Jian's elder, a woman in her 40s, it is true that one should not break the promises one has made. If you don't set an example, how will Xiao Yan listen to you in the future? You still have to convince Xiao Yan. Okay. Zhao Shuman took over Li Jian's black silk. That's right, Auntie Zhou, to wear both high heels and a short skirt as well. Auntie Zhou looks best in short skirts. Well, you turn around first then. Li Jian turned around, and a few minutes later, Zhao Shuman said in a very low voice, just turn around. You can take pictures now. She decided to let Li Jian take a picture and then leave herself. She couldn't let Li Jian continue to be reckless. That should be the end of the wrong things. After Li Jian took out her cell phone, she took a picture. Zhao Shuman breathed a sigh of relief. Auntie can go now. Aunt Zhou, let me feel how the stockings feel. No, didn't I already ask you to take a picture? Auntie, I haven't felt what black silk feels like on a woman's leg yet. Auntie Zhou, let me touch it. Okay, just touch it. Li Jian sat down on Zhao Shuman's heels and gently placed her hand on Zhao Shuman's black silk legs. Aunt Zhou, you have such slippery legs. That's what you said last time. That's what stockings feel like. Aunt Zhou, your legs are slippery even when you're not wearing stockings. Every time I talked to Li Jian, Zhao Shuman would feel a rush of heat, especially at the moment in the middle of such a quiet environment as well. Stop touching it. It's okay. At this time, Li Jian pulled the black silk a little harder. Instead, the black silk was ripped open, revealing a slice of snow-white thigh. Auntie, you're so white. What kind of stockings did you buy? Why are they of such poor quality? I may have bought the wrong kind. The type that tears easily. That's fine. Auntie will go first. Zhao Shuman only felt that the blazing heat was about to consume her, and she had to leave sooner rather than later. Aunt Zhou, I'll take another one with you kneeling there. No, Aunt Zhou, this is for my own good, isn't it? Zhao Shuman's heart struggled, but after thinking about how much he had done for Li Jian, he couldn't give up halfway if there was any hope that he could make Li Jian correct himself. Such a good boy. One must make him well for himself. Okay. Zhao Shuman knelt there, and after Li Jian took a picture, she was unresponsive. Is it ready yet? Winnie, what are you doing turning off the lights? Li Jian went up and hugged Zhao Shuman from behind. Aunt Zhou, it really is the last time. Sion, Auntie is going to get angry when you do that. You're too much. Don't touch Auntie's stockings. Every time is the last time. Aunt Zhou, don't you think that the girl I'm seeing and the girl on the blind date could see eye to eye with each other? Most likely. We really won't have a chance to be together in the future. Consider it a good memory for me. Zhao Shuman resisted to no avail and sighed softly. Auntie just indulges you too much. That's why she lets you get away with this every time. Auntie Zhao, this time it's true. If I see eye to eye with her, I really won't have a chance in the future. I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Okay. After fumbling under the pillow, Zhao Shuman handed something to Li Jian. Behave yourself, Winnie. After a long time, lying in Li Jian's arms, Zhao Shuman's heart regretted once again. She had clearly resolved every time that she would never have such a thing again. But how did it fall again? But when she thought that Li Jian was going to go on a blind date tomorrow, Zhao Shuman felt much more at ease. Xiao Yan, Auntie has to go back to rest. How could Li Jian let Zhao Shuman go? He still liked the feeling of sleeping at night and hugging the hot Aunt Zhao, falling asleep all solid and at ease. Auntie Zhao, sleep with me at night. I can't sleep well without you. Saying that, Li Jian lay on her side and came with a lice octopus wrapping hug, making Zhao Shuman unable to move. You didn't sleep by yourself for the first couple days. Auntie Zhou, it's hard for me to fall asleep alone without you holding me. It's better to hold Auntie to make me feel safe. You 3-year-old. Zhao Shuman stopped getting up. I would have been a child in front of my aunt. Saying that, Li Jian hugged Zhao Shuman a little harder. End of chapter. Chapter 87, Go Boy Li Jian. Auntie 3 is incredible. Li Jian hugged Zhao Shuman tightly. Then he directly lay on top of Zhao Shuman's body. You're crushing Auntie. Zhao Shuman's voice was a bit mournful, but she still hugged Li Jian tightly. For this Li Jian, who was like a 3-year-old, she really felt a pang of hopelessness, and there seemed to be nothing she could do about Li Jian. Li Jian felt it deeply. Why did Fei Lai like using Li's octopus so much? She had to say that the hug did feel comfortable and close to Aunt Zhou's heart. It made Li Jian feel very secure. Well, lie back. Zhao Shuman's heart was a little scared, but luckily, Li Jian obediently laid down. The leg is still wrapped around Zhou Sukmin though. Feelings of warmth and tiredness intertwined within, and Zhao Shuman slowly fell asleep. With the complete silence inside the bedroom, Li Jian also heard Zhao Shuman's very regular heartbeat. Aunt Zhou is so pretty. Thinking about how beautiful the 3 Shanghai Ansel were, Li Jian's heart felt how difficult the difficulty of her idea really was. 12 o'clock came and the message was refreshed right on time. Go to this place in the morning and you can pick up $300 in cash. Another piece of information to pick up money put Li Jian in a happy mood. Recently He Yenrong opened a hot pot restaurant, and there was some trouble with the paperwork. So tomorrow night we'll borrow Fei Lai's connections to find Mr. Lu to do his business, and Fei Lai and Shen Hongmei will be present. Lu Fusheng has no interest in gifts. The only thing he's obsessed with is Go, and his rank is 6th Dan. This intel is a bit informative. It was now a new day, and tonight he needed to deal with a blind date, while tomorrow night he was going to deal with this Lu Fusheng. So you have 2 days to crash course on Go yourself. If it were before, it would have been impossible to get a quick start on Go in 2 days, and you couldn't even get a foot in the door. However, the current Li Jian was a completely different story. He could just memorize AI games. Go has a ceiling, although he can't reach that ceiling in a very short time. But pinning down Lu Fusheng, an amateur, is still easy. Just let him play over his head and end up with a close win. Lu Fusheng would definitely do Aunt Rong a favor once he was happy. It was the best thing to do, and one could add quite a bit to one's entanglements with Aunt Rong. Not to mention seeing Aunt Shen and Aunt Lai tomorrow night. Li Jian is definitely going over there. The rest of the information, on the other hand, was of little value. After Li Jian took a look at it, a new mission was also released. New mission issued. Please help He Yenrong reach her goal. Mission reward, second breakfast restaurant. Li Jian couldn't control her excitement inside when she thought that her 10th store was coming. It seems like we're getting closer and closer to accomplishing the main goal of 100 million in cash. The next day when he woke up, Li Jian subconsciously wanted to hug the soft jade beside him, but Aunt Zhao was not there, and had obviously gone to make breakfast for herself. To such days, Li Jian's heart was already accustomed to it. Gotta be forced to go on a blind date today. Thinking about having to deal with a strange girl at night, Li Jian's heart couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. After washing up, Zhao Shuman was already waiting for him in his room. Xiao Yan, Auntie will take you with her when we go on a blind date tonight. When the time comes, Auntie will put in a good word for you, and you'll have to watch your image and keep your mouth shut. Zhao Shuman was eager to help Li Jian facilitate this blind date. Let Jian be with her cousin's niece so that she can get over her previous mistake of stealing other people's clothes. Auntie, you look great in black silk. Li Jian looked at the black stockings left on the bed. There were still marks on them from being given a break by herself, obviously left by Auntie Zhao specifically for herself. Auntie's telling you business, and talking nonsense. Zhao Shuman felt her face start to heat up again, and thinking about what was inside the trash can. Zhao Shuman again hated why she had obviously made up her mind. But what about letting Li Jian do whatever he wants in the end? I think it's because he's going on a blind date today, and he'll probably never have to make out with himself again. Auntie, this is not nonsense. You are really pretty when you wear black silk heels. It's just too charming. I can't look at it without feeling like I like it. Stop it, Sayan, and try to succeed in your blind date tonight. Being in a relationship with a girl your own age is what you should be doing. Zhao Shumin's voice was incredibly serious. When it was time to brush the dishes after breakfast, Li Jian once again came to the kitchen. He was stopped by Zhao Shuman as he tried to hug her. Xiao Yan, Auntie can't keep indulging you. Aunt Zhou, it's just a hug, nothing else. You know, I won't have a chance later if the blind date works out tonight. Okay, Zhao Shuman eventually went soft. It was just a hug anyway, it won't be anything else. Looking at Zhao Shuman, who had relaxed her guard, Li Jian walked forward and hugged Zhao Shuman in her arms. The temperature on Aunt Zhou's body was hot. Sucking in the scent of Auntie Zhao's body wantonly, Li Jian lowered his head and hugged Auntie Zhao tightly. You're not afraid to be bored, you child. Aunt Zhou, that's the way I like it. Okay. Zhao Shuman sensed that Li Jian was definitely 20% fond of herself, but because of this, she couldn't let Li Jian go down the wrong path. Okay, Auntie. As she was leaving, Li Jian suddenly kissed in, though it was only an instant before she left. It still made Zhao Shumin's face burn when she was caught off guard. This kid, Zhao Shuman said softly, but she also felt a rush of heat inside. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Since something happened with Li Jian, Zhao Shumin's loneliness that had been pent up inside for many years could no longer be silenced. Let's hope that Xiao Yan can look at my cousin's niece, Zhao Shuman thought in her mind. Her heart was hoping that Li Jian would go on the right path while at the same time hoping that she could always maintain this kind of relationship with Li Jian. Desire and rationality were intertwining, and Zhao Shumin's heart was extremely entangled. This morning, Catherine didn't come to the company, which gave Li Jian less trouble, but it made his heart feel a little bad. He was going to come to a firm fight against workplace bullying. After clocking out, Li Jian found a place to start learning the various knowledge and rules of Go, while also fast-forwarding through some games. In half a day's time, Li Jian could already come and kill a few matches with amateurs, and the wild cash was picked up by him in passing. $300 was already enough to cover Li Jian's living expenses for several days. In the afternoon he memorized the AI's game, a very taxing task for the average Go player, but it's just a breeze for Li Jian. After clocking out and leaving the office in the afternoon, Zhao Shumin's call arrived. Words. Li Jian knew that Zhao Shumin was worried that she was backtracking. Off work? Hurry home if you're off work. Okay, I'll be right back. Li Jian agreed painfully, but Zhao Shumin, who was cooking at home, had that feeling of loss somewhat out of control. What was going on in your own mind? Li Jian came back very quickly as well, and when he saw Zhao Shumin who was cooking in the kitchen, Li Jian walked up and tried to hug Zhao Shumin from behind. What made Li Jian feel surprised was that Zhao Shumin didn't make any movements to resist, allowing him to hug Zhao Shumin tightly from behind very smoothly. Xiao Yan, stop fooling around. Eat first, later on Auntie will take you to meet her. We'll take a walk together and you buy the girl a popsicle and a flower as a gift. Nowadays, many people meet on blind dates basically inside a restaurant. A lot of dating women are already making dating a daily routine of dabbling. Zhao Shumin naturally did not want Li Jian to spend money in vain. After all, a meal of several $100s can be quite a lot. A couple $100 isn't that good these days. Aunt Zhou, you're so good to me. Li Jian could understand Zhao Shumin's intentions. Who is Auntie good to if not you? And you were good to Auntie before. The few times Li Jian had saved Zhao Shumin's heart had always been clear. Well, Aunt Zhou, I'll have a good blind date tonight. Okay, let go of Auntie. During the dinner time, until Zhao Shumin had cleaned up the dishes, Li Jian was regular, which further made Zhao Shumin's heart feel a little lost. It's almost time. Saiyan, let's go. Okay, Auntie. Thinking of a blind date, Li Jian felt a little embarrassed again. Saiyan, aren't you a little scared? Walking down the road, Zhao Shumin also noticed that Li Jian wasn't quite the same. No, Aunt Zhou, I just feel a little awkward. There's nothing embarrassing about it. Be generous, have a good chat, and try to make it work. After arriving at the river, Li Jian saw a spiritual little sister with dyed red hair waiting there. After arriving, Zhao Shumin said enthusiastically, Tong Tong, this is Li Jian. You two get acquainted and go over there and talk. Zhao Shumin turned to leave after saying a lot of good things about Li Jian. Hello. After giving a flower and a popsicle to Spirit's little sister, she said indifferently, let's both gossip for a while. I have someone. It's just that his family is in the mountains and my parents don't agree. Just turn around and say you didn't fancy me. Li Jian breathed a sigh of relief, and after 10 minutes, she turned around and left. Seeing her cousin's niece leave just like that, Zhao Shumin was also a bit anxious. She walked up to ask Li Jian what was going on. What's wrong, Winnie? She has a boyfriend. Just going through the motions. I'm sorry, Saiyan, Auntie didn't know about this. Auntie Zhao, it's fine. It's not your fault. It's too hot outside. Let's go home first. Back at home, Zhao Shumin followed Li Jian to his room. Xiao Yan, this is something that Auntie really doesn't know. Auntie asked her before and she said that she and that guy she was with had broken up. I didn't realize that things would come to this. Aunt Zhou, I know, you're not to blame for this. Well, Xiao Yan, Auntie will introduce you to a good one later. The blind date incident came to an end, and in the evening, Li Jian sensed that Zhao Shumin was really deliberately avoiding the issue of closeness between men and women with herself. He wasn't in a hurry either, and the next day Catherine still didn't go to the office, which made Li Jian's heart even start to miss it. To black silk jade feet and whatnot, Li Jian was not interested. He just wanted to come to struggle with Catherine. When she went to the bathroom in the afternoon, Li Jian saw Lu Jinxin working very hard to clean the bathroom, and it was obvious that he enjoyed it. In the evening, leaving from the company, Li Jian swept a bicycle straight to Bamboo Guest House. Bamboo Guest House is where the three aunts in Shanghai invited Lu Fuxing and his wife to dinner this evening, and whether the formalities for Aunt Rong's hot pot restaurant can be completed quickly, it's up to this Mr. Lu. When he rode his bike to the entrance of the Bamboo Guest House, coincidentally, Li Jian saw the three Shanghai aunts walking down from Shenhongmei's 6. Pup, my good cub. Lai Fei ran at Li Jian and came up in a lie-wrapping hug. It made Li Jian's heart beat fast as well. His heart was really in love with the somewhat adorable wine mongrel. Pup, your landlady Mrs. Who is here? Bin. Li Jian, He Yanrong and Shen Hongmei both walked up. Saiyan-san, why are you here? After peeling Lai Fei off Li Jian's body, He Yanrong asked with some curiosity. I was running my business and was passing by and didn't expect to run into you guys again. Shen Hongmei's heart felt a bit magical. Could it be that he and Li Jian were really destined to be together? What a coincidence. Just in time to eat together, right, Saiyan-san? There's a drinking party tonight. Li Jian agreed and followed Auntie Shanghai-san towards the inside of the Bamboo Guest House. Xiao Yan, actually, Auntie thought about it, and Mrs. Who and Bin's story isn't very good. Auntie doesn't want to be your Mrs. Who. That story is too messy. Auntie doesn't want to be a cuckold. Auntie likes pure love. Lai Fei Fei was also visibly drunk today. Auntie will be your Zhang Yiyun, and you will be Auntie's Ling Xiaodong. Auntie recently read a pure love how-to novel. From now on, Auntie will be your Zhang Yiyun. Shen Hongmei and He Yanrong both had some bewilderment in their eyes, but this wine monkey had always spoken in a crazy manner, and they had long since gotten used to it. Li Jiyan. He realized that this wine monkey was really well read. She had actually read all the ancient and early and recent years hot pure love novels. It is indeed somewhat remarkable. After arriving at the private room and sitting down, He Yanrong was obviously a little apprehensive. Fifi, is today going to work? When it came down to business, Lai Fei Fei had sobered up a bit. I don't know. I just have a better relationship with Mrs. Lu, but I can't pinpoint the character of Lu Fuxing. It still depends on whether Lu Fuxing nods his head or not if it can be accomplished. The three women discussed what to do next. Li Jian also felt out that Aunt Lai's connections were indeed powerful, and her current job was also operated by her going to the company to help herself. According to He Yanrong's words, Aunt Lai's background was definitely the most unfathomable one. Not much later, Lu Fuxing and a middle-aged woman in her 50s walked in. Lai walked up to her and hugged her in greeting, and because of the business to be done, Lai tightened up her speech. After greeting Lu Fuxing and sitting down, He Yanrong asked the waiter to bring the menu to Lu Fuxing. Lu Fuxing looked very serious, giving people a feeling that they couldn't get close, and the dishes he ordered were all of the cheap kind. He didn't even let the wine be served. Originally Lu Fuxing came over today because his own wife pestered him to come. He had no intention of doing anything for He Yanrong, and he planned to find an excuse to sneak out and play Go later after the phone rang. Mr. Lu. He Yanrong tried to climb into conversation with Lu Fuxing, and Mrs. Lu was also helping to facilitate this matter, but Lu Fuxing's attitude has always been icy. Between the words are all perfunctory. Looking at Lu Fuxing such an attitude, He Yanrong's heart half cold. Looks like today this is basically no chance. Lu Fuxing was able to come over, mainly because Mrs. Lu and Lai Fei Fei had a friendship. For her part, Lai Fei Fei didn't care at all. After all, she couldn't make everyone buy her argument. Her connections and background are very wide. Today it does not work. It is just that tomorrow a new person to do things He Yanrong's thing she is sure to be able to do. While a few people chatted awkwardly, Li Jian swiped up a short video. After deliberately looking for a Go video to play, Lu Fuxing immediately widened his eyes. Young man, are you interested in Go? Knows some, learned it on my own. So let's have 2 games? Lu Fuxing liked Go also from the past 2 years. Even his wife does not know. He has always been afraid that someone throws himself to find him to do things. But when he heard that Li Jian knew how to play Go, he, who hadn't played for many days, was already starting to itch and couldn't help but want to spar with Li Jian. Okay, uncle, but there's no Go here. Honey, go out and buy it. Lu Fuxing urged his wife to go out to buy Go. In this moment, the 3 aunts in Shanghai all saw hope. Lai Fei Fei's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. The cubs actually knew how to play Go. He Yanrong looked at Li Jian who was chatting eloquently with Lu Fuxing about the game of Go, and also felt disbelief in her heart. It was amazing that Xiao Yan still had such talent. He had already wowed Lucas earlier when he had talked to her about German history in German. And now, Li Jian even had this kind of ability. It didn't take long for the table to be set up with a chessboard. How many paragraphs are you now, young man? Uncle, I don't have a segment yet. Let me guess first. Lu Fuxing held a few white discs in his hand, and Li Jian took a black disc on the board. As for the operation of the game of Go, Shen Hongmei didn't know anything about it at all. She only thought that Li Jian was really too powerful to know Go. The two people played against each other. Lu Fuxing has always felt very strenuous, but always able to vaguely occupy the upper hand. Has always been a dangerous game of chess, so that his inner tension was completely mobilized. For 5 consecutive games, Lu Fuxing mostly won narrowly, winning 4 and losing 1, making his heart go straight to his heart. The people he used to play chess with were deliberately letting him down, making him feel very uninterested. Looking at the time again, it was already after 9 p.m. Boy, I'm getting old. We're really in a chess match today. Can you drink? Sure, fine. Let's all drink together. After the atmosphere inside the room heated up, how could He Yanrong not know that this was a done deal tonight? Every time Lu Fuxing drank, the 3 aunts in Shanghai also raised their glasses. Half an hour later, everyone had had quite a bit to drink. Lu Fuxing said very happily, young man, you and this MS. What is your relationship? She's my aunt. Okay, that's a thing. I'll do it for you, but on one condition. Uncle, you say, you'll have to find me to play chess when you're not doing anything. Of course, Lu Fuxing's status and energy, Li Jian was aware of it. If you can coax Lu Fuxing to be happy, You will also have an extra network in the future. The two talked to each other until it was almost 11 o'clock. Lu Fuxing inquired about the specifics of He Yanrong's matter, and Li Jian knew that it had been stabilized. He went to the bathroom. Drinking really didn't mean anything to him, but too much would hold him over. After Li Jian came out of the bathroom, but he saw Shen Hongmei standing at the door waiting for him. Aunt Shen, Saiyan, when did you learn Go? Shen Hongmei's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at the pony Li Jian in front of her, somewhat unable to imagine why Li Jian could be so outstanding. I had nothing to do when I was in college, and while I was learning German, I picked up Go on the side, and I didn't think I'd be able to use it today. You're awesome, Saiyan. A lot of women still appreciate talented men, and so does Shen Hongmei, said she, staggering a bit unsteady on her feet. Li Jian hurriedly went forward and hugged Shen Hongmei. Aunt Shen, you're drunk again. Shen Hongmei wrapped her arms around Li Jian's neck and squeezed Li Jian with her hug. This gave Li Jian a kind of uncontrollable 20% happiness. Auntie Shen, I miss you. Auntie misses you too. Silly boy. Auntie Shen, can you bow your head? Shen Hongmei's innermost thoughts were to distance herself from Li Jian, but the alcohol coupled with Li Jian's dazzling appearance at night, it made Shen Hongmei's hormones very agitated as well. Auntie Shen, I want to kiss you. Is that okay? I'm not going to. Shen Hongmei was just about to speak when Li Jian directly kissed in. At this moment Shen Hongmei was completely unable to control her rationality and entangled in a kiss with Li Jian. After a long time, the two separated. Li Jian looked at the panting Shen Hongmei and said, What happened to you, Aunt Shen? I want to go to the bathroom. Shen Hongmei had also obviously drunk a lot of wine. After Shen Hongmei went inside the bathroom's partition, noticing that Li Jian had followed him in. What are you doing in here? Aunt Shen, I'm afraid you'll fall. Hurry up and get out. What if someone sees you? Auntie, no one can see if we don't open the door. Li Jian pressed Shen Hongmei against the wall. Looking at Shen Hongmei's stockings, he put his hand on it, feeling the touch of Shen Hongmei's stockings to his heart's content. Saiyan, what are you doing? Aunt Shen, I just miss you. Then what are you doing touching Auntie's stockings? Auntie Shen, I miss your stockings too. Wrapping his arms around Shen Hongmei's waist, Li Jian hugged Shen Hongmei tightly, then gently picked up one of Shen Hongmei's legs. Shen Hongmei, who was standing on one leg, could only hug Li Jian tightly to prevent herself from falling. Xiao Yan, what are you doing hugging one of Auntie's legs? Auntie Shen, this is convenient for us to kiss. I want to kiss my aunt. We're making a mistake. We can't let the mistakes continue, Saiyan. Just make a mistake this one last time. Auntie, I miss you every night. Okay. At the same time Shen Hongmei hugged Li Jian. One of her legs that was being held by Li Jian also hooked around Li Jian's waist. Auntie, keep your head down. Shen Hongmei couldn't care less and lowered her head. Looking at Shen Hongmei's tantalizing red lips, how could the very normal Li Jian control himself? He kissed at Shen Hongmei's lips. Unable to restrain herself, Shen Hongmei also kissed Li Jian. Auntie Shen, I missed you. It was unknown how long it took before the two of them separated. Li Jian looked at Shen Hongmei's eyes as if they had flames burning in them. Feeling Li Jian's thoughts, Shen Hongmei's heart cleared up a bit. She was also finally flustered that she was just admiring Li Jian and wanted to come and ask Li Jian about Go. But how is it possible to kiss him passionately inside this bathroom? Is she herself such an unashamed woman? Xiao Yan, let's go back quickly. Your Aunt Lai and Easy are waiting for us to go back. If we don't they will be suspicious. Shen Hongmei said drunkenly. Although she was drunk but she still remembered Lai Fei's last scene when she bumped into herself and Li Jian kissing on the spot and pulled the two apart. Every time she thought about it Shen Hongmei's heart still felt a little embarrassed. It's okay, Aunt Shen. I don't want to go yet. Go back to the little speech. Aunt Shen, my heart is hard. So what to do? Shen Hongmei asked in a low voice, her heart feeling even more ashamed. Maybe one shouldn't have come this way. You help me. Holding Shen Hongmei's hand tightly, Li Jian once again kissed Shen Hongmei's red lips. And now Shen Hongmei's response to Li Jian's kiss was already very hot. After the two of them came out of the bathroom, Li Jian felt very relaxed. Men still can't have too much stress, and a relaxed state is the best for your body. Shen Hongmei, who had sobered up quite a bit, on the other hand, felt ashamed. He was usually not like this at all. How is it that he always did such impulsive things after getting to know Li Jian? Aunt Shen, you're so pretty, and your hands are so soft and gentle. Li Jian tried to take Shen Hongmei's hand, but she was rejected by Shen Hongmei. Xiao Yan, let's go back to the private room first. Don't let your Auntie Lai find out. You can't do this to Auntie in the future. Li Jian could see that the current Shen Hongmei was quite a bit more sober. He also did not continue to pester Shen Hongmei. After returning to the private room, Lu Fuxing and his wife had already left. He Yanrong looked very happy, and it was obvious that things had been done. Cubby, you're back. What did you and Shen Hongmei go and do? Did you go to the bathroom for some excitement? Shin Hongmei's face was hot, but because of the wine she had drunk, this was quite explainable. Stop talking nonsense, you prodigal hoof. Open your mouth and I'll smell for flavor. Lai Fei walked up and went to break Shin Hongmei's mouth, and Shin Hongmei fought with Lai Fei. Xiao Yan, Auntie really thanks you for what happened today. Auntie didn't think this was going to work out, but I didn't think you'd help Auntie out. How did you learn your go? He Yenrong took Li Jian's hand, and the appreciation and admiration in her eyes was also very obvious. I'm all self-taught. It's really too powerful. Sayan-san, Auntie must thank you properly this time. Lai Fei ran over and pushed He Yenrong up against Li Jian. It's only fair that you feed my pup a meal to remind him of his childhood after he's done you such a great favor. Suddenly pushed by Lai Fei like this, He Yenrong fell over against Li Jian. Li Jian, who was afraid that He Yenrong would plant herself, couldn't help but hold He Yenrong in her arms. Auntie Rong, are you okay? I'm fine. Feeling Li Jian's fondness for her 20 points, He Yenrong felt a very hot sensation on her body, and the drunken Lai Fei clearly had no thoughts of letting He Yenrong go. Hong Mei and I have kissed the cubs, so you can come too. Holding He Yenrong's head against Li Jian's lips, the two people's lips were printed together at this moment. The warm and moist sensation came, making Li Jian feel 20% refreshed. He really didn't expect that the first time he had intimate contact with He Yenrong, he was forced to be pushed up by Aunt Lai. End of chapter. Chapter 88. Shang Shunshang deceives Auntie Zhao, saves her and beats up her father and son. At this moment, Li Jian clearly felt that he had touched the tip of He Yenrong's tongue. That warmth made Li Jian feel like her hormones were spiking at breakneck speed. The enchanting woman in front of her had originally made Li Jian's heart think quite a bit. This instantaneous touch at the moment made him even more unable to control himself. Laffy, I'll strangle you. After He Yenrong and Li Jian separated, she got entangled with Lai Fei. When she came out of the bamboo guesthouse and saw Li Jian looking at WeChat, He Yenrong transferred 20,000 yuan to Li Jian. She wasn't as rich as Shin Hongmei, so giving 20,000 was already very generous. Little Yin student, Auntie sent you a red packet, so accept it and consider it as Auntie thanking you properly. Today's gift for Lu Fuxing is about the same price. He Yenrong also saw that Lu Fuxing would never accept a gift, and Li Jian had really helped her a lot. Otherwise you'll have to keep bothering Fei Lai tomorrow. Auntie Rong, you'd better pass it on to Auntie Lai. Pups, just take it in straight away. How can the three of us talk about money with our relationship? Lai Fei took Li Jian's cell phone, and helped Li Jian to order the collection. Another $20,000 arrived. Li Jian's deposit directly exceeded 170,000. Making money again puts Li Jian one step closer to the main goal. And what he was most looking forward to was how much his store would pay him in a month when it settled. That's right, Xiao Yan student, the ants are your elders. If they give you money you just take it, don't think so much. He Yenrong also followed. At this time, Shin Hongmei's secretary was already waiting at the door. After getting into the car, He Yenrong sat in the passenger side, while Li Jian was surrounded on the left and right by Lai Fei as well as Shin Hongmei. Smell the scent of your two ants. Li Jian also had a feeling of wanting to get into Fei, and what had just happened with Shin Hongmei was constantly reverberating in his mind. Aunt Shin was really pin-up ripe. It was just that she really wouldn't give herself much of a chance if she wasn't drunk. Li Xiaodong, you're very proud of yourself now. After Lai Fei got into the car, she laid down on Li Jian's shoulder. Mommy feeds you. Looking at Lai Fei and Li Jian who were so close, Shin Hongmei, who had sobered up quite a bit, always felt uncomfortable in her heart. This wine monkey always didn't know to keep a sufficient distance from Xiaoyan. But what's not to like about yourself? Even today, thinking about it, Shin Hongmei still felt that her hands were a little sore, but Xiaoyan was really still growing. Did his development not stop yet? Sayan-san, can you teach Auntie how to play Go when you're not doing anything? Auntie wants to learn that too. Because the cultural level compared to Lai Fei and Shin Hongmei, such serious college students have a gap, so her heart has always felt inferior. Today, after seeing that Li Jian could play Go, she also raised the idea of learning Go with Li Jian. Yes, Auntie Rong, I can teach you when there's nothing else to do. Li Jian had been thinking of having more contact with this enchanting woman, and playing Go was a very good opportunity. Sayan-san, your Go level should be perfect over Lu Fuxing. Auntie Rong, how did you know? Li Jian didn't expect He Yenrong, who knew absolutely nothing about Go, to see this. To be able to coax your opponent to be so happy in general must mean that your level has completely suppressed him, and that's why he feels so happy. Auntie Rong, you're a good guesser. He Yenrong glanced back at Li Jian, and in those peach blossom eyes, all of them were filled with appreciation for Li Jian. After arriving at Fei Lai's doorstep, the process went the same as before. After opening the door, Lai Fei directly wrapped around Li Jian's body with another octopus wrap hug. Cubby, carry Auntie inside. Auntie wants to sleep. Shin Hongmei, You're not allowed to follow me. I'm going to sleep with Cubby, Fei Lai said drunkenly, and she had no idea what she was talking about. Look at you drinking, how can I not follow you there? Li Jian could clearly feel that Shin Hongmei was jealous, and it was clear in his heart that Aunt Shin liked herself, at least, when she was drunk. During the last Lucas incident, the drunken Shin Hongmei was even very proactive in overstepping her boundaries with herself again, allowing herself to have an additional 200 days of favor with her. Li Jian still clearly remembered that Aunt Shin was really immensely devoted. It's just the reality of it that makes her want to distance herself so badly, and this problem is the same in Sukmin Cho's case. However, Li Jian felt that the current Zhao Shuman didn't have much resistance left. He himself could make Aunt Zhou never resist himself again with the help of some opportunities. When she arrived at Lai Fei Fei's room, Li Jian turned on the air conditioner as usual, and then Lai Fei brought Li Jian to the bed and pressed onto her body. Cubby, can you sleep with Auntie tonight? Auntie has missed you, Lai Fei said with her eyes closed. Smelling the fragrance of Aunt Lai's body, Li Jian was really wanting to say yes. The last time she hugged Aunt Lai and slept, she felt really comfortable. But now that Shin Hongmei was here, if he really stayed, it would mean that his big entrepreneurial plan was completely declared a failure. Aunt Lai, I have to get back. Then give your aunt a kiss and she'll let you go back. Before Li Jian could speak, she felt Lai Fei kissing up at her. Open your mouth, Cubby, Auntie wants tongue. Saying that, Lai Fei seemed to be completely drunk and fell asleep. Li Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Why couldn't Auntie Lai reward herself when no one else was around? After leaving Lai Fei's room, Shin Hongmei wiped the lipstick on Li Jian's mouth, and she didn't know whether it was her own, Lai Fei's, or He Yanron's anymore. Thinking of the way Lai Fei pushed He Yanron to kiss Li Jian today, Shin Hongmei felt very uncomfortable. Xiao Yan, your Aunt Lai is just like that. Don't take it seriously. Looking at Shin Hongmei's slightly plump legs, Li Jian hummed. While he didn't mention the matter of being with Shin Hongmei again, he was also a little worried that if Shin Hongmei really agreed to it, then his plan was considered a complete failure. Today, Li Jian also felt out that the relationship between the three aunts in Shanghai was really unbreakable, and their relationship was even closer than that of close sisters. If he and Shin Hongmei were really together, Lai Fei and He Yanron were expected to know very quickly, and the possibility of trying to hide it from the world was not great. After sending He Yanron back to the entrance of the Century Palace, Li Jian and Shin Hongmei both got out of the car. Go back, Hongmei, Sayan-san. He Yanron looked at Li Jian's eyes as if they were about to be drawn together. Her favorite thing was talented people, and Li Jian was simply the perfect son in her mind. Sayan-san, you must teach Auntie how to play Go someday. Definitely Aunt Rong. After Luli walked out, Li Jian and Shin Hongmei also greeted her. After the A6 drove away, Luli looked at He Yanron's lips and said, Rong, you lost a piece of your lipstick. Did you kiss Li Jian? Told you not to get attached to men in our line of work. I see you're really in love with him. He Yanron looked at the A6 penetrating taillights and whispered, nonsense again. Xiao Yan is a very good kid. I like this kid. Along the way, Li Jian and Shin Hongmei spoke much less. After coming out of the bathroom, Shin Hongmei actually sobered up a lot, and she regretted that she was again not able to control her bottom line, having done something rather excessive. At the same time, her heart was worried if Li Jian would continue to bring up the matter of being together. She could feel it. Herself and Lai Fei and He Yanron had already been deeply bound together with this child's life, and it was obviously impossible for her to want to completely cut herself off from him. Just how much Lai Fei loved him like his own son, he would definitely bring him out more often. Moreover, Shin Hongmei's own heart did not want to never see Li Jian again in the future. Xiao Yan, go to bed early when you get back. Okay, I know Aunt Shin. After opening her arms, Shin Hongmei also knew what Li Jian meant, and after she and Li Jian embraced together, she once again staged a play of a small horse and a big car. But this time, Li Jian didn't pester her to continue kissing, nor did he continue to say that he wanted to be with her. Surprisingly, it was a feeling of uncontrollable disappointment in Shin Hongmei's heart. At night, Li Jian wanted to continue to let Zhao Shuman sleep with him, but Zhao Shuman refused and was very determined. She was obviously trying to change Li Jian, but Li Jian wasn't in a hurry, and at night, after watching Zhao Shuman leave her room to go to sleep, he waited quietly for 12 o'clock to arrive. At the moment, he is a 10-store owner. Isn't the 11th store coming soon too? The relationship between the three aunts in this Shanghai is indeed wonderful. Li Jian thought about the events of today and looked at her savings again. With more than $170,000 in savings, Li Jian's inner bottom was getting deeper and deeper. 12 o'clock came and went, and the intelligence was still refreshed on time. At night, Shan Shunsheng will come over to trick Zhao Shuman into going out to meet with Shan Yunsheng, trying to facilitate Zhao Shuman and Shan Yunsheng's remarriage. Li Jian cursed again in her heart. Zhao Shumen to Shang Shunqing in the end. How much love? Li Ziyan's heart that is known clearly. The results of Shang Shunqing even did such a thing. Cheat on your own mom. Tonight you have to clean up this before you can do it. You can make a profit of $200 by buying this pile of tickets at this lottery store. Another wild bonus made Li Ziyan's heart feel beautiful. I haven't even been working for a month myself, but now I have over $160,000 in savings, and that's an amazing rate of earning. The rest of the information is useless. New mission released. Please rescue Cho Sukmin. Mission reward, a barbershop. The 11th store is coming soon, leaving Li Ziyan rubbing her fists. The next day after washing up and returning to his room, looking at Zhao Shumen who was waiting for her dinner, Li Ziyan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Auntie F. Zhao's upper body was just a little too attractive, and Li Ziyan clearly remembered the feeling of being with Auntie Zhao. Aunt Zhou, let's eat. Zhao Shumen had always been wary of Li Ziyan. She checked the tools she had left for Li Ziyan and felt some disappointment in her heart when she realized that nothing had changed. Doesn't the boy like his stockings? Okay, Aunt Zhou. Eating her meal, Li Ziyan asked, Aunt Zhao, when can you sleep with me? I always feel unsettled when I sleep alone. Sion, you're getting too old to think like that. Auntie can't sleep with you. Now Auntie's opening up about finding you a new guy. If you can see eye to eye, you won't have to be so difficult at night from now on. Okay. Knowing that something was going to happen at night, Li Ziyan was in no hurry at all, and such a painful attitude really made Zhao Shumen feel a bit incredible. Why is this kid so obedient? The feeling of loss hit her, and Zhao Shumen was conflicted again. During the day, Li Ziyan had the same day as usual, clocking in, being workplace bullied by Catherine, collecting wild bonuses, touching fish, going to practice in the afternoon, chatting with He Yenrong. The days were going by pretty well, to say the least. After arriving home in the evening, Zhao Shumen tied on her apron and was about to cook when she saw Li Ziyan coming home. Gently, he said, Xiao Yan, go wait in your room. You can eat later. Okay, I know Aunt Zhou. In the room, Li Ziyan quietly waited for Sang Soon Sung to arrive. It wasn't long before Shang Shunshang arrived on time. Following over was Lu Yan. Although Lu Yan hated Zhao Shumen so much that the two had quite a few conflicts, but for the sake of the money, she put on a more polite face. Mom, don't cook. Let's have dinner tonight. Go out to dinner. Sang Soon Sung extended an invitation. His words reminded Zhao Shumen of the night of her birthday, when she tried to go to them to cook dinner for them, only to be rejected by Shang Shunsheng. And call yourself a disgrace for having a birthday at such an old age. Why do you want to get up and have dinner with mom? Zhao Shumen's appearance made Shang Shunsheng's heart feel a wave of nausea every time he thought of the contraceptive pills inside the needle and thread basket. He then had the feeling that the woman in front of him was so disgusting. Mom, I'm just missing you, and it's normal to have dinner together. I'd rather not. It's almost done, so if you two want to eat you can do it together here. Shang Shunsheng felt that it was probably hopeless to invite Zhao Shumen in this way, and thought of his rich old man's promise. Without batting an eye he lied. Mom, don't be mad. Actually, I wanted to talk to Lu Yan and you about getting married. A sentence that finally touched Zhao Shumen's soft underbelly. She is an extremely traditional woman, and the biggest wish in her heart is that she can let Shang Shunsheng get married and have children and start a family. This was the greatest hope in Zhao Shumen's heart. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Shumen agreed. Why don't you guys go wait for me downstairs and I'll get these meals done and put them inside the fridge later. After hearing Zhao Shumen agree to go out, Shang Shunsheng and Lu Yan were not in a hurry and left the house. Shang Shunsheng was still relieved when he left. He was really afraid that Li Ziyan would come out and beat him up. The time he fought with Li Ziyan, he really felt like he had no hope of beating Li Ziyan. When the meal was ready, Zhao Shumen served it to Li Ziyan's room. Xiao Yan, you can eat alone for dinner today. My son is looking for me to talk about marrying Lu Yan. Auntie Zhao, do you think Shang Shunsheng could be lying to you? Li Ziyan wanted to try and give Zhao Shumen a heads up. Zhao Shumen also fell silent, and it was only after a while that she was saying, I don't think so. He is my son. After all, Zhao Shumen felt that although her son had disappointed her greatly, he shouldn't be able to lie to herself with such news. It's for the best. Auntie, if anything happens message me anytime. Li Ziyan's concern made Zhao Shumen's heart feel warm as well. The boy's heart was really remembering himself. Okay, Auntie knows. After Zhao Shumen left, Li Ziyan casually ate 2 bites and followed her. Among the intelligence, he was aware that Shang Shunsheng was going to trick Zhao Shumen into going somewhere, but he still felt relieved by following behind all the time. After walking for 10 minutes, Shang Shunsheng took Zhao Shumen to a somewhat remote small restaurant and took Zhao Shumen into the private room. Because of the reason that she felt that Shang Shunsheng was really going to marry Lu Yan, Zhao Shumen was in a very happy mood. None of the three noticed that Li Ziyan had followed them. After the three of them went in, Li Ziyan quietly followed them in and ordered 2 small dishes next door, waiting for Shang Yunsheng to arrive. Shang Shunsheng keeps deceiving his mom and arranges for Lu Yan and Zhao Shumen to chat. He himself sneaked out to call Shang Yunsheng. Hey, Dad, it's done, come on over. I'm sure I'll be able to remarry my mom this time. Lu Yan and I have already filled her with wine. Shang Yunsheng's voice was a bit excited. He felt that Shang Yunsheng's reward was about to arrive. I'm on my way. You hold off your mom. All of this was clearly heard by Li Jian, who was hiding on the side. 10 minutes later, Shang Yunsheng came, and looking at the closed private room, his entire body turned incomparably excited. Shang Yunsheng knew that he could control Zhao Shumen at will this time. The door was opened and Zhao Shumen saw Shang Yunsheng looking at himself with a hungry smile on his face. Honey, you've been hiding from me, making it so hard to find me. The kids are here today. Let's have a good conversation about remarriage. Shang Yunsheng's voice was filled with excitement. Zhao Shumen's face, on the other hand, turned a little pale from shock. This time it was really something bad. Why did Shang Yunsheng appear here? After thinking about what Li Ziyan said, it was only then that Zhao Shumen's heart completely realized that she had been cheated once again. A feeling of despair spreading inside, Zhao Shumen stood up and tried to leave the place. Shang Shunsheng opened his arms to stop Zhao Shumen. Mom, don't even think about leaving, we're family. It's not easy being a single parent. For me and Lu Yan you remarry my dad. Asterisk 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 off. Zhao Shumen's voice was filled with disappointment, and this time she realized she hadn't brought her scissors, and after taking 2 steps back, she picked up the hot soup. Get out of the way. Shang Yunsheng's eyes were filled with scorn. After the last incident, Shang Yunsheng knew that this woman was now very spirited. She really had that nerve to pour hot soup on her own body. Shang Shunsheng wanted to go up and grab the soup. His heart was very greedy for Shang Yunsheng's reward. Aunt Zhou, put the soup down. It's fine. After Li Jiyan rushed in, she kicked up at Sang Soon Sung who tried to grab the soup. Sang Soon Sung fell to the ground on the spot. Shang Yunsheng tried to rush up to beat Li Jiyan in a group, but he was also put down by Li Jiyan, whose reaction was much faster than the average person. Beating this pair of father and son can be said to be a complete no-brainer. Why are you here, Sayan? Auntie Zhao, let's go first. Zhao Shumen hemmed and placed the soup on the floor, running out after Li Jiyan. Lu Yan had long ago shrunk to the corner in fear. Shang Yunsheng's heart completely hated Li Jiyan. It was this young man who had badgered himself before, and today he had even chased him to this place. Sang Soon Sung's mind, on the other hand, was thinking, could it be that Mama's adulterer is Li Jiyan? This dam? But this is impossible. Li Jiyan's age is more than 20 years younger than her mother. It was only after arriving home that the shocked Zhao Shumen was relieved. After closing the door to the room, Li Jiyan looked at Zhao Shumen, who was covered in sweat, and said, Aunt Zhao, go take a shower first. You're sweating a lot. Okay, wait for Auntie. Li Jiyan could tell that Zhao Shumen had a lot of things she wanted to say, but it really wasn't a good time to talk. 10 minutes later, in her pajamas, Zhao Shumen went back to her room to clean up. Li Jiyan also took the opportunity to take a shower. It's true that you can't carry a day without a shower in this weather. After Li Jiyan finished cleaning up, she cozied up in her own bed. Not much later, Zhao Shumen, dressed in pajamas, walked in wearing slippers. After sitting beside Li Jiyan, Zhao Shumen asked, Xiao Yan, how did you show up at the hotel today? She really couldn't figure out why Li Ziyan would be in that place. You're not offended by what I said. Auntie is not angry. Your Auntie Zhao is a reasonable person. Zhao Shumen said very seriously. Auntie Zhao, I felt before that this Shang Shunsheng is not a good person. Of course, I used to think he wouldn't betray his aunt, but not so much now, because his own father is back. I heard it all today when he came over to meet you for dinner, and I didn't feel right then. When you had your birthday, he and Lu Yan didn't even want you to come over. What's with the sudden 180-degree turnaround in attitude today? So I followed it, and to my surprise, I came across this. Looking at the table with just 2 bites of food, Zhao Shumen knew that Li Jiyan had chased after him immediately. Little words. Zhao Shumen was touched and somewhat speechless. His own son deceived himself so much, but Li Jiyan was so kind to him. Auntie will sleep with you tonight. Really? Li Jiyan felt like she was dreaming. In the past, when he wanted to sleep with Zhao Shumen, he was the one who took the initiative in asking so. But this time Zhao Shumen even took the initiative to sleep with herself. Li Jiyan couldn't help but feel like he was dreaming. Well, just for tonight, Auntie give you a good cuddle, but you can't do anything. Okay, I promise not to do anything. Saying that, Li Jiyan unlocked the door. What's the hurry? It's not even dark yet. Auntie will do some needlework for a while. Zhao Shumen had taken the initiative to stay and sleep with herself. So naturally, Li Jiyan wasn't in a hurry for this moment. He learns a foreign language while Jo Sukman does needlework in a very cozy scene. Zhao Shumen's mind, on the other hand, was thinking that it would be good if Li Jiyan was his own son. Shan Shunqing really let Zhao Shumin's heart down completely this time. When it was 10 o'clock, Li Jian asked, Auntie Zhao, we can go to bed now, right? You, for one, are in a hurry. I was in a hurry to hug my aunt. Wearing slippers and coming behind Zhao Shumin, Li Jian admired the deep gully and hugged Zhao Shumin from behind as well. Smelling the scent of Zhao Shumin's body, he was also somewhat unable to suppress his dryness. Xiao Yan, don't be in a hurry. Aunt Zhou, of course I have to be in a hurry. I like Auntie. Go turn off the lights. Don't touch. Zhao Shumin's heart felt embarrassed, and Li Jian obediently went to turn off the lights. Aunt Zhou, you have to wear black silk and high heels to sleep with me. Nonsense. I can't sleep with you without black silk and high heels. Aunt Zhou, high heels and black silk help you sleep. I feel safe touching your black silk legs at night. Zhao Shumin's face was red, but with the lights off it eased her shame. Nonsense again. Aunt Zhou, just put it on me. Li Jian handed the black silk to Zhao Shumin. It's still the same rotten black silk, or Auntie can put regular stockings on you. Zhao Shumin felt very embarrassed. What Li Jian put on her made her heart feel really ashamed. No, Aunt Zhou, just wear this black silk. There's actually a different kind of charm to black silk rotting a bit. You're the only one who's fancy. What's the charm of black silk rotting away? Aunt Zhou, put it on. Saying that, Li Jian kissed into Zhao Shumin's lips. It was Zhao Shumin who took the initiative to sleep with Li Jian today, so Li Jian didn't need to worry about anything. There was no psychological burden. He had a feeling of being emboldened. Oh, badass. Zhao Shumin responded eagerly. The mouth was stammering but still resisting. Who told you to kiss your aunt? We agreed before that we could kiss for 10 seconds every day. Aunt Zhou, I'm just helping you keep your promise. It's been a couple dozen seconds and it's not enough. A long time passed as the two stammered and talked. Finally, Zhao Shumin pushed Li Jian away. Go sit down while Auntie puts on your black silk. Such words coming out of Zhao Shumin's mouth made Li Jian's heart unable to control a burst of excitement. He was really enjoying this very much. Okay, I know Aunt Zhou. Obediently, she sat down, and soon, Zhao Shumin put on a one-piece black silk as well as high heels. Aunt Zhou, come up here. I'm going to cuddle you to sleep. Zhao Shumin let out a hum. After lying down beside Li Jian, pulled the covers up. However, Li Jian clearly didn't want Zhao Shumin to cover the quilt. As soon as he did, he lifted the covers up. What are you doing? Aunt Zhou, let me get a good look at your legs. Saying that, Li Jian picked up Zhao Shumin's pair of black silk legs and placed them on his stomach. Delicately admiring Zhao Shumin's black silk legs, Li Jian was as if he was surveying a rare treasure. Saiyan, don't look. Aunt Zhou, I'm going to have to take a better look. Your legs are so nice, Li Jian said with incomparable seriousness. Xiao Yan, what are you doing hugging Auntie's two legs, so that I can appreciate it a little more seriously? Looking at Zhao Shumin in her red-soled high heels, Li Jian felt that so many years of her former Aunt Zhao's had really been buried. In the future, he must bring out Auntie Zhao's most feminine side. Well, go to sleep and tuck your aunt in. Li Jian knew that if he continued to admire it, Aunt Zhou was going to be embarrassed. After pulling over the quilt, Li Jian covered Zhao Shumin. Auntie, tucked you in. Then what are you pressing Auntie for? Of course you have to cuddle with your aunt when you sleep with her. Li Jian also came with a lies octopus. You're a kid. You're never as good as you grow. She said so on her lips, but inside Zhao Shumin, who had a lot of mood swings today, was actually feeling very happy and secure. With four eyes facing each other, Li Jian smelled the scent of Zhao Shumin's body and said, Aunt Zhao, you're so pretty and your body smells so good. Silly boy, be honest with me tonight. Okay. Zhao Shumin touched Li Jian's head. Li Jian gently buried her head in Zhao Shumin's shoulder. Well, I know Aunt Zhou. Zhao Shumin's heart was a little strange. Could it be that this child really obeyed? This is not his character. However, the feeling deep inside that touches the soul but is an itch that can't be scratched. In the constant erosion of Zhao Shumin's heart, the inner repressed loneliness of a 40-year-old mature woman is not so good to control. Not to mention that Zhao Shumin has been drinking. After raising his head again, four eyes met. Zhao Shumin's inner repression was completely out of control. Little words. Use it. You know. I know Auntie. I'll do as you say. Li Jian's obedience made Zhao Shumin relax a lot. Kissing up at Li Jian. This time, the two were completely dry. A long time later, Zhao Shumin hugged Li Jian tightly, patting the back of Li Jian's head, as if to a child. The blushing heart was filled with that feeling of happiness and fulfillment. She didn't realize that she was determined to split the relationship between a man and a woman with Li Jian, without realizing that things were repeating themselves once again. Xiao Yan, today really scared Auntie to death. Shan Yunsheng, that person is really very human. If you hadn't arrived in time, Auntie would probably be in the police station today. Zhao Shumin didn't dare to think about it in detail. Thinking about the play made her feel a wave of tension and fear. Li Jian glanced at his current store. 2 $2 stores, 2 mini-markets, 2 breakfast stores, 2 billiard parlors, 2 podiatrists and 1 barber store. A full 11 stores themselves. Turning off the system Li Jian hugged Zhao Shuman tightly. Auntie, I'll protect you. Li Jian once again placed a kiss on Zhou Sukman's lips. And you're going to kiss. Zhao Shumin's heart warmed up and she and Li Jian continued to kiss. In the last picture, a brother said that Auntie Lai had a deep background but didn't get the job done, and patched it up. If it didn't get done, Auntie Lai would find someone else to do it the next day, and surely she could get Auntie Rong's job done. End of chapter. Chapter 89, Humiliating Catherine. Jian Li's 12th store. For Li Jian to ask for a kiss again, Zhao Shuman had no choice but to let Li Jian do it. After all, everything had just happened with Li Jian. Now it's just a simple make-out session, nothing more. But luckily, after this kiss was over, Li Jian didn't continue to try to act excessively and just quietly listened to Zhao Shumin's heartbeat. Words. Thinking about what happened tonight, Aunt still feels scared. Before, Aunt's heart has always felt that no matter what, Shang Shunqing is Aunt's son. What I didn't expect is that he really cheated Aunt. There's no place for Auntie in his heart at all. Li Jian hugged Zhao Shuman tightly so that she could feel her warmth and soothe her. Auntie, don't think about it so much. Anyway, you can just be more wary in the future. Well, go to sleep, Sayaka. You still have to work tomorrow. Auntie will have to keep looking for a job too. Holding Li Jian in her arms, Zhao Shumin's heart was much more at ease. At least, there was someone who was good to her by her side now. The kind of heartfelt concern that Li Jian had for her. Zhao Shumin's heart really felt it clearly. Zhao Shuman was indeed tired today. After all, she wasn't like Li Jian, who was so young and bloodthirsty and recovered very quickly. Li Jian peeked at Zhao Shumin's aura. He also really felt how powerful this ability was, that the woman he was with would remain in her current state. At 12 o'clock in the night, the intelligence is still refreshed on time. Go to this lottery store and purchase this pile of tickets for a profit of $1,000. For the wild bonus. Li Jian's heart was still bursting with excitement. The confusing summer vacation was almost over. He wasn't forced to return to his small home county, and now he even has more than $170,000 in savings. Breaking 200,000 is within reach. Catherine will be molested by a black man while shopping here at night. The place and time on the intel is very detailed. This time, the intelligence made Li Jian feel quite surprised, and thinking that Ioma had always been a workplace bully to herself, Li Jian decided to take a good stab at this Catherine. The rest of the intel was, as usual, largely of little value. The system mission was also released on time. New mission issued. Saving Catherine. Mission reward, 12th store, barbershop, remarks, minimum profit of $1 per month. The 12th store was even more exciting for Li Jian, and with a vision of the future, Li Jian fell into a deep sleep. After waking up the next day, he felt Li Jian's leg on his body. Zhao Shumin's heart also felt ashamed. Now she is also considered completely awake. Last night, how she and Li Jian again. After checking the inside of the trash can to make sure he was safe, only then did Zhao Shuman breathe a sigh of relief. And after washing up, she went to the kitchen to cook. When she was walking in the dead center of the surveillance. In her mind, if the landlady found out that she and Li Jian were sleeping inside the same house, it would be too embarrassing. Not much later, Li Jian also followed. Aunt Zhou, you're so pretty. Looking at the light sunlight spilling over Zhao Shumin's face, he praised it from the bottom of his heart. You child, you're talking nonsense again. Turn around and continue the matchmaking for Auntie. Li Jian didn't go to talk more about this with Zhao Shuman. He knew that if he really went on a blind date, Zhao Shumin's heart should feel sad again. Women are always so tongue-tied. Auntie Zhao, I'll give you a set of cosmetics later. I think if you wear makeup, you'll definitely look a lot better than you do now. Zhao Shuman without makeup is already a natural beauty. Skin is so good that it is almost like doing maintenance every day. And if you put on makeup, you will definitely have a different flavor. Thinking of Auntie Zhao wearing a black silk high-heeled short dress and wearing exquisite makeup, Li Jian had a feeling of 20% anticipation. Xiao Yan, how old is Auntie and she still uses cosmetics? Forget it, Auntie is not interested in such things. Zhao Shuman was obviously very resistant, to which Li Jian didn't feel any surprise. Auntie Zhou is also still wearing stockings because she wants to in order for her to correct her mistakes. Otherwise it would be absolutely impossible. If she wants her to put on makeup, the difficulty does seem to be a bit much. Aunt Zhou, try it later. It'll help me right my wrongs, won't it? You've got makeup on, lipstick on, and you're lying there in high-heeled black silk, so let me take a picture. How beautiful it is. After Li Jian said that she corrected her mistake, Zhao Shumin's heart was also a little shaken. Auntie will consider it, but mostly Auntie doesn't know how to put on makeup. That's easy. Now on the internet, a lot of people are posting those makeup instructional videos. Auntie, It's easy if you want to learn. Give Auntie some time to think about it, will you? Well, I know Aunt Joe. Aunt Joe, you were so beautiful last night. After Li Jian talked about last night, Zhao Shumin's face turned red with a swish. This kid, he always says the most embarrassing things about himself. Xiao Yan, you're talking nonsense again. Auntie Zhao, I'm telling the truth. You're really too good looking. Mesmerize me, especially your black silk and high heels. Zhao Shumin gently pinched Li Jian's nose. No talking nonsense to elders and saying such excessive things, okay? Auntie was drunk last night. From now on you will keep your distance from her. Zhao Shumin's voice was very serious, but inwardly, she had actually long since stopped being as determined as she used to be. Aunt Joe, actually, it's the fact that you don't want to be close to me all the time like that makes me prone to that offense. Zhao Shumin has always mistakenly believed that Li Jian likes to steal things. Li Jian felt that this misunderstanding was actually not bad. At least Zhao Shumin had been trying to help correct her mistake. What sense does that make? Think about it, Aunt Joe. It's like treating water. It's definitely prone to flooding if it stays blocked. If only we could slow down some of the pressure on the dams by releasing floodwaters from time to time, it wouldn't be as prone to flooding, would it? Zhao Shumin listened to Li Jian's words and also felt that there was some truth to them. Auntie Zhao, from now on we'll be together every 2 days. Okay, I'll listen to Auntie Zhao and everything if she can do me a favor. What nonsense! Zhao Shumin realized that Li Jian had too many crooked ideas, and she could easily fall into Li Jian's way if she didn't. You bully Auntie into being uneducated. Net nonsense. Auntie Zhao, I'm telling the truth. If we're together every 2 days, I'm sure I won't make any mistakes in the future. You need to work hard and find someone around your age later. Auntie's old enough to be your mom. Don't focus all your energy on Auntie all the time. Zhao Shumin found that she seemed to really be unable to take Li Jian. This child is now too deeply entangled with herself, and she also owes him a lot of kindness. For a while Zhao Shumin didn't even know what to do. Aunt Joe, I just don't want to make the same mistake. You remember what's inside my drawer. Auntie Joe, would you do me a favor? If we're together once every 2 days, I won't be imagining things later. Looking at Zhao Shumin's silence, Li Jian continued. Auntie Zhao, the fact that we're together isn't a mistake at all. Xiao Yan, we were both drunk before. Auntie thought she was dreaming that night, so what happened between the two of us was really a mistake. Don't let the mistake continue, okay? Aunt Joe, actually, you're supposed to understand one thing. Mistakes have the same consequences if they occur once as if they occur 100 times. We've already made mistakes. Why care about more mistakes? It doesn't matter. It's really nothing to be together once every 2 days. Aunt Joe, I promise. I'll listen to you from now on. I'll go on a blind date if you let me. And if it works out, I won't pester you from now on. Looking at Li Jian seemed to be very serious. Zhao Shumin was also in a tangle. In fact, what Li Jian said seemed to make sense. Some mistakes were mistakes even once, and 10 times seemed to be mistakes as well. But the very traditional Zhao Shumin really couldn't say it at all. She was silent all through the meal. Li Jian's heart was also a little disappointed. It seemed that Aunt Zhao wasn't that easy to fool, or that she still didn't have the means to get past her own heart. After breakfast, after helping Zhao Shumin brush the dishes, Li Jian carried her bag out the door. But just as we reached the hallway, Zhou Sukman spoke up. Xiao Yan, Auntie will go out with you. It just so happens that Auntie is also looking for a job today. After Zhao Shumin followed her, Li Jian's heart had a vague feeling. This time it should be a done deal. It was only after arriving downstairs that Zhao Shumin spoke. Xiao Yan, talk to Auntie. Do all your words count? By this point, Li Jian's inner excitement was completely out of control. He knew that this time it was really stable. Well, Auntie, I promise I'll be absolutely true to my word. I definitely won't harass you after I find someone my own age. Zhao Shumin hemmed and took out a posture of an elder. This would make Zhao Shumin's heart feel at ease that she was doing this for Li Jian's good. Okay, but there are some conditions Auntie needs to make clear to you. Okay, I got it Auntie, go ahead. Number 1, 2 days together is too much. Once a week together. Okay, I'm all ears Auntie. To use. Well, I know Auntie. The rest is gone. Auntie will talk to you when she thinks of something. And by the way, the next time we'll be together is next week. This week's over. Obviously Zhao Shumin had factored in last night's events. Okay, I know Aunt Joe. Well, go to work. Zhao Shumin touched Li Jian's face as if she was treating a child. After Li Jian left, Zhao Shumin touched her face and it was already hot. How could she have agreed to something like this with Li Jian? On her way to work today, Li Jian was in a good mood. By the time he arrives at the office already, he's also ready for Catherine's workplace bullying. As usual, someone soon told Li Jian to go to Catherine's office. Catherine lies on the sofa in a commanding manner, ordering Li Jian to take off her high heels and massaging her black silk feet. helping Catherine massage her black silk feet. His mind thought about the evening when Catherine would be molested. This high and mighty woman deserves some shock this time. Li Jiyan, President. Looking at Li Jiyan, who was giving herself a massage, Catherine's heart felt very satisfied. This lowly yellow man really is completely obedient to herself. He had to do whatever he told him to do, and that's what happened to those who dared to contradict him. Li Jiyan, eat the yogurt out of my hand. Catherine held out her finger and placed it in front of Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan could only eat Catherine's finger into her mouth in humiliation. This damned big ocean horse. Sooner or later, she herself would have to return the favor in her own way. And right now he had no choice, such as helping Catherine massage her black silk feet. It was really a matter of livelihood. Not bad, Li Jiyan. This month, your KPIs have been completed, right? It's done. Then the next KPIs you do count toward my son. And next month, you'll be running the business for my son as well. If you still don't agree, I promise to make your time at the office a very miserable one. Facing Catherine's threat, Li Jiyan smiled. Okay, President. Anyway, he had intended to touch the fish. This month did not intend to continue to go to work. Anyway, there is no commission during the internship period. As for the next month, it will be the next month. This kind of mouth promises to be masculine, or anti-lie taught himself the method. If the time comes when Catherine really infringes on her interests, she can just go straight to anti-lie herself. Nice. Catherine put her foot up in Li Jiyan's face, as if to compliment Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan grasped Catherine's beautiful legs and massaged her. Feeling the scent, if any, constantly wafting inside his nose, Li Jiyan subconsciously felt a rush of heat. In the course of the morning, Li Jiyan collected the wild prize money. In the afternoon, he came to the driving school Subject 3 practice road to find his Subject 3 coach. Just arrived here, he saw the very tightly wrapped He Yenrong. Auntie Rong, Sayan-san. He Yenrong happily took Li Jiyan's hand, looking very intimate. Now that Auntie thinks about the extraordinarily memorable points you pointed out to Auntie, Auntie won't be able to pass her Subject 2 just yet. Looking at Li Jiyan in front of her, He Yenrong's inner mind thought of the way Li Jiyan had easily coaxed Lu Fuxing into being happy to the extreme. This kid is really talented beyond his wildest dreams. Auntie Rong, that man who harassed you before didn't come over to practice for Subject 3, did he? He seems to have flunked Subject 2 and shouldn't be coming over for a long time. That's good, Auntie Rong. Sayan-san, you've really helped Auntie a lot during this period of time. He Yenrong took off the sunglasses. That pair of peach blossom eyes, very unusual eyes, but let Li Jiyan have a kind of soul was hooked away feeling. Looking at each other, both of them remembered what happened earlier when the two of them kissed for a split second with the help of Lai Fei. Looking at He Yenrong, Li Jiyan felt a 20% hot feeling inside. And He Yenrong also remembered that moment. She felt that the loneliness that she had suppressed for an unknown number of years had all been thoroughly evoked by that moment of touching with Li Jiyan. Sayan-san, why don't you tell Auntie about the basic principles of Go? Auntie really envies you. Yeah, let's talk under the tree over there. Two people chatting. The relationship and the invisible and close a lot. Li Jiyan looked at He Yenrong's enchanting pretty face painted with thick makeup. For a moment in his heart actually do not know whether He Yenrong in the end is E or F. After 5 o'clock, Li Jiyan returned to the office to clock in. The fact that Catherine wasn't there made Li Jiyan less insulted for a while. This damn big ocean horse. Li Jiyan had wanted to rise to the challenge of being continued to be insulted by Catherine, but he would rather die than fight against Catherine's black silk legs to come. But thinking about the fact that he would see Catherine in the evening, Li Jiyan wasn't in a hurry. Dinner was as simple as usual, and Li Jiyan found an internet cafe to play games while he fumbled and studied. At home, Zhao Shuman felt a little left field. In the past, Li Jiyan's return time was actually early and late, and it was not unusual for him to stay out at night, but the old Zhou Sukman didn't care about that at all. But now it's just completely different. In Zhao Shumin's heart, Li Jiyan's status had already been very, very high, and the skin-to-skin kiss made the two people's feelings warm up and melt rapidly. Could it be that Xiao Yan went out to steal again? Maybe it was because he said that this week had passed? I should have discussed it with Sayan myself. I shouldn't have said it to death. Thinking about it, Zhao Shumin's heart also felt hard. After a long time, Zhao Shumin took the initiative to give Li Jiyan a call. Li Jiyan, who was playing games at the internet cafe, picked up the phone and was also a bit strange. Aunt Zhou, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Right now, Aunt Zhou had several enemies on her side, so Li Jiyan's heart was still very worried about whether something would happen to Zhao Shumin. Nothing much, Xiao Yan. Auntie is just a little worried about you, and you haven't come back for dinner yet, so I called you to ask. In the past, within the circle of her peers, Li Jiyan had really never received much love, but after coming to her aunt's circle, Li Jiyan really felt the warmth and strength of flesh and blood in this temperatureless city. The aunts are very caring. Even the high and cold Anshin has always been very caring and loving towards herself. and the three aunts in Shanghai are all loving themselves as juniors. I'm fine, auntie, you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine, just don't worry about it. I'm out playing a game right now. I might be back later. Hearing this, Zhao Shumin's heart was much more at ease. Okay, auntie knows. But, Xiao Yan, you mustn't do anything like that. Listen to auntie, but don't dare make another mistake. I know, auntie, you've agreed to my terms, so how can I continue to make mistakes? Li Jian's heart felt helpless. The image he once had in Auntie Zhao's mind was considered completely indelible. Well, good, Xiao Yan, that's a relief for auntie. Auntie posted a jitterbug herself today and got some likes, and now there are several people who want to buy clothes from her. Saying that, Zhao Shumin's heart was filled with expectations for the future. Knowing Li Jian, his own life might not be so completely dim. Okay, I know auntie, turn around and if we can, we'll get the online store up and running. Sang Soon Sung didn't go looking for you today, did he? No, haven't seen him in person, and if I do I'm going to give him a good scolding. It's best not to meet. Aunt Zhao, right now Shan Shunqing and Lu Yan are two people that you have to guard against. They might just do something, it's not even easy to tell. Okay, auntie knows. The two spent the rest of the day talking a lot more. Only after the phone hung up did Zhao Shumin turn on the fan inside her house again. How great would it be if I were 20 or even 30 this year? Zhao Shumin found that his heart is really like Li Jian, such a good child, so kind and careful, and also to himself, extremely gentle, and he was so powerful that if he was his age, he could be together with impunity, and could marry and live a comfortable life for the rest of his life. Even if he himself is 30 years old and there is a 10-year difference between him and Li Jian, all of them can overcome the world's gaze with him, but they are too old to be Li Jian's mother at all, and such a relationship will never be allowed by the world. Luckily, Xiao Yan has agreed that he can go on a blind date, and in the future, he will definitely be able to find a girl he likes. Zhao Shumin felt that by the time that day came, she would be completely relieved. At night, Li Jian followed the location on the intelligence to a shopping street. The place was packed with people and seemed very busy. Li Jian's eyes searched. It wasn't long before Catherine was seen in the middle of the crowd in her black silk heels and wraparound skirt blue button-down shirt. She was simply outstanding in height and looks, with a standard supermodel body and face that was still unmistakable even in her 40s. It's easy to be the center of attention when you walk in any of them. This big ocean horse, she's really pretty. Although she hated Catherine, Li Jian was still very much recognized in terms of Catherine's looks and body. This woman is indeed a beautiful-looking woman. And Shanghai Three Aunts and Aunt Zhao belong to a different flavor. After all, the race is different. The feeling is also different. At this moment, Catherine scanned the yellow people around her, her eyes still full of superiority. She felt that a beautiful white woman like herself was the one who should be looked up to by these yellow people. Soon, Manel, who was crouching in a corner smoking a cigarette, also noticed the scene. Before that, Manel was a poor boy in his hometown and no one cared about him. Ugly looking, he was once very low self-esteem, but after coming to the Magic City, he's had 3 girlfriends and chasing girls seems to be very easy. This made Manel to regrade his own charisma, which he found to be very attractive. He caught a glimpse of Catherine after she walked by. If this kind of white person can marry and make her own wife, then it will be an honor to go back to her hometown. With that thought in mind, Manel followed. Soon, Catherine came to a much less crowded street, and seeing that the time was right, Manel quickly stopped at Catherine's heels. Beautiful lady, can we make friends? Add a tweet. At this moment, the contempt in Catherine's eyes was on the verge of overflowing. She had always felt a million times more noble inside, and being closer to someone like Manel made her feel insulted. Get out of here! Catherine's condescending attitude instantly enraged Manor, who was already very impulsive and violent, and whose previous girlfriends had been beaten by him and against his will. Now that he heard Catherine cursing him, he wanted to do it on the spot. Do you owe X? Manel clenched his own fists and closed in on Catherine. This caused Catherine's mind to panic. She seemed to have angered the man in front of her, though Catherine had a net height of 178, which was about the same as the Manel in front of her. But women are women, after all, and are fundamentally different from men when it comes to strength. Manuel could definitely beat up Catherine easily. Bitch, how dare you call me names? I'll show you what it means to be a man. Manel decided to pin Catherine down and then forcefully kiss Catherine first to show the woman the price of knowing what it would take to look down on her. Help! Catherine called out for help to the few pedestrians passing nearby, but the pedestrians were unconcerned and trotted away. It made Catherine's heart feel a pang of despair. As she was about to fight Manor to the death, a voice she knew well rang out. Let go of MS. Catherine. Li Jian walked towards the front, and Catherine hurriedly came behind Li Jian. Help me. Although Li Jian had come, Catherine was still not holding out much hope. After all, in the aspect of fighting, the ape-like Garnier must be very strong. Stall him? I'm calling the police. You mustn't get killed, Li Jiyan. This woman really despises herself from the bottom of her heart. Bro, get out of the way. Don't meddle. Asterisk 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 you. Who's your bro? Li Qian went up and landed a kick on Manhwa, launching a no-holds-barred grappling contest. All Manhwa felt was that the opposite side of the room was very, very quick with their kicks. Without even reacting much himself, he was hit with a kick in the stomach. The sensation of pain came, and it was as if Manhwa's raging genes had been activated. He roared angrily and charged at Li Jiyan. The two fought, and it looked like they were fighting evenly. But in fact, Li Jiyan was suppressing him the entire time. Every time you throw a punch you can hear that very exhilarating sound of the punch hitting the body. Soon, Manhwa was on his knees, unable to move, sweat dripping off his forehead. He was clearly out of the fight, lying on the ground and constantly screaming. Manhwa just wanted to return to his old home. He didn't believe it before when he heard that there was kung fu over here, but after taking a severe beating, he really believed it. The East is truly an ancient and mysterious country. Catherine, who had just called the police, was also dumbfounded at the scene. Li Jiyan, how this yellow man can fight so well. Is this the legendary kung fu? This manner was so majestic that he couldn't even beat Li Jiyan. Not long after, the police station police came over to bring all three people back to the police station. Nowadays, there are cameras everywhere, so it's very easy and simple to deal with in case something like this happens. Manhwa was detained on the spot, and Li Jiyan and Catherine were escorted out of the police station. Come out later. Catherine was still very condescending and said, Li Jiyan, I didn't expect you to be so capable. I always thought that yellow people couldn't beat black people. Still, in terms of lowliness, it's Manhwa who's the lowest. Li Jiyan had always known how much Catherine was superior because of the matter of her being white. He didn't bother explaining to Catherine what the real battle was. I still have to thank you for today. Thank you for saving me, Li Jiyan, said Catherine, feeling a huge headache coming on. Her heart really despised Li Jiyan. A disobedient yellow man is just that. But today, Li Jiyan saved himself. If it wasn't for him, he might have been taken advantage of by Manhwa, or even defiled. In that case, she would really feel sick to her stomach and want to end herself. Here's my thanks to you. Take it. It will give me some peace of mind. Catherine took $1,000 out of his bag. That's $1,000 converted down to more than a month's salary for you. Take it. Li Jiyan smiled. If President Catherine wants to thank me so much, you might as well keep it for yourself. I'm going to step in tonight no matter who is forced to be humiliated by Manhwa. Li Jiyan's attitude made Catherine's heart feel extremely irritated. How dare this damned yellow man ignore her repayment? Li Jiyan, tell me, is it too little money? I'm a person who dislikes doing nothing more than owing others favors. Just tell me what you want. President Catherine, I know you have a sense of superiority in your heart. If you want to repay me, just close your eyes. Li Jiyan knew that it was impossible for Catherine to have any feelings for herself, and since she despised herself, making her feel bad was the best revenge for her. Li Jiyan decided to kiss Catherine once. After all, having to kiss someone she despised was definitely a punishment to the high and mighty Catherine's heart. Catherine took a deep breath and wondered what exactly Li Jiyan was going to do. Did Li Jiyan want to slap herself? He must be carrying a lot of resentment in his heart for making him brush the toilet every day. After struggling for a moment, Catherine closed her eyes. Look at the gorgeous way the big ocean horse's eyes are closed tightly. Li Jiyan went straight in for a kiss on Catherine's lips, knowing that it would definitely keep Catherine awake for the rest of the night. After all, deep down she despises the yellow race and herself. At this moment, Catherine's insides felt like they were suffocating. End of chapter. Chapter 90, Jashu means helplessness. A honey snow ice city reward. Catherine never dreamed of that. Li Jiyan actually kissed herself. It was almost like a dream. This lowly yellow man, surprisingly, he kissed himself. For a while, Catherine only felt that her soul was insulted. She was a noble white person and the CEO of the company. Li Jiyan was just a dog she raised. Catherine pushed Li Jiyan away with one hand. What are you doing? You lowly yellow bastard. Stupid. Catherine wasn't a native Easterner after all, so everything she said was also very much in writing. At this moment, Catherine was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, completely breaking her defense. Looking at Li Jiyan, the anger and humiliation in her eyes was obvious. President, I'm saving you from humiliation by just kissing you. You don't have to be so angry. You deserve it. You lowly. Catherine's verbal abuse and looking down on Li Jiyan made Li Jiyan's heart feel very comfortable. Now that's how Catherine breaks defense. What? Do you want your tongue cut out now? Li Jiyan laughed. Looking at the exasperated Catherine's heart felt even more pleased. Catherine swung her palm round and slapped it at Li Jiyan's face. However, Li Jiyan's reaction was now how fast. How could he let Catherine hit him? After grabbing Catherine's hand, Catherine couldn't move in the slightest. She stretched out a foot to try to kick Li Jiyan, and her black silk leg was again caught by Li Jiyan. It made it thoroughly difficult for Catherine to move. Looking at Cathierly's deep gash, Li Jian liked the scene in front of her very much. Get off me. Our business is over. Catherine also calmed down. She knew she couldn't beat Li Jian. After all, that eye was easily put down by Li Jian. He definitely knew legendary kung fu, and it would definitely not end well for him to tangle with him here. Consider this kiss my reward. We're even. Li Jian let go of Catherine, looked at Catherine's expression, and turned to leave. At this point, his heart could be said to be bursting with rage that Catherine had been suppressing him, but after all, she was the hand of the branch, and when it came to confronting Catherine, Li Jian didn't have much to offer. Today is considered to be a mouthful of bad anger. Looking at her expression that was so difficult to the extreme, Li Jian knew that Catherine's heart must have suffered a very great torment. That was the effect he wanted most. From Catherine's perspective, it was probably the same kind of feeling as a strongest king getting blown away by a stubborn bronze. In the future, if he brought Catherine some gourmet food himself, he could probably make her explode alive. The more she despised herself, the more hurtful the kiss would be for Catherine. After Catherine got home, she made her way over to her bedroom without a word. Lu Yichen's heart felt very strange. What was wrong with her own mom? And who had made her angry? Mom, what's wrong? You're in a bad mood? How's the arrangement for Jianli to help me with the KPI? Hearing Li Jian's name, Catherine's mind became even more irritated and she went back to her room and closed the door directly behind her. Taking off her high heels and lying down on the bed, Catherine looked at her incredibly long, slender, black silk legs and inwardly felt incredibly humiliated and uncomfortable. This damn Li Jian. Surprisingly, she kissed herself, although it was only for a few seconds, but that kind of feeling made Catherine really feel like she could never forget it for the rest of her life. That's Li Jian who was a slave in her own heart. With that in mind, Catherine went inside the bathroom and started frantically brushing her teeth, trying to brush away the feeling of knowing Li. After returning home, Li Jian's mood was still very comfortable. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Shuman came to the living room, intending to follow Li Jian to his house to do needlework. Xiao Yan, what's wrong? So happy to have picked up money today. Saying that, Zhao Shuman looked at Li Jian's pockets a little warily. Whether this child is guilty again. If that's the case, it can't be done. But after not finding any stockings or anything like that, Zhao Shuman put her heart down. No, auntie, it's just that work is going better. Smooth is good. Xiao Yan, more and more people have been asking about auntie's handmade clothes lately. So are we ready to open a store? Let's apply for it later. Li Jian took Zhao Shuman back to his room and turned on the air conditioner, then helped Zhao Shuman operate it. Now Auntie Zhao also had more than 4,000 fans on Shake Voice, which made Li Jian also think that Auntie Zhao was really likely to become an internet celebrity. If Auntie Chiyu was willing to show her face and body, I'm afraid I'll become a minor internet sensation in a very short period of time. After working for a while, Li Jian returned the cell phone to Zhao Shuman. Aunt, continue to wait and see. Turn around and I'll help you to shelve the merchandise. See if it can be sold. When we a handmade dress to sell 888 on the line. 888. Would that be too expensive? Zhao Shuman said as she made a newly sewn ladies t-shirt, her heart feeling very apprehensive. It's not expensive, Auntie Zhao. The main thing about clothes is the style. And Auntie Zhao can sew clothes according to their body shape. And the style is so good looking, there are people who are willing to pay for it. If it sells well, you can keep raising the price later. Some places that do high fashion can sell a suit for tens of thousands of dollars. Li Jian felt that Zhao Shuman definitely had a very promising future in making customized clothes. Okay, Auntie is all yours. Zhao Shuman trusted Li Jian very much. In the time that followed, Zhao Shuman did needlework. Li Jian studied there, and the two chatted from time to time, a feeling called home spreading in the hearts of the two. Watching Zhou Sukman who was doing needlework, Li Jian was the one who felt very secure, and before, Aunt Zhao would always stop in front of her and protect her when she felt in danger. Aunt Zhou, the two of us are really like family now. What? You think I'm like your mom and you're like my son? No, you look like my wife. Nonsense again. Is there a wife who is more than 20 years older than her husband? Auntie is old enough to be your mom. Society isn't what it used to be, and there's quite a bit of a 20-year difference. Study hard and don't talk nonsense. Oh, Catherine's home. After brushing her teeth a dozen times, Catherine still felt overwhelmed. It was true that she had suppressed loneliness within her for many years. That's why when she was in the office, Catherine had been using enslavement and oppression of Li Jian to relieve the feeling of loneliness inside her. But she was not thinking of anything happening with Li Jian, because she very much despised Li Jian. Even though Li Jian was more powerful than the average Oriental by an unknown amount, yet she still puts herself on a pedestal. What happened today really overwhelmed Catherine. However, while feeling very humiliated and disgusted, Catherine's inner depression and loneliness also had a feeling of being completely drawn out by Li Jian. Eventually, she closed her eyes, intending to relax, then think about how to continuously humiliate and clean up Li Jiyan afterwards. It's late, Auntie will go to bed first. Zhao Shuman got up and tried to leave Li Jiyan's room. Auntie Zhao, don't be in a hurry. Li Jiyan hugged Zhao Shuman from behind, which caused Zhao Shuman to subconsciously swallow her saliva, feeling very hot inside. Every time Li Jiyan hugged Zhao Shuman, it gave Zhao Shuman the feeling that she couldn't control herself, that loneliness and stress would always be ignited by Li Jiyan's blazing heat. A very strong chemical reaction is formed. Sayaka, what are you doing again? It's time for bed. Zhao Shuman felt a little weak, and wanted very much for Li Jiyan to hold her a little harder, but Zhao Shuman was still trying to restrain herself. He himself is Li Jiyan's elder and has agreed to stay with him only once a week. He can't be allowed to do what he wants, and what's going on now is wrong. Zhao Shuman kept keeping her heart calm. Aunt Zhou, sleep with me tonight, okay? Auntie already slept with you during yesterday. Aunt Zhou, didn't you agree to sleep with me once a week? Last night was all ready for this week, so we can't do anything about it. Zhao Shuman wanted to leave, but Li Ziyan was holding her tightly. Aunt Zhou, we started the engagement in the morning, didn't we? So it should count from today. What happened before the agreement can't count, Aunt Zhou. Xiao Yan, don't touch Auntie's leg. Zhao Shuman's voice was full of helplessness and shyness. This child, always so soft and hard. Auntie, it should be this week from today, right or wrong? No, it can't be today. Zhao Shuman still wanted to fight it. She couldn't continue to indulge Li Jiyan so much. Okay, Aunt Zhou, go back then. Li Jiyan let go of Zhao Shuman, which made Zhao Shuman feel very surprised as well. She had thought that Li Jiyan would definitely be stalking her to the end, but I didn't expect that Li Jiyan would change her nature. And while she was relieved, Zhao Shuman's heart actually felt a little disappointed. This kid, why don't you just stick around? Aunt Zhou, wait. When Zhao Shuman wanted to leave, Li Jiyan called out to her again. Why? Aunt Zhou, I want to kiss. What's with the kissing again? This is something we discussed before, so it has to be a kiss, right? Zhao Shuman thought of the agreement between herself and Li Jiyan, and could only stop. The promise that should be kept must still be kept. She cannot be a person who does not keep her word. After stopping in place, Li Jiyan picked Zhao Shuman up and walked towards the bed. Not kissing. What are you doing bringing your aunt to bed? Auntie Zhou, I should be the one to decide the way of kissing. That's what you promised me. After putting down Zhao Shuman, who was wearing pajamas, Zhao Shuman's face reddened. Sayan, what are you doing pressing on Auntie? Kissing. Saying that, Li Jiyan kissed up at Zhao Shuman, which caused Zhao Shuman's heart to panic a little. She realized that she seemed to have fallen for it, and that she could have left at any time before. But it seems like it's too late for you to leave now. Woo. But although she realized something was wrong, Zhao Shuman still responded to Li Jiyan, and Li Jiyan blazingly kissed each other. Zhao Shuman only felt the blazing heat inside her bursting out. She subconsciously hugged Li Jiyan tightly. It was only after a long time that the two of them separated. Li Jiyan looked at Zhao Shuman, who was full of blush, and gently kissed Zhao Shuman. Okay, Sayan, Auntie's going back to bed. Zhao Shuman got up and wanted to leave. But of course, Li Jiyan couldn't let Zhao Shuman go. Auntie Zhao, don't be in a hurry. You can't leave now. Let go of Auntie Xiaoyan. Auntie, you're a reasonable person, aren't you? Looking at Zhao Shuman's pretty face full of blush and deep, bottomless gullies, Li Jiyan's heart was very much intoxicated by such a feeling. Of course, when has Auntie ever been unreasonable? Zhao Shuman's voice was already small. Then our agreement this morning should be counted from today, Auntie, but not from yesterday. In that case, I'm at a loss. Again with the sophistry. Auntie Zhou, I'm being reasonable. You're the most reasonable person out there, aren't you? And as an elder, you're the one who's teaching me life's lessons and helping me correct my mistakes. But if you, the elder, are not reasonable, how can you make me listen to you? Aunt Zhou, you say it isn't. Zhao Shuman couldn't stand Li Jiyan's blazing gaze, closed his eyes. Well, Auntie can't talk you out of it. It's a week from today, but it's the same old rules. You know. After that, Zhao Shuman was silent, obviously acquiescing to Li Jiyan's theory. Seeing this scene, Li Jiyan's heart also felt very excited. He then kissed at Zhao Shuman, and Zhao Shuman half pushed and half resisted, and didn't put up much of a fight. After a long time, Li Jiyan laid down inside the quilt and hugged Zhao Shuman. Smelling the scent of Auntie Zhou's body felt very reassuring. He was very much enamored with the feeling of having Aunt Zhou around to keep him company through the long dark nights like this. Aunt Zhou, you smell so good. There's the poor mouth again. Zhao Shuman touched Li Jiyan's face, and there was still a dreamlike feeling in her heart. She felt that her development with Li Jiyan was really somewhat fast and amazing. All because of what's been happening lately. It's just too much. Aunt Zhou, hold me tight. Okay, hold you tight. Little kid. Zhao Shuman hugged Li Jian tightly in her arms as if she were cradling a child, and she also felt 10,000% relieved. At this point, Li Jian took stock of his 12 stores, 2 $2 stores, 2 mini-markets, 2 breakfast places, 2 billiard parlors, 2 podiatrists, and 2 barbershops. It's not that far away from settling your monthly earnings. 12 o'clock came quickly and the system intelligence was refreshed on time. Li Fei's brother lost $50,000 because of a poker game. So the creditors will come to Li Fei's house to ask for the debt. Catherine tossed and turned, thinking of how she would shoo you and humiliate you, and feeling 1,000 shames in her heart about you kissing her. Going to this lottery store and buying this pile of scratch-offs could result in a profit of $1.500. New quest released. Please help Fei Li fight off her debtors. Quest reward: 1 Honey Snow Ice City. The release of the new quest made Li Jian's spirits rise. Even Honey Snow Ice City is rewarded. End of chapter. Chapter 91, Going to Work. Catherine's sneak attack. Li Jian, who already owns 12 stores, didn't realize that her 13th store was coming. But Aunt Li's brother is a real. He even engaged in gambling outside and finally dumped the trouble on Auntie Li. When she thought of the Mercedes E that Li Tianming had borrowed Aunt Li's money to buy, and that she wanted to continue to ask Aunt Li to borrow money, Li Jian's heart hated this person very much. So this mission to help Aunt Li drive away the debtors was a must for himself. I just don't know how much I'm going to be able to pay myself at the end of the month when I settle up with these 12 stores. Xiao Yan, be honest. Feeling the fidgeting Li Jian, Zhao Shuman said as she wrapped her arms around him. I know Aunt Zhou, I'll be very honest. Saying that, Li Jian kissed Zhao Shuman's lips. What are you doing? Zhao Shuman felt that she really couldn't do anything at all to Li Jian. This child really was completely and utterly her own weakness. Himself seems to be the only one who can indulge him. The deal is over for this week. Zhao Shuman's heart was a little afraid that Li Jian wouldn't keep his promise. I know, Auntie. I just wanted to hold you in a different position. Don't touch Auntie's leg. Aunt Zhou, I'm going to sleep like this. Well, after the two cuddled together, they slowly fell asleep. The next day, after Li Jian returned to his room after washing up as usual, Zhao Shuman had already prepared a meal and was waiting for him. Auntie Chiu, that smells good. Come on, sit down and eat Sion. Aunt Zhou, I think a week is too long. Can it be 3 days? Li Jian hugged Zhao Shuman from behind. Smelling Zhao Shuman's body, Li Jian and Zhao Shuman discussed it. No, Xiao Yan, let go of Auntie, or else Auntie will get angry. You can't go back on what's been agreed upon. Li Jian hadn't expected Zhao Shuman to agree to it, and his heart wasn't in any hurry at all. It was only a matter of time before he and Auntie Zhao got together. After all, there are some things that once started there is no turning back. This was clear in Li Jian's mind. Okay, Auntie, let's eat first. Seeing Li Jian subside, Zhao Shuman's heart was vaguely lost. But such a loss was something that Zhou Shuman didn't dare to delve into. Her heart has always been afraid of the world's eyes, and Zhou Sukman knows very well that there is no future for this undeserved relationship between herself and Li Jian. After all, the age difference between himself and Li Jian was just a bit too big. On the way, Li Jian's inner feeling had a 21% feeling of excitement, and she was still continuing to develop. Even that Manel was nothing in front of himself now. Arriving at the company's downstairs, Li Jian saw a familiar figure walk in from outside. Ocean Horse Catherine. The moment the four eyes are opposite each other, Li Jian thought of last night's mission to save Catherine's appearance. The heart is still a burst of cool, especially since all the later intel prompted Catherine to toss and turn. Li Jian was really out of breath. After Catherine entered the executive's elevator, her pink fists were clenched and her whole body was still shaking a little. Last night, Catherine hadn't slept much. Her mind was all about the scene where Li Jian kissed his way in. No, he had to clean up Li Jian before he could do so. Otherwise, he couldn't swallow this breath. How did this lowly yellow man deserve to kiss himself? Although he had saved himself under that NI, he was just as lowly. Catherine arrived at the office quickly. After seeing Lu Jinxin, she said with a sour face, "Have Li Jian come to my office later." Lu Jinxin saw it in Catherine's eyes. Catherine's eyes were filled with anger. It was obvious that she was going to continue to clean up Li Jian. This poor Li Jian lived in deep water every day. Completely unlike himself, he was now recognized and appreciated by Catherine, and could be said to have a promising future. President, do you still feel satisfied with the work you ordered me to do? Very satisfying. Catherine didn't know what Lu Jinxin was talking about either, but she knew that this Lu Jinxin and her own son Louis Chen had a pretty good relationship, so she still had to give some face. Do a good job and I'll give you a promotion sometime in the future. Looking at Catherine who had entered the office, Lu Jinxin clenched his fists, and was even more filled with anticipation inside about the matter of brushing the toilet. It looks like it's not too far away from his promotion. At this time, Li Jian also came to the company. Li Jian, The president wants you to go to her office. Looking at the gloating Lu Jinxin, Li Jian also cursed a sand dollar. Aunt Rong is such a good woman. How could she give birth to such a thing? For the matter of Lu Jinxin attacking his classmates' physical defects, Li Jian's mind could still remember it all clearly. After opening the door and entering Catherine's office, Li Jian wanted to see what tricks Catherine wanted to pull. Come here and clean my heels. Catherine lay back on the couch as if it were no different than before. But today, after seeing Li Jian, her face reddened a bit, and Li Jian didn't know if it was because of anger or humiliation. But Li Jian was certain that Catherine would not like herself. In her bones, she despises the yellow race, and in her eyes, she is just a commodity that can be manipulated at will. When she had offended Lu Yichen, she had let herself go straight to scrub the toilet, and she had tried to transfer her KPIs to Lu Yichen. If it wasn't for Aunt Li's relationship, Li Jian could imagine what kind of workplace bullying she would have suffered. Even with having Aunt Li's relationship, he still had to come every day to fondle Catherine's black silk feet, and he still had to let her put her feet on his stomach. Picking up a towel on the side, Li Jian helped Catherine wipe her high heels. Press my feet. Saying that, Catherine intended to surprise Li Jian by glaring at him with a kick. A kick in heels still hurts. Catherine felt sure that the kick would make Li Jian scream. But Li Jian, who possessed the reaction sensitivity attribute, had super fast reflexes for this type of thing. Catherine's movements slowed down not a bit in his eyes. With ease, she grabbed Catherine's heels and pulled them off. Li Jian took Catherine's black silk jade feet in his hands. That rather nice touch made even Li Jian's heart feel a bit of enjoyment. President, what's wrong? So vigorous. Catherine's heart felt a wave of humiliation and fire. Her movements had been easily caught by Li Jian. Press my feet. Catherine didn't have the heart to say as she lay back down. After thinking about the fact that Li Jian was listening to herself inside the company and was now honestly scrubbing the toilet, Catherine's heart balanced out quite a bit. Li Jian's hand kept rubbing on Catherine's calf. After a while, the thieving Catherine tried to shove her foot into Li Jian's mouth. She found it equally humiliating according to Eastern culture. It can definitely cause a mental blow to Li Jian. Jerking her leg up to glare at Li Jian, Catherine intended to take the opportunity to humiliate Li Jian, but there was still absolutely no way for her movements to escape Li Jian's eyes. Easily grabbed Catherine's calf, Li Jian looked at Catherine and said, President, what's wrong with you? You have ADHD today. Press my legs. Both sneak attacks were unsuccessful, causing Catherine to only give up on the idea of sneaking up on Li Jian. If one wants to use violence, one is obviously not capable of doing so. After all, even that NI was easily crushed by Li Jian, who should have learned the legendary Kung Fu. Although many people said that Kung Fu didn't exist, Catherine had always felt that an ancient country like the East with a 5,000-year-old civilization must have something that science couldn't explain, like voodoo, Kung Fu, or something like that. Only after a full half hour or so of massage did Catherine let Li Jian leave. Looking at Li Jian's back, Catherine cursed, Damn Li Jian, this lowly yellow man, how dare you do such a thing to me? I will make you look good. I'm going to make you eat my feet. Catherine felt that if she didn't punish Li Jian, then she would never be able to get rid of that bad anger in her heart. In the morning, Li Jian went to the lottery store to pick up his wild winnings while he was touching the fish. After taking this wild bonus, Li Jian's deposit also broke through 180,000, which was still quite a distance away from the main quest's 100 million cash goal. However, Li Jian wasn't in a hurry. The income from the 12 stores and the upcoming Honey Snow Ice City, all of these would provide him with a lot of revenue. Based on the richness of the rewards of the current system quests, this ultimate goal was not that far-fetched. Go check out my $2 store. Li Jian swept a clementine to her $2 store. After the salesman saw Li Jian coming over, he shouted very enthusiastically, Boss! The ordinary-looking girl looked at Li Jian with admiration in her eyes, and Li Jian was also a young man, but he already has his own store. Well, you go about your business and I'll take a look. Every time after the system gave rewards, it would be the system that would acquire the corresponding store, and the employees knew that the owner was Li Jian. Everything was very reasonable, and through the midst of some useless intelligence, Li Jian also knew that he went to buy scratchers at the lottery store. Even if you win more than one, it won't attract any attention. This is a special ability of the system's intelligence. This had made Li Jian less worried. Before he was worried about being targeted by some people with ulterior motives or something, but with the system in place, he didn't need to think so much at all. Patrolling his territory, Li Jian's heart had a great sense of accomplishment. Having just graduated when she was still as wretched as a wild dog on the roadside, begging for a job everywhere, but after having this system in place, I've got so many stores of my own. After looking around for a while, he left the place satisfied, and then he went to his other stores to look around a few times as well. In the afternoon, he arrived at the practice site for Subject 3. For him, This subject 3 couldn't be easier. Just one of the more difficult things to do now is to book a test. Auntie Rong. Wearing a sportswear He Yenrong also came over. She all wrapped up tightly, obviously for sun protection. Li Jian knows Shanghai 3 and are very concerned about their skin care. Sayan-san. Now, every time she saw Li Jian, He Yenrong felt a very happy and excited feeling within herself. This made He Yenrong's heart remember Lu Li's words from time to time. In our line of work, you can't get attached to men. A lot of times, He Yenrong wondered if she had that kind of feelings for Li Jian. Ever since that time when Lai Fei Fei pressed on, after the two men came to a tongue kiss that lasted only an instant, the suppression and loneliness of time that He Yenrong had buried deep within her heart seemed to have been partially hooked out. Auntie Rong, how's your practice for subject 3 going? It's not bad, but Auntie certainly isn't as good as a genius like you. You've had so little practice time in subject 2 and you still passed in a handful. He Yenrong had always been very appreciative of Li Jian, especially after seeing that Li Jian also knew how to play Go. She couldn't control her favorable feelings towards Li Jian anymore. Auntie Rong, that college student hasn't continued to harass you lately. No, don't worry about it, Sayan. He Yenrong took off her sunglasses and looked at those affectionate peach blossom eyes as well as the enchanting pretty face with heavy makeup. Li Jian was also somewhat unable to control her instincts. The two of them chatted, and their feelings drew much closer in no time. At 4 p.m., Li Jian rode his bike to Lai Fei Fei's villa. With the system's mission in place, Li Jian knew that Lai Tianming's debtors were expected to come soon. Aunt Lai, looking at Lai Fei Fei, who was drinking under the trellis in the courtyard of the villa, Li Jian knew that Aunt Lai was now the drunken version. Pup, Lai Fei Fei stood up and waved at Li Jian. Cubby, did you miss mommy? Li Jian. Regarding the fact that Lai Fei Fei always treated herself as her son when she was drunk, Li Jian had long since gotten used to it. Arriving at the door and opening it, Lai Fei Fei pulled Li Jian towards the inside of the courtyard under the flower arbor. There were a few very dense large trees, quite a few flowers and plants crawling on the shelves, and a set of humidification system that Li Jian had never seen before constantly spraying a mist of water. It makes the place look and feel very cozy. Aunt Lai, you really know how to enjoy life. Looking at Wine Monkey's large recliner, Li Jian said enviously, such living conditions, in the entire Magic City, only that small group of people can reach. The current self is hopeless at all. 180,000 in savings is really good, but it's just pocket change for the rich. Cubby, come lay with mommy for a while. Coming to the recliner, Lai Fei Fei pulled Li Jian to lie down with her, then proceeded to pick up her cell phone, her face flushed and her eyes misty. The current crazy Fei Lai was not at all the same person as the high-strung Shanghai young lady she had said she was. Cubby, lay on Auntie's shoulder. Li Jian laid down and saw Lai Fei Fei's deep, bottomless gash. Aunt Lai was indeed not as prominent as Aunt Shin and Aunt Rong though, but for ordinary people is already out of reach of the existence of the fine branches of the fruit for the height of only 160. Aunt Lai is a very rare thing. At this time, Li Jian noticed Fei Lai's stock interface. Inside her account, there was still more than $10 million. Swallowing her saliva, Li Jian felt that Aunt Lai was really unfathomable. Auntie Lai, you spend so much money playing with stocks. Yeah, Auntie passes the time when she has nothing to do. Auntie is going to wait until just before the 4th of July to add to her position, so maybe she can make money on the 4th of July. Aunt Lai, I thought I heard the big A wasn't going up at all. Doesn't matter, take your chances. Lai Fei Fei wrapped Li Jian in her arms. Cubby, come read the novel with mommy. Lai Fei Fei switched to the interface of the novel she was reading. Dong, you're so proud of yourself right now. Li Jian. Li Jian felt a little carried away by the novel's content. Wine Monkey really deserves to be Wine Monkey. Cubby, Auntie loves pure romance novels like this, without the Minotaur. Cubby, feel Auntie's leg, feel the thigh. Auntie wears black silk. Lai Fei Fei remained steady in her play, listening to Li Jian's paralysis. At this time, outside, a few tattooed men who had won Lai Tianming's gambling debt walked towards this side. End of chapter. Chapter 92. Cub, you're so warm. Several of the tattooed men all look very similar in their dressing styles. Purposefully, he wore one of those t-shirts that showed his entire arm, specifically to put the tattoo on display. One looks social. Li Jian immediately recognized that these people were mixed people. But this kind of person is obviously the kind of yakuza who doesn't carry much weight. After all, those who were once sniffing around and mixing it up are now basically transformed into entrepreneurs. And these guys had the nerve to come to the door to ask for gambling debts. There really is no common sense at all. Soon, a few tattooed men arrived at the entrance of Lai Fei Fei's villa. Is that a mess? Lai's house. Lai Fei Fei saw a few tattooed men come over and didn't have any fear. Her ability and background to clean up a few punks was a breeze. Cubby, let's go see what's going on. Lai Fei Fei had wanted to pull Li Jian's hand and touch her legs, but after looking at the situation at hand, she still had to see what these people in front of her were from before she could do so. Okay, Aunt Rai. Letting Lai Fei hold her hand, Li Jian felt that she was very hard. Since that dragon fruit incident, Lai Fei and himself kissed. Like these physical contact, she is not so much attention to proportion, but also from time to give himself a Lai's octopus wrapped around the hug. Of course, that's only if one is drunk. The non-drinking version of Auntie Lai is still really a high-strung Shanghai young lady, calling themselves by their own names as well, and not something like cubs. After coming to the door, with some doubt on her face, Lai Fei asked, "Who are you guys and do we know each other?" The leading tattooed man, Wang Ji, looked at Lai Fei and clearly felt 1,000,000% surprised. He didn't expect that this Lai Tianming's sister would be so beautiful. And, true to Lai Tianming's word, his sister was a very rich woman and her family lived in a villa. With that kind of money, a $50,000 debt is nothing to her. "Beauty, we don't know each other, but your brother knows me. Here's the $50,000 he owes me. You see, it has his handprint and signature on it, and the debt is legally binding." The note was displayed in front of the two men. Wang Ji thought to see if there was any chance to take advantage of Lai Tianming's sister. The money would have been won by playing mahjong. If he could get such an extremely good woman to accompany him at night for one night, it's okay to burn the IOUs yourself. Li Jian's heart cursed a Lai Tianming $100. Like this gambling debt directly do not recognize on the line. After all, now is not like before someone dared to randomly hands or even move the knife, but he wrote an IOU, so that really doesn't say much. The reason why Lai Tianming dared to gamble so recklessly was still because he felt in his heart that Aunt Lai would give him a pocket. From the fact that he had licked his big face and asked Auntie Lai to borrow $500,000 earlier, one could see how stupid this fool really was. Aunt Lai was clearly not that kind of person who didn't have any bottom line to indulge Lai Tianming. Then go find Lai Tianming. "What are you looking for me for?" Fei Lai said drunkenly through the villa's fence gate. "You're Lai Tianming's sister, so who are you looking for if not you? Of course I had to go to his family when he didn't pay me back. And sis, you're living in such a big villa. This is Shanghai where every inch of land is expensive. That's about as much as $5,000 to you, isn't it? Wouldn't you just pay it back for him? How simple." Lai's eyes glazed over a bit, but they were still in that drunken state. "He owes money, go ask him for it. What's the point of asking me? Go, hurry up and leave my house now." "Beauty, if you say so, that's not fair. Lai Tianming is your own brother after all. You've bought him a Mercedes-Benz E300, and you're still short of this $50,000? Wang Ji frowned. This was somewhat not quite what he had imagined. Among Lai Tianming's claims, his own sister was very kind to him. After all, she was a sibling from the same mother. He also bought him a new Mercedes-Benz E300 for his birthday, and asking for $50,000 is an easy thing to do, but this Lai Fei seems to not care about him at all. "Whether I'm short of the $50,000 is my own business. Please leave my home now." Lai Fei's eyes were a bit unkind. She was really angry. She really didn't even dream of it. How dare his own brother let someone else come to him for a debt? And it's $50,000 straight out of the gate. Lai Fei was already a woman in her 40s, and like both Shen Hongmei and He Yanrong, she had quite a deep social experience. She knew very well that if she gave the $50,000, then an untold number of $50,000 will come to themselves next. That's why she was very adamant that she wouldn't be able to pay Lai Tianming's bill no matter what. "If you say so, Ms. Lai, I'll have to come and sit in your home. It's only right to pay what you owe." Wang Ji tried to pull the door. If he could open the door, scaring the woman might make her obediently pay. After opening the door to no avail, Wang Ji tries to start crawling up against the door. Although the door was high enough and carried spikes on it, it was really possible to climb over it if you were good enough. Seeing this scene, Lai Fei's heart also panicked a bit. There were many ways she could have cleaned these people up, but if personal safety is at stake at close range, that's a whole different story. Social rules are useless under violence. "Get out!" Li Jian kicked up against Wang Ji's hand, and Wang Ji, who was in pain, only felt as if his hand had been hit by a brick. "Aunt Lai, call the police." Wang Ji and the remaining two tattooed men also wimped out on the spot when they saw Lai Fei picking up her cell phone and about to call the police. "Kid, wait for me. This isn't over. And you Lai Fei, you must pay what your brother owes. It's only right." Only after the three people ran away in a bit of a mess did Lai Fei put her cell phone down. "Cubby, scared Auntie to death. If it wasn't for you, Auntie might have really been bullied." Lai Fei looked at Li Jian with tenderness in her eyes, and as she said that, she gave Li Jian a Lai-wrapping hug. Li Jian hurriedly dragged Lai Fei's beautiful legs, saving her from falling. "Cubby, hug Auntie back for a drink." After Li Jian held Lai Fei 21 minutes seriously and came to the recliner, Li Jian just sat down and Lai Fei pressed on top of him. "Cubby, you're so warm on you. Aunt Lai, you don't mind the heat. Of course it's not too hot. You're Auntie's cub. How does it feel to touch your aunt's leg?" Li Jian also felt a little embarrassed, because he had to hold Lai Fei, so he was indeed touching Aunt Lai's leg. Aunt Lai. Li Jian didn't pick up Lai Fei's words. After all, Aunt Lai was an ancient, and she really had a favor with herself. It's also not like Zhao Shuman, where one can just stalk her without fear of her flipping out. You still have to be careful with Auntie Lai. These guys won't come after you again, will they? Hearing this, Lai Fei said indifferently, "Don't worry, cub. Auntie will be careful. It's a law and order society now, and those guys are just scaremongering. But Auntie does have to be careful. Let's hire a few bodyguards to protect Auntie in secret first." After Lai Fei got off of Li Jian's body, she laid down beside Li Jian, but her black silk legs were still wrapped around Li Jian's legs. In front of Li Jian, Lai Fei opened her WeChat friends list. Li Jian saw a long list of avatars of middle-aged women. Obviously these women were not simple, but the looks were just a dime a dozen, and Li Jian even remembered the episode where she drank the soup, found a rich woman who looked like she was over 200 pounds and called the voice call. Soon the voice on the other end rang out. "Hey, sister's son, does your security company still have powerful bodyguards now? Yeah, I want a couple of pros patrolling the neighborhood of my villa. Recently ran into some trouble." Not for long, Li Jian quietly listened to Aunt Lai's call. After hanging up the phone, Lai Fei once again hugged Li Jian tightly. "Cubby, it's still you today, otherwise Auntie would really be in danger. Auntie is going to reward you by touching Auntie's leg. Feel free." Saying that, Lai Fei's black silk legs coiled onto Li Jian's body, and while doing that, Lai Fei stuffed the bottle of wine into her mouth again. "Cubby, Auntie is touching your leg, why don't you touch it?" Wasn't trying to touch something else. Although Li Jian was considered to have quite a bit of experience now, compared to Aunt Lai, he felt that he was still a bit too inexperienced. "Then Auntie reward you for something else. You remember all the techniques Auntie taught you last time." Rolling over and pressing down on Li Jian, Lai Fei kissed in at Li Jian. Being kissed by Lai Fei, Li Jian felt a little dazed. Engage in sneak attack. This trick seems to be oneself, quite like Zhao Shuming used. Did not expect today Lai Fei actually really kissed himself. Is Auntie Lai drunk again? Or maybe Auntie Lai was scared today. It is indeed very easy for people to do something more impulsive when they are in a state of emotional turmoil. For example, the progress of himself and Aunt Jo were all when something happened. Aunt Lai had such initiative today. It seemed to be in the normal category of such. Lai Fei all took the initiative to kiss up. Li Jian naturally impossible to resist. After all, cannot go against the will of women's reasoning. Li Jian is still very clear. Wrapping her arms around Lai Fei's waist, Li Jian began to concentrate on kissing her. After a long time, the two were separated. Lai Fei said in a daze, "Not bad, cub. You still remember everything Auntie taught you, and you have the ability to learn by example. Tell me honestly, did you learn something at Shin Hongmei's place?" "No, Aunt Rai." Holding Aunt Lai's waist, Li Jian's heart felt 21% hot. "Never mind, cub. Go and fry 2 dishes for Auntie. It's almost time for dinner." Li Jian. It looked like he would never be able to eat Aunt Lai's cooking in his life, which meant that Aunt Zhao would be able to cook for him every day. "Okay, Aunt Rai, you can rest some more. Auntie will read a novel for a while." Lai Fei picked up the bottle of wine and continued to read the novel that hadn't been able to be published on the regular website. While cooking, all that was on Li Jian's mind was what Aunt Lai was watching. He remembered what Aunt Lai had said at the beginning about the landlady, her less than stellar high school grades and all that. Aunt Lai really was a very literary loving woman. After making the dishes, Li Jian came inside the courtyard. "Aunt Lai, it's done, come and eat. Cubby, come here and carry Auntie to dinner. Auntie can't walk anymore." Li Jian was used to Aunt Lai's steady play, and trying to get Aunt Lai to sober up was clearly out of the question. After coming to Lai Fei's side, Lai Fei hugged Li Jian in another familiar Lai's wrapping hug, letting Li Jian carry her towards the inside of the villa. That is, Lai Fei's height was only 160, small and delicate. Li Jian could easily pick her up. If it had been Aunt Shin or Tao Ma, he really would have needed to work quite a bit harder, but now that his body had been strengthened, he was indeed able to hold Shin Hongmei. "Aunt Lai, you can come down now. Cubby, you sit down first." After Li Jian sat on the chair, Lai Fei sat on Li Jian's lap sideways and wrapped her arms around Li Jian's neck. "Cubby, feed mommy." "Aunt Rai, you're thinking of yourself as my mom again." "What do you mean again? Auntie was supposed to be your mom." Li Jian had gotten used to this wine monkey's nonsense a long time ago, and he picked up his chopsticks and started to feed Lai Fei while Lai Fei's beautiful legs kept swaying around. It made Li Jian feel a bit apoplectic, especially since he could see Lai Fei's fine branch and fruitful gully, which made him feel a surge of qi and blood. After all, he really was a young man of blood. After dinner, looking at Li Jian's back as she left, Lai Fei's heart had some clarity. Inside she felt some shame. Today, He had actually kissed Li Jiyan on his own initiative. He wasn't dreaming, was he? Pinched her thigh hard. A painful sensation came over her, and only then did Fei Lai make sure it was true. What the hell am I doing? Li Jiyan is just a kid. Thinking of the way Li Jiyan was so restrained and didn't even take the opportunity to take advantage of herself, Lai Fei's heart felt a little guilty. Shouldn't she be so molesting a kid more than 20 years younger than herself? But Lai Fei's alcohol was soon on its way up again. The thoughts of guilt in his mind were completely drowned out. What happened to kissing and cuddling his own pups? After all, this was just a very normal relationship between elders and juniors. One shouldn't think so much about it. On her way back to the office to clock in, Li Jiyan collected her quest reward. He also owns his 13th store, Honey Snow Ice City. After looking at the location shown by the system, Li Jiyan felt that although this location was not good, it could be 100% profitable and did not need to worry about himself. None of it mattered then. And when I arrived at the office, my co-workers were basically off duty. However, Li Jiyan did see the way Lu Jinxin held the mop very energetically towards the bathroom, and he felt his love for the job from Lu Jinxin's movements. After cursing the nationalist in his heart, Li Jiyan left the company and went straight to his Honey Snow Ice City. After making the rounds of his own Honey Snow Ice City, he left the office satisfied. I wonder, when will my 14th store assignment come? In the evening, Li Jiyan tried to petulantly get Zhao Shuman to let go of her bottom line, but Zhao Shuman was very firm, so Li Jiyan didn't continue to soften Zhao Shuman up. While Zhou Sukmin was doing her needlework, he is also the one who was given Zhao Shumin's online store shelves of purely handmade customized clothes. The price was set at $888 for a total of 10 pieces. In this regard, Zhao Shuman felt very apprehensive. She always felt that the selling price of $888 was just a bit too high. Near 12 o'clock, Li Jiyan, who was sleeping alone, waited for the intelligence to be refreshed, and in the process, Li Jiyan was also studying a foreign language, and at 11:50, Lai Fei's phone call came in. Pup, Aunt Lai, are you okay? Auntie's fine, she's just asking if you've been bullied at work lately, and if you have, you must tell Mom. Aunt Lai, I know, has the security company arrived? Or you care about Mom? Cubby, Mommy loves you, don't worry, they're already patrolling outside the villa. Cubby, do you want to eat? Mommy will feed you something delicious, to help you remember your childhood. Saying that, Lai Fei's voice became much smaller and she should have fallen asleep. Aunt Lai, Cubby, Mommy's sleepy. Aunt Lai, go to bed and get some rest. After hanging up the phone, Li Jiyan's mind again recalled the way Aunt Lai took the initiative to kiss herself today. She was really checking out the techniques imparted to her. Aunt Lai is really cute to death. The key Aunt Lai also has a beautiful young woman's face. Feminine. Every time she thinks of Fei Lai, Li Jiyan's heart feels a little itchy. Thinking about it, Li Jiyan's heart also thought a little into Fei. 12 o'clock came and intelligence was refreshed right on time. You can make a profit of $2.200 by going to this lottery store and buying this pile of tickets. The first of today's intel was the $2.200 intel that made Li Jiyan feel uplifted. Catherine is still tossing and turning today, wondering in her mind why she hasn't been able to shove her foot in your mouth. She's thinking about getting someone to assault you. Li Jiyan, this damned big ocean horse tried to assault himself? However, Catherine currently only had this idea and hadn't put it into action yet, which made Li Jiyan not in a hurry. After you saved Zhao Shuman last time, Shan Yunqing's heart hated you to the bone. In the afternoon, he'll bribe Zhou Hai in the master bedroom to drop sleeping pills into Sukmin Shou's pot. Li Jiyan sort of recognized what it means to be a hooligan. This damn Shan Yunqing is still a thief's heart. New mission issued. Please install a small camera in the kitchen to record the evidence of Zhao Hai's sleeping pills and call the police to deal with it. Quest reward. Second Honey Snow Ice City. Remarks. Minimum profit of $1 per month. The 14th store was coming soon. And previously, Li Jiyan felt that the main quest of using the system's intelligence and quests to obtain $100 million in cash and a set of villas was very far away. But now it doesn't seem as if it's that far away. After all, there are so many small stores that can be stable and profitable. And in the future, one's monthly store income will be very substantial. With visions of settling down in the Magic City, Li Jiyan also went to sleep. He fell asleep quickly, but Zhao Shuman tossed and turned a bit. Today, Li Jiyan made another request to her. She refused. Zhao Shuman felt that as Li Jiyan's elder she should guide Li Jiyan on the right path. A week's interval was a week's interval when it was said, and one could not indulge him. If he's completely satisfied with himself, how is he going to find a girlfriend his own age in the future? It's just that, the kid is young and energetic, so nothing can go wrong. But with all the stuff inside his room, there shouldn't be any problems. Wasn't that how the old Xiaoyan came to be? Zhao Shuman was ruminating and falling asleep became more difficult. With a lot of uneasiness, Zhao Shuman fell asleep after a long time. The next day, After Li Jian washed up and went to her room, Zhao Shuman had already prepared breakfast as usual. Auntie Zhao, why do I feel as if you're a bit sleepless? Auntie is fine, probably a little too much on her mind yesterday. What are you touching Auntie's leg for? Auntie Zhao, you rejected me last night, you still can't let me touch your leg. Zhao Shuman felt that there was some truth in what Li Jian said, and actually let him touch his leg. It really doesn't seem like a big deal, does it? After all, what should and shouldn't have happened between himself and Li Jian had happened a long time ago, and it hadn't been once or twice. Touch it then. Auntie, it feels so good to touch your legs. It's a shame you're not wearing black silk. This big morning still give you to wear black silk. Next week time aunt give you to wear black silk. Afraid that Li Jian's heart would be unhappy, Zhao Shuman continued. Xiao Yan, you shouldn't blame auntie either. We should keep our promises, right? We had agreed on a week before, too, but it's not time yet, and you want to talk to your aunt again. Of course auntie can't promise you that. Li Jian wrapped her arms around Zhao Shuman's neck and kissed Zhao Shuman on the cheek. Auntie Zhao, I'm not blaming you. I know, I went a little overboard yesterday. It's not your fault. Auntie, get over here. Zhao Shuman's heart felt a little nervous. This kid, what does he want to do? Sayan, what are you trying to do? Don't want to do anything. Aunt Zhou, I just want a kiss. Kissing isn't doing anything yet. Auntie Zhao, this is our previous agreement. It's only right that we should keep our promise. You're still my elder. Speaking of this agreement, there was nothing more that Zhou Sukmin could refute. She realized she had really fallen into a hole. What he had promised Li Jian on impulse in the first place. It's still a good idea to cash in now. Auntie Zhou, spit out your tongue first. After Zhao Shuman obediently did as she was told, Li Jian kissed up at Zhao Shuman, who could only respond passively. Okay, Winnie, that's fine. A few minutes later, Zhao Shuman and Li Jian separated. It was agreed before, and it goes beyond the coming time every time. Auntie Zhao, it's not that you're too pretty. I can't help it. Auntie is how old and still pretty. It would have been beautiful. Auntie, like you're such a awesome woman I've never seen before. Pour again. Eat. All you know how to do is kiss your aunt and starve yourself. Zhao Shuman picked up the chopsticks and handed them to Li Jian, her eyes all full of the kind of doting on her juniors. Her heart really hurt Li Jian. I'd starve to death if I could kiss my aunt all the time. Nonsense again. If you say that on a blind date in the future, the girl will probably have to stay away from you. That's just as well. I'll stay with Aunt Zhou for the rest of my life, waiting every day for the first day of a week to come. Zhao Shuman's face reddened a little. You just love that day. Of course, Auntie, it's the best time in the world to be with you. I'm going to spend an hour with my aunt next week. Got it, Sayan? Hurry up and eat. Zhao Shuman's face was getting redder and redder. Next, Li Jian instead only chatted with Zhao Shuman about family matters, which made Zhao Shuman's heart breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, Winnie, 3 people placed orders for Auntie's handmade dresses today. Auntie asked the girls for their trimesters, so we can start on them today. Auntie Zhou, then I don't think you need to find a job. Making clothes by hand at home is much more comfortable than going to work, isn't it? Well, Auntie will try first. After breakfast, Li Jian followed Zhao Shuman to the kitchen. Aunt Zhou, let's discuss something with you. It will have to wait until the time is right, and a week is not yet up. Aunt Zhou, I mean, can we not use it next time? What? The dishpan in her hand fell inside the sink, and Zhou Sukmin became thoroughly hot. Xiao Yan, no, this aunt really can't promise you. How old is Auntie? If she gets pregnant, how will she meet people later? Aunt Zhou, it's not really that likely that you'll get pregnant straight away, is it? Isn't pregnancy a small probability? You can't necessarily get pregnant even if you try for months and a year. No, Sayan, one must take good care to be safe. Okay, Auntie Zhou, I'll go first. Looking at Li Jian's somewhat lost appearance, Zhao Shuman's heart also had a feeling of being indebted to Li Jian. Xiao Yan, don't be sad. Can Auntie kiss you one more time? Good. Li Jian knew that if she refused it this time, Aunt Zhao's heart would probably not feel good. Wrapping his arms around Zhao Shuman's waist, Li Jian kissed at Zhao Shuman, and Zhao Shuman's response was somewhat unusually enthusiastic. Okay, bad boy. Looking at Zhao Shuman's bottomless gully, Li Jian hummed, Auntie Zhao, I'll go to work first. On her way out, Li Jian even planted a kiss on Zhao Shuman's lips. After coming to the company and clocking in, Lu Jinxin was again shouting for Li Jian to go to Catherine's office. After entering the door, from within Catherine's eyes, Li Jian clearly saw that hatred. It made him feel even more that the punishment he had meted out to Catherine the day after he had saved her from Ni was beyond right. Li Jian, come here and press my feet. As usual, Catherine humiliated Li Jian with her black silk jade feet, and Li Jian could only suffer in silence. After collecting the wild rewards in the morning, Li Jian's savings also amounted to 183,000. in the afternoon or familiar with the subject 3 process. After practicing the subject 3 and he Yenrong respectively, back to the company to clock out. In the evening, Li Jiyan returned to the camera planted in the kitchen of the house. After finding a very private corner to put the rechargeable camera in place, Li Jiyan checked from all angles. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, planning to wait for Zhao Hai to come over to lay down sleeping pills. Afterwards, Li Jiyan walked over to Zhao Shumin's room and knocked on the door. Aunt Zhou, inside the room. Words. Hearing that it was Li Jiyan who had come, Zhao Shumin closed the unlocked door. Ever since Shang Yunsheng had returned, Zhao Shumin's mind had remained wary of everything. Of course, Li Jiyan didn't need to go on guard for anything when she came back. Xiao Yan, back. Aunt Zhou. After walking forward and hugging Zhao Shumin from behind, Li Jiyan looked at the beautiful scenery to his heart's content. Aunt Zhou, I missed you. Don't hug Auntie so tightly, she's still doing her needlework. Zhao Shumin's voice carried some helplessness. This child, always so intimate with himself. Auntie Zhao, can you sleep with me at night? Li Jiyan made another request. Xiao Yan, didn't we already agree that Auntie would go to your room again during the next week? Why are you making this request again? Auntie's really going to get mad if you keep this up. Aunt Zhou, actually we're all confusing a concept. Go to my room and sleep with me, just so I can hold you during the night. Doesn't mean anything is going to happen to us, right? Xiao Yan, you're so dishonest you don't know it yourself. Auntie doesn't believe a word you say, and you certainly couldn't come down honestly if Auntie went to your room. It'll be hard for Auntie to say no when the time comes. Auntie Zhao, I just want to cuddle up to you and listen to your heartbeat. The quality of sleep is poor if you sleep alone at night. Saying that, Li Jiyan grabbed Zhao Shumin's hand. Aunt Zhou, and even if we don't cross the line, you can still do me a favor, right? Zhao Shumin's heart was also somewhat helpless. What Li Jiyan said seemed to make some sense. A long time later, Zhao Shumin came to the kitchen to fry vegetables. Rubbing her sore wrists, Zhao Shumin skillfully chopped vegetables and cooked. And at this time, Zhao Hai was sitting in the living room, blowing a fan and looking in the direction of the kitchen. In the past, Zhao Hai and his girlfriend always stayed inside the master bedroom, never coming out. But today it was actually sitting inside the living room, making Zhao Shumin's heart feel very uncomfortable. But after thinking about the fact that Zhao Hai had a girlfriend, she didn't think that much in her heart. After all, not everyone likes a woman old enough to be his mom as much as Sayaka does. Moreover, Xiao Yan was inside the room, so if there was anything, he could always come out to help. End of chapter. Chapter 93, taking Auntie Chiyu to see her own honey Snow Ice City. Now, just the thought of Li Jiyan by his side, Zhao Shumin would feel especially secure inside. So even if Zhao Hai was sitting on the sofa, there was nothing. Zhao Hai was sitting on the sofa, and at this moment, he was carrying sleeping pills ground into powder in his pocket. When Shang Yunsheng found him, he refused. But recently, Zhao Hai's hands were very hard, and renting an apartment here had already cost him almost all the money he had earned from his previous part-time job. The girlfriend doesn't work, and the two of them get away with it all day long inside the rental house. And lately she's been planning on getting a butterfly tattoo. Zhao Hai was supportive of this. It was just that having no money was indeed very difficult. He was all set to get an online loan, but what he didn't expect was that Shang Yunxing found him, promised to give him $20,000, and do things are very simple, as long as you find the opportunity to give the co-tenant Zhao Shuman sleeping pills, and then put him into the home. At first, Zhao Hai refused, but in the end, he couldn't carry the temptation of $20,000. He thought it was nothing that two people who were once married should be able to get back together after some exchanges. Moreover, he also had some thoughts in his mind. If Zhao Shuman had fallen asleep, then could he not get comfortable first, then put in Shang Yunsheng? Anyway, no matter what, the final responsibility was still borne by Shang Yunsheng. The thought strengthened his mind. After a long time, Zhao Shuman turned off the fire, covered the pot, and went to the bathroom. Zhao Hai had thought that perhaps he would wait a few days to find the opportunity, but he didn't expect that the opportunity would come so soon. Quickly, he ran to the kitchen and poured the sleeping pills in, getting a few shovelfuls later. It was only then that Zhao Hai quickly ran back to his room. He had seen that $20,000 was about to arrive. After Zhao Shuman washed her hands and came out from the bathroom, after seeing that Zhao Hai was no longer in the middle of the living room, she also felt a lot more natural. At this time, Li Jiyan followed Zhao Shuman to the kitchen. Aunt Zhou, stop frying and call the police. What's wrong? Zhao Shuman subconsciously tensed up. Too much had indeed happened recently. With the appearance of Shang Yunxing and the betrayal of her own son, it made Zhao Shuman's heart very sensitive. Auntie Zhao, just now I saw Zhao Hai go to the kitchen and drop something into the pot. I think it might be poisoned. Let's call the police first. I've got cameras in the kitchen. Aha! Zhao Shuman knew that Li Jiyan must have placed cameras here to protect herself. After all, in the current situation, Sean Yunsheng might do something. Subsequently, Zhao Shuman called the police. Zhao Hai felt very apprehensive in his heart as he looked at his sleeping girlfriend inside his room. It should be about time later. Zhao Shuman and that young man seem to dine together a lot too. If the two are eating together, he himself still had to struggle to carry Zhao Shuman back to his room. But the thought of being able to get comfortable first already made his heart rise with great anticipation. After 10 minutes had passed, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a knock on the door. His heart felt something strange. Could it be that Sean Yunsheng had come? It was too urgent now. He hadn't even given him notice yet. Poking his head out, Zhao Hai wanted to see what was going on. But what he saw was that Li Jian was talking to a couple of police officers. Comrade policeman, he poisoned himself. Here's the video. Li Jian took out the replay of the video and showed it to the police, who came to Zhao Hai. Hello, please follow us back to the police station for investigation. Zhao Hai's face turned very pale. He couldn't figure out where exactly Li Jian got the video from no matter what. Zhao Hai was originally a very wimpy person at heart. Under the interrogation of the police, he gave up the matter, and Sean Yunsheng was soon summoned. But his psychological quality is really too good, too scary, biting the bullet and not admitting it, and in the absence of evidence, there is not too good a way to take him. Fifi Lai came over at the notice of the police. When she heard that there was actually poisoning going on, she naturally couldn't spoil Zhao Hai and broke the rental contract with him on the spot, and call someone to kick Zhao Hai's girlfriend out. After the police sent the three out of the police station, Zhao Shuman asked, "Officer, what kind of punishment will this Zhao Hai get?" Ms. Lu, the appraisal results have come out. The white powder is the powder of sleeping pills. This Zhao Hai intentionally poisoned himself. Although it's not that kind of real poison, but the sleeping pills were put in quite a lot, and there is a malicious and subjective will to harm others. There should be criminal liability, but there were no serious consequences, and the details are still pending on the court side, but it's basically going to jail. That's good then, officer. There's still Sean Yunsheng. There's not enough evidence for what happened to Sean Yunsheng. Next we police will send someone to keep a close eye on him for a while. That's fine. Thank you, officer. Zhao Shumin's heart at the moment is also considered a sigh of relief. By the police attention, he cannot be so unscrupulous. After leaving the police station, the sober version of Lai Fei Fei looked at Zhao Shuman, and she said with some hatred, "I didn't expect that your ex-husband would be such a domestically abusive man, and it's this kind of person that I hate the most. The house is going to be rented out again." Zhao Shuman thought for a moment and said, "Ms. Lai, rent this house to me. I promise my son won't live here." Zhao Shuman wanted to rent a house, which made both Lai Fei Fei and Li Ziyan very surprised. None of them had thought that Zhao Shuman, who had always been very frugal, would want to rent the house. "Okay, then we'll rent it to you, and we'll sign a contract online." Lai Fei Fei fiddled with the contract for a bit and sent it to Zhao Shuman. While Zhao Shuman was signing the contract, Lai Fei Fei asked, "Zhao Shuman, you and Xiaoyan seem to be on good terms. I see that there are times when you guys would dine together." Zhao Shuman spent most of the time when she went to Li Jian's room avoiding the surveillance and passing through dead ends, but there were times when she would inevitably forget. So from Lai Fei Fei's perspective it looked like Li Jian was just occasionally eating with Zhao Shuman. "The boy is delightful. He's not good if he eats out, and there are times when I cook for him." Zhao Shuman was a bit weak. She was still very afraid of people knowing about her and Li Jian. After all, this was really a bit beyond the realm of the mundane. "Well, what are you doing renting an extra master bedroom?" "Ms. Lai, I'm going to buy a sewing machine and go make handmade clothes to sell. My room is too small for that. The main thing is, I don't want people living in it anymore. It's not safe." Looking at Zhao Shuman, who still had panic in her eyes, Lai Fei Fei also gave her a hug, and Lai Fei Fei's heart was really very sympathetic towards Zhao Shuman's encounter. "Li Jian, Auntie sends you guys back first. Later on Auntie has business to talk about. Fei Lai isn't just a koi, she has a few industries of her own on her hands. Aunt Lai, if you're busy go over there first. We're not far from home. We'll be walking home in a while." "Okay." After Lai Fei Fei and Li Jian and Zhao Shuman said goodbye, she walked over to her Xiaomi SU7. Time was indeed a bit tight, so Lai Fei Fei was also slightly anxious. But looking at the way the two walked together, Lai Fei Fei's heart felt a little sour. "Lai Fei Fei, what is going on in your heart? Li Jian is just a child. How can you be jealous?" Thinking about what she had done recently, Lai Fei Fei's heart felt very incredible and shameful. As the two walked home together, Li Jian clearly saw some fear in Zhao Shumin's eyes. "Aunt Zhou, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Xiaoyan. It's just that today's incident really scared Auntie. He even bought Zhao Hai to poison him." "If you hadn't found out he drugged him then." Thinking about it, a lot of cold sweat broke out on Zhao Shumin's forehead. Li Jian could see that it wasn't because of the heat, but because of the fear in his heart, and it was indeed a bit scary to think about such a thing. "It's fine, Auntie. Hasn't the master bedroom already been rented by you?" From now on there will be no one else inside the house except the two of us. At least, that's not going to happen. Zhao Shumen hummed, which was quite reassuring. Auntie's heart is still afraid of Shang Yunsheng, and if he's fine this time, he'll definitely do something else later. It's okay, Auntie Chiu. The police have said they'll send someone to keep an eye on him. And, as long as it's not safe, he won't get away with it that easily if we keep an extra eye on him. And no matter what, I'll be with you all the way, Li Ziyan said very seriously. His voice, making Zhao Shumin's heart was filled with a sense of security. It's so good to have Xiaoyan by her side. Okay, Auntie knows. Walking on the side of the road, looking around without anyone, Li Ziyan hugged Zhao Shumin from behind, feeling Li Ziyan's 21% fondness for herself. Zhao Shumin's heart panicked a little. Xiaoyan, what are you trying to do? Aunt Zhou, I want to kiss you. Auntie is scared to death today and you want to kiss her. Zhao Shumin's voice had some rancor in it. Aunt Zhou, turn around. Kissing is soothing to the nerves. You'll feel much better if we kiss and you won't be so scared inside. Really fake. Zhao Shumin's face began to burn. Of course it's true, Aunt Zhou. See, you're not in as scared a mood as you were a moment ago. Although Zhao Shumin was very resistant, she still turned around, and after Li Ziyan and Zhao Shumin came into a tight hug, he looked down at Zhao Shumin's deep, perfect furrow and kissed Zhao Shumin on the lips. Zhao Shumin reached out to try to block Li Ziyan, but she looked a little powerless. Xiaoyan, Auntie will kiss you again when we get home. Okay, Aunt Zhou, I can't wait to get home. I just want to be here, but there are people in the neighborhood who will see it. Auntie Zhao, this is the suburbs and this road is quite remote. There's no one. Just don't worry about it, Aunt Zhou. But there really is someone. Auntie Chiu, look around. Where is anyone? Zhao Shumin also looked around and realized that this place seemed to be very remote indeed. But the little speech, don't think about it, Aunt Zhou. I can't wait. Li Ziyan couldn't hold down his hormones any longer and kissed straight up at Zhao Shumin. You kids, woo. Zhao Shumin still wanted to resist and stop, but it was too late. She could only kiss Li Ziyan. Once the kissing started, it took a certain amount of determination for Zhou Sukmin to want to discontinue it. It was only after a full 10 minutes that Zhao Shumin, who heard the footsteps, took the initiative to separate from Li Ziyan. She buried her head in Li Ziyan's chest, not daring to look at the passers-by. It wasn't until after the passerby had walked away that she was whispering, "It's all your fault, Xiaoyan. Been shown the door, I guess. Auntie Zhao, what's wrong with that? It's a new society now. It's okay to be seen, and if you don't look at your face, you have such a good figure. People think you're just about my age. Let's go." At the moment, Zhao Shumin just wanted to escape this place and go home. Auntie Zhou, no, let's kiss a little longer. Li Ziyan's hand was placed on Zhao Shumin's beautiful leg, completely unwilling to leave. How long have we been kissing today? I can't. Auntie won't be able to behave if anyone finds out again. Auntie Zhao, let's go to that corner over there then, and kiss in that corner so no one will notice. Saying that, Li Ziyan didn't give Zhao Shumin a rebuff to refuse and pulled Zhao Shumin towards the corner. Xiaoyan, let's go home. Although Zhao Shumin resisted with her mouth, she felt the fire in Li Ziyan's hands. He still followed Li Ziyan towards the inside of the corner. Aunt Zhou, do me a favor. Li Ziyan looked down at Zhao Shumin and said, Xiaoyan, let's go home. Okay, Aunt Zhou, do me a favor. Li Ziyan kissed up against Zhou Sukmin's lips, since it was inside the corner, so Zhao Shumin didn't resist much, accepting and responding to Li Ziyan's kisses. It was a long time before the duo left the corner. Walking down the road, Li Ziyan picked up his 14th store and his second Honey Snow Ice City. At the moment, a Honey Snow Ice City down the road is playing a song. You surround me, guarding perfection. The renovated freshly painted latex sign at the front door is not yet dry. It was then that Li Ziyan noticed that this was actually his 13th store, Honey Snow Ice City. He toured the place not too long ago, and the employees were very respectful to him. Aunt Zhou, let me take you to get a drink. Good. Zhao Shumin's face flushed red as she followed Li Ziyan towards the inside of Honey Snow Ice City. Just coming in, the waiter respectfully said, Boss, you're here. End of chapter. Chapter 94 Auntie Zhao's Adoration. Xiaoyan has opened a store. Catherine's. Zhao Shumin was a bit confused. These people, calling Xiaoyan boss? The shopkeepers were all very enthusiastic about Li Ziyan, because in their perspective, Li Ziyan had her own store at such a young age. The genus is very impressive. I guess it's a rich kid or something. Make 2 strawberry shakes. Auntie Zhao, just order whatever you want to drink. And you can also come over here to order drinks when you're not doing anything in the future. It's all free. Li Ziyan's appearance caused Zhao Shumin's heart to feel a wave of incredulity. Wasn't Xiaoyan a very ordinary kid? And if he really had money, how could he share a room with himself? Words. After pulling Li Ziyan down in her seat, Zhao Shumin felt very uncomfortable. Xiaoyan, how come you're the boss here? Aunt Joe, I did a programming in college and sold it a while ago. I just bought this store. And this Honey Snow Ice City was just bought. Li Jian realized that it was quite troublesome for him to try to explain that he had suddenly become rich. After all, he had always been nothing more than a poor boy in Aunt Zhao's mind before. And in the presence of the three aunts in Shanghai, the same was true of himself. It seemed that one should be prepared to open a shell company of one's own, so that when the aunts suddenly realized that they had money in the future, it wouldn't be so sudden. Saiyan, you're awesome. Zhao Shuman looked at Li Jian with the kind of blooming color in her eyes. She felt that Li Jian's ability was really not a little bit big. At 20 years old, many college students can't even find a job, but Li Jian has already made a name for herself and owns her own store. It's so hard to get a job these days, and you have your own Honey Snow Ice City store. You're really something. All that stuff you study every night, you've really put in the work. Zhao Shumin's praise and the admiration in her eyes made Li Jian's heart feel very comfortable as well. In fact, in a sense, Zhao Shumin was already with him. It was just some problems that existed in reality. It made Zhao Shumin's heart have too many scruples. All men wanted to be worshipped by their women. And naturally, Li Jian was no exception at all. Auntie Zhao, in the future, if you want to drink any iced drinks, you can come over here anytime. I'll talk to them later, so you can drink whatever you want in the future. Auntie is really in your good graces this time. But, Xiao Yan, next time can you not ask Auntie to do you a favor outside? If someone finds out, Auntie really won't be able to behave. Zhao Shumin's voice was very small, afraid of being heard by others. For some behavior that challenges the world's concepts, Zhao Shumin's heart is really not able to do it. It's okay, Auntie Zhao. Let's observe the surrounding area and make sure it's safe. Auntie Zhou, you don't want me to make the same mistakes as before. Li Jian definitely hadn't let go of her mistakes before, and it was all a misunderstanding on Zhao Shumin's part. Okay, Saiyan, but you can't be too indiscreet. Soon, the clerk trotted over and handed 2 glasses of iced drinks to Li Jian, and she looked at Li Jian with very different eyes. In her perception, if she could be with a boss like Li Jian, then you won't have to worry about the cost of rent and cosmetics in the future. Boss, your milkshake. Auntie Zhao, let's go back first. Good. The luster in Zhao Shumin's eyes as she looked at Li Jian was also becoming more and more obvious. Back at the house, Li Jian saw Zhao Hai's tattooed girlfriend moving things against the outside. There were also a few people helping out, and Li Jian knew that this should be the people Aunt Lai had found to kick her out. On her way out, she had some confusion in her eyes, wondering what was going on. More than half an hour later, several people all left the house. The only 2 people left in the rental room were Li Jian and Zhao Shumin. Auntie Zhao, from now on there will only be the 2 of us inside this house. Yeah, Saiyan, let's go clean up the master bedroom. Auntie turned around and remodeled it for clothes. Okay, Aunt Zhou. The 2 of them cleaned up for more than 20 minutes. After Zhao Shumin and Li Jian went to take a shower one after another, Zhao Shumin came to his room to do her needlework. And now that there were orders for handmade clothes, Zhao Shumin was kind of rushing to add more work. Aunt Zhou, you're so pretty. Looking at the refreshed Li Jian was looking at herself with a straight gaze. Zhao Shumin's heart even had a feeling of inexplicable fear. This child's energy was just a little too abundant, right? But that's really how it should be at Li Jian's age. Be honest, Auntie is doing you a favor today. I know, Aunt Zhou. How many of your handmade clothes have you sold? 10 pieces sold now. If you have 10 pieces, that's 8,888. Auntie Zhao, you really have the potential to become a rich woman. Or how about trying to start a live broadcast? Making clothes live? Yeah, I think it's fine. After all, it gives the customer placing the order a sense of value for money to watch their dress being made by hand. If you don't feel comfortable with that, you can get a piece of cloth and strangle it. Li Jian knew that Zhao Shumin very much didn't want to show her top on the internet. Well, Auntie, try. Zhao Shumin felt that there was some truth in what Li Jian said. Then I'll help you get Auntie, and you go wrap your breasts. Zhou Sukman hemmed and went back to her room to wrap her top. After coming back again, Li Jian clearly saw that Zhao Shumin had been strangled quite a bit smaller and didn't look as exaggerated as before. May I? It's okay, Auntie Zhao. Let me help you start the live broadcast. Li Jian felt more and more that Aunt Zhao had the potential to be a netizen, and after fixing the phone with a stand, she aimed it at Zhao Shumin's face. Li Jian opened the live stream. Sayaka, what should I do? Auntie Zhou, just read the comments and chat with the viewers when you're not doing anything. It's easy. I know, Saiyan. It didn't take long to get the show on the air, and the number of people was in the dozens with some small, worthless gifts. This made Li Jian feel the benefits of looking pretty even more. Random people give gifts. Tonight, Li Jian didn't make things difficult for Zhao Shumin, and there was some worry in his heart about pushing Zhao Shumin to the brink. At 12 o'clock in the night, the system's intelligence was also refreshed on time. Going to this lottery store and buying this stack of scratch-offs could result in a profit of $1.500. The wild bonus link is what Li Ziyan is most concerned about. But of course, what he is most looking forward to now is the earnings of his 14 stores at the time of settlement. After all, it's not very realistic to try to have $100 million in savings with these wild bonuses alone. Not to mention that the ultimate goal of the system is more than just $100 million in cash, and a villa, which is no small amount. Catherine got a couple of guys to follow you, planning to beat you up out of anger in a secluded area after you came out of the office. This information was also expected by Li Ziyan. After all, like Catherine, such as the inner arrogance of the white race and the heart of the very despised the yellow race. After being kissed by herself earlier, she must have been quite upset inside, thinking of getting revenge back from before Catherine tried to shove her foot in her mouth. You can just see how much she really hates herself in her heart. New mission issued. Please counteract the thugs Catherine has found and find Catherine hiding in the shadows and use kissing as a way to punish Catherine. Mission reward, a programming company. Remarks, a programming company that is busy on the surface, but actually breaks even and makes zero profit every month. Could be a cover for your store estate. Subsequently, you can escalate your earnings through other tasks. Previously, Li Ziyan's mind was very troubled by the problem of the source of his store. The process of those acquisitions was not a problem, and they were also acquired and paid for in their own name. But it's not clear where one's money comes from. While there is the ability of the system to keep one's income from being checked and noticed, the store will eventually be noticed. This programming company can give itself a good cover. Thinking about this, Li Ziyan slowly fell asleep. The next day, after Li Ziyan washed up, Zhao Shuman was already waiting for him inside his room as usual. Aunt Zhou, your cooking smells so good. That's all it is every day. Eat up, Sion. Today's Zhao Shuman's heart also felt very relaxed. In the past, when there was someone living next door, it always made her heart very uneasy, worrying that her affair with Li Ziyan would be discovered. But now that the two were living afterward, the pressure inside her was completely relieved. Life had a lot of metal, but this rental house had already been a haven for her and Li Ziyan, and as long as she was inside the house, she felt very secure inside. Auntie Zhao, isn't it a lot more comfortable inside the house now that it's just the two of us? Well, back in the day Auntie was always wondering if someone would find out or something, but now it's much better. Then, Auntie Zhao, from now on, will you sleep with me every day? What are you thinking? Of course not. There was some shyness in Zhao Shumin's play. This kid just thought about being close to himself all day. Aunt Zhou, I was just kidding you. By the way, are you going to buy your sewing machine off the internet? Forget it. Auntie will go to the yard sale today and just find a suitable one that will work. Zhao Shumin's beautiful eyes were filled with longing for the future. Okay, Auntie Zhao, be careful when you're out there. Even though Shan Yunsheng is now under the police's attention, he doesn't know what he'll do. Don't worry about it, Sion. In the future, Auntie will try not to go out, and when the master bedroom over there is done, she will just make clothes at home and open a live broadcast. There are some things Auntie has figured out, too. From now on, Auntie keeps the air conditioning on when she makes clothes. Some money doesn't have to be saved so much. Previously, Zhao Shumin's heart has always been to let his own son to become a family, and Lu Yan married, but now it seems that his own son is able to rely on the need to play a question mark. Her heart no longer felt that her son would be kind to her. That's best. And Auntie Zhao, you can make money selling handmade clothes now, and you can make money broadcasting live, so there's really no need to work so hard. Well, Auntie knows. The two chatted and everything was very cozy. After breakfast, Li Ziyan followed Zhao Shuman to the kitchen. Looking at Li Ziyan standing in the doorway, Zhao Shumin's heart panicked a little. This kid, he's not going to try to get himself a favor again. Sayaka, what's wrong? Don't go to work yet. Aunt Zhou, I want to kiss. You kids. Zhao Shuman closed her eyes, knowing that she really couldn't refuse Li Ziyan, because this was the agreement between himself and Li Ziyan before. Walking forward, Li Ziyan hugged Zhao Shuman and then kissed in. Oh, you kids, don't touch. Aunt Zhou, it's not like I've done anything excessive. Zhao Shuman didn't continue to speak, but instead, she backhanded Li Ziyan and continued to kiss with him, and that hot, dry feeling in her heart was spreading. After arriving at the company, Li Ziyan clocked in and went to work as usual. The days were now very repetitive, but Li Ziyan found it very pleasant. After all, his daily job was to touch fish. This damn Catherine, trying to hit me. Thinking about what Catherine wanted to do next, Li Ziyan's heart was also a little angry. Li Ziyan, the president wants you to go to her office. Just after arriving, Lu Jinqin asked Li Ziyan to go over as usual. Li Ziyan had gotten used to it long ago. After entering the door, Catherine looked at Li Ziyan with very bad eyes. Today she didn't wear black silk, and those strolling legs looked very snow white, but those hateful heels are still the same as always. Li Ziyan, come here and press my feet. Catherine still felt a pang of nausea inside when she remembered that Li Jian had kissed herself. This lowly yellow man dared to slight himself. However, today, Li Jian is going to pay for what she has done. When she thought of her plan to beat up Li Jian, Catherine's heart was in uncontrollable anticipation. Coming to Catherine's side, Li Jian gently took off Catherine's high heels. Taking that flawless white jade foot in her hands, Catherine very naturally slipped her foot inside Li Jian's t-shirt and pressed it on top of his stomach. End of chapter. Chapter 95, Li Jian knows Kung Fu. Punish Catherine by catching her on the spot. This time Catherine didn't wear stockings, so the feeling of her jade feet on Li Jian's stomach was completely different. It felt, well, a little icy. It made Li Jian feel a burst of 21 points of excitement. This woman was indeed bad to the core though, but the looks were really nothing to write home about. And that different kind of flavor was always something that made Li Jian's heart salivate a little. Li Jian, give me a good foot massage. Go and give me a good scrubbing of the toilet later. And the company trash can too. Catherine's voice was laced with hate. Catherine's heart has never been able to let go of that incident. Li Jian's hand was stroking and massaging Catherine's beautiful legs back and forth, pressing, and Catherine closed her eyes. This damn Li Jian. The massage really feels too comfortable. Let her heart feel a burst of ecstasy. This lowly yellow man. Why the massage will be so comfortable. His hands seem to have a kind of magic awe. After a while, Li Jian helped Catherine massage up her knees, then groped and massaged some distance into it, which caused Catherine to let out a soft humming sound. But she didn't stop Li Jian either. Li Jian's massage was indeed extraordinary, and looking at the blush on Catherine's fair and pretty face, Li Jian's heart felt a burst of amusement. This woman's heart was very much despising herself, but at the same time she was very much addicted to being massaged by herself. She was still really very conflicted inside. However, today's assignment had the requirement of kissing Catherine. When the time came, he himself would let Catherine's heart feel that humiliating feeling again and make her lose sleep again. And the more Catherine despised Li Jian, the more Li Jian's heart was filled with that feeling of anticipation for kissing Catherine. After more than half an hour, Li Jian left Catherine's office. After going out, he again gave Lu Jinxin the things that Catherine had asked him to do directly to Lu Jinxin to do. And he could see that for the matter of brushing the toilet, Lu Jinxin was very energetic. In the middle of the office, Catherine clenched her pink fists, with the slightest hint of a blush on her pretty face. This lowly yellow man massaged his own thighs, although it was only the lower part. The blazing sensation coming from Li Jian's hand still made Catherine feel a burst of uncontrollable dryness. This damn Li Jian's hands were really overly warm. Today, we must make Li Jian pay the price. After making a phone call and turning in, Catherine's heart was full of anticipation. Sales is all about traveling around every day. The whole day is definitely going to be spent in some less crowded places. Of course, trying to find an out-of-the-way place without surveillance to beat him up wasn't going to be that easy. After all, there were cameras everywhere now, but Catherine wasn't in a hurry. As long as one takes revenge, one must make Li Jian pay for it. After waiting a while, Catherine drove out the door. She shared the location with the punk and drove after a few people. I wanted to see if I could catch Li Jian falling out today. After Li Jian went out, Catherine drove not far behind her. Soon, she saw Li Jian enter a lottery store. The few gangsters wearing sunglasses were all afraid to move. It was still very difficult to find a place without cameras in Magic City, but Catherine did offer a little too much money, and neither of them felt able to refuse, and there would be more compensation if they were caught. And anyway, just a beating wouldn't have too serious consequences, so they were all fist-pumping waiting for their chance. This damn Li Jian, not going to talk business at work. How dare you come here to buy a lottery ticket? Sitting on top of the Mercedes S, Catherine gripped her steering wheel tightly. However, the sales department has always been very free, and there is no problem to just touch the fish after completing the KPIs. It looks like he doesn't want to give my son a KPI. This phallic guy. Catherine's mouth constantly cursed Li Jian. Cursing and swearing, she could be said to be very upset with Li Jian in her heart. And Li Jian also noticed the Mercedes S that Catherine drove today. In order to track herself, she did not drive the Bentley of the flat time step. If Li Jian hadn't been prepared, he wouldn't have noticed Catherine. After claiming the wild prize, Li Jian walked out of the lottery store. At the moment, his savings also exceeded $190,000. This rate of earning is getting fast, but it's still too far from the goal of 100 million. Thinking about it, Li Jian's heart became even more excited about the first month's earnings from his 14 stores, which would be the bulk of his future income. In the event that you gather a little bit of money, the monthly earnings are definitely quite substantial as well. The rest of the day was spent casually groping for fish and hanging out. Since Catherine liked to follow her around waiting for her to be beaten, she had to toss the big yokel herself before she could do anything about it. Finding a random internet cafe and sitting down, Li Jian played the game. Catherine was sitting in the car even though it was air-conditioned. But the long hours of sitting were making her a little cranky. The next time Li Jiyan was even more wandering around. In the afternoon, he even went to practice for Subject 3, and also chatted with He Yanrong. This made Catherine's mind even more incredibly irritated. Li Jiyan went so far as to use his work time to practice driving. It had waited until the time of 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Catherine's patience was pretty much worn out, having not eaten at noon and only drunk mineral water. It also feels like a lot of hunger. Finally, with Catherine's mind very much in the gutter, Li Jiyan walked into a very isolated-looking side street. There was obviously no surveillance here, and Catherine hurriedly parked her car and followed quietly. Up ahead, the three punks also noticed such an opportunity. After following this kid for a day, they could finally make some money this time, and they didn't put Li Jiyan in their eyes at all. After all, three people fighting one that's not so easy. After stopping at a corner, Li Jiyan looked at the three people with sunglasses behind her. Tired of following me around all day? At the same time, Li Jiyan also saw Catherine, who was drilling into the small alley. The three punks didn't panic at all even though they were discovered by Li Jiyan. Together, they walked over to Li Jiyan without panic, intending to teach him a lesson. Catherine, who had been waiting all day, was finally completely excited at this moment. Here we go. Li Jiyan had so disregarded himself. This time he could finally make Li Jiyan pay. At the same time, her heart felt a little apprehensive. The scene of Li Jiyan violently beating that Ni brother could be said to be very clear in Kesali's mind. These three people couldn't be Li Jiyan's opponents, but it seemed unlikely that three couldn't beat one anymore. She also took out her cell phone, intending to record the scene where Li Jiyan was beaten up. In that case, he could take it out and look at it when he had nothing else to do to relieve his anger. And in the future, he would have a variety of ways to clean up Li Jiyan. It's only fair to show this lowlife what he's made of. The three people were getting closer and closer, but Li Jiyan's heart didn't panic at all. He took the lead and kicked out at the punk to his right. With a muffled sound, the right gangster was instantly kicked out, while the other two gangsters tried to take advantage of the opportunity to hold Li Jiyan down. The fiercer ones just need to be pinned to the ground, then there wouldn't be any room to play. Frequent fights were still very clear to them, but with Li Jiyan's reaction speed, how could these two punks who often amuse themselves catch him? After quickly dodging over, Li Jiyan punched one of the punks in the chest. This was followed by a kick to the leg of another punk. All three of them let out screams of varying degrees of misery, and all of them didn't feel quite right at this point. This guy seems to have practiced. How come you can fight so well? This scene was likewise clearly seen by Catherine in the dark, who covered her mouth, feeling incredulous in her heart. How could Li Jiyan be so powerful, easily beating a few people to the point of screaming? Just a single glance, three people were defeated. Could he really know the legendary Oriental Kung Fu? So is it true that those legendary immortals and whatnot also exist? The three punks didn't realize that they had wanted to pack Li Jiyan in a group beating, but ended up being packed in turn. Thinking of Catherine in the shadows, who was still watching, they all had a feeling of losing face in their hearts, like a woman as beautiful as Catherine. After climbing up, the three men once again charged at Li Jiyan, trying to put him down. Casually bending over to dodge an oncoming punch, Li Jiyan directly punched the frontmost gangster in the stomach, and the feeling of such a punch to the flesh made his heart feel a burst of violent pleasure. There aren't a lot of opportunities like this one where you can fight in self-defense, and if Catherine could invite people over to beat herself up more often, then she could fight in no-holds-barred fights more often. He then very casually teased the three men, nimble maneuvering to dodge and then give them a punch or a kick everywhere. In a few minutes, the three gangsters were all beaten and swollen into panda eyes. The sunglasses that were used to act cool were also all knocked away by Li Jiyan. Seeing that the situation was not right, the three people turned around and ran on the spot, fearing that they would be crippled here by Li Jiyan. Three men defeated in such a short time. It made Catherine, who was watching from the shadows, stomp her feet. Those three losers. But how come Li Jiyan really knows Kung Fu? She had wanted to see the scene of Li Jiyan being beaten up furiously, or even disfigured, so that she could take out her own anger about being kissed by Li Jiyan. But Catherine really never dreamed that Li Jiyan would be able to fight to such an extent. It's over. It looks like we'll have to clean up Li Jiyan in another way. At least call 7 people to be Li Jiyan's opponent. Kung Fu is horrible. Kesali's heart had a strong feeling of awe for the Kung Fu of the East, and it would be too difficult for her to beat up Li Jiyan in the future. One would have to clean him up in some other way to do that. While Catherine was chagrined by the futility of today's action, she saw Li Jiyan walking towards this side. This made Catherine's heart panic even more. Had Li Jiyan discovered herself? This can't be right, Catherine thought in her mind. But Li Jiyan was getting closer, and it was just coming this way. This made Catherine's heart panic even more. Her heart thumping. Catherine was really afraid that Li Jiyan would beat her up after finding her. After coming to the entrance of the alleyway where Catherine was hiding, Li Jian came to Catherine's front. President Catherine, I really didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. Yeah, that's a bit of a coincidence really. At this point, Catherine felt a little embarrassed, but luckily, Li Jian didn't know that the person who beat him up was the one who found him. President, I didn't think that you, the president of such a big company, would do such a thing as finding someone to beat me up. It's really a bit childish. You're talking nonsense. What proof do you have? Naturally, Catherine couldn't admit it. After all, it would get her into a lot of trouble. They told me just now when I was beating them up. They have no credibility. It was only after she had finished that Catherine felt as if she had been duped. How about we call the police on this? Li Jian knew that if she called the police, she would definitely not be able to investigate Catherine, and she must have prepared enough hush money in advance for what she did. Don't call the police, Li Jian. If the police aren't called, then MS. Catherine, you're going to have to suffer a little bit more. What do you want? At this point, Catherine's mind felt a bit flustered. She subconsciously took a few steps back, and Li Jian directly walked up and took Catherine in his arms before kissing her on her red lips. Oh, you asshole. Catherine didn't realize that she was kissing this lowly yellow man again. In his own mind he was so despising Li Jian, but after kissing with Li Jian, Catherine was also somewhat unable to suppress and control her inner loneliness. Catherine was likewise a mature woman who had been lonely for many years. She hadn't made out with the opposite sex for quite a few years. After Li Jian kissed her last time, that kiss was like a spark that gradually set that meadow inside Catherine ablaze. She began to respond with frantic enthusiasm, and Catherine's sudden response made Li Jian feel like the kiss had truly come to perfection. After all, it takes two to make this work, and there's no fun in a solo act. Kissing someone she despised from the bottom of her bones was surprisingly a thrill in Catherine's mind of inexplicably being defiled herself. She felt as if she was enjoying this a little. End of chapter. Chapter 96. Catherine, could it be my seed? Auntie Chiu's indulgence. At this moment, Catherine clearly felt the conflicting feelings within herself. In her heart, she had really always despised Li Jian very much, but it was kissed by Li Jian for the second time. She had no choice but to keep responding in order to rest her case, but this feeling of being defiled by someone her heart despised so much, surprisingly, made Kesseley's heart feel a little enjoyment. She was even hoping that Li Jian could trample on her and give her all kinds of orders. Could it be that one is such a pariah? Catherine mused inwardly. At this point she had a feeling she couldn't see herself straight anymore. What the hell is wrong with myself? The two kissed passionately together inside the alley, like a pony and a cart. After a long time, someone came over to this side before Catherine hurriedly pushed Li Jian away. The duo made their way towards the outside, the streets looking very much like they had that heavy feeling of age to them because of the reason why the place hadn't been developed much. The 4 or 5-story old residential building. Even the garbage cans looked to be many years old. The rainwater stream running through the sewer sounded somewhat pleasant, and the only regret was that the setting sun was actually burning a bit at this time. Near the end of summer vacation. It's the middle of the summer heat. Li Jian, this matter can end now. Catherine's heart felt a bit ashamed, and she also reacted that even though she had gone to get someone to beat up Li Jian, she had also paid for the hush money. They wouldn't sell out if they were caught, and on top of that, Li Jian didn't suffer at all. Instead, the 3 men were beaten up and swollen. Even if they are held accountable, they can't be held accountable for anything, right, President? Of course, but I don't think the kiss was enjoyable enough this time. You can send me again. Listening to Li Jian's words, Catherine's heart was on fire. Her heart was already very much despising Li Jian, but now this lowly yellow man dared to make a deal with himself? It really doesn't know the sky. You deserve to kiss me too. Catherine's voice was filled with a strong sense of superiority. Doesn't this damn Li Jian realize that he's a lowly yellow man who doesn't deserve to come and do that kind of thing with himself? A noble white man. President, don't I deserve it? Li Jian found it interesting to look at Catherine. Of course you don't deserve it. Look at the color of our skin. Catherine stretched her arm out in front of Li Jian's face. Unless one is the elite of the yellow race to be worthy of the white race, but you're just an ordinary man. The superiority in Catherine's voice could not have been more obvious. She really didn't put Li Jian in her eyes. So it is, President Catherine, but just now you seem to be kissing me in a very cooperative manner, despising me in your heart and still enjoying kissing me. In that case the president seems to be very lowly. You're the... After Catherine was poked in her soft underbelly. At this moment, she was also a bit furious with this damn Li Jian. A slap was lashed up at Li Jian, but it was still easily caught by Li Jian, then gently kissed Catherine's fingertips. Thinking of Catherine making herself brush the toilet all day long to make things difficult for herself, Li Jian's heart felt a rush of pleasure. Just like this to get back at Catherine was the best way. Get away from me. Catherine pulled away from Li Jian in great disgust. This damn yellow man was really getting the better of him. President, if you kiss me one more time, I'll let this matter go. Li Ziyan felt that it was probably hopeless, and now that Catherine had probably reacted, the few people she had found were the ones who had been beaten up. Well, come on over here. I'll take that as a dog bite. President Catherine, there's no rush. I think it's better to wait until I'm in the mood to kiss you inside the company someday. You wait. Catherine left angrily, and looking at Catherine's back, Li Ziyan also felt a pang of heat. The big foreign horse was a real looker, and in the midst of his snug embrace with Catherine, he got a good sense of just how perfect Catherine's body really was. But I guess Catherine and I are completely incompatible from now on. Li Ziyan's heart was very much looking forward to Catherine being able to continue making moves. After all, the biggest advantage of his own intelligence system was here, being forewarned and then countering it, and getting something out of it. After the mission was completed, the system's rewards arrived soon after. After 14 previous stores, Jian Li owns her first company, taking an inventory of the properties that I now have in my name. 2 $2 stores, 2 mini markets, 2 breakfast stores, 2 billiard parlors, 2 foot spas, 2 barber stores plus 2 Honey Snow Ice City franchises, and a programming company. But the programming company only scratches the surface of business, and despite having nearly 100 employees, it just about breaks even, is not profitable. If you want this company to make money, it also has to be boosted by subsequent quests, and with his own primary income currently coming from his 14 stores, he's looking forward more and more to the first month's settlement. He then named his programming company One Word Network. Now the domestic internet companies can be said to be blossoming. Li Ziyan's ZN network looks very inconspicuous. Still, looking at the industry in his name, he had an uncontrollable sense of fulfillment within him. In the evening, after Li Ziyan returned home, she smelled the aroma of rice coming from the kitchen. He headed straight for the inside of the kitchen, after hugging Zhao Shumin from behind. With a 21-point fondness for Zhao Shumin, Li Ziyan sniffed the smell of Zhao Shumin's hair. Aunt Zhou, you smell so good. Go on, just came back and you're immodest. Hugging Auntie from behind, you're not afraid of being discovered. At this moment, Zhao Shumin's heart had a very shameful feeling. Li Jiyon was his junior, and although he was already 20 years old, he was just a little kid to himself. But now his relationship with him had developed into what it was now. Every time she thought about it, Zhao Shumin's heart felt unreal. Auntie Chiu, what's so immodest about it? I should be hugging you in a proper situation. I so hope next week can come soon. Besides, now that we're the only two left inside this house, no one can get in but us, and nothing we do will be noticed. For a 1-week deadline, Li Ziyan's heart was very much looking forward to it. You child, that's all that's on your mind all day. Zhou Sukman pulled away from Li Ziyan's hand, but Li Ziyan turned to hug her from the front and then kissed her on the lips. Zhao Shumin wanted to resist, but after realizing that there was no way she could stop this kiss with Li Ziyan, Zhao Shumin just indulged Li Ziyan. After thinking that only she and Li Ziyan were left in this house, Zhao Shumin's heart felt incredibly relaxed and cozy. It's really mesmerizing right now. The two kissed for a while before Zhao Shumin pushed Li Ziyan away. Xiao Yan, can you be honest now? Auntie Zhao, how are the clothes done today? Are those customers who placed the order satisfied? The items that Li Ziyan put on the shelves for Zhao Shumin are purely handmade original design women's clothing. The orders are placed by women, so that's a lot of hassle-free. Well, the people who are ordering for me are little girls who are also watching me live. A lot of people are asking Auntie to add merchandise now, and Auntie won't. But this is enough for now. If the clothes continue to be more than enough, I don't think Auntie will be able to do it all. And someone from the costume design company sent Aunt a private message to get on board. It really is the age of the internet. It seems. Speaking of live streaming, Zhao Shumin was obviously very interested. That's good. Then, Aunt Zhou, you do these 10 first. We'll put it back on the shelves when it's done and sell 188 of them then. 1,188. Isn't this too expensive? Sion, it's not expensive Auntie. Don't worry, just listen to me. The market price is determined by supply and demand. The style of the clothes you make is worth the money. Don't worry Aunt Zhou. Well, Auntie does everything you say. By the way, Auntie Zhao, I saw that when you were live streaming, there were quite a lot of small gifts. How much money can you get in a day now? You still watch Auntie live. The number of people among Zhao Shumin's room wasn't large, but it was still stable. And most of them were girls who were looking for beautiful clothing styles. Of course, naturally, some LSPs were inevitable. Although Aunt Zhou was already wrapped around her own top. But the hidden camel is bigger than the horse. And with a few people left over from the first time the video was posted, there were a lot of people who gave small gifts. Of course, Auntie, I miss you especially when I'm at work, so I check your live stream. It's nice that way. I get to see my aunt when I'm not doing anything. Li Ziyan's words warmed Zhao Shumin's heart. She took the initiative and planted a kiss on Li Ziyan's lips, and it took a while before she separated from him. After helping Li Jian wipe off the saliva at the corner of her mouth, Zhao Shumen also smiled gently. You child, you've been thinking about your aunt all day. Can you still go to work? Aunt Zhou, I'm sure I'll be good at my job. It's when I'm not doing anything that I read it. Well, Xiao Yan, Auntie's live broadcasting has its benefits. Those customers who placed orders all added Auntie's WeChat. If there are any girls in the neighborhood, Auntie can introduce you to each other. Li Jian. Auntie Zhao's heart really was still remembering to help herself to a blind date at all times. Aunt Zhou, I'll just have you. No blind dates. Hugging Zhao Shumen tightly, Li Jian listened to Zhao Shumen's heartbeat and was again getting tired of her. Silly boy. It's not like Auntie can stay with you all the time. Holding Li Jian's head tightly, Zhao Shumen's pretty face was filled with that kind of loving mother doting. She didn't think of Li Jian as a man in her heart. Rather, he always treated Li Jian as a complete child. That's all. It's just that now one has to help this kid out a lot with some of his problems and a little bit of indulgence every week. However, when Xiao Yan got a date, his own help as an elder out of goodwill could come to an end. Inside a Western restaurant, after Catherine ate a whole steak inside her stomach, that hungry feeling of not eating at lunch just dissipated a lot. This damn Li Jian, Catherine cursed as the scene of Li Jian kissing her inside the alleyway kept surfacing inside her. This damned yellow man is kissing me. To think that he had responded to Li Jian and was even a bit obsessed with kissing Li Jian, Catherine slapped at her pretty white face. After that slap, Catherine's heart was completely awake. Why did he agree to kiss with Li Jian one more time? There wouldn't have been anything that would have happened if he had just left at that time. Li Jian was the one who took advantage of the situation. Thinking that she was about to be kissed by Li Jian inside the company made her feel as if she was sitting on pins and needles, and tonight was destined to be a sleepless night of inner torment for Catherine. Her feelings of superiority over Li Jian and the way Li Jian kissed her entangled turned into an inner spike that began to torment Catherine. After dinner, Zhao Shumen looked at Li Jian's eyes and said, Xiao Yan, you can study inside this room during the night. Auntie is live in the corner. It doesn't bother you, and you can save some money on air conditioning that way. Although Zhao Shumen was a lot more generous now, she was still very frugal with this kind of money that she could save. Okay, Auntie, to be able to accompany Aunt Zhao, Li Ziyan's heart was very fond of it, and in the cold city of Shanghai, the feeling of having Zhao Shumen accompanying her made Li Ziyan feel extraordinarily cozy. He was enjoying this. After a while, Zhao Shumen, who had finished cleaning up the dishes, returned. Xiao Yan, Auntie is going to start live broadcasting. Don't come and make a move on Auntie. There's quite a few of them on the air, too. Don't worry Aunt Zhou. I know. In the evening time, the two of them sat not far from each other, and Li Ziyan quietly watched Zhao Shumen making clothes, wanting to hold Aunt Zhou in her arms. Zhao Shumen, on the other hand, was busy on the sewing machine. She was also relentlessly helping the customers to change their styles. Aunt Zhou's kind of tenderness, watching Li Ziyan was a bit mesmerized. In fact, this is the truest form of Auntie Chiu, isn't it? It's just the misfortune of her childhood coupled with the many things that happened later. It made Auntie Zhao slowly turn into the shrewish look that she later became. And since her relationship with Auntie Zhao got better, she was really very gentle and doting on herself. She hadn't gotten mad at herself for pestering her to do something excessive before. It was after 10 p.m. when Li Ziyan waved her hand at Zhao Shumen. Zhao Shumen stood up and came to Li Ziyan's side. What's wrong, Winnie? Auntie Zhao, will you sleep with me tonight? I miss you. It's only been a short time since I slept with you. And you miss your aunt. Are you imagining things again? Zhao Shumen saw Li Ziyan's thoughts at a glance. No, Auntie, I'm not imagining things. I just want to cuddle up to Auntie and sleep. It's good to have someone around at night to feel safe. Okay Auntie. Xiao Yan, wait for next week. Okay, Auntie is definitely true to her word. You can do whatever you want when the time comes. Auntie Zhao, I'll hug Auntie during the night. I'll be honest. Okay. Saying that, Li Ziyan, who was sitting on the chair, wrapped her arms around Zhao Shumen's waist, rather with an air of not letting Zhao Shumen leave if she didn't agree. Words, you let go of Auntie. Zhao Shumen's face began to burn. Auntie Zhao, just promise me okay, I really want to hug you to sleep. Okay, promise, I'll stay with you tonight, but you'll have to be honest to do it. Okay, otherwise Auntie won't be with you anymore. The matter of not being nice to herself had been said many times by Zhao Shumen, but Li Ziyan's heart was also very clear that Aunt Zhao wouldn't do that. Although her usual appearance seemed rather spirited, Zhao Shumen was actually a very sentimental person. I know Auntie, hurry up and get off the air. It's almost time. Zhao Shumen hemmed and went back to do her clothes for another short while later shutting down the live stream. She wasn't chatting with her viewers much, just replying to her customers' words. The viewers of the live broadcast also took this for granted. After all, Zhao Shumen is a middle-aged woman. Auntie, let's go back to our room. Take the dead end. Don't let the landlady see it. Zhao Shuman had always been very mindful of this issue, and her mind was still very afraid of being seen by Lai Fei for something. In her mind, what happened between herself and Li Jiyan had always been a mistake. It can only be kept as a secret forever. It's something that should never be made known to anyone else. Okay, Aunt Zhou. Auntie will take a shower first. Zhao Shuman went to the bathroom, while Li Jiyan cozily returned to her room to wait for Aunt Zhou. I can hug Auntie Zhou when I go to sleep tonight, and it feels really comfortable. While waiting for Zhao Shuman to take a bath, Li Jiyan received a call from Lai Fei. Hey, Aunt Rai. Usually Aunt Shin and Aunt Rome wouldn't take the initiative to call him, and only the wine mongoloid version of Lai Fei would call him regularly. What do you call Aunt Rai? Call mommy. Cubby, you were born to me. Lai Fei's drunken voice made Li Jiyan feel deeply helpless, but Aunt Lai was in good health and the drinking didn't affect her much. In that case it doesn't matter. Aunt Lai, they say women are made of water, but I think you're made of wine. Then come over here and mommy will feed you. Mom's had too much wine and is feeling a little up. Li Jiyan, Auntie Lai still plays steadily when she's drunk. I'd better not. Aunt Rai, I'm afraid of getting drunk. You resent Mom. Mom had a hard time giving birth to you. You heartless. Cubby, come on. Let mommy hold you. Baby cub. Lai Fei and Li Jiyan were chatting, but their voices were getting smaller and smaller. The outside of the villa was now secretly patrolled by security personnel, and the doors and windows inside the villa and everything else had been reinforced to prevent any accidents. Since Lai Tianming had gotten into trouble with the gambling debt thing, Lai Fei's heart was still very much on guard against any accidents that might happen. Pups, mommy loves you. After saying that, Lai Fei completely fell asleep. Li Jiyan knew that Aunt Lai was obviously asleep. Aunt Rai thinks I'm her son every time she drinks. The phone had just hung up when Zhao Shuman, who had finished her shower, walked in. Xiao Yan, go and take a bath. If you don't take a bath, go to bed. How hot it is this day. I'm on my way Aunt Zhou. You put on the black silk first. Li Jiyan placed the black silk on the bed. How can I wear this black silk when it's all torn up? Auntie Zhao. In that case it's not stringy to wear, and it's comfortable to sleep at night. And torn black silk actually looks pretty good. Just for company you still have to wear stockings. Aunt Zhou, just wear it. I'm going to feel your legs properly later. You kids, go take a shower and go. Zhao Shuman urged Li Jiyan. After Li Jiyan left the room to take a shower, Zhao Shuman gently picked up the black silk, and after putting it on and then putting her pajama pants back on, she covered herself with the quilt and leaned against the bed waiting for Li Jiyan to come over. Her pretty face was filled with tenderness, and the current days were really very reassuring for Zhao Shuman. It was just that the matter of Shan Yunqing was always inside her that made her feel very nervous. Also there is her own son, Sang Soon Sung, who makes her heart feel very sad. At the end of the day, the person who was the best and most sincere to himself was Li Jiyan, who was an outsider. It wasn't until after Li Jiyan returned that she collected the thoughts in her mind. Xiao Yan, you bathed too quickly. It's only been less than 10 minutes. Did you use body wash? Used. Come here and I'll smell it. Li Jiyan closed the door, and the sound of that door locking seemed as if it flipped a switch inside Zhao Shuman's heart. It made her insides feel as if some kind of bondage had been opened. Auntie, I'll use it. It smells pretty good. It's just that the bath is too fast. Sayan, in the future, try to take a bath in more than 20 minutes, and you still have to brush your teeth. It was solved instantly in the shower. It's almost 11. When Li Jiyan thought about it, Zhao Shuman did take more than half an hour to wash up, while he himself had solved it at the speed of light. Come to bed then. Turn off the lights. Li Jiyan knew that Zhao Shuman had always been very shy. After all, this matter of sleeping with herself had always been a very embarrassing thing for Zhao Shuman. Good. After turning off the light, Li Jiyan directly jumped onto the top of the quilt and hugged Zhao Shuman's neck before looking at him, with 4 eyes facing each other. Zhao Shuman's face quickly burned. Sayan, what are you doing pressing on Auntie? Aunt Zhou, I just love looking at you. Auntie is a handful of years old. What's there to see? Auntie Zhao, looking good has nothing to do with age. I think you are getting prettier and prettier. Li Jiyan's attribute of eternal youth is still very obvious. The current Zhao Shuman's skin condition is much better than before, and in the future, she only needs to be with herself often. Then it can always stay that way. Don't worry about aging. You're all about making Auntie happy. Zhao Shuman's face was however getting redder and redder. Aunt Zhou, I meant what I said. Saying that, Li Jiyan kissed Zhao Shuman's snow-white neck. You child, what are you doing kissing your aunt's neck? Aunt Zhou, I like you. I like kissing anywhere. Saying that, Li Jiyan kissed Zhao Shuman's neck twice again. Okay, say, stop it. It's a little ticklish. Don't press on Auntie. I can hardly breathe. You don't mind the heat. Auntie, I don't mind the heat. I still feel a little cold. Isn't this air conditioner on? Well, come on in then. Don't freeze. Saying that, Zhao Shuman lifted the quilt up by a corner. Don't come in yet. You want to freeze and catch a cold. After Li Jian got in through the corner of the quilt that was lifted up, she felt a burst of warmth. Hugging Zhao Shuman tightly, he only felt that the current days were like heaven. Why are you still pressing auntie? Come on down. Like a 3-year-old baby. Zhao Shuman's heart felt a little weepy. This child. Most of the time there really wasn't much difference between him and a child anymore. Aunt Zhou, am I not just a child in front of you? Yes, little baby. Let auntie hurt you. Zhao Shuman wrapped Li Jian in her arms and gently patted his back, playing with Li Jian. Gradually, her face reddened a little. Okay, say, come on down. Be honest, you're an adult, a big boy. After Li Jian came down, he took Zhao Shuman's hand and said, Auntie, then lie in my arms. You're a child and you let your aunt lie in your arms. Aunt Zhou, it's not what you said. I'm a big boy. It's more normal for you to lean into my arms because I'm protecting you. Zhao Shuman gently lay in Li Jian's arms, listening to Li Jian's heartbeat, and that bursting sense of security spread. It's also true that Sayaka is all grown up. Auntie, put your leg in my lap. What for? It makes it look like I'm the one you're relying on and I'm here to protect you. I think you want to touch your aunt's leg. Yes, Auntie Zhou, your legs are so beautiful. I love auntie's legs the most. Bull asterisk 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 again. Zhao Shuman's heart knew very well what Li Jian liked most about himself, and some of his obsessions with himself could really be said to be a bit crazy. Although she knew what Li Jian was thinking, Zhao Shuman still placed her leg on Li Jian's leg, and Li Jian's warmth came through, making Zhao Shuman's heart beat a little faster as well. Aunt Zhou, I'll touch the black silk. After Li Jian placed her hand on Zhao Shuman's leg, she realized that Zhao Shuman was still wearing her pajamas. Aunt Zhou, you're not wearing black silk. In the faint glow coming through the window outside, Zhao Shuman saw Li Jian's somewhat disappointed look. This made Zhao Shuman couldn't help but feel a little funny. Children were just children in the end. Auntie wore it. Aunt Zhou, you're starting to lie too. You're obviously not wearing it. You touch it again. Li Jian realized something. After grabbing Zhao Shuman's feet, Li Jian found that Zhao Shuman did indeed wear black silk. It's really worn. Of course, Auntie is your elder. Didn't we agree to keep our word? Zhao Shuman reminded Li Jian, preventing Li Jian from doing anything dishonorable, and her heart was really determined to end this incorrect relationship with Li Jian as soon as possible. The age difference of more than 20 years was a bit too scary. If we don't stop, sooner or later we will be condemned by the world. I know Auntie, I just want to touch the black silk. Okay, Zhao Shuman agreed, and after a while, Li Jian gently leaned on Zhao Shuman's shoulder and listened to her heartbeat. What's the matter? Don't protect Auntie anymore. Aunt Zhou, I still like the feeling of lying in your arms. In the presence of an older elder like Zhao Shuman, Li Jian subconsciously brought himself into the role of a child, something he was already used to. Okay, Auntie protects you, little baby. Zhao Shuman hugged Li Jian and kissed him on the cheek. Saiyan, you're just going to keep touching Auntie's leg. Yes, Aunt Zhou, you're not sleeping. I just want to keep touching my aunt's leg like this until morning. You little pervert. It's that Auntie is so good looking. Li Jian admired the deep belly and talked to Zhao Shuman. Okay, Sayaka, stop touching and go to sleep. Aunt Zhou, I want to kiss, but you can't kiss today already, Sayaka. Aunt Zhou, kissing is just an expression of our good feelings. It's fine, right? Zhao Shuman still wanted to refuse, but after thinking about all the things that had happened to her and Li Jian, it seemed like this really wasn't a serious matter anymore. Thinking about it, Cho Sukmin hummed. Receiving Zhao Shuman's affirmation, Li Jian said happily, Auntie, bow your head. After Zhao Shuman lowered her head, Li Jian's lips found their way over, kissed in at Zhao Shuman. Xiao Yan, you child, always have unsteady hands. Although her mouth was blaming Li Jian, but Zhao Shuman was still very cooperative in responding to Li Jian. In Zhao Shuman's mind, helping Li Jian correct his mistakes was a meaningful thing to him. No matter what, I have to do this favor for Li Jian. It was only after a long time that Zhao Shuman was touching Li Jian's head. Saiyan, it's time to go to sleep. Auntie, I can't sleep. Wrapping her arms around Zhao Shuman's waist, Li Jian whispered, so what else do you want? Our previous agreement can't be broken. Auntie is as good as her word, and so are you. Aunt Zhou, I know, that's good. Go to sleep. Zhao Shuman wiped the saliva around Li Jian's mouth and tried to coax Li Jian to sleep. Auntie, do me a favor and I'll do the same for you. You kids. Auntie, I really can't sleep. I still have to work tomorrow. Seeing that Zhao Shuman didn't say anything, Li Jian directly kissed at Zhao Shuman again, and Zhao Shuman, who was on fire inside, subconsciously responded. After a while, Li Jian continued to ask, Auntie, can you promise me? Okay, but you must have to stop doing those stealing things you did before. Auntie is really doing it for your own good. You know, Saying that, Zhao Shuman covered the quilt. End of chapter. Chapter 97, Sleeping and Eating Catherine. Anti-lie, I don't drink and forget pups. A long time later, Zhao Shuman rinsed her mouth and spit the dirty water inside the trash can. Afterwards, he gently wrapped Li Jian in his arms and rubbed his wrists. The beautiful eyes were all filled with concern for Li Jian. Scion, are your hands sore? No, Aunt Joe. I'm young. I'm fine. Okay, it's almost time. Let's go to bed. Aha. The two embraced each other, and Li Jian stayed close to Zhao Shuman, quietly waiting for 12 o'clock to arrive. Zhao Shuman fell asleep quickly. After all, she was a middle-aged mature woman in her 40s. Physical strength and endurance were far inferior to Li Jian, a 20-year-old. The intelligence was also refreshed right on time at 12 o'clock. Go to this lottery store and buy this pile of scratch-offs for a $2,000 profit. Li Jian, whose savings reached 190,000, has seen 200,000 close at hand. The wild bonuses that refreshed every day made Li Jian's heart very intoxicated. The few remaining messages are of little use. However, the last piece of information that instantly energized Li Jian was about Aunt Lai. In the evening when Lai Feifei and Shen Hanmei and He Yanron went to the customary tea restaurant for dinner, Lai Tianming will take the debtors over to ask her for the $50,000. Li Jian cursed in her heart, having such a good sister not to cherish, but instead always do out these things that hurt the sky. While he was thinking about it, a new quest was released. New mission issued. Please go and drive Lai Tianming away. Mission reward, an anti-Shanghai franchise. With her 15th store coming soon, Li Jian's heart was filled with anticipation. But the thought of the name of the store, Anti-Shanghai, came to mind. Li Jian's mind would always think of the 3 Shanghai ants. However, Aunt Zhao might not be able to really become an internet celebrity in the future and become a real rich Shanghai woman. A wave of drowsiness hit Li Jian as he hugged the soft and fragrant Aunt Zhao. Putting his nose to the tip of Zhao Shuman's nose, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after Li Jian woke up, she still felt very wonderful inwardly, and her relationship with Aunt Zhao was really considered to have skyrocketed. It was all largely due to all the suffering that Aunt Zhao had been subjected to. After washing up, Li Jian returned to his room, where Zhao Shuman had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for him. Come and eat, Scion. Okay, Aunt Zhao, I want to discuss something with you. Looking at the black silk that was not far away from the arm that was damaged even worse by Li Jian, Zhao Shuman's heart also felt very embarrassed. This kid, if he said he wanted to discuss something with himself, it was definitely nothing good. Probably still the kind of thing that would make you blush. After all, Li Jian was a real young man with a bit too much vigor, so it was a normal thing for him to want to get closer to himself more. What are you trying to do again? You can't make excessive demands. There's no such thing as too much to ask. Aunt Zhao, will you still hold me in bed tonight? Zhao Shuman's heart felt a burst of tears and laughter. This child, all day long, he just thought of sleeping with himself. It really was a complete child's mentality. Who made herself old enough to give birth to him and be his mom? No, you were treated like a child last night, and you still want to sleep with your aunt every day. It's not like we're doing anything excessive, Auntie Zhao. You can just sleep in my room. Okay, but you're honest, tomorrow aunt won't be sleeping in your room. Some things are unacceptable internally when they are not done, but after doing them once, the mindset is completely different. Now Zhao Shuman's mindset was quietly creating a big change. After all, they had all slept together with Li Jian so many times, as if it was nothing to sleep for one more day. After all, they hadn't done the line thing. I know, Aunt Zhao, I'll be obedient. At this moment, Li Jian's heart also felt a surge of excitement. Aunt Zhao's current state of mind had really produced quite a few changes. Then it will be much easier to do things by yourself in the future. Ah, good, Winnie, that's good. Zhao Shuman stroked Li Jian's head, her eyes all full of doting on her juniors. After arriving at the company and clocking in, sitting down, Li Jian was also ready to prepare for the day's work of touching the fish. Go ahead and collect your wild bonuses, then touch the fish afterward and prepare for the evening's task. A Shanghai Aunties franchise is still very tempting for Li Jian. After all, $100 million plus a villa is still a long way off. Not much later, Lu Jinxian walked over to Li Jian. Li Jian, the president wants you to go to her office. Catherine's workplace bullying is something Li Jian is used to. I know. Li Jian stood up, and under Lu Jinxian's somewhat gloating gaze, he arrived inside the office. After seeing Catherine, Li Jian clearly felt that the woman's eyes were a bit swollen, looking visibly a little haggard. Catherine, Li knew that Catherine must not have slept much last night. For Li Jian this was something that made his heart very happy. After all, Catherine was indeed his enemy. President, it looks like you haven't slept well. Why? Did something happen? Of course, Li Jian knew that inwardly. Because of his white status, Catherine, who considered herself noble, was kissed by herself, and felt very unbalanced and 10,000 tangled in her heart. And that was exactly what Li Ziyan's heart felt most comfortable with. It's okay, come over here and polish my heels. Saying that, Catherine spat up at the top of her heels. After Catherine's crystalline spit landed on them, she sat down on the couch and waited for Li Ziyan to serve her. Li Ziyan didn't find it strange. It was normal for this woman to think about how to get back at herself. Picking up the toilet paper and carefully helping Catherine wipe her high heels, the other hand holding Catherine's black silk legs, Li Ziyan silently endured Catherine's workplace bullying. Li Ziyan's very submissive look made Catherine's heart feel a bit more balanced. When this kid was in the company, he was like a dog that he had raised. He had to do whatever he told him to do. Even things like scrubbing the toilet were a joy to him. But Catherine's insides remembered yesterday afternoon again. The scene where Li Ziyan kissed her inside the hutong. Just thinking about it alone, the feeling of humiliation was still very clear. Massage me, carefully massaging every part of my calves without missing a beat. Catherine ordered Li Ziyan, who was silently enduring workplace bullying, to take off Catherine's high heels afterward, gently holding Catherine's black silk jade feet in his hands. That soft and slippery touch made his heart really like it 21%. Her feet were still a little cold, and it was really comfortable to grab them in this weather. Li Ziyan's hand kept moving back and forth on Catherine's leg in a massaging motion, soon crossing the knee, to which Catherine had acquiesced. Li Ziyan's massage was so comfortable, and the nerves in the thighs were obviously much richer than in the calves, and Catherine's insides coveted that feeling. After a while, Catherine's heart remembered something about her promise with Li Ziyan. She still had to let Li Ziyan kiss her once before she could do it. Like a stone weighing on Catherine's heart, it made her heart feel very hard. This damned Li Ziyan, even making such a request to herself. The bottom line was that she had even agreed to it at the time in a panic. And Catherine was a promise keeper. She didn't want to break her word to a common yellow man she didn't even look down on. So this promise must still be carried out. With eyes closed, Catherine's mind kept thinking about this. And after a while, Catherine opened her mouth and asked, Li Ziyan, do you really know Kung Fu? That I from before was so tall and strong, and was easily defeated by you. Catherine's voice was filled with disdain for Ni. In her heart Li Ziyan was even a level above Ni. Of course, the noblest in Catherine's heart will always be white people like her. As for the rest of them, they are all just along for the ride. There's no such thing as Kung Fu. No. Seeing that Li Ziyan didn't want to talk to herself about Kung Fu, Catherine's heart also cursed Li Ziyan for being petty. Oriental people were really all like that. Obviously, he had Kung Fu, but he didn't want to tell himself. Could he not steal it? Closing her eyes, feeling Li Ziyan's hands continuously wandering back and forth on her legs to massage them, Catherine's heart felt very enjoyable. After a while, Catherine felt her insides getting hotter and hotter. After getting up, she pinned Li Ziyan down, kneeling with her legs to the right and left of Ziyan Li. Catherine sat on Ziyan Li's lap. Such a sudden move has really let Li Ziyan some confused. This woman wants to do, is it beastly, want to do out of the workplace subterfuge on their own? Not such a person himself. Got to get a promotion if you have to workplace subterfuge. Li Ziyan, let's kiss now. I owe you a kiss. Let's kiss now and this will be over. After Catherine made the request, Li Ziyan knew what was going on. It looked like it was bottled up in Catherine's mind and made her feel very uncomfortable inside. So Catherine wants to get this over with as soon as possible. Looking at the pretty face of Catherine who was close by virtue of Li Ziyan laid back leisurely. But, President, I'm not in the mood for a kiss right now. Li Ziyan, Catherine squeezed Li Ziyan's shoulder. Get this thing over with now, you hear me? Or I'll make you regret it. I know, President Catherine, but you can't force me to do something like that, any more than you have to wait until you're in the mood. So when will you be in the mood? I don't know. Just recently. Catherine took a deep breath, tempted to shove her foot in Li Ziyan's mouth to degrade him, but she was well aware that her chances of success in doing so were slim to none. This damn kid knows Kung Fu and really isn't anyone to hold. Getting off of Li Ziyan's body, Catherine put on her heels. All right, you go ahead, and you'll have to come to me as soon as you can to end this thing. I don't want to break faith with a lowly yellow man like you. Li Ziyan also couldn't help but smile. There wasn't much Catherine could do if she didn't recognize herself, but she was still so credible, so he would have to make her wait. Li Ziyan agreed and headed for the door. As she was about to leave the house, Catherine continued, brush the toilet today. I'll have someone check the bathroom. I know. Li Ziyan's obedience made Catherine's heart feel a little strange as well. This damn Li Ziyan. He agreed so painfully when he asked him to brush the toilet. And very nicely done. But how can he not want to transfer KPIs to his son when he himself asked him to do so? Dirty yellow skin. Catherine kept cursing Li Ziyan, finding her inner balance. Li Ziyan naturally gave the task of cleaning the bathroom to Lu Jinshin, who was clearly happy about it. He was so enamored with the feeling of scrubbing the toilet. It was kind of adult of Li Ziyan to do so. In the morning, After collecting the wild bonus, Li Jiyan went to his programming company. His programming company was inside an old office building in the suburbs, where less powerful companies usually operated. Many of the offices in the building are now vacant. Came to the door of their own company. In the doorway hung a word network 4 words. This 4 words look a little sloppy. Obviously just replaced it today. Hello Mr. Lee. Hello Mr. Lee. The employees of the company knew that the company had changed bosses, and his name and picture were all over the company group. At first, people were very worried about whether there would be major layoffs after the change of bosses. After all, the way many companies survive nowadays is by laying off employees and downsizing. But after the boss's work number posted the new company policy in the group, they all dropped their hearts completely. There would be no layoffs, everything would continue as usual, and there would be no wage cuts. So everyone looked at Li Jiyan with great gratitude. Most of these programmers are middle-aged and have basically been laid off and sent home at this age. Li Jiyan kind of gave them a good chance. Mr. Lee, do we have a meeting? The manager of the company ran up and said, "It's fine, you guys just go about your business. Just send a message to my company's microsignal if anything happens. I came to see my office. That company microsignal is run by the system and the decisions are not wrong." After arriving at the office and sitting down in the boss chair, Li Jiyan looked at the neighborhood's not-so-luxurious decoration. Instead, there was an uncontrollable sense of accomplishment in his heart. So, this is what it feels like to be the boss. Crossing his legs on the table, Li Jiyan was intoxicated for a long time before leaving the one-word network at noon. The afternoon was spent practicing as usual and getting closer to Yenrong. Li Jiyan lived a repetitive day. And tomorrow, summer vacation ends. While chatting with Aunt Rong, Li Jiyan clearly sensed the admiration for himself in Yenrong's eyes. This gave Li Jiyan a feeling in his heart that Aunt Rong also wanted to make herself her godson. Make friends with such a year-on aunts. Once the relationship is good, then certainly cannot bypass a problem. Godson-godmother recognition of godfathers and mothers of the link. After finishing dinner, Li Jiyan sent WeChat to Zhao Shuman. Auntie Zhao, I might be back a little later in the evening. Zhao Shuman, who was cooking, replied after seeing Li Jiyan's WeChat. Xiao Yan, you must pay attention to safety outside. Auntie will wait for you to come back. Yes, Auntie, I want you to sleep with your arms around me. Got it. After replying, Zhao Shuman had already felt her face getting a little hot, and when she was with Li Jiyan, she was always able to feel happiness and joy that she had never felt before, and Zhao Shuman felt that her inner repression had been released quite a bit. In the evening, Li Jiyan rode a green orange towards the Zahuli tea restaurant. This is where the 3 aunts in Shanghai usually meet for tea and conversation and dessert. The people who come here to spend money are usually mostly women. It wasn't long after coming to the entrance of the cafeteria, Li Jiyan then saw the 3 Shanghai aunts who were sitting inside sipping cold drinks and chatting. Aunt Rai's face flushed a little, through the glass, though she couldn't see what was being said. But for drunken monkeys fighting, Li Jiyan, that was never in doubt. After all, the fighting power of Aunt Lai's Thai words was definitely a fierce one, and Auntie Rome still pinched Auntie Lai's waist from time to time, obviously unable to carry on by Auntie Lai's words. Looking at Yenrong's Chong salmon black silk legs with high heels, Li Jiyan's heart also felt a rush of heat. This woman really deserved the 4 words of a natural beauty. The enchanting and pretty face painted with heavy makeup alone could easily make people feel that they couldn't control the direction of their thoughts. If one married a woman like Aunt Rome, those with a bad foundation would have to go downhill within a month of marriage. I'm afraid, and staying with Aunt Rome, absolutely no man would be able to carry it off. As he watched, Li Jiyan felt increasingly thirsty, and he didn't know if it was the heat or the sight of Yenrong's face that made him thirsty. When she arrived at the small supermarket by the roadside, Li Jiyan bought a plate of one-size small carton of one-size milk and waited for Lai Tianming's arrival. And the system's news is always very accurate. Not much time. A Mercedes E300 luxury parked on the side of the road. Lai Tianming brought the tattooed man from last time over. Brother, don't worry, my sister is definitely in this place. Just relax. She must have money. It's really not possible to let her sell a house on the line, and her Xiaomi SU7. Now how many people have placed an order and are waiting to line up for the car later? If she sells the car, she can realize it immediately too. Lai Tianming was already pretty much arranging Lai Feifei's money. His heart was half in doubt about the fact that Lai Feifei owed a lot of money. But even if Lai Feifei owed money, he himself was her own brother. Having grown up together, it's only right that she help herself to the money. Wang Ji clenched his fists. You have to give me the money today, or else you won't have any peace in the future. Thinking of the kid who had beaten him up last time, his heart felt a pang of irritation. But there's no way that kid is going to be around today. Don't worry, brother Wang. I still want to continue gambling and will definitely keep my word. But are you sure your sister will be in this place? If you can't, you can just sell your Mercedes. That's not good. A car is a man's suit and face. If I go out without a Mercedes, how can I cheat on someone's daughter-in-law in the future? Don't worry, this is where my sister and her two sisters always hang out. It should be here. The $50,000 will definitely be available today. Both of her Thai sisters are also superb and very rich, so I can ask them to borrow it if I can't. Look, my sister is in that place. Let's get out of here. Li Jiyan, who was holding a carton of wanted milk and drinking it, felt very upset inside. This damn Lai Tianming is really Following Lai Tianming, Li Jiyan quietly watched the developments. Soon, Lai Tianming and Wang Ji arrived inside the tea house. At the sudden appearance of Wang Ji, Lai Fei's pupils also tightened. Wasn't this tattooed man the same scoundrel who had gone to his house last time to ask for money? How could it suddenly appear here? For the sake of this matter, Lai Fei also specially cleared the bodyguard, so for this her inner impression was still very deep. But what she didn't expect was to meet him here. After seeing her brother, she realized what was going on. Sis, you should have lent me the $500,000 that I told you about last time. We're siblings. Lai Tianming came up to the lion's mouth. 500,000. His heart also knows that this is unlikely thing, but hold the attitude of try to see will not lose. Lai Tianming felt as if it wasn't an impossible thing to do. I really don't have any money, so get lost. Because of the reason Lai Tianming brought Wang Ji over. In Lai Fei's heart for his own brother is really too much disappointment. How could his own brother be such a piece of work? How can you not have money? Sis, you break my heart. We're siblings. Wang Ji also followed along and scolded. You're really a cold-blooded animal. You don't even contribute when your own brother owes money. You must pay me back the $50,000 he owes me now, or else you're not going anywhere. Wang Ji, who was walked by Li Jiyan last time, felt very upset in his heart. For Lai Fei he held a grudge in his heart while salivating. This time there was an opportunity to block Fei Lai, and he reached out and grabbed at Fei Lai's breasts, trying to take advantage of the situation while trying to control Fei Lai's demand for money. Off. Lai Fei stepped back, her eyes filled with fear. The bodyguards were still patrolling the vicinity of the villa, and since hanging out with her girlfriends was sort of a more private affair, she didn't let anyone follow, and it's impossible for anyone else to know about coming here, so it's also considered very safe. But what Lai Fei didn't expect was that it's hard to prevent home invaders. His own brother had betrayed him. He Yenrong followed suit and stepped back, her eyes filled with panic. Working as a manager at the Century Palace, she had encountered some difficult guests, but there was security inside. Her ex-husband is also very background. She is not afraid of anything, but in this environment, she is just an ordinary woman. Shin Hongmei stood up and picked up the bottle of red wine with the intention of directly fighting for her life. She had always been a very spirited and rational woman, and she intended to greet Wang Ji directly on his head to see direct blood. While the scene was very tense, a fist stopped in front of Lai Fei and slammed up against Wang Ji's hand. Wang Ji had intended to feel Fei Lai's upper body fiercely, but what he didn't expect was to be greeted by a powerful fist. A sharp pain hit him and he saw a face that scared him very much. It was this kid. Why him again? Screaming and backing up, he fell to the ground. Lai Tianming also saw Li Jiyan and looked at the want milk he was holding in his other hand. How could Lai Tianming at this time still not realize that he had been tricked? Her own sister didn't owe Changlong International any money at all. She was still the actual rich woman. There's money to be had, and it's this loser named Li Jiyan who's teamed up with her own sister to sing to deceive herself. Damn! You dog lied to me. Lai Tianming angrily kicked at Li Jiyan. He had been a master of not taking losses since he was a child, and after realizing that he had been tricked by Li Jiyan, he really couldn't swallow this breath. Intend to make a good exit. Seeing that Lai Tianming wanted to fight with himself, Li Jiyan's heart was refreshed. Although he now equal to have kung fu, but the law and order society want to fight unlimited fighting competition is too few opportunities. But if the other guy makes the first move, it's easy. Ever since Lung pushed the advancement of self-defense with his fat gut, just do it yourself with confidence. A kick was delivered against Lai Tianming's foot. A sharp pain came, and Lai Tianming even felt like the soles of his feet were going to crack. Kicked out, he took Wang Ji with him to the ground. Move. Wang Ji knew very well that Li Ziyan was very capable of fighting, so he pulled Lai Tianming and ran far away. He was very afraid that Li Ziyan would tie the two of them together and beat them up hard. Everything developed very quickly. It was almost electric. The waitress came up to inquire, and Li Ziyan waved her away. And it was only at this time that the stunned Fei Lai came back to her senses. Cubby, what are you doing here? Drinking too much. Lai Fei's beautiful eyes are a little foggy. Her own brother's betrayal let her heart feel very aggrieved. Aunt Lai, I was just passing by here and happened to see Lai Tianming and that tattooed man coming over. I thought if there was something going on I came over. He Yenron's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Xiao Yen, have a seat. Your Aunt Lai and I were really scared to death. It's a good thing we have you. He Yenron pulled Li Jiyan to sit beside her and Lai Fei. Shin Hongmei put down the bottle of red wine in her hand. At this time she also relaxed a lot. Let her fight with men. Although she has the height advantage, but she also knows that the probability is that she cannot beat. Women have a natural disadvantage in strength. He himself could only fight for his life to protect Lai Fei. Sitting opposite Shen Hongmei. 4 eyes. Shen Hongmei's inner depths feel a little hot and flustered. This child, what is in his heart? But one is really so connected to this kid. Xiao Yan. Auntie realized that you and the 3 of us aren't destined for each other in our past lives. After pulling Li Jian to sit down, He Yenrong said with some surprise, feeling as if she had discovered something remarkable. I think so, cub. You're really a good cub for Auntie. You're there every time Auntie's in danger. Let Auntie have a kiss. Saying that, Lai Fei gave Li Jian a kiss on the cheek. Such an action made Li Jian a bit uncomfortable, since Auntie Lai and herself kissed, for something like kissing her face. Aunt Lai really didn't even seem to care much anymore. It was like Aunt Jo sleeping with herself. The mental thoughts were probably the same. Shen Hongmei also remembered that when she had something to do before, it seemed that she would always run into Li Jian, which was also too amazing. There really is a kind of destiny, isn't there? Cubby, I must have been your mom in my past life. I gave birth to you. That's why we're so connected. Cubby, let mommy hold you. Lai Fei drunkenly hugged Li Jian, and after Li Jian came over, the flash of clarity that appeared due to fear dissipated. Lai Fei's heart felt very secure as long as she stayed with Li Jian. Cubby, what have you got here? Wanted milk. Pups just have to drink wonky milk. It's so cute. Constantly pinching Li Jian's face. This intimate action looked at the opposite side of Shen Hongmei's heart felt a little uncomfortable. This woman, did something happen with Xiao Yan? How come you're always cuddling with Xiao Yan and even kissing her face now? Koyan's heart was already fond of mature women old enough to be his mother. If Lai Fei, the prodigal hoof, seduces Li Jian, well, he probably couldn't resist the temptation. So isn't this another step down the wrong path? If Xiao Yan had to go down the wrong path, he might as well stay with himself. At least he would be able to guide his 3 views correctly. Afterward, all 3 of them stared at the wanted milk in Li Jian's hand. Regarding the matter of drinking wanted milk, Li Jian also felt a bit not too good about it. He handed a bottle to Yi Yenrong and a bottle to Shen Hongmei. Both of them picked it up and found it very interesting in their hearts. Cubby, you don't even give it to your aunt first. You don't love her anymore. Auntie really had you for nothing. Lai Fei's voice sounded a bit aggrieved, but Li Jian was used to this drama queen. It's not surprising that a drunk Auntie Lai would do anything. Aunt Lai, you drink too. No, I won't drink it. I can't drink forgetful pup milk. I'm your mommy, and if I drink forgetful pup milk, mommy will forget you. Li Jian, Cubby, you've helped Auntie once again this time. She was scared to death just now. Auntie is going to reward you with a kiss. Pup. Saying that, Lai Fei kissed up to Li Jian's lips. Feeling the softness of Aunt Lai's lips, Li Jian was also a bit confused. Aunt Lai is really getting bolder and bolder. Kissing herself directly in front of Aunt Shen and Aunt Rong. End of chapter. Chapter 98. Aunt Lai's reward. Aunt Zhao, you don't have to be so quiet. Li Jian really felt very surprised. He really didn't expect this wine monkey to kiss himself in front of Aunt Shen and also Aunt Rong. Shen Hongmei looked at this scene, and the acidity in her heart was somewhat uncontrollable. What the hell is this damn Lai Fei doing? Xiao Yan is just a child. She is always tempting Li Jian with her body like this. How can Xiao Yan carry it off? Although she was already over 40, Fei Lai's looks and body were still impeccable. I'm afraid that no man can resist Fei Lai's charm. Open your mouth, cub. Auntie wants tongue. Lai Fei muttered, trying to pry open Li Jian's tongue, which made Li Jian a little unable to carry on. A little fidgety. Aunt Lai, this is too wild. Now Auntie Shen and Auntie Rong are still there. However, Li Jian felt that the main reason for this was Aunt Lai's drinking combined with her bad mood. Think about it differently. If it was your own blood relative who did something worse than this, then he will certainly be very sad. After all, blood is thicker than water. Grew up together, how can not be sad? Laffy. On the side, He Yenrong couldn't stand to watch as she pushed Lai Fei's lips away. After this period of time and Li Jian's time together and emotional warming, in He Yenrong's heart is actually some control, feel some sour. No, don't you stop me, Rong. This is the cub I gave birth to. What's wrong with me kissing it? Lai Fei's incomparable serious tone. Let Shen Hongmei and He Yenrong's heart are deeply helpless. This wine manzi, really full of nonsense. Looking at the 2 of them fighting there, Shen Hongmei said, Xiao Yan, you sit on Auntie's side. Shen Hongmei gave the word, and Li Jian sat over. After all, his heart wanted it all. And if Auntie Lai really did come out too far, then it would be difficult in the future. If it was in private, if Auntie Lai had kissed him so actively, he would have already indulged in it. After all, Aunt Lai was really a high-cool young woman of national color, and Li Jian's heart loved it. Every time he cuddled with Aunt Rai, he got that shivering feeling in his heart. Of course, Li Jian felt this way about all the other 3 aunts as well. But with Catherine, Li Jian felt something completely different, and what he wanted most in his heart was to humiliate Catherine and make her feel that feeling of inner torment. After Li Jian sat over, Shen Hongmei's heart breathed a sigh of relief, while Lai Feifei's beautiful face was full of resentment. Dumbass, you're robbing my cubs. That was born to me. Bring it to me. Are you trying to plot? Shen Hongmei also cried a little. Look at you. You crazy. You don't behave yourself in front of a child. Kissing him on the mouth. What would you think if someone saw that? Humph. I don't care what other people will think. Anyway, Xiaoyan is my cub. You don't want to snatch it from me. Cubby, Auntie feeds you at night. Auntie doesn't drink forgotten pup milk. However, with He Yanrong pulling her, she wasn't as wild as she was just now. This damn Lai Tianming. After a while, Lai Feifei started cursing Lai Tianming. Growing up, my mom taught me that I was meant to serve my brother. Lai Feifei spoke about the family, and Li Jiyan also got serious. His heart was still very interested in his aunt's past, because the only way to really get inside the ants' heads is to understand their past. So, in my elementary school I was kicked out by my mom all day to pick up rags, and if it wasn't for my grandparents' insistence that I go to school, I wouldn't have been able to finish my elementary school, because of what happened with Lai Tianming today. So the drunken Lai Feifei also talked about the past events that had happened. Said, she poured herself a glass of red wine. Lai Feifei likes to drink. He Yanrong and Shen Hongmei are more accustomed to it, so there was no stopping her, and she was really in need of venting her emotions. In the middle of winter, I was out there picking up rags in my single shoe when my ears and my hands were freezing and cracking. Speaking of the grievances that were once there, Lai Feifei's tears snapped and fell, and even the words of the tigers and wolves were subsiding, and there were only the grievances of the young. Li Jian didn't say anything. His heart really hurt Aunt Lai. The patriarchal nature of people in those days was really a very serious thing. Many people don't stop until they have a son, and there are even 7 or 8 sisters in the family who give birth to a son later. And by now, men are truly as statusless as grass. When I got to middle school, not only did I have to go to school, but I was also assigned to work in town. All the money they earn is also confiscated by them, and they buy milk and supplements for Lai Tianming all day long. All the snacks are all locked inside the cupboard and I'm not allowed to eat a single bite. Li Jian didn't expect that Lai Feifei's parents would be so excessive. It was only later, after high school, that they kind of treated me better. If they hadn't changed their attitude later, I would have cut ties with them. And then there's Lai Tianming, who's been bullying me since I was a kid. When he got married I had already offered him a lot of money, and lent him $1 million up front, and now he's bringing people to me to pay him back, and wants to borrow $500,000. On what grounds? Saying that, Lai Feifei hugged He Yanrong and cried. She was grieving over what had happened. He Yanrong gently patted Lai Feifei's back to comfort her. Li Jian didn't expect Aunt Lai's childhood to be so miserable. The saying that unfortunate people need to spend their whole life to heal their miserable childhood really does make sense. And Li Jian could guess why Lai Feifei's parents had changed their attitude. It was just that they realized the value in Auntie Lai. A girl as beautiful as Auntie Lai, who could extract a lot of value from them by marrying the right person in the future. As nature goes, Li Jian didn't believe that the 2 old things really cared for Aunt Lai. Li Jian's grandfather was also a patriarchal person, and Li Jian's heart couldn't be clearer about this kind of old codger's mentality. Well, Fifi, it's all in the past, now that you're so rich and have a cozy life, and your son is coming back to you, so let's not think about the past. In the future such a place where we often come out together we do not come is, let's just go to the Century Palace and some new places. Well, Lai Feifei nodded her head while crying. It's about time. Fifi, let's go home. This Lai Tianming and that person are not good people. Maybe they will come back at some time. Raphael hummed again and stood up. Today is not drinking. Shen Hongmei driving. Just got on the car. Lai Feifei directly lying in Li Jian's lap fell asleep. Sayan-san, did you get your appointment for subject 3? Not yet Auntie Rong, the queue is still a bit overcrowded. I don't think it will be that crowded in a week or so. We'll be able to take subject 3 together by then. Xiaoyan, Auntie and you are really destined to be in the same driving school for a driver's license. I'm surprised you play go when Auntie needs to beg. Today you met Auntie again. It looks like when Auntie Lai brought you to the Century Palace it was really a right choice. Auntie really likes you to death. Lilian student. Otherwise, why don't you recognize your aunt as your mother? You be my son, and godmother will love you in the future. Sure enough, Li Jian's heart is also quite helpless, mixing inside the aunt circle. Naturally, it is inevitable to be a son, especially Aunt Lai. Whenever she drinks too much, she becomes her cub herself, and Aunt Lai was very insistent that she had fed herself, so she was her cub. Let's just forget about it. Auntie Rong, I think it's okay to just listen now. I don't want to recognize my godmother. You resent Auntie? Of course not. Auntie Rong, you're so good looking and pretty, I really like you. It's just that I'm a little less receptive in my heart to things like recognizing my godmother. Li Ziyan had a feeling that if she recognized her godmother, her story was going to come to a forced and abrupt end. So naturally he could not agree to this. You're a good one to talk, kid. No, Auntie Rong, I'm just telling the truth. You really are exceptionally long and beautiful. He Yenrong pinched Li Ziyan's face, and the two of them also looked very intimate. After the last time when Lai Fei pushed her and Li Ziyan to kiss each other, her subconscious felt that it was not at all important to have some physical contact with Li Ziyan, or even deserved it. Looking at the two of them who were so intimate, there was also Lai Fei who was lying on Li Ziyan's lap with her mouth murmuring. Shen Hongmei's heart felt even more uncomfortable, and that sourness never stopped. These two women were too close to Xiaoyan, especially Lai Fei. Just started meeting. Fei Lai just loves to molest the boy. Shen Hongmei at that time had never taken it seriously, and she also knew that Lai Fei was a completely crazy when she was drunk, and it was normal to do such things, and Fei Lai at that time was clearly keeping very clear boundaries. There wouldn't be much physical contact with Li Ziyan, just flirting with her as a pastime at work, but Lai Fei is completely different now. She was really having too much intimate contact with Li Ziyan, even kissing on the lips, and if Li Ziyan had opened his mouth at that time, the two would definitely have kissed together on the spot. Shen Hongmei felt bad in her heart when she imagined that scene. Lai Fei now in the end how to think. In Shen Hongmei's heart has already put a question mark. If Lai Fei really want to be good with Li Ziyan, and together with him, how much longer can Xiaoyan, a lover of mature women, hold out? Ruminating, Shen Hongmei was also a bit disoriented. After arriving at Lai Fei's door, Li Ziyan gently shouted, Aunt Lai, we're home, we need to open the door. Oh, cub, carry mommy down. Lai Fei used the Lai's wraparound hold, which was her unique skill here in Li Ziyan's place. When Li Ziyan was around, there were times when she was like a little kid. Aunt Lai, let's go. Holding onto Lai Fei's black silk legs, Li Ziyan carried her to the entrance of the villa. Aunt Lai, we can come down now. Oh, well, after Lai Fei did the face recognition, she once again did a Lai's wraparound hug and hugged Li Ziyan's neck. After entering, Lai Fei quickly pulled the door shut, locked Shen Hongmei and also He Yenrong out. I'm going to let Cubby carry me up, so stay away, both of you, Fei Lai said, pointing to the air, obviously tipsy. The prodigal hoof. Shen Hongmei and He Yenrong said together, Xiaoyan, you open the door. Cubby, no driving, carry Auntie upstairs. Aunt Shen, I'll send Aunt Lai up. I'll be right back. Looking at the two people who went in, Shen Hongmei's heart felt very anxious. He Yenrong also had a feeling like this, just far less serious than Shen Hongmei. After all, she wasn't like Shen Hongmei, who had a 900-day favor with Li Ziyan. Lightly carrying Lai Fei up the stairs, Li Ziyan carried her back to the bedroom and turned on the air conditioner. After placing Aunt Lai on the bed, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lai Fei had no intention of letting go of him. Aunt Lai, we're home, let go of me. Lai Fei looked at Li Ziyan with tears in her eyes. You heartless cub, you don't even want to hug your aunt, you don't love her anymore, go away, don't you ever come back. Aunt Lai, do you love Auntie anymore or not? Love, then give Auntie a good hug. Li Ziyan helplessly plopped down, smelling the fragrance of Aunt Lai's body and listening to Aunt Lai's heartbeat. Cubby, look at the whiteness of Auntie's legs. Saying that, Lai Fei did a zigzag and stretched her beautiful legs out in front of Li Ziyan's eyes. Li Ziyan never dreamed that Aunt Lai would have this specialty. Black. Aunt Rai, since when do you know how to one-horse? Auntie is practiced. Of course she is. After marrying in Shanghai and having money, Auntie specialized in dance. She just hasn't practiced over the years. Saying that, Lai Fei took off her black silk, revealing her snow-white legs as well as her white and flawless jade feet. Now what? White or not? White. Li Ziyan swallowed his saliva. He really hadn't thought before that Aunt Lai in her 40s had this skill. Then will you eat Auntie's Jiojio? Aunt Lai, you're drunk. It's not like you haven't had it before. That's a shallow taste. Li Ziyan is really not much of a foot fetish. If he really let him eat Jiojio, he is really not much interested. But he was more than willing to kiss Aunt Rai's leg if he had to. You heartless cub. Don't even want to eat Auntie's Jiojio? You don't love me. Lai Fei put her beautiful legs down and then wrapped them around Li Ziyan's waist. This made Li Ziyan's heart feel 21 points of excitement. And if he wasn't afraid that Aunt Lai would break up with him after she sobered up, he really would have been absolutely unable to resist. A beautiful young woman like Aunt Lai, who was so nationally beautiful and so cute. His heart really liked it to death. Auntie, are you sad again? Li Ziyan gently touched Lai Fei's pretty face. The heart also felt heartbroken. This woman, in fact, is really quite difficult. Auntie isn't sad. Lai Tianming bullied Auntie today, and there are Auntie's cubs to protect Auntie. Here, kiss the pups. Saying that, Li Fei kissed at Li Jiyan's lips. Open mouth cub, Auntie is going to reward you with a treat. To this Li Jiyan did not refuse. After he gently opened his mouth, Li Fei kissed in. Cubs, kiss me. Li Jiyan obediently carried out Li Fei's words, and his hand was placed on Aunt Li's beautiful leg. The touch of the hands was completely different. One side was smooth as jade bear legs, while the other was black silk legs. After a while, Aunt Li suddenly didn't respond. Li Jiyan then realized that Aunt Li was asleep. Removing Aunt Li's arms and legs, Li Jiyan looked at the way Aunt Li was breathing evenly. His heart was also overwhelmed with cuteness. Whoever invented Auntie Li was a genius. After kissing Aunt Li's lips, Li Jiyan helped Aunt Li cover the quilt, and before leaving, he reluctantly admired Aunt Li's beautiful legs. 5'6" with such long legs and such an upper body. How in the world did this develop? It's perfect. If Aunt Li's parents had given her more good supplements as a child, she might have developed better. After coming out, Li Jiyan clearly saw some tension and sourness in Shen Hongmei's eyes. Even Auntie Rong had some tension in her eyes. It made his heart feel a pang of comfort. At least the aunts were thinking so much of themselves. Without it, the idea within yourself will never work. Sayaka, why is your mouth covered in lipstick? Shen Hongmei said sourly. This prodigal hoof. Did she do something to you again? No, Auntie Shen. This is the lipstick that Aunt Rai kissed when we were at the restaurant earlier, so I probably wasn't paying attention just now. Well, let's go. Let's take Rong back first. After driving to the entrance of the Century Palace, Luli was still standing at the entrance, and it was also obvious that she and He Yenrong were in contact at all times. After getting off the bus, Luli said in a complimentary manner, Little handsome, here again. It seems that you and your Aunt Rong's relationship is still really good. Sayan-san, go back and rest early. If you're free tomorrow, why don't you give Auntie a lesson and go? Auntie really wants to learn. He Yenrong chatted intimately with Li Jiyan. Okay, Auntie Rong, I'll teach you tomorrow if I come across it. When we're on vacation, I'll come to Century Palace specifically to teach you. Good, Auntie will prepare a delicious treat for you then. After Li Jiyan left, He Yenrong and fondly looked at the taillights of the A6 with great reluctance. Such a nice little boy. If he were his own son, he would really be blessed in 3 ways. Yo, Rong, you and this Li Jiyan are really quite good. So in love that your eyes are almost drawn. I do have to warn you though, in our line of work, you can't get attached to men. Asterisk you. Told you I'm not in a line of work with you. I only came here when I mistakenly thought I was married in the first place. However, Xiaoyan is really a very nice kid and is very close to me. Today when I was playing with Fifi and Hongmei, Fifi's brother came and brought a tattooed man with him. I was scared at that time. Xiaoyan passed by and saved us. It's not like he's coincidentally run into us once already. This kid, he's really the most well-behaved kid I've ever seen in my life. He Yenrong's beautiful eyes still had some color in them. She really liked Li Jiyan in particular. Finished. I think you're really in danger. You're in love with Li Jiyan. You want to be with him? You want to give him a child. Asterisk you. He's still a kid. I'll rip your old hen's mouth off. The two of them joked around, but He Yenrong's heart was deepening in favor of Li Jiyan. While on the road, Li Jiyan, who was sitting in the passenger side, looked at Shen Hongmei's side face. His heart fluttered within him, and he felt that he really was an immensely affectionate man, though his feelings could be divided into many parts. But to everyone it was incredibly sincere and not false in any way. He was indeed a deeply affectionate man himself, and just happened to possess the ability to fall in love with many people at once. Auntie Shen, why would Auntie Rong be the boss's wife at a place like Century Palace? Li Jiyan was also a bit curious about He Yenrong's past. These aunts were obviously people with stories. Words. Your Aunt Rong's matter is more complicated, so ask her yourself later. But you seem to be very fond of your Aunt Rong? Shen Hongmei's sense of crisis deepened. Right now, both Li Fei and He Yenrong had an absolute crush on Li Jiyan. If Li Jiyan was willing to be their godson, the kind they'd agree to immediately. He himself has a bottom line, and can hold fast to not leading Li Jiyan onto such a wrong path as interracial romance. But what about Li Fei and He Yenrong? Especially He Yenrong, the boss's wife who worked at the club. She didn't have such a strong sense of morality, did she? Although he knew that He Yenrong was a very clean woman who didn't mess around with men and women, but Shen Hongmei's heart still harbored certain doubts about He Yenrong's moral bottom line. Of course I like my Aunt Rong. She's a very good elder and takes care of me, and we had quite a bit of contact during practice. Well, Shen Hongmei's heart felt a sense of relief as her mind wondered if Li Jiyan would continue to pester to be with her today. When they reached the outside of the neighborhood, the two of them got out of the car. Shen Hongmei changed into high heels. Her height reached 1 meter 9. She transformed into a big car. Standing in front of Li Jiyan was one head taller than Li Jiyan. The scene looked like a special kind of beauty. Xiao Yan, go back. Aunt Shin, can I hug you? Li Jiyan was a little reluctant to part with Shin Hongmei. After all, he had entered the new world and the most unforgettable memories in his life were given by Aunt Shin. So to Shin Hongmei, Li Jiyan had extremely special feelings deep inside her heart. You don't know that a man and a woman are not related. Shin Hongmei snickered at the flash of longing in Li Jiyan's eyes. It made Shin Hongmei's heart feel very peaceful. I know, but you're my elder Aunt Shin. I'm just a kid in front of you. Looking up at Shin Hongmei, Li Jiyan felt that she was indeed a child. Okay, you kids. Shin Hongmei lowered her head, and Li Jiyan could clearly appreciate the deep, bottomless gully. Auntie Shin really has a large car ceiling, and taller women generally have very undesirable tops. But Auntie Shin is by virtue of East being close to people and completely breaking the mold. It's the same thing with Aunt Rai's fine sprigs of fruit. It's all a bit magical. Gently hugged Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan, on the other hand, pressed hard against Shin Hongmei. Listening to Shin Hongmei's heartbeat, his heartbeat was also a little faster. Well, it's so hot. You can go back to showering and resting quickly. Aunt Shin, I still want a hug for a while. You're the only person I can hug in this Shanghai. Nonsense. If you hug your Aunt Lai and your Aunt Rong, they can't let you hug them. Especially that wine monkey. Once he drinks too much he directly wraps himself around your body. Aunt can see it clearly. Aunt Shin, are you jealous? Auntie, what are you jealous of? You are a child in front of the three of us. Understand. Well, go back. Only after Shin Hongmei patted Li Jiyan's back did the two of them separate. After seeing Aunt Shin get into the car, Li Jiyan was still a bit reluctant to leave. The way he looked at A6 was the same as when Yenron looked at A6. Aunt Shin, wait. Shin Hongmei, who had just changed her shoes, lowered the window. What's wrong, Winnie? Shin Hongmei's heart was a little worried about whether Li Jiyan was going to confess with the table. It was very clear in her heart that in fact, the thoughts in Li Jiyan's heart had not changed. Aunt Shin, drive slowly on the road. That's what you wanted to talk to Auntie about. I'm worried about your Aunt Shin. Okay, Sayan, Auntie's leaving. After driving away, a strong sense of loss began to spread inside Shin Hongmei. In Shin Hongmei's heart, Li Jiyan had called her out just to continue mentioning the matter of being together with her, but Li Jiyan hadn't mentioned a word about it at all. This made her heart involuntarily wonder a little about what was in Li Jiyan's heart. Could it be that Xiao Yan didn't want to be with herself now? He told us all about it at the beginning when he sent him back. What's going on now? Is it because Li Jiyan is disappointed because of his rejection? So he doesn't have confidence anymore? Or is it because he likes Lai Fei Fei? Or He Yenrong now? Thinking about Lai Fei Fei and Li Jiyan's boundary-crossing intimacy today, as well as the kind of admiration in her eyes and the kind of happiness between her words when she mentioned Li Jiyan to He Yenrong, Shin Hongmei felt as if it was all very possible. Walking towards his home, Li Jiyan opened the system and collected his quest rewards, and his 15th store came, an anti-Shanghai franchise. Looking forward to the checkout more and more. Before she got downstairs, Aunt Lai's phone call came in, and Li Jiyan knew that it was probably Wine Monkey getting up at this hour to use the restroom or something. Calling himself every now and then in the evening, as if he were carrying Aunt Rai home, was fast becoming a regular event. Aunt Lai. Inside the phone, pattering sounds rang out, followed by the sound of a toilet flushing. Pup. Shin Hongmei is so bad. She makes her mom drink forgotten pup milk. Mommy's not going to fall for that. If she drinks forgetful pup milk, she's sure to forget about you. Aunt Lai, go to sleep. I'm sleepy from hearing your voice. Well, cubs, Auntie went to bed. Every time Aunt Lai called, it made Li Jiyan's heart feel a flutter. The drunken version of Aunt Lai was really the most adorable creature in this world, bar none. But Auntie Rong, a woman of such tenderness, is working as a manager at the Century Palace. There should really be some story. Li Jiyan's inner curiosity was aroused. If the opportunity was right in the future, he could ask Aunt Rong himself. Of course, Li Jiyan was definitely not going to ask directly, and he didn't know how things used to be for Aunt Rong. If it made her unhappy then it would be her own sin. Upon arriving at the house, he walked straight towards the master bedroom, because Li Jiyan's room and Zhao Shumin's angle were only separated by a wall. Plus the angle of the camera is such that it can't capture exactly where you've been. It does come in handy now. When she got to the master bedroom, Aunt Zhou was on the air, and she was obviously chatting with the customer who had placed the order, discussing how she was going to be able to make changes to the dress. After seeing Li Jiyan come back, Zhao Shumin chatted for a few moments before shutting down the live broadcast. It's getting late now, so you can basically rest. Xiao Yan, back. Are you hungry? Auntie left some rice for you inside the fridge. If you're hungry, Auntie will go and heat it up for you. After tossing and turning for so long, Li Jiyan still really felt hungry. Good, Auntie, I happen to be hungry. Then wait here while Auntie goes and heats up your food. Zhou Sukmin went to the kitchen. She was still walking around the camera, and Li Jiyan followed to the kitchen. Auntie Zhou, It's not hard for you to keep strangling with a strip of cloth like that. It's okay, Auntie's all used to it, just take it off later in the shower. Looking at Zhao Shumen, who had placed the rice in a pot ready to be heated, Li Jian hugged Zhao Shumen's waist, and his hands were starting to get restless. Xiao Yan, be honest. Aunt Zhou, I've been honest. Saying that, Li Jian kissed at Zhao Shumen's lips, which made Zhao Shumen's heart feel very shy, but after Li Jian kissed in, she responded. 10 seconds later, she and Li Jian separated. Okay, yum time enough, Auntie, you're keeping your promise so well. Of course, Auntie is an adult, of course she has to keep her word. It's still time to heat up the food, so be honest. Well, Aunt Zhou, let me discuss something with you. Li Jian leaned against the wall and chatted with Zhao Shumen. Aunt Zhou, can you stop being so quiet all the time and be louder? We used to have people living next door to us so we could be quiet, but now it's just the two of us left inside the room so we don't have to worry so much about these things. No one will hear anything, we are perfectly safe. Li Ziyan's words let Zhao Shumen's face a little hot up. This child, however, it was true that it was just himself and Li Ziyan in this house now. End of chapter. Chapter 99, breaking down Shang Shun Shang Luyan's true colors in the kitchen. The time before, Zhao Shumen had actually been in control. After all, if the matter with Li Jian was heard next door, then Zhao Shumen felt that she could really find a crack in the ground to drill into. It was just too shameful. His own age is so old, while Li Jian is only 20 years old. But now that only Li Jian and her were left inside this house, it seemed like they weren't afraid of being overheard or anything. Suddenly realizing this, Zhao Shumen felt her heart relax quite a bit. Well, Auntie knows, Auntie tries her best, she said so on her lips, but Zhao Shumen's heart still felt very embarrassed. Xiao Yan, go back and wait for Auntie first. It's too hot in this house. Zhao Shumen promised things, so Li Jian didn't continue to rush and went back to her room to wait for Zhao Shumen. Zhao Shumen warmed up the rice and felt a million shames in her heart. This child, always to his own, softly put forward a variety of requirements. Think Zhao Shumen feel a burst of red face, but he was right. Now that only Li Jian and himself were left inside this room, why should he care so much when there were only two of them? After serving the meal back, he looked at Li Jian's expectant eyes. Zhao Shumen sat down and asked, Xiao Yan, why do you feel as if you are very happy? Of course I'm happy, Auntie. You can sleep with me during the night, and it's very warm to be able to cuddle up to my aunt. Sleeping with your aunt pleases you that much? Of course, Aunt Zhou. Right, Aunt Zhou. Somewhat hungry, Li Jian took a big bite of her meal. What's wrong? Zhao Shumen touched Li Jian's head. It's okay, Auntie Zhao. Why don't you go take a shower first? Okay, it's a little hot. After Zhao Shumen returned from her bath, she found Li Jian walking out from inside the kitchen. What did you go and do, Sayaka? Auntie, I just scrubbed the dishes. Why don't you go to my house first? I'm going to take a shower. Good. Zhao Shumen's beautiful eyes couldn't be more obvious in their love for Li Jian. 10 minutes later, after taking a shower, Li Jian got on the bed, and as soon as she did, she got under the covers, lay down next to Zhao Shumen, putting his leg on Aunt Zhou's smooth, snow-white legs. Li Jian hugged Zhao Shumen's waist. Aunt Zhou, you're so smooth. This child, sleep well and do as you're told. No. Well, Auntie, tomorrow I'm going to give you a gift set. Don't give Auntie a present. What's the point of spending that money? The best birthday present you ever gave Auntie was that birthday cake, and Auntie remembers it all. Aunt Zhou, I don't think so. I think the best gift for you is something else. What is it? Black silk. Of course. Sayan, behave yourself and don't touch on Auntie's leg. Though the mouth sounds very stern, but it was obvious that Zhao Shumen's warning didn't do much good, and Li Jian was still doing what she wanted. To this, Zhao Shumen's heart also felt very powerless. Anyway, Xiao Yan isn't messing around, so do what you like. The previous indulgence in taking him by himself was no longer an option. Auntie Zhao, I want to give you a set of cosmetics. I think you'd look especially good with makeup. Things like eyeliner, blush, eyebrows, they must look especially good if they're dressed up. Li Jian looked at Zhao Shumen's flawless white skin. Inwardly, there was also some emotion. Auntie Zhao was really naturally beautiful. Even without makeup, she still looked better than those women with makeup. The way she looked was already making Li Jian incomparably moved. Not to mention that Aunt Zhao had a proud and unrivaled special body, but Li Jian's heart still hoped that Aunt Zhao could dress up properly. That way Aunt Zhao was definitely more soulful. All three of Shanghai's aunts' makeup added that little bit of color to their faces. Auntie can't wear makeup. Those things are only for young girls. Auntie, makeup doesn't discriminate between ages these days. Women basically wear makeup. Like the landlady, look how good she looks with makeup. Say, you think the landlady looks good? Inside the quilt, Zhao Shumen grabbed Li Jian's fidgeting hand. Good looking, but not as good looking as Auntie. I think Auntie would definitely look better than her if she wore makeup. In fact, Auntie Zhao and the 3 Shanghai aunts were all in between, all belonging to that particular kind of good-looking urban mature woman. But the 3 Shanghai aunts are all very good at makeup and dress and everything. In this respect, and Auntie Chiu is really pulling the difference. You're the only one who can talk. Sayan, what's your relationship with the landlady? How come she's so nice to you, leaving her car here for you to watch? That car, it's got to be over $1 million. Besides, she helped you out last time. I've done her a favor before. Her brother tried to ask her for a loan and I looked the other way and helped her put on a show, so she helped me out. Aha, Xiao Yan, you are not allowed to have anything to do with her. In the future you are going to find a girlfriend around the same age to fall in love with and get married and have children together. Moreover, people don't know how much money they have in their hands, and they're not even in the same world as people like us. Zhao Shuman reminded Li Jiyan, which caused Li Jiyan's heart to feel a headache as well. It seems that Auntie Zhao's heart is still letting herself find a girl of similar age to get married and have children. Age, in this secular world, is really a very difficult to overcome the chasm. However, Li Jiyan, who had the attribute of eternal youth, really wasn't worried about that at all. As long as one worked hard, then the ants could always remain as they were now. And the current style of the ants really made Li Jiyan's heart feel very intoxicated. I know, Aunt Zhou, you're the only one in my heart. Saying that, Li Jiyan kissed at Zhao Shuman's lips. Oh, badass. After Zhao Shuman let Li Jiyan kiss in, the two of them became entangled. It took a long time before they were apart. Auntie, I'll bring you back your makeup tomorrow. If you don't know how to do makeup, just learn it on a short video actually. No, don't buy it. Li Jiyan didn't answer. If she had just bought it back, Aunt Zhao wouldn't have refused. Looking at Zhao Shuman's slightly opened and closed red lips, Li Jiyan kissed them again. After a long time, Zhao Shuman and Li Jiyan both went and rinsed their mouths, and after lying on the bed again, Zhao Shuman hugged Li Jiyan and said tenderly, "Little bad guy, stop it, you can sleep now." Aunt Zhou, I know, your leg is still pressed against Auntie. This is comfortable, can't really do anything with you. Feeling Li Jiyan's leg rubbing against her own, Zhao Shuman also felt a rush of heat. However, she was really tired and fell asleep in a short while. Placing his hand on Aunt Zhao's face, Li Jiyan felt Aunt Zhao's incomparably even and sweet-smelling breath, quietly waiting for 12 o'clock, and his mind went to his own Auntie Shanghai franchise. Li Jiyan found that ever since she entered the circle of Shanghai ants, she had strange associations with this brand of drinks. When he passed by the Shanghai ants, his heart would subconsciously recall the pretty faces of the 3 ants. 12 o'clock arrived. Li Jiyan opened the system, and the intelligence was still refreshed on time. Go to this lottery store in the morning and buy this pile of scratch-offs for a $2,000 profit. Still in the wild bonus session, Li Jiyan decides to use the money to buy a set of cosmetics, but not having bought any of these things before, Li Jiyan doesn't know if it's enough. Catherine tossed and turned with the thought in her mind of when she could kiss you as soon as possible and end this ordeal. This information made Li Jiyan's heart feel good for a moment. Sure enough, Catherine's mind was still reeling over being kissed by a yellow man like herself. At noon, when Zhao Shuman goes out to buy groceries, Shan Shunshang will bring Lu Yan to block her and ask for $500,000 in dowry. The two would be at the Starlight Cafe at 10 o'clock chatting about the incident and verbally abusing Sukmin Show. Please bring your recorder to the following location to place it, and play it to Sukmin Show at the food market. Mission reward, second anti-Shanghai franchise. With the current trend of literally one store a day, Li Jiyan really felt that his system's main goal wasn't that far away. How much money these points can earn is not certain, but every month is 100% of the revenue. No risk of the store. Really let Li Jiyan look forward to it. Smelling the scent of Zhao Shuman's body, Li Jiyan placed her hair on the tip of his nose and hugged Aunt Zhao as she slowly fell asleep as well. Life is the same day in and day out for the touchy-feely commuter, and after leaving from his house, he was in a happy mood as he rode his bike and felt the morning sun. After all, now that he is the owner of 15 stores and a company, life is no longer as confusing as it was before when he couldn't see the light of day. Come out of the office later, go cash in your prize, buy a recorder, go to the cafe. Li Jiyan made a plan in her mind and came to the office to clock in. Today it was Lu Yichen who came over to call out to Li Jiyan to go to Catherine's office. The pity in his eyes for Li Jiyan was becoming more and more obvious. This Li Jiyan was so miserable. Every day was called by their own mom to the office inside to the individual military training, to which Lu Yichen's heart is also heard. I guess mom cleans up Li Jiyan every day, right? Maybe Li Jiyan was being punished for kneeling when he entered the office. After all, a good job is not easy to find nowadays, and Li Jiyan is bound to hold her tongue. After Li Jiyan went in, Lu Jinxing came over. President Lu, when are we going to clean up Li Jiyan? Don't worry, my mom is already cleaning him up every day. Just wait, when the time comes I'll make him feel the evils of society. Arriving in the office, Catherine was dressed as usual in a professional wraparound skirt and black silk heels. net height of 178. Catherine's super long legs were still incredibly striking, giving Li Jian a 21% crush. Sitting straight on the sofa, Catherine intended to enjoy Li Jian's massage. This Li Jian's ability to massage was really special. President, let me press your feet. Li Jian was already ready to go and caress Catherine's black silk legs. It was already becoming a kind of daily routine between the two of them. And now Li Jian was in a position to come and massage on Catherine's thighs. Give me a shoulder massage today. Catherine's attitude made Li Jian feel a little surprised. He sat down beside Catherine and came to sit behind her. Why don't you take off your shoes and go over to the couch and press me? Catherine, who had been feeling some neck pain lately, wanted to give Li Jian a good press. Of course, what Catherine's mind was thinking was to use the angle to lure Li Jian into hurrying up and kissing him, so that she could end that ordeal. Not knowing when Li Jian was going to fulfill the agreement was really a very disgusting thing for Catherine. After all, her heart really did not look down on Li Jian, a yellow man. After taking off her shoes and coming up, Li Jian found the perfect angle. Today Catherine was wearing what was supposed to be a low-cut professional dress. So as soon as Li Jian lowered his head he saw a large expanse of snowy whites as well as a deep, bottomless gully, which made him swallow his saliva. This woman, what a siren! Li Jian's voice clearly reached inside Catherine's ears, which made Catherine's heart feel immensely satisfied. As expected, this damn Li Jian still couldn't resist her temptation. How could he have kissed himself last time if he didn't have a physical liking for him? Comfort. Catherine closed her eyes. That would allow Li Jian to become more reckless, and Catherine's voice was very different than usual. It sounds like it has that estrogen burst to it. Li Jian also knew Catherine's thoughts. This woman was tossing and turning during the night just to make herself end the engagement with her quickly. But Li Jian didn't react. He just helped Catherine with the massage. Very dedicated. Give me some pressure on my neck, and on my collarbone. Feeling Li Jian's slightly shifting breath, Catherine's heart was very pleased that this lowly yellow man always had non-interest in herself. I don't believe he can hold back myself. Li Jian's hands gently helped Catherine massage up her neck, and Li Jian, who possessed the attribute of a massage master, massaged it very professionally. Slowly, a heat rose up inside Catherine and spread rapidly, making her breathing a little ragged. Inwardly, she even longed for Li Jian to be able to kiss up quickly, and after this thought appeared, Catherine's heart could not help but be shocked. How could one think such a thing? You should know that you are a noble white man, and Li Jian is a yellow man. How can you desire him to kiss with you? He doesn't deserve it at all. And what happened next was even more disappointing to Catherine's heart. Li Jian was just professionally massaging and didn't hold back from fulfilling the agreed actions. Li Jian, when are you going to kiss? President, I'm not in the mood right now, so when are you going to be in the mood? Don't put it off. Catherine was a little exasperated. President, didn't I say that this kind of thing can't be forced? Taking a deep breath, Catherine controlled her thoughts of slapping Li Jian, knowing that it would be useless even if she wanted to hit Li Jian. He knows Kung Fu. He can't beat him himself. Go ahead. After Li Jian put on her shoes and left the office, Catherine clenched her pink fists and it seemed as if fire was about to erupt from within her blue eyes. Then, parched beyond belief, she unlocked the door to her office. After arriving at the lottery store and claiming the wild prize, Li Jian looked for a place to buy a recorder. For these electronic products he still has some research. The physical store things are basically very expensive, and most of the stock goods, before he bought a razor, spent more than $200. The performance of the dozens of dollars online razor finished even. Batteries are scrap. Look closely at the date of manufacture. It has been more than 3 years. The decline of brick-and-mortar stores is not without reason. But buying a recorder online is a little too late to wait for emission. After all, after picking a recorder with a recent production date, Li Jian used the rechargeable treasure to charge the battery and stopped by the counter to buy a set of cosmetics. He is not very knowledgeable about these things, so he picked out some brands he'd heard of. Lipsticks, foundations, eye creams, etc. And after packing it all in, he spent over $3,000. Li Jian didn't have any heartache. After all, spending money is divided into people. Auntie Chiu is such a nice woman. It's worth it to buy her cosmetics. After doing this, Li Jian bought a pair of tens of dollars sunglasses in passing and went to the Morning Glory coffee shop. After ordering a cup of cappuccino, Li Jian followed the system's prompts and stuck it to the back of the table with double-sided tape, and went to a short distance away to wait for Shang Shunqing and Lu Yan to arrive. Sure enough, not much later, Shang Shunqing and Lu Yan entered the cafe and sat down. Because Li Jian had changed her hairstyle today and was wearing sunglasses, the two didn't pay attention to Li Jian, and after sitting down, they began to discuss the matter. Honey, do you think this will work? $500,000. That's too much. I doubt the skanky in that one even has $500,000. She estimated that there is a 300,000 almost. Her salary is so low. still have to live in Shanghai's, what to save money ah. Shang Shunsheng is now not acting at all and directly calls Zhao Shumen a. Li Jian's heart felt a little sad. If Auntie Zhao heard these words, she would not know how much sadness and grief she would feel in her heart, having brought up her own child by herself with great pain and suffering, saving her money, turning on the fan all the time at home on such a hot day. And this is how Sang Soon Sung ended up treating her. I think she has. Your mom is usually a dime a dozen. She doesn't even bother with a bottle of mineral water outside. Can she not have money? I don't think the $500,000 is even her limit. Let's get her $500,000 and then see how much she has left. All of it out for the old. Sang Soon Sung hummed. However, I lied to her before. Her heart should be quite hateful to me. She used to call me all the time, and she hasn't come to contact me lately. I don't think she's willing to pay me out of pocket. Who said? This kind of rural women are the most stupid. The brain thought all is to pass on the family. Tell her $500,000 for the dowry and we'll get married, and she'll surely be quicker than anyone to fork out the money straight away. We'll ask her later how much money she's got, the 3 golds, and the change of heart fee and all that, and we must leave her with not a dime to her name. We'll be living in style from now on. I don't want to share a room with anyone else. I want to rent one of those complete neighborhood elevator houses. Moreover, you are her son. Blood is thicker than water. If you sincerely apologize to her, can she still not forgive you? Lu Yena pampered. Shang Shunshan only feel the whole person is confused, as if in the clouds in general. As for their own mother, in his heart what does not count? The old mother only. Simply no wife is important. After all, Lu Yan is the one who sleeps with him at night, and for Shang Shunsheng, this is the biggest meaning of his life, and he can give up anything for that. Honey, when are we getting married? That was going to put a down payment on a house. Hubby, now that the house price is falling, what house to buy? I'm willing to rent a house with you. Lu Yan is like playing with a dog to play Shang Shunsheng in the palm of his hand. In fact, Lu Yan's heart never wanted to Shang Shunsheng long life. Once you've drained him of his money you can move on to someone else, and although she's not very good looking, the liquors on WeChat are in droves. Wife, you're so nice. By the way, hubby, why don't you ask for your mom's bank card back, and I'll take care of her paychecks and stuff. There's no way that would agree to that. Don't worry, she'll definitely agree. Li Jian listening on the sidelines was already burning with rage, and he couldn't wait to get up on the spot to beat these two up. But in a society where the rule of law prevails, Li Jian was also restraining his impulses, and this approach really didn't serve any purpose. It would only backfire, and Li Jian didn't want to be detained or even jailed. After the duo left, Li Jian took out the recorder and then edited out the incomparably clear voice on her cell phone. By the time it was past 11 o'clock, Li Jian set off for the food market where Zhao Shumen bought her food. Suk Min Cho, who was in a good mood with her basket of groceries, had sent out her first handmade dress. There were also only 2 people left inside the house, her and Li Jian, so it could be said that it was incomparably free. And what made Zhao Shumen feel happiest was still having Li Jian's company. Gradually, Zhao Shumen's heart was already finding a spiritual support. The boy, he'll probably still be pestering me to sleep with him at night. It's better to buy groceries first to see if Xiaoyan comes back in the evening. Touching the scissors inside the vegetable basket, Zhao Shumen was still on the defensive against Shang Yunsheng. As long as Shang Yunsheng wanted to force her to do something, she would definitely fight for her life and would not let Shang Yunsheng take advantage of her. After buying some pork ribs and some side dishes, Zhao Shumen left the food market with the intention of going home. But what I didn't expect was to see Shang Shunsheng and Lu Yan just after leaving the food market. In an instant, Zhao Shumen was very wary. The last time Shang Shunsheng betrayed her was still fresh in her mind. Would Shang Yunsheng also be in the vicinity? Mom, I was wrong. I apologize to you for what happened before. I was fooled by my dad, and I didn't think he was so good. Mom, don't blame me. Just up Shang Shunsheng came a wave of apologies, which makes Zhao Shumen also a little confused. This is their own son can do out of things? He had tried to domesticate himself several times before this. Well, just don't victimize me again. I'm going home. Zhao Shumen walked towards the outside somewhat coldly. If Shang Shunsheng could take out an attitude, then one can still consider forgiving him. After all, Shang Shunsheng is his own son. It has a different meaning to itself in this world. Mom, Shunsheng and I are getting married. Lu Yan's words left Zhao Shumen stunned in place. Like Lu Yan said, the matter of letting her son get married was something that was deeply rooted in Zhao Shumen's heart. She dreamed of her son being able to get married and have children earlier, an obsession that could not be eliminated overnight. Seeing Zhao Shumen stop, both of their hearts felt a surge of excitement. It looked like $500,000 was going to arrive. To buy a house, I guess? Zhao Shumen inquired. Her son's apology today and Lu Yan's attitude, so that she also wanted to ask what is going on. Lu Yan and herself so bad, today are shouting their own mother. Maybe they really want to get married. Mom, I don't want the house. You give me $500,000 for the dowry and I'll go and get a license with Shunsheng this afternoon. Shunsheng also said eagerly, yeah, I'm going to marry Lu Yan and then quickly give birth to a child. Shunsheng and Lu Yan's words hit Zhao Shuman straight in the heart. How much do you want for the bride price? Mom, it's not much, $500,000. Looking at Zhao Shuman, who was in deep thought, Lu Yan had a feeling that the money in Zhao Shuman's hand was perhaps more than $500,000, and a lot more than that. It gave her hope to drive a Porsche. Mom, don't worry, I'll definitely have a good time with Shunsheng. While the two were trying to cheat Zhao Shuman out of her money, Li Jian walked over. You live your M's. Li Jian opened his mouth with a burst of nationalist insults. Listening to Li Jian's voice, Zhao Shuman couldn't help but stand with Li Jian. Deep down in her heart, now Li Jian was truly her own person, because Li Jian would always be righteous and protect herself. Li Jian, why are you here? Get the hell out of here. I'm talking to my mom about the dowry. Shunsheng is really afraid that Li Jian has spoiled his good deed. $500,000 is about to arrive. He can Lu Yan married. Shameless, you even want to cheat your own mom's money. Are you still a human being? Li Jian directly opened his mouth and cursed. When did I lie to my mom? Don't you dare talk nonsense here. I heard everything clearly when I was in the cafe just now. You still want to lie to Aunt Zhou? Hearing the cafe. Finally, both Shunsheng and Lu Yan's faces turned ugly. They had the feeling of watching $500,000 fly away. And it's all because of this damned Li Jian in front of her. I'm not cheating. You're full of. Shunsheng said in a panic. Li Jian, no nonsense, took out the cell phone. The words they just said to play again. In Shunsheng's words are all insults to Zhao Shuman. After the chat of the two people calculating to skin Zhao Shuman and eat her flesh was heard once by Zhao Shuman, her figure swayed a little and she nearly fell to the ground. Li Jian, you! Looking at the incomparably angry duo, Li Jian rushed up at them and made an appearance of wanting to hit them, which made the duo turn their heads and run in fear. Only after driving away the two people did Li Jian return to Aunt Zhou's side again. Aunt Zhou, are you okay? Auntie is fine. Xiao Yan, let's go home first. Auntie will make you dinner. Back at home, Zhao Shuman, whose face was a bit pale, went to the kitchen, and Li Jian followed. Washing the dishes, Zhao Shuman's tears fell. Today Shunsheng made her sad once again. Looking at Aunt Zhou's sadness, Li Jian went up and helped Zhao Shuman wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Aunt Zhou, don't be sad, it's all in the genes. He and his father are carved from the same mold, both cold-blooded animals, and that Lu Yan is also the same. It's simply not worth it for us to grieve over someone like that. Zhao Shuman glanced at Li Jian and squeezed out a smile. Auntie Zhou, you have me with you no matter what. This is my gift to you. What a gift. Spending money again. It's not easy to earn money now. Auntie Zhao, my honey Snow Ice City is making okay money. Don't worry, this is the makeup I bought you. Chatting with Li Jian, Zhao Shuman's attention was distracted a lot. Didn't I tell you not to buy these things? Auntie doesn't know how to put on makeup. You can learn from the internet. Aunt. You search for makeup tutorials. Just for my makeup, okay? I especially want to see Aunt makeup. Well, you kids. After opening the cosmetics and looking at them, Zhao Shuman's heart became a little uneasy. Is this kind of thing really for you? Auntie doesn't even know how to thank you. You've helped her so much. Auntie Zhao, why don't the two of us actually get together? You kid, you're talking nonsense again. Feeling Li Jian's blazing eyes, Zhao Shuman's eyes were very evasive. Her heart was now really unable to accept being with Li Jian because it was really a bit of a departure from the norm. A relationship with a difference of more than 20 years is frowned upon by the world. Looking at Zhao Shuman's somewhat pearly appearance, Li Jian hugged Aunt Zhao's waist, and then kissed into Aunt Zhao's red lips. Oh, Sayan, what are you doing? Aunt Zhou, you know, Sayaka, it hasn't even been a week yet. Please Aunt Zhou. Zhao Shuman, who was saddened inside, only felt unable to control herself at this time, and acquiesced to Li Jian's behavior under half push and half assertion. After a while, Zhou Sukman grabbed the edge of the island table. Closing her eyes, she did little to resist. Right. Suddenly, Zhao Shuman realized something. Winnie, go get something from the bedroom. Is it okay not to take it, Auntie? Looking at Zhao Shuman, who turned back, Li Jian kissed again. No, you must listen to Auntie, or else she won't promise you anything. Li Jian could only go to her room as well. When he came back again, he hugged Zhao Shuman tightly from behind, and this time Zhao Shuman did not have any resistance. End of chapter. Chapter 100, Forgetting Auntie Lai Fei Fei, Auntie Rome's Past. A long time later, Zhao Shuman was cooking in the kitchen, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and her pretty face was full of alluring blush. It was too hot, especially inside the kitchen, and by now, Auntie Zhou was already sweating profusely. After cooking, Zhao Shuman carried the meal to Li Jian's room. Xiao Yan, wait for Auntie. Auntie will go take a shower first. Zhao Shuman already loved cleanliness, and after cooking plus tossing and turning for so long, she was already too hot to handle. Okay, auntie, I'll wait for you, because it was noon time. Zhao Shuman simply took a shower. Zhao Shuman quickly returned and touched the water stains on Aunt Zhao's face. Li Jian went up to Zhao Shuman and gave her a hug, which made Zhao Shuman feel appalled again. Young people are young people in the end. This energy is also a little too vigorous. Xiao Yan, let's eat first. After taking a bath while Zhao Shuman was cooking, Li Jian brought the door to her room closed and ate with Zhao Shuman. Auntie Zhou, do you see that we have that two-person feeling now? After thinking about it, Zhao Shuman felt as if she did feel that way. He himself cooked for Li Jian, and the two of them could still sleep together every night. And it was indeed very much that kind of family feeling. What are you talking nonsense about? Auntie is your elder. If you keep talking like that, auntie will really get angry. Zhao Shuman couldn't help but think of the time in the kitchen when Li Jian asked to be with her, and felt a blush when she thought about it. This child's head was thinking about being with herself. Okay, Aunt Zhou. Li Jian didn't ask more questions, and it was clear in his mind that this really couldn't be rushed. He and Auntie Zhao spend all day and night together. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Besides, now he and Auntie Zhao still have a week's agreement. Zhao Shuman is a promise-keeping mature woman. It's unlikely that you'll want to pull away from yourself in the future. Afterwards, Li Jian and Zhao Shuman chatted about Shang Shunsheng. Aunt Zhao cried again today, and although she had just relaxed a lot, if she didn't talk more, Auntie Zhou will definitely be unhappy again later. Aunt Zhao, don't take today's matters seriously. Just pretend that you don't have this son. Zhao Shuman, who was chucking meat into Li Jian's bowl, heard Li Jian talking about her son. He was also slightly stunned. The chopsticks in her hand nearly fell off as her own son and Lu Yan said those vicious words to insult her. And there was a calculation to drain her of every drop of blood, which was really quite a heavy blow for Zhao Shuman. Auntie knows. Xiao Yan, don't worry. In fact, until then Auntie was still always hopeful that he would turn around. What kind of mom doesn't want her son to right his wrongs? Li Jian remembered all the efforts that Zhao Shuman had made for herself to be able to correct her mistakes after she felt that she was that kind of person, and that Aunt Zhao was so tolerant towards herself as an outsider. Not to mention her own son. But Shang Shunsheng is indeed too much, and he is really a scum among scum. Aunt Zhou, badness like this is hereditary. Both of them, father and son, are the same kind of person. In the future, no matter what Shang Shunsheng does, you shouldn't believe in it, and you shouldn't be in charge of his affairs. He tried to domesticate you last time. People like that are never going to be nice to you. Well, Winnie, Zhao Shuman was also a reasonable person, and deep down she knew very well that what Li Ziyan had said was right, but it was just that the feeling of sadness was unavoidable. Auntie Zhao, I will treat you well in the future. By the way, would you like to learn how to do your makeup in the afternoon? Xiao Yan, can those cosmetics be returned? Thinking about putting on makeup, Zhao Shumin's heart still felt incredibly apprehensive. Auntie Zhao, I threw away the small ticket, so there's no way to return it now. Just learn how to do it properly. Okay, you look absolutely, positively great in makeup, Li Jiyan said seriously, and Zhao Shuman could also feel how much Li Jiyan's heart was looking forward to this matter of her makeup. Okay, Sayan, Auntie knows, Auntie will try. After lunch, when Zhao Shuman finished scrubbing the dishes with the intention of going for a nap, she saw Li Jiyan standing at the door of his room looking at herself. Sayan, what are you doing? You're home for the day and still not taking a nap. I have to work this afternoon. Auntie Zhou, would you come over and take a nap with me? Little bad boy, you didn't let Auntie cook properly just now, and now you want to toss it. No, Auntie can't keep indulging you, Zhao Shuman said seriously. Auntie Zhou, I can't sleep well without you holding me, and I've got the air conditioning on here to save electricity. How come Auntie hasn't seen you save electricity before? Aunt Zhou, just come over and sleep with me. I do want to sleep with you, and I promise to be honest. Okay. After struggling internally for a while, Zhao Shuman remembered what happened during the food market, and the way Li Jiyan stopped in front of her still made her feel very secure as usual. Well, get a good night's sleep, and then you have to go to work in the afternoon. As Zhao Shuman walked towards Li Jiyan reminded, Aunt Zhao, the cosmetics are still in the kitchen. Bring them over. The kitchen is too hot. You know it's hot and you're still tossing. After Zhao Shuman came to Li Jiyan's room carrying cosmetics, looking at the luscious and amazing figure of Auntie Zhao in her pajamas, Li Jiyan hugged Auntie Zhao and walked towards the bed. That kind of energy made Zhao Shumin's heart a little flustered. Words. Say yes to being honest. Aunt Zhou, I'm sure I'm honest. I just feel safe holding you. Laying Zhao Shuman in her arms, Li Jiyan wanted to cover the quilt. Zhao Shuman shouted, Xiao Yan, Auntie hasn't taken off her shoes yet. I'll help your aunt. After removing Zhao Shumin's off shoes and holding the snow-white jade feet, Li Jian covered the quilt and the two of them wrapped their arms around each other, enjoying the feeling of summer. It's not too hot either. It's air-conditioned, Aunt Joe. It's not hot. After kissing Zhao Shumin's face, Li Jian's hand was placed on Zhao Shumin's beautiful legs, and touching Auntie's leg. Not being honest. It's not like you're wearing stockings and you're touching. Aunt Joe, you want to wear black silk. Not wearing. Be honest. Zhao Shumin took Li Jian's hand out of the quilt, and Li Jian didn't resist, but instead smoothly wrapped Zhao Shumin in her arms, wantonly sniffing the scent of her hair. Aunt Joe, you smell so good. Auntie doesn't use perfume, so what's the scent? Auntie Zhao, this is pure body fragrance. I've heard people say that if you like someone, you can smell her body. I smell you every day, Aunt Joe. You're lying again. Really, Aunt Joe? I smell you really good. Especially Auntie's tongue, too. Nonsense. Before Zhao Shumin's words fell, Li Jian kissed in, responding passively. A dozen seconds later, Zhao Shumin took the initiative to separate from Li Jian. The day is pretty much over. Go to bed. Okay, Aunt Joe. But why is Auntie still so quiet when she's cooking in the kitchen today? Nonsense. The kitchen is off the hallway. You can see over people, and Auntie's supposed to be a very small talker. Then can Auntie speak louder from now on? I feel like it's a lot less fun if I can't hear you clearly. Got it. You kid. Auntie will set you up on a blind date tomorrow. You must hurry up and get yourself set up for your life's work. It's not that easy, Aunt Joe. Whether it's easy or not. Anyway, if there's the right person, you'll just have to meet. Well, but until then I'll leave my problems to Auntie. And Auntie, I'll have to trouble you more in the future. Zhao Shumin's face was getting redder and redder, and pulled up the quilt to cover her head. Rolling over, she turned her back to Li Jian, the boy, forever making himself so shy. Zhao Shumin's inner feelings of sadness brought about by Shang Shunsheng were completely dissipated at this time. Go to sleep, little bad boy. However, Li Jian didn't have the idea of letting Zhao Shumin go to sleep so directly. He also came inside the comforter and hugged Zhao Shumin tightly from the exposed side. Auntie Zhao, let's go outside. It's stuffy inside. Then be honest. Good. Only after receiving Li Jian's affirmation did Zhao Shumin poke her head out. Auntie, you're facing me. Aha. After the two of them looked at each other, Li Jian once again hugged Zhao Shumin with his legs, and Zhao Shumin, whose face was already hot, closed her eyes tightly. After Li Jian kissed Aunt Zhao's red lips, he touched the tip of his nose with Aunt Zhao's and slowly fell asleep. After Li Jian left in the afternoon, Zhao Shumin looked at Li Jian's distant back from the side of the window and felt very reluctant in her heart beating fast. Couldn't die. Really like this kid. He's just a 20-year-old kid. Zhao Shumin felt that things were getting worse and worse. At first Zhao Shumin's heart was thinking of helping Li Jian correct her mistakes. But now, one's good feelings towards Li Jian were rising. Zhao Shumin felt that this was definitely not a good thing. In the future, will he be able to stay away from Li Jian? Carrying up the cosmetics that Li Jian had given herself to the master bedroom, Zhao Shumin's heart was even more flustered. This child wanted to see himself in makeup so much that he even bought a full set of cosmetics especially for himself. In fact, it didn't seem to be too much, did it? Turning on Jitterbug, Sukmin Cho wanted to try it out. Although Zhao Shumin felt that there was no way to go out like this. However, it didn't seem impossible to put on makeup at home. In the afternoon, Li Jian was still touching fish, and the reward for his mission, the second anti-Shanghai franchise, arrived. He also managed to come to 16 stores in number. If these stores are getting $10,000 a month, that's $160,000 a month. This is because the system is not labeled with the specific earnings of these stores. It just says the minimum return is $1. So Li Jian's heart didn't dare to hold too much expectation, and he basically went to see all of his stores. The location in business can only be described as moderate, and it is really hard to say how much net profit there will be in a month after subtracting the high cost of expenses. As he was planning to practice for Subject 3, he received a call from Fei Lai. Aunt Lai opened her mouth with a cub, and Li Jian identified the current Aunt Lai's IQ as having been drinking. Cubby, Mommy misses you. Today Mommy bought a lot of forgotten pup milk. Your favorite forgotten pup milk. Next time you're here, Mommy will give you forgotten pup milk. But Mom didn't drink it herself, just in case she forgot about you. You can't drink forgetful mom milk. Lai Fei in the villa's master bedroom was drinking wine while talking to Li Jian on the phone. Her face was red and flushed. She did drink a lot today. On the big bed, there was quite a bit of wanted milk. There are canned ones and boxed ones. Last time she saw Li Jian buy Wansai milk and thought he liked it. So Lai Fei, who went out shopping in the morning after drinking wine, bought quite a lot of it. That way her pups could have a drink the next time they came over. Aunt Lai, you're drunk again. There's no such thing as forgetting mom's milk. I don't care. Cub, you were born to me anyway. Cubby, you can't forget Auntie. Auntie will always be your mommy. Who made you eat aunties? I know Aunt Rai. I won't forget you. Aunt Rai, you're not out there, are you? Auntie is at home, in her room cub. Hearing Lai Fei say this, Li Jian completely put her heart down. If Auntie Lai is home, you can drink as much as you want. After all, the last time the dragon fruit incident checked in, Aunt Lai's health indicators were all exceptionally good, and there was no illness, so she didn't have to worry so much in her own mind. Okay, cub, mommy's going to keep drinking. Mom only drinks wine, not forgetful cub milk. Next time mommy sees you, she's going to kiss and hug and feed you. Keeps you fed and reminds you of the best times of your childhood. Li Jian. This wine monster's big cake Li Jian has long been accustomed to eating. When has he ever cashed in? It was a long conversation. Lai Fei said, Cubby, mommy's a little hungry, so I'll stop talking to you for now. Okay, forget Auntie Pup. In Li Jian's heart, Aunt Lai, had another nickname. Wine Monkey, Auntie Dragon Fruit, Auntie Koi, Auntie Forgot Pup. After the two of them hung up the phone, he couldn't help but feel warm and fuzzy inside. Every time he thought of Aunt Lai, he had that uncontrollable throbbing all over his insides, an itch that came from the depths of his soul. It had nothing to do with Aunt Lai's gorgeous face or her fine-tuned body. All he could remember was the overwhelmingly obvious favoritism that Aunt Lai had shown him from the first time he met her, and it made him want to hug Aunt Lai properly. It's better to go to Auntie Rong first. Today is just the day to have a good chat with Auntie Rong about Go. Li Jian also wanted to see if there was an opportunity to talk to Aunt Rong about her past. For the past of this incomparably enchanting woman, Li Jian really couldn't help but feel a pang of curiosity within her heart. When she arrived at the practice site for Subject 3, Li Jian saw the heavily armed He Yenrong from afar. Li Jian didn't know if the term by virtue of east being close to people was the right word to describe Aunt Rong, because he thought the easy part might be hovering between E and F. It's not as good as Auntie Joe, but it's actually pretty much the same. Words. Auntie Rong, let me teach you the introductory knowledge of Go today, starting with a brief explanation. Aha! Although He Yenrong didn't take down her sunglasses, but Li Jian could still feel that Aunt Rong's heart was happy. Perhaps it was because she worked at the Century Palace that her heart might have been so interested in Go. This was probably caused by an inferiority complex within, which was understandable in Li Jian's heart, and Li Jian had a feeling. He Yenrong's love history may not be that simple. After all, she's more than just pretty to look at. That face of hers is permeated with a flirty word. Just by looking at it, it is easy for people to get carried away and can't help but have some thoughts about her. It can be said that He Yenrong is an absolutely perfect woman, just made for hormones. The amount of hormones secreted by the sight of her are multiplied exponentially. Enchanting, really, is an unspeakable aura. Auntie Rong, let's go to the shade. Coming into the shade, Li Jian explained to He Yenrong about the introductory knowledge of Go. More than half an hour later, He Yenrong rubbed the corners of her eyes, faint white fine lines. Looking at Li Jian swallowed his saliva. When Auntie Rong was young, she was definitely not as seductive as she is now. Deep down in Li Jian's heart, what he liked the most was still the current Aunt Rong, the absolutely beautiful, enchanting, beautiful mature woman, the perfect companion in the middle of the room. Xiao Yan, you're really great. Let's stop here today. Auntie's brain can't digest so much. Auntie was stupid in the first place because of her brain. That's why the education is so low. After removing the sunglasses, the perfectly curved thin willow leaf eyebrows and enchanting peach blossom eyes made Li Jian feel even hotter. Well, Auntie Rong, I'll slowly teach you in the future, but just talking about theoretical knowledge on the cell phone won't work. We still have to do it practically some other day to make it work. Good. And Auntie will even wash your feet later. Auntie Rong, how many times have you been in love? Li Jian looked at the enchanting, beautiful, mature woman in front of him and asked. He was really too curious about He Yenrong's past. And, within a few years, they were separated. Why? Why are you interested in this auntie thing? He Yenrong looked at Li Jian intimately. For this child, how she looked at how to feel perfect, how to look at how to feel like, want to accept under the seat as a godson. The more godmother looks at her godson, the better she looks at him. It's just that Li Jian doesn't want to be godparents with her. Aunt Rong, I'm just curious because I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you. Li Jian's praise made He Yenrong cover her cherry lips and laugh lightly. She'd gotten tired of hearing the compliments of others a long time ago, but in her perspective, Li Jian was just a small child, and she liked and loved this latecomer. So Li Jian's praise made He Yenrong genuinely feel happy. Nonsense, your Aunt Shin and your Aunt Lai, neither one is worse than Auntie. Whether it's a small family or a drop-dead gorgeous, both of your aunts are great. I mean, that kind of aura, I can't say. But anyway, Auntie is just the most feminine woman I've ever met. He Yenrong touched Li Jian's head. You're trying to say that Auntie looks Thai, so you're curious how many men Auntie has had. No, Auntie Rong, I just think you're pretty. It's okay, Luli said all day long that auntie are used to, but auntie is not that kind of person. Auntie alone in the house are almost 20 years. Speaking of this, He Yenrong's heart still felt a bit mournful. Her fate was really very bad. Li Jiyan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect such an enchanting Aunt Rong to be able to stay alone for 20 years. He Yenrong was destined to have countless suitors wherever she went, and she was so tolerant? A woman's loneliness can't be suppressed that easily, can it? It's a little less reasonable to say, but it's really true. By the way, Auntie Rong, you said you had an ex, not an ex-husband? No. He Yenrong put on her sunglasses, and she didn't know if she was afraid that Li Jiyan would see her sadness. The life of a beautiful woman is, for the most part, miserable. He Yenrong is no exception. Like Shin Hongmei and Lai Feifei also have their own suffering. Unmarried and pregnant? That's not true. Auntie just mistakenly thought she was married. What's going on? Auntie. Li Jiyan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. In the past, my aunt's family was poor, so she dropped out of school early, and then not much later my aunt came out to work. The first time I worked part-time, my boss sneaked up in the middle of the night and knocked on my aunt's door. Wanted to come in. Auntie was too scared to squeal and ran away in the middle of the night. Li Jiyan quietly listened to He Yenrong's story. Telling is indeed a very each other a way to relieve the pressure inside. This can make Aunt Rong feel better. And then after a different job, the owner of the hotel put sleeping pills inside Auntie's glass of water. Luckily Auntie's parents came. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Looking too enchanting is indeed an easy way to get into trouble. Auntie Rong, looks are given by your parents. It's not your fault. It can only be said that those people are too beastly. It's a pity that it's not too easy to keep evidence in those days, or else they'd really be arrested for all of them. After that, Auntie changed jobs quite a bit, and people were making moves everywhere, trying to plot against Auntie, harassing her in all sorts of ways, trying to bag her or something. Auntie has just always been scared of men. Li Jiyan opened his arms, and He Yenrong also hugged Li Jiyan. It's okay Auntie. Patting He Yenrong's back, Li Jiyan felt that she should invent a word for Aunt Rong. However, there were a lot of normal people pursuing Auntie, but there were so many people pursuing Auntie that Auntie was a bit bloated at that time. So make up your mind that you're going to marry a very good man. Later when Auntie came to work over here in Shanghai, met a very handsome man, Lu Jinxin's father. He's a very handsome, golden man with a great sense of humor and is very gentle and caring. He drove a Mercedes in those days, probably in 2000. Li Jiyan knew exactly what the gold content of driving a Big Ben in 00. The economy had not yet taken off at that time. Even driving a Santana is definitely very rich. Auntie at that time didn't want a relationship, but he kept pestering her. In the end Auntie was touched too. Just stay with him. Li Jiyan quietly listened. This is all human nature. It's normal. No matter men and women certainly want to find a person they like. A month or so later, he took his aunt to a room. Auntie didn't want to have that with him because Auntie's parents said she had to be married to give it. I'm going to marry him. He was quick to say yes, and the next day he got a marriage license, and a big wedding in my old neighborhood and a house for my aunt. At the time, my aunt's parents were very happy and thought they had found a good son-in-law. After they got married, he brought his aunt to work at Century Palace, which is her sister's property. As you can see, the Century Palace is a bit old. He said it was the family property, and at the time it gave my aunt a fright. Thought he wanted Auntie to be a mechanic, but he's making Auntie the manager, which means he's managing the mechanics. They all call their aunt and mom, and I don't know how many times the technicians have changed over the years, and the one who started out is now the only one left. Luli. Little by little, Auntie learned that he was one of those people who could do both. Very impressive, but there are a lot of things he won't let Auntie know. But Auntie thought life was still very sweet at that time. But what Auntie didn't expect in any case is this. I can't believe he was married. This reversal made Li Jiyan feel a bit caught off guard as well. Auntie Rong, he was married. How did he get a marriage license with you? Auntie was so stupid at that time. He asked for her ID card and said he would have a marriage license issued on her behalf. Auntie was uneducated at that time. Just a cutie. I didn't know you needed a household register to get married. Getting a fake marriage license and thinking you're married. Until one day, his original wife came back. Auntie assures me that's a great beauty, too. No worse than Auntie at all. But she's got a bad personality and is said to be one of those spoiled grown-up young ladies. At the time, Auntie didn't know why he was so greedy and had such a beautiful wife at home. And to mess with me. That day, she took a couple of women and rounded up Auntie and beat her on the ground. Kicked Auntie in the stomach when she was about 5 months pregnant, bleeding a lot from the kick. Speaking of the past, He Yenrong's face paled a bit. End of chapter. Chapter 101, He Yenrong's panic. Fulfilling the pact with Catherine. The past was painful for He Yenrong, but talking about it with Li Jiyan, He Yenrong's heart felt a sense of pressure being relieved. Telling is indeed a very good way to relieve yourself of stress. That woman is so bad. He Yenrong smiled gently. At that time, Auntie was beaten while being called a mistress, and that time was the most humiliating and powerless moment in Auntie's life. Obviously at the time, I was just in a normal relationship, got married, and had a marriage license and a reception in my hometown. But in the end, I became the I hated the most, the mistress, and a scar behind the ear. Li Jian moved over to take a look and realized that there was indeed a scar, thankfully behind the ear and not on the face. A woman as enchanting as Aunt Rong, it would be a pure waste if she really left scarring on her face. Auntie Rong, it's not your fault, you're not a mistress, you're just a victim. He Yenrong grabbed Li Jian's hand, and the slippery touch made Li Jian feel a rush of heat. Later, Auntie was lucky and the baby was saved. Li Jian knew that this child was Lu Jinxin. No wonder his brain was as sick as if he had a disease. It turned out that he had been beaten up when he was not born. Then Auntie wanted to know what was going on and called him, but he never answered. I was disheartened to leave Shanghai, but the real owner of Century Palace, his sister, told me to stay, gave me a sum of money and said that no one would ever bother Auntie again. Auntie in those days had no place to go and a child to raise, so she stayed, and sure enough, the man and his wife didn't show up until later. Li Jian continued to ask, has there been no appearance since then? Well, it actually came up. In the beginning Auntie was disheartened and took Jinxin until she was 6 years old when she met a very honest man. He runs the breakfast place next door. Not long after he met Auntie, he pursued her. Auntie's heart was moved at that time, and at that time Auntie wanted to find someone to live a peaceful life. Li Jian, that's normal. But Auntie was going to stay with him when he came over. Broke the man's legs in front of his aunt. There was blood all over the floor and the whole store was trashed. Auntie's cell phone was dropped too. It wasn't long before his wife came over and took him away. Li Jian subconsciously tensed up even as she listened. Has he been arrested since? No. Said there wasn't enough evidence, and there weren't that many cameras in those days, and I haven't seen the snack bar owner since. That snack bar has long since been converted into a supermarket by now. Li Jian continued to ask. Then later on, did he ever do that again? In that case wouldn't Auntie be stuck with him for the rest of her life? No more. People are much more restrained nowadays. They can't do what they want like they used to. But Auntie grew to not want to look for it, and then Auntie never saw him again. That's how this ends. But then Auntie heard about his daughter in the orphanage and adopted her as Auntie's daughter. Li Jian was silent. That era was really wild. When you get to the back, as soon as someone approaches Auntie, you get hit. It took many more years before it was completely quiet around Auntie. But the children were older and Auntie had no desire to look again. And that's how it's worked here until now. Shanghai is an impersonal place. But luckily Auntie got to know your Auntie Shin and your Auntie Lai. They gave Auntie a lot of warmth. And we've had a bond that has lasted for many years. After listening to He Yenrong's story, Li Jian felt that Aunt Rong's life was indeed too miserable. Having been married just once, or having been a mistress without her knowledge. Being a single mom raising her kids on her own and even trying to get a normal date later on didn't work. Ended up alone for so many years. It's just a little too sad. Auntie Rong, it's fine. Life is better now. Isn't it fine now? You also don't have the stress of life. And your days are pretty free. Yeah, He Yenrong nodded. Her life now, indeed, was already quite good. She had just come out to work for a low wage, and had to face the danger of being harassed by her boss or even given a knock on the door. Life is very happy now. Auntie thinks it's good enough. By the way, Sayaka, you've asked Auntie about her past. It's only fair that Auntie asks about yours. There was some curiosity on the enchanting pretty face. Xiao Yan, you're so good. You should have talked to a lot of girlfriends before. In He Yenrong's mind, Li Jian was a special hobby child, and she looked at Li Jian with a very deep filter. Well, I've never been in love. Li Jian said truthfully. No way. Really? What you said about you liking mature women is true. He Yenrong felt a bit unbelievable. Like Li Jian, such an excellent young boy, hadn't had a conversation? Well, it really hasn't been talked about. Auntie Rong, I do like mature women very much, and I can't change that. Well, then, whoever you like, should be right next to you. Honestly, do you like Aunt Lai or Aunt Shin? Auntie can help you make it harder if you really have an idea, because Auntie is close enough to them to help you. Li Jian couldn't answer either. His goal was indeed a bit big, and now that he was around his aunts in Shanghai, there were some questions that he absolutely couldn't talk about. Li Jian's behavior made He Yenrong's heart grow even more curious. No, you don't even like it. Do you like someone else? Seemingly thinking of something, He Yenrong's heart was startled. This kid, it can't be himself that he likes. He Yenrong felt as if it was possible, even though she and Shin Hongmei and Lai Fei had similar face values. But He Yenrong was very clear about her own qualities. She knew that she was the perfect companion in the middle of the room in a man's heart, and it was quite possible that Li Jian would like herself if she did. Thinking about it, Her heart panicked a little. Never lacking in suitors, He Yenrong had gotten used to situations where others liked and pursued, but there were no fluctuations or ripples within her heart. But when that person turned out to be Li Jiyan, He Yenrong really couldn't calm down at all. Let's go to practice. Surprisingly, some panic was audible in He Yenrong's tone. Well, Auntie Rong, let's go. Time passed quickly, and tonight it was Li Jiyan who slept alone. Although he enjoyed hugging Aunt Jo to sleep, people still needed some space of their own. And Li Jiyan was no exception as he quietly waited there for the arrival of 12 o'clock to refresh the intelligence. At this time he also took stock of his current assets. 2 $2 stores, 2 mini-markets, 2 breakfast places, 2 billiard parlors, 2 foot spas, 2 barber stores plus 2 Honey Snow Ice City franchises, 2 anti-Shanghai franchises, and a programming company. The intel was refreshed right on time at 12 o'clock. The first piece of intel was still the delightful wild bonus intel, and he'd forgotten just how many times he'd claimed the wild bonus. If it wasn't for the fact that the system worked so that he would never draw attention to himself by claiming the bonus, Li Jiyan wouldn't have dared to go and claim it. The few remaining messages were optional, with some gossip, but they were also a bit boring to Li Jiyan. Then, the next piece of information caught Li Jiyan's attention. In the afternoon, He Yenrong will accidentally fall into the water while walking along the river. New mission, Falling Water Incident 1. Please save He Yenrong and give her artificial respiration. Quest reward, attribute, culinary proficiency, culinary mastery, which allows you to become proficient in the art of cooking and make very tasty meals. The reward this time is not a store. Rather, it was attributes. But in Li Jiyan's mind, attributes were much more valuable than stores. After all, the essence of a store was still a monthly income, but these same attributes could come to make money for himself. And with culinary mastery, he could instantly go from being a contestant frying 2 dishes for Aunt Lai to a real chef. This is still very tempting to Li Jiyan. It's time to give Auntie Rong artificial respiration. Thinking of He Yenrong's enchanting pretty face, Li Jiyan's heart also had a feeling of 21 points of excitement. With a yearning to become proficient in cooking, Li Jiyan fell into a deep sleep. The next day after washing up, Li Jiyan couldn't wait to come to the kitchen and hug Zhao Shumin from behind. Aunt Jo, missed me. You smell so good. Staying with your aunt every day and still wanting to die. Zhao Shumin's heart couldn't help but feel a rush of sweetness. In fact, the position brought into Zhao Shumin's heart was the position of the mistress of the house, while Li Jiyan was the man of the house. After all, a house for the two of them. Zhao Shumin makes clothes at home and Li Jiyan goes out to work every day. She cooks and waits for Li Jiyan to come back. It's too much like the life of a two-person family. At that moment, someone passed by the door. Footsteps sounded, and Zhao Shumin hurriedly pushed Li Jiyan away. The older woman glared fiercely at Zhao Shumin as she passed by, but didn't dare to say anything. She had once torn that fight with Zhao Shumin. That time she saw red when she was torn by Zhou Sukmin. So the heart of Zhao Shumin is always feel that kind of fear feeling. Xiao Yan, always hugging Auntie so casually. If people see it, Auntie really can't live. Aunt Jo, no one will see. And even if I see it, it's nothing. There's such a big age difference between me and you. In a sense, to others we are mom and son. It's not much of a stretch. There are sons and moms like that. Zhao Shumin's face reddened. This kid, he really talks out of tune. Aunt Jo, it's not like we're really mother and son. That's all I'm saying. No one will think it's weird that I'm hugging you. Saying so, Li Jiyan once again hugged Zhao Shumin in her arms. Looking at the bottomless gully, Li Jiyan kissed into Zhao Shumin's lips, wantonly tasting Aunt Zhao's flavor. He felt like he was going to have to buy Auntie Jo some cooler clothes, like low-cut dresses and wraparound skirts and the like. Even though Auntie Jo certainly wouldn't want to wear them when she went out, but it's still okay to wear it at home for yourself. Oh, little bad boy, that's enough. It's time to eat. After a while, Zhao Shumin tried to push Li Jiyan away, but Li Jiyan didn't have any intention of stopping. This made Zhao Shumin's heart a little anxious. I don't want to, Aunt Jo. I want to keep kissing. Li Jiyan hugged Zhao Shumin tightly, which made Zhao Shumin panic. Xiao Yan, let go of Auntie. That depends on you sleeping with me tonight, Auntie. Okay, Auntie knows. Get loose. Only after Zhao Shumin agreed did Li Jiyan let go of Zhao Shumin. The feeling of holding Auntie Zhao in her arms as she slept was really soft and fragrant, making Li Jiyan's heart enamored with that feeling. After arriving at the office and clocking in, Lu Yichen came over and called out to Li Jiyan to go to Catherine's office. After Li Jiyan entered the door, he didn't hear Lu Yichen's footsteps as he left. This made him realize that perhaps Lu Yichen was eavesdropping outside, and perhaps Lu Jinxian as well. When he thought of this, Li Jiyan's heart had a bold idea. Li Jiyan, get your ass over here and shine my shoes, Catherine cried out harshly, obviously with a very deep resentment in her heart. This domineering voice made both Lu Yichen and Lu Jinxian outside the door feel a rush of pleasure. Sure enough, this Li Jiyan was nothing in front of the president, taking it at will. Instead, Li Ziyan waved her hand for Catherine to come over. Catherine's heart was a little strange that Li Ziyan was so bold. Li Ziyan, didn't you hear me when I asked you to shine my shoes? Catherine intends to come over to properly clean up Li Ziyan. That sharp high heels on the walk is more so outside the door. Lu Yichen think mom is awesome. Training Li Ziyan is like training a dog. President, I know, I'll do anything you ask. However, I would like to honor our agreement now. As soon as she had Catherine's waist in her arms, Li Ziyan pressed her against the door. Looking at the red lips and blue eyes of the big ocean horse, Li Ziyan directly cupped Catherine's chin, and in the next second, he kissed deeply into Catherine. Catherine's heart felt humiliated, and at the same time, she also felt relieved that this damn Li Ziyan had finally stopped torturing herself. After fulfilling his promise this time, he wouldn't have to do anything for Li Ziyan. Oh, damn you, you lowly yellow bastard. Catherine insulted Li Ziyan intermittently, but her kissing skills were in constant play and use, trying to make this promise fulfillment reach the most perfect experience. She loved the feeling of being constantly tickled out of her loneliness by Li Ziyan, and Lu Yichen outside the door was inwardly bursting with ecstasy. Sure enough, mom was insulting Li Ziyan, calling him cheap. End of chapter. Chapter 102, and Lyron's jealousy in face-to-face battle. Across a door, Lu Yichen's heart felt very free. Just what is this slurping sound? Lu Yichen didn't realize that at this time, Li Ziyan was pressing Catherine to the door for a passionate kiss. Lu Jinshan's heart was equally cool. Sure enough, he followed the right person. Followed the chairman, Li Jiyan, and he went against him. The chairman's mom cleaned up. Li Jiyan cleaned up easily. In the room, gradually, Li Jiyan wrapped his arms around Catherine's waist. When he was kissing Catherine, Li Jiyan's heart had the same strange feeling that Catherine's heart looked down on him, which Li Jiyan's heart knew better than anyone else. But punishing Catherine, who looked down on herself, really gave Li Ziyan a strange sense of fulfillment within her heart. At first, Catherine's heart felt a million times more humiliated, but little by little, she was thoroughly engaged, carrying the kiss to perfection. After a long time, the two were separated. Li Ziyan, our agreement is considered complete, so go away. Li Ziyan was still a little bit unfulfilled, wiped the lipstick on her mouth, and walked out. After going out, he saw Lu Yichen and Lu Jinxian were standing not far away. The two should have heard some, but what they heard was not clear. After you get to your workstation and leave with your bag, Lu Jinshan said excitedly. It looks like the president agreed with Li Ziyan to do something to humiliate him. The two men looked at each other, both very happy inside, and at that moment Catherine unlocked the door to her room and made her way over to her office chair. Her mouth was still cursing Li Ziyan. This ing lowlife yellow bastard. I can't believe you kissed me again. Catherine sat down in the chair. Her heart despised Li Ziyan even more. But at the same time that feeling of humiliation spread and spread. After collecting the wild bonus, Li Ziyan found a place to touch the fish, intending to carry out the afternoon's mission. At this time, He Yenrong had been soulful. What the hell did that kid mean when he didn't answer his own question? He Yenrong felt that Li Ziyan likes may really be himself. Yesterday night when sleeping, He Yenrong even dreamed of himself and Li Ziyan inside a hotel room. It must be that he has been repressing himself for too long, and that's why he's having such strange dreams. He Yenrong kept telling herself in her mind that at this moment, she really didn't understand what was going on in her heart. At this moment, she and Luli were lying inside a private room, each lying on a massage bed, and there were quite a lot of fruits on the bed. Usually He Yenrong spent most of her time here. Her perversity was naturally noticed by Luli next to her. Wrong? What's wrong with you? You're always distracted. It can't be that he's really in love with Li Ziyan. Looking at He Yenrong's enchanting pretty face that was rapidly turning red, Luli also sat up, looking very serious. Wrong, you really like Li Ziyan. You can't be crazy. How can you think like that in our line of work? At the moment, Luli's first internal impression was that He Yenrong was crazy. You haven't been looking for so many years. If you find someone in their 40s, even in their 30s, I think you can get by with your beauty. It's all sort of fruitful, too, so I won't say anything. But Li Ziyan is just a college student. How dare you have such an idea? Don't you know what happened to me in the past? I found someone untrustworthy, ended up getting cheated out of all my money, and ended up coming back as a mechanic. Hearing Luli's words, He Yenrong subconsciously retorted, what are you babbling about? Xiao Yensan is not that kind of person. He has a very kind heart. After saying that, she realized that the key point of her rebuttal seemed to be wrong. It's not like she had that kind of thought in her heart towards Li Jiyan. She was just worrying about what was going on in Li Jiyan's mind. Look at that. Admit it. Luli caught the point at this point. Look up, you still really like Li Ziyan. 20-year-old kid. It looks like you've been sulking in your heart for so many years, and your loneliness can't be suppressed to completely explode. That's normal. After all, it's women who get lonely, but only if you take safety measures. Say that again and I'll rip your mouth off. Not at all. He Yenrong also retorted with some urgency at this time. Lee Ji-yeon and I are just normal elders and juniors. I admire him but it's not like I like him and want to be with him or anything. How is it possible with such a big age gap between us? It's just that he said he likes mature women. Yesterday when I asked him if he liked Shin Hongmei or Lai Fei Fei, he didn't say anything, and there was something wrong with the way he looked at me. So I'm a little worried if he likes me. It's not right. Luli laid down and cozied up to eat the fruit. What's right or wrong with that? You're an adult. Single. Li Jian is also an adult and single. It's not unusual for him to like you. Wrong. I think you can actually have a relationship with Li Jian. As long as you don't hold the idea of going away for the rest of your life, then the rest of the time will only be countless hours of happiness. A youngster of this age, has all the strength in the world. I see Li Jian as if he is very powerful. What are you babbling about? Xiaoyan doesn't know what to do. How can I not know what to do? And he didn't say he was into me. He Yenrong's heart had a bit of a headache. After treating Li Jian as a junior in her heart, she was worried that Li Jian would take the wrong path. You're silly. It must be one of you he likes. The three of you are so good looking that a normal man could be unmoved. And he doesn't say he likes Shin Hongmei or Lai Fei Fei. Then the favorite must be you. I think you could take the initiative. What nonsense. Xiaoyan is so young. If he really has something with him, isn't it harming his whole life? And don't you always say that in our line of work? You can't get attached to men. It's not like you and I are in the same line of work. Aunt Ronnie, if you're serious about having results with someone for the rest of your life, then I'm definitely firmly against it. But if it's just for fun, I think you're perfectly fine with Li Jian. Such a wonderful young man. It's perfectly fine for you and him to have a relationship. Nice night out, I think. You've been single well into your 40s. It's a sheer waste to go on like this. It hurts me to watch. It's necessary to let Li Jian make good use of it before it's too late. It's not time to catch the tail end of youth. In the future, if you lose your water and power, you won't have anywhere to go to regret it if you want to. Lu Li's words made He Yenrong's face grow red. Nonsense again. If I stay with Sion, that would be harming him. And I'm just treating Sayaka like a little kid. You think it's harming him, but people like mature women. Wrong. Do you think that if you don't talk to him, then will Shin Hongmei and Lai Fei Fei be with him in the future? I'm not much else, but I'm a good judge of character. I can feel it. Those two women weren't too bad for him. And people like pretty ants that age. If you're not with him, Shin Hongmei and Lai Fei Fei might be with him. How about he's going to get a mature woman for a girlfriend? So why can't this one be you? I think you could take some initiative. Don't say it. I just think of Li Jian as a little kid. In fact, there is another way. You can recognize him as your godson, so that if you have this identity as a cover, it will be much more convenient for you guys in the future. And even if there's no affection in the future, the kinship is still there, right? I would like to recognize Xiaoyan as my godson, but he doesn't want to. Saying that, He Yenrong covered her mouth. Her words were just a bit too much. Good. Sure enough, godson godmother. Your heart really wants to be godparents with him. Luli seemed to have discovered a new continent, which made He Yenrong's face even redder while her heart was even more messed up. The woman seemed to have a point. No matter what, Xiaoyan would end up finding a mature woman to be her girlfriend. Why can't this person be himself? Unconsciously, He Yenrong's thinking was also taken off course. It took her a while before she reacted. What she was thinking about was whether Xiaoyan was making a mistake, and that she needed to help him correct his mistake. In the afternoon, the moody He Yenrong walked out, intending to take a break, wearing sunglasses and an umbrella, a cheongsam and black silk. He Yenrong's heart felt a bit annoyed. Regarding whether Li Jian likes Shin Hongmei or Lai Fei Fei, it was actually at the driving school when Li Jian helped her drive away the man who was harassing her. He Yenrong had asked Li Jian once, and at that time Li Jian jokingly said that she liked them all. He Yenrong's heart didn't take it seriously. After all, it's normal for children to joke around, but it was Li Jian's silence yesterday that made He Yenrong really feel flustered. As she walked, He Yenrong felt a bit weak. In fact, He Yenrong didn't sleep very well. Long-term late-night situation. The body is not like Lai Fei Fei or Shin Hongmei has such a good bottom. Her peach blossom eye corners of the faint eye lines is how to come. However, in Li Jian's opinion, the incomparably fine eye lines grew on the enchanting Aunt Rong, making her very feminine. Li Jian, who was waiting at the mission site, also saw the beautiful figure of He Yenrong in a cheongsam. Auntie Rong really is so hooked, the perfect mid-bedroom companion. Li Jian followed. He knew that it was useless for him to stop Aunt Rong. The last time he tried to stop Shin Hongmei from getting her foot broken, the result was that he shouted and Shin Hongmei broke her foot. Not much later, He Yenrong, who was wearing high heels, suddenly felt a dizzying sensation coming over her head. Walking on the edge of the guardrail, she was surprised when her body lurched and fell against the water. The cool sensation hit He Yenrong's head, sobering her up for a moment. Looking at the water around her and feeling her sinking body, an unprecedented panic appeared in He Yenrong's heart. She didn't know how to swim, and as a woman, He Yenrong's heart could be described as fearful. Could it be that one is going to die in this place? The next second, she saw a figure quickly stripping off its clothes and shoes and jumping at the water. In a trance, she seemed to see Li Jian's shadow, which made her heart wonder if this was a hallucination before she died, and if she was really going to leave this world. It wasn't until Li Jian's voice rang in her ears that He Yenrong saw clearly who the person in front of her actually was, and it was Li Jian. Auntie Rong, don't say anything and don't move. I'll drag you ashore. He Yenrong listened to Li Jian's words, but because of her fear, at this point, He Yenrong was completely speechless and her body was out of control. Li Jian then pulled He Yenrong towards the shore and swam over. Although it's a small river, the small rivers in the outskirts of Shanghai are basically living water, and in a number of places they lead directly to the sea, where the current is still relatively strong. But fortunately, Li Jian liked to go to the countryside when she was a child, and spent a lot of time swimming with those little friends, and never fell behind. After swimming for a while, Li Jian found a suitable place and pulled He Yenrong ashore. After placing Aunt Rong on the grass and lying down, Li Jian let out a complete sigh of relief. Auntie Rong, it's okay. Turning his head to look but found that He Yenrong's body looked a bit stiff and motionless. Even his eyes were filled with blankness as if he had lost his soul. This put Li Jian also scared, confused. What happened? Aunt Rong just fell into the water himself, flew down. Did not drink any water at all. How did it become like this now? Li Jian's heart could be said to be puzzled. Auntie Rong, are you alright? He Yenrong didn't say a word. In fact, she was awake inside, but because of the excessive shock inside, at this point, she was unable to react. Auntie Rong, I'll give you first aid. In the present situation, saving people comes first. Li Jian's heart doesn't have any evil thoughts at all, only wanting to make Aunt Rong get better quickly. Auntie Rong, wake up. After a dozen consecutive presses, Li Jian smelled a natural fragrance. He then gave He Yenrong artificial respiration. Paralyzed and unable to move, He Yenrong's heart thumped. This kid really kissed his way in. Nope, he thinks he's in trouble and is giving himself artificial respiration. It was as if his old habits had returned, and he was really ashamed of himself, constantly giving first aid to He Yenrong, feeling the artificial respiration invaded by Li Jian. He Yenrong, however, couldn't say anything. After a while, He Yenrong gently grabbed Li Jian's hand. Little words. Only when she heard He Yenrong speak did Li Jian breathe a complete sigh of relief. And at this time, the sky suddenly turned cloudy, as if a rainstorm was coming. Auntie Rong, I'll carry you home. Li Jian tried it, but found it not quite on the right side. So he switched to Li's wraparound hug and held Auntie Rong in his arms and ran towards the place where he had lost his clothes. And then, Li Jian stopped a lot of cabs, and no one even stopped when they saw Li Jian in this state. Finally, with a muffled thunder, a pouring rain poured down from the sky. Li Jian tried to take an online taxi in the process. Li Jian also put her own clothes on. After all, hugging a mature woman in a pair of shorts just seemed a little uncharacteristic. Getting dressed, he reholds Aunt Rong in his arms, warming her with his body heat. The online taxi came over with the same refusal to take her, but only after Li Jian added money did she manage to get Aunt Rong carried into the car. Auntie Rong, are you okay? Auntie is fine. He Yenrong wrapped herself around Li Jian, her legs coiled around his waist. Her mind seemed to understand why Li Fei Fei, that drunken mongoloid, liked to wrap herself around Li Jian's body so much that she wouldn't come down, because that's really extra special and comfortable. It was only when she reached the entrance of the Century Palace that Li Jian breathed a sigh of relief. After carrying He Yenrong inside, Luli, who was standing behind the counter, also welcomed her. Li Jian, you and Rong Rong went to that. Why don't you go to the open to come to the house? No, Auntie Lu. It was Auntie Rong who accidentally fell into the water. I got her up. Auntie Rong is probably in shock. Let me take her to her room. Touching He Yenrong's head with her forehead, Li Jian even realized that Aunt Rong seemed to have a fever. Come with me. This woman, with such a weak body, must have gotten dizzy and fallen off. She passed out a few years ago too, but I was with her that time. After arriving at the 5th floor, Luli brought Li Jian to He Yenrong's room. After entering the room, Li Jian took a look at the furnishings around. Very clean and tidy, incomparably plain. Auntie Rong is supposed to be a very gentle and clean-loving woman on a regular basis. Li Jian, go out first, let your Aunt Rong change her clothes, and you can come back in later. I'll find you a suit later. She needs to get some rest. After Li Jian went out, Luli complained and said, let you less stay up late. More makeup for the body. Your body was not good. This is good. Want me to help you change clothes? Go ahead and go out and make me a bowl of ginger soup. I'll change myself and take some of my own medicine later. He Yenrong's voice seemed very weak. Okay, Take care of yourself and call out if you need anything. Li Jian, who was waiting outside the door, suddenly heard Lai Fei-Fei's voice. It made him wonder if he was hallucinating as well. Pup, Aunt Lai. After turning her head and seeing Auntie-forgotten Pup, Li Jian felt surprised. Why are you here, Cubby? Just now I saw you and He Yenrong running while bobbing up and down before entering the Century Palace. You ignored Auntie even when she called you. Mommy really had you for nothing. Li Jian felt that this was probably because he hadn't been paying attention, and all that was on his mind at the time was to send Aunt Rong back to her room as soon as possible. Cubby, guess what Mommy's got for you? What? Stand still, the drunken Lai Fei-Fei said after making Li Jian stand up straight. Li Jian from the second class of the third year. Your mom, Fifi Lai, sent you 2 bottles of forgotten pup milk. Your mommy loves you so much. Saying that, Lai Fei-Fei stuffed 2 bottles of wanted milk into Li Jian's hands. Li Jian, Cubby, why are you drenched like this? Mommy's going to warm you up. Jumping onto Li Jian's body, she hugged Li Jian tightly with the familiar Lai's entangling hug, and Li Jian, who was afraid that Auntie Lai would fall, hurriedly hugged Fei Lai as well. Aunt Lai, get down there. I'm covered in water. Don't get all unclean on you too. You were born to mommy, and cubs are cold, so mommy has to warm you up before you can do that. Lai Fei-Fei hugged Li Jian quite a bit harder, as if she was trying to warm up Li Jian with her body. Smelling the fragrance of Aunt Lai's body, Li Jian couldn't help but hug Fei Lai tightly. Aunt Lai had that unmistakable and obvious favoritism for herself, no matter what. At this time, Lu Li walked out. Seeing this scene, her heart was also shocked and somewhat dumbfounded that this kid's charm was so great. He Yenrong for his soul. Lai Fei-Fei even took the initiative to throw herself into the arms. Also like this kid. This kid is so attractive? You know, these 3 women can be seen in the world. What handsome man has not seen, but have not moved? But in Li Jian here, Mr. Lai Rong is inside changing her clothes. I'll go make her a bowl of ginger candy. Auntie Lu, I'll do it. I can cook. Li Jian has picked up the attribute culinary proficiency. He wanted to see if the food he made was really tasty. Well, I don't care then. I'm still busy downstairs and the kitchen is on the east side. Not long after Lu Li left, He Yenrong's voice rang out. The soundproofing of the house here isn't really that good. After all, the clubhouse always needs to hear something to have that feeling of inclusion. Xiao Yan, Fifi, you guys come in. Li Jian patted Lai Fei-Fei's back and said, Aunt Lai, let's go in. Aha, Lai Fei-Fei, who didn't know how much she had drunk, then got off Li Jian's body and pulled Li Jian's hand towards the inside of He Yenrong's room. Auntie Rong, are you okay? It's okay, go find a set of clothes to wear inside your aunt's closet. She said that she was fine, but He Yenrong's tone was obviously a bit weak. Auntie, I don't think it's appropriate for me to wear your clothes. What's inappropriate? Summer clothes are similar for both men and women. You don't want to freeze and catch cold. It was only after He Yenrong's urging that Li Jian went to He Yenrong's closet and picked out a t-shirt. When she reached the bathroom, Li Jian always felt that Aunt Rong's clothes had a natural milky scent on them, and the t-shirt is noticeably longer in the front than in the back. Only after changing her clothes did Li Jian go to the kitchen. Looking at Li Jian's back as she left, Lai Fei-Fei also found a button-down shirt to change into, but she felt that the top was very loose. So envious of you. So loaded. He Yenrong said breathlessly as she ate the medicine. Your little body gave you shall not die of exhaustion walking. It's no use giving it to you. You're already at your limit. Who said that? F is my limit. Okay. Wrong. What's going on today? Why did you come back like that with Cubby? Did you guys go to a room? No, I fell in the water by accident. It was Xiao Yan who passed by and saved me. I was scared silly all of a sudden. Ming was glad, but because he was so scared and lost his soul, his eyes felt Li Jian constantly giving himself CPR and artificial respiration. That feeling is incredibly humiliating to think about, and at the same time, He Yenrong also clearly remembered the frequency of her heartbeat at that time. She was afraid that it was more than 120 beats per minute. Her heartbeat had never been so fast in her life. Perhaps it's the heartbeat? It's okay. Lai Fei-Fei hugged He Yenrong and comforted her. You're not scared now. I'm not scared anymore. I was the one who was so scared I didn't react, but now I think everything is fine. Wrong. You smell so good. Your daughter snacks all day. Can I have a couple bites too? Asterisk. Q. He Yenrong pushed Lai Fei-Fei away. This winemonger really didn't have a proper line of work. What about good sisters? So much of it goes to waste, spilling it without giving it to your good sisters. Shut up you crazy. Not much later, Li Jian returned. He came in with a bowl of ginger soup, and the special scent made He Yenrong's attention all focus on the ginger soup. Sion, did you cook this? Well, Auntie Rong, I just learned it recently. Try it. Handed the ginger soup to He Yenrong. After He Yenrong took it, She gently tasted a mouthful, only to feel a warm sensation surging into her stomach, making her drink the ginger soup somewhat greedily. How does it taste? Xiao Yan, Auntie has never had such good ginger soup. Before He Yenrong could finish her words, Lai Fei Fei spoke full of grudges. Cubby, you're ungrateful. You didn't even make a bowl for Mom, and Mom just brought you forgot pup milk. The milk was something that Lai Fei Fei had been carrying in her bag, and she planned to give it to Li Jiyan when she ran into him. What I didn't expect was to run into Li Jiyan here. Aunt Lai, I'm going to bring you a bowl. Good cub, Auntie rewards you. Saying that, Lai Fei Fei placed a kiss on Li Jiyan's lips. Warmth came from the sensation, and Li Jiyan left. And this scene made He Yenrong feel a pang of sourness inside her heart that she couldn't control. This woman, she's too uncouth. After doubting whether his heart liked Li Jiyan or not, He Yenrong had a feeling that her good feelings towards Li Jiyan were really getting deeper and deeper. Moreover, what Luli said actually made sense. Since Xiao Yan liked mature women, even if he didn't get together with him, he would still get together with Lai Fei Fei or Shen Hongmei in the future. And from the way Fei Lai has been kissing Li Jiyan in this car lately, in the future, when this woman's loneliness gets to her head, she is afraid that she will not be able to resist the temptation to take a shot at Li Jiyan, who probably has no way to resist the temptation. By the time they get a room, it'll be too late. Fifi, you always kiss Li Jiyan. Do you like him? Despite being in a state of drunkenness, He Yenrong's question still made Lai Fei Fei's heart feel very flustered. What nonsense! He's my cub. Come on. All day long you just say you're his mom and he has nothing to do with you. Honestly, do you like Li Jiyan? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not. Me and cub. It's pure mother-son love. Are you having thoughts about my cub? No, he can only be good with me. I am not going to let him fall in love. Lai Fei Fei's words in the middle of the vinegar jar are almost overturned. In the past when joking Lai Fei Fei feel indifferent, but today saw Li Jiyan holding He Yenrong back. She really couldn't help but be jealous in her heart. The kind of jealousy that turned over. That's why she was so proactive, like pestering and hugging Li Jiyan, and even kissing Li Jiyan again and again. Lai Fei Fei's possessiveness was, likewise, extraordinarily strong. Soon, Li Jiyan returned with another bowl of ginger soup. Lai Fei Fei walked towards Li Jiyan. Humph, cub, finally Mom didn't raise you for nothing. Saying that, Lai Fei Fei once again hugged and kissed Li Jiyan. She looked at He Yenrong with some smugness in her eyes. This scene made He Yenrong's heart even harder. Sayan-san, come here. Li Jiyan sat over and looked at the somewhat pale He Yenrong, and he realized that He Yenrong's body might not really be very good normally. It was just a bit too fragile. You saved Auntie's life today. Auntie really doesn't even know how to thank you. Saying that, He Yenrong hugged Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan clearly felt how great and real the easy embrace really was. This made Li Jiyan's heart really feel like a 21-point favorite. Your Aunt Rai likes to kiss you. Auntie kisses you today too. Saying that, He Yenrong's heart kissed up at Li Jiyan's lips with a sour feeling. She felt as if she really liked Li Jiyan in her heart. When I was at the river today, Xiao Yan was giving herself artificial respiration. It's already equal to having kissed yourself, so it doesn't seem to matter now. Lai Fei Fei, the drunken mongoloid, molests Xiao Yan all day long, so why can't you do it yourself? One is just going to have to compete with her. Moreover, the idea of falling in love with Li Jiyan also rose in He Yenrong's mind. As long as he didn't let Xiao Yan take responsibility, it didn't seem impossible to stay with him until he found a girlfriend. Anti-wrong. Li Jiyan really never dreamed that He Yenrong would take the initiative to kiss him on the lips. While he was talking, He Yenrong even truly kissed him. With He Yenrong's gentle, blazing kisses, the thoughts in her mind became clearer and clearer. This scene was clearly seen by Lai Fei Fei, and at this moment, Lai Fei Fei really did completely break her defenses. The last time she saw Shen Hongmei and Li Jiyan in front of the bathroom door she wasn't that uncomfortable. But as the feelings with Li Jiyan deepened, in Lai Fei Fei's heart a lot of things became more and more unacceptable, and the scene in front of her made Lai Fei Fei's vinegar jar have the feeling of being C4 blown up. She couldn't help but yell out, He Yenrong, you're crazy. What are you doing? Let go of the cubs. End of chapter. Chapter 103, you buy 2 bottles of Forget Mom milk and forget about me. Looking at the He Yenrong in front of him taking the initiative, Lai Fei Fei was also somewhat unable to control her emotions. After rushing up and stopping the two from kissing, Lai Fei Fei's heart felt much better. This damn He Yenrong. After separating from Li Jiyan, a feeling of unprecedented emptiness began to flood into He Yenrong's heart. The feeling just now was really something she had never experienced strands of yo before, and it was just interrupted by Lai Fei Fei. By this time, Lai Fei Fei had also sobered up a bit. I'll go first. She turned around and left, not wanting to continue staying in this place. At this moment, Lai Fei Fei was already between half asleep and half awake. At the moment, He Yenrong had a fever and looked a bit weak, while Lai Fei Fei left in anger. Li Jiyan also had a feeling that he didn't know how to deal with it, and it was true that all the desired goals were not something that could be held by ordinary people, and if he didn't have a system, he wouldn't have been able to realize it in this life. Sion, go after Fifi, she's angry, never let her wander off on her own. Li Jiyan gave a hum and followed him out. He was really uneasy if Aunt Lai was running around. After all, Lai Fei was a real drunken mongrel. What if she fell asleep outside? After Li Jiyan left, He Yenrong, who had come to her senses, was so ashamed that she even wanted to find a crack in the ground. He himself had taken the initiative to kiss Li Jiyan. Taking the initiative to become that way, he was really shameless. Is it because of his own jealousy climbing with Lai Fei? Or is it because he already really likes Li Jiyan in his heart? Not much later, Lu Li entered the room. She saw her good girlfriend He Yenrong's red-hot face at a glance. Obviously, something had happened. Wrong, why is your face so red? Just now I saw Lai Fei run out in a huff. What happened? Lu Li's heart was filled with curiosity. She felt as if these two girlfriends were having a falling out. She knew that He Yenrong's relationship with those two women was really good, and for herself and He Yenrong, she could only be considered an old colleague with a better relationship, but the three of them are really the kind of close, unbelievable BFFs. It's nothing, just now I got impulsive and kissed Xiaoyan. Then she got mad, and I told Sayaka to hurry after her. He Yenrong lowered her head. The warm feeling of the ginger soup was still spreading in her stomach, and that warmth constantly made He Yenrong's heart feel happy. What? Wrong, I didn't expect it. You're still so wild even with a fever. Are you having a fever or a fling? I'll rip your mouth off. Okay, no kidding. When Li Jiyan saved you from the water today, you were actually very touched, right? The touchy-feely kind. He Yenrong didn't say anything, her mind recalling the moment when Li Jiyan jumped down. That creek was still pretty deep, not one of those still rivers, and even someone who could swim would surely be scared in their heart. But Li Jiyan didn't hesitate at all and directly jumped down to save herself. How could He Yenrong's heart not be touched? After a while, He Yenrong touched her still somewhat hot forehead and said, "It is indeed very touching. You know how it is in our society nowadays. Everyone's all business, fearful of any trouble hitting them in the head. People don't want to get themselves in trouble. But Sion saw me fall into the water and came down without a moment's hesitation. That feeling, I really can't describe it. This kid, he already thinks of me as his family, I guess." Lu Li hummed. This child, indeed, is very truthful, and it is evident that he has placed you in a very high position in his heart. In this day and age, people like that are really few and far between, and he really is a great kid. That's why you're so touched. Fell in love with him. This time, He Yenrong surprisingly did not refute. In the Li Jiyan to help her do artificial respiration and frantically help her CPR. At that moment, her heart beat faster than ever. It was a feeling of a true heartbeat, or rather, a stirring from the depths of the soul. For the first time in her life, He Yenrong felt that way. During the kiss with Li Jiyan just now, He Yenrong even really felt her heart stop beating. And, wrong, did you notice one thing? What is it? Why? Li Jiyan appeared again and met you when you were in danger. You're not going to talk to me about that fortune-telling stuff again. I don't believe in that. You've been pondering this all that time. God forbid. And you haven't found your true love. That one is that there might be some problems with my 8 characters, but Li Jiyan really has a destiny with you. Anyway, whether it's a superstition or not first, just tell me if Li Jiyan is really fated to be with you? He Yenrong originally really didn't believe in fate, but this was too much of a coincidence. And this child, Xiao Yan, would always appear in her life, especially when she needed help. Moreover, there was absolutely no such thing as a deliberate design or anything, and his own dizziness falling into the water was purely a fortuitous event that he hadn't even thought of. It sure seems like it. That's not so bad. I think it's fine for you to like Li Jiyan. I think you two would be quite happy if you were together. I didn't like. Stop. Wrong. Don't be tough with me. I'm not Li Jiyan. What's the use of being tough with me? I think you like him if you like him. Admit it in a big way. We're halfway through our lives. What's not to have the courage to admit? He Yenrong's pink fists clenched. Well, I think I probably really like Li Jiyan. In fact, I just thought of him as a kid before and wanted to recognize him as my godson. You know, a young man who is fluent in a foreign language, talks about foreign history, and even knows Go. How excellent is this? But at that time I just thought of Li Jiyan as a child. But when he held me in the water today, I really felt safer than I've ever felt in my life. After he dragged me to shore, he even gave me CPR on my chest. It's not what you think. It's not that he molested me. It's just first aid. But even though it was first aid, there was physical contact, and artificial respiration, and my heart was beating so fast at that time. He Yenrong covered her face. The fever coupled with her inner shame made her face feel hot. Looking at He Yenrong's peach blossom eyes with ripples of autumn water, Lu Li exclaimed. Oh my god, I think you are really crazy. I was just kidding you before, but I really didn't expect that you would really dare to like Li Jian. You're really old enough to give birth to him. After the words were out of the way, He Yanrong recoiled in indifference. Anyway, I just fell in love with him. Do what you like. So what are you going to do? If you can listen to me and just fall in love but not think about spending your life with him, then I'm still behind you. After all, a day to be happy is a day to be happy, and we are truly standing on top of the tail end of our youth. If you're not happy in this life, you'll have no chance at all later. Xiaoyan should be able to sense that I like him, and if he confesses to me, I'll be with him. He Yanrong buried her head in her chest as she felt a little breathless. I think it's a little hard. Lu Li's words caused He Yanrong to raise her head involuntarily. Why? I don't think Li Jian would take the initiative to confess to you, but I think he likes me. I know, he's into you, but when he chased him out just now, I could see the worry and fear in his eyes. He's afraid something will happen to Fei Lai. This young man is, indeed, a very good man. I think he's the type of person who will cherish his feelings and give everything he has as long as he feels it's worth it. I could sense it from the things you said about him, but he may be a little flooded with emotion. He definitely has Fei Lai in his heart as well. If he says he doesn't, I wouldn't believe him to death. In layman's terms, he's a lover. He likes more people probably. He definitely likes you, but presumably not just you. Didn't you ask him at driving school before? You asked him if you liked Shen Hongmei or Lai Fei Fei, and he said he liked both. That time you and said me he was joking, but I don't think so. Maybe he really likes them both and is just wavering. Now his favorites may turn out to be 3. That's why I don't think he's going to come after you voluntarily. Looking at He Yanrong, whose face shifted with a lost look in her eyes, Lu Li continued, you're incredibly good looking though, the perfect companion in the middle of the room. Being with you is absolutely soul-crushing, but Fei Lai and Shen Hongmei are both first-class beauties as well. Besides, their emotional foundation with Li Jian is obviously deeper than yours. I think it's basically unlikely if you wait for Li Jian to confess to you. Lu Li analyzed her head, and He Yanrong also felt it made sense. As you can see, you kissed Li Jian, and Lai Fei Fei directly turned her head in anger and left, unable to stop her. She won't even talk to me when I call out to her. This clearly reveals that Lai Fei Fei likes Li Jian. At this rate, I do think he might be the first to confess to Fei Lai, in which case you'll never have a chance when the two of them get it on. Thinking about Lai Fei Fei's performance just now, He Yanrong felt that it was even more likely. So what do I do? What else can I do? You're a woman. You initiate the seduction. No, it's you who took the initiative to confess to Li Jian. The day after tomorrow you clean up, dress up, not come to teach you go. You directly confess to him, take him down. In that case Lai Fei Fei and Shen Hongmei won't have a chance. Will this work? If you don't dare, just wait for Lai Fei Fei to be with him. Maybe they'll sleep together tonight. You won't even have a chance to do it if you want to. You'll only be able to fantasize and fantasize when that time comes. I'll think about it. I'm sleepy. A wave of sleepiness came over me, and the effects of the drug were still evident. Well, Auntie, you sleep well. Get your body well. This body is already weak. In the future I cannot always stay up late. Count on you to get your life back this time. Followed by Fei Lai after she ran out. Li Jian kept trying to pull Lai Fei Fei's hand, but Lai Fei Fei huffed and shook off his hand, just not letting him take it. Luckily, the rain was lighter at this time, or else the two of them would have really become a soup chicken. Aunt Lai, don't be angry. After walking 2 blocks in a row, Lai Fei Fei's drink came back, but no matter what, that sour feeling from the bottom of my heart is just completely and utterly impossible to get rid of. You go buy 2 bottles of Forget Mom milk and forget about me. Let's pretend I never had you. Li Ziyan cried and laughed a little. This wine monkey is really cute. Lai Fei Fei has no relationship with her own hair, and she has only known her for less than a month. After every drink, he said that she was his mother, and Li Jiyan didn't dare to say anything. Aunt Lai, you never had me in the first place. We've only known each other a month. You heartless. Lai Fei Fei turned her head to look at Li Jiyan, and tears unexpectedly fell. Watching Aunt Lai drop her tears hurt Li Jiyan's heart. He was a relatively kind person himself, and he really couldn't stand it when Auntie Lai, who was kind to him, was sad. Aunt Lai, don't be sad. He wanted to go up and hug Lai Fei Fei, but Lai Fei Fei reached the side of the road and swept up a bicycle to go. Aunt Lai, let's talk. No, get out of the way. You heartless brat. It was hard for mommy to give birth to you, and this is how you treat mommy. Seeing that she couldn't stop Lai Fei Fei, Li Jian had no choice but to sweep up a car and follow her. Aunt Lai, Aunt Lai. Along the way, Li Jian was shouting at Lai Fei Fei, but Lai Fei Fei was really angry and didn't pay any attention to him. Aunt Rai, did you drink the forgotten cub milk? Forgot about me? I thought you said you were my mom. I didn't drink. After Lai Fei Fei replied, she didn't speak again, until she reached the door of her house. Lai Fei unlocked the door and entered, trying to stop Li Jiyan outside the door. But how agile Li Jiyan was, directly dodging into the courtyard of Lai Fei's villa. Lai Fei also did not block. Angry is really angry, but Lai Fei also did not use to stop Li Jiyan's intention. Just now on the road, Lai Fei also afraid that Li Jiyan cannot keep up with her speed, so purposely ride slower on the bike. After tossing and turning, it was getting a little dark, with dark clouds over Shanghai. Finally, another downpour of rain came down accompanied by violent thunder and lightning. Aunt Lai, after arriving at the living room, Lai Fei sat down and looked at Li Jiyan, who was still wearing He Yanrong's clothes. She felt a little amused, and the anger in her heart subsided by a large margin. Went over to the liquor cabinet and brought over a couple bottles of wine. After she opened it with a red wine corkscrew, she handed a bottle to Li Jiyan and drank it herself. Drinking was Aunt Lai's daily routine, and Li Jiyan didn't stop him, knowing that it was Aunt Lai's hobby. In the beginning, Fei Lai was relatively silent, but it was only after drinking a lot more wine that Lai Fei started talking to Li Jiyan. You heartless one, do you know how hard it was for Mom to give birth to you in the first place? Mom was dying in the hospital at the time. The doctor told Mom to give up the baby, and Mom knew that if she did, she would never have another baby. Resuscitated on the operating table for 2 days for your mom. There was some sadness in Lai Fei's voice. It's all in the past, Aunt Lai. Don't be sad. Li Jiyan thought that this might be Lai Fei's past, and that her relationship with her son might be bad, which was why she was complaining so much. Aunt Lai would think she was her son when she drank too much, perhaps fantasizing about her son being good to her. Lai Fei glanced at Li Jiyan and said, "You heartless brat, why are you cooking ginger soup for your Aunt Rong and not for me?" Lai Fei was obviously still jealous, even about cooking a bowl of ginger soup. Aunt Lai, I'm going to cook it for you, just to warm you up as well. With the torrential rain falling, the temperature still dropped quite a bit. That's more like it. Go ahead. I'll go then. Wait, fry 2 more dishes for Auntie. She's hungry. Li Jiyan was also really a bit hungry, and the torrential rain outside kept pouring down. After Li Jiyan agreed, she walked towards the kitchen. He also wanted to try out his culinary proficiency if he could make anything. While Li Jiyan was cooking, the wobbly Lai Fei followed her inside the kitchen. You heartless, why did you kiss He Yanrong today? Mentioning this, Aunt Lai's supersized jealousy plus version spilled over again. It was obvious that only she was molesting Li Jiyan, but He Yanrong followed suit and molested him as well. On what grounds? That wasn't me taking the initiative, Aunt Lai. It was Aunt Rong who took the initiative. I didn't even react. When you kissed me, didn't I not react either? After Lai Fei thought about it, it seemed like it was really something like that. The kiss between the two was not initiated by Li Jiyan. Then why don't you push her away and smack her in the face again? Fei Lai was very upset. If in the absence of alcohol she would not have reacted in any way. But the current Lai Fei's heart was only jealous. It was very tempting for Li Jiyan to draw a line in the sand with Shen Hongmei and He Yanrong. She's my elder. How dare I? She sticks her tongue out when she knows it's your eldest and still treats you like that. This shameless one didn't know she was your elder. This woman. Nasty. Lai Fei scolded. For the first time she felt that He Yanrong was so annoying. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought Li Jiyan to the Century Palace. Shen Hongmei was so busy that she wouldn't have had much of a chance to meet Li Jiyan. But He Yanrong was different. And now they are still learning to drive inside a driving school. In the future, He Yanrong doesn't know what other tactics she will use to seduce Xiaoyan. This Tai hoof, the length is so flirty. And the temperament and body are also so flirty. How can Xiaoyan carry it off? Li Jiyan couldn't chime in either. Saying anything randomly at a time like this could be the thing that knocked Lai Fei's jealousy over again. Aunt Lai definitely had more than one jealousy jar. She clearly had a lot of them ready to be knocked over at any time. Honestly, do you like He Yanrong? This woman is shameless. How dare she seduce my cubs with such a Tai look? Surely people are shameless too. Aunt Lai, why are you so angry? Of course I'm angry. You're my cub. How can I not be mad at her for molesting you? Anyway, in the future, you have to keep the distance between men and women with Shen Hongmei and He Yanrong. No. The last time you kissed Shen Hongmei in the doorway of the bathroom, I can still remember it all clearly. In the future, you must keep a sufficient distance. No. Aunt Lai, but didn't you push me to kiss Aunt Rong last time? The first time Li Jiyan had intimate contact with He Yanrong was actually pushed by Lai Fei, and at that time, her mindset was still significantly different from what it is now. That was me joking. Anyway, from now on you keep your distance from both of them. Keep an absolute distance. Okay, Auntie will take a shower first. After saying that, Lai Fei stepped on her high heels and went upstairs, and Li Jiyan knew that Aunt Lai's heart was jealous of her. This is definitely considered great news. Only, one's goals are not so easy if one is with a single aunt. It didn't take much effort on his part, but Aunt Lai would be good with He Yanrong again tomorrow. I don't want to have to do multiple choice. Li Jiyan was cooking, and he only felt comfortable with it. While stir-frying, the phone rang, and after Li Jiyan answered it, she heard He Yenrong's voice. Xiao Yan, are you and Fei Fei alright? Where are you now? I heard your voice. It seems like you are frying. After determining in his heart that he liked Li Jiyan, He Yenrong's voice was obviously full of tenderness, and just by saying a word, he let Li Jiyan feel that kind of femininity. He was even kind of 21% happy that Easy really deserved to be the perfect companion in the middle of the room. It's okay, I'm at Aunt Rai's house now, almost time for dinner. I'm cooking for Aunt Rai. Well, it's good to be okay. He Yenrong was lying on the bed. The sourness in her heart was completely uncontrollable. What Luli said was really right. The relationship between these two people was really extraordinary. After all, it was these two who met first, and one is just a latecomer. Xiao Yan, remember to go home early after dinner. Don't let Auntie worry about you. Okay, I know Auntie Rong. There's ginger soup in the kitchen. I put it in a pot to keep it warm. You can have Auntie Lu bring it to you if you want. Okay, Auntie knows. After hanging up the phone, He Yenrong enchanting pretty face quickly covered with a layer of faint redness. That kind of look looks very seductive. There is absolutely no any normal man can resist this kind of flavor. He Yenrong is a complete and utter house hottie who can make a man pin. After cooking, Lai Fei Fei also came down from upstairs. She was wearing a set of silk pajamas that she wore around the house and a black silk. Cubby, is it done? Done. Starve your mom. Li Jiyan always felt that Aunt Lai was cursing, but she couldn't tell what exactly she was cursing at. After Lai Fei Fei sat down, she couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks. Of course, she hadn't forgotten her bottle of wine, which was totally a second life to Fei Lai. Auntie Lai, taste how good it is. Cubby, look at how good Auntie's black silk legs look first. Aunt Rai, you've changed into your pajamas and you're still wearing black silk. Of course, you little pervert like to look at black silk, so Auntie will show you. Saying that, Lai Fei Fei stretched her leg onto Li Jiyan's leg, and the slippery touch made Li Jiyan somewhat unable to control himself. He hurriedly said, Aunt Lai, let's eat first. Auntie will eat if you touch her beautiful legs. You even kissed He Yenrong today. Auntie has to be better than her for us to be the best. Looking at Lai Fei Fei's somewhat serious appearance, Li Jiyan placed his hand on top of Lai Fei Fei's calf, and the touch of black silk really made him a bit apathetic. Aunt Lai, it's okay. No, you're touching your calves. Touch your aunt's thighs. How nice they look. Much sexier than calves. Looking at Aunt Lai's perfect legs, Li Jiyan swallowed his saliva. Slowly, he moved his hand against Aunt Rai's thigh. He knew that things had passed. Aunt Lai was in a fit of anger and spilled her vinegar. That's why she was so angry. And now she had subsided. After successfully placing her hand on the black silk, Lai Fei Fei continued, Cubby, feel Auntie's pajamas. It's silk, and the fabric is just like a baby's skin. It goes with the black silk and is extra cuddly. After Li Jiyan touched Aunt Lai's pajamas, she was content to go eat. Pup, how did you cook so much better? It was so bad the last time I cooked. Lately I've been learning to cook. You're improving your cooking skills too fast. Aren't you, Sayan? It's really good. Lai Fei Fei kept praising, and she also turned on the mode of wolfing down her food. She also took a carton of wanted milk out of her bag during the meal. Cubby, your favorite wanted milk. For the crazy Aunt Lai, Li Jiyan's heart was really fond of her, and after receiving the milk, he accompanied Aunt Lai to eat dinner together. After dinner, Lai Fei Fei lay on the sofa and continued to drink red wine. After Li Jiyan brushed the dishes, she then looked at Lai Fei Fei, who was already lying on the sofa asleep. The wine inside the red wine bottle spilled quite a bit on the couch, and by now it was already dark. Aunt Lai, Li Jiyan went up to pick up the bottle of red wine, and he had a feeling that Auntie Lai had really drank lots and lots of wine. Cubs, after Li Jiyan came over, a confused Lai Fei Fei gave Li Jiyan a Lai wrapping hug. A pair of black silk legs, tightly wrapped around Li Jiyan's waist, so that Li Jiyan could not break free. Cubs, listening to Aunt Lai who called out for her cubs, Li Jiyan skillfully carried Lai Fei Fei towards the upstairs. The air conditioning in her room had been turned on. There was still her skirt and He Yenrong's t-shirt outside the bathroom. After closing the door and holding Lai Fei Fei lying on the quilt, Lai Fei Fei was deadlocked around Li Jiyan's waist. Cubby, don't go. Sleep with Auntie tonight. Auntie sleeps with her arms around you. Good pup. A soft, beautiful young woman pestered herself not to leave. Li Jiyan was really completely defenseless. Feeling Auntie Lai's legs and feet hugging her, Li Jiyan whispered, Aunt Lai, I'm not leaving, don't worry. After lying down, Li Jiyan pulled over the quilt and covered Lai Fei Fei to prevent her from catching a cold. And at this time, the two had already slept inside the same quilt. Li Jiyan clearly smelled the fragrance from Lai Fei Fei's hair. Cubby, you hold Auntie close. Auntie is suspected of being cold. While saying that, Lai Fei Fei went to lean against Li Jiyan's body. She felt as if there was a flame burning in Li Jian's body. It made her feel warmer than ever. Because of the shower, Auntie Lai was wearing 2 less clothes than usual, holding the incredibly cool Fei Lai. Li Jian felt Aunt Lai's body to his heart's content, and his heart liked Lai Fei 21%. Seemingly knowing that Li Jian wouldn't leave, Lai Fei relaxed a bit. After Li Jian turned his body sideways, he looked at Lai Fei, and with his 4 eyes facing each other, Li Jian could clearly feel Lai Fei's nostrils. Aunt Lai's face is always so pretty. Cubby, in the future, don't kiss Shin Hongmei and He Yenrong again. Okay, Auntie kisses you if you want to. Cubby, snuggle up. After Lai Fei used her left arm to pass underneath Li Jian, she once again executed Lai's wraparound hold. This made it inconvenient for Li Jian to touch her legs as well. Afterwards, Lai Fei pulled the quilt up and covered the 2 of them inside the quilt. It was a little hard to breathe in such a confined and narrow space. Li Jian could only vaguely look at Auntie Lai's face and lips, and the equally deep furrows. Auntie Lai of fine branches and fruits is really special and marvelous. Aunt Lai, you don't mind the heat. Not hot. Cub, open your mouth. Li Jian obeyed, and in the next second, Lai Fei incomparably took the initiative to blazingly kiss in. End of chapter. Chapter 104, Auntie Rong shouts baby, Auntie Lai shouts cub. Flush. Lai Fei kissed in so actively, and her black silk legs were still on Li Jian's waist. Naturally, Li Jian wouldn't be polite and responded to Aunt Lai's kiss. To Li Jian, Lai Fei was a very perfect woman. Aunt Lai's kisses held an unrivaled allure for him, as he wondered if Auntie Lai would do something on impulse. Auntie Lai surprisingly didn't move. The tip of his nose felt Aunt Lai's warm nostrils. Li Jian knew that this wine monkey was asleep. Going down to Lai Fei to go to the Century Palace has been drinking a lot of wine. In the course of his own cooking for Aunt Lai, this wine monkey hadn't been drinking much, and his stamina should be failing him by now. But even though Aunt Lai was asleep, Li Jian didn't want to end the kiss in a hurry. Feeling Aunt Lai's tenderness, Li Jian kissed Aunt Lai unilaterally. After a while, Li Jian remembered that she should talk to Zhao Shuman about not going back at night. Now that Aunt Lai was in this state, it was basically impossible for her to leave on her own. Taking out his cell phone, Li Jian hugged Lai Fei, smelling the fragrance from Lai Fei's hair and chatting with Zhao Shuman. Auntie Zhao, I have something to do tonight, so I won't go back. Well, Sion, be safe out there. After Zhao Shuman at home returned WeChat to Li Jian, she opened the live broadcast and continued to make a skirt. As she did so, her mind couldn't help but wonder, why doesn't Xiaoyan come back at night? Did he go to sleep with some woman? Wasn't his own 1-week deadline a bit too long? After all, Xiaoyan was only 20 years old this year, just a bloodthirsty age. But after thinking about it, Zhao Shuman felt that it was not possible. Xiaoyan already had himself to help his favor, and the rest of the women were not as good looking as himself. Zhao Shuman is still very clear about her looks and figure, and there are so many people at work over the years who want to adopt her, and they have been rejected by her, even though she is older now. But for this, Zhao Shuman's heart was still very confident, especially after being with Li Jian, and not knowing if it was because of the hormonal nourishment. Zhao Shuman clearly felt that she seemed to have become a bit younger recently, and her skin also looked young and delicate and glowing. It seemed like Sion should just be busy with work. After all, not only did he work, but he also had his own store. It's perfectly normal to be a little busy during the week. Moreover, if Li Jian was going for a woman, as long as it was a young woman, he should accept it himself. After all, wasn't his purpose to bring Li Ziyan onto the right path? At 11 p.m., He Yenrong, who had slept for a long time, woke up. After taking the medicine and drinking the ginger soup, her fever went down and her whole body came to her senses. It just so happened that Luli walked in to see how she was doing. Better yet, Rong, this is the ginger soup Li Jian left for you. Drink it. It's been better. Sitting up, she took the ginger soup that Luli brought, and tasting that different flavor, He Yenrong still felt warm inside. Look at you drinking. You're so intoxicated. Drink more. Put you down for more inductions. Asterisk. Q. He Yenrong scolded. Do you remember what you said before? I like Li Jian. Before thinking clearly, He Yenrong was still very much covered up. But now, she said it in a big way. Are you really thinking about it? Well, I'm going to actively pursue him. He's off the day after tomorrow, I think, and I asked him to come and teach me how to play Go to test him. And if it works, I'll confess to him. Wrong, you've got some balls. I just thought you had a point. Putting the ginger soup down, He Yenrong lifted the covers and got out of bed. I like Li Jian, and as long as I don't let him take responsibility for my whole life and fall in love with him, I think we'll both be happy. I'll make him happy. Thinking of Li Jian's 21-point liking for herself, He Yenrong couldn't control the burst of anticipation. The loneliness inside her had indeed been suppressed for too long, and He Yenrong was very confident. he himself would be the perfect companion in the middle of Li Jiyan's room. Anyway, just think about it. Looking at Li Jiyan's and Lai Feifei's t-shirts sitting on the sofa, He Yanrong picked them up and went next door to the living room she usually used herself. After one wash, it was flooded in the dryer again. Go and deliver it to Sayan tomorrow. After determining that she liked Li Jiyan and that she wanted to pursue Li Jiyan, He Yanrong's enchanting face revealed the usual shy expression of a little girl. This kid, will he like himself? In the wee hours of the morning, the system intelligence continued to refresh. Nothing special today though. The wild bonuses are still the same as before though. Li Jiyan didn't expect special events to happen every day. It would actually be nice if it was calmer. Hugging Aunt Lai, Li Jiyan fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after Li Jiyan woke up, she only felt that her hands were slippery. After coming to his senses, he realized that he was touching Aunt Lai's black silk legs. Am I touching Aunt Lai even while I sleep? Is that what I am? Pup. Lai Feifei tightened her arms around Li Jiyan's neck. Cubby, go scramble 2 eggs for Auntie. Okay, Auntie, you sleep a little longer. Li Jiyan took away Lai Feifei's hands and legs and went to the bathroom to wash up, then went downstairs to cook. It's not good to say about others, but cooking for Aunt Lai, Li Jiyan was absolutely willing to do it for Aunt Lai. With the attribute cooking mastery, Li Jiyan was very comfortable cooking. He could even easily turn a spoon upside down, start a fire in a pot, and some other fancy chef's showmanship skills. Good. I won't be able to starve later even if I go and become a chef. Fired up a couple of light side dishes and warmed up the milk. When Li Jiyan was about to go and call out to Aunt Lai, she saw Feifei Lai, who was wearing a black silk short skirt and high-heeled suit, walking down the stairs. The sober Lai Feifei looks very high and cold, a proper iceberg young woman. It seemed to be a look of disinterest in what was going on. Aunt Lai, come and eat. It's fried. Li Jiyan, your cooking smells so good. Cooking has grown. It's all just recently learned. When dealing with the high-strung version of the Shanghai young woman, Li Jiyan still maintained a considerable amount of politeness and distance. After Lai Feifei sat down, her face was slightly red. I think I stopped Li Jiyan and He Yanrong from kissing yesterday. How could I have done that? Could it be that one's heart was in the right place for this child? Then he got jealous himself and told him to go buy 2 bottles of Forget Mom milk. In the end, he even pestered him to keep him away. What an undignified elder he was. What should Xiao Yan's mind think of itself? Drinking is really a mistake. That's obviously not the real self. No, I can't keep drinking myself. Drinking is a mistake. While the atmosphere was somewhat silent, Lai Feifei's phone rang. Lai Feifei pressed the answer button after she glanced at the phone number that was He Yanrong's. Fifi, are you still angry? You left your clothes with me. I'll bring them to you. No, I'm not mad. Aren't you just teasing Sayan like a child? I'm home now. Xiao Yan has cooked. You come over and eat with us too. Okay, I'm on my way. He Yanrong set off with 2 paper bags, one for Li Jiyan and the other for Lai Feifei. When she saw Li Jiyan's clothes, He Yanrong's heart was still a bit shy. Sayaka's boxers were in there, too, which she had scrubbed clean with her hands and laundry detergent a little bit. Today's He Yanrong was still wearing a very figure-expanding cheongsam, and black silk high heels were also standard. She wore some enchanting-looking makeup in order to meet her beloved. She was seriously dressed up, intending to show his best-looking side to Li Jiyan. Xiao Yan stayed at Lai Feifei's house last night? Like that's normal. This crazy has so many houses in her house. It's normal for Xiao Yan to stay in a random room. It's always impossible for 2 people to be sleeping together. In his heart, he determined that he liked Li Jiyan, and in deciding to take the initiative in pursuing Li Jiyan, that extreme possessiveness within He Yanrong's heart began to kick in, and her heart felt as if it was blocked with a large stone. She couldn't be happy until she reached Fei Lai's doorstep. The doorbell was rung and soon the door opened. After entering, He Yanrong placed the bag on the sofa. Auntie Rong, are you done with the fever? After determining that she liked Li Jiyan's word of concern made He Yanrong's heart feel very satisfied and warm. Don't worry Xiao Yan, it's already healed. Auntie feels especially light on her body today. The ginger soup I made last night helped Auntie, too. Auntie Rong, this is the breakfast that Auntie Lai and I left for you. I made it all. Come and try it. Good. Hearing Li Jiyan talk about him and Lai Feifei, He Yanrong's heart felt even more uncomfortable. Rong, you shouldn't go to the water's edge alone in the future. You're not in good health. If you fainted, there would still be someone to help call an ambulance in a crowded place. It's going to be a real problem if we fall in the water. Well, thanks to Xiao Yan this time. Classmate Xiao Yan, you've become Auntie's savior this time. He Yanrong somewhat liked the sober version of Lai Feifei, because Lai Feifei wouldn't compete with her for jealousy. And such a Lai Feifei was not at all as competitive as that drunken mongoloid who took the initiative to seduce Li Jiyan. Xiao Yan, how would you like Auntie to thank you? Auntie Rong, there's no need to thank me. It's my greatest wish for you to be well and healthy. No wonder your Aunt Rai likes you so much. Sion, you're really hard to dislike. Your Aunt Rong has never liked a latecomer so much. She probably really thinks of herself as your mother. Lai Fei Fei didn't retort, but inwardly she always felt very uncomfortable. What does this He Yen Rong mean? Does she really like Li Jiyan? After breakfast, Lai Fei Fei went upstairs to sleep as usual. She sleeps more than 10 hours a day, and the wine she drank yesterday was more than enough for today obviously. Sion, go change your clothes. People will laugh at you if you wear your aunt's clothes to work. He Yenrong's dress was longer in the front than in the back, although the style of clothes nowadays could basically be worn the same by both men and women. He Yenrong's clothes could clearly be seen as women's clothes. Li Jiyan felt that it was only Zhou Dongyu's clothes that could be worn by a man without any flaws. Okay, auntie, I'm on my way. After the two of them left Lai Fei Fei's house, Li Jiyan followed He Yenrong towards the drop-off point of the shared motorcycle. Nowadays, Li Jiyan had quite a lot of savings, so taking a taxi wasn't a big deal, but cabs and internet taxis generally had a very unpleasant smell inside. This made Li Jiyan's heart feel uncomfortable, but it's the feeling of an electric car blowing in the wind that makes him feel free. He Yenrong's hands carried the bag containing Li Jiyan's clothes. She decided to change into it when she went back, because it was full of Li Jiyan's scent. Wearing it would be like the two of them melting into one. Words. You don't work the day after tomorrow, do you? Not working. Since it's not working, why don't you go to the Century Palace and teach Auntie how to play Go? For practical purposes. You and Auntie were talking about theoretical knowledge before, and it's time for a change. Okay, Auntie Rong, I'll be there. Xiao Yan, I really thank you for what happened yesterday. If it wasn't for you, Auntie would have gone to another world by now. Don't say that, Aunt Rong, you'll live a long life. Li Jiyan felt that He Yenrong was really a very kind woman. No matter what, he hoped that He Yenrong could live well. Auntie, I have to go to work. Auntie will miss your baby. Li Jiyan didn't expect that He Yenrong would use the title of baby to address herself. Baby, Auntie, you haven't called me that before. I call my daughters babies, and from now on, Auntie will call you baby, too. You saved Auntie's life. Auntie will love you like a baby from now on. Okay, in fact, for the name of baby, Li Jiyan's heart felt very needy. He couldn't shout it and didn't like to be shouted so by others, but Auntie Rong, a woman in her 40s, calling herself a baby, that just made sense. After all, she's old enough to give herself away, and that's what she calls her daughter. Baby, cub, all these names for children sort of come together on their own. Baby, cuddle, Auntie will miss you. Looking at He Yenrong, who took the initiative to open her arms, Li Jiyan naturally wouldn't be polite. Walking forward and wrapping He Yenrong in his arms, he felt that the fabric of Aunt Rong's cheongsam was very slippery. For this piece Li Jiyan didn't know much about it, but he knew that the cheongsam was definitely expensive, and the feeling of EF made Li Jiyan linger, and he didn't even want to leave. Staying here and hugging Auntie Rong all day would definitely be a very soulful thing to do. Feeling Li Jiyan's heartbeat, He Yenrong's heartbeat sped up as well, and she was sure that this was the kind of feeling that comes from loving someone's heart inside. Twisting her body, He Yenrong rubbed against Li Jiyan's chest, somewhat reluctant to leave Li Jiyan's embrace. Afterwards, He Yenrong cupped Li Jiyan's face and kissed his lips. Baby, Auntie will miss you. He Yenrong taking the initiative to offer a kiss really made Li Jiyan feel a little puzzled. Was Aunt Rong seducing herself? Regardless of what He Yenrong's heart thought, Li Jiyan really liked this very enchanting woman in front of him. 21%. Auntie, I'm going to miss you too. Aha. Only then did He Yenrong, who had reddened her face, separate from Li Jiyan. That's right, Winnie, do you like Auntie's heavy makeup like this? If not, Auntie can still wear light makeup or a plain face. He Yenrong's light makeup and plain face were also very beautiful. The thing she was most confident in was her face and also her figure. No matter what Li Jiyan asked for, He Yenrong all thought she could do it. I think this heavy makeup is just fine. Only Auntie Rong can handle such heavy makeup. Li Jiyan thought for a moment, whether it was Lai Fei Fei's young woman face, or Shen Hongmei's imperial sister face, or Zhao Shimin's mature woman face. None of them can handle this kind of heavy makeup. Only He Yenrong can handle it with ease. Well then, from now on, Auntie will still wear makeup like this, and whatever you like, Auntie will change it. Do you like your aunt in a cheongsam? He Yenrong was sort of very blunt, her mind wondering if she could let Li Jiyan confess to her first, even though she was old enough to be his mother. But after all, it's a woman, so it's good to be passive. Love it, Auntie Rong, you look good in anything. I have to go to work. Li Jiyan didn't know if He Yenrong was seducing him or flirting with him, or if she really had ideas about their relationship, but Li Jiyan knew it was impossible for her to take the initiative to confess. After all, his goals were very ambitious and he wanted them all. To take the initiative would be to declare one's idea a complete abortion before the possibility of implementing it. If Auntie Rong really had a desire to be with herself, then she'll definitely take the initiative. Well, Baby, Auntie's going back too. Wait, Auntie, why? I want to hug Auntie again. You child. He Yenrong took the initiative to walk forward and hugged Li Jiyan, and she felt Li Jiyan's hand touch her black silk legs by chance. Baby, do you like black silk? Like, then feel Auntie's black silk. Saying that, He Yenrong took Li Jiyan's hand and placed it on her black silk thigh. Here was the demarcation line of the Chongsam's opening, so Li Jiyan could touch half of the plump and rounded black silk legs. Almost done. Go to school, baby. Auntie will chat you up on WeChat. Although she decided to take the initiative to chase after Li Jiyan, but having taken the initiative to this point, He Yenrong was still a bit overwhelmed. She breathed a sigh of relief after Li Jiyan rode away. He Yenrong, why are you so shameless too? However, He Yenrong felt that she should take the initiative or must take the initiative. This child obviously did not have the guts to confess to herself. When the day after tomorrow rolls around, one has to make a decision and take the initiative. He Yenrong also do not know. Lai Fei and Shen Hongmei heart of the idea, if these two women as their own love rivals, then their own want-to-be with Li Jiyan thing is really completely dangerous. The probability of him picking himself out of the three was not very high, so He Yenrong had a great sense of crisis in her heart. He thought about how he would be able to quickly take down Li Jiyan. When she arrived at the office, Li Jiyan clocked in as usual. Catherine still called him into the office. To Lu Jinshin's gloating eyes, Li Jiyan's heart cursed a lot of CNM. There really was an immense amount of hate in his heart for this uneducated thing, but it really was a joy to have him scrubbing toilets every day now. Upon entering, Catherine was already lying on the couch waiting for him. Li Jiyan, come here and clean my heels. After Li Jiyan fulfilled his promise, Catherine's entire state looked much more relaxed. The feeling of having something weighing on your mind and not having something weighing on your mind are two completely different states. Today, she was again able to happily workplace bully Li Jiyan. Making Li Jiyan clean her heels was just a basic operation. After Li Jiyan obediently wiped Catherine's high heels clean, Catherine shook off her own high heels again and placed her black silk legs on Li Jiyan's lap. Letting him massage himself and feeling the touch of Catherine's black silk legs, Li Jiyan felt a rush of heat. This big ocean horse's looks were too seductive. If it came to looks, Li Jiyan still felt that the three ants in Shanghai were a bit better looking. However, Catherine's looks and skin color brought Li Jiyan some different feelings. To some of the above, Li Jiyan's hand quickly crossed Catherine's knee. After knowing that Jiyan liked her, Catherine thought that making Jiyan get hot but have nowhere to vent would be a good way to punish him. And in the process, one can also feel the massage. Maybe it was because Li Jiyan knew Kung Fu. That's why Catherine found Li Jiyan's massage particularly comfortable and different. She was completely unable to give up this feeling of being massaged by Li Jiyan. Of course, Catherine still decided to continue to bully Li Jiyan. This damned Li Jiyan. She would make him kneel obediently under her wraparound skirt, licking her heels and helping herself to massage, turn him into an incredibly obedient slave. How dare this lowly yellow man kiss himself? What a reverse Tiangang. He had to show him how good he was before he could do anything. Closing her eyes tightly, Catherine was inwardly planning how she was going to come at Li Jiyan and make him kneel down in front of her. Don't forget to keep scrubbing the toilet when you leave. After Li Jiyan came out of Catherine's office, she gave this honorable task to Lu Jinshin again. It was then that he was out to collect his wild prize. That done, he found an internet cafe to play a game of touch and go. Where he usually stayed was the smoke-free section of the lobby. One is cheaper and the other one is not smoky. Not much later, he received a Weibo from He Yenrong. Baby, what's doing? Auntie Rong, I just finished running my business and I'm taking a break at the internet cafe. Well, baby, be kind to yourself. It's good to be lazy more often when it's so sunny. Auntie will turn around and bring you a bottle of sunscreen. Boys have to be careful not to get tan too. He Yenrong's typing speed was slow. Li Jiyan had seen it before, but she typed a long string of words to Li Jiyan, which made Li Jiyan all a bit uncomfortable. Recalling He Yenrong's fond attitude towards herself when they parted in the morning, he also took the initiative to kiss his mouth, which made him even more suspicious of He Yenrong. Is Auntie Rong seducing herself? She wouldn't really like herself. Li Jiyan's heart felt more and more like there was such a possibility. I know Auntie Rong. Baby, did you miss Auntie out there? Auntie misses you, shyly. Auntie Rong chats unlike Auntie Forgotten Pup, who likes to use all sorts of weird and wacky emoticons. She and Shen Hongmei are the same, like to use that system default emotic and pack. Auntie Rong, I miss you too. Baby, do you want to fall in love? Of course I want to, but, Auntie Rong, I like mature women. Do you like Auntie like this? Of course I like it. Aha, by the way, Sayan, are you going to practice in the afternoon? Auntie's subject 3 is booked up, so you should be too. Appointment in the morning. I'll see you this afternoon then baby. Li Jiyan remembered the feeling of Aunt Rong rubbing herself when she hugged him, and Li Jiyan really smelled that pure natural fragrance. Auntie Rong, What kind of drug is in the gourd? Li Jian's heart was overwhelmed with anticipation. Looking at the trend of Aunt Rong chatting with herself, it was really very likely that she would take the initiative. Let's go and try Auntie Rong this afternoon. Auntie Rong really is the perfect companion in bed. In the afternoon, after Li Jian arrived at the place where he practiced, he saw the heavily armed He Yenrong from afar. He Yenrong waved at Li Jian and walked over to him. Baby, taking down the sunglasses, the enchanting pretty face appeared in Li Jian's line of sight. It made him involuntarily marvel at He Yenrong's beauty, as well as that proud EF top that was also so seductive. He Yenrong's enchanting aura couldn't help but remind Li Jian of hormones every time. Auntie Rong was practically made for hormones, especially since this enchanting woman was also Li Jian's favorite mature woman. Her charm was simply a doubled blitz to Li Jian. Auntie Rong, here, let Auntie hold you. The very coolly dressed Auntie Rong hugged Li Jian tightly as soon as she did so that Li Jian could clearly feel her figure. Li Jian felt that at this time, He Yenrong was even more active than Wine Monkey. Just forget that when Auntie Pup took the initiative to get close to herself, she was in a state of drunkenness, and so was Shin Hongmei. But Auntie Rong is in a fully conscious state now. Baby, Auntie missed you all day. Now finally meet Auntie's baby. Li Jian's heart had an unprecedented strange feeling. The original was a woman, or a very enchanting woman to give the initiative is such a feeling. Auntie, I miss you too. Baby, is it true that you don't know how to cuddle with a woman? You're like this, straddling Auntie's waist up. That will make Auntie most comfortable. Saying that, He Yenrong helped Li Jian's hand adjust its position. Although He Yenrong was wearing a tracksuit, it was still that very soft fabric. Holding Auntie Rong so close, Li Jian only felt that the hot sensation could not be suppressed again. Feeling Li Jian's attitude, He Yenrong's heart felt happy. This child obviously treated himself as a woman. Remember, no baby, when you hug your aunt from now on, do it like this. The other arm just went around my aunt's neck. I remember Auntie. Baby, let's go under the tree. It's too sunny. He Yenrong was still afraid of being seen by others, but the rest of the colleges were also waiting for the car coaches to come back, and no one was paying attention to this side, which made He Yenrong relax a lot. She still felt very much ashamed inside. Baby, go. The smooth jade hand pulled Li Jian to the tree, and He Yenrong tenderly said, Baby, do you still want to hug Auntie? Sure, then Auntie also gives you hugs. Auntie's baby, He Yenrong said with some emotion as she hugged Li Jian tightly once again. And Li Jian wrapped his arms around her the way He Yenrong said, smelling the scent of Auntie Rong's hair and the natural milky scent of her body. Li Jian's breath felt a little greedy. He was a greedy man, so greedy that he wished he could take care of each and every one of his aunts. Feeling Li Jian's somewhat ragged breathing, He Yenrong's heart was also satisfied. This child really did treat himself as a thorough woman's. In fact, He Yenrong is an extremely emotional person. After deciding to pursue Li Jian, his heart couldn't care less. She wasn't like Shin Hongmei, whose heart was always occupied by reason. When she decided to be with Li Jian, she didn't want to care about the consequences and subsequent reactions brought about by this matter. Auntie's baby, did you like it when Auntie kissed you last night? Do you know, baby, how jealous Auntie was yesterday when that crazy Fei Lai kissed you? Auntie really wants to beat her to death, playing drunk and messing with you all day. Regarding Lai Fei's question, Li Jian was really a bit afraid to answer. Still, other issues can be said. I love it, Auntie Rong. I especially love kissing you. So, can Auntie just let you kiss it later? Auntie's baby. He Yenrong's breathing also became a bit ragged as she continued to hug Li Jian tightly. You can kiss your aunt anytime you want from now on. Baby, okay. Saying that, she gently cupped Li Jian's face. Looking at He Yenrong's enchanting pretty face, how could Li Jian still control himself? Okay, Auntie Rong, I'll do whatever you say. Aha, Auntie's baby, do you know how to kiss? It's okay, Auntie will teach you. He Yenrong gently opened her mouth and kissed up to Li Jian. Auntie Rong's kiss was incomparably hot, and smelling the faint natural milky scent of Auntie Rong's body, Li Jian wrapped his arms around He Yenrong's waist, and He Yenrong kissed each other. And He Yenrong was guiding Li Jian with incomparable earnestness to the best of her ability. Not content with that, her took Li Jian's hand and placed it on her beautiful leg. Touching Auntie's leg, He Yenrong said vaguely. End of chapter. Chapter 105. Aunt Zhao's Aunt Rong's ancient smoke. Li Jian was very obedient and placed her hand on Auntie Rong's leg. In the face of this enchanting and stunning creature, he really didn't have any resistance at all. He could feel it. Auntie Rong seemed to be in the throes of spring. Feeling the touch of Auntie Rong's black silk, Li Jian and He Yenrong kissed with even more devotion. It was hot in September, but Li Jian's heart was even hotter. From the first time he saw this enchanting mature woman, he couldn't control some thoughts in his mind. After all, Auntie Rong's looks were just too enchanting. It was just that he didn't expect that Auntie Rong would take such initiative to kiss herself. While kissing He Yenrong, Li Jian couldn't help but open his eyes from time to look at He Yenrong's tightly closed peach blossoms and slender willow leaf eyebrows. Aunt Rome looked so good even with her eyes closed, and the faint fine lines at the corners of her eyes made Li Jian's heart throb uncontrollably. The two were close together, both their hearts beating fast. It wasn't until after Li Jian watched the trainees in the distance get more and more numerous that she let go of Aunt Rome. Why baby, you resent Auntie? He Yenrong had been engrossed in kissing Li Jian, feeling that sensation of Li Jian's hand on her black silk. When she didn't expect Li Jian to suddenly separate from her, it made He Yenrong's heart feel a pang of emptiness. Auntie Rong, you're going to be seen later. It was only then that He Yenrong realized that she was probably too repressed, and that her behavior just now was indeed a bit crazy. After all, this wasn't in the Century Palace or some secluded place. This was outside. Well, baby, from now on, when you want to kiss your aunt, don't ask her, just kiss it straight away. And you can feel Auntie's legs all you want. Pulling Li Jian's hand, He Yenrong was still unwilling to let go. I know Auntie. Li Jian's behavior made He Yenrong's heart a little disappointed. This child, how come he didn't take the initiative to confess to himself? Looks like just a simple kid. Scared silly. Baby, go to see Auntie at the Century Palace during the afternoon hours tomorrow and teach Auntie how to play Go. Auntie has something to tell you. After saying that, He Yenrong's hand gently traced a line on Li Jian's chest, full of seduction within the simple action. Baby, Auntie is going to practice first. Putting on her sunglasses and mask, He Yenrong tied up her hair, her face already starting to burn. Auntie Rong's hint is too obvious. Only, Li Jian was a little confused as to whether He Yenrong's heart was thinking about having that kind of relationship with him or wanting to be with him. After practicing and returning to Century Palace, He Yenrong went to the kitchen to cook for herself. Luli also noticed something unusual about He Yenrong. After realizing that He Yenrong liked Li Jian and was planning to take a shot at her, Luli's heart just couldn't control her gossiping mind. She always wanted to know what exactly was the situation of the duo now. Rong, look at you. You look happy. It's Ty to look at. Asterisk 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 you. You're the one who's Ty. If I have you look so beautiful so flirty I can dream to wake up laughing. I go out to be a mechanic now probably I'll drive a Porsche. Come on, did you confess your love to the kids today? Luli's question made He Yenrong's face feel a little hot. The opposite of Shin Hongmei, who was an emotional woman when it came to facing Li Jian. After determining her thoughts, she would always feel like her hormones were out of control in front of Li Jian. For example, when kissing or letting Li Jian touch her legs, her brain was completely occupied by sensuality and not very lucid. Now reacting, the shame in his heart was overwhelming. No, so what did you do? I can see your face is red. You guys didn't go straight to being a dewlap, did you? What nonsense. I couldn't do something like that without being together. Then what the hell did you do? He Yenrong became even more shy. When we parted this morning, I hugged Sayaka, and I kissed him. I kissed Sayaka and let him touch my leg this afternoon at the car learning place. Luli pursued. Did you take the initiative or did he? I initiated it. Then you're just seducing Li Jian. Asterisk 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 you. What a hook. Well, it does seem like a hook. He Yenrong got a little bottomless. It did seem like he was hitting on Li Jian, who was just a simple kid, only 20 years old. But one is over 40 and leading up to those things is not seduction. Actually, I don't think that's a good idea. Why? In your heart of hearts you think your greatest asset is your body. Your looks, right? He Yenrong She felt that she didn't seem to have anything to hold in front of Li Jian except for this, and compared to Shin Hongmei and Lai Fei, she didn't have any education. My family has been poor since I was a child, and I couldn't learn anything by going to school, so I dropped out of school in my first year. And I'm sure I'm not as smart as they are when it comes to brains. The greatest pride in one's life seems to be one's looks and also one's body. Yes, when you were facing Li Jian, you didn't have the confidence in your heart to know if you could attract him. That's why you go and actively seduce him with your body after you like him. Because you think it will bring you closer together. You're afraid that Li Jian isn't interested in you. Right. He Yenrong couldn't say anything else. Besides the surge of hormones, deep down in her heart she actually did have such thoughts. It's a little bit like how some men don't have the confidence to show a woman their car and house right off the bat. Actually, I don't think that's necessary. Instead, it might leave a bad impression in Li Jian's heart. After all, you are the mom of Century Palace. Will his mind wonder if you do the same with other men? Luli's words made He Yenrong's face a little pale. He himself had not thought of this, as if this is also a very possible thing. So what do I do? It's okay, it'll do you some good to make out with him. At least show him how attractive you are. I think he dreams of you at night. He'll come over tomorrow and you can just explain it to him. Let's just say you were so in love with him that you then confessed to him and just asked to be with him. Isn't that too direct? Auntie, you've taken the initiative to kiss people and pull them to touch your legs, so it's not straightforward. If you hesitate, You might see him in Lai Fei Fei's or Shin Hongmei's bed tomorrow. I just can't believe this kid doesn't have anything in mind for the two of them. A sense of crisis spread within He Yenron, and she was just as determined. Well, I think you have a point. I'll listen to you. I'll confess to the baby tomorrow. Yo, the baby is shouting. What a blessing. Asterisk 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 Q. Along the way, Li Jiyan was reminiscing about what happened with He Yenron. He didn't understand why Auntie Rong was suddenly so forthcoming, even more so than the drunken Auntie Lai. Aunt Rai was drunk and could understand herself. Whether she was using Rai to wrap her arms around her or doing something else. After all, what people do when they're drunk doesn't count. Aunt Lai was sober. That image of the high-strung Shanghai young lady is her true colors. Was it really a life-saving attempt to thoroughly enjoy himself? But wasn't this level of initiative a bit too much? But we'll see what's going on tomorrow when we go teach Auntie Rong go. When he arrived at the office to clock in, Li Jiyan realized that Catherine was standing not far from the clock-in machine watching him. Those eyes were filled with a lot of complex emotions, and the one that was the most was hatred. Li Jiyan, come to my office. Tomorrow it was time for another break in the sales department, and the thought of not being able to workplace bully Li Jiyan for the rest of the day surprisingly made Catherine feel a little empty inside. Li Jiyan's massage was just too comfortable. Unable to do anything about it, Li Jiyan once again went to the office to massage Catherine's black silk legs in order to make ends meet, and the lower part of her thighs and calves were massaged very carefully. After leaving the company, his mind was also thinking about how suffocating it was to be without a backstage. Every day at work you have to hold the black silk legs of the big ocean horse to massage, but also let Catherine put her jade feet on her stomach. This kind of soft and warm days when is the end ah. The woman, obviously, was thoroughly addicted to her massage. While on the road, Li Jiyan stopped by and bought Zhao Shuman a few nice outfits, most of which were low-cut t-shirts. That way when he was at home Li Jiyan could always admire Aunt Zhao's body. After returning home, Li Jiyan heard the sound of stir-frying and opened the door to the kitchen. Li Jiyan saw Zhou Sukman who was wearing the short skirt and stockings that he had given her, and although her upper body was a very old t-shirt, she still couldn't hide that womanly charm of hers. Aunt Zhou, you're wearing stockings. Aha. Last night, Li Jiyan didn't come back, and although Zhao Shuman knew that Li Jiyan was on a serious matter, she still felt inside her subconscious that Li Jiyan might be accompanying another woman. So, today Zhao Shuman put on stockings and a short skirt, hoping that she could make Xiao Yan stay home more and not go astray outside. Why don't you wear black silk? That black silk is torn. Zhao Shumin's black silk had been torn by Li Jiyan before, and she had made do with wearing it a few times before, but now it was a bit unlike it. It's okay, Aunt Zhou, I got you new black silk, and clothes, change into them. You're spending money again. After Zhao Shuman turned her head, Li Jiyan looked at Zhao Shuman who had put on light makeup in front of him, and his eyes were completely drawn to Aunt Zhao's face in disbelief. Auntie Zhou had actually put on makeup, and it was painted so delicately. The makeup brings out her mature woman's flavor and echoes F up and down, looking very seductive. Aunt Zhou, you're wearing makeup. Li Jiyan's heart really felt a bit dreamy. Zhao Shuman putting on makeup. This was really something she couldn't even think about in the past. She used to always dress in old-fashioned clothes and wrap herself up in a tight package. Only at a special angle can you get a chance to see a little bit of the gully. And the current Aunt Zhou not only wore stockings and high heels, she even wore makeup. This made Li Jiyan's heart couldn't help but feel a sense of successful nurturing. Well, good looking. Zhao Shuman was a little embarrassed to look directly into Li Jiyan's eyes and moved her own line of sight to the pot later. Zhao Shuman waited for Li Jiyan's answer. This makeup was something she had deliberately searched for online tutorials for a whole day to come up with. Good looking. Aunt Zhou. Beautiful. Much better looking than before. You just say nice things to make Auntie happy. Auntie Zhou, everything I said is true. Li Jiyan walked forward and hugged Zhao Shuman from behind, gently rubbing her face against Zhao Shuman's. Auntie Zhou, you look great. Change into the black silk I bought you. High heels wear out too. And the new clothes I bought you. Change into them. You're so demanding. Aunt Zhou, I like you for being so demanding. It helps me not make mistakes. Haven't you always wished I could get back on track? It's all in favor of me. Well, let's see. Zhao Shuman took away Li Jiyan's hand and walked over to the bag Li Jiyan had put down. After picking up a sling, Zhao Shumin's face quickly turned red. Xiao Yan, can this be covered? It's a little hard, but Aunt Zhou, we're at home. There's something about that, right? No. Picking up another low-cut t-shirt, Zhao Shuman felt even more of a blush. This was too shameful. I'll look at something else. In the end, Zhao Shuman found a white button-down shirt, which she thought looked perfectly normal instead. Auntie, wear this one. Auntie Chiu, change into it then. The pot still has to be watched. I'll do it. You child, what do you know about cooking? In Zhao Shumin's heart, she always treated Li Jiyan as a child. I will. Aunt Zhou, just go. Well, Remember to stir-fry it so the dish doesn't get mushy. Zhao Shuman was visibly uneasy. Right, Aunt Joe. Put on the black silk I bought too. And heels, don't forget. Got it. Zhao Shuman blushed and left. After Zhao Shuman returned, already a change into black silk and high heels, walking was a little awkward, but after practicing at home, she was able to walk with ease. Jo Sukman didn't want to be able to wear her heels perfectly only when she was happy, making Li Jian look back at her heels. This button won't button. Aunt Joe, don't button that button if you can't. Go back and change it yourself. Anyway, it's at home now. It doesn't matter. This time, another button came apart. Okay, Auntie will cook first. Although Zhao Shumin's heart felt ashamed, but if she wore a shirt, it was better than wearing those two pieces of clothing. Looking at Zhao Shumin, who was trembling and frying vegetables, Li Jian's heart felt even hotter. Aunt Joe's makeup looked really similar to what he had imagined. It's definitely a boost to the face value, but the main thing is that there's a little more of that seductive feeling. And makeup is really a thing that enhances femininity. Aunt Joe, did you send the clothes you sold online? One has been sent out. That little girl even posted a favorable review and a picture under the comments section of my video. And the little girl is quite good looking and wears it well. More and more people are now asking for clothes to be made at the bottom of Auntie's comments section. Li Jian continued to ask, so how is the live broadcast doing now? Did the gifts get bigger? Auntie received over $300 in gifts yesterday. The one where you can get over 300 in the background. It's all some little girl who swiped it for her aunt. They also told Auntie to raise the price a bit the next time she puts the clothes on the racks. Otherwise they won't be able to grab them. Auntie really doesn't know what these little girls think. Li Jian's heart also felt a bit unbelievable. Auntie Zhao, you really were born to be a netizen. If we keep going at this rate, we'll be able to make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in the future. However, it is true that the price should be raised a bit. The previous 888 is just testing the waters. This kind of private customized clothing sells style. Auntie's dress is so beautifully made. There are plenty of people to buy it even if you sell it for $1888. Hearing hundreds of thousands of dollars, Zhao Shuman really felt like she was dreaming. She had worked hard to save up for so many years, and she had nothing more than $800,000 in her hand. And that was even after she had saved up her money to start a live stream online and make clothes. You're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year? It was really like a dream, but Zhao Shumin's heart quickly calmed down. Auntie doesn't have such a big pursuit. As long as she can make clothes and earn money every month, Auntie will be satisfied. Auntie will be on her own from now on, and will have to save some money for her own retirement. Previously, she had always wanted her son, Shang Shun Shang, to be able to get married quickly, which was her lifelong goal. But last time, after Li Jian pierced Shang Shun Shang's true colors outside the vegetable market, Zhao Shuman was completely disheartened. Even though she was a traditional woman, letting her son get married and have children was a subconscious idea inside her heart. But she wasn't stupid. This son of his own insulted himself with that kind of vitriol. There was no difference with his own father, and if he gave on, he would only be giving for nothing, and in the end he would end up with nothing. By the time she becomes old and incapable of labor, she will even be reduced to living on the streets. Zhao Shuman has already seen her future, so Zhao Shuman also made up her mind to live for her own. And now, the only person who was hanging on to Zhao Shumin's heart was Li Jian. Sometimes think about Zhao Shumin's heart always feel a little ridiculous, but Xiao Yan, this child, is really very kind. In this unaccompanied Shanghai, he must take care of him to do. Auntie, you can't be alone. Auntie will have to live alone from now on. Anyway, Auntie won't trust anyone anymore. It's good to be alone, quite free. When you find a girlfriend, Auntie will move away and make clothes anywhere. Auntie will just find a small county where life is cheap to live. Li Jian hurriedly said, Auntie, you can't leave. If you leave I can be sad for the rest of my life. Li Jian said this, making Zhao Shumin's eyes sour. Looking at Li Jian, her eyes were actually a little blurry. Li Jian didn't want to leave her, but in reality, her heart didn't want to leave Li Jian at all. From now on, the two of us will just live, Auntie. I will love you well. Nonsense again. You need to get a wife and have children. You know, if you don't have a child, your parents will probably rush you to death. Li Jian knew that this was the truth. Her parents were the type of people who were very traditional, and their goal in life was the same as most people's, to pass on the family name. It felt as if the world would end tomorrow if we didn't pass on the family name. In this regard, Li Jian is also used to it. Who is going to be left with the matter of giving birth to a child in the future? Or all of them? Auntie Joe, the two of us can have a baby too. Nonsense again. Auntie is in her 40s. She can still have children. Aunt Joe. After watching Zhao Shuman place the pot and put the lid on it, Li Jian once again went forward and hugged Zhao Shuman from behind. Auntie Zhao, the matter of having a child has nothing to do with age. It's mostly just good health. You're that good. I'm sure you can have a baby. Aunt Joe, your back is not normally strong, then you can't have children. Auntie mustn't be given the finger. Saying that, Zhao Shuman realized that she had been led astray by Li Ziyin. You kids, bringing Auntie to the ditch again, isn't it? Auntie is your elder. How can she give you children? The reason why Auntie is doing this to you is because she doesn't want you to go far down the wrong path. In helping you correct your mistakes. Feeling Li Ziyin hugging herself, Zhao Shumin's heart started to beat faster. Let go, Auntie. It's hot in the kitchen. Go wait inside your room. You can eat later. Auntie, I want a kiss. Li Ziyin gently kissed Zhao Shumin's earlobe and said in Zhao Shumin's ear, Sayaka, cooking, will you be honest? Don't touch. What if someone comes later? Zhao Shumin felt that she couldn't do anything with Li Ziyin, and the shrew set was useless when applied to Li Ziyin's body. The key, for herself, Li Ziyin was really her heart and soul. She was not willing to be a little bit mean to Li Ziyin, and now the majesty of one's elders seemed to be gone, and there really wasn't a single thing that could be done when Li Ziyin was being soft on him. This made Zhao Shumin's heart regret why she hadn't retained her elder's majesty in the first place. It's okay, Aunt Joe. No one will come here. Just turn your head. Glancing down at Zhao Shumin's deep, bottomless gully, Li Ziyin hugged Zhao Shumin even harder. Only then did Zhao Shumin twist her head to the right and kiss Li Ziyin. Oh, you little bad boy. You've been tossing Auntie around all day. In the future, if you find someone, Auntie will move away. Zhao Shumin's speech was slurred, and after she and Li Ziyin kissed together, her inner blaze was also thoroughly tickled by Li Ziyin. Auntie, I won't let you go. You'll have to stay with me for the rest of your life to do that. The two of them kept embracing and kissing, while Li Ziyin's hand was tightly wrapped around Zhao Shumin's waist, and they didn't separate until the sound of footsteps came from the corridor. That's enough. Sayan, go to your room and wait for Auntie. Dinner's later. Well, Auntie, I'll wait for you. After hugging Zhao Shumin from the front with force, Li Ziyin kissed Zhao Shumin on the left and right side of her face respectively before leaving the kitchen. This kid, Zhao Shumin's face was very red and flushed. However, she still had to separate herself from Xiao Yan in the future. Right, sooner or later, this child would find a date of the same age. Attempting to button up her own buttons, Jo Sukman helplessly continued to focus all of her energy on eating after realizing that there was no way she could succeed. Meanwhile, Shen Hongmei's Audi S6 was parked in the parking space outside Century Palace. As an old club, now the business of the Century Palace is not as red hot as it used to be, but the ability to make money is still very strong. After all, there is a big ocean horse here. Shen Hongmei, who was wearing Valentino and stockings, got out of the car carrying the fruits specially prepared for He Yenrong. The three of them had always been as close as sisters, so there was no need to be too polite. After knowing that He Yenrong was sick, Shen Hongmei bought some fruits and came over, wanting to see He Yenrong. Is Hibiscus in the booth? Still in the same booth you guys usually play in. After greeting Lu Li, Shen Hongmei went to the private room where the three people usually do pedicures, where no guests would come in, but it was very safe. Hibiscus, are you okay? It's okay, my fever has cleared up. It was just for a little while yesterday, and it was mostly just a shock. That's good, but it scared the hell out of me. What happened when you fell in the water? I was wandering around the water yesterday when I got dizzy and went down. It's a good thing Sayaka saved me. It's saying again, saying he can still swim. Is he alright? Of course not. Xiao Yan's water skills are very good. Extreme tenderness flashed through He Yenrong's peach blossom eyes, and such a look made Shen Hongmei's heart feel a little uneasy. This woman, she can't be looking at Xiao Yan, right? It seems like there is such a possibility. What she was worried about seems to have happened. If he allowed things to go on, Xiao Yan would sooner or later go down the wrong path with Lai Feifei or He Yenrong. At that point in time, would there be any point in insisting on trying to help Xiao Yan right her wrongs? It's a good thing he saved me. Otherwise I really would have had to explain myself there. Let you stay up less. It's not good for your health. Let's see if you still dare to stay up later. I won't stay up late. I want to get well and properly reward Xiao Yan in the future. Why do your words sound weird to me? Lying down, Shen Hongmei looked at her supermodel long legs and always felt that He Yenrong was not right. What's so strange about this? Xiao Yan saved my life. He belongs to be my savior, and he even did me a favor before. I have to thank him properly. By the way, you know, I kissed Sayaka today, He Yenrong said gently. Hearing this, Shen Hongmei pursued, Xiao Yan took the initiative to kiss you? She felt her heart miss a beat. No wonder Xiao Yan didn't continue to talk about being with himself the previous few times. Did he turn to target He Yenrong? It seemed like this was normal, and he couldn't hang on to Li Ziyin himself. But how could He Yenrong be old enough to give birth to him? No, I kissed him of my own accord. Shen Hongmei relaxed a bit, but things still didn't seem right either. Is it a kiss on the face or? It was a tongue kiss, the real kind. I feel like I'm in love with Li Ziyin, and I want to be with him, be his girlfriend. and let him experience the happiest thing in the world. He Yenrong's sensuality surged to her brain once again, and she even wanted to immediately cuddle with Li Jian and warm up. In contrast to Shen Hongmei's rationality, she was more controlled by her sensibility. How can you think that? Xiao Yan is only 20 years old. If you stay with him, won't you harm him? How will he face his family and the world in the future? Shen Hongmei completely panicked. If He Yenrong and Li Jian confessed, then can Li Jian resist? Shen Hongmei thinks that this may not necessarily be the case. He Yenrong's looks are too enchanting, completely a perfect bed partner. As long as it is, a normal man is afraid that no one can carry He Yenrong. This woman is flirting and actively seducing Xiao Yan. How can Xiao Yan stand it at his bloodthirsty age? You seem to be on edge. Red Plum, do you care much that I like Sayaka? No, I just think we're both his elders, and we need to think clearly and be responsible for him before we have thoughts like that. And it's irresponsible for him to be so many years short of a relationship. I don't let my baby be responsible for me. I just want to be with him and be happy one day at a time. I'm going to let my baby experience the ultimate happiness in the world. And later on, when he has someone he likes, I'll just let him go free. If he never finds it, then I'll stay with him, pester him, and leave him when I'm too old to look good. I want to make the baby happy. That's not irresponsible, is it? He can always go when he meets someone he likes. Anyway, I plan to confess to him tomorrow. He saved my life and I like him as long as he likes me. I'll give him everything I own. At his age, he's definitely got a lot of hormones, and I want to keep him happy through this most energetic phase of his life. Before I thought it wasn't a good thing that I was spoiling my daughter. Now that I think about it, it's not really all bad. I can keep the baby full if he likes it. Shen Hongmei's face was a little pale. This woman is really a pure love brain. A mouthful of a baby is not too meaty, and directly want to take the initiative on Xiao Yan. What can be done now? What's wrong? Red Mei. I'm fine. Shen Hongmei took a deep breath and lay there without continuing to speak. Observing Shen Hongmei's subtle change, He Yenrong also realized something. It seems that not only that crazy old woman has a good feeling towards Li Jian, this woman is also the same. One's thoughts are really right. After all, what happened at the bamboo guesthouse is still fresh in one's mind. This woman and Li Jian obviously had a story. In that case, it was all the more important for him to make the first move. He Yenrong, who was sensually in love with her brain, became even more determined inwardly. The baby can only be your own, and everything about the baby can only stay with you. In the evening, after dinner, Li Jian looked at Zhao Shuman, who was wearing a white shirt and a short skirt with stockings and high heels, and in his heart, he still felt as if he was dreaming. Auntie Zhao, your cooking is so delicious, Li Jian complimented. You have a mouth like you've been eating honey all day. You just praise your aunt. Gathering the dishes, Zhao Shuman headed towards the kitchen, and Li Jian had been following behind Zhao Shuman. Auntie Zhao, your cooking is really special. I'm telling the truth. And don't go take a bath, and follow your aunt, like a heel, and don't mind the heat. Aunt Zhou, I love being your follower. I'll go wherever you go. When they reached the kitchen, Li Jian still followed Zhao Shuman's side to help her brush the dishes. Auntie Zhao, will you sleep with me at night time? You're a kid. You've been thinking about sleeping with your aunt all day. Of course, Auntie. I was used to sleeping alone before, so I didn't think it was a big deal to sleep alone. But ever since I slept with Auntie, I've only felt how hard it really is to sleep alone, Auntie, and it's really blissful to sleep with you in my arms. You don't feel cramped with Auntie at your side. What Li Jian said made Zhao Shumin's heart very happy, and she had a feeling of being needed. Aunt Zhou, I just love the feeling of holding you. How can I feel cramped? It's really nice to be able to smell my aunt's hair. And Auntie's people are all soft and cuddly and comfortable to sleep with. Net nonsense. Auntie, you can't go back on your word if you sleep with me at night. Well, why don't you go ahead and take a shower? You're all sweaty from being out there all day. Auntie, I don't want to take a bath right now. I want to spend more time with you. Auntie still has to do the dishes. I'll stay with you, Auntie, and I'll feel happy doing anything with you. Zhao Shuman couldn't help but kiss Li Jian's lips, being coaxed by Li Jian to be especially happy. You're a child. Surely you won't be angry at home when you're married. Aunt Zhou, I want to marry you. Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Sukman though is now okay with helping Li Jian out with some things and even has a 1-week shameful engagement. But the matter of marrying Li Jian was something that Zhao Shuman never dared to think about in her life. After coming out of the kitchen, Zhao Shuman continued to urge Li Jian, Xiao Yan, go take a bath. Aunt Zhou, I want to follow you. Auntie has to go hang out the laundry, and you're following her. Aunt Zhou, I just want to follow you. You child. Zhao Shuman pinched Li Jian's face. How she looked at Li Jian and felt like it. Arriving at the crowded balcony, Zhao Shuman took out the clothes inside the washing machine and started propping them up to dry. Now that there were only 2 people left inside the house, Li Jian and Zhao Shuman, some private issues were a lot safer. Ever since that tattooed man came, Zhao Shumin's clothes were kept inside her room. Aunt Zhou, let me help you, because the top button was unfastened. It was even easier for Li Jian to admire Aunt Zhou's gully. You don't want Auntie to do any work at all. Aunt Zhou, it's nothing to help when I'm home. You're my favorite person. Since the money and industry, Li Jian's bottom line is also sufficient, and now says these words without any psychological burden. You boy, you'll have to love your wife from now on. Aunt Zhou, I just love you. After hanging up the clothes, Li Jian stared into Zhao Shumin's eyes. What are you looking at Auntie for? Aunt Zhou, I want to hug you. You kids, you didn't get enough hugs in the kitchen earlier. Auntie is so good looking and smells so good. I can never get enough hugs. Saying that, Li Jian walked forward and wrapped Zhao Shumin in her arms. Silly kids. Feeling Li Jian's blazing emotions towards herself, Zhao Shumin was also moved at this time. After hugging Li Jian backhandedly, the two of them hugged each other tightly, neither of them letting go of the other despite the heat. Auntie, kiss you. Zhao Shumin softly hummed and closed her eyes. Li Jian looked at Zhao Shumin's seductive red lips coated with lipstick and gently kissed them. Bad boys, Zhao Shumin said softly, but responding to Li Jian was not ambiguous at all. I don't know how long it had been, but the two of them were all covered in sweat. It's really hot on the balcony in this weather. Let's go back. Hot. Aunt Zhou, hold the window. What for? Let's see the view. Actually, the streets are still very nice, with all the traffic, and I especially liked the view when I was a kid. Zhao Shumin pressed her hands on the edge of the window and looked up at the scenery outside the balcony. Li Jian, on the other hand, hugged Zhao Shumin from behind, and the two of them looked at the scenery together. Gradually, Zhao Shumin got a little flustered. Xiao Yan, like the day before yesterday. Auntie, I miss you, Zhao Shumin said seriously. It hasn't even been a week yet. Auntie, consider it to be a week. Okay. No, please Auntie, hurt me. I really love you. I don't know what I'd do without you in this life. Sayan, go inside the room and bring the stuff. Well, I know Auntie. Much later, after a shower, the duo made their way to the master bedroom. Jo Sukmin had changed into her own corny t-shirt and her top was wrapped around her. While she drove a live broadcast, Li Jian was learning various specialized knowledge online, striving for her goal of being a walking encyclopedia. After a while, Li Jian received a WeChat that he found surprising. It's from Shun Hongmei. Normally, Aunt Shun's work was very busy, especially recently when she was planning to integrate the company's resources and invite some partners, and the high-strung Aunt Shun sent herself fewer unsolicited tweets, unlike that drunken mongrel who came to harass her every time she drank too much. Sayan, how do you feel about your Aunt Rong? Li Jian really didn't expect Aunt Shun to ask this. What had happened? Could it be that Aunt Rong's seduction of herself was known to her? There really wasn't any secret to hide between these three, and there was zero chance of trying to hide it from themselves. After thinking about it, Li Jian replied. He had to give Shin Hongmei some sense of crisis before he could do so. Very pretty, very feminine, and kind, a very good aunt. End of chapter. Chapter 106. Aunt Li and Shin jealousy vessel all raised. Li Jian answered truthfully, knowing that he was aiming for all of them, and that there were some things he couldn't avoid. In the middle of the bedroom, Shin Hongmei was lying on the bed. After taking a shower she was wearing a plain pajama set, 183 long legs although she didn't wear stockings, but those long snow-white legs are still incredibly eye-catching. After knowing that He Yanron likes Li Jian, Shin Hongmei's heart for a long time cannot calm down. That woman wasp waist and buttocks, the upper part of the proud, and an incomparable enchanting face, that kind of temperament is more everywhere through a Thai word, and Xiao Yan's heart most like is mature women. This point Shin Hongmei's heart is the most clear. He Yanrong this hoof so active, Li Jian how can carry? Jealousy constantly surged in her heart. Shin Hongmei wanted to give Li Jian something to talk about, but it's hard to know what to say. Putting down the cell phone, Shin Hongmei covered her eyes, and the vinegar jar completely exploded at this moment. Myself and Sayan were the ones who were that first to actually have something like that happen. But now, He Yanrong is confessing to Li Jian. What's going on here? No, one could never watch Xiao Yan go down the wrong path. Seeing that Shin Hongmei did not reply, Li Jian knew that at this time, Aunt Shin's heart must be very tangled, so let her jealousy slowly ferment for a bit. Without thinking too much, Li Jian continued to make up for her learning knowledge. More than 10 p.m., Zhao Shumin ended today's live broadcast. After pulling out the cloth wrapped around her body, Zhao Shumin was relieved. Auntie, there were quite a lot of gifts in your live room just now. In fact, at the beginning, Li Jian thought that those who swiped gifts were not all those horny people. After all, Auntie Zhao's looks were just too beautiful, and now she even wore makeup. However, he found that those who swiped the gifts were basically those little beauty-loving girls, and if someone opened a yellow mouth, they would still be kicked out by Auntie Zhao's young lady room manager. This made Li Jian breathe a sigh of relief. so there would be a lot less trouble. Well, it's all brushed by some of the little girls who were waiting for their aunt to put handmade clothes on the shelves. The first little girl who let her aunt make her dress. It's become Auntie's house manager now. Some people with dirty mouths just get blackballed. That's good. Auntie Zhao, I think you really have the potential to be an Edison. Li Jian hugged Zhao Shumin's waist. Auntie Zhao, will you sleep with me at night time? Don't. You're not honest at all. When you were on the balcony just now, you said you wanted to see the scenery with your aunt. It's sightseeing. Haven't I always been sightseeing with you, Auntie? Smelling Zhao Shumin's body to his heart's content. When he was with his mature aunt, Li Jian's heart would always have that instinctive sense of security. He likes the way it feels. Sleep on your own at night. Auntie won't fool around with you. Looking at Zhao Shumin seems to be really sleepy. Li Jian didn't continue to force Zhao Shumin. Today Aunt Zhao is indeed tired to the point. After all, the balcony is so hot. With the window open, the air outside is like a burst of heat wave. It is indeed uncomfortable. When she reached her room, Li Jian's mind remembered Catherine. That big ocean horse looked at herself with hatred in her eyes. She despised herself from the bottom of her heart, so there would definitely be retaliation next. She just didn't know what kind of way it would be. But that way of getting a couple of guys to beat the crap out of her shouldn't be possible. Her mind was determined that she knew kung fu, and anything too far out of the ordinary, she didn't have the guts for. After all, this is not the old days. The old days like that store owner that Auntie Rome once decided to be good with him. He literally evaporated out of thin air. That was obviously done by that ex-husband of Auntie Rome's, but couldn't find any evidence of it. Arriving at the room and leisurely lying down, Li Jian waited for the system to refresh the information at 12 o'clock, which was the most important thing for Li Jian. The system's main quest. He could always remember it clearly. After a while, the phone rang and it was Aunt Lai calling. Pup, Aunt Lai, cubby, Mommy misses you. Have you been drinking forgetful mommy milk? No. Then how did you forget I'm your mom? You heartless cub. Forgetting Auntie Pup, the drunken monk, would often call Li Jian to harass him, something Li Jian had gotten used to. Aunt Lai, are you inside the house? At home, cubby, Mommy wants to hold you. Will you come stay with Mommy? Hearing that Lai Fei was at home, Li Jian also felt relieved. Now Lai Tianming's debtors might have already set their eyes on Aunt Lai. Only if she was at home could Li Jian feel at ease. Aunt Lai, it's almost 11 o'clock. You should go to bed. It's still early. What's the point of sleeping? Cubby, Auntie wants you to talk about your Auntie Rong. In sobriety, Lai Fei is indeed a high-strung Shanghai young woman, and the kind of serious rich woman. But after drinking too much, all she was thinking about in her mind was this scene of He Yenrong taking the initiative to kiss Li Jian. This damned prodigal hoof. Tai, how dare she kiss her own cubs? What is it? Aunt Rai, what do you think of your Aunt Rong? Li Jian. This question had actually been asked by Shen Hongmei today, and now that Aunt Lai had called to ask it so once again, Li Jian wondered if the two of them were colluding together. I think Auntie Rong is nice and gentle. Do you think she's pretty, cub? Pretty. In this matter, there was really no way for Li Jian to talk nonsense. Saying Auntie Rong isn't pretty is like saying a ship is flying in the sky. This vixen, cub, if she kisses you in the future, you stay away from her, you know. She's just a wannabe hoof. She's been in heat lately. Li Jian didn't expect Aunt Lai to say bad things about Aunt Rong now. Even though she was drunk, she could tell that Aunt Lai's heart was jealous of Aunt Rong. Aunt Rai, didn't you kiss me too? How can that be the same? Cub, Auntie kissing you is motherly love. He Yenrong that wannabe hoof kissed you. That's horny. If she tries to seduce you in the future, you have to stay away from her, you know, or else Mommy won't want you. You heartless cub. Not listening to Mommy. Oh, wow. Saying that, Lai Fei actually whimpered. Li Jian didn't know how much Aunt Lai had drunk, but when Aunt Lai cried like this, his heart was really hard to bear, and he planned to go out to see Aunt Lai, but within 10 seconds, Li Jian could hear that Aunt Lai was asleep. Li Jian, this wine mongoose. The thinking when you drink too much is really too diffuse. Not yet hung up the phone, Shen Hongmei's phone call came in. Hey, Auntie Shen. Words. Li Jian knew that Aunt Shen must have known something. Otherwise it would not have taken the initiative to send himself a WeChat about Aunt Rong today. And to call himself in the middle of the night like this, he must have turned over with jealousy. These three women's jealousy tanks were really taking turns being knocked over by each other, and they were really trying to raise the other two's jealousy tanks. Li Jian was most pleased to see this kind of thing. After all, under normal circumstances, he could at most be with an aunt, and it was too difficult to think of all of them. Aunt Shen, why did you ask me about Aunt Rong tonight? Li Jian asked, as if he was somewhat curious. It's because Auntie thinks you've been getting a little close to Yenrong lately, which is a little dangerous. You saved Yenrong's life, didn't you? Well, I happened to run into Aunt Rong falling into the water while I was working and I saved her. Do you think of your Aunt Rong as a woman? Auntie Rong is supposed to be a woman. Li Jian knew what Shin Hongmei wanted to ask, but he didn't take it at all, wanting to see how Shin Hongmei was going to respond. I mean, Shin Hongmei even found it a little difficult to speak at the moment. If it was herself and Li Jian talking about this kind of thing it would be fine, but on the contrary, this time the conversation was about He Yenrong's matter. I mean, do you think of her as a woman you can like? Li Jian was silent for a while. This silence made Shin Hongmei panicked. That fox charming girl looks so so inviting to men's likes. Xiaoyan is afraid that she has already moved her heart. I don't know. Li Jian knew that some things would be known by Aunt Shin sooner or later, so she might as well take a little precaution in advance. At this moment, Shin Hongmei's inner jealousy and loss reached the extreme. In this kid's heart, he really did have that kind of good feeling towards He Yenrong. Xiaoyan, Auntie wants you to realize that it's a mistake if you get together with a woman with an age difference of more than 20 years. Auntie and you Auntie Rong are old enough to give birth to you. Auntie hopes you can keep a distance between men and women from your Auntie Rong. If she takes the initiative, you shouldn't say yes either. It's not good for either of you. Your Aunt Rong is too emotional. Her love brain is like a little kid. Auntie doesn't want you to harm yourself. Well, Li Ziyan verbally agreed. Well, go to bed first. It's not too late in the day. After Shin Hongmei and Li Ziyan chatted for a few sentences, she hung up the phone and lay down. Shin Hongmei thought about how her words just now of asking Li Ziyan and He Yenrong to keep their distance really didn't make any sense at all. He was unwilling to be with Li Ziyan. But what qualifications did he have to stop Xiaoyan and He Yenrong from being together? He Yenrong's feelings for Li Ziyan are also clearly genuine. From within He Yenrong's eyes, Shin Hongmei could clearly see that watery tenderness. Li Ziyan saved her life and is very talented. That's what makes this relationship brain completely spring-loaded. And Xiaoyan's that obviously some perfunctory self. Tomorrow He Yenrong and Li Jian confession words. Xiaoyan will agree. Flip-flopping. Shin Hongmei at this time was also completely unable to sleep. Shouldn't he or she take the initiative to confess to Xiaoyan, so that he or she can make a choice? And hasn't Xiaoyan been pursuing him or her before? But how to face so many consequences in the future if one does so? Shin Hongmei's heart was very rational. She knew very well that she would never be able to do something like He Yenrong's love brain and not let Li Jian take responsibility. If one was with Li Jian, one would definitely not want to separate from him for the rest of one's life. A lot of the realities of this premise are burdened with a lot of psychological pressure. She really didn't have the pure and innocent love brain that He Yenrong had. Maybe, Xiaoyan won't say yes to He Yenrong. Shin Hongmei was constantly tangled up inside. Tonight was destined to be a difficult night to sleep. At 0:00 a.m. The system intelligence was refreshed right on time, and today it refreshed with a wild bonus of $8,000, while the rest of the intelligence was all meaningless. The last item made Li Jian somewhat spirited. Shin Hongmei knew that He Yenrong was going to confess to you tomorrow, so she tossed and turned and had trouble sleeping until late at night. Aunt Shin's heart is really like himself. In fact, this point from the last time he took the German customer. Aunt Shin's initiative. Li Jian is already feel clearly. Just Aunt Shin is too rational, too much concern. And with all those hints Auntie Rong had given herself yesterday at the Subject 3 practice site, she was indeed about to confess her feelings to herself. I didn't realize that Auntie Rong was the one with the most love brain and the wildest. With the anticipation of tomorrow, Li Jian slowly fell asleep as well. At 12:30 a.m. He Yenrong returned from the barber store not far from the Century Palace. Luli looked at He Yenrong, who had a big wave perm, and ran up to her and said excitedly, Rong, this roll perm is too pretty. Look good. It's that big sister Lu who ironed it for me. Her 20 years of craftsmanship. I'm relieved. It's nice. It's really nice. You're really prettier. No, tear. If I were a man I'd be in jail. I wouldn't let you go. Asterisk. You prodigal hoof. All dressed up to show your baby? Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to confess to the baby. He Yenrong did not have the slightest nervousness, although she looks Thai and EF near people, but is a real love brain. Once the love brain is on the head, then it is not afraid of anything. He Yenrong decided to confess to Li Jian. Then she would definitely do so. You've got some balls, so good luck tomorrow. Well, I'm going to go check on that black Cheongsam of mine. Looks like you're really on top of the game. Blood on your hands. Anyway, I just want to be with my baby and make her happy every day. You're so good looking. I don't reckon he's had a minute. Asterisk. You. Babies aren't as weak as you make them out to be. It's not even together yet and you're nursing it. Anyway, you're not allowed to slander my baby. Babies are strong. And he's a real man, He Yenrong said decisively. Firmness was written all over that enchanting pretty face. Slut, get up early tomorrow and put on your makeup. The next day, after Li Jian woke up, it was already after 10 o'clock. The days when you don't have to work are indeed dashing. After Li Jian got up and washed up, soon after, Zhao Shuman, who was on the air, went to the kitchen and carried the meal to Li Jian's room to wait for him. Now Zhao Shuman had no goals in her life. All she wanted was to serve Li Jian well, so that Li Jian could be happy every day. Auntie Zhou, your cooking still smells so good. Eat up, Sion. Auntie has to go live. Well, I know, Auntie. Li Jian wrapped his arm around Zhao Shuman's waist and made her sit on his lap, which made Zhao Shuman's heart feel a bit ashamed. The incident of sunbathing on the balcony still made her feel hard to forget. Xiao Yan, you have to be honest to Auntie for the next week, okay? I know, Auntie. Aunt Zhou, but you should still help. Auntie knows. Off to the air. Wait, Auntie. Li Jian placed a kiss on Zhou Sukman's lips, and although Zhou Sukman resisted for a while at first, she ended up responding helplessly. It was only after 10 minutes that she blushed and sat up from Li Jian's lap. You're not being honest again. Auntie's gone live. Remember to take the dishes to the kitchen if you go out. Auntie will turn around and brush you up. I know, Auntie. Li Jian hugged Zhao Shuman's waist and gently rubbed his own head against Aunt Zhao's stomach before letting her go. Such a day intoxicated Li Jian's heart. During the morning, Li Jian went to redeem the wild bonus, and his deposit managed to break through to $200,000. It was after 1 o'clock when He Yanrong called. Baby, are you free now? Auntie really wants to play Go with you. Available. I'm hanging out now, Auntie. Thinking of Aunt Rome's enchanting face with heavy makeup. Across the phone, Li Jian swallowed his saliva when he was looking at Aunt Rome's picture in class. Then come to the Century Palace, the same private room. You promised your aunt that you would teach her how to play Go. I know, Auntie Rong. I'll be right there. He Yanrong was going to confess her love to herself. Such a big scene of the century, Li Jian couldn't possibly be absent no matter what. And there are no system tasks today, so your own time is very free. For Li Jian, being confessed by a woman was the first time in his life, and it was also a voluptuous and absolutely beautiful mature woman, which was something that made Li Jian's inner self expect no less. Well then, you do it, baby. Be careful and stay safe when you're on the road. Okay, slow down is best. Make sure you have a good baby. He Yanrong's voice was warm and gentle as it needed to be, and Li Jian felt the embodiment of gentleness like water. That's a tone of voice that none of the other aunts can do at all. And Auntie Rong shouting baby really made people feel pinned. If in the room Auntie Rong could shout herself like that, Li Jian was a little afraid to think about it. It's exhausting to walk with your back bent. Sweeping up a bicycle, Li Jian set off. At the entrance of the Century Palace, a Xiaomi SU7 stopped. Pink t-shirt, black silk short skirt, high heels, high cold Shanghai young woman Lai Fei walked down from the car. Today she did not drink alcohol. The pretty face has a kind of cold as ice frost feeling, so that people do not dare to approach. Before the car stopped, Shen Hongmei's Audi A6 also stopped. Anshan's Valentino and flesh-colored stockings and a one-piece skirt looked oppressive. Supermodel height Anshan is very conspicuous in any place. Fifi, what are you doing here? I came over to play. Wanted to come in for a foot massage. Well, let's go together then. Shen Hongmei's heart relaxed a bit. Lai Fei was purely coming over to play, but she was really relieved and worried that He Yanrong would confess to Li Jian. That kid eats his heart out, and when faced with an earthly like He Yanrong, he probably has no resistance whatsoever. If both himself and Lai Fei were there, then He Yanrong probably wouldn't be so brazen. Lu Li looked at the two women who had arrived, and her heart pinched a sweat for He Yanrong. It looks like today this thing is afraid that it is not smooth at all. This Shen Hongmei and Lai Fei's arrival. It is estimated that it is not simple. After coming to the private room, He Yanrong got up and wanted to call out for the baby, but she saw her two best girlfriends come in. The way these two people's jealousy overturned He Yanrong's heart, but remembered clearly. What's the meaning of their visit today? Love brain on the head of He Yanrong's heart cannot care so much. Anyway, their vinegar altar are overturned. Today to their home vinegar tanks are raised to them. Wrong, you got a perm. It's so Thai too. And these black cheongsams and black stockings. This cheongsam is still a tool type on the outside. So sexy. Fei Lai complimented. Yeah, for today I got up at 7 in the morning to put on my makeup, and it took me several times to achieve the effect I wanted most. Does it look good? It's nice. It's especially nice. It's just, you're Jane controlled? The sober Lai Fei is not admitting that she likes Li Jian at all. A drunk Aunt Lai, on the other hand, would automatically upgrade to Li Jian's own mother, and if Li Jian didn't shout out to her mother, she would be drinking the milk of forgetting her mother. In contrast to Lai Fei, Shen Hongmei's face was a bit pale. She felt as if her heart was bound by something. If Xiao Yan agreed to He Yanrong, then the two of them would really be together. What can be done about it? It's the daughter who's having dinner today, so it's easier. He Yanrong felt a little embarrassed, but the most important thing right now was to confess to Li Jian first. Both of these women may have had hints of that for Li Jian, so he had to make the first move and take down Li Jian quickly. so that there would be less trouble in the future. Both of them were their good sisters. They shouldn't be able to steal Xiao Yan from themselves. Not much later, Li Jian also pushed the door and walked in. Auntie Rong. He had thought that He Yanrong was the only one there today, but what Li Jian didn't expect was that Aunt Shen and Aunt Lai were both there. Sure enough, these three are inseparable all day long, so it's hard as hell to do anything secretly. Baby, look at Auntie's hair that she permed especially for learning Go. Look at it. The He Yanrong in front of her was all in black, and looking at her, Li Jian's insides were unbearably hot. There really wasn't any other woman who could so easily arouse the deepest ardor of one's heart as Auntie Rong. Auntie Rong really is the perfect bed partner. Auntie Rong, it looks good. It's especially nice. Feel this. Auntie's curls feel different to the touch. Saying that, He Yanrong came to Li Jian's side and placed her hair in Li Jian's hand, touching Aunt Rong's hair and asking about the scent of her hair. Li Jian felt a rush of joy. Auntie Rong, did you just get this perm? Well, Auntie ironed it for you last night. He Yanrong was very blunt. Love brain, she decided to confess to Li Jian. There will not be any procrastination, including yesterday's express. Also all straight ball among the straight ball, very crisp and clean. Do you like it? Love it, Auntie. I'm glad you like it. Auntie just wants you to look good, baby. He Yanrong took the initiative. It made even Lai Fei Fei's heart curse a prodigal hoof. This woman really didn't care about her status as an elder at all, and was just plainly tempting Li Jian. Shen Hongmei's heart, on the other hand, felt even more uncomfortable. The vinegar tank had been completely shattered, and she even wanted to go up and tear a fight with He Yanrong. How can this woman be so shameless, knowing that Xiao Yan's blood and vigor can't stand this the most, and to be so close to him, that's already totally sticking it to him. This woman, shameless, and she's fed her daughter today, constantly cursing He Yanrong in his heart. At this moment, Shen Hongmei was really not sure what she should do. Baby, Auntie misses you. Afterwards, He Yanrong very naturally hugged Li Jian's waist. Hold on to Auntie's waist. Taking Li Jian's hand and wrapping it around the top of her slender waist, Li Jian and Aunt Rong hugged each other tightly. He was also smelling the natural odor of Auntie Rong's body. Today's Auntie Rong seems to be. Li Jian's heart had 21 points of excitement, but with Aunt Lai and also Aunt Shin present, Li Jian felt as if things were getting out of hand. Baby, let Auntie kiss it. A kiss was placed on Li Jian's lips. Baby, Auntie thinks of you at night. You're finally here. If it was the drunken Lai Fei Fei, she would definitely have gone up to tear He Yanrong apart by now, but Auntie Lai, who hadn't been drinking, was still very calm. Baby, Auntie kisses you and you don't open your mouth. Li Jian was just about to speak when He Yanrong seized the opportunity and kissed in at Li Jian. She was incandescent with immense initiative, trying to make Li Jian feel his fondness for him. Oh, baby, Auntie misses you. He Yanrong's initiative made Shen Hongmei unable to hold back any longer. He Yanrong, what are you doing? End of chapter. Chapter 107, Lai Rong Battle. Auntie Shen also confessed to being with Auntie Rong in A. At the beginning, Shen Hongmei's heart was still tolerable, but gradually He Yanrong seemed to be getting away with it, and she even saw He Yanrong sticking out her tongue. Is this the way elders greet their juniors? Although inwardly she had always been unwilling to be with Li Jian to face those worldly pressures, Shen Hongmei and Li Jian after all shared in 900 days of kindness, so deep inside Shen Hongmei's heart, she was quite possessive of Li Jian. Although she did not dare to admit it, this piece of anger on the head of Shen Hongmei even wanted to rush up and He Yanrong this prodigal hoof up to fight. This woman is so Thai-looking, but she's always been very conservative and innocent before. Now in the face of Li Ji-yun, it seems like he is completely showing his true colors. This damn love brain. The incomparable feeling of jealousy kept spreading inside, and an invisible smoke spread within the private room. In fact, Lai Fei Fei's heart felt very uncomfortable. Although she didn't drink, her inner subconscious still made Lai Fei Fei feel very uncomfortable. However, after seeing Shen Hongmei step forward, she didn't say anything. At this moment, feeling Auntie Rong kissing with herself and holding Auntie Rong's waist, if it wasn't for the fact that there were people here, Li Jian was really a bit unable to restrain himself. These three women are really together no matter what. Well, look at you nervous and petty. Baby, come on, Auntie will press your feet. After He Yanrong called out to the two massage-only technicians to come in with buckets of medicine, they went to Lai Fei Fei and Shen Hongmei's side respectively. Baby, wait a moment, Auntie will go get you some water to soak your feet, and later Auntie will go give you a massage. After He Yanrong touched Li Jian's face, she left with some fondness. The current He Yanrong can be said to be truly in love brain on the head. She only thought of Li Jian good, and Li Jian together, and today Lai Fei Fei and Shen Hongmei uninvited. In fact, is also a showdown a good opportunity. Both of these women also had somewhat unusual relationships with Xiao Yan. After He Yanrong left, the inside of the private room was quiet, and this quietness could be said to be very unusual. If Lai Fei was drunk and afraid that she could not help it, and Shin Hongmei wanted to say something to Li Jiyan, but could not say it, and only felt a very hairy blockage in her heart, Xiao Yan won't agree to He Yenrong. Shin Hongmei thought about the phone call she made with Li Jiyan last night. Only then did she settle down a bit inside. But could Xiao Yan really resist He Yenrong's charm? Soon, He Yenrong walked in with a wooden bucket. Her speed was fast, as if she was afraid that Lai Fei or Shin Hongmei and Li Jiyan would say something. Words, come and try the water temperature. After sitting down in front of Li Jiyan, He Yenrong gently helped Li Jiyan take off his shoes and socks, and teased some hot water on his feet. Hot or not, little voice. Li Jiyan saw Aunt Rong's bottomless gully, and after thinking about how he felt when he hugged Aunt Rong just now, Li Jiyan was also sure of one thing. Auntie Rong, this is probably to make it easier for her daughter to eat. But Aunt Lai and Aunt Shin were at the side, and Li Jiyan couldn't help but feel a kind of pressure in his heart. This kind of scene, he really hadn't experienced it before. Not hot. Just in time, Aunt Rong. It's good that it's not hot. And if you're not feeling well, talk to your aunt. After taking Li Jiyan's feet and placing them inside the barrel, He Yenrong looked at Li Jiyan with affection. Look at those peach eyes. Li Jiyan really felt that Auntie Rong was just too good looking. If he didn't also have some resistance now, he would definitely be mesmerized by Auntie Rong. The gentle smile on that foxy face really made his heart feel incredibly pinned. I know, Auntie. While soaking her feet, He Yenrong lowered her head and gently helped Li Jiyan wash her feet. Auntie Rong's fingers ran through each of Li Jiyan's thumbs, a gentle and delicate sensation that caused Li Jiyan to pull a bath towel over her stomach to prevent catching a cold. Rong, why are you so enthusiastic about Li Jiyan? Last time I was the one who shouted for you to press Xiao Yan's feet. This time you took the initiative to press his. The baby has to teach me how to play Go later. Of course I had to let the babies relax. He Yenrong's mouthful of babies made Shin Hongmei's old chin vinegar production base explode, but the powerful aura of her was unable to say anything at this moment. After soaking his feet, He Yenrong picked up a towel and again tenderly helped Li Jiyan dry his feet, and also placed Li Jiyan's feet on his flat belly. Auntie Rong, my feet are dirty. Baby, it's not dirty. Auntie's favorite is you. How can I think your feet are dirty? Auntie can kiss your feet. Li Jiyan. At this moment, his mind couldn't help but think about the matter of his shallow taste of Aunt Lai's black silk jade feet. The matter of the fire dragon fruit. He really couldn't possibly forget it in this lifetime. Okay. After helping Li Jiyan dry off thoroughly, He Yenrong couldn't wait to massage Li Jiyan. Baby, Auntie will massage you. When it's later you teach your aunt to play Go for real. In fact, after deciding to confess to Li Jiyan, He Yenrong's heart didn't care about Go anymore, and being able to be with her baby was the most important thing. Well, you move back a little and let Auntie get into your bed. Li Jiyan stepped back a bit, while Li Yenrong sat at the back of the massage bed and placed Li Jiyan's feet on her stomach, gently helping Li Jiyan with the massage. Words, is Auntie's tummy hot? Hot. Auntie's body is hot, so I'll make you nice and cozy. Saying that, He Yenrong helped Li Jiyan massage up little by little, and Li Jiyan who was lying there couldn't help but close his eyes. Shin Hongmei's heart constantly cursed the prodigal hoof. Shameless, this damn woman massage has such a massage. This is pure seduction. Words, is Auntie's hand comfortable? Comfortable. Li Jiyan closed his eyes and thoroughly enjoyed He Yenrong's massage. After a while, He Yenrong gently moved her jade hand to Li Jiyan's calf and helped him massage it. Baby, Auntie will press your legs. Looking at Li Jiyan's change, He Yenrong's heart felt very satisfied. She was still obviously very attractive to the baby. Lai Fei, who was watching this scene, was annoyed inside, solely closed her eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. But she always had a feeling that she shouldn't have a drink and then tear into this damn woman. Xiao Yan, Auntie will help you press your thighs. After a while, He Yenrong took the initiative to sit on Li Jiyan's lap, and Li Jiyan could see Aunt Rong's incomparably proud upper body when he opened his eyes. There was also the temperature coming from Auntie Rong's hands, all of which made Li Jiyan's heart parched with a really wonderful feeling. After Aunt Rong sat on Li Jiyan's calf, she was meticulously massaging Li Jiyan's thighs, and Li Jiyan felt at this moment that Aunt Rong's plump places were still very plump. Baby, you have a really nice body. In fact, Li Jiyan was just an ordinary figure before, and because he usually likes snacks more already had signs of fat, but he had gotten the attribute body enhancement inside the system's mission, and now his body was very well proportioned and explosive. Baby, Auntie will rub your tummy. Saying that, He Yenrong gently put her hand under Li Jiyan's shirt and helped him massage his thighs and stomach. Such a sensation that Li Jiyan couldn't help but close his eyes. Auntie Rong, baby, you like it afterward. Auntie will give you a massage every day. Okay. He Yenrong obediently lay on top of Li Jiyan's body, and with 4 eyes, Li Jiyan's heart thumped. Looking at Aunt Rong's red lips and the faint eye lines at the corners of her eyes, Li Jian really had absolutely no way to control the dryness within him. After wrapping her arms around Auntie Rong's waist, Auntie Rong completely pressed down on Li Jian, and the two of them hugged each other tightly. Baby, Hien Rong, who was in love with her brain, couldn't control her emotions and kissed up to Li Jian, and the two of them kissed passionately together once again like this. The two technicians were all dumbfounded. When had they ever seen Hien Rong being so proactive and even shameless? How much she had to like the lad. Hien Rong, you tai hoof, can you have some face? Molesting kids all day. This time, it was Fei Lai who couldn't help herself, and she picked up the cocktail at the foot of the bed and drank it. Where's the molestation? It was only then that Hien Rong separated from Li Jian, and this time she directly sat on Li Jian's lap and helped him concentrate on massaging his stomach. Although Xiao Yan is 20, he's a child to me, so what's wrong with me kissing him? You call that a kiss? That's a tongue kiss for you. Shen Hongmei also disliked it. Her heart was really scared. I just love babies anyway. Baby, Auntie can tell you something. Being disliked by her two girlfriends in turn, Hien Rong always had a bad feeling in her heart that she had better hurry up and get it over with. After all, late is late, especially if Fei Lai has been drinking. Auntie, Hien Rong waved her hand and dismissed the two technicians. Baby, you like mature women, don't you? Aha, then see if it's okay for Auntie to be your girlfriend. Auntie wants to be with you. Pulling Li Jian's hand tightly. At this moment, Hien Rong's body was trembling slightly. She had permed her hair and changed into her most alluring battle dress for the occasion. Her heart desperately wished that she could hear Li Jian say yes. In the future, you don't have to be responsible for your aunt either. She only makes you happy and joyful. Auntie does all the things girlfriends do for you. Hien Rong wasn't a person with too much of an outgoing personality either, but with the added power of her love brain, she was even wilder than a drunken Fei Lai. Inside the world of the relationship brain, it's all about being with the person you like. Then there is nothing to fear. Li Jian really didn't expect Aunt Rong to just say it in front of Aunt Shen and also Aunt Lai. If he said yes now, he could get a perfect bed partner, an unbelievably perfect earthly creature, or his favorite mature woman. It's just that Aunt Shen and Aunt Lai won't have any bond with themselves in this life. If she wanted to achieve her goal, it could be said that she was destined to have countless difficulties and obstacles. At this point, Li Jian really knew better than anyone else. Now the conundrum is really thrown upon itself. Shen Hongmei's heart was completely in her throat. This damn Hien Rong, she actually said it just like that. If Xiao Yan agrees, what can be done? Pink fists clenched. Shen Hongmei's heart felt a feeling of unprecedented tension. Luckily, at this time, Lai Fei Fei spoke up. Shame on you, you prodigal hoof, for confessing to my cub. Cubby, come home with mom. With that, Lai Fei Fei stood up and wanted to pull Li Jian away. Lai Fei Fei's face was flushed and it was obvious that the alcohol was going to her head very quickly. Fifi, go over there, I'm talking business with Xiao Yan. Sitting on Li Jian's body, Hien Rong's heart was as unsettled as Shen Hongmei's. Same as what Lu Li said, on top of the matter of confessing to Li Jian. In fact, Hien Rong has never had much self-confidence. That's why she has always been using her greatest advantage, her face value and figure to seduce Li Jian. Now that Li Jian didn't answer immediately, it made her heart had sunk. What business? I'm his mom. Lai Fei Fei and Hien Rong pushed and shoved, trying to push Hien Rong off Li Jian's body. Hien Rong had reached the most critical time, and how could she be willing to be disturbed by Lai Fei Fei? The two started a wrestling match and began to push and shove each other. Both were very displeased with each other. Cubby, come home with mommy. Every time she drank too much, Lai Fei Fei claimed to be Li Jian's mother, and Li Jian got used to it. Looking at the two women who were going to fight, Shen Hongmei's heart felt that she really wanted to love Lai Fei Fei. Before this crazy woman, drunk and crazy sometimes mouth is very annoying, but it really worked today. Get out of the way. Crazy, I've got business. Get off the cub. You don't ride him. Wannabe hoof. Hien Rong pushed a little harder, feeling that both of them were on the verge of fighting. Li Jian hurriedly said, Aunt Rong, Aunt Lai, don't be like this. You three are the best of girlfriends. Calm down. Li Jian spoke before Lai Fei Fei returned to her bed. You heartless cub. Mommy gave birth to you and this is how you treat mommy. You don't even help her. Saying that, Lai Fei Fei actually wiped up her tears. Although Li Jian was heartbroken, the situation at the moment was also really difficult to ride. Baby, don't you like auntie? Hien Rong's heart also cooled down at this time. What was in this child's heart? His heart was obviously very fond of himself, but he had taken the initiative to send himself to the door, and he didn't even accept it. Why on earth is that? Obviously because of these two women in front of me. Like, after a while, Li Jian still answered that the definition of like was broader. Then you'll stay with your aunt. Auntie really won't let you be in charge. And when you find someone you like in the future, auntie will go off on her own. Then, Hien Rong seemed to have realized something. In your heart, Do you also like your Aunt Lai and your Aunt Shin? Aha! Li Jian knew that he was going to face a hellish difficulty, but the current situation also belonged to the category of opening the bow without turning back the arrow, and he no longer had a choice. So which one is your favorite? Who do you want to be with? Lai Feifei and also Shin Hongmei were silent at this time. They both wanted to know Li Jian's inner thoughts, especially Shin Hongmei. Her heart was already controlling some regret. If she had accepted Li Jian's pursuit and stayed with him in the first place, then there will not be these things behind it. Right. However, Shin Hongmei is always too rational. There are some things she does not quite dare to face. I don't know. Auntie wrong. The three all understand. Li Jian now belongs to us, to them all very good feelings, but do not know how to choose. Shin Hongmei also understand why the previous several times when Li Jian did not and she asked to continue together. This child's heart was clearly having thoughts about Lai Feifei and He Yanrong. It was just that his heart was too tangled, and for this, Shin Hongmei's heart could understand. After all, Li Jian is single and he has the right to choose who he likes. Wrong, don't push the kid. We are all our elders, and how embarrassing for the child to talk about these issues all day long. Shin Hongmei came out and said, Shin Hongmei, be quiet. I just love the baby and want to be with him. Saying that, He Yanrong leaned down and looked at Li Jian. Li Jian could clearly smell the natural fragrance. Baby, how about this? Try talking to your aunt for a month first. If you think auntie is good after a month, stay with her. If you feel bad for auntie, then let's just pretend this never happened. Okay, Lai Feifei said with dissatisfaction. You prodigal hoof. What nonsense. A month's time, the child is born. A week's time at most. And no doing that. The drunken Fei Lai appeared to be a little short of intelligence. A week then. A week is fine, baby. Auntie especially wants to be with you. He Yanrong didn't care so much. As long as Xiao Yan was with her, she was definitely going to sleep with him herself. And she couldn't keep watching on the terms that Lai Feifei said. Shin Hongmei's heart, on the other hand, was once again nervous, and finally, she couldn't help but say, Xiao Yan, auntie can also talk to you for a week. Baby, don't pick him, pick auntie. He Yanrong, who was riding on Li Jian's lap, couldn't care less at the moment, and directly kissed into Li Jian's lips. Aunt Rong's enchanting pretty face and bewildered eyes, as well as the blazing kiss. It made Li Jian lose her mind a bit even at this time. Auntie Rong, I promise you. Woo, baby. The two people also did not care that Lai Feifei and Shin Hongmei were in this place. On the spot was a deep kiss. Shin Hongmei clenched her fists. This damned woman. How could she seduce Xiao Yan so much? It's all making Xiao Yan delirious. It's shameless. He Yanrong, remember, no rooms. Shin Hongmei picked up her stockings, put on her high heels, and left directly with a huff. You prodigal hoof. Lai Feifei also fiercely pushed He Yanrong on Li Jian, but did not succeed in pushing her down. The exasperated Lai Feifei also followed Shin Hongmei in front. Li Jian's heart felt a bit of a headache. This time coaxing the two aunts was feared to be a difficult task, but soon all his attention was wrapped up in Aunt Rong's kiss. There really is nothing wrong with Auntie Rong being the absolute perfect bed partner. Baby, auntie is finally with you. After a while, He Yanrong gently raised her head, gently drew circles on Li Jian's t-shirt and then pressed it tightly. Auntie Rong, baby, auntie loves you. Love it to death. You're going to come and kiss your aunt every day from now on. She can't go a day without you. Well, this enchanting pretty face really made Li Jian feel very pinned. Baby, come and touch auntie's leg. Auntie is going to feed you something delicious. I don't know if you can handle it. End of chapter. Chapter 108. Auntie Rong cooks a mature meal. Looking at Lai Feifei and Shin Hongmei who walked out, Luli's heart breathed a sigh of relief. She probably knew what was going on. This sister of theirs had definitely succeeded in taking down Li Jian, and the hearts of these two women were definitely interested in Li Jian. That's why they left so furiously now, and the two didn't even greet Luli. After going out of the Century Palace, Shin Hongmei looked at the drunken Lai Feifei. Although it was hard to feel in her heart, she still had to send Lai Feifei back first. She was a rational person, very worried that Lai Feifei did something. Just now Lai Feifei's kind of performance. It is estimated that in her heart, she must be very fond of Xiao Yan. It can be serious in case of a DUI. Fifi, let me take you back. No, I can drive myself. Give me the key. It's confiscated. Looking at the somewhat serious Shin Hongmei in front of her, Lai Feifei gave the key to her Xiaomi SU7 to Shin Hongmei. Then his eyes reddened and tears snapped out of his eyes. You like Li Jian? He's my cub. Who likes him if I don't? This prodigal hoof. Robbing my cubs? I'm not done with her. Lai Feifei's eyes were filled with resentment. Even though she hadn't known Li Jian for a long time, but in Lai Feifei's heart her feelings for Li Jian were definitely very deep. And today He Yanrong had so blatantly confessed her feelings for Li Jian and even got together with her. It really made Lai Feifei's heart clog up very badly. Well, Fifi, don't be sad. It's just temporary. It's like a child's playground. They won't stay together after 7 days. Shin Hongmei comforted Lai Fei, but she didn't know if she was comforting herself. Hongmei, have you liked my cubs for a long time? You even took the initiative to confess to him just now. I just saw that he Yenrong was going to lead Xiaoyan astray, so I wanted to stop him. Lai Fei looked up into Shin Hongmei's eyes. Halfway through the day he said, you go ahead. I'm not driving today, don't worry. I have to watch the cubs. Can't let this prodigal hoof take the cubs to do grown-up things. After the 7 days have passed, keep the cubs away from this prodigal hoof. Saying that, Lai Fei poured down the wine in her hand and walked towards the inside of the Century Palace. Looking at Lai Fei who returned with a huff, Shin Hongmei sighed. Let her sew a mess. Shin Hongmei feel much better in her heart. Fortunately just a temporary love affair. Things are not completely wooden. In the beginning, if only I had promised Xiaoyan to be with him earlier, then it wouldn't be what it is now. A feeling of regret was spreading in Shin Hongmei's heart. Obviously she was the one who first had the 900 days of favor with Li Ziyan, but now she was preempted by this. She's so unsubtle. Directly confessed to Xiaoyan. In Shin Hongmei's opinion, Li Ziyan's heart did not like He Yenrong at all, but was only seduced by He Yenrong with her face and body. This woman, this time, is really a bit shameless. With a somewhat blocked heart, Shin Hongmei drove away. As Li Ziyan was feasting, suddenly the door was opened. This caused He Yenrong to get up quickly in fear. Seeing the scene of the two of them being so close, and thinking about the fact that the two of them were already together, Lai Fei's heart was really furious. Cubs, go home. Aunt Lai, After Li Ziyan swallowed a mouthful, she thought about how she was going to coax Aunt Lai and Aunt Shin, both of which were bound to be a big trouble as well. Fifi, the baby and I are a couple now. I'm his girlfriend, so you're going to care if I'm more intimate. I told you not to cross the line with Sion. Lai Fei didn't think that before she was joking about feeding something, but it turned out that He Yenrong was playing for real. This deserving dead woman. I'm just making out with Sion. It's not like I got a room with him. I'll go clean up, baby, and later we'll go shopping. He Yenrong, who had calmed down a bit, also sobered up a bit as she went back to her room with the intention of putting her clothes back on. With only later left inside the private room, Lai Fei came up and wiped Li Ziyan's mouth. Dislike was all in his eyes. Aunt Lai, don't be angry, cubby. Auntie wants to feed you and you don't eat. This Tai hoof feeds you and you eat. Looking at Lai Fei, whose eyes were a little red, Li Ziyan's heart was also a little heartbroken. I'm sorry, Auntie, I just don't know who I really like. Auntie Rong took too much initiative today, and I was a little out of my mind at the time. So it's a yes. Hey, cubs, Lai Fei sighed, and at this point she didn't even look a bit like she'd been drinking. Cubby, promise Auntie that you won't do anything like that with her. Okay, well. Li Ziyan verbally agreed. That's a good cub for Auntie. You're too young to know what you want, and that's why you've been seduced by this prodigal hoof. But remember, you can't be fooled into crossing the line. Well, seeing Aunt Lai calm down a bit, Li Ziyan let out a sigh of relief. Not much later, He Yenrong came back. Baby, let's go out shopping. Fifi, do you want to go sleep inside my room for a while? The three people's feelings were very good and it was impossible for them to just flip out. But He Yenrong's intention to drive away Lai Fei as a light bulb was very obvious. He Yenrong had been repressed and lonely for too many years. She was a woman, a very normal woman, 30 like a wolf and 40 like a tiger. Therefore, He Yenrong was eager to warm up to Li Ziyan. I'm going to follow you guys too. Prodigal hooves. 7 days of good relations with Xiaoyan and you won't take me with you? Saying that, Lai Fei pulled on He Yenrong's arm. You crazy? Alright. He Yenrong knew that there was no way to get rid of Lai Fei today. But she would just make out with Xiaoyan in front of this crazy ladies. I can't believe I can't piss her off. Let's go baby. The three of them walked together towards the outside. And not much later, He Yenrong took Li Ziyan's hand. Lai Fei, who was carrying a bottle of wine in her hand, was unwilling to show weakness and grabbed Li Ziyan's other hand. Fifi, what are you doing holding the baby's hand? Now this is my boyfriend. Saying that, He Yenrong's heart was even more grateful that she had taken the initiative to make a move to establish a relationship with Li Ziyan. It's still my cub. I'm his mom, who says only boyfriend and girlfriend can hold hands, Raphael said as he poured his drink. Whenever she got drunk, she would always claim to be Li Ziyan's mom like this. You crazy, you prodigal hoof. The two women disliked each other, and with Li Ziyan sandwiched in the middle feeling the smell of gunpowder from the two, she really felt that Aunt Lai and Aunt Rong might fight at any moment. Baby, you're going to have to kiss your aunt every day for the next 7 days to make it work. Auntie just loves kissing you. The two women had similarly spilled their jealousy, and at this moment, He Yenrong took the initiative to launch an attack. Couple of relationships that do work well. By the way, baby, you seem to be enjoying the goodies that Auntie has made for you. Auntie had thought that only Shinobu liked it. I didn't realize you liked it. In that case Auntie will prepare it for you every day from now on. Auntie smells if it still smells good. Lu Shurao is the daughter of the hotel owner that He Yenrong was once with. Only the hotel owner evaporated before their relationship even began. After picking up Lu Shurao at the orphanage, she had always loved her as a daughter. And the reason why He Yenrong indulged her so much was because she loved her. Every time she made up her mind to end it, there was no way for her to say no when Lu Xiaoxiu pouted. It smells so good. Auntie will give you more nutrition in the future. He Yenrong's bragging like words made Lai Fei Fei furious. And it was really a blitzkrieg to her heart. Shame on you, prodigal hooves. Fifi, Xiao Yan is already a child. So what's wrong with me getting him some good food? Lai Fei Fei gasped. It took a few more sips of wine before she calmed down. After arriving at a park, He Yenrong pulled Li Jian to sit down on a bench. Fifi, can you let go of the baby's hand now? Lai Fei Fei glanced at He Yenrong and didn't say anything, but she still let go of Li Jian's hand. And He Yenrong took the initiative to sit on Li Jian's lap before wrapping her arms around Li Jian's neck. Prodigal hooves. It's not too hot either, Lai Fei Fei muttered, but she also knew that now that the two were together after all, as long as they didn't do things that crossed the bottom line, it was actually not good for her to control. Anyway, this was outside, so He Yenrong couldn't still feed Li Jian. Baby, hold Auntie's waist, Auntie is afraid of falling, He Yenrong said daintily. Li Jian once again felt the visualization of tenderness like water. This kind of tenderness other ants really can't do. After wrapping her arms around He Yenrong's waist, He Yenrong hugged Li Jian's neck and leaned on Li Jian's shoulder. Is Auntie's waist thin? He Yenrong came close to Li Jian's ear and said, gently kissing Li Jian's earlobe. That feeling of warm breath made Li Jian feel a rush of heat. Aunt, wrap your arms around Auntie's waist. Saying that, He Yenrong came into a Li's entangling hug, coiling a pair of black silk legs behind Li Jian's back, and the two of them embraced each other tightly. Looking at the way her hug was copied by He Yenrong, Lai Fei Fei's heart was even more furious. That ing. Hold Auntie tight. Saying that, He Yenrong kissed into Li Jian's lips. He Yenrong, however, didn't care at all that Lai Fei Fei was now right next to the duo. Her heart only wanted to warm up with Li Jian. After all, the two of them were now real boyfriend and girlfriend, and it was very normal to do anything. The two were kissing together, and Lai Fei Fei was powerless to stop it, twisting her head away in an annoyed mood to continue drinking. In fact, she wanted to leave now, out of sight, out of mind. But Lai Fei Fei's heart was extremely worried that if she left, He Yenrong would really do something to Li Jian. No matter what this love-brained foxy girl did, Lai Fei Fei didn't find it surprising at all. The two kept kissing, and gradually, He Yenrong was moved. She got more into it. After a long time, she was only able to separate from Li Jian and touch Li Jian's face. She kissed Li Jian's forehead and then kissed Li Jian's nose. Baby, let's go to dinner. Today is our first dinner together. He Yenrong's face flushed red as she looked at Lai Fei Fei on the side. Inwardly there was some complacency between the invisible. She knew that Lai Fei Fei and also Shen Hongmei liked Li Jian, but now she had taken the first chicken. After Xiao Yan knew how good she was, she would definitely be completely inseparable from herself. For this, He Yenrong's heart was very confident. I'm coming along. Lai Fei Fei, who was even more tipsy, also stood up. I'm going to eat with the cubs too. Cubby, this prodigal hoof can feed you, and so can I. Your mother. Lai Fei Fei still fantasized herself as Li Jian's mother. Aunt Lai, you're drunk again. You heartless. You don't want your aunt after you've drunk forgetful mom's milk. Where am I drunk? I'm about to follow you guys to dinner. He Yenrong felt that if she wanted to get rid of Lai Fei Fei tonight, she was afraid that it wouldn't be that easy, and she would have to get her drunk. Otherwise, she'd be in big trouble if she kept following her around. Myself and Sion won't be so free tonight. Go. Hesitantly bringing along Lai Fei Fei, the three of them went to a hot pot restaurant. The weather in September was extremely hot and dry, especially since Li Jian had just been holding Auntie Rong in a kiss, or was outdoors, so both Li Jian and He Yenrong were hot as hell. After finding a corner seat, He Yenrong pulled Li Jian to sit together. She sat outside to prevent Fei Lai from coming in. The helpless Lai Fei Fei was also exasperated as she placed her black silk legs on Li Jian's legs under the table. Li Jian also didn't dare to say anything. Before, when they were in the private room of the Century Palace, the two started to almost fight. If they let Auntie Rong know that Auntie Lai was molesting herself now, these two sisters might really flip out, and Li Jian's heart hoped that these three sisters could always be as amicable and close as ever. Having a perfect match would be the best ending. After ordering, He Yenrong looked at the waiter and said, "Do you have any white wine here? Have 2 bottles. Saying that, He Yenrong's hand gently placed on Li Jian's leg, wanting to imply that Li Jian had drunk Lai Fei Fei, but it touched Lai Fei Fei's black silk jade feet. What are you doing sticking your feet over here? You crazy. My feet are cold. Let the cubs cover them for me. Saying that, Lai Fei somewhat provocatively stuck her foot inside Li Jiyan's t-shirt. Aunt Lai's feet were indeed a bit cold as well, and Li Jiyan helped Aunt Lai cover them up. He Yenrong wanted to take away Lai Fei's feet, but thinking of the fact that she still had to get Lai Fei drunk so that she wouldn't spoil her good deed, He Yenrong held back. After all, this was kind of He Yenrong's cub, but like that kind of thing that crossed the line, you have to hold on to it yourself, you prodigal hoof. Well, Fifi, let's drink more wine today. Soon, the inside of the hot pot began to boil. Looking at the all-spicy pot base, Li Jiyan felt a little frightened. Is it not too appropriate to eat this at night? It would still be hot and spicy. Fifi, come on, let me toast you. Lai Fei is a real wine monger. Every day have to drink. See He Yenrong toast. Lai Fei also followed the drink. But the drunken forgetful cub ant is obviously not enough hard eyes. He Yenrong secretly poured out a lot of wine, but Lai Fei didn't notice. Li Jiyan wanted to tell Lai Fei, but after thinking about it, if there was Aunt Lai who kept blocking the way, then she would indeed have to be honest tonight, and Aunt Lai would definitely keep following. He listened quietly as the two chatted and drank without interrupting. This is not the time, it's better to be quiet yourself. At the same time, he has always been on guard against the duo, and intends to come out at any time to defuse the situation if there are signs of conflicts coming to a head. And the three ants in Shanghai are still neat and tidy in the most charming way. The three of them falling apart was definitely not what Li Ziyan wanted to see. Cubby, be honest with Auntie. Do you not know whether you like your Auntie Rong or your Auntie Shin and don't know how to choose? Mouthing off about He Yenrong and Shin Hongmei, Lai Fei excluded herself. She was afraid to admit about her deepest feelings for Li Jiyan. In a sense, Lai Fei was a little wimp. She wasn't as dry and direct as He Yenrong. After determining that she wanted to be with Li Jiyan, even in the presence of Lai Fei and also Shin Hongmei, it was still very decisive to confess to Li Jiyan. And later on, seeing that Li Jiyan had a hard time choosing, she even used the slowing down tactic to become Li Jiyan's temporary girlfriend. At this point, He Yenrong was already eating the first chicken, and Lai Fei couldn't keep up now. I don't know. Li Jiyan still didn't answer. Then you'll break up with your Aunt Rong after 7 days and take your time thinking about it. You'll fall in love when Mom agrees to it. You crazy, trying to control the baby's relationship. There was another argument at the table. Aunt Lai, it's better to wait a week. It was only then that Lai Fei was quiet. Aunt Rong, Aunt Lai, I'm going to the bathroom. Li Jiyan planned to go to the bathroom to wash her face. The smell of gunpowder from these two women was too heavy. After Li Jiyan left for a while, He Yenrong pretended to be drunk and said, Fei, I want to vomit. I'll go to the bathroom. Both of them left, and Lai Fei picked up a glass of red wine and drank it to herself. You prodigal hoof. Don't even think about getting a room with my cub. I'll be following you around. The bathroom was very quiet, and after He Yenrong came over and saw Li Jiyan standing by the window looking out, she quietly came behind Li Jiyan, hugging her from behind and feeling this warmth. Li Jiyan knew that it was Aunt Rong who had come. Auntie Rong, baby. After Li Jiyan turned around, He Yenrong took the initiative to hug Li Jiyan. That crazy is a pain in the ass, and I think she's almost drunk. At the end of the day, Auntie is going to give you a gift. Auntie Rong really is completely straight after her love brain kicks in. Saying that, He Yenrong pulled Li Jiyan towards the bathroom and walked in. Once inside the cubicle, she unlocked the door. After the two of them rejoined the dinner table, Lai Fei complained. Cub, why did you go for so long before coming back? Lai Fei suddenly realized that she hadn't done something wrong, but the drunken Lai Fei's IQ was seriously lacking at this point, and she quickly became confused. Anyway, I'm going to sleep with you at night Rong. Be honest with me, as long as I'm around, don't even think about hitting on my cubs, Lai Fei said with incomparable seriousness. Okay, we'll both sleep together as sisters. Here, have another drink. He Yenrong rubbed her sore wrist and continued to start filling Lai Fei. Baby, here's to your Aunt Rai. Li Jiyan felt that she was really full and spoke with a natural scent. Auntie Rong, I'm really too full to drink any more wine. Then I'll drink with your Aunt Rai. Now Lai Fei though was already visibly drunk and even a little shaky west, but she still needs another drink if she wants to fall asleep completely. Cubby, cover your aunt's feet. Go across the room and cover your Aunt Rai's feet. This time, He Yenrong was very generous, and after Li Jiyan went over, he held a pair of Lai Fei's black silk legs on his lap, and gently helped Aunt Lai massage her. Here, Fifi, I'll drink to you, He Yenrong said gently. At this time, her heart was really 21% fond of Li Jiyan. This kid was the real man, and he really hadn't found the wrong guy. The last time I got married, that really is purely a child playing house, and Xiaoyan together with myself to have real happiness. He Yenrong's heart is incomparably firm. He must let Xiaoyan stay by his side. Drink, Rong. Cubby, press Auntie's waist. Saying that, Li Fei collapsed against Li Jian's body. Hold your aunt and let's go home. I'll check out. He Yanrong walked towards the cashier. Originally He Yanrong's alcohol consumption was very good, and with the cheating, she was still very sober now. Aunt Li, come on, we're going home. Li Ziyan gently helped Li Fei up, while Li Fei came into a classic Li's wrapping hug and threw herself into Li Jian's arms, holding onto Aunt Li's arse. Li Jian was able to prevent Aunt Li from sliding down. After going out, He Yanrong looked at the royally drunk Li Fei. Her heart breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately this crazy didn't have much heart when she drank too much, and she got her drunk herself. Otherwise I'm afraid that things between herself and Xiao Yan won't be able to come to fruition tonight. He Yanrong really didn't want her first intimacy with Li Jian to be very hasty. Words. Let's go to the Century Palace and let your Aunt Rai sleep in my room during the course of the night. I'll go sleep with her later in the night, or I'm really afraid something will happen to her. He Yanrong is not worried about what happened to Shen Hongmei. Shen Hongmei is more rational than anyone else, but Li Fei drinks so much. Send her home. He Yanrong's heart is really a little afraid. Or put it on the side of the assured. Auntie Rong, you're so good to Auntie Li. That's for sure. The three of us have been together for almost 20 years. Can it be bad? Auntie will stay with you for the evening, and then wait until you come home after 10 o'clock. Auntie will sleep with Fei again, so that she won't feel bad in her jealous heart. He Yanrong's face flushed red, and the meaning of her words was already very clear to Li Jiyan. After arriving at the Century Palace, Luli looked at the drunken Li Fei and sighed inwardly. In the midst of this invisible war, the loser is left with nothing to do but drink his sorrows away. After arriving at He Yanrong's room, Li Ziyan put Li Fei on the bed. Li Fei hugged him to death, unwilling to let go. Cubby, cuddle up with Auntie at night and don't go away. It's better for you to hold Auntie so she can sleep well. My good cub. Kissing Aunt. Li Fei's confused words made He Yanrong realize that these two should have some kind of story. When they had just met, Li Fei was particularly fond of molesting Li Jiyan, but it didn't matter now. The first chicken was in his hands. It was also completely too late for Li Fei to do anything about it. Okay, Fifi, go to sleep. After taking Li Fei's hands and feet from Li Jiyan's body, He Yanrong helped Li Fei cover up the quilt again. Watching Li Fei quiet down, she touched Li Fei's face and walked out to the outside of the room. He Yanrong's room had a combination lock, and after she went out, she manually locked the room before putting her heart down. Looking at Luli who walked over, He Yanrong explained, help me watch her. If she wakes up don't let her run around. Don't worry, you guys go ahead. I'll just watch from next door. Without any worries, He Yanrong took Li Jian's hand and walked towards the outside. After the two left, Luli whispered, Wrong, let's hope you don't follow my old path. In the middle of the room, Li Fei hugged the quilt tightly and murmured, Cubby, you're so warm on you. Don't go away for the night. Keep Auntie company. That shameless wannabe hoof. Didn't she just feed you a little? Auntie has it too. Stay away from that wannabe hoof. Okay, good pups. Aunt Li then sang softly, listen to your mom and don't let her get hurt. Drowsiness completely attacked. Li Fei also hugged Li Jiyan and slowly fell asleep. Auntie Rong, we're going somewhere, Li Jiyan asked, thinking if He Yanrong was going to take him to a room. Now it does seem like going out to a room is a good option. Auntie Rong really showed him today. Let's go to our massage booth. Li Jiyan remembered that the massage bed in the private room was also really spacious, and the arc of lying down was also very comfortable. After all, it was a place prepared for massage. After following He Yanrong to the private room, He Yanrong took a towel and covered the glass on the door, then unlocked the door from above. This private room quickly turned into a small space that was completely enclosed, and Li Jiyan only felt his blood begin to quickly run away as he looked at the stunning beauty in front of him. Li Jiyan had the feeling that she couldn't control herself. What are you looking at, baby? He Yanrong looked at Li Jiyan with tenderness in her peach blossom eyes. I just hadn't noticed. I always thought you couldn't close the door to a private room. Of course it can be turned off, otherwise it wouldn't be so convenient for the mechanic here, but don't think too much of it, baby. Auntie swears to you that she's never done anything out of the ordinary in her life, except for that time when she was tricked into getting married. He Yanrong's heart was still very afraid that Li Jiyan would misunderstand herself as that kind of watery woman. She had also heard that Mia, the clubhouse's big youngma, often told the other technicians that she liked Li Jiyan, but was rejected, and from that point of view, Li Jiyan was incredibly concerned about that. I trust your aunt. Li Jiyan knew that He Yanrong was indeed not lying. Okay, baby, let Auntie kiss first. After He Yanrong hugged Li Jiyan, she kissed Li Jiyan once again. When she was with He Yanrong, it was always Auntie Rong who took the initiative. It was completely different from the situation inside the rental house. This made Li Jiyan feel a little embarrassed. Baby, Auntie taught you well. Auntie Rong's passionate kisses, Li Jiyan was incomparably fond of it, and after carrying Auntie Rong to the massage bed, Auntie Rong sat on the edge of the bed while Li Jiyan bent down and kissed Auntie Rong. After a long time, the two gently separated. Baby, are you still hungry today? He Yenrong felt that Li Jiyan should like it quite a bit. Auntie, I've eaten twice today. I'm really full. Well, let's go take a shower then. Baby, kissing Li Jiyan's earlobe, He Yenrong said tenderly. After pulling He Yenrong's jade hand to the bathroom, Li Jiyan looked at the disposable toothbrush and said, Auntie Rong, let's brush our teeth before going to take a shower. Rinse your mouth well. You've had a lot of chili and wine today. Li Jiyan was a very hygienic person, and at the same time, he was afraid that Auntie Rong would be spiced up. Okay, baby, let's brush our teeth together. Only after brushing their teeth did the two of them head towards the wet and dry bathroom. After returning to the private room, He Yenrong, who once again brushed her teeth a few times and wore pajamas, picked up a bottle of unopened mineral water and drank it in a big gulp. After taking a few sips of water, He Yenrong then pulled Li Jiyan's hand towards the massage bed. Baby, after pulling Li Jiyan to sit down, the two of them faced each other. Although He Yenrong was a love brain, she couldn't help but feel very nervous at this moment. Baby, did Auntie's makeup get smudged? He Yenrong had always been very careful to preserve her makeup. She knew that Li Jiyan liked her heavy makeup very much. No, Auntie, it looks good. Saying that, Li Jiyan kissed He Yenrong's forehead, and then, unable to help themselves, the two kissed together again. He Yenrong is such an enchanting creature. Li Jiyan always feels a feeling of love inside when he looks at He Yenrong. After a while, Li Jiyan and He Yenrong separated, taking He Yenrong's jade hand. Auntie, you're so white. You like it when the skin is white. Feeling the kind of blazing heat that Li Jiyan had for herself, He Yenrong's heart was very happy. She really did have that kind of womanly attraction for Xiaoyan. He truly sees himself as a woman. Of course, it's still whiter skin that's inviting. Then look at the whiteness of Auntie's legs. Baby, after He Yenrong stretched her leg onto Li Jiyan's lap, Li Jiyan gently held He Yenrong's snow-white, glossy jade foot. White, Auntie, your feet are so pretty, and you have red nails specially done. Li Jiyan felt the touch of his nails. He realized that Auntie Rong really had no flaws anywhere. The perfect woman was really beautiful everywhere. Auntie, your legs are white too. Li Jiyan's hand held He Yenrong's smooth and beautiful leg, then gently kissed it. Then feel Auntie's thighs properly. Taking Li Jiyan's hand and placing it on her thigh, He Yenrong slowly closed her eyes. Auntie, your legs are really so nice. After Li Jiyan kissed He Yenrong's beautiful legs again, he felt that Auntie Rong's body really smelled good. Auntie's legs will be yours from now on. Only for you. Auntie's people belong to you too. Being so close to Li Jiyan, He Yenrong's sensuality completely took over her brain, and her love brain was in full swing. Baby, from now on Auntie is yours. After coming forward and hugging Li Jiyan, He Yenrong once again kissed Li Jiyan. After a while, Li Jiyan also started kissing around on He Yenrong's face. Baby, Auntie loves you. From now on you will always be by your aunt's side. He Yenrong's possessiveness was also completely on top at this moment. Baby, want Auntie to wear stockings? After a while, He Yenrong seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She felt that Li Jiyan should very much like himself to wear black silk. If he liked it, then as his girlfriend, she should indeed put it on for him. Well, Auntie Rong, I love stockings, especially black silk. This makes He Yenrong's heart a little happy. She actually does not have much confidence in defeating Shin Hongmei. Now it looks like her black silk seems to have a lot of added color. If Shin Hongmei also wore black silk, then it was really hard to say whether she would win or lose. After coming to the massage bed in front of the bathroom door and finding two knee-length black silks from inside a pile of clothes, He Yenrong, who was wearing pajamas, came back to sit beside Li Jiyan. Baby, do you like black silk like this, or do you prefer that longer black silk? Auntie Rong, I think this is just fine. I like stockings as long as they are stockings. Good, then Auntie will change them for you to wear later. Wear your baby every day. Before the words were finished, He Yenrong, who was unable to control her emotions, once again kissed up at Li Jiyan. It was only at this time that Li Jiyan sensed that Aunt Rong seemed to be a bit overly sentimental. Sometimes the excesses of being proactive with yourself seem to go to your head in a moment of sensuality. There was some hidden worry in his heart, but it was also true that he liked He Yenrong to death. After a long time, He Yenrong sat down. Baby, are you hungry? No, Auntie Rong, let's eat later in the day. Yeah, baby, you help Auntie with the black silk. While planning to wear black silk herself, He Yenrong suddenly thought of something and gave this matter to Li Jiyan. If Li Jiyan liked stockings so much, it might be more appropriate if she let her personally help herself to black silk. Looking at Aunt Rong's plump, slender, snow-white legs, Li Jiyan gently picked up a stocking. Then he held Auntie Rong's jade feet in his arms. Then he tucked 5 of Auntie Rong's toes inside the black silk. Auntie Rong, it's not on backwards, is it? No, don't worry baby. Now just take your time and put the stockings on against the top. He Yenrong straightened her beautiful legs to make it easier for Li Jiyan to put on her stockings. Li Jiyan helped He Yenrong keep putting on stockings to the outside. Soon, a slender black silk leg appeared in Li Jiyan's line of sight. The black silk leg intertwined with the other snow-white leg that was not wearing black silk. It looked very visually appealing. Good looking, He Yenrong asked gently. Looking good, Auntie Rong, you're really looking good. Then help your aunt with the other stocking. After Li Jiyan picked up the other jade foot as well, he helped He Yenrong put the black silk on, and He Yenrong once again straightened her beautiful legs. Soon, 2 perfect black silk legs appeared in Li Jiyan's line of sight. Baby, like it, like. As Li Jiyan looked at He Yenrong, whose pretty face was covered in blush in front of him, he unexpectedly was feeling a little nervous. He Yenrong slowly laid down and closed her eyes before pulling Li Jiyan over. Baby, kiss me. Pressing down on He Yenrong, Li Jiyan looked at that gorgeous pretty face and could no longer control himself and kissed it. At 11 p.m., He Yenrong brought Li Jiyan to the door of her room. Changed clothes filled her face with a happy blush. Baby, hurry up and go home, and send Auntie a tweet when you get there. Auntie just knows you're safe. Never make your Aunt Rong jealous tomorrow. Then, Auntie Rong, I'll leave first. Actually, Li Jiyan was quite eager to spend the evening with Aunt Rong, but it's better not to make Auntie Lai jealous. Good, then I'll go first Auntie. After parting ways with He Yenrong, Li Jiyan turned to leave. At this time, He Yenrong called out to Li Jiyan. Wait, baby, why Auntie? He Yenrong hugged Li Jiyan. Baby, Auntie can't leave you alone. Kiss Auntie for a while. Saying that, she once again kissed up at Li Jiyan, and Li Jiyan had already forgotten how many times Aunt Rong had kissed herself today. Baby, are you hungry? After a while, He Yenrong asked again in a vague voice. End of chapter. Chapter 109. Aunt Rong's second cooking at the office. Store proceeds go with the Auntie Rong, I'm full. He Yenrong really had the urge to continue going crazy with Li Jiyan one more time. Li Jiyan really was a man among men, but it was also very late in the day. She forcibly restrained her love brain from continuing to indulge with Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan had eaten He Yenrong's exclusive snacks 3 times and was really not hungry anymore. Well then, baby, hurry back. Remember to tweet your aunt when you get home. Well, I'm off Auntie. After hugging and rubbing shoulders with He Yenrong for a few moments, Li Jiyan reluctantly walked towards the outside. After Li Jiyan left, Luli walked out from inside the room. So sweet. There was some envy in Luli's voice. He Yenrong walked with some trembling and held onto the wall. Looking at Luli's eyes, the feeling of shame couldn't help but start to well up in her heart. When she was with Li Jiyan, she was really a bit unable to control her sensuality. But He Yenrong's heart was much clearer now. That little guy looks pretty impressive. Of course, my baby is a man among men, He Yenrong said with some arrogance. She really felt very proud of Li Jiyan. However, it was accompanied by a feeling of weakness. Luli, go help me stew some pigeon soup. Yeah, trash cans cleaned up for me. There's a tea in there. Before, He Yenrong didn't feel anything because her love brain was on top of her head, but now she only felt as if she was being emptied out and needed to replenish her nutrients. You, let your Noah be so capricious before even. Now you still love Li Jiyan like a child. You're already weak and sick. How can this be good? Wait, I'll go and make you some soup. Leave the trash cans alone. I'll take care of them for you later. Luli went to the kitchen, while He Yenrong opened the door to her room. After seeing that Lai Fei Fei was still asleep, her heart relaxed a lot. After getting up tomorrow this crazy saw and herself sleeping together, the heart won't be jealous. Why didn't I see before that you really like babies? After taking off her shoes, He Yenrong took off her black silk as well, and after drilling inside the quilt, she laid down beside Lai Fei Fei. While on the road, Li Jiyan felt that she had really replenished her nutrition today. He kind of completely understood what it meant to be the perfect bed partner. This time an Aunt Rong also had the favor of 200 days. I wonder if Aunt Zhou is asleep now. As he rode his bike, he stopped by to look at Zhao Shumin's live feed. Zhao Shumin is still on the air right now, obviously waiting for him. Accelerating her speed a bit, it was only after she arrived at home that Li Jiyan felt much more at ease. In the middle of the master bedroom, Zhao Shumin closed the live broadcast when she heard the commotion. The key to the room had been changed once since then, so only she and Li Jiyan had it, and it was impossible for anyone else to get in. Xiao Yan, back. Li Jiyan was a little glad that she had sent Auntie Zhao a message ahead of time during the evening meal to say that she might not be coming back or that she would be coming back very late. How anxious Aunt Zhou would have to be otherwise. Aunt Zhou, I was just watching you live. Li Jiyan walked forward and gently held Zhao Shumin in her arms. Auntie Zhao, sleep with me during tonight's time. All day long you'll be pestering your aunt to sleep with you, like a 3-year-old. Although Zhao Shuman said this, she didn't express her intention to refuse, which made Li Ziyan's heart feel a little excited. The feeling of hugging Aunt Zhao while sleeping was really good. Go back to your room and stay there for now. Auntie is going to take a shower, and you'll need a good one later. Remember to use body wash. Aha! Zhao Shuman went to wash up, while Li Ziyan returned to her room. Will there be something useful in today's intelligence refresh? It's almost time for the store to settle its earnings for the first time. Li Ziyan looked at the system, and it was just about 10 days before the store's first settlement. For how much money he could earn, Li Ziyan's heart was very much looking forward to it. Half an hour later, Zhao Shuman came back. Go take a shower, Sayan. Wearing her pajamas, she got inside Li Ziyan's comforter. Okay, auntie, wait for me. After kissing on Zhao Shuman's lips, Li Ziyan wanted to kiss Zhao Shuman deeply for a while longer. Okay, Winnie, come back later. There was some shyness in Zhao Shuman's beautiful eyes. Okay, Auntie Zhou, I'm going to take a shower first. After hugging Zhao Shuman hard for a bit, Li Ziyan was the one who went to take a shower. While the pigeon soup was simmering, Luli went to the private room and cleaned up the trash can. After going downstairs, Luli threw the garbage bag inside the garbage can. This place will use hundreds or even more of this stuff every day, so there's no need to worry about any problems here. After returning to the kitchen, she washed her hands again before serving the pigeon soup and going to He Yenrong's room. Wrong, the pigeon soup is ready. Taste the salt. After receiving it, He Yenrong gently tasted it and complimented. Just right. Only after drinking down a mouthful of pigeon soup did He Yenrong's own disappearing nutrients get replenished. That feeling of being hollowed out was also much better. You're really good today too, Rong. I can't believe I managed to get this drunken monstrosity drunk like this. I can't do it without getting drunk. She keeps staring at me and the baby. I can see that Fifi and Shin Hongmei both like babies. When she mentioned Li Ziyan, He Yenrong's enchanting peach blossom eyes were filled with tenderness. They kind of don't stand a chance though. You're already with the kid. Not necessarily. Today Xiao Yan didn't promise me directly. I'll just say be his temporary girlfriend for 7 days. Let him decide for himself after 7 days if he wants to be with me or not. Lu Li frowned. Wrong. Why do I think you look so worthless like this? Hey, if it's not worth it, it's not worth it. You have to take the initiative in front of the person you like. Like Shin Hongmei, that woman obviously likes Li Ziyan, but it's just there on the end. After I confessed to the baby, she couldn't resist confessing too, but the lead has been lost. At the end of the day, you could say it's nothing. It doesn't matter if the look is worth it or not. As long as I can be with Xiao Yan, my heart feels happy. Lu Li said with emotion. You're quite real, that's for sure. Picking up a pigeon leg, He Yenrong nibbled on it in small bites. Anyway, I'm confident enough to keep Sayaka by my side. With me. Wait a couple days and I'll give him a gift first. Send what? Lu Li was also a bit curious. Give him an Audi S6. No, you're crazy. The Audi S6 is almost $400,000 even though the price has been reduced. Your son isn't even driving on it. I was exercising Xiao Xin. Boys just have to suffer a bit and learn to manage their money. Didn't I specifically save $5 million for him, waiting for him to buy a house and a luxury car to marry his wife later? When he and Su Chanxian get married, all the money prepared for him will be his. But I can't shortchange my baby either. He's 20, he should be driving an Audi too. You're hopeless, you love brain. Wandering hoof. Lu Li also couldn't help but say. He Yenrong enchanting pretty face with a gentle smile. For what Lu Li said, her heart is actually sick, does not care. She wants just can be good and Li Ziyan together. This is enough. After taking a shower, Li Ziyan directly jumped onto her bed. Then he lifted the covers, got inside the comforter, and wrapped his arms around Aunt Zhou's stomach in one fluid motion. Aunt Zhou, you smell so good. Pressed against Zhao Shumin's body, smelling her scent to his heart's content, Li Ziyan's legs also bounded around Aunt Zhou's beautiful legs. You child, you can't go a day without letting your aunt sleep with you, but you're going to have to be honest all week. You know, Auntie can't connive at you continuing to do rogue things. There were times when Zhao Shumin's heart had an impulse. If she didn't care about anything, during the day she would make clothes live and ship them, and then at nighttime she would indulge with Xiao Yan to her heart's content. That would make the days very sinking and very happy. After all, Sayaka is a real man of that kind. But Zhao Shuman had never been like He Yenrong's somewhat extreme love brain. She had always been very sober, and she believed that her relationship with Li Ziyan would never last. In the future, there is the day of your own heartache. Well, auntie, let's kiss then. Don't touch Sayan. Oh, bad. Zhao Shuman and Li Ziyan kissed each other, and Li Ziyan's hand gently touched the back of Zhao Shumin's head. Auntie Zhao's hair was thick and smelled good. Feeling Auntie Zhao's softness and stickiness, Li Ziyan lingered. Only after kissing for 10 minutes or so did Li Ziyan take Zhao Shuman in his arms. Aunt Zhou, clothes made a couple of them. The second one went out this afternoon when Auntie sent it out. I'm working on the third one now, and I've collected a lot of gifts today, and I've got over $400 in my hands, and that's about as much as Auntie spent on making the dresses when you figure out the gifts. Zhao Shumin's heart felt very surprised. She had never realized before that making money could be so easy. The speed at which you can make money on the internet is way beyond reality. Now Auntie also has more than 20,000 followers, and more people will definitely buy clothes in the future. Xiao Yan, when you find a date in the future, Auntie will buy you a car. What kind of car is Auntie buying me? Li Ziyan did not take it seriously, and he could not possibly want it, because it is really not easy for Aunt Zhao to make money, and that 800,000 is the sweat and toil money that Aunt Zhao has saved up a little bit, and if he can really let Aunt Zhao buy a car for himself, then it is not as good as it should be. Maybach. Auntie can't afford it. The landlord's Maybach parked downstairs is hopeless for the rest of her life. Speaking of that Maybach, Li Jian also let Aunt Lai drive back. After all, now Aunt Lai and Lai Tianming is also considered to be torn face, pretending to be poor this matter, as if there is no need. But Auntie can buy you a BMW. Didn't there used to be a saying that you'd rather sit on a BMW and cry than sit on a bicycle and laugh? Auntie wants to buy you a BMW. Aunt. Li Jian wrapped her arms around Zhao Shuman a little harder, as if she was trying to fuse with Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao wasn't the type of person with a heart of gold, and in her heart, her own position was really important. What's wrong, Winnie? Auntie, I'm not interested in the BMW. I'm only interested in you. Let's the two of us get together. You'll be my girlfriend from now on, and how nice it will be for the two of us to spend time at home. Saying that, Li Jian kissed Zhao Shumin's smooth face, and his hand was also placed on Zhao Shumin's arse. This made Zhao Shumin's heart beat a little faster. Xiao Yan, don't talk nonsense. Right, Xiao Yan. Today Auntie smells how your mouth is milky and creamy. Ah, it smells so good. What brand of milk did you drink? Zhao Shuman changed the subject. She was truly afraid that Li Jian would ask to be with her. Bought it on the side of the road. All natural. Li Jian thought that it did smell good. No wonder Lu Xiaoxiao was so obsessed. It's about time. Go to bed. With that, Zhao Shuman closed her eyes and stopped talking. Li Jian knew that Auntie Zhao was running away. However, he didn't force Zhao Shuman, but hugged her tightly, and the tips of their noses came together, feeling Auntie Zhao's nostrils, as Li Jian waited for 12 o'clock to arrive. Soon, the intel refreshed. Go to this lottery store and buy this pile of scratch-offs. You can make a profit of $10,000. The usual bonuses are basically $1,000. The $10,000 this time was really quite a wild bonus for Li Jian. Another wild bonus is coming in, and one's savings are about to top 210k. In Fei Lai's dream, she was tearing He Yenrong's face off and holding her down to beat her. Li Jian. He didn't expect this intelligence refresh to be the contents of Aunt Lai's dream. It also showed that Aunt Lai's heart loved herself. When you clock out at the end of the afternoon, Catherine will take you to a client she's gotten someone to play, planning to get you drunk and then shove her heels in your mouth and take a video, and Catherine intends to have her people beat you up. Li Jian. Immediately after that, the mission was released. New mission issued. Please decipher Catherine's plot, and clean up Catherine as follows. Catherine's jade hands are perfectly maintained. Let Catherine do you a favor. Quest reward. Instant view access to all stores' current earnings. Quest reward 2. An internet cafe. There were 2 rewards this time, and the one that caused Li Jian the most concern was the timely viewing privilege of the current earnings. There were still 10 or so days left for the distribution of the stores, and the proceeds of all the stores would be distributed at a fixed time each time. But Li Jian didn't know how much the store proceeds were. One's heart is in the right place if one has this access. At this time, Li Jian's heart is also cursing Catherine. This foreign in order to deal with their own really are all tricks out. Then he had to prepare himself in advance. This time he had to clean up Catherine properly. After thinking about Catherine's delicate hands, Li Jian also felt that he could relax properly. We have to catch her in the act this time. After watching the mission, Li Jian hugged Zhao Shuman, and the two of them went to sleep next to each other. The next day, after Li Jian washed up, she went back to her room for breakfast as usual. He realized he was another centimeter taller. The aftermath of the last height growth skill hadn't ended yet, and according to the system's hints then, one could continue to grow 3 centimeters taller. After all, what man doesn't wish he could grow a little in height? After returning to his room, he felt that it was really a very lucky thing in his life to have met Auntie Zhao. When I first graduated, I really and completely felt the coldness of the city myself, but now the days have changed forever. Whether it was in the morning or in the evening, there was Auntie Zhao making herself delicious food, and he warmed his bed and cuddled with himself during the night. Without Auntie Chiu, this life would really be a lot less fun. Aunt Zhou, Sayan, you're such a brat. Look at the smile on Aunt Zhou's face. Li Jian's heart also felt a bit strange. Aunt Zhou, did I do something last night? No, It's just that auntie got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and came back and watched you sip and sip with your beak. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were drinking powdered milk. Ha ha, like a little kid. Did you dream that you became a 3-year-old? Li Jian was also a little embarrassed, and it looked like a reflex. No, Aunt Zhou, look at that. And embarrassed. It's okay. Zhao Shuman touched Li Jian's head and the two of them ate breakfast together. After breakfast, Li Jian followed him to the kitchen and hugged Auntie Zhao tightly from behind. Auntie, I'm going to work. I'll miss you. Don't touch Sayaka. Auntie, I just love touching your belly. You kids. Auntie, kiss a little longer before you go. Saying that, Li Jian didn't care about Zhao Shuman's consent and turned to the front and wrapped her arms around Aunt Zhao's waist and kissed her. This kitchen was able to see something inside through the window from the corridor. So every time she was in the kitchen, Zhao Shuman felt her heart skip a beat. That time in particular she was scared even though it was in the corner. Even the balcony was much safer than this place, and there was much less chance of being caught kissing there. But the good thing is that Li Jian didn't toss Zhao Shuman for too long today and left, which made Zhao Shuman's heart breathe a sigh of relief. This child kinda knows what's going on today. Xiao Yan, ride your bike slowly on the road. Yes, Auntie. Saying that, Li Jian, who had reached the door, ran back and lightly tasted Aunt Zhou's lips before leaving. Bad boy, just not a decent one. After Lai Fei woke up, she rubbed her temples, and after she felt someone hugging her, her heart was startled. Could it be Xiao Yan? No, this EF feeling, it's He Yenrong. Memories flooded back, and Lai Fei quickly combed through them before realizing that He Yenrong and Li Jian were together. And today was considered the second day, and yesterday he seemed to be very humiliated to follow the duo around, afraid of what the two would do, but still ate a mouthful of dog food. She's a high-strung Shanghai young woman, how could she be so unreserved? It's not like he likes Li Jiyun, although he likes this late bloomer, but he's just a 20-year-old kid. Lai Fei's heart felt incredibly ashamed, but after seeing He Yenrong sleeping by her side, Lai Fei's heart was inexplicably relieved. That meant one thing, they didn't sleep together during last night, so nothing happened between the two. Fifi, you're awake. At this time, the waking He Yenrong also sat up and hugged Lai Fei from behind. Let go of me. I'm not interested in women. You prodigal hoof. Humph. Say that like I'm interested in women. I'm only interested in my baby. But don't be jealous. I sent him back early yesterday. I'm not going to do anything out of the ordinary with him for those 7 days. But when the 7 days are up, if he still wants to be with me, then I'm going to do whatever I need to do with him. After all, platonic relationships don't last. There has to be physical contact to make them work. Eileen Chang also said, that what is the passage to my heart? Shut up, wannabe hoof. What's your business to me? Lai Fei's high spirits caused He Yenrong to say helplessly, fine, then you're just being tough-talking. I think you still have to drink afterward to be a normal you. You rest, I'll make you some dinner. He Yenrong cleaned up and went to cook, thinking that she and Li Jian are now together. He Yenrong's heart is happy. Lai Fei, who stayed in bed, covered the quilt, feeling a little blocked in her heart, even though she was trying hard to maintain the persona of a high-cool young woman, but the instincts inside still made it very hard for her. I'm just jealous. It's a human instinct, but that doesn't mean I like Li Jian. I'm her elder. Lai Fei's heart began to tangle at the moment. After arriving at the company in the morning, Li Jian clocked in as usual, and Lu Jin Xian is still asking Li Jian to go to Catherine's office as usual. Doing this job every day, Lu Jinshin's heart felt refreshed. This damn Li Jian now everyday life that is bound to be absolutely worse than death. This is simply not a human life. Day after day, he was abused by Catherine. They had heard Catherine cleaning up Li Jian the last time they were outside the door. After cursing cum in his heart, Li Jian walked towards Catherine's office. However, it seems that one is not scolding Lu Jinshin, but just stating an objective fact, in a manner of speaking. In fact, it seems like he's kind of Lu Jin Xian's dad? That's kind of a super double. After entering the door, Li Jian looked at Catherine's long black silk legs, and inwardly she also liked it 22%. President. Well, Li Jian, come over here and rub my legs. Today's Catherine was even a bit gentle with Li Jian, because she had already thought of bad ideas to clean up Li Jian. No matter what, she had to make Li Jian feel regret and despair. So what if you know Kung Fu? If you're drunk, you'll still get beaten up. One must shove one's heels into Li Jian's mouth. After sitting down and taking off Catherine's high heels, Li Jian gently massaged Catherine's black silk legs. The slippery touch made Li Jian linger, and Catherine couldn't help but close her eyes and enjoy Li Jian's massage. 0H. Yes, this damn lowly yellow man. Why is the massage so comfortable? While her heart despised Li Jian, she was also very addicted to Li Jian's massage. More than 20 minutes later, He Yenrong, who was wearing a cheongsam and black silk and high heels, came to the company. After breakfast, Li Fei continued to go to sleep. This winemonger's favorite way to sleep in the afternoon. This made He Yenrong feel like she had saved herself some trouble, so she came to the company to look for Li Jiyan after applying her makeup. Lu Jinxin, who had just come in and was preparing to go out, immediately stood up happily after seeing his own mother come. Mom, you're here. Lu Jinxin is very proud. Normal people will have a beautiful and fashionable mom feel very long face. Lu Jinxin is also the same. After He Yenrong came, let Lu Jinxin feel that his vanity blade has been greatly satisfied. Well, son, although it is to find Li Jiyan, but He Yenrong cannot be blatant. After all, his son is also here. He and Li Jiyan talked about things for the time being still have to hide from Lu Jinxin, or else I'm afraid his heart is not so easy to accept. Mom, let's go to the reception room. Good. After Lu Jinxin took He Yenrong to the reception room, the colleagues in the office all started to talk about it, because Lu Jinxin's mother was indeed too pretty, and the enchanting temperament made people feel fascinated. Quite a few of the younger male co-workers were looking straight ahead. After arriving at the reception room, Lu Jinxin asked strangely, Mom, why did you come to the company? I came to check on you and brought you some little desserts. He Yenrong took out a bit of food from her bag, and she was careful that she wouldn't accidentally bring out Durex. He had come to find Xiao Yan for a serious matter. Well Mom, I'm broke. Can you transfer me $20,000? What did you do again? Okay, Mom will transfer money to you, but don't even think about asking Mom for money this year. Giving you $5,000 a month won't be enough to cover your expenses, and you don't want to rent an apartment. He Yenrong and also Shen Hongmei's standards for raising children were discussed, giving $5,000 a month. Later, when their character matures, give them the big money to keep, and Shen Hongmei is all set to hand over her company to Su Qianqian to inherit. Past that, you also learn from your girlfriend Sin Sin. You have to have a plan for life. It's not good to spend money all the time. I know Mom. Don't worry, won't be asking for money this year. Lu Jinxin no. Although the mother loves himself, but it is not possible to turn money to himself without bottom line. It looks like you have to think of other ways to fill the whole of their own online loans. By the way, isn't your classmate Li Jiyan also in the sales department? Why haven't you been seeing him? You mean that S-pussy? He's in the president's office getting a lecture right now. Brain dead one with a beef with me. I slapped him every day at work. Waste one. Lu Jinxin was completely unaware of his old mom's ironic face. What do you mean? You slapped him? He Yenrong's appearance scared Lu Jinxin, and he thought that He Yenrong was not letting him hit people. No, Mom, it's a civilized society now. How could I possibly hit someone and be detained? That's what I said. Hearing Lu Jinxin say this, He Yenrong's face is only eased some. If his own son really hit Li Jiyan's, even if it is his own son himself will never stand him. You are not allowed to call him S. No talking to your classmates like that. I know Mom. I have a grudge against him anyway. I'll have to take care of him in the future. There's him without me. There's me without him. He Yenrong did not expect that Li Jiyan and Lu Jinxin's relationship was to such an incompatible point. Go wait in front of the president's office, and tell Li Jiyan to come here when he comes out later. I'll have a chat with him. Lu Jinxin's heart a burst of ecstasy. He knew that his old mom and a female executive of the company that is related. That's why Mom called for Li Jiyan to come over. Definitely to clean him up. This loser was really suffering. Just after being abused by Catherine, he was going to be cleaned up by his own old mom again. Mom easily could have squashed this loser. The thought of it put him in a good mood. Soon, Lu Jinxin waited until Li Jiyan. At this time, Li Jiyan had just finished massaging her black silk legs and was in a happy mood, and she did not expect to see Lu Jinxin waiting for herself at the door again. Li Jiyan, my mom wants you to meet her in the reception room. The thought that Li Jiyan was going to be crushed by his own old mom made his heart burst with joy. Auntie Rong is here? Walking forward and meeting each other's eyes. Both of them looked at each other with a very tender and fiery look in their eyes. Myself and Auntie Rong had now had 200 days of grace. After eating some snacks, Li Jiyan looked at He Yenrong in front of him and gently kissed He Yenrong above her collarbone. Auntie Rong, you have a great body. Auntie basically works out every day and does yoga with your Aunt Rai some days. He Yenrong's heart felt some emotion. It was a pity that she didn't have Li Fei's talent of being able to do a one-horse race. Li Fei was really great in this area. Baby, did Auntie look good in her makeup today? Looking good. Auntie, you look good anyway. Baby, you kiss Auntie again. Auntie misses you. He Yenrong voluntarily lay down on the desk. The love brain on the head of the fox Mei Zi very blazingly expressed her liking and love for Li Jiyan. Looking at the beautiful He Yenrong, Li Jiyan also sat on top of the desk and then pressed on top of He Yenrong. Looking at Auntie Rong's red lips she kissed again. After a long time, Li Jiyan listened to He Yenrong's heartbeat. Afterwards, he kissed on He Yenrong's earlobe and said, Auntie Rong, did you bring anything? Last night, It was He Yenrong who took it inside the Century Palace. After all, it's just a daily necessity at Century Palace. Took it. It's in Auntie's bag. Li Jian rummaged through He Yenrong's bag, and when she found it, she accidentally dropped it on the table. This made He Yenrong cover her mouth and laugh. The thin, very charming eye lines by those peach blossom eyes set off He Yenrong's enchanting femininity to the extreme. Saiyan, you're so nervous. It's Auntie who's too pretty. Xiao Yen, kiss Aunt. Auntie wants you to kiss me. He Yenrong's pair of black silk legs also wrapped around Li Jian, and Li's wrapping hugs were always so good. Aunt, Li Jian lowered her head. A long time later, He Yenrong straightened her cheongsam. Li Jian, on the other hand, hugged He Yenrong again from behind. He Yenrong, who had a blush on her face, turned around and then incomparably took the initiative to kiss Li Jian again. What's wrong, baby? Hungry again? We've been in the reception room too long already. End of chapter. Chapter 110, Failed Assassination in a Drinking Game Countered. Catherine's Humiliation. No, Aunt, I was full yesterday and today. Li Jian's heart felt a very satisfying feeling. Well, baby, let's go out then. Right, wait, before going out, He Yenrong thought of something and took out a powder to make up a bit of makeup on her face, making the redness look much more natural later. It was only then that I was relieved. Baby, does it look like Catherine is bullying you? Auntie will go to her later. Li Jian hurriedly blocked He Yenrong. Although Catherine had been using her black silk jade feet to workplace bully Li felt like letting Catherine workplace bully herself every day. It was good for his own mental growth, and although it was something to suffer for, he was willing to sharpen himself with Catherine's black silk legs. No, Auntie, the president is actually quite nice. He Yenrong was relieved. If someone bullied the baby, she couldn't agree to it no matter what. After looking at the mirror again a few times, He Yenrong then went out the door of the reception room with Li Jian. Some co-workers looked at He Yenrong's eyes were filled with amazement. How do you feel that after this half an hour has passed, this woman is even better looking? Lu Jinqing was even proud to puff out his chest for his mom's beauty. After all, having a beautiful mom is something that makes people feel very proud. After thinking of Li Jian being lectured by her mother for half an hour, Lu Jinqing's heart couldn't help but feel more comfortable. Xiao Xin, work well in the company. Li Jian, follow me. He Yenrong's voice was a bit serious, which even made Lu Jinqing pity Li Jian a bit. After arriving outside the company and walking another street, He Yenrong let out a sigh of relief. Are you and my son having some trouble getting along? It is a bit, Auntie Rong. He and I had some grudges back in school. He always liked to make fun of other people's physical defects and use that as a joke. A lot of people really hate him. He Yenrong, this is the first time from other people's mouth to hear the real face of their son. Her heart some disbelief. Before He Yenrong has always felt that their son is a very well-behaved and obedient child. Could it be that he is disguised? Auntie didn't expect that he would be like this. Maybe Auntie usually disciplines him too little. This is something Auntie will turn around and educate him. Li Jian knew that after all, that was He Yenrong's own son, and it was still unlikely that she would want to turn mother and son against each other just because of this matter. Still have to see if there's a chance to take it slow back there. Auntie Rong. After the two of them arrived in front of a trash can, He Yenrong threw the tea she had just used from her bag into the trash can before putting her heart down. Baby, you've got to go to work too. Auntie will go back first. Your Auntie Li reckons she'll be waking up soon. At noontime Auntie will make something delicious for your Auntie Li. At nighttime Auntie come out to look for you, okay baby? We go out shopping. What you want to do Auntie? All agree. Because of the reason that this temporary couple relationship only lasted for 7 days, He Yenrong wanted to leave Li Jian with tons of sweet memories to feed him, so that in the end, Xiao Yan wouldn't leave her. Li Jian said, Auntie, I probably have a work schedule during the evening. Tomorrow. Well then, baby, be safe out there working. If you're not happy doing it, tell your aunt and she'll introduce you to another job. He Yenrong's network is also good. And now Han's also have some of their own industry, such as the last hot pot restaurant. Very painful. Li Jian He Yenrong really do not want to see Li Jian suffered any wrongdoing. I know Auntie, I'm quite happy doing what I'm doing. Li Jian looked at the time and was also a bit anxious. A wild $10,000 bonus is still very tempting to him. Well, okay, baby, Auntie will go first, and call me if you need anything at all. Saying that, He Yenrong hugged Li Jian and kissed Li Jian's lips before reluctantly leaving. Before going far, He Yenrong retraced her steps and jumped into Li Jian's arms, and after hugging Li Jian, she and Li Jian passionately kissed. Holding Aunt Rong's waist and arse, Li Jian could feel how hot Aunt Rong's feelings were. Ignoring the voices of the people passing by, He Yenrong kept kissing Li Jian for more than 10 minutes before they were separated again. Baby, Auntie is really gone, and Auntie will miss you. Auntie, I miss you too. After He Yenrong left, Li Jian went to the lottery store to collect her wild prize. What happened at the desk just now still made Li Jian's heart keep thinking back over and over again. Aunt Rome was really very proactive. She would teach herself all the things, and one is not prone to starvation. It's just always a watery full that doesn't top the hunger. After arriving at the lottery store, Li Jian claimed his wild winnings, so he found a place to touch the fish in preparation for the evening's task. You'll be able to check the store's earnings anytime tonight. Never again will I have to look both ways. At the same time, Li Jian's heart is looking forward to her 17th store. If you have your own internet cafe, you'll have a good place to touch fish in the future. Today Shin Hongmei was still very busy, and after finishing the work at hand, she also stood up and began to walk around. Just idle down. Shin Hongmei's heart thought of Li Jian and He Yenrong together. For this Shin Hongmei more and more think the more sad. According to that prodigal hoof who took the initiative to confess to Xiao Yan, last night maybe the two had. A feeling of heartache came from deep inside. Shin Hongmei suddenly had a feeling that, in fact, some of He Yenrong's views are actually not unreasonable. Better go check it out. Shin Hongmei decided to go to explore the situation. Yesterday Lai Fei Fei has been following the two people. According to the character of that wine Mangzi should not let the two people do out of the ordinary things. Thinking of this, Shin Hongmei no longer hesitated and set off directly. After coming to the entrance of the Century Palace, after seeing Lai Fei Fei's Xiaomi SU7 still parked at the entrance, Shin Hongmei's heart breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to enter, he saw He Yenrong walking over from the side. Rong, what have you been doing? The two people just met. An invisible smell of gunpowder spread between the two. Shin Hongmei's inner control of He Yenrong produced a very deep hostility. Once between the good sisters is also produced some invisible gap. Of course, the three Shanghai aunts were on very good terms. Far from breaking up over this. Fifi slept with me last night, she's probably waking up now, so I'll buy some groceries and make her something nice to eat. Where's saying? Shin Hongmei's heart breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lai Fei Fei was sleeping with He Yenrong, then it meant that something hadn't happened. One wouldn't have to worry so much. Let's go check on Fifi first. Good. The two looked as if they were no different than before, but something didn't feel natural to either side. Pigs trotters, crushing carp, and these seem to be quite milky if you stew them. The kid likes it, He Yenrong said with a smile, and there was nothing to avoid. After coming to her room, Lai Fei Fei, who had gotten dressed, also came to her senses. Fifi, you're awake. Stay with Hongmei, I'll go make you guys some dinner. After He Yenrong left, Lai Fei Fei looked at Shin Hongmei and said seriously, Hongmei, don't worry. It was this prodigal hoof that slept with her arms around me the whole time last night, and I watched over Sion for you. Shin Hongmei hummed, while feeling relieved. She also knew that Lai Fei Fei had the same idea about Li Jian. What can be done in the future? Shin Hongmei's heart had never felt so confused. Perhaps, she should find a chance to have a good chat with Xiao Yan. After receiving the wild bonus, Li Jian's savings also came to 210,000, and he felt very relieved inside. In less than a month's time, he earned so much money, which he could not even think of in the past. And now you have your aunts to care for yourself. When you go back at night, you can still cuddle Auntie Chiu and sleep. After feeling the fish until the afternoon, Li Jian found a place to buy a small video camera, intending to keep some evidence at night. Returning to the office to clock in, Li Jian waited for Catherine to carry out her evil plan. Sure enough, just after clocking in, someone called out to him to go to Catherine's office. For the matter of Li Jian going in and out of Catherine's office all day long, everyone was already used to it, and most of the co-workers pitted Li Jian, offended the president's own son. It would be strange if this day could be good. This is what happens when you don't know the human situation in the workplace. Pushing open the door to the office, Li Jian surveyed Catherine's playful eyes. President, would you like me to press your leg? Catherine's heart was very satisfied with Li Jian's initiative, and all she wanted in her mind was to make Li Jian her obedient slave. It was only right that this lowly yellow man should have no honor in his own presence. Li Jian, no massage today, Catherine said in a high-strung voice. Come with me tonight to meet some clients. I'll give you a bonus privately if you make this happen. Catherine felt that if she used the prize money to tempt Li Jian, a poor man, he would definitely be very happy to wait until he got Li Jian drunk. Then he could just come and humiliate him himself. I know, President. Catherine's heart cursed Li Jian for being a little cutie, so easy to fall for the trap. Looking for someone to beat him up, this thing is definitely not going to get done. Kung Fu was too scary. Catherine even suspected that Li Jian could beat up a dozen or so people, like in a movie, and what Catherine had the guts to do was limited to finding someone to beat up Li Jian. After all, times are different and there is a considerable price to pay for going too far. But no matter how good you are at Kung Fu, when you're drunk, it's a completely different story. Let's go then. Following behind the big ocean horse, smelling the fragrant smell of her body, Li Jian only felt a little parched. The women of the rice country and the three ants of Shanghai are really completely different exotic flavors. Catherine also felt as if Li Jian's gaze was obling her cleavage as well as her figure. It made Catherine's heart stifle a little smugness. This lowly yellow man is really obsessed with his own beauty and figure. After thinking about the experience of Li Jian once kissing herself, Catherine couldn't help feeling a little tingly inside again, which made her mentally curse herself for being cheap. Why would she feel tingly towards a lowly yellow man? He was just a lowly yellow man who didn't deserve himself. However, Li Jian had entered the listed group to work at a young age, and could actually be called a giant among men. It was only when she reached the car that Catherine ended her rambling. "You're in the passenger seat. Now let's get going." It was a red McLaren GT that landed at over $2 million, but for Catherine it was just one of her toys. After Li Jian was seated, Catherine set off at the outside with a kick of the gas. When starting out on the road, Catherine would come with a burst of hard acceleration every now and then, allowing Li Jian to experience a bit of speed and passion as well. And every time he started, Li Jian could see the swing of the gully change. With its sports car sound and cool looks, it's also easy to be the center of attention wherever you go. It's not downtown, so luxury cars of this caliber aren't so ubiquitous. Along the way, Li Jian was being gazed at by all kinds of envious gazes. After arriving at a hotel, got out of the car, Li Jian's heart cannot help but lament. The ocean horse and the oriental women still have a big difference. Catherine do what is obviously very anxious. Catherine walked in front of her, and when she was almost into the hotel, she stopped and Li Jian accidentally bumped into Catherine. It made Catherine's insides thump. How this lowly Li Jian's height seemed to be developing again. Resisting the urge inside, Catherine said, "Li Jian, tonight's client is very important, so if there's a need, you'll have to drink for me, and I'll give you at least $20,000 in bonuses if we make it this time." "I know, President. I'll make sure you're satisfied." Looking at Li Jian's unseen appearance, Catherine's heart couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. This lowly Li Jian really hadn't seen much of the world. $20,000 made him so excited. Then tonight he could clean up Li Jian. He had to stuff his high heels into his mouth to relieve himself. After arriving all the way to the private room, Catherine said that she went out to contact the client and left Li Jian in the private room by herself. There was a closet inside this private room with a number of cottage antiques, many of which were unobtrusive, making it the perfect place to hide a camera. After finding the perfect spot, Li Jian sat down and waited for Catherine to come over. The way Li Jian was sitting upright made Catherine's heart despise Li Jian even more. Sure enough, he's a dirtbag yellow bastard. I guess he's still really thinking about his $20,000. Such an unseen lowly yellow man had kissed himself several times before. One must slap him hard at night to relieve his anger. Li Jian, perform well. I actually think highly of you inside the company. I know, President. The way Li Jian was being fooled made Catherine's inner sense of superiority explode. This kid's IQ is not enough. Not long after, a group of clients came in. In order to make sure that Li Jian was drunk, Catherine called 6 people. These people and her did have some business partnerships as well, and Catherine had quite a bit of access on her hands that could benefit them. Catherine asked them to put on a show, and they were happy to oblige. After all, Li Jian was just a poor boy with no background who could be bullied at will. "President Catherine, it's been a long time, and this is an employee of my company. Young man, the future is boundless." A few employees blew up at Li Jian for a while. Although Li Jian knew that they were hired by Catherine to count on her, Li Jian's heart still heard a burst of darkness. There was a reason why those traders in ancient times were able to get their way so well. Soon, he became a bit fluttery. "Come on, Li, I'll drink to you. If I go to work with your company in the future, I'll go directly to you to butt in." In order for Li Jian to dry the white wine directly, he drank his own glass of wine directly. For him, 5 or 6 glasses of wine was the limit. After all, it's really not a small glass of wine. "Brother son, dry up." Li Jian directly drank it all. He has the attribute skill of not getting drunk from 1,000 cups. Even if he drank all the wine in the hotel, it would only mean a few more trips to the toilet for him. The way Li Jian took a bite out of her mouth drew a holler from the room as Li Jian seemed to be racked up. Looking at this scene, Catherine concluded that Li Jian had never drunk alcohol before, an alcohol that was too strong that would definitely not be able to carry it. Looks like he could kick his ass later himself. Nope, had to shove my heels in his mouth and make a video out of it before I could do anything about it. "Come on, little brother, go on." That youth kept pouring wine on Li Jian, and Li Jian came to the rescue. Not much later, the youth waved his hands and conceded, but Li Jian still didn't have anything at all. Catherine waited quietly for Li Jian to drink too much, but Li Jian just kept staggering there, constantly drinking without any intention of collapsing. It was only when all 6 of them were almost drunk that Li Jian reclined on the chair, squinting slightly. Seeing that Li Jian was finally drunk, Catherine was completely relieved. "Damn Li Jian." Catherine stood up, kicked away her chair, and came over to Li Jian. After opening her arms, Catherine slapped Li Jian across the face. A slap that was as hard as it needed to be. Li Jian even heard the sound of breaking wind, and after cursing the in his heart, Li Jian directly grabbed Catherine's wrist. Catherine, who had wanted to assault Li Jian, didn't hear the delightful slapping sound she had expected, but instead, a sharp pain came from her own wrist. Panicked, Catherine grabbed Li Jian's hand and tried to break free, but after Li Jian violently let go, Catherine flew backwards towards the back. After falling down, Catherine's arse came into very solid contact with the ground, and the sharp pain coming from her tailbone made Catherine's face turn pale. Get him for me. The 6 people no longer hesitated at this time, and rushed up at Li Jian intending to beat him up in a group. They all wanted to curry favor with Catherine, hoping to gain more financial benefits in the future. Beating up a drunken man, it was not a piece of cake. Li Jian staggered and fought the 6 men, who were unlikely to pose much of a threat to Li Jian even without alcohol. The one who arrived first flew up and kicked at Li Jian, but after Li Jian casually dodged it, he himself fell to the ground, which was much more serious than that of Catherine, but walking a little wobbly under the influence of alcohol. Li Jian easily knocked everyone to the ground. The scene completely stunned Catherine as to why Li Jian was so capable of fighting despite being drunk. Is this the drunken fist of Oriental Kung Fu? Catherine felt as if it were quite possible. After knocking all 6 of them down, the drunken ones also fell back to sleep, and Li Jian took a step towards Catherine. Catherine squirmed backward on the floor, some fear in her eyes. Li Jian, what are you doing? I'm calling the police. Yeah, call the police. Li Jian went to a side closet and took out her video camera. President, you purposely got people to get me drunk and you had them beat me up in groups. If only I couldn't fight some of it. Then I guess I'm going to get my ass kicked tonight. If I go and upload the footage over to the head office and post it online. The moment she saw the camera, Catherine's heart finally flooded with some despair. This damned Li Jian even made preparations in advance. What do you want? I'll pay you to delete the video. It would be very bad for Catherine's reputation if this was publicized by Li Jian, and she was the CEO of the branch no matter what. It would cause her and the company no end of trouble. President, I'm not interested in money. It's the mission rewards that count. So what do you want? President, get up first. The floor is cold. Li Jian reached out and pulled Catherine up. Looking at the big Yangma's wraparound skirt in front of her as well as the black silk legs and high heels, Li Jian also had a 22-point appreciation for her. Li Jian, what would it take to delete the video? President, let's both kiss first. You lowly yellow bastard. You don't deserve it. Catherine's voice was filled with arrogance. She really looked down on Li Jian from the bottom of her heart. Since I don't deserve it, I'll go. Li Jian turned to leave, and Catherine immediately changed her attitude, realizing that it seemed like she could only beg Li Jian to settle this now. Don't go. Li Jian smiled, and after gently wrapping his arms around Catherine's waist, he embraced her tightly. President, you have a great body. Catherine's heart felt 10,000 times more humiliated. She was the president of a noble company, and she was white, but as a result, she was now being held by Li Jian. Closing her eyes, Catherine initiated the kiss. After feeling Catherine's kiss, Li Jian hugged Catherine tightly and started kissing her passionately. Oh, you lowly yellow bastard. In the midst of her humiliation, Catherine was vaguely still abusing Li Jian, but Li Jian didn't care and just indulged in a passionate kiss with the big ocean horse. After 10 minutes or so, the two separated. Catherine's heart thumping. This damn Li Jian was a monster. It's okay now. Of course not. President, I have some other conditions. Don't you give an inch. Li Jian. Catherine crossed her waist. Her breathing was very ragged. Kissing Li Jian really made her heart feel very humiliated, but yet she was paradoxically enjoying this feeling. President, it's all here. It wouldn't be good if you stopped halfway, would it? If you don't want to, I'll leave. Don't say I threatened you or anything. Li Jian's cell phone recording was also turned on. This woman was indeed bad, so it was right to keep an extra eye out. What other conditions? You say? Li Jian's hand gently placed on Catherine's jade hand. President, just need you to do me a favor. Plus, I have to kiss the president 10 times. After 10 times, our business is written off. Li Jian, don't go too far. President, if you don't want to, then I'll leave. Li Jian turned around and left. Catherine clenched her pink fists, the humiliation in her blue eyes unmistakable. Don't go. I'll get a room. Li Jian's heart breathed a sigh of relief that the mission was finally going to be accomplished. Soon, Catherine opened a room on the 3rd floor and brought Li Jian in with her. After closing the door of the room, Catherine looked at her snow-white slender hands, and inwardly felt even more humiliated. What kind of thing is Li Jian? But now she really can't do anything about it. Li Jian, go take a shower. President, I don't want to take a shower. I'll ask you again. You volunteered, didn't you? Yes, Catherine replied in humiliation. Li Jian gently cupped Catherine's chin and kissed her straight in. And Catherine didn't resist much and kissed Li Jian passionately. And Li Jian's hand was on top of Catherine's black silk legs. President, you have beautiful legs. Feeling the touch of black silk to his heart's content, Li Jian's heart felt like lingering. This woman's body is really perfect without words. Stop it, President. It feels so wonderful to kiss you. Your legs are really soft. Ooh, shut up, resisted Li Jian. But Catherine was still kissing Li Jian over and over. Much later, Catherine tossed and turned and washed her hands in the bathroom, using a lot of hand sanitizer. As he washed, the tears were actually snapping out of his eyes. This lowly yellow man, he doesn't deserve it. Li Jian, can you delete the video? Li Jian didn't pity this woman. Catherine's tears were purely crocodile tears. If it was Auntie Lai shedding tears, he would have been heartbroken already. Could be. I'm deleting it. After Li Jian deleted the video and showed it to Catherine, Catherine's heart was relieved. She really couldn't figure out how Li Jian could have videoed it ahead of time. President, I'll go first. Li Jian's heart felt very relieved. This time, she could be considered to have cleaned up Catherine ruthlessly, and made it hard for Catherine to sleep when she kissed before. It certainly could have done a fair amount of mental damage to Catherine this time as well. By the way, President, you're not going to renege on those 10 kisses, are you? Catherine wiped her own tears and raised her head proudly. You think I'm like your lowly yellow ass? I, Catherine, am absolutely true to my word. Catherine was also considered a very temperamental woman, and she could have totally reneged on that kiss she promised Li Jian earlier, but still honored her promise. President, then I'll leave first. After Li Jian left, there was complete silence in the room. Catherine picked up a towel and, after dabbing it with water, began to wipe the front of her wraparound dress, and as she did so, she flung the towel in her hand hard against the mirror. The feeling of inner humiliation also came to an extreme at this moment. Li Jian, wait for me. Damn Li Jian. Thinking that she would have to kiss Li Jian 10 times next, Catherine was even more desperate to cry. But then again, deep down she was terribly enamored of Li Jian's awesomeness. Why is this lowly yellow man so powerful? This is something that Catherine's heart fails to understand in a million ways. What would it be like to? That, after leaving the hotel, Li Jian was in a great mood. He claimed his mission reward and owned his first internet cafe. He then couldn't wait to check his store's current earnings. There are 10 days until the first release of proceeds. Spring Road Dollar Store current earnings, $4,000. Liberty Road Mini Mart current earnings, $7,888. The internet cafes that have just been collected have not yet made a profit, and after counting down the remaining 16 stores, Li Jian's earnings will be about 240,000 yuan, and it's not even time to settle the bill. A month's worth of earnings, probably over $350,000. Li Jian's heart was very excited. According to this speed, he would soon have the first $1 million in his life. It wasn't dark yet, and Li Jian was planning to go home when she received a call from Aunt Rong. Hey, baby, Aunt, baby, working late. At this time, He Yanrong was eating with Lai Feifei and Shen Hongmei. During the meal, He Yanrong was a bit restless. Her heart wanted to think about Li Jian. She especially wanted to see Li Jian. Holding him tightly, he then indulged in his indulgence with Li Jian, allowing Li Jian to feel the most wonderful pleasure here. Just got off work. Auntie misses you. Are you hungry? Auntie has had a lot of soup today that will fill you up. Auntie, I miss you too, but I've eaten. Just want something nice to drink. Saying that, Li Jian was also 22% excited. Then Auntie feeds you tonight if you get a chance. Can you come over now? End of chapter. Chapter 111, Spring Breeze Horses Rush. Auntie Rong gives me big outie. Auntie, you're in the middle of something. Auntie will send you a locator. Now that your Aunt Lai and your Aunt Shen are there too. Your Aunt Lai is drunk and yelling that she wants to sleep with her at night. I don't see her coming home this week. He Yanrong's heart with some resentment. This damn Lai Feifei drunk is to pester themselves. Make themselves and Xiao Yan talk about a relationship have to be sneaky. Xiao Yan was young and vigorous now, just when she needed herself. Thinking of Li Jian's manly side, He Yanrong's heart was a burst of uncontrollable heat. Okay, Auntie, I'll be right there. I'm kind of hungry too. Li Jian had just spent most of her time at the table drinking, and didn't eat much food, so it was just the right time to go to Auntie San's place to rub her nose in the food. Now Aunt Lai was fine, but Li Jian also wanted to find a chance to talk to Aunt Shen. The rational Shen Hongmei was able to dissolve her negative emotions on her own though, but Li Jian knew that Aunt Shen's heart must be unhappy. After all, that time Aunt Shen also confessed to herself. Come on over then baby, Auntie misses you. By the way, when you arrive, don't come straight over. Wait for Auntie at the intersection so that she can pick you up. I know Auntie. Li Jian naturally knew what He Yanrong was thinking. Although he and Aunt Rong were together, it really wasn't easy to make out. Hanging up the phone, Li Jiyan swept a motorcycle and set off. A lot of places were stuck in traffic at this time of the day, so taking a taxi might not really be faster than riding a bicycle. And the main thing was that Li Jiyan didn't like the very unpleasant smell inside the cab. While on the road, Li Jiyan also opened the system to take an inventory of his current store in passing. 2 $2 stores, 2 mini markets, 2 breakfast places, 2 billiard parlors, 2 foot spas, 2 barber stores plus 2 Honey Snow Ice City franchises, 2 anti-Shanghai franchises, a small internet cafe and a programming company. Income now averages over $10,000 per day. With the addition of this newly rewarded internet cafe, Li Jiyan's income would be much more comfortable. After Catherine returned to her bedroom, she looked at the changed wraparound skirt and stockings. At the moment, she couldn't wait to chop off her delicate hands. What a noble woman she was, a true white woman, while Li Jiyan was just a lowly yellow woman. He was still his subordinate's employee, but he himself was continuously humiliated at Li Jiyan's place as she slapped her snow-white thighs. Damn you, Li Jiyan, wait for me, Catherine said with endless hatred. She made up her mind that she must clean up Li Jiyan, but Li Jiyan seemed to know drunken fist, and he seemed to be sobering up extraordinarily fast back there. So dunking or getting someone to beat him up was definitely not going to work. Damn Li Jiyan. Catherine felt she could only do it in other ways, like concocting a legal trap for him to go into huge debt. If it worked, even if Li Jiyan could fight even better, she would only end up kneeling in front of her and licking her high heels. Fantasizing about that scene only made Catherine feel better inside. However, now that Li Jiyan had clearly gotten defensive against himself, he had to wait for him to let down some of his guard before striking out at him. After lying down, Catherine thought again about the 10 kisses she had promised Li Jiyan. This lowly yellow man, why would I agree to such a condition as his? Actually, I could just renege. Although she knew there would be no consequences for reneging on her debt, Catherine had always been a very proud woman at heart. She had never changed about keeping her word. Letting her renege on a debt with a male subordinate she despised, she felt she was just a little bit unable to do so, because it's just so humiliating. After lying down, Catherine covered herself with the covers and threw out her dress, intending to get a good night's rest. Damn Li Jiyan. Continuing to curse Li Jiyan, the events of the day surfaced in Catherine's mind. After Li Jiyan arrived at the location near the restaurant, he sent WeChat to He Yenrong. He Yenrong gave Li Jiyan an okay sign back for a second. That, Fifi, Hongmei, Xiao Yan is here. He doesn't know the exact location. I'll go pick him up. Cut it out. Wine Monkey was a little drunk. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. You're trying to go feed the pups. No, Fifi, don't think too much. Now that I'm his girlfriend, it's not normal to pick him up. I'm so much older than him. I should take care of him. Lai Fei Fei grunted and didn't continue to speak. He Yenrong's heart breathed a sigh of relief and walked out the door towards the east side of the store. After coming to Li Jiyan's side, He Yenrong hugged Li Jiyan tightly, and her love brain was seizing up a bit again. Baby, Auntie misses you. Come on, let Auntie have a kiss. Li Jiyan gently kissed He Yenrong's lips, but Auntie Rong obviously wasn't just satisfied with that. Holding Li Jiyan was kissing in. Feeling Aunt Rong's blazing heat, Li Jiyan looked at He Yenrong's enchanting peach blossom eyes, also closed his eyes and hugged Aunt Rong, and kissed Aunt Rong passionately. After a while, Li Jiyan suddenly felt someone grab her hand. Prodigal hooves, you did come to sneak a kiss with the cub. Afterwards, Lai Fei Fei placed her hand forcefully on the duo's side, pulling He Yenrong and Li Jiyan apart. This made He Yenrong's heart feel very annoyed. No one would want to be disturbed when they were in the middle of a kiss, not to mention that Lai Fei Fei was so rude. But one can't afford to get into it with a drunk, and He Yenrong deeply understands that her feelings with Lai Fei Fei and Shen Hongmei are not so easy to divide. So many years of friendship makes them like relatives. Hurry up and go eat. Cubby, come with Auntie. Lai Fei Fei took Li Jiyan's hand and walked towards the inside of the restaurant. It's not just kissing, Auntie can do it too. Looking at the crazy talking Lai Fei Fei, He Yenrong didn't know how to deal with this drunken mongrel. After arriving at the dinner table, Lai Fei Fei pulled Li Jiyan to sit beside him. The cubs sit with me. Prodigal hooves, you sit with Hongmei, and no hitting on my cubs. Cubs still young, don't bring him down you prodigal woman. Lai Fei Fei gently kissed Li Jiyan's face. Cubby, Auntie will take good care of you, don't let her feed you. Auntie feeds you. Holding Li Jiyan's head, Lai Fei Fei tucked it against her arms. Aunt Lai, you're drunk, you heartless. Who's drunk? You dislike your aunt. After hugging Li Jiyan until Li Jiyan leaned on her shoulder, Lai Fei Fei was satisfied. Let's eat. He Yenrong can't do anything about Lai Fei Fei, so she just pretends to be invisible. Although this woman looks crazy, but really let her do something, and she doesn't have the guts to do it. The non-drinking Lai Fei Fei's high-flying young woman persona is her true face. During the course of the meal, Li Jiyan and Shen Hongmei looked at each other. and from Shin Hongmei's gaze, Li Jian saw some aggression. During last night, Aunt Shin also confessed to herself, but that time she chose Aunt Rong, so it was very normal for Aunt Shin to feel sad. Baby, eat more food. In fact, He Yenrong wanted to feed Li Jian some natural drinks. She felt that Li Jian seemed to be quite fond of them, but Lai Fei Fei, this crazy, was always beside her, so it probably wouldn't be easy to find an opportunity. Under Aunt Rong's feeding, Li Jian gradually became a bit full, and after a long time, Li Jian got up to go to the bathroom. He knew that He Yenrong would definitely follow him over, and if there was a chance, he could relax with Auntie Rong. I'm going to the bathroom. However, before He Yenrong stood up, Shin Hongmei stood up first, and Lai Fei Fei even came over and hugged her. Did you want to go get the cubs to feed him? No. He Yenrong knew that she really didn't have a chance to feed Li Jian at this moment, so she could only find a chance in the evening. Outside the bathroom, Li Jian didn't wait for He Yenrong, but waited for Shin Hongmei. Aunt Shin. Words. Shin Hongmei smiled gently, touched Li Jian's head with her own hand. Wearing high heels 1.9 her in front of Li Jian looks like a real big car. Aunt Shin, what happened yesterday? It's fine, Xiao Yan. Your Aunt Rong is doing so beautifully. It's actually quite normal for you to choose her. And it's only a 7-day temporary couples relationship, right? Just as well, it's a good time for you to think about what's really going on in your heart. Don't feel guilty about your aunt. For these 7 days you'll be good, you and Auntie Rong get along and fall in love. But remember to never cross the line. Do all the rest, but don't go that far. If you still like Auntie by then, Auntie can stay with you. Saying that, Shin Hongmei gently embraced Li Jian, and at this moment, Li Jian clearly felt Aunt Shin's greatness. He hugged Shin Hongmei's waist hard. Shin Hongmei's heart was a little flustered. She was really a little worried that Li Jian made her lower her head to want to kiss her. However, Li Jian shouldn't be able to do that. After all, he's already with He Yenrong now. Auntie Shin, you're willing to be with me. Well, actually, some of what your Auntie Rong said was right. Auntie could have stayed with you first. When you find a girlfriend your own age, you'll be let go. But you need to think long and hard about who you like. Li Jian hummed. Aunt Shin, I'll definitely think about this. Holding Shin Hongmei a little harder, Li Jian's mind thought of Aunt Shin's super long stocking legs. On the night of the day I just awakened the system, Li Jian really couldn't forget it in this lifetime. Well, Sayaka, Auntie is a little out of breath. However, Li Jian did not want to let go of Aunt Shin, and after burying his head up, Li Jian sniffed Aunt Shin's scent to his heart's content. Gradually, Shin Hongmei also involuntarily hugged Li Jian. She felt out that Li Jian's heart actually did not know who he liked. It's just that he has a crush on himself as well as Lai Fei Fei and He Yenrong, but right now he doesn't have a clear answer. In the end it's just a little kid It was only after a while that Shin Hongmei was separated from Li Jian. Alright, Sayan, let's go back first. Rong should get suspicious later. Okay, Aunt Shin, I'll think about who I like for these 7 days. The two returned to the table. He Yenrong's heart cannot help but some suspicion. This Shin Hongmei will not be seducing their own baby, right? The lip prints from the kiss with Li Jian outside just now had disappeared when Li Jian went to the bathroom. He Yenrong carefully observed for a while, and only after making sure that there were no lip marks on Li Jian's lips or neck did she put her heart down. Slutty hooves, I'm going to sleep with you again at night, and don't you dare try to sleep with my cubs. He Yenrong. At night, Shin Hongmei left after sending the three back to Century Palace. As she walked away she glanced at Li Jian. Her eyes were filled with reluctance and deep emotion. At the same time, her heart felt very regretful. I should have said yes when Li Jian was chasing after her. And 7 days later, if Xiaoyan really decided to officially get together with He Yenrong, she wouldn't have a chance. It was clear that he had the first chicken, but now he was being dominated by He Yenrong, which was really his own problem mostly. After Shin Hongmei's S6 walked away, He Yenrong's heart relaxed a bit. With one less person interfering, she and Xiaoyan could have more chances. Slutty hooves, I'm going to follow you all the way. Poof. Lai Fei Fei drunkenly pulled He Yenrong. Okay, Fifi, let's go to our room. The duo brought Lai Fei Fei back to He Yenrong's room after saying, Fei Fei, why don't you go to sleep first? I'll go out and talk to Xiaoyan. At this moment, He Yenrong already felt her body getting very hot. It's just that Fei Lai is a really big stumbling block. No, I'm going to follow you guys. Lai Fei Fei is like a dogskin plaster. Drunk she is more straightforward. In her heart she is very afraid that He Yenrong and Li Jian will do something out of character. Okay, Fifi, wait here. I'll be back in 5 minutes, okay? I'll walk him downstairs. It was only when she heard this that Lai Fei Fei gave a Okay, wrong, I'll call you in 5 minutes. And don't you dare try to do anything. Lai Fei Fei sat on the sofa before He Yenrong was leading Li Jian towards the private room. After entering the private room, He Yenrong couldn't wait to kiss Li Jian. Baby, Auntie will just have to feed you first. your Aunt Lai is watching too closely. Let's see if we get a chance tomorrow. Li Ziyan hugged Aunt Rong and gave a Although she felt some regret in her heart, there was nothing she could do if Aunt Lai kept watching. After sitting down, Yanrong gently wrapped Li Ziyan in her arms. Baby, Auntie hurts you. In the evening, after cycling back home, Zhao Shuman ended the day's broadcast by listening to the sound of the door opening. When she arrived at Li Ziyan's house, Zhao Shuman said happily, Xiao Yan, today Auntie can get more than $700 for her gift. This amount shocked Li Ziyan for a moment as well. Aunt Zhou, your live broadcasts are really getting better and better. After wrapping Aunt Zhao in her arms, Li Ziyan kissed Zhao Shuman's bare neck. It's so good that at night, Auntie, you'll have to sleep with me before I do. And you want Auntie to sleep with you. Feeling Li Ziyan's body heat, Zhao Shuman felt her face turn a little red and flushed. Of course, Aunt Zhou, I want you to sleep with me every night time. I can't sleep well at night if I don't sleep with my aunt. Saying that, Li Ziyan gently ate Zhao Shuman's crystalline earlobe. Okay, Sayan, Auntie will sleep with you, Zhao Shuman said somewhat shyly. In fact, the current Zhao Shuman was already somewhat accustomed to the feeling of sleeping with Li Ziyan. She also always felt a little uncomfortable when she slept alone. Xiao Yan, what kind of milk are you drinking? Why does it smell so good? An aunt sells natural milk. Well, it smells good. It should be real. Xiao Yan will just buy milk from her in the future. Good, go take a shower. Auntie has already had a bath. Remember to use the body wash. Saying that, Zhao Shuman removed the cloth wrapped around the perimeter. I'm going over there, Auntie. Why don't you change into the pajamas I gave you? The pajamas that Zhao Shuman bought herself were the kind that were wrapped very tightly, while the ones that Li Ziyan bought for Zhao Shuman were the kind of black veil type of pajamas that could highlight Zhao Shuman's figure. Auntie knows. Now there were only two people in the house, Li Ziyan and Zhao Shuman, so Zhao Shuman didn't care too much about wearing anything. After all, everything had already happened with Li Ziyan. After Li Ziyan left, Zhao Shuman picked up her pajamas and changed. After Li Ziyan came back, looking at Zhao Shuman's deep, bottomless gully that was sitting on the bed covered with the quilt, Li Ziyan also looked straight at his eyes. Does it look good? Zhao Shuman asked with some apprehension. Good looking, Aunt Zhou. Very good looking and very sexy. After Li Ziyan turned off the light, he also got inside the quilt and hugged Aunt Zhou. Auntie Zhao's warm body temperature made Li Ziyan feel incomparably intoxicated. Wrapping his arms around Auntie Zhao's neck, Li Ziyan pulled Auntie Zhao to lie down. What for? Let Auntie lie down. Auntie, so I can hold you properly. After placing her leg on Zhao Shuman's beautiful leg, Li Ziyan said in Zhao Shuman's ear, You little devil, touching Auntie's leg again. Auntie, I don't just want to touch your legs, I want to kiss you. Li Ziyan looked at Zhao Shuman's red lips and kissed them. Little badass. Zhao Shuman didn't resist. As long as it wasn't crossing the bottom line, then something she was already very used to. Auntie, do me a favor. A long time later, Zhao Shuman went to the bathroom and brushed her teeth again before she came back and laid down in Li Ziyan's arms. Little bad boy, you can stop this time. Auntie is going to bed. It took a bit longer to make the clothes today, so Zhao Shuman was indeed a bit tired. Closing her eyes, Zhao Shuman lay in Li Ziyan's arms and slowly fell asleep, while Li Ziyan placed his cell phone behind Aunt Zhao's head and looked at it. Just as he had imagined, the very clingy Auntie Rong sent herself a message. In the past, when he hadn't been with Aunt Rong, Li Ziyan's mind only felt that Yanrong was a very bewitching woman, but after they got together, he realized some of Aunt Rong's other traits, such as love brain, clingy, and extraordinarily sensual, and it was true that you could only really know someone if you were in deep contact with her. At the same time, Li Ziyan also understood that the reason why Aunt Rong liked herself so much was also inseparable from her 22% fondness for her. It's like being very obsessed with Aunt Zhou because of F. It's a definite advantage that can't be ignored. After chatting with Auntie Rong for a while, Auntie Rong sent a picture of her with her arm around Fei Lai, who was already asleep. Honey, Auntie's going to bed. And don't stay up too late. Auntie will take you out shopping in the morning time. Your Aunt Rai shouldn't be up at that hour. I know, Auntie Rong. Baby, Auntie will feed you again tomorrow. Wait for Auntie to feed me. Love you, baby. Shy expression. And by the way, remember to bring your ID tomorrow. After ending the chat, Li Ziyan quietly waited for 12 o'clock to arrive. Intelligence is refreshed on time after midnight. The thing that made Li Ziyan feel a bit disappointed was that there was nothing valuable in today's intel, and the wild bonuses hadn't been refreshed. The last one is somewhat interesting though. Catherine herself is exhausted to the point of weakness, so she's sleeping soundly now. Li Ziyan felt out. Catherine's heart to his own resentment is very heavy. Think about his heart feel very interesting. Tomorrow I wonder if this woman in the company? The next day, after Li Ziyan came to the company, as usual, Lu Jinxian still asked Li Ziyan to go to Catherine's office. After entering the door, Li Ziyan saw that today's Catherine was slightly more haggard. obviously raising her hand to do herself a favor. It made her very humiliated inside. And it was because Kylan's heart really looked down on herself. That's why. President, come over here and give me a massage. With a grudge, Catherine asked Li Jiyan to come over and give her a massage, knowing that this was something she could just branch out and do as she pleased. For the matter of giving herself a massage, Li Jiyan was always very obedient. Li Jiyan sat on the sofa, and after holding Catherine's black silk legs in his hands, his heart also felt very comfortable with this familiar feeling. However, he could never keep his eyes from looking at Catherine's hands. Catherine's hands were long and slender, very soft, and all 10 fingers were beautifully overdone, like works of art, so that Li Jiyan's gaze couldn't help but be drawn over. Such a gaze sent a feeling of humiliation through Catherine's mind that she couldn't control. This damn Li Jiyan, lowly yellow, what he had done to himself, he would surely get back at him. Li Jiyan, that 10 kisses thing. President, you're not trying to renege on your debt, are you? I'm just a small employee, and now that the evidence is gone, it won't affect your reputation, and if you want to renege on your debt, there's nothing I can do about it. Knowing that Catherine would definitely not renege on her debt, Li Jiyan spoke out to irritate her, and such a thing as flirting with Catherine really made his heart feel somewhat cozy. If there was no intelligence, then in front of a billionaire like Catherine, who was worth several $100 million, he was just a social animal, a plaything that could be bullied at will, and there was no way that he could have a chance to turn the tables on Catherine's bullying. I'll renege with you? What are you? I meant to say. Taking a deep breath, Catherine continued, I was wondering if I could get all 10 of those kisses today. That won't do. President, haven't we discussed this before? You have to be in the mood for this kissing thing, right? It's hard for me if I'm not in the mood. I can repeat what happened before if you want. Li Jiyan also couldn't help but consider it for a moment, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was better to let Catherine carry the mental pressure for a long time to be more ruthless in her revenge. After all, Catherine was one of those real sort of haters, and the root of the hatred was that her son, Lu Jinxin, was trying to bully himself, and he hadn't allowed himself to be bullied. The conflict with Catherine was already irreconcilable, and Catherine would definitely continue to retaliate against herself next, so tormenting Catherine more was something Li Jiyan would like to see. You lowlife. President, I'm cheap, but you volunteered to kiss me. Aren't you cheap too? Looking at the snow-white pretty face of the big ocean horse, Li Jiyan asked with a smile. Catherine's pink fists clenched. She really hated Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan had really humiliated her completely. But, President, I'm still going to kiss you once today. If it's quick, 10 days is probably going to be over. Saying that, Li Jiyan grabbed Catherine's beautiful legs and pressed one of her legs onto her shoulder. What are you doing? Catherine, who hadn't practiced yoga in a long time, only felt a sharp pain in her legs. I think it's more emotional to kiss like that. Saying that, Li Jiyan kissed at Catherine's red lips. You asshole. Woo. Constantly abusing Li Jiyan. But Catherine's kisses were still very passionate. After a long time, Li Jiyan stood up. After kissing the first time, Noble President, you're going to be kissed 9 more times by a lowly little employee like me. And that, of your own free will. Saying that, Li Jiyan walked towards the outside of the office. The word noble was a very big humiliation to Catherine's ears at the moment. Catherine, who was very uncomfortable inwardly, but couldn't pull her face to turn her face with Li Jiyan, could only look at Li Jiyan's back and keep cursing him. Not long after leaving the company, Li Jiyan received a call from Yi Yenrong. Baby, Auntie is waiting for you at the cafe on the street in front of your office. It's not convenient for Auntie to go to your company for fear of being seen by Xiao Xin. Come here, Auntie will take you out shopping. Okay, I'm coming Auntie. Although the weather was hot, Li Jiyan was still very willing to go shopping with Aunt Rong. After arriving at the cafe, Li Jiyan saw that today's Auntie Rong was still wearing heavy makeup and a t-shirt that could emphasize Auntie Rong's full upper body. There was also a knee-length skirt with black silk and heels underneath. Aunt Rong was so enchanting no matter how she looked, and that pair of peach blossom eyes had a feeling that she couldn't help but fall into them every time she saw Li Jiyan. Baby, let's go. Yi Yenrong took Li Jiyan's hand and walked towards the outside. Auntie Rong, let's go somewhere to play. Is Auntie Lai waking up soon? I guess it won't be until noon. We have time. Don't worry baby. After arriving at a corner, Yi Yenrong couldn't help but hug Li Jiyan, and the two of them hugged each other tightly. Yi Yenrong took the initiative and kissed Li Jiyan. Baby, I missed you Auntie. You've had a hard time too. Auntie, I miss you too. Yi Yenrong wanted to take Li Jiyan to a room, but thought about the fact that she was buying Li Jiyan an Audi today, so she restrained herself from thinking that every day was a day she could be happy when she was officially together with Xiao Yan in the future. Come on, baby, go shopping with your aunt. Yi Yenrong holding Li Jiyan's hand, wearing sunglasses walking on the road. because a lot of mothers and children shopping also hold hands reason, so it is also no one feels strange. Li Jian realized that there were times when a 20-something year age gap could save some trouble. Walking, the two came to the car city. This neighborhood are all 4S stores. BBA and some new forces in Volkswagen BYD many 4S stores have. Auntie, look, Neza, someone said this brand is going out of business. Who knows? It's not like we're buying it anyway. Baby, let's go sit in Audi's 4S store. After pulling Li Jian to the 4S store, the male salesman introduced it with great enthusiasm, and he could see at a glance that this aunt was definitely a master of money. Auntie, the price of the Audi A6 is absolutely fantastic right now. This one can be done now for less than $400. 000 when landed all inclusive. All the A6s in our store come with a free peep film and an invisible car coat. Your son is definitely good at finding little girls if he drives. He yen rong hoond. Baby, do you have your ID card with you? Auntie will give you one. You're getting your driver's license and you need a mobility scooter to get to and from work. Sale stared wide-eyed. 10,000 animals rushing past inside, looking at Li Jian's eyes, already filled with jealousy. He was still thinking that when he saved enough money he would return to his hometown small county to open a store and start his own business. But what kind of entrepreneurship is that on its own? This young man is the real entrepreneur. Auntie, I really can't have it. Li Jian was also confused. He really didn't expect that after only talking for less than 2 days, Aunt Rome was going to buy herself an Audi. This car in the past for his own and ordinary family college students. Dream not dare to think. After all, he is not the kind of people do not eat or drink to buy a car loan to fill the fat people. Xiao Yen, listen to Auntie. Auntie will buy you what you want. Sale saw that the two men seemed to be at odds, and he said self-consciously, then you two discuss it, and I'll come back later. After the sales left, He Yenrong pulled Li Jian to a corner and looked at Li Jian with some aggression. Baby, do you not love Auntie anymore? No, Auntie, I love you the most. Wrapping his arms around He Yenrong's waist, Li Jian hugged Aunt Rong very snugly. Then why don't you want the car that Auntie gave you? Auntie Rong, this car is so worth it. I can't afford to drive this car right now, and I can't ask for your money. Auntie is with you. Auntie's money is your money. Why can't you have it? Auntie left all the money for Xin and also for Shernoa. You don't have to psych yourself out, baby. Li Jian sensed that if he didn't want the car that Auntie Rong had bought for himself, Auntie Rong would really be particularly upset. Auntie Rong, I really love you, but mainly this gift is too expensive. Don't you? Auntie is really sad. Saying that, He Yenrong's tears snapped and fell. The way Aunt Rong cried was also very enchanting, and Li Jian was heartbroken. For the love of the ants, he was really very equal. Well, Auntie, don't cry. I want it. I want it. Li Jian wiped the tears from He Yenrong's eyes, and his mind decided that he would make it up to Auntie Rong in the future, and would definitely not let Auntie Rong suffer. Well, baby, I thought, you don't like Auntie anymore. He Yenrong's aggravation wasn't over yet. Why, Auntie, you're my favorite. I want you to kiss me for 10 minutes. Looking at the aggrieved He Yenrong, Li Jian really didn't expect that he didn't want Auntie Rong's car, but he could also make Auntie Rong cry. After she kissed up at He Yenrong, she also hugged Aunt Rong's slender waist tightly, and the two of them kissed with great devotion. After a long time, He Yenrong took Li Jian's ID card to buy a car. Sales looked at Li Jian with eyes that almost wanted to kneel down for him after he brought He Yenrong to pay. His mind kept roaring. Brother, when are you going to start a class? Can I pay to listen to it? After the formalities were completed and the provisional license plate was punched, Sales set off in his car towards the outside of the neighborhood where Li Jian lived. Only after finding a parking space on an isolated stretch of road did the Sale take a cab and leave. The key to the Audi was placed in Li Jian's hand. He Yenrong said gently, baby, you must pass this time, so it will be much more convenient for us to go out in the future. Don't worry, Auntie, I'm sure I can pass this time. Let's go sit in the car for a while. The car hadn't been turned off yet, and with the air conditioning on, it was still very comfortable inside. After the two of them sat in the back seat of the A6, Li Jian still felt like dreaming. She became the owner of the Audi A6? Baby, there doesn't seem to be much coming through here. Well, Auntie, this road is rather isolated and it's really hot right now, so it's quite normal that there aren't many people. He Yenrong gently removed her high heels and placed one of her black silk legs on Li Jian's lap. The other leg was stretched out on the roof of the car. Baby, see if Auntie's legs are long enough to reach the roof of the car. Long? Auntie, you have nice legs. Li Jian grabbed He Yenrong's black silk legs. With 4 eyes facing each other, Li Jian felt that his soul was hooked by those peach blossom eyes, and the feeling of pinning his soul once again surfaced in his heart. A hot sensation hit him, and Li Jian kissed up at He Yenrong. Auntie, you'd better put your heels on. You like Auntie in heels. Like, okay, Auntie put it on. Baby, love me. After a long time, Li Jian and He Yenrong got out of the car. and He Yenrong's enchanting pretty face was all covered in a beautiful blush. Baby, Auntie has to go back. Your Auntie Rai is going to wake up. Looking at Aunt Rong, who was walking a little unsteadily, Li Ziyan gently wrapped Aunt Rong in her arms again. End of chapter. Chapter 112, Rescuing Auntie Chiu again. Ignoring a week's time. Auntie, I'll give you a ride. He Yenrong also did a Li's wraparound hug and wrapped herself around Li Ziyan's body. She really liked this feeling of closeness with Li Ziyan. Baby, Auntie can just go back by herself. She's just going to miss you. He Yenrong became more and more clingy, and Li Ziyan realized that Auntie Rong really wanted to be stuck with herself at all times. Aunt, resting on He Yenrong's black silk legs, the two of them kissed again. Baby, why don't we go back to the car? Auntie misses you. Li Ziyan felt that there was nothing else in Auntie Rong's head other than her love brain, and if he married Auntie Rong, she would definitely be glued to his body 24 hours a day. Li Ziyan's heart was also somewhat moved. He was in the prime of his youth, and at 20 years of age he was in the prime of his energy, and after the three attributes of time control, and stature enhancement, and reaction sensitivity, had boosted the strength of the body, his essence had also improved so much that he could be said to have been strengthened on top of it. But Li Ziyan restrained himself, knowing that Aunt Lai was probably waking up soon at this hour. Auntie Rong, it's better to endure it. Auntie Lai is probably going to wake up. Li Ziyan's words had not yet fallen. At this time, Lai Feifei's phone call came in. You two are pretty much in sync. He Yenrong's tone was a bit sour. With the deepening of her relationship with Li Ziyan, He Yenrong's hidden possessiveness was completely aroused. Prodigal hoof, where have you been? Did you seduce Xiao Yan? Fei Lai has obviously been drinking again. No, I'm going grocery shopping, Fifi. Making you breakfast for dinner. Just wait a minute. I'll be right back. Hurry up then. I'm starving. The three were very close, so they spoke very casually. Putting down her cell phone, He Yenrong kissed Li Ziyan's lips fondly. Baby, Auntie has to go. Thinking of you. Rubbing her own forehead against Li Ziyan's, He Yenrong kissed Li Ziyan lovingly again. After a while, she said with some trembling, Baby, Auntie wants to talk to you about something. You said, Auntie, don't have physical contact with Shen Hongmei and Lai Feifei in the future. Okay, Auntie is jealous and envious. You can only be aunties. He Yenrong's voice was filled with thick acidity and possessiveness, and Li Ziyan felt as if he was gradually getting to know Aunt Rong's truest side. However, such possessiveness seems to be within the realm of normalcy. I know Auntie. Then Auntie will go back first. A sweet and gentle smile flashed across He Yenrong's enchanting face, and only after kissing Li Ziyan again did she reluctantly leave. Auntie Rong seems like the kind of woman who is particularly clingy. Li Ziyan realized more and more how grandiose her all-important goal really was, and Aunt Rong, as a character, was a big dilemma. But the feeling of being wrapped in Aunt Rong's warm gentleness really made one feel cozy, and Li Ziyan wanted to continue sinking into Aunt Rong's tenderness. Coming to the car, Li Ziyan looked at the slight imprint left by the bottom of his heels on the roof of the car, and he smoothed it out with his hand back and forth. I'm the owner of an Audi S6 now? After thinking about the hardships of some Audi S6 owners, and my own hardships being warming up with Auntie Rong, it's no wonder so many people's dream is to be with a rich woman. Of course, he was also thinking that he must find a chance to make it up to Auntie Rong in the future. Afterwards, Li Ziyan looked at his earnings for the day, and had already added another $3,000 or so, and the evenings of these stores were now the peak earning period. This income made Li Ziyan already satisfied. Gently letting out a breath, Li Ziyan smelled the pure natural fragrance and was intoxicated inside. Closing his eyes as he lay down on top of the back seat of the Audi S6 enjoying the moment. After shopping for groceries and returning home, Fei Lai was waiting for her with a drink. Fifi, I'm home. Honestly, did you sneak off to a room with my cub? What a tie thing you're wearing. Short skirt and stockings. I'll see if it's detected. Lai Feifei's heart had always been very suspicious. She always felt that He Yenrong hadn't secretly brought Li Ziyan to do something and brought Li Ziyan down. What nonsense. I was going to the grocery store. He Yenrong shook the bag she was holding. You're buying all the dishes that go down the drain. Well, shut up. You crazy. The two girlfriends began to hurt each other, and He Yenrong's face soon became unrecognizable. In the afternoon, Li Ziyan went to the practice site for Subject 3 with the intention of practicing. At the sight of He Yenrong, Li Ziyan had just felt 22 points of excitement, but then he saw Aunt Lai following along. Pup, baby. The two women waved at Li Ziyan at the same time, and Li Ziyan realized that Aunt Lai's jealousy really wasn't just a little bit big. In these 7 days, could it be that Aunt Lai was planning to follow Aunt Rong all the time? If Aunt Lai hadn't followed, then he would have had at least 100 more days of grace with Aunt Rong this week. Pup. When Lai Feifei wanted to go forward to hug Li Ziyan, she was pulled back by He Yenrong. A man and a woman are not related, Fifi. The baby is my boyfriend now. You need to restrain yourself. He can't cuddle with you. Look at you being petty. Tai hoof. I gave birth to this cub, Li Fei Fei muttered, but she wasn't able to hug Li Jian either. Baby, Miss Auntie. He Yenrong took the initiative to go forward and hugged Li Jian, and after the two of them fit together in a hug, He Yenrong couldn't help but kiss Li Jian. When there were no outsiders around, Aunt Rong basically kissed Li Jian all the time, and Li Jian loved it. Aunt, baby, Auntie misses you. Although the two of them had only been separated for a few hours, He Yenrong's enthusiasm gave Li Jian the illusion that the two of them had been separated for months. Li Fei Fei looked angry from the sidelines and simply looked away from the two men. After a while, He Yenrong, who was afraid that someone would come over, gently came to Li Jian's ear and said, Baby, if you have the chance, Auntie will still feed you. Auntie has been supplementing a lot in the last few days and has plenty of food. Auntie, baby, kiss me. He Yenrong was once again unable to control her emotions and kissed up at Li Jian. After 10 minutes or so, Li Fei Fei finally couldn't control herself and walked up to forcefully separate the two. You wanna be hoof? Almost done. There are so many people here, and you're not afraid of people watching. You're so much older than the pups. Saying that, Li Fei Fei's heart was already sour. Okay, no more kisses. He Yenrong knew that she really couldn't control her emotions and behavior when she was on top of her emotions. In the time that followed, Li Fei Fei kept pestering He Yenrong, leaving He Yenrong with little opportunity. He Yenrong also realized as she was having a headache that the best time for her and Xiaoyan to warm up was in the morning. Since Li Fei Fei basically couldn't get up in the morning, Shen Hongmei had a busy schedule and didn't have much time for this side of things. Baby, you go back to clocking in. We're always in touch on top of WeChat. Okay, Auntie Rong. The two of them to separate. He Yenrong once again fondly embraced Li Jian for a very long and deep kiss. During the kiss, Li Jian clearly felt that Aunt Rong's emotions and also her behavior had a tendency to go out of control. The love-brained Aunt Rong is more likely to be completely driven by sensuality, and can be said to be completely at opposite ends of the spectrum from Aunt Shen. After riding the elevator back to the company, Li Jian had just arrived at the sales department and saw Catherine about to leave. Four eyes met, and Catherine's blue ones were filled with humiliation. Now every time she saw Li Jian, she couldn't help but think of the 9 more engagements she still owed Li Jian, and her heart was extremely stifled. Looking at Catherine's red lips, Li Jian also felt a little tickled. President, I have work to report to you. Catherine wanted to scold Li Jian, but asked, what's wrong? President, come here for a moment, please. Li Jian came to the corner and Catherine followed. Looking at the red lips of the big ocean horse, Li Jian took Catherine in his arms and then kissed Catherine on her lips. Woo, lowly yellow man. Catherine couldn't help but curse, but she couldn't help but wrap her arms around Li Jian's waist and start responding. Oh, you lowlife. There's going to be someone coming over here any minute. Slurring her words, Catherine tried to stomp on Li Jian's feet with her high heels, but Li Jian easily dodged them. And then Li Jian bound a pair of Catherine's black silk legs with her left foot. His hands began to feel all over Catherine's black silk to their heart's content. President, your black silk feels so good. Lowly thing, you don't deserve it. President, you have long legs. It's okay, isn't it? Someone's coming over any minute now. The duo's speech was slurred in the kissing situation, but Catherine was a very faithful person, and she didn't take the liberty of ending the kiss with Li Jian. What is that flavor in your mouth? Why does it smell so good? Gradually, Catherine tasted a hint of faint sweetness. Li Jian didn't say anything and gently picked up one of Catherine's black silk legs. Catherine also instinctively hooked her own beautiful legs around Li Jian's waist, as their passionate kisses were getting better. Footsteps sounded and Catherine pushed Li Jian away in a great panic. What's the use of having a punk like you if you can't do such a little thing? Catherine put on a very stern look and reprimanding Li Jian. And Lui Chen, who had just come over, looked at Li Jian's such a wimpy look. Inwardly, he only felt good that he had dared to defy himself in the first place. Now every day by the mother to the arbitrary pinch bullying. Sooner or later one day the mother completely under him, led his life into despair. In the future, there will be many more days like this. After leaving with some provocative gazes, Catherine slapped at Li Jian's face. But Catherine's tactics were still of no little use. President, your hands are so white. It reminds me of the thing you counted on me at the drinking game. Get off me. Clenching her pink fists, Catherine's heart only felt more shame. Do you realize that this is a hallway and you could be seen at any time? That can't be helped. President, it's what you owe me. And if I end the engagement early, you won't have to continue to suffer in your heart, will you? Catherine glared at Li Jian, didn't continue to speak, and turned to leave, her heart only wishing that such days of being humiliated would end soon. This damn Li Jian, what a horrible monster. All Catherine wanted to do now was to go home to her own nest and get some rest. Not long after work, He Yenrong's phone call came as expected. Baby, did you miss Auntie? He Yenrong's voice was always filled with tenderness. and the longer she spent with Li Ziyan, the deeper her sensuality spread. Missed you, Auntie. Come over here. The three of us are eating. Auntie, why are we eating together again? Li Ziyan felt a little surprised. He knew that the three aunts in Shanghai had a good relationship and were together for 3 days, but it was not to the point where they were eating together all day like this. I don't know. Maybe your Aunt Shin is trying to keep an eye on us as well as your Aunt Lai. He Yenrong's heart was filled with a sense of crisis. Okay, I'm on my way. Auntie will wait for you outside. Don't Auntie. I'm sure Auntie Lai will follow you. Not much later, Li Ziyan arrived at the place where the three of them were eating. After seeing the 3 Shanghai ants inside a corner, He Yenrong took Li Ziyan's hand and sat down. Shen Hongmei was more rational, but her beautiful eyes were clearly filled with wariness. Wine monkey Lai Fei Fei is still playing steadily flirty. There is an invisible smell of gunpowder permeating between the 3 women. Many times in between Lai Fei Fei wanted to kiss Li Ziyan. They were all blocked back by He Yenrong, and it was obvious that the current He Yenrong was becoming more and more concerned about Li Ziyan's contact with other women. This made Lai Fei Fei drink a lot of mulled wine, and looking at Aunt Lai that way, Li Ziyan's heart felt very hard. Looks like one has a ways to go. In the evening, the 4 of them went to a nearby park to hang out, and because of the heat, there weren't many pedestrians around. Lai Fei Fei leaned on Shen Hongmei's shoulder in a daze. He Yenrong saw that this was a good opportunity and said, Xiao Yan, go with Auntie and buy a few bottles of water over. No leaving, you must be going to go and do something bad with the cubs in secret. Lai Fei Fei's blocking made Shen Hongmei's heart feel very relieved, and she was relieved to have her there. At least He Yenrong did not have the chance to seduce He Yenrong to cross the thunderbolt, like a young man with blood and vigor like Xiao Yan. If He Yenrong, the siren, took the initiative to seduce Li Ziyan, Li Ziyan definitely couldn't carry it off. Shen Hongmei was well aware of Li Ziyan's scary place. It was very quiet inside the park, and after coming to a corner, He Yenrong gently pressed Li Ziyan to sit on top of the grass. This place was very secluded, and after sitting down, He Yenrong, who was wearing a black silk short skirt, sat on Li Ziyan's lap and hugged Li Ziyan's waist with her own beautiful legs. Damn crazy, pestering me all day. Baby, I haven't even had a chance to make out with you, so hold on tight Auntie. Li Ziyan wrapped his arm around He Yenrong's waist, and looking at the nearby scenery, Li Ziyan also felt that this place was indeed a very good natural place suitable for romance. Baby, hungry yet? Well, a little hungry. Auntie brought you something delicious. Slow down, take it easy, baby, it's all yours. Holding Li Ziyan in his arms, both of them enjoyed the warmth of the moment. 10 minutes later, He Yenrong brought Li Ziyan back to Lai Fei Fei and also Shen Hongmei with a few bottles of ice water. Looking at the blush on He Yenrong's face, Shen Hongmei's heart always felt a little uncomfortable. Although the two didn't have time to do anything else, they must have kissed. At night, Li Ziyan hugged the sleeping Aunt Zhao and felt very relaxed in her heart. He waited quietly for the 12 o'clock intelligence refresh. You can make a profit of $5,000 by going to this lottery store and buying this pile of scratch-offs. The $5,000 of wild bonus made Li Ziyan's spirit quite a lot. Now the store's income was at more than $10,000 per day. Plus the wild bonus then, it was already quite a considerable income. With close to 220,000 deposits of your own, you're one step closer to completing the main quest. Catherine is still not asleep, and her heart is particularly set on you using up your 8 engagements as quickly as possible. Shen Hongmei's heart is very worried that after the 7 days are over, you will be with He Yenrong, and at this time her heart is very sad. After failing to ask for money, Shang Shunsheng and Lu Yan held a grudge against Zhao Shuman. After seeing Zhou Sukman making money online, she planned to come to the door of her house in the evening while you were away to ask Zhou Sukman for money and planned to kick in the door to domestically assault Zhou Sukman. New mission issued. Please violently beat up Shang Shunsheng and Lu Yan. Quest reward. A small internet cafe. The store was definitely getting better and better for Li Ziyan, and looking at that quest reward, he was also somewhat looking forward to the fact that this would be his 18th store. The rewards now are all small stores. Will the later rewards have some industries with higher incomes? Holding Aunt Zhao's soft and warm body, Li Ziyan's inner anger was completely ignited. He clenched his fists, and inwardly he hated this too. This time, the police must be called to see if they can detain Sang Soon Sung. Woke up as usual, clocked in, and got workplace black silk bullying from Catherine. Li Ziyan counted the days. Today was the 4th day with Auntie Rome. I wondered if there was a chance to make out with Auntie Rome today. However, the WeChat sent by Aunt Rome soon dispelled Li Ziyan's illusions. Baby, today you woke up early on Aunt Lai and have been pestering her, so I guess I won't be able to go to practice. Let's see if we get a chance during the night. I know Auntie. The morning was spent alone, which caused some disappointment in Li Ziyan's heart, which missed the scent of that pure, natural, fragrant food. No wonder Lu Shurao was so engrossed in it. After receiving the wild bonus, Li Jian looked at today's store's total earnings, which was already up to more than 5,000. Business at the internet cafe was good today, and he had made $10,000 in one morning without doing much, which made his heart ache. In the afternoon, Li Jian went straight to his home, and just outside the neighborhood, he saw the aggressive Shang Shunqing and Lu Yan walking towards the inside of the neighborhood. The two men also cursed Zhao Shumen very loudly. This stinking has made so much money. We must make this stinking spit out her money today. Shang Xuanqing's eyes were filled with greed, his own mother's daily income, but not for him to spend, so that his heart is very resentful. He especially wanted to arrest Zhao Shumen and beat him up, so that he could relieve his anger. That's right, this stinking, she obviously has money but she doesn't want to give it. Today she must be made to spit it out. What kind of a mother in heaven is that? Both of them were all very angry, as if Zhao Shumen had done something hurtful. However, that Li Jian won't be coming back, right? Don't worry, that are at work at this time of the day. How can they have time to come back? After coming all the way to Zhao Shumen's door, Shang Shunqing knocked on the door, trying to trick Zhao Shumen to open the door. Who? Express, Sang Soon Sung said, pinching his nose. Put it on the doorstep. Zhao Shumen felt that something was wrong. The courier is placed in the stage. Which courier walks up the step ladder to deliver the courier? This is obviously not right. Mom, it's me, Shang Shunqing shouted. He also knew that trying to cheat open the door was impossible. After the last incident, his own mother was obviously very wary of himself. It's you. Go away. I don't want to see you. So many years Zhao Shumen hard to make money is actually for Shang Shunqing to marry and have children. But the previous things really let Zhao Shumen completely disappointed. Now she doesn't want to see her son anymore. Mom, don't be so desperate. You have so much savings and you've made so much money on the internets. Your son is getting a daughter-in-law now. How come you don't have a dime? How did you become a mom? Do you deserve to be a mom? Zhao Shumen's pretty face paled a bit. Get out. Zhao Shumen's emotional outburst also angered Shang Shunqing. Old, give face. Today I'll go in and beat you to death. I'll see if you give a damn. Saying that, Sang Soon Sung started kicking the door as hard as he could. This is an old neighborhood, so the wooden door is not very sturdy, and under Shang Xuanqing's kick, the door quickly shook. Feeling desperate inside, Zhao Shumen went into the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife, intending to fight with Shang Shunqing. You wait for me, old. After I enter the door, I have to kill you stinking. You don't know how to show off on the internet. My dad beat you too lightly before. That's what makes you such a shameless. Lu Yan and Zhao Shumen had long had a not-so-small conflict, so at this moment, she was also insulting and abusing Zhao Shumen. You, finding a concubine who can be your son. What a shameless. Both of them are extremely low quality and stupid people, which makes them a perfect match. The constant verbal abuse of her own son cuts into Zhao Shumen's heart. Tears continued to fall, and as the door was about to be kicked in, Li Jian, who had recorded it all on her cell phone, rushed up at the two men who were slamming the door. With two consecutive kicks, Shang Shunqing and Lu Yan were kicked to the ground by Li Jian on the spot, followed by a violent beating. Soon, the two men were beaten up by Li Jian. Li Jian then called the police. At around 3 o'clock, Li Jian and Zhao Shumen came out of the police station. Shang Shunqing and Lu Yan were detained. Li Jian looked at the very lost Zhao Shumen, and he also felt heartbroken. Every time Shang Shunqing insulted Auntie Zhao, it was really a great hurt to Auntie Zhao. Auntie, don't feel bad. They've been detained. Well, Xiao Yan, do you think Auntie didn't do any good in her previous life? Why is her life so bitter in this life? Her own son is such a person. Li Jian gently held Zhao Shumen in her arms. He really liked the feeling of soft jade and warmth, and even though it was hot, he really liked hugging Auntie Zhao like this. Auntie, it's not your fault. Auntie is the best woman in the world, and must have been a good woman in a previous life. You kids, you're not being honest again. Looking at Zhao Shumen's red lips, Li Jian couldn't help but kiss them. Bad boy, it's out there. Whatever, Auntie, I'm going to kiss Auntie right here and no one will see. After Zhao Shumen glanced around and saw that there really wasn't anyone around, she wrapped her arms around Li Jian's waist and kissed him. The kissing was now so skillful that both of them could clearly feel each other's thoughts. The experience is also wonderful when it works perfectly together. Letting Li Jian hold herself, the heat inside Zhao Shumen was intensifying. Auntie, I missed you. Holding Zhao Shumen tightly, Li Jian bit Zhao Shumen's earlobe and said, it hasn't even been a week yet. Winnie, kissing was always the best way to relieve stress, and after making out with Li Jian like this, Zhao Shumen's heart forgot about her sadness. The body falls into hormonal dominance. Feeling Auntie Zhao's upper circumference and listening to that speechless voice, how could Li Jian still not know that Auntie Zhao had moved her heart? Auntie, don't wait a week, okay? I really miss you. Auntie, please. Wrapping her arms around Aunt Zhao's waist, Li Jian said as she looked at the deep, bottomless gully. No way. Winnie, Auntie, I won't let go until you promise me, bad boy, and a rascal with auntie. Auntie, you're doing me a favor, too, okay, just make an exception. Let's go home. Auntie, I really can't wait to get home. You're so beautiful. Winnie, we have to go home. Zhao Shuman thought about the corner and felt a little panicked in her heart. Auntie Zhao, there's a small hotel up ahead. Let's go to that place. Okay, but we have to buy new sheets and pillowcases, and that thing to buy too. Zhao Shuman is very uneasy about the hygiene of the hotel, and Li Jian can understand. The small hotel is not like the hotel of the upper some grades. The three-piece suits are all with new. The back and forth of washing things does seem a bit unsanitary. Okay, Auntie, wait for me. I'll get it right away. Li Jian went to a nearby mini-mart and quickly got things together. Xiao Yan, Auntie didn't bring her ID card. It's okay, you can use a net pass. After pulling Zhao Shuman to the front desk of the hotel, he looked at Zhao Shuman's embarrassed eyes. Li Jian smiled and said, "This is my mom, who came outside to see me." Li Jian made up a lie to ease Zhao Shuman's embarrassment, but it made Zhao Shuman's face even redder. After arriving inside the room, Li Jian couldn't wait to lock the door. Aunt, Li Jian's breathing was a little short. The light in this small hotel was a little lacking, but the dim and quiet environment was making his hormones secrete rapidly. Words. Today, Zhao Shuman's hormone secretion was also very vigorous because of the reason of her strong mood swings. Auntie will take a shower first. Wash them together. Well, then you'll have to be honest. The two walked into the bathroom together, and not much later, Li Jian pulled Zhao Shuman out. The duo wore disposable pajamas. Xiao Yan, what's the hurry? Auntie hasn't even washed up yet. Auntie, just wash the sweat off. You're too good looking to wait. You child. After picking Zhao Shuman up in a hug, Li Jian was stopped by Zhao Shuman when he intended to put Zhao Shuman on the bed. Say, wait, let's put on the sheets first. And pillows. Li Jian restrained himself and made the bed with Zhao Shuman. And only after getting the sheets and covers right did Li Jian impatiently throw Zhao Shuman onto the bed with one hand. You kids. Auntie, you're so beautiful. I'm in a hurry. There's just such a rush. Auntie, I love you. Li Jian gently picked up one of Zhao Shuman's beautiful legs and kissed Aunt Zhao's calf. Saiyan, what are you doing kissing Auntie's leg? I like my aunt's legs. And you kissed your aunt's thigh. Auntie, your legs are so beautiful. Wear black silk. Auntie, I want to see black silk. Not here, all little badass. I just bought it. You kids, you like this stuff too much. Zhao Shuman's heart remembered Li Jian's previous collection. To Li Jian's hobby, she also felt very helpless. Aunt, after going forward and pressing down on Zhao Shuman, he propped his hands on Zhao Shuman's left and right and looked at Zhao Shuman's red lips. Li Jian kissed up, and after kissing together, Li Jian gently held Zhao Shuman in his arms. The two of them kissed passionately, and Zhao Shuman, who was wearing black silk, also hugged Li Jian tightly with her beautiful legs. After the two of them separated, Zhao Shuman said softly, Xiao Yan, the things you bought just now. I know, Auntie. Zhao Shuman let out a then sat up, gently pressed down on Li Jian, and kissed again. This time Aunt Zhao was very proactive. Li Jian also didn't expect Aunt Zhao to be so contrary to the Big Dipper today, and it seemed that mood swings could indeed change a lot of things. A long time later, Zhao Shuman was lying in Li Jian's arms. Inside, she felt very happy, and the blush on her pretty face looked extraordinarily beautiful and tantalizing. Li Jian gently rubbed Aunt Zhao's waist, and was a little worried in her heart, but with Aunt Zhao's physical fitness, it shouldn't be a big deal. The first time she got drunk, Li Jian remembered it clearly. Aunt Zhou, that 1 week time limit, can we get rid of it? I want to be able to spend quality time with my aunt every day. Saying that, Li Jian's hand was still restlessly groping around Zhao Shuman's black silk. End of chapter.